Hello everyone, you are on the Jin Fiction channel. Before we start, please give a like and subscribe to the channel. I would be grateful to everyone. Also, subscribe on Boosty. Enjoy watching.
Blood. He could smell it everywhere. On him, on the burning buildings around him, leaking out of the body of the last of his childhood friends not far from him. It was even in the mud that he was lying in. Something cold and wet hit his face, causing him to stir and beginning to bring him back to his senses. Was it raining too? He couldn't remember when it had started. It was strange, even the rain seemed to smell of blood, though that was impossible. Or at least improbable. He could smell the fire too. The burnt stench of wood slowly being reduced to ash, a hint of sulfur being carried in the smoke as the buildings, walls, and even citizens of his village burned around him. Slowly he became aware of the sounds reaching his ears. The creaking of the buildings as their support beams burned away and more weight was placed on boards and beams that weren't meant to hold so much. The pitter-patter of rain, or blood, sprinkling down from the heavens and landing in the puddles made in the small potholes of the road. The cries and screams of those watching their friends, family members, or even complete strangers being massacred. The battle cries of their enemies who had at long last overrun them. A rasping sound that he couldn't immediately identify until he realized that it was the sound of his own breath laboriously being pushed in and out of punctured lungs, carrying the scent of still more blood to his nose as it pushed against the mud on his face. And the laughing. As much as he hated the other sounds, it was the laughing that he hated the most. It mocked him for his failures that day and in days past. The sound of his friend's laughter coming out in a manner that Sasuke had never used before. Though it was little more than a whisper, it roared in his ears, drowning out everything else. Coo coo coo. It wasn't even a real laugh, he realized, just the sound of amusement. A sound that was designed to make those who heard it realize that they were hopelessly outmatched and that their enemy didn't even feel it was worth the trouble of actually laughing at their wasted efforts. To let them know that they would soon die, just as their friends had, just as their teachers had, just as hundreds, maybe even thousands, had before them. Lying broken and defeated at the feet of Orochimaru. Slowly Naruto lifted his head from the mud, spitting blood from his swollen lips and pushed his long blonde hair away from his face so he could look at the snake-like eyes peering down at him from Sasuke's face. Orochimaru in Sasuke's body was a horror than even his most terrifying nightmares couldn't eclipse. Perhaps it seemed even worse because for a short while he'd been allowed to believe that it wouldn't happen as he'd spent years fearing it would. He'd thought that Sasuke had defeated the Sannin, that the danger had passed, but, like a parasite, Orochimaru was lying dormant within the Uchiha, slowly gaining more and more power until he was ready to take over, and when he was, it happened almost instantly. One day there were reports that Sasuke had taken over the sound and was searching for Akatsuki, or at least Itachi, and the next thing he knew Orochimaru had miraculously returned. He'd thought that he might get his friend back, that Sasuke and he would meet up in their search for Itachi, and while they did meet, Sasuke was even more changed than he'd been during the previous attempt to rescue him. He led his own team now, for his own reasons, and he didn't want anything to do with his friends from the past. He eluded them that day, disappearing while they were distracted by other battles and by the news that Jiraiya had been killed. Itachi was found dead in a long-forgotten Uchiha hideout, his eyes plucked out of his skull, and Naruto had hoped, that Sasuke would return to them, that having accomplished his goal of killing his brother, he'd come back to rebuild his clan. It didn't happen. Naruto never found out if it was the Orochimaru-infected Kabuto who managed to transfer the Sannin into Sasuke's body or if Orochimaru himself was still alive inside of Sasuke after their battle, but news soon trickled out of the rice country that Orochimaru had returned and that he now possessed the body of the last known Uchiha. After that, it wasn't long before Orochimaru and the Sound began to use his new body to take over several countries. They made treaties with stronger, but just as ambitious, countries, attacking mutual enemies until the Sound was strong enough to break the treaty, or had found another country to ally with and then turn on their former allies. In just a few short years, the map of the continent had been redrawn, with the once small rice country now dominating the majority of the continent. Conventional wisdom was that it would take Orochimaru years to consolidate his power within his enlarged country, that the ninja of the other nations would rebel against him so that he was forced to constantly put down new rebellions, but conventional wisdom didn't seem to apply to Orochimaru. The ninja of the conquered were all too happy to accept their new leader and their new title of Sound Nin. Because of this, his forces only seemed to grow stronger the more he used them. Books. No nation was safe, but Konoha had always been the real target and had always known it. Perhaps, had it not been for Akatsuki and the more immediate threat they posed, Konoha could have used a preemptive attack against Orochimaru to save themselves or at least concentrated on preparing for the war that they could see coming. Unfortunately, they didn't have the manpower to fight the shadowy organization that threatened the world and Orochimaru and his allies. By the time Akatsuki was dealt with, the sound was too strong to attack directly, and all of their attempts to prepare for the war served merely to delay the inevitable. As the sound's power grew, the leaf shrank until it was nothing but a shadow of its former self. Soon the sound had the power to crush Orochimaru's village of birth, but it waited until its victory was absolutely assured. The Sannin had learned from past mistakes. He took no ally with him when he finally attacked the Fire Country. He relied on none but his own followers and his own power. Naruto knew that Konoha's ninja were better trained and generally more powerful than their sound counterparts, but they were not nearly numerous enough to pull out a miraculous victory. It was because of this that he had hunted down the body of his former friend amongst the burning ruins of the village he loved. He knew he had to cut off the head so that the body would die. But after nearly 20 minutes of fighting, it had become clear that it wasn't going to happen. Naruto had long since learned that good didn't always triumph over evil, and that even when it did, the price was often almost more than he could bear. It was hard to say when he'd let go of his childish assumptions of how the world worked, or of his belief that if he just tried hard enough he could do anything. Probably it had started with Jiraiya's death, or maybe it even went back to the day when Sasuke left the village. Somewhere in there, he'd had to grow up and see just how terrible and frightening a world he really lived in. Even with those losses, he'd tried to push through, of course, but it grew harder and harder. As his friends were needed on more and more dangerous missions, the odds began to catch up with them, and there seemed to be nothing he could do to hold on to them. The seeming inevitability of his precious people's deaths was a hard thing to accept, and it only got harder as the body count piled up. They weighed on him day and night, and the faces of those he'd lost haunted his dreams until he was only a shadow of the young man he'd once been. The hardest of all of them, the one that really left him broken, wasn't one of the first or the latest, but she was definitely the most important. Sakura, his best friend, his teammate, perhaps the only woman he'd ever really loved, died in his arms after a failed mission to kill the body that had once belonged to their best friend, and in a way, Naruto died with her. He'd never forgiven himself for it and never really gotten over it despite the best efforts of his surviving friends. And then they too began to be killed. Sometimes it was in a large battle, other times it was just on a simple mission. They died protecting him, they died because of missions he assigned to them, they died because of missions they took despite his efforts to keep them away from danger. And on top of all that, the village that he loved so much was also dying. The battles, the wars, the sneak attacks, they all took their toll on the once beautiful and peaceful village. He wouldn't be able to save it, just as he hadn't been able to save Sasuke or Sakura or any of the others. Now, the one chiefly responsible for all those losses and thousands more was merely staring down at him with a fond expression that seemed misplaced on Sasuke's face as he watched Naruto pull himself up from the muck. All the while making that annoying sound. Coo coo coo. Shut up, Naruto growled as he wearily brought his hands up in front of him while blood-red mud dripped from them. He could feel the Kyuubi's power welling up inside of him, begging to be released, but he refused to give in to it. The fox's power was a double-edged sword, and in a fight like this, he couldn't afford to lose control. Kyuubi would give him power, but he wouldn't be able to think anymore, and he wasn't so sure even Kyuubi's power would even the playing field. At least not a semi-controllable amount of Kyuubi's power. He supposed he could let the demon out completely. That would at least slow Orochimaru down, but Kyuubi would destroy the village anyway, so nothing would be gained. You've lost, Naruto-kun, Sasuke's voice chuckled, just give up and I'll make your death quick. If there was any of Sasuke left in there, you'd know I don't do that, Naruto growled, hoping that he wasn't lying. Look around you, Orochimaru laughed, waving a hand at the burning buildings and the dead bodies all around them. You still want to be Hokage. You still think you can be Hokage. By the end of the day, there won't be a village left to be Hokage of. There are more important things than being Hokage, Naruto countered with more confidence than he actually felt. Once I've killed you, it won't matter that you tried to burn the village to the ground, Konoha will live on. The spirit of fire will keep burning. The Sannin shook his head and ran a hand through his long, dark hair, brushing it away from his face as his head rolled lazily to the side and his lips curled upward in a mocking smile. You're just as naive as Jiraiya was. Naruto tensed at the mention of his dead teacher and friend. Orochimaru's yellow, snake-like eyes grew hard as they focused in on the blonde ninja. I'll show you how wrong you are. Just as I showed him, he closed his eyes for the briefest of seconds and whispered, Sharingan. When he opened them again, they were the color of blood, and the oh-so-familiar three-tomo could clearly be seen, even from a distance. For a moment, Naruto was back at the Valley of the End, trying to stop his friend from going to Orochimaru. Until he'd tapped into Kyuubi's powers, he'd been helpless against Sasuke's eyes then. There was only one way to defeat a Sharingan user, and that was through speed. The amount of insight the bloodline limit gave its users was unbelievable, but speed countered it. If you were faster than the one using the Sharingan, you could still win. Naruto was fast. He was incredibly fast. But he was not faster than Orochimaru, not enough to beat a Sharingan anyway. The fight had been over before, now it was. Whatever came after, over. Naruto's only option was to use Kyuubi, to hell with the dangers and the consequences. His mind would no longer be clear once he allowed the demon's chakra into his system, techniques would be thrown by the wayside in favor of animal instincts, and the demon would hunger for more and more control until it had completely taken over. Once he started down that path, he would keep going until only death surrounded him or something snapped him out of it. He'd come close to killing friends while in that state. He had ripped Jiraiya's chest open and thought nothing of it. But his friends were all gone, his village was falling apart around him, and he was surrounded by enemies. Perhaps it was time to let the monster within him out to play. You look scared, Naruto-kun, the snake Sannin taunted, but you don't know fear, not yet. My Sharingan hasn't gotten to the scary part yet. Orochimaru slowly brought his hands up in front of his face, pinky and ring fingers laced together, middle fingers raised and pressing against each other with his index fingers bent, touching tip to tip. His hands remained like that for only a second and Naruto knew it was just long enough to draw more chakra to his eyes. He'd seen that movement done dozens of times in the past. Mangekyo Sharingan. In an instant, Naruto's eyes were on Orochimaru's feet. He'd faced Itachi and Madara, he knew what the Mangekyo was capable of and he couldn't help but smile. There was still a chance to win and he might not even need Kyuubi to pull it out. The Mangekyo Sharingan was immensely powerful, but it took even more power to use it. It wrecked the user's eyesight and depleted chakra reserves at an astonishing rate. He'd picked Kakashi up off the ground often enough to know that. If Orochimaru was going to use such a wasteful move against someone who knew how to fight it, there was still a chance. What are you looking at, Naruto-kun? Sasuke's voice with Orochimaru's accents asked. There's no need to look away, it's always better to see your death coming. Or so I would imagine. You're forgetting who beat Madara, Naruto countered, I know how to fight the Mangekyo Sharingan. Tobi was no longer the person he'd once been, but I suppose I should thank you for that, Orochimaru chuckled. Had it not been for you and your friend's efforts, Akatsuki might have made things difficult for me. Of course, I managed to beat Itachi for you, so I'd call us even. You didn't beat Itachi, Sasuke did, Naruto snapped back. He didn't need your help to do it either, he would have gotten there by himself if he'd stayed with his friends. Orochimaru smirked and shook his head. I am Sasuke and Sasuke is me. We killed Itachi. Even as he fought him, Sasuke could feel me growing inside of him, becoming stronger and stronger, reaching the point where I would take control. But that hardly matters now, does it? Let's stop worrying about the past, because I've already killed you. Your past, your future, they're gone, because looking down doesn't save you from this Sharingan. Just as it didn't save Deidara's arm when he fought you and my little tool Kakashi. In spite of himself, Naruto's eyes flickered up to Orochimaru's and then he couldn't look away. The three Tomo had become three sickles, connecting where the Sannin's pupil had once been. Naruto had seen this variation of the Mangekyo Sharingan before as well, but it had only been used on enemies of the leaf. It was Kakashi's ultimate trump card. The world around him suddenly seemed to melt, as if it had been nothing more than a chalk painting on the sidewalk that was now being washed away by the rain. Naruto tried to back away, tried to move in any direction, but his feet refused to respond. The world around him was all bleeding towards him, the bodies on the ground, the mud, the rain, the burning buildings, all of it was collapsing in on him. There really was only one chance now, only one possible thing that could turn the fight around. It would be his final attack, because he would be no more once it was done, but perhaps it would be worth it. Orochimaru could not be allowed to survive. The sound could not be allowed to continue to subjugate the rest of the continent. Anything was better than letting that happen. Anything. Naruto could feel the demon now, deep inside him, howling to be released. All it took was a simple closing of his eyes and he was back in the darkened tunnel, standing in the knee-deep water before the huge gate. It was hard to be sure, but Naruto thought Kyuubi almost looked pleased to see him after so many years of being studiously ignored. No words passed between them, the demon simply smiled as Naruto hung his head and stepped up to the bars. His trembling hand reached up and grabbed the seal upon the cage and pulled it away. There was an awful cry of delight from within the cage as the doors burst open and Kyuubi stepped out, finally free. Naruto didn't even flinch as the two giant paws closed around him. Now you will see true power, the demon promised. Naruto's eyes fluttered open as he reawakened in the real world. He could already feel his body and mind detaching from each other as the demon within him began to take control. Perhaps it was because the seal was no more, or maybe it was a side effect of the Mangekyo Sharingan, but he could feel everything that was happening to his body with perfect clarity. Orochimaru's attack was now crushing and pulling his body apart as the vortex sucked him ever deeper within it. For a brief second, he thought it was the most painful thing he'd ever experienced. And then Kyuubi's chakra exploded from within him and he found out just how wrong he'd been. Naruto threw his head back and screamed as every muscle in his body simultaneously contracted with such force that he heard his own spine snap only to instantly heal. His whisker marks grew wider and darker as the brilliant blue drained from his eyes and was replaced by the deepest of reds. His canines lengthened and sliced into his swollen lips, drawing a stream of blood that fell from his face and was caught up in the vortex and swirled around him like a halo. Red chakra blazed thickly around him, forming a second skin that burned his body. As his scream died, his breath came out in short, quick gasps, with low growls interrupting every few seconds. "You're too late," Orochimaru taunted. "You should have let the Kyuubi out earlier because at this point you're already dead." Kyuubi Naruto knew he was right, they were already trapped in the dimensional rift, from which escape was impossible. The Jinchuriki snarled and threw his hand forward as the vortex swallowed him up and collapsed, but the clawed chakra hand of the Kyuubi continued forward even as Orochimaru's attack finished its work. The Sannin's eyes widened for just a moment and then the claws sank into them. Through the tiny pinprick of the real world that he could still see, Naruto saw Orochimaru fall to his knees, clutching at his eyes and screaming in pain and anger. The red chakra wavered and then vanished as the vortex expanded outward uncontrolled, swallowing even the last of the great Sannin. When Kakashi had used the Mangekyo Sharingan, he'd been able to precisely aim and contain the space-time warp, but Orochimaru's seemed to be out of control. Or maybe it was simply that from inside the vortex everything seemed to be collapsing in on him. There was no way to know and it didn't really matter anymore. It's not fair, Naruto thought, not even finding it odd that he was once again in control of his body and mind. As he watched Sasuke's body twist and deform, it shouldn't have been this way, if I had just done things differently. None of this would have happened. It was so easy to look back, to remember those times when things were simpler, and to see all of those unknowing mistakes that would eventually become the problems that destroyed his village. His eyes began to glaze over as images passed in front of them, battles against the sound, meetings with the village council, watching Hinata's marriage, the losses of his friends, the death of Sakura, destroying Akatsuki, fighting Itachi. From there the images began to move faster than his mind could keep up with. He managed to make out the fight against the immortal Akatsuki members, and then meeting Sai for the first time, training with Jiraiya, meeting Tsunade, the Forest of Death, the Wave Country, and finally the day he'd been placed on Team 7. He wished he could start over again, to grab that young idiot posturing and boasting by the ear and knock some sense into him, to be more of a friend to everyone around him from the get-go, to not waste time thinking about how amazing he was, especially since he wasn't. But there was no time for that, it was the past, it was out of reach. And then, everything went black as Naruto's body was torn to shreds by the gravitational pull of the vortex. Once more, Orochimaru had come out on top. Chapter 1. Oh. It had long been known among the Hokage's guards that Uzumaki Naruto suffered from nightmares and that rushing into the office every time he cried out in terror would only wear you out and earn you a frightening glare, one that was even worse than the glare they received if they accidentally called him Hokage-sama. Most ninja had nightmares at some point. It was impossible to see and do the things that they were occasionally required to do without being affected in some way, but Naruto's seemed more persistent than was usual. Konohamaru, when he thought Naruto was out of earshot, had theorized that the loss of so many friends had a more powerful effect on Naruto because he had gone so long without them as a child. He and others had heard Naruto proclaim that he would protect his precious people often enough to know how important it was to the village leader, and it seemed clear to him that when Naruto inevitably hadn't been able to protect everyone, it had wounded him in a place that wouldn't heal quickly, if ever. Naruto had overheard those comments and had informed Konohamaru that if he had time to discuss another person's dreams, which were not really as bad as everyone tried to claim, perhaps he should be given a few extra missions. It was on one of those extra missions that Konohamaru and his team had been ambushed in. Naruto's brilliant blue eyes snapped open and then instantly shut again as he moaned in protest over the brightness of the room and the immense headache that erupted the moment he became fully aware of what was going on around him. "Damn Sakaba," the blonde groaned, "he knows he's supposed to cut me off before I get too drunk." His voice sounded strange in his ears, more high-pitched than he was used to, but he brushed it off as the lingering influences of the sake and tried to sit up. For some reason he'd put more strength into the movement than he'd intended and ended up nearly smashing his face into his knees. Online writing communities. How much did that bastard let me drink last night? He wondered as he slowly opened his eyes once more and tried to acclimate them to the light. As the blurry shapes around him slowly came into focus, his eyes widened in alarm. And then promptly snapped shut against the pain from the light. Where the hell was he? If he'd ended up in some barmaid's room, he was going to be really pissed. Which was funny, when he thought about it, because getting pissed was probably what got him into this position in the first place. If Jiraiya were still alive, he'd be laughing his ass off at his poor student. Of course, that would be preferable to what Sakura would have done to him if she wasn't. Naruto ruthlessly squashed that train of thought and opened his eyes again. He had more important things to think about than the ghosts of the past. With another groan he reached up to brush his long blonde hair back, but instead punched himself in the eye. Damn it, he grumbled as the blow seemed to double the headache he was already suffering through. With his hand on his face, it was easy just to slide it up to his hair, but what he found there shocked him even more than his lack of coordination. Normally his hair hung down around his shoulders, its natural spikiness remaining but losing the battle against gravity. As he'd started letting it grow, Sakura had commented that he looked good with longer hair, and so he'd kept it even when it started to annoy him. This morning, however, it was short again, very short. He probably hadn't had hair this length since before he'd gone off to train with Jiraiya. What sort of sick bastard cuts a man's hair while he's sleeping? Naruto wondered, and then an even more troubling thought struck him. What sort of confident, sick bastard cuts the most powerful ninja in the village's hair while he's sleeping? Naruto could count the number of people who could get away with something like this on one finger, and she'd never do anything like that even if she thought he was letting it get a little too long. Hinata just wasn't that sort of person. Kiba might have done it before he'd. Well, back then Kiba wasn't exactly one to talk about keeping one's hair trimmed anyway. With a sigh, Naruto waved his hand through the air as if warding of the spirits of the dead, and then looked around the sparsely decorated room. It didn't look like the sort of room a barmaid would keep, but perhaps he was seriously overestimating her. The bland, whitish-colored paint was chipped and peeling off the wall, though it looked like someone had attempted to cover up the worst of it with either glue or tape. Of course, taping paint to a wall didn't really seem to help too much, but he couldn't deny that an effort had been made to make the place look almost nice. A wasted effort, but an effort nonetheless. There was a small, half-dead plant that was either recovering from near death or heading towards it, and had probably been pulled out of a dumpster at some point given the condition of the pot it was resting in. A few ramen posters decorated the walls along with little scrolls upon which random slogans were drawn in sloppy, almost illegible, kanji, no doubt covering up more peeling paint. Naruto had had a few such ramen posters on his own walls as a child and knew that they were free if you sent in enough proofs of purchase to different ramen companies, which meant that whoever had brought him here at least had good taste. And maybe even some extra ramen they'd be willing to part with. He sighed at the nostalgic thought of ramen. It had been so long since he'd last enjoyed a nice steaming bowl of his favorite food. As his mouth watered with the memory, his eyes shifted to the window and his heart nearly stopped. Where was he? The view from the window was of a peaceful village in the middle of a normal day. It looked sort of the way Konoha once had, years and years ago. Book. Story writing guides. Creative writing courses. Actually, Naruto thought as he leaned towards the window and stared in awe at the world outside, it looks a lot like Konoha used to. He watched for a moment longer and then turned his attention back to the room, his eyes suddenly alert and the pain from his headache pushed into the back of his mind. Something was wrong. This room felt extremely familiar, but at the same time felt misplaced, as if he wasn't supposed to be there. At that moment he heard a door open in an adjoining room and the sounds of footsteps entering. In an instant he had thrown the sheets covering him aside and was reaching for a weapon as he jumped out of bed. Or at least tried to. Instead, he ended up falling flat on his face when his feet didn't hit the ground when they were supposed to. Crap, he grumbled as he rolled onto his back and tried to rub his nose only to hit himself in the mouth as he once again failed to properly move his limbs. It was quickly becoming apparent that he'd been drugged or had some sort of nerve damage that Kyuubi's healing powers weren't feeling up to fixing. Had he been attacked by some enemy the previous night when he was staggering home after leaving the bar? Had he been kidnapped somehow? Those ideas seemed incredibly unlikely. The village council had assigned Anbu members to watch over him when he left the Hokage Tower, despite his objections to the precautions, and even drunk he would have been more than a match for the majority of people who'd like to kill him. He was the strongest person in the village, and officially the Hokage, the leader of the village no matter how much the council hated to admit it, and arguably stronger than any other official Hokage that had come before him. Why did he need guards? The council, however, had insisted, pointing out that he could be removed from his position, which Naruto highly doubted, if he refused to cooperate with those charged with running the village, namely, them. It was moments like those where he truly understood why Tsunade Bachan had been so reluctant to take the name Hokage and why Jiraiya had outright refused it, and those two hadn't even had to deal with a council full of people that still hated them for something sealed in their bodies when they were babies. Hinata chided him when he said it out loud, but he longed for the day when the older generation finally died out so his few surviving peers, who accepted him for who he was, could take over the council positions. Book. He strained his ears and remained perfectly still on the floor, listening for any sound that would tell him if his captors had heard him, but their faint conversation continued without pause. Book. Creative writing courses. With a grunt of unexpected exertion, Naruto sat up and slowly climbed to his feet, still wondering why his body felt so strange. Sai and Shikamaru would probably have told him that he'd be better off staying in bed and letting whoever was out there come to him. Actually, Sai would have asked something stupid like whether or not Naruto still had balls, and Shikamaru would have rolled his eyes and muttered, "Troublesome," if they were still around, but they hadn't been for a long time, so Naruto was free to do whatever he wanted without being criticized for it. If the voices belonged to enemies, they weren't going to stay out there forever without checking up on him, and if they were friends it would be better to meet them standing up than lying on the floor. He'd never had a lot of patience and he hated looking weak in front of others, so he was going to go and see what was going on and either kick someone's ass for cutting his hair or kick someone's ass for kidnapping him and cutting his hair. As he pulled himself up to his full height he again felt like something was off. The whole room seemed to be set up as an optical illusion because he felt shorter than he knew he was when he looked around. Either that or the room had been made for a very tall person with everything proportioned for his added height. Doing something like that seemed a pointless waste of energy to Naruto, since it was just as easy to duck one's head, but who was he to criticize the eccentricities of others? He carefully shuffled his feet across the floor, heading towards the door and hoping to avoid another fall until his body began acting normal again. When he reached the doorway, he grabbed the handle that was at mid-chest level when it felt like it should have been closer to his waist, but as he started to turn it, the voices on the other side began to speak again, and this time he could actually make out what they were saying. "So, this is Naruto's house, huh?" a lazy, slightly muffled voice asked. Naruto's breath caught in his throat, causing him to cough as he swallowed badly. He knew that voice, and it wasn't supposed to be a voice that was around anymore. Kakashi had been dead for almost a decade. The blonde ninja's jaw flexed as he squashed the emotions trying to rise up within him. It was probably just his ears playing tricks on him. The voices were coming through a door and possibly through masks as well. There was no reason to imitate Kakashi since Naruto knew without a shadow of a doubt that his former mentor was dead. He'd been the one who killed him, after all. "He's a moron, but I think giving him to you is best. You have a good nose for these types." The second voice seemed familiar as well, but Naruto couldn't think of where he'd heard it before, if he ever had. Regardless, these two were underestimating him, thinking he could just be handed over to someone like it was nothing. They were about to see that even with his body drugged or injured Uzumaki, Naruto was no one to be trifled with. "Plus you." Naruto turned the handle and pushed the door open, his muscles already tensing as they prepared to launch him either at his attackers or behind some cover if anything was thrown at him. "Alright you bastards, just WH." His voice died on his lips as he caught sight of the bastards, who were both staring at him as if he were the strangest thing they'd ever seen. One was older, with wizened features and a gray goatee. A finely carved wooden pipe that he had probably been smoking was hanging precariously from his opened mouth, a thin trail of smoke still rising from it. Most importantly, he was dressed in the white and red robes and hat of the Hokage of Konohagakure. The other was a tall, slender man wearing a green Chunin vest, a dark blue mask covering his face, and a hitai over one eye while his silvery hair stood almost straight up in defiance of gravity. Naruto knew that the man's one visible eye was normally only half open, as though it was too much work to open it the rest of the way. At the moment, however, it was nearly 3/4 of the way open in his mild surprise. Book. They looked exactly like two men that Naruto held as supreme regard. Two men who had helped shape the man Naruto had become. Two men who were most definitely dead. Book. Naruto's butt hit the ground hard as his legs gave out and his breath caught in his throat. What is this? Naruto. The man who looked like the third asked in the gruff, gravely voice that the elderly occasionally gained as they aged. He rescued his pipe just as it started to fall from his mouth and then asked, "What are you doing here? You're supposed to be. What the hell is going on?" Naruto yelled louder as his feet pushed against the worn wooden floor, sliding him back into the room he'd come from until his back hit the bed, and even then his feet kept moving in an attempt to put as much distance between himself and the ghosts as possible, even if it meant driving him through solid objects. "Naruto, what's wrong?" the old man asked, his gray eyes now filled with concern. The man who looked like Kakashi had stopped watching Naruto and instead began wandering the small kitchen space, even taking a peek inside a refrigerator that looked like it had seen better days and not any time recently either. Naruto could only stare up at the old man's face in wonder. He'd never seen such a perfect reproduction of another person without anything to base it on. Whoever these guys were, they were good. They even had the 2 liver spots on the third's left cheek in the right places. Naruto knew every detail of the third's old, wrinkled face. He'd spent countless hours staring up at it while sitting at his desk pretending to do paperwork, and the face he was looking at right now was so flawless it had to be a jutsu of some sort. Is this a genjutsu? Naruto asked in a voice that he hoped sounded more confident than he felt. Genjutsu. The old man laughed. Naruto, you aren't making any sense. You're supposed to be in class right now getting your team assignments. What are you doing sleeping in so late on today of all days? Naruto scowled and brought 2 fingers up in front of his chest as his other hand closed around them. Yeah right, he hissed, and I suppose I'm just some little genin who should go hurrying off to the academy so Iruka-sensei doesn't get mad at me, right? He felt his considerably large chakra reserves well up within him on command and pushed it out as he called out, release. The man pretending to be the third's eyebrows rose until they vanished under his hat as the wisps of smoke curling out of his pipe drifted away from the blonde with the expulsion of energy and were momentarily trapped under the Hokage's hat. Naruto, he growled, his voice suddenly very serious, get a hold of yourself. You aren't in a genjutsu and you are a genin who better hurry up and get to class before Iruka gets mad at you. After what the 2 of you went through the other day, I'd have thought you'd be a little more considerate towards his feelings. Naruto wasn't listening, he was still too caught up in the surprise that he hadn't been able to break free of the genjutsu. It was possible, he supposed, that he wasn't stuck in a jutsu, but instead that these 2 men were playing some other sort of trick on him, somehow disguising themselves as the third and Kakashi, or maybe the genjutsu user was just extremely good. What do you want with me? Naruto demanded at last, swallowing the confusion that he'd felt when he'd first set eyes upon them. Konoha won't negotiate with you and they won't pay any sort of ransom, even if you. Shut up, Naruto, the old man groaned as he rubbed his forehead with his hand, momentarily pushing back his hat and revealing another perfectly placed liver spot that was not always visible. I know you're not the third, so you can stop pretending, Naruto shot back. The third's been dead for years, if you wanted to try something like this you should have disguised yourself as Tease. Naruto was unable to finish his last line as the old man burst into laughter. Dead, you say? He chuckled merrily. My boy, 69 might seem old to one so young, but it's not that old. I've still got a few more years left in me, I think. Excuse me, Kakashi's voice asked as his head peeked through the doorway into the bedroom, have you been drinking this? He held up a milk carton with a picture of a black and white cow on it and gave it a little shake. Liquid could be heard sloshing back and forth within along with the sounds of more solid pieces hitting the cardboard walls. Naruto stared at the image of his old sensei in confusion while the pretend Hokage nodded his head in understanding. Naruto, you had a bad dream last night, that's all, the old man said with a kind smile. When you put that sort of thing in your body right before you go to sleep, it's bound to give you unsettling dreams. Or the runs, Kakashi added offhandedly as he headed back to the kitchen to return the expired milk to the refrigerator. It wasn't a dream, Naruto insisted. I'm the Hokage. Well, the temporary Hokage anyway, and you were dead. Naruto, there's no such thing as a temporary Hokage, the old man pointed out. You're either Hokage or you aren't. But I know it seemed real to you and it probably didn't help that you woke up to strange voices in your home, but it was only a dream. Now go get dressed and Kakashi-sensei here will take you to meet your teammates. Naruto looked from the face of the third to Kakashi and then back again, trying to think of something to say, but instead found himself rising to his feet and nodding. The third smiled at him and stepped out of the room, quietly closing the door behind him. Through the door Naruto heard him say, not quite the way I expected you to meet him, but that's Naruto for you. Kakashi's response was unintelligible, but it was just as well. Naruto had other things to worry about, like trying to figure out what the hell was going on and who those 2 men were, because they weren't Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hitaki Kakashi, he was sure of that much, at least. Naruto sat down on the bed and looked around. Now that he sort of knew what game was going on, he had to admit that the room did look a lot like the bedroom of his old apartment. The posters were right, the half-dead plant was about where he remembered Mr. Uki being until he'd nursed it back to health and given it to Kakashi to add a little color to his sensei's apartment, and the view from the window was good enough that Naruto couldn't see any differences. After deciding that there weren't going to be any mistakes that he could spot just by looking hard enough, he stumbled over to a beat-up dresser that was even missing the front right corner like his had following a mishap, dragging it up to the apartment from the dumpster in a back alley not too far from where he had lived. Inside he found a single orange jacket with a white collar and blue panels on the shoulders and upper chest, 2 pairs of orange pants, and 4 dark blue shirts. They were exactly what he'd worn when he was younger. They wouldn't fit now, of course, but he had to be impressed by the level of detail this genjutsu or masquerade was showing. Whoever was behind this had gotten the third down perfectly and had almost gotten Kakashi right as well, except that they'd made him much too tall. They had his room right and also his clothing, but while they could reproduce a room or two and maybe a few people, they couldn't change the fact that Naruto had grown over 30 centimeters and gained about 25 kilograms in the 15-plus years that separated him from his 12-year-old self. The jacket and pants wouldn't fit him now. Naruto slowly reached down and touched the clothing, smiling at the wave of nostalgia that overtook him as he felt the worn cloth under his fingertips. And then, slowly his smile dropped to a frown as he stared at his hand. It looked strange for some reason. It was small and smooth, like the hand of a child. He flexed his fingers experimentally, squeezing the jacket under them, just to make sure they were really his, and then hurried towards the bathroom, stumbling and falling into the wall twice before finally arriving. As with everything else, his bathroom had been reproduced well enough that he couldn't see any mistakes. The mirror was cracked and one of the handles on the faucet was missing. The rusted drain in the sink didn't have a stopper anymore, though there clearly was supposed to be one. His old toothbrush, or at least what looked like his old toothbrush, was sitting on the edge of the sink as if it had been hurriedly thrown down while he ran off to class, and the tube of toothpaste was missing its lid, leaving a crusty mess around the opening. Naruto's gaze, however, was fixed on the mirror, or, more accurately, on the face staring out of the mirror. It was him as he'd been years and years ago. The image wasn't of an adult or even of himself after he'd trained with Jiraiya, it was that of a child. The boy in the mirror's eyes widened in terror as he stared at Naruto, and his hand slowly reached up and touched his face just as Naruto's did the same. Naruto nearly cried out in alarm, but quickly bit down on his tongue before he could make a sound. The last thing he needed now was to have the old man pretending to be the third come rushing in to make fun of him some more. He couldn't lose his head over this, he had to think and figure out what was going on. He was in a genjutsu, he was sure of it now. No amount of makeup or costumes could produce this sort of effect, and any henge placed on him would have been dispelled when he'd tried to release the genjutsu earlier. Was this Jigyaku no Jutsu, then? Or maybe some other genjutsu he'd never heard of before? Jigyaku was used to retrieve memories in greater detail than the conscious mind could normally produce, and it didn't seem likely that it was what Naruto was under. He'd never used it himself, but he'd be under the hypnosis technique once or twice and it hadn't felt like this. Those times he'd recounted a few difficult to recall memories with perfect clarity, not made up something completely new. He'd also been aware of the fact that he was speaking and telling those around him what he was seeing in his mind. That wasn't happening here. Naruto slowly sank to the floor, ran his fingers through his short, spiky, blonde hair, and blew out a calming breath, but didn't feel much calmer for it. He closed his eyes and drew in another deep breath as he tried to think. Something must have happened to him the previous night. Had he actually gone out drinking like he'd originally thought, or had something else happened? It took him a moment, but then he remembered that Hinata had come by the day before delivering a message from her husband, the leader of the Hyuga clan, requesting a meeting last night, and Naruto had been forced to accept. Much as he hated to admit it, he needed the damn Hyuga clan in general and their leader in particular to remain happy in order to fight the enemy outside the gates without worrying about the ones inside. The leader of the clan, Hyuga Hiroshi, Hinata's husband, though Naruto hated to think of the man as such, was politically savvy and always looking to scoot up a few notches on the totem pole of power, usually by knocking someone else down a few pegs. Had Hiroshi done this to him somehow? Naruto didn't think it was likely. He knew the man disliked him and the feeling was more than reciprocated on Naruto's side, but Hiroshi was a coward who would never do something like this. He might hit and belittle his wife, who was willing to put up with the abuse for the good of her clan, even when Naruto told her nothing good was coming from what was happening to her, but he wouldn't attack the de facto leader of the village no matter how much he might like to. No, he would try to whittle away at Naruto's support amongst the village council, as if he really had any to begin with, and look forward to the day when the war with the Sound ended and he could politically stab Naruto in the back. Hiroshi wasn't stupid, nor was he particularly brave in real combat unless someone was watching. Something like this was beyond him. Naruto frowned thoughtfully. Had he even met with the bastard the previous night? No, something else had happened. A battle. Yes, that was it. Naruto had fought someone, while Konoha was burning around him. He gasped as the memory of the pinwheel pupil in Tomo of Orochimaru's Mangekyo Sharingan flashed in front of his eyes. So that's it, huh? This isn't Jigyuku no Jutsu, it is Tsukuyomi, Naruto thought dejectedly. He'd only gone through both Madara's and Itachi's Tsukuyomi once or twice each, but that was more than plenty as far as he was concerned, and also more than most anyone else had lived through to his knowledge. The genjutsu created by the Mangekyo Sharingan was arguably the most powerful in the world. Once you saw that Sharingan, you were trapped in the jutsu until either the user ran out of chakra or got bored of torturing you. Unfortunately, days could seem to pass inside the technique while only a few seconds of real time slipped by, so running out of chakra wasn't much of a problem, and Orochimaru enjoyed torturing people far too much to get bored of it anytime soon. This was far different from what he'd seen the last time he was trapped. At that time, Madara had made it seem that Naruto was being mauled by something that looked like Kyuubi over and over for a week, the sequence always starting over just as he felt himself about to die. The sky and moon had been red then, and the world around him had been strangely colored as well, whereas here he was seeing things that looked completely and totally natural. Other times things had appeared to be normal, but usually something horrible happened that quickly clued him into the fact that things were not normal. Like his skin melting or turning into Sasuke with his curse seal activated. But so far, other than appearing to be younger and meeting up with two people who were definitely dead, nothing too strange was happening to him. He certainly wasn't being attacked at all. Were it not for the fact that he could remember being older, this illusion would have seemed completely real, and he might have just gotten dressed and headed off to the academy to get his team assignments. Had Orochimaru really advanced this much already? Were even his Uchiha techniques so far beyond Itachi's and Madara's as to make the previous two strongest living Uchihas look like children who were only pretending to be a ninja? Naruto shook his head and opened his blue eyes, staring unseeingly up at a crack on the ceiling. If Orochimaru was that powerful, there was no way anyone would stand a chance against him. Konoha would be destroyed, or perhaps, more destroyed, was a more accurate way of putting it. The only thing he could do when he awoke from this would be to either fight Orochimaru in an attempt to give any surviving ninja and villagers a chance to flee, or to simply unseal the Kyuubi and accept the consequences that would come with that. Kyuubi could possibly kill Orochimaru, but he'd probably kill everyone else as well. Either way, they were all dead. At least Kyuubi would kill them quickly and might not hunt every last one of them down and slaughter them. If he knew Anko's Sujisausai no Jutsu, he could try to use that, though the Sharingan would probably see what he was trying to do the moment he started to make his move, but it didn't matter because Orochimaru and Anko were the only two who knew the suicide technique from what Naruto had heard. Anko had taken its secret to her grave, and Orochimaru was possibly even less likely to tell him how to do it than she was. With a nearly overwhelming sense of hopelessness, Naruto rose to his feet, stumbled over to the dresser, and got dressed as quickly as possible. He smiled weakly down at what looked like the Hittite Iruka had given him when he first graduated, and then tied it around his head, using it to hold his bangs away from his eyes. The torture would no doubt start soon, and he planned on taking it like a true leaf nin, and then when it was over he was going to unleash hell on his enemy. And everyone else. With one last sigh, Naruto worked his way over to the door, still struggling to control his body, and went out to see the imaginary ghosts that had probably been sent to begin his torture. Hitaki Kakashi did not like children on a normal basis, and as they made their way through the winding dirt streets of Konoha, he was growing ever more certain that, despite the boy's parentage, he was especially going to dislike Uzumaki Naruto. He wasn't normally the sort to jump to conclusions so quickly, but in this case he couldn't deny what his gut was telling him. The boy had started out interesting enough, skipping his last class of the year, missing team assignments, and then practically attacking the Hokage of all people was enough to get Kakashi to pay some attention to him, but it had really been all downhill from there. After they had left Naruto's apartment, they had hit the main street which would lead them almost straight to the academy. Naruto had followed quietly behind him, except when he would inexplicably stumble or trip over his own feet. The Hokage had said the boy was a bit of a moron, but Kakashi wasn't sure how Naruto had managed to live 12 whole years without learning how to put one foot in front of the other properly. It was as if he was trying to take larger steps than his legs were capable of, and his arms were swinging awkwardly at his sides. The first few people they passed had started to smile as they saw them, or more accurately, they had smiled at Kakashi. Then Naruto had tripped or fallen and alerted them to his presence, at which point their eyes had become cold and their smiles had fallen. The first time this had happened, Naruto had looked shocked and more than a little hurt, as if he were expecting a totally different reaction, but then he'd schooled his face, firmly placed his eyes straight ahead, and then promptly tripped and fell on his face. This, naturally, but not necessarily fairly, had earned him some cruel laughter from those around him as he tried to pick himself off the ground. After a while Kakashi had decided to take a side route to save Naruto from any more taunts and also to see what his reaction would be. He couldn't officially consider it a test, but he was curious as to how Naruto, who was almost legendary for his disregard for any and all authority, would react. Kakashi disliked people who followed their leaders regardless of how idiotic their decisions were. The sort of person he'd been when he was Naruto's age. And figured that Naruto probably stood a better chance of restoring his faith in Fresh from the Academy Genin than anyone else on his team. Sadly, Naruto had looked confused, but then shrugged and followed at his potential instructor's feet like an obedient little puppy. If he were allowed to, Kakashi might have failed him right then. He almost considered asking why Naruto didn't bother to point out that they were taking the long route, but before he could, Naruto tripped and ended up head down in a trash can that he'd unsuccessfully attempted to sidestep, his feet kicking back and forth in a desperate and futile attempt to free himself. Kakashi grabbed the blonde ninja by his ankle and lifted him straight out of the refuse, wrinkling his nose under his mask at the stench that came with the boy. Part of Naruto's face was now covered in some sort of green muck that had probably been there for longer than it should have, and a banana peel had managed to get stuck on his hitai. The white collar of his orange jacket as well as half of his head were soaked in an unidentifiable yellow liquid, and the moment he was dropped unceremoniously on the ground he fished something out of one of his sleeve and tossed it back at the trash can, missing horribly. Kakashi glanced down at the object and rolled his eyes. It was a large, overflowing diaper. That was uncalled for, Naruto grumbled as he spit some of the green, smelly slime from his mouth and looked up at the sky in annoyance. Kakashi thought about letting his young charge go home and change, but after Naruto's failure to even make a peep about the long cut they were currently taking, he decided to let the boy suffer for the moment. The meeting wouldn't be that long and a ninja needed to learn to deal with all sorts of hardships. Not that Naruto or anyone on his team was likely to become a ninja anyway. "Come on, we don't want to be late," Kakashi said in a cheerful voice. "Yes sensei, that's clearly something you're worried about," Naruto replied, earning himself a few points without even meaning to, though the way he said, "sensei," left something to be desired. Kakashi wanted people who would think for themselves, not someone who disrespected his leaders. "We'll take the roofs, that way you won't cause too much of a scene." "Whatever." Kakashi gave Naruto a slightly sour look and then leapt onto a nearby balcony before bouncing up onto the rooftops above them. Naruto tried to follow him, but overshot the balcony horribly, crashing through a window and into someone's apartment. A second later there was a loud scream and the sounds of a struggle, and then Naruto hurried back through the window, tripped, and fell back down to earth, landing on his back in a cloud of dust with a thud. Kakashi's head hit his hand as he stared down at the clumsy boy. "Why don't you just get there when you can?" he suggested. Naruto's response was not something that a 12-year-old should have ever heard, let alone be willing to repeat, and the hand gesture that accompanied it didn't help matters much. "Watch out for trash cans," the Junin offered helpfully before leaping away, quickly heading in the direction of the academy. Naruto scowled and closed his eyes, doing his best to ignore the stench that covered him and made his eyes sting in water. This was probably the most idiotic genjutsu he'd ever heard of, as well as the most detailed. He'd seen villagers along the road that he hadn't seen in years, but still recognized on sight. The baker who used to yell at him when he'd put his hands on the fresh baked bread and sniffed them lustfully, the old woman who spit in his direction almost every morning, the kids who were 4 or 5 years younger than him and had played silly games with him until their parents warned them to keep away from him. All of them were perfect. He'd never seen anything like it. It was as if he'd literally been transported back in time. He'd heard of and even been trapped in detailed jutsu before, but never anything at this level. Even though he was an evil, psychopathic, murdering bastard, Orochimaru really was amazing. Naruto suspected that at least part of the man's skill stemmed from Sasuke's own prodigious talents. If Sasuke had just stuck around and not betrayed the village, he would no doubt have eventually avenged his clan, but now he was nothing more than a tool for the snake Sannin, a container to be used up and then tossed aside when it was no longer useful. Naruto couldn't help but wonder if there was enough of Sasuke left in there to regret the fact that he would never resurrect his clan, the second part of his ambition. With a groan, Naruto rolled himself into a sitting position and stood up. He still couldn't control his body very well in this jutsu and it was beginning to get annoying. He just wasn't used to being so short and weighing so little. When he'd mistimed his jump, it had been because he'd pushed too much chakra into his legs and his numerous trips were due, at least in part, to him being used to longer legs. When he'd gone to step around the trash can, he'd assumed that one step would get him fully around it. Instead, it had left him only halfway there, and as he'd attempted to shift his body to avoid smashing into it, he'd again misjudged his size and had lost his balance. It seemed that Orochimaru was planning on using his Mangekyo Sharingan to embarrass Naruto to death. Not exactly what Naruto would have pictured the evil bastard who had practically taken over the entire world to do with one of the ultimate bloodline abilities, but then it was hard to understand the mind of someone like Orochimaru. It seemed out of character, but Naruto was looking at the evidence and he couldn't deny what was happening to him. He reached up and wiped more of the green slime away from his mouth, further staining his jacket, and then got to his feet and slowly made his way towards the academy, trying to carefully control his movements and also watching for the sneak attack that would probably be coming at any moment. This will be one of the longest author's notes, sorry, just have a lot to say this time around, I guess. Anyway, this is obviously a Naruto goes back in time story. Not terribly original, I know, but I happen to really enjoy these types of stories, and besides that, I've had this running around my head since Kakashi unveiled his new Sharingan in chapter 260-something. I've read Foxy Sama's For the Love of My Friends as well as Red Crow's original Second Chances. This will, hopefully, be different from those, but we'll see. I wasn't too original coming up with the premise for the story, so only time will tell if I go uphill or downhill from here. As a warning for everyone, Naruto will not just be running around changing things willy-nilly. For one thing, the next couple of chapters are all going to occur within the span of one day, so he won't have had time to act enough to change things for them. For another, I just don't see him being stupid enough to change things that worked originally. If you're looking for Super Naruto, this won't be your type of story. He won't be beating up Kakashi, befriending Sasuke in less than a week, or any of the other things he tends to do in time travel fics. Sorry, that's just not the sort of story it is. Eventually there will be some sort of romantic couplings, but I'm not totally sure what they'll be. I'm a Naruto Hinata fan, though I'll accept him with just about any female character roughly his age so long as the relationship doesn't come out of thin air. I've never spent any time with Hinata, Ino, Tamari, whoever, but I suddenly find myself longing to spend the rest of my life with them, making as many babies as we can. But the fact is that she's 12 or 13 and he's about 35, at least in his own mind, so if it or any other ship with him does happen, it won't be until much later. I've already written rough drafts up to about chapter 20 and there hasn't been any romance yet. Sakura and Sasuke is pretty likely, but again there are some huge hurdles that the relationship would have to get over before they could get together, so it won't happen quickly. Others, Ino Sai, I know when he calls her Miss Lovely, he's saying the opposite of what he thinks of her, but it's just too funny. Shikamaru Tamari, I've always liked this one, it'll show up if the story calls for it. Any other relationships will either be canon or just something I come up with as the plot demands. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the official name of the third Hokage according to the Shippuden data book. If you see him called Atsunobu, it's because that was the name that I made up for him prior to his name being revealed. I'm trying to go back and fix all of them, but there's always the chance that I missed one somewhere. Jigyaku no Jutsu, time reversal technique, it's an interrogation technique that allows the person under it to recall past events in incredible detail. It comes from the filler episode where the old man was trying to blow up the village with lots of hidden exploding tags. For the most part, the fillers will be ignored. I like the manga better than the anime anyway, but techniques from them will probably show up from time to time. Chapter 2. Haruno Sakura shifted uncomfortably as the last of her classmates were led out the door by their Junin. Unconsciously she reached up and brushed a stray strand of pink hair away from her overly large, in her opinion, forehead and tucked it behind her ear as she glanced at the only other person in the room, Uchiha Sasuke. The silence in the room felt oppressive to her. It hadn't been too bad when the room had been filled with excited kids waiting for their Junin to show up, even if some of them hated her for breaking the unspoken class time rules by daring to sit next to Sasuke and trying to talk with him earlier that day, but as they had gradually filed out of the room when their Junin called for them, attention had settled in. She thought it might possibly only be her imagination since Sasuke didn't seem to notice, but she could feel the air thickening as the rest of their former classmates exited and left the two of them all alone. She glanced at him out of the corner of her eye again and sighed inwardly. He really was beautiful. Dark hair, dark eyes, flawless skin. He was perfect. Or would be if he would talk a little so she didn't feel so uncomfortable. Should she say something to him? Try to break the ice. They were destined to fall in love with each other, after all, and loving relationships required communication. Heck, all relationships required communication. But what were they supposed to talk about? It had to be something safe, but also something interesting. Something that showed him how smart and funny she was, but it also had to inspire him to give a reply. A question, maybe. One that he'd feel like answering. So, what do you think is taking our sensei so long? She asked quickly and then instantly regretted it. It was not an interesting, funny, smart, or even slightly engaging question. Why had she asked it? Who knows? Sasuke said with a shrug without lifting his chin from his hands or taking his eyes off of the door. Sakura offered up a small prayer of thanks to the gods of love that he'd felt compelled to answer her lame question even as she asked a possibly lamer one. Do you think he's bringing Naruto? Sasuke shrugged his shoulders again and grunted. I hope he doesn't. She was growing desperate now and needed some sort of sustained conversation to quiet her nerves. I can't stand having Naruto around. He's just so annoying. Her lips twisted into a scowl as thoughts of past torments at the hands of her third teammate sprang to mind. His constant badgering of her to go on a date with him, the time he'd gotten her in trouble by passing a note to her, again asking if she'd go out with him, the way he always chased after her or tried to impress her with his perverted jokes and stupid pranks, embarrassing her in front of her friends, other villagers, and once even in front of her mother who had sternly told Sakura to stay away from him, as if she actually wanted him around. It's because he doesn't have any parents, she concluded aloud, barely even talking to Sasuke anymore. He just gets to do whatever he wants all the time and it's made him selfish and socially inept. She sighed and looked over at her crush who was glancing at her out of the corner of his eyes now, an unreadable expression on his face. Then she let her head fall back and stared up at the ceiling. If I did half the things he does, my parents would pull me out of the academy and ground me for life. Sometimes I envy him, not having parents to nag him all the time. It must be nice. Sakura smiled at the thought of being able to live on her own and turned towards Sasuke, expecting him to still be staring more or less straight ahead and ignoring her, but instead found his dark eyes boring into her. The expression on his face was enough to freeze her blood. You're an idiot, he hissed, his voice filled with contempt. Kids who grow up without parents always turn out selfish. Selfish and lonely. You can't even imagine a pain that would compare with it. He shook his head angrily and then added, getting nagged by parents would be a dream come true to kids who grow up without them. Sakura's mouth fell open and she wished the wooden floor would open up and let her sink through it as she realized her blunder. She'd heard, of course, that Sasuke's family had been killed when he was younger and that he lived alone at the edge of the section of the village his clan had occupied. It had been part of his appeal, really. The brooding, handsome genius with the tragic past that he had to live with every day. It made the girls who were already attracted to him for his looks want to take him into their arms and heal his broken heart. The tragedy added a certain amount of mystery and danger to him. It was also something that most only thought about in an abstract sort of way. It never really occurred to them what the loss of his family meant to him, only what it would mean in some childish romantic fantasy. Sasuke, just sit there and be quiet. He snapped, silencing her instantly and bringing tears to her green eyes. I don't want to hear any more out of you. You're annoying. Sakura's eyes widened and then she nodded meekly before hanging her head, her pink hair hiding her tears as it hung down in front of her face. The rest of their wait was extremely uncomfortable, for Sakura especially, but it was also extremely quiet which she hoped Sasuke would appreciate. Kakashi had not gone to the academy as he'd told Naruto he would. Instead he was following the boy from above, moving as silent as a shadow, completely hidden from view. While Naruto had been a disappointment so far, he was slowly becoming more interesting. He wasn't bouncing off the walls with excitement, trying to cause mischief, or anything else that Naruto was supposed to do. Instead he was wandering through the back alleys of the village, which he seemed to know by heart, occasionally looking up at different and seemingly ordinary buildings in surprise and then quickly shaking his head and scowling as though he were having a mental argument with himself. He hadn't been tripping as much as he was earlier, but that seemed to be more due to the fact that he was practically dragging his feet through the dust of the streets and walkways than because he'd suddenly developed some coordination. There weren't very many people for him to run into on the side streets, but the ones he did come across all scowled and shouted at him from a distance and then plugged their noses as he drew nearer. Kakashi couldn't blame them for their second reaction. With his excellent sense of smell he could easily detect the stench rolling off the boy, even from his hiding place on the rooftops. When they had been walking together down the main road, Naruto had recoiled in shock the first few times an insult had been hurled his way, but now he didn't even bother looking at those who cursed him. It was, Kakashi supposed, natural that Naruto would think his becoming a ninja would have changed the villagers' opinions of him. Many children thought that a new title meant they were new people. It usually didn't work that way, and it certainly wasn't going to in Naruto's case. He probably wouldn't even be a ninja for all that long anyway. Kakashi had never been great with children and he really didn't like them. He just couldn't understand what was going through their minds or why they always seemed so stupid when it came to the important stuff. His own childhood had been cut tragically short by when his father had shamed their family name and then killed himself, with Kakashi as a witness, leaving his young son to shoulder the burden of that shame on his own. On top of that, he grew up in the midst of the Third Great Ninja War, during which the death of a friend was almost an everyday occurrence. His prodigious talents helped him rise through the ranks quickly, basically making him an adult in the eyes of the village, and in his own eyes, for that matter before he'd even hit puberty. Making him the babysitter of 3 very green genin was probably the worst idea anyone had ever had, but orders were orders. Besides, it wasn't like he'd ever actually had to lead a team of genin, because none of them could see through his test and earn the right to be called Leaf Ninja. He could, however, sympathize with what Naruto was going through. It wasn't all that long ago that he had been a person living with the consequences of something he hadn't done. The villagers had never said anything to him, but he had always been able to hear their whispers. He knew what they said about his father and what they wondered about him. It was hard to live in that sort of environment, watching his mother cry for the man that many in the village, including her own son, despised, but it would be harder for Naruto. He most likely would never be able to change the minds of the villagers, he would forever be an outcast. Were he a genius, as Kakashi was, then he might have had a chance, but with nothing to win them over with, Naruto would forever be associated only with the Kyuubi. As Naruto rounded a corner, Kakashi thought he saw the boy's blue eyes flash in his direction, but he neither slowed down nor sped up as he walked, so the Junin simply passed it off as coincidence. There was no way a genin who had barely managed to graduate could detect him. There probably wasn't even a way that a chunin who had graduated first in his class would have noticed Kakashi. He continued to follow the boy all the way to the academy, moving casually but cautiously, mentally taking notes and drawing tentative conclusions about the boy who would be a part of his team for the next 26 hours or so. And silently wishing that the boy could have been a part of a team with a different Junin. It didn't seem fair that he would have to be the one to crush this particular boy's dreams. But orders were orders. By the time Naruto and Kakashi reached the room where Sakura and Sasuke were waiting for them, Naruto was dirtier and more stinky than ever, having stumbled into 2 unpleasant messes that neither he nor Kakashi had wanted to identify, as well as more than a few trips into the dust of the streets and alleys. Sakura and Sasuke instantly wished that the two had taken longer to arrive, or that Naruto had opted not to arrive at all. "Ah, Naruto, what is that smell?" Sakura demanded the moment the blonde walked through the door. "Were you rolling in manure?" Naruto gave her a nasty look, which instantly softened as his eyes grew glassy. He quickly looked away and wiped a grime-covered hand across his face, leaving himself even messier, but with no hint of tears. "It's not real," he whispered quietly, "it's just an illusion." "It doesn't smell like an illusion," Sakura scowled. "You smell terrible. Why didn't you at least take a bath before you came?" Naruto's jaw flexed and his eyes flashed for just a second, and then he looked away, ignoring the rest of her comments, of which there were plenty, and refusing to even let his eyes accidentally land on Sasuke. Over and over he mouthed the words, "Not real," hoping to convince himself, but not entirely succeeding. The room was quiet for a moment, and then Kakashi asked, "You guys are on Team 7, right?" As if any other Junin was going to be this late. "What was that, Naruto?" Kakashi asked, looking down at the dirty boy. Nothing, sensei," he replied in a voice filled with irritation and a healthy amount of disrespect. "Naruto," Sakura hissed admonishingly, casting a slightly alarmed look at Kakashi, to whom she added, "I'm so sorry about him, sensei. He's a rude idiot, just ignore him, everyone else does." Naruto snorted, but didn't offer a comeback. He could feel the muscles in his body constrict as he held back the desire to run over to her and throw his arms around her. It was hard to believe how easily the sight of her and the sound of her voice were affecting him. Sakura was dead, this wasn't her. All he was seeing and hearing was an illusion meant to drive him crazy, nothing more. Her scent filling his nostrils wasn't real. Her voice wasn't real. None of it was anything more than an incredibly effective and detailed genjutsu. "Why don't we go to the roof and get to know each other a bit?" Kakashi suggested, his one eye focused on Sasuke, who had a calm, almost bored, expression on his face. "Then I'll give you your instructions and you'll have the rest of the day to yourselves." The 3 genin followed him out of the room and up a flight of stairs, Sasuke and Sakura at his heels, Naruto bringing up the rear, stinking like an unhealthy mixture of old, dirty diapers and decaying fish paste. Orochimaru, the blonde concluded, was a scary genius. Even something that seemed as pointless as this genjutsu was incredibly good at eliciting its desired results. If its desired result was to make him question his sanity and torture him with images that couldn't be real. He knew his friends were all dead, and yet all he wanted to do was throw his arms around them and cry in relief that they were among the living again. They made their way onto the roof, which had a small area meant for meditation and studying, though it was more often used as a place to eat lunch with friends. Several gray stone arches offered both a little protection from the elements and added to the aesthetically pleasing layout of the area. The sides were lined with trees and perfectly cut granite tiles made up the walkway down the middle. At the far end, 3 steps led down to the small lading before the edge of the building. Kakashi led them to this spot and sat on the railing surrounding the edge of the academy roof while Sasuke sat on the highest step and Sakura took the second step down. Without thinking, Naruto also sat on the second step, ignoring the way Sasuke and Sakura scooted away from him. "Now then," Kakashi said, folding his arms across his chest, "I'd like you all to tell us a little about yourselves." He noted that 2 of his students were giving him blank stares, though Sasuke was hiding it far better than Sakura. Naruto had apparently gotten bored because he was staring off into space, completely ignoring everything around him. "You know, the usual," the Junin began to elaborate, "your likes, your dislikes. Dreams for the future, hobbies. Stuff like that." From what he'd heard about his team, he'd expected Naruto to jump to his feet and answer the question first, eager to be the center of attention for a while. Instead, he sat quietly and continued looking out over the city with an odd expression on his face. As Kakashi again wondered why the genin was acting so different from what the third had told him, Sakura raised her hands and asked, "Could you go first, sensei? We don't know anything about you." Naruto's eyes flickered in her direction and then quickly snapped back to whatever he was pretending to look at. Kakashi couldn't help but smile. Apparently an old guy like himself just wasn't enough to hold Naruto's attention. The boy should have been on Yuhi Kurenai's team instead. "Me? Well, my name is Hitaki Kakashi," he started in a neutral voice. "I have no desire to tell you guys about my likes and dislikes. Dreams for the future." He paused for a moment and then went on, "Well, I have lots of hobbies." With that, he straightened up a little and said, "Now your turn, how about we start with Stinky there on the right." Sakura leaned over to Sasuke and whispered, "So all we learned was his name." Naruto glanced at Kakashi for a moment and then rolled his eyes. "This is stupid," he announced. "Why are you putting me through all of this?" "Because if you don't tell me a little about yourself, I won't really know who you are and it's important for a leader to know his soldiers," Kakashi replied smoothly. Naruto shook his head in annoyance. He had hated Orochimaru for a long time, but this was making things a little too personal. The Sannin should not have been allowed to dig into these sacred memories like this. And yet, Naruto was trapped here, forced to watch everything unfold because the genjutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan was basically unbreakable. He didn't really want to play along with this sick game, but somewhere, deep down, something seemed to force him to answer. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like a lot of stuff I dislike." He stopped himself from saying what he wanted to, took a deep breath and said, "I doubt you really want to hear about my dreams for the future. But I will say that I'm really looking forward to unleashing all hell on a snake in the very near future." Kakashi raised his one visible eyebrow in surprise. Naruto's answer was even more peculiar than his behavior up until that point. Of course, it didn't really matter all that much, since he would be getting sent back to the academy or kicked out of the ninja corps altogether in another 24 hours or so. Still, there was a hint of bloodlust in there that Kakashi wasn't pleased to hear coming out of the Kyuubi's container. There was nothing he could do about that at the moment, however, so he turned his eye to Sasuke and said, "Next." Sasuke's elbows were propped up on his knees and his hands were folded in front of his face. He didn't bother moving them while he answered. "My name is Uchiha Sasuke. There are plenty of things that I dislike, not that it matters because there's almost nothing that I like. I don't want to say that I have a dream, but I do have an ambition. I'm going to restore my clan and also." Sasuke's face suddenly grew colder and his lips pulled back slightly from his teeth as he said, "There's a man that I've sworn to kill." Sakura stared at Sasuke in shock and then a look of pleasure appeared on her face, while Naruto shot him a reproachful glare, but kept his mouth shut. Kakashi wasn't remotely surprised by the Uchiha's answer. He would have felt the same way in the boy's position. The Junin turned to Sakura. "And finally, the young lady." Sakura blushed bashfully, the slight red in her face seeming more pronounced with her long pink hair, as she said, "I'm Haruno Sakura. The thing I like is. Well, the person I like is." Her eyes shifted towards Sasuke, who was pointedly looking anywhere but at her, and her blush deepened. Should I say my dream for the future?" She took a deep breath, opened her mouth and then closed it as she began to giggle. There was a brief moment of silence. Naruto was almost angry to see her having been reduced to some sort of Uchihatard, as the boys in his class had called Sasuke's little fan club during their academy days, but then he remembered that back at the academy, Sakura actually was an Uchihatard, one of the Queen Uchihatards, in fact. It hadn't been until later, after they'd been Team 7 for quite a while that she'd begun to change, and by the time he'd returned from training with Jiraiya, most of it long gone, though there were moments when the old Uchiha-tarded Sakura reared her ugly head. He'd forgotten how silly and stupid she used to be every time Sasuke so much as looked her direction. Naruto burst into laughter. As sad and infuriating as this day had been, he just couldn't help himself. You know, I'd totally forgotten how much Sakura-chan wanted to jump Sasuke's bones. Kakashi and Sasuke's eyes opened wide at the blonde ninja's crass statement. Sakura gasped audibly and tears started to spring to her eyes. For a moment, Kakashi thought she might get up and run so that no one would see her cry, but instead her eyes quickly narrowed and her face twisted into a menacing scowl. Naruto. She growled and then hurled herself at him, her fist cocked and ready to end his short life. Naruto continued laughing up until the moment her fist was about to connect with his face, and then he leaned back, causing her to miss while he grabbed hold of her arm and yanked her towards him, bringing up his knee at the same time. If his legs had been longer, like he thought they were, his aim would have been perfect, but they weren't and it wasn't. Instead of her stomach, he was probably going to hit her in either her pelvis or her upper thigh. As it turned out, he hit neither. Kakashi's strong hand closed around Naruto's still damp collar and jerked him back, removing the threat to Sakura while he caught her by the shoulder with his other hand, stopping her fall. Okay, he said in a voice strained by irritation, I think we can all guess what Sakura hates at this point, so why don't we just move on? With a casual flick of his wrist he sent Naruto tumbling against one of the small trees lining the area, and then he gave Sakura a slightly harder than strictly necessary shove to put her back on the step that she'd been sitting on. Naruto ended up lying with his feet in the air against the tree, his back on the hard ground, and his head facing back towards the illusion of his teammates. He slowly rolled over and returned to a sitting position, but did not move away from the tree as he listened to Kakashi explain how many genin would actually become ninja, throw in a few scary comments about their survival training, and warn them not to eat breakfast. It sounded about the same as he remembered it from when it really happened, though far less scary. Sakura looked worried while Sasuke was trying to hide it and mostly succeeding. Kakashi looked happy and Naruto could just imagine the Junin snickering behind his mask at the trick he was playing on the poor genin. Or at least, if they were actually real people, they'd be poor genin. But they weren't, Naruto hurriedly reminded himself. They were nothing more than a clever illusion meant to screw with his brain. As soon as they were dismissed, Sakura gave Naruto one last dirty look and then hurried after Sasuke, who was practically inside already. Soon, only Kakashi and Naruto remained. Naruto, a word before you go. Kakashi asked lazily. Naruto smiled and let his arms drop to his sides as he slid his feet slightly apart, ready to strike or dodge at any moment. I was wondering if you were going to make me keep playing or if we were just going to get it over with already. Kakashi's eyebrow rose and then he shook his head. I won't ask, he decided. He reached back into a pouch resting on his right hip and pulled something out. Naruto was instantly on guard, shifting his weight forward as he readied his body to dodge whatever was about to come at him. Instead of kunai, exploding tags, or any other sort of weapon, however, Kakashi's hand came forward with a small roll of bills. Here, he said as he tossed them to the confused boy, buy yourself some new milk, get something good in your stomach and get a good night's sleep tonight. I don't want to have to put up with you acting like this again, do you understand? Naruto stared down at the money for a moment and then looked up at Kakashi. Are you kidding me? He demanded. You're not even going to attack me or anything. When Kakashi only stared at him, Naruto scratched his head and waved his hand dismissively. Fine, whatever, he sighed. He offered a quick series of exaggerated bows and then, his voice changing to that of a bumbling idiot, said, I promise, Kakashi-sensei, I'll only drink good milk from now on. Bah. Naruto threw the wad of money on the ground, giving it a stomp for good measure before he turned and walked away. Tripping on one of the steps, stumbling halfway to the door, and then falling partway down the stairs once he'd entered the building. Kakashi stared after him in wonder and perhaps a little amusement for a moment before collecting the bills and then leaping from the building. Naruto left the academy in a huff and didn't bother going back to his apartment. He was certain that he'd mentioned it to himself several times that day already, but he really hated Orochimaru. Being forced to live through an even suckier version of his first day as a ninja was bad enough, but being forced to live through it as a klutz of the highest order was downright infuriating. On top of that, it was all nonsense. This was not the way Orochimaru should have been acting. This was the sort of genjutsu Naruto himself would use, if he had even a hint of talent for the skill, something that would annoy and perhaps humiliate his opponent but not necessarily hurt him. So far this was nothing more than the non-perverted, genjutsu version of the sexy no jutsu. Probably funny as hell to the user and insanely irritating to the victim, but serving little other purpose beyond that, at least as far as Naruto could tell. He wasn't sure where exactly his unstable legs were taking them and he was too lost in thought to really care. He didn't notice the looks he received from the villagers, nor did he hear their taunts when he stumbled or their cries of disgust when they caught a whiff of his stench. He just kept walking. Eventually he slowed and came to a stop, finally looking up, and had to smile at what he found. He was standing in front of the 3 posts of the training area where he, Sasuke, and Sakura had officially become Team 7. A short distance away he could hear the stream gently following its course, and without looking over his shoulder he knew that the large cenotaph was behind him. He couldn't bring himself to turn and look at it, not after all of the names he'd had to order carved into it, actually writing a few of the names of his precious people himself. If Orochimaru was being accurate, the bluish-green stone wouldn't have half the names that Naruto had seen on it the last time he'd been out here, but if Sakura, Kakashi, Konohamaru, and all the others were on there, he wouldn't be able to take it, not after all of the images he had seen since waking up that morning. So he kept his back to the memorial and walked towards the stream, figuring that he might as well wash his clothing off while he had the chance. Technically, he knew that the water wasn't real and neither were the clothes, the stench, or anything else around him, but he was tired of thinking that he stunk and wanted to feel like he was clean even if it was all an illusion. He stripped out of everything from the waist up and sat down in the grass next to the swiftly flowing water that wasn't real and plunged his jacket into the icy stream, massaging his fingers into the stained fabric in an attempt to work loose whatever was tricking his brain into thinking it stunk. After several moments' work he pulled his jacket out and took an experimental sniff, wrinkling his nose at the stench that still clung to it. Again and again he dunked it, and again it still smelled when it came back up a moment later. The idea occurred to him that it might not be possible to clean away the stench because it was all part of the genjutsu and would therefore keep stinking until Orochimaru decided to make it stop. He was nearly to the point of giving up when he heard a twig snap behind him followed by a small gasp of alarm. Naruto spun around as he rose to his feet and brought up his arms to defend himself, only to find that he had put too much strength into his spin, throwing him off balance and nearly sending himself tumbling into the stream. Fortunately, no attacks came while he collected himself and turned, slowly this time, in the direction of the 3 posts. "I know you're there, so come out," he ordered in a stern voice. He didn't feel any sort of killer intent coming from that direction, but in a genjutsu as complex as this one, that didn't mean anything. He waited another minute and then said, "We both know why you're here, so just come out and get it over with, if you can." Slowly a small head covered in thick dark blue hair peeked around the side of the middle post until one pale, nearly white, eye could be seen. "Hinata-chan?" Naruto asked in surprise, his body relaxing for a moment before he remembered that she wasn't really Hinata and was once again on guard. For a moment the two stared at each other, or rather he stared at her and she stared at a patch of grass near his feet while her cheeks burned in embarrassment, and then Naruto rolled his eyes and sighed. "I guess I should have figured he'd throw you at me eventually. Is Konohamaru behind one of the other posts? Maybe Ero Sennin and Tsunade-ba-chan are behind the other." And no, Naruto-kun," Hinata stuttered, still not meeting his eyes. She brought her hands up in front of her chest and began pressing her index fingers against each other, a nervous habit he hadn't seen from her in quite a while. I'm the only one here." Naruto snorted and turned back to his jacket. "Alright, whatever, if you want to come chat with me or if the snake has finally decided to stop messing around and you're here to attack me, feel free. I'll just be cleaning this fake jacket in the fake river to get rid of this damn fake stink." Hinata did not hurry to his side or attack him, but instead slowly inched her way closer to him, as if she were having as much trouble walking as Naruto had been. Finally, she got within about a meter of him and stopped, looking down at his bare back as he worked his jacket over once more in the stream. Hinata felt her face warm even more than it had when she had found him there a few minutes ago and watched him from the distance. Her eyes were naturally incredibly sharp even when her Byakugan wasn't activated. At this range it seemed like she could see every fiber of muscle working just beneath his smooth, tan skin and every droplet of water running down his shoulders and back end. She quickly knelt and watched what his hands were doing, refusing to give in to the temptation to dishonor herself by taking another glance at the rest of his body while he worked. What happened?" she asked finally. Naruto glanced at her, his eyes narrow and dangerous for a moment, and Hinata swallowed hard, ready to leave if he asked, but his face quickly softened. "I can't even feel mad at you when I know you're not real." "How weird is that?" I beg your pardon, Naruto-kun," the Hyuga asked in confusion. "Never mind, it doesn't matter, I guess," he replied as he turned back to his jacket, lifting it up, smelling it and then jamming it back into the stream with a frustrated grunt. Hinata was quiet for a long time, building up her courage, and then asked in a soft voice, "Would you like some help?" Naruto lifted the jacket one more time, gave it another sniff and then tossed it in her direction, nearly hitting her in the face with the wet, foul-smelling garment. "Sorry," he mumbled when he noticed her hands quickly come up to intercept it, dirty water still splashing her face. "It is okay," she replied as she wiped the offensive-smelling liquid away with her sleeve. "It was an accident." Naruto shrugged, knowing that it wasn't exactly an accident, but not feeling like arguing with a phantom of his imagination about whether or not he needed to apologize. Hinata, the real Hinata, was the only one of his friends who had lived through most of the war, because her clan had demanded that she be increasingly sheltered as things started to go bad, and especially after Hanabi had died, but even she was dead now. He could dimly remember seeing her body lying in a pool of blood when he found Orochimaru inside Konoha. Her husband had been pinned to a tree not far away, the sword piercing through his back as if he'd been running away at the time of his death. As his thoughts turned to Hyuga Hiroshi, Naruto bit his lip and glanced at Hinata, who was rubbing sand and gravel from the stream bed into his jacket in an attempt to remove the smelly grime. "I know you aren't really Hinata-chan, but would you mind if I said I was sorry for something?" he asked as he picked up his shirt and dunked it in the stream, mimicking her use of the gravel. "Naruto-kun, I am Hinata," she replied, refusing to look up. She'd been in the same class as him for a couple of years and hadn't ever managed to talk with him for as long as she had today. If she looked up at him, she just knew she'd mess things up somehow or would lose her ability to speak. "If you say so. I just want to tell you that I'm sorry for letting you down all those years ago. You practically asked me to help you, but I never figured it what you wanted me to do." He stopped messing with his shirt and looked down at his hands as they dipped into the water. He'd never apologized to her, the real her, for his failure, though he'd always wanted to. If he could have figured out what she wanted him to do, he could have saved her from her arranged marriage to that asshole, but he hadn't, and she'd paid the price for his failure, just like the rest of his friends. "I know it screwed up your life, even when you lied and said you were happy and well. I'm sorry." Hinata took a chance and glanced at him, her eyes filled with confusion, and then she quickly lifted his jacket out of the stream and smelled it so that she had an excuse to think about something else. I don't know why you were talking about, Naruto-kun. You've never failed me." She took a deep breath, her hands shaking nervously, and then added, "You inspire me to be better than I am." Naruto sighed wearily and rubbed some water away from one of his eyes with the back of his hand, wincing as he smeared dirt, or worse, into it on accident. With a growl of annoyance he rose and dove into the stream, startling Hinata, who had been unable to look at him after her confession. Naruto seemed to remain under the water for far longer than he should have, by Hinata's estimation, but before she could get truly worried he resurfaced and made his way to the bank, collected a large handful of gravel and rubbed it against his face and chest until droplets of blood were seeping through his fingers. Then he dropped the gravel, dipped once more into the cold water, and then shook himself dry as he stomped back onto the stream bank and plopped down next to Hinata. "This is way worse than Itachi's," he commented casually as he lay back in the grass and looked up at the few clouds casually slipping across the sky. "At least Itachi made something happen right away. The weight is driving me crazy." "Naruto-kun, are you feeling okay?" Hinata asked after a moment's hesitation. She'd never seen Naruto act even remotely like he had been since she'd arrived at the training grounds, and she'd certainly never heard of Itachi, whoever that was. It was as if Naruto was playing make-believe. "Not really," he grumbled, "stupid genjutsu." Genjutsu." Naruto's head rolled to the side and he gave her a reproachful glare. Hinata's eyes fell to the ground and she began picking at her fingers again. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, I don't understand. What genjutsu?" Naruto went back to staring up at the clouds and sighed wearily. "I guess you wouldn't know about the genjutsu since you're just a part of it." He chuckled silently, the only visible evidence of it being the shaking of his chest. "I'm explaining the nature of the world to a figment of my imagination. How stupid is that?" "Naruto-kun, I'm not a figment of your imagination." Again Naruto turned his head and looked at her, his chest bouncing with silent laughter. "Prove it." Prove it." "Sure," he smiled, "prove this isn't a genjutsu to me." How? Hinata asked, suddenly growing worried about what she was getting herself into. "I don't know, I'm just a dumb genin, remember? I didn't pay much attention in class, and even when I did I was dead last." Hinata went back to working on his jacket for a moment, using the chore as an excuse not to talk to Naruto and racking her brain for a reason he would be acting so strangely. Though he'd never done it to her, he was known for pulling pranks, perhaps that was what this was. It didn't seem likely. Naruto's pranks were normally out in the open where everyone could see it, which was the point, after all. Finally, she looked up from her work, nervously biting her lower lip and said, I don't know how I could prove such a thing to you, Naruto-kun. He was quiet for a moment, his eyes shifting back and forth as he contemplated what to say next. Well, if I'm stuck in a genjutsu, how would I get out? He asked at last. Buying herself more time again, Hinata carefully spread his jacket on the shore to dry. It still smelled a little, but it was hardly noticeable now, and no amount of sand and water were going to make it any better. Uruka-sensei and Kurenai-sensei taught us how to do that last month, she started tentatively, not certain what exactly he wanted her to say. She folded her legs underneath her, sitting properly, and then hesitantly brought her hands together to form the correct seal as she tried to explain how to slow the flow of chakra in his body and then push it out in a burst to disrupt the caster's hold on him and release the genjutsu. Naruto just went back to staring up at the sky. So, he asked when she was finished, what if that doesn't work? How am I supposed to get out then? Kurenai-sensei said that if someone outside of the jutsu releases the jutsu on you, or if you could hurt yourself, it should wake you up. I can't wait around for someone to help me, but I guess I haven't tried that second one yet, he conceded. He brought his hand up in front of his face, looked at it thoughtfully for a moment and then grabbed his pinky, twisting and pulling it until there was an audible pop of the finger being forced out of joint. Naruto-kun. Hinata gasped as her eyes widened and she instinctively grabbed his hand before he could damage himself further. It was just as bad as it had sounded, maybe worse. The joint was already beginning to swell and his pinky finger was sitting at an odd angle. Why your finger? He gently pulled his hand away from her, looking perplexed for a moment. It's not a big deal, Hinata-chan. It's not like it won't be healed by tomorrow anyway. He pushed his pinky back into its proper position and then closed his fist, grimacing slightly as the joint popped back into place. Hinata stared at him in stunned silence for a moment longer, digesting the sight of him casually dislocating a finger and then pushing it back in as though it were nothing. She'd seen injuries as severe and even worse during her time at the academy, of course, but never one that was intentionally self-inflicted. You shouldn't hurt yourself like that. Naruto practically laughed in her face. Hey, it was your idea. You said that hurting myself would get me out of a genjutsu. What did you think I was going to do when you told me that? His question stunned her into silence, not that making her quiet was all that difficult. So, do you have any other proofs for me? He asked casually, looking at his hand and watching the swelling slowly begin to dissipate as the Kyuubi's chakra did its thing. Naruto-kun, I don't want to do this anymore, Hinata said after a long pause. She began to get to her feet. Oh, come on, Hinata-chan, stay a little longer, Naruto whined, sitting up quickly. He was surprised to find that he actually did want her to stay and talk with him, even if she wasn't really Hinata. This is the most fun I've had all day. Please. Hinata knew that it would be better for her to go. Naruto was acting borderline insane. Even more so than usual. But something in his voice reached her and she found that she couldn't leave. Oh, only if you promise. Not to hurt yourself anymore. Naruto shrugged. It didn't work anyway, but alright, I promise I won't hurt myself again. So, what else have you got for me? Those were the only ones we were told about in class. Naruto thought about it for a moment, frowning. It seems like there should be a way to figure out if something as big as this was just a genjutsu or not. I mean, what if someone used a genjutsu to make you think you were talking to your friends and you start spilling secrets? Why, you could ask them something only they would know, Hinata pointed out, if they got it right. That would mean that they were who they said they were. Naruto had tuned her out before she'd even finished speaking, his mind running with her idea as soon as he'd grasped the possibilities it held. It would have to be someone that Sasuke didn't know well, as his memories of people were apparently helping Orochimaru's genjutsu achieve the perfection that he'd witnessed so far, unless Orochimaru had secretly taken a look inside Naruto's old apartment, and someone whose childhood Naruto knew a bit about, since he was supposed to be 12 and all of his peers were acting like they had regressed to that point as well. He knew a lot about Iruka, of course, but he wasn't sure that anything he knew about Iruka or his life story was something that others, particularly Sasuke, wouldn't know as well. Sakura, at the moment, probably wouldn't tell him anything anyway, though she could be a backup candidate as he didn't think Sasuke really knew a lot about her home life or her likes and dislikes or really anything other than what they did when they were together as Team 7. But she wouldn't be the ideal candidate as Sasuke might have known more about her than Naruto realized. Still, she was better than nothing. He could go to Neji and try asking him some personal questions, assuming he could even find him, but the Hyuga genius would be even more of a stick in the mud at this point than he had been in the future, plus Naruto actually knew things about Neji that he himself didn't even know yet. Or wouldn't know if any of this was real, which it wasn't, of course. Besides those few, there really weren't all that many people that he could use. He and his friends had, for the most part, not bothered bringing up their pasts too much, and he'd never been one to remember trivial details. Actually, he'd never been one to remember details period, regardless of how important they were. Do you have someone that you know well, and Naruto-kun? Hinata asked, her voice breaking into his thoughts. Someone that you knew things about that a genjutsu user wouldn't know. She knew that he didn't have many friends. Or any really, at least so far as he knew, but perhaps he could go ask Iruka some questions and then would feel better about the realness of the world around him. Yes, she was sure of it, Iruka would set him straight and then Naruto would be back to his old self. Naruto remained still and silent for an impressively long time as he continued to think. Besides Sakura, there was only person whose life he'd ever really gotten to know all that well that Sasuke probably wouldn't have. And he mostly knew things about her because she'd openly told him about them in an attempt to get him talking after the losses started to become too much for him to handle. In fact, she'd continued talking to him about her life and his and anything else she could think to say long after he'd wished she would just go away, sometimes even after he'd asked her to go away, which had surprised him. She'd been there to comfort him after Sakura's death, just like he was there to comfort her as her own teammates and family were killed in the long, brutal war. And, as luck would have it, she was sitting right next to him, nervously biting her thumbnail and trying to look anywhere but at him. Hey Hinata-chan, what's your favorite food? Hinata's eyes widened and she swallowed hard. Me? She asked in a trembling voice. Sure, he laughed at her expression, I don't see any other Hinatas around, do you? Hinata unconsciously pulled her knees up to her chest and hugged them as the pale skin of her face flushed. I like sea cinnamon rolls. Is that it? Naruto asked, sounding genuinely interested, as though an enjoyment of cinnamon rolls was the most amazing thing he'd ever heard. I also like senzai, she added softly. He shrugged. Well, it's not ramen, but I suppose those are pretty good. What about crab, do you like crab? These things were pretty simple, he knew, but it was good to start somewhere and he was getting hungry, so his mind had offered food as a good place to start the questioning. And no, Naruto-kun, I'm sorry, but I don't like crab. Any special hobbies? He asked quickly. Hinata couldn't help but glance over at him and was shocked by the sight that greeted her. Naruto had gone from looking moderately interested in what she was saying to staring intently at her, his eyes suddenly wide and almost scared, he seemed to literally be hanging on her every word. She'd never seen him this way. The closest he'd ever come to paying this sort of attention that she'd ever seen was when Iruka was explaining an interesting jutsu or telling the class stories from the old wars. And nothing special, she admitted, but I sometimes like to press flowers. Why? There was an urgency in his voice that she didn't think she'd ever heard before, and it was mostly for that reason that she answered the very personal question. My mother used to do it, Hinata whispered. She'd never told anyone about that, not even Hanabi. As far as she knew, only her father was aware of what her hobby meant to her, though he never said anything about it. Naruto was quiet for a moment, chewing on his lip while he thought, and then he gently asked, how did your mother die? Hinata hugged her knees tightly and let her chin rest on them as her pearl-colored eyes stared at the water of the stream. There were complications with her pregnancy with Hanabi-chan. The doctors wanted her to abort the pregnancy. She could feel tears rising in her eyes and tried without success to push them away. For a long time she couldn't continue and Naruto never said a word to force her to, but when she felt certain that her voice would be steady enough to, she pushed on. She refused. And then, after Hanabi-chan was born, she died. No way, Naruto whispered in a shaky voice, suddenly breathing hard. Hinata turned and looked just in time to see him run both hands through his spiky blonde hair. He had a look of complete and total disbelief on his face. Naruto-kun. Naruto's body began to shake and Hinata almost thought he might be crying. It was sweet, she thought, that he could empathize with her loss to such an extent. Sweet, but not exactly typical of the Naruto she knew. She was tempted to reach out and touch his arm, to let him know that as much as the loss of her beloved mother still hurt, she'd come to accept it and mostly focused on the few good memories she had from that long ago. Her hand twitched and she thought she might actually have the courage to do it, but then Naruto threw back his head and burst into maniacal laughter as he laid down and rolled around in the grass, pounding his fists into the ground. She tried to not take it personally, but as his laughter continued unabated for several minutes, Hinata couldn't help but feel hurt that he was laughing after she'd told him about her most painful memory, something that almost no one knew. Her father, herself, the clan elders, a few of the older members of the branch house, and a select few from outside the clan, that was it. Not even Hanabi knew what their mother had done for her. And after hearing it, after she'd been braver than she could ever remember having been and told him her most painful memory, After she'd been building up the courage to comfort him when she thought he was actually crying about it, all Naruto had done was laugh long and hard. A wave of hot tears sprang to her eyes despite her attempts to hold them back. She'd never thought that Naruto would act like this, she never thought he'd act at all the way he'd been acting since she was caught spying on him. Maybe he was mad at her for watching him and this was his way of punishing her. It didn't seem like something he'd do, but it didn't matter, she needed to leave before she shamed herself than she already was with her tears. Without a word she rose to her feet and turned to leave as her hands wiped quickly at her tears. Naruto didn't even notice her go, too overwhelmed was he with the joy, the euphoria, of the knowledge that all that he was seeing was actually real. Somehow, someway, for some reason, he really was in the past. Maybe. It was possible, he guessed, that this was still more detail added to Orochimaru's trick, that somehow Sasuke, or Orochimaru, or some sound nin had learned enough about Hinata to fool him and that Hinata had skillfully manipulated him into asking her about her. Naruto sighed, his laughter dying down, and sat up. He supposed there wasn't a way to be perfectly sure about whether or not anything he was seeing was real, but he didn't really care anymore. If Orochimaru was willing to go to such extremes to fool him, he would just have to go with it. He couldn't escape the whatever it was, and he couldn't figure his way out of it, so he was trapped. Or free, if everything was real. He would just enjoy it while it lasted, assuming that it was real until there was proof to the contrary. With one last chuckle he rose to his feet, got dressed, and glanced around. Hinata-chan. No one answered and he didn't see her anywhere. That was odd, she'd been there just a moment ago. After a quick survey of the area failed to locate her, he shrugged and began to stumble towards his apartment. That evening, with the initial rush of excitement having worn off, Naruto was forced to think about how he'd apparently found himself transformed into a child and transported roughly 2 decades back in time. It only took him a few minutes to tire of the question and set it aside. He couldn't remember much of what had happened to him the day before, other than fighting Orochimaru and a few details about the battle that had engulfed Konoha. And even with what he could remember, none of it seemed to lead to him being sent to the past. He'd never even heard of anything sending someone back in time. Assuming that it really had happened, it would just have to be one of those mysteries that had to be accepted. For now, at least. In an effort to distract himself from an unsolvable mystery, his thoughts turned to what he was going to do to make sure that Konoha wasn't destroyed as it had been in the future. Sadly, these thoughts proved to be just as frustrating. 1,000 ideas swirled around in his head, some ludicrous, some feasible, and some probably impossible. So many people had suffered and died during his lifetime, and now he had the power and the opportunity to make everything perfect for them, but he wasn't sure how to do it. On top of that, the enormity of what he could potentially do was overwhelming. It was a long, dirty, sleepless night for Naruto, and when morning finally came he was no closer to a real answer than he'd been when he finally fell into bed the night before. But, as frustrating as that was, it didn't matter. His friends were all alive once more. He had a second chance at getting things right. Either that, or Orochimaru was laughing that irritating little laugh and jerking him around like a marionette. You know, when I wrote this chapter, I actually thought that I was being pretty clever by making up the word, Uchihatard. I don't spend any time on any Naruto forums or anything and didn't remember coming across it in any of the fanfics that I read, so as far as I knew I was the originator of the word. Then, as I was rereading this chapter I thought it would be interesting to Google my amazing creation. Just for fun. 0.73 seconds I found that I'm apparently not nearly as original as I thought. Oh well, I'm pretty sure I came up with it on my own. Even if I wasn't anywhere near the first to do so. So, now Naruto knows, or at least is willing to believe, that he's really in the past. Hopefully his cluelessness wasn't too irritating, but I just couldn't see him accepting something like time travel without question. Plus, it made Team 7's first meeting a little more fun, at least for me. Updates won't usually be this quick. 3 in 2 days is a pace that I could never hope to keep up, but the next one should be up by Friday, and after that I'll shoot for once a week, generally on either Friday or Saturday. That should be a more manageable pace, with the chapters being between 7,000 and 10,000 words long. Chapter 3. Very few of the newly graduated genin class slept well that night. 27 students had graduated, 27 students had heard the same basic message from 9 Junin, and 26 students had vowed that they would be one of the 9 taken as official genin. The 27th had other things on his mind at the time. Most of the graduates had gone home to their families that night and told them of the additional test to take place the following morning. Some had received advice from a parent or sibling who were or had been ninja at some point, others received a kind word of encouragement and assurance that they would do fine. Most were offered diner, and a few even managed to accept it and keep it down despite their nerves. A few of the girls declined the diner offer because it was rumored that a certain boy, who was sure to pass, of course, only liked thin women. Only one of the genin was completely unconcerned about the test the next day, and that was only because he'd already passed it and because far more pressing matters were hanging so heavily over him that he could scarcely breathe. Haruno Sakura spent her evening rolling her eyes at her mother and refusing to eat anything that was put in front of her. She'd had a light snack after returning home from the meeting with Kakashi and the rest of Team 7, and that was more than enough food for her unless she wanted to look like her mother in another few years. Her parents, unfortunately, didn't seem to understand how important it was for her to keep the pounds off. Her father had made a joke about how much her stealth skills would improve if she wasted away to nothing. This had caused her mother to declare Sakura too skinny for her own good as she added an extra portion to the plate full of food Sakura was already not eating. Only the fact that she really was very nervous and feeling a little queasy, and that it was readily apparent on her face, kept Sakura from having to eat her weight in pork and steamed vegetables. Once she'd escaped her family, she quickly made her way to her room and locked the door, refusing to come out for the rest of the night lest she find herself tied to a chair while her mother force-fed her some crackers and other foods meant to settle upset stomachs and put a little weight on silly girls. That night she went to bed early so she could wake up in time to make herself pretty for Sasuke and recheck the survival equipment she'd already packed for the test. Sleep did not come easy, and once it arrived she wished that it had just stayed away altogether. Horrific dreams of the one-eyed Junin grinning through his stupid mask as he informed her that she'd failed assaulted her as she tossed and turned violently under her cotton sheets and thin quilt. She saw Sasuke, who had passed with flying colors, scowling as he looked down his nose at her and shook his head in disappointment before wrapping an arm possessively around the slender waist of blonde, perfect and formerly Sakura's best friend, Yamanaka Ino. He then whispered something into the floozy's ear that caused her to laugh playfully and glance in Sakura's direction as she planted a small kiss on the flawless skin of their mutual crush's cheek. Twice Sakura woke up in a cold sweat, her heart pounding until she realized that it was just a dream and that Sasuke could never like Ino Pig with her snooty, little nose, ugly, boring hair, and, admittedly, fashionable clothes that she only wore to show off her family's modest wealth. Both times she assured herself that Sasuke would see right through Ino and would know what a shallow and annoying person she was. And yet, every time she closed her eyes she saw the same thing. She would fail miserably at all of the different tests Kakashi forced her to take, Sasuke would pass, and then Ino would show up looking smug and stealing Sakura's destined true love. Story writing guides. It was enough to drive a girl crazy, and when her alarm finally, mercifully, went off, she was mentally exhausted and didn't feel like her body had gotten any rest at all. Her stomach growled irritably, but a light punch reminded it that there were more important things to think about than food. When she was Uchiha Sakura, she promised to reward her stomach every time her beloved husband took her on a date to one of the expensive restaurants in the village. Soon she was showered, dressed, and looking as good as she could make herself look after a night like the one she'd just had. Her light pink, canvas satchel was stuffed with anything and everything she thought might be required to make it through Kakashi's survival training test, as well as several items purported in her favorite magazines to be useful in keeping herself looking nice even under less than ideal conditions. Without a word to her thankfully still sleeping parents, Sakura made her way into the dimly lit day. She would be a little early, but it was important to show Sasuke and Kakashi how responsible and prepared she was, plus it would deny her mother another chance to try to feed her, which was always a good thing. Sakura shifted the strap of her heavy bag until it was comfortable and then set out, determined to pass Kakashi's test and win Sasuke's heart. In his expensive, yet somehow cold, apartment, Sasuke also woke early and prepared himself for Kakashi's survival training. He too had spent the night restlessly trying to get comfortable in his large bed and struggling to hold the nightmares at bay. By the time he finally awoke, his silk sheets clung to his sweaty body like flypaper and his dreams remained with him. It would be worthless to kill someone like you, my foolish brother. Books. Even awake those words haunted him, echoing faintly in his ears as the ghost of his older brother's strange eyes floated in his mind. Those eyes, the Mangekyo Sharingan, always seemed to be on him, sometimes taunting him, sometimes frightening him, but always just ahead of him, unreachable and untouchable. Sasuke ran his hands over his face, pushing his fatigue away, and then up through his dark, wet bangs as he took a deep breath and glanced at the clock beside his bed. It was earlier than he needed to wake, but not so early that he shouldn't get out of bed anyway. He had better things to do with his time than dreaming about the past that continued to dog his every footstep. If you want to kill me, hate me, curse me, live a long and unsightly life, run away, and cling to your pitiful life. And someday, when you have the same eyes as me, come before me. Itachi's voice had been so calm when he spoke those words, as if he'd felt nothing for what he'd done to their clan. For what he'd done to their mother and father. He just calmly looked at his little brother who had always idolized him and strived to be as perfect at everything as he was and said those strange words that Sasuke had thought about every day since. Online writing communities. Sasuke quickly made his way to the bathroom and splashed water on his face to clear away the sticky feeling his sweat had left with him. He glanced at the mirror and frowned. How had Itachi felt when he became a genin? He hated thinking about his brother, hated comparing himself to the bastard, and yet he couldn't seem to stop doing it. Had Itachi even been capable of feeling nervous about the test given to see if he was actually allowed to become a full-fledged genin, or had he just been supremely confident in his skills, knowing what a genius he was? Probably the latter. After all, Itachi had only heard how amazing he was from their father every day of his life. It wasn't as if he would have been like the others in Sasuke's class, just looking happy to have graduated and pleased to be on a team. He was an Uchiha, he was bred to be the best and would have accepted nothing less than perfection, and Sasuke was going to be exactly the same. Itachi had been 5 years younger than Sasuke when he graduated, only 7 years old and still top of his class. He'd been allowed to enter the academy earlier, but that was just more proof of his genius. Genin by 7, Sharingan Master by 8, Chunin by 10. Of course, Itachi had been in an entirely different situation than Sasuke was. He'd grown up in the house of the leader of one of the most powerful clans in the village, not on the outskirts of a compound that was now as silent as a graveyard, with a clear view of the empty home he'd loved as a child. Itachi had grown up with a loving mother, a father who favored him, and a brother who idolized him. He hadn't spent half a decade as the last living member of his family, hearing the whispers as he walked down the streets. Itachi had always come home to a family that welcomed him happily. He hadn't ever had to come home and see his clan slaughtered and his parents murdered by the person he looked up to. In short, Itachi hadn't grown up with Itachi as an older brother. Sasuke wished he could say that his painful childhood had hardened him, made him stronger, but he wasn't so sure. He was better than everyone in his class, but he couldn't use the Sharingan yet. He might not even be capable of it. He'd heard rumors, before his clan was slaughtered, that the Sharingan sometimes failed to manifest, even in children who seemed quite talented. Itachi had already had it mastered for 4 years when he was Sasuke's age, and Sasuke didn't even know what it felt like. Itachi seemed so far ahead. How was Sasuke supposed to make up that ground? How was he supposed to avenge his clan when he was stuck with 2 weaklings as team members? Creative writing courses. He'd known as soon as Iruka had said the teams were designed to be even that he would be carrying his team until he could rid himself of them. He was the strongest of the class in every subject. It was natural that to balance the teams meant he had to be stuck with 2 far weaker teammates. Sasuke allowed a weary sigh to escape his lips and then plucked his toothbrush out of the cup by the sink and began to clean himself up for the day. Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura. He supposed it could have been worse, but not by much. Naruto was a loud-mouthed idiot who was too dumb and delusional to realize just how weak and pathetic he really was. The fact that he'd passed some sort of special test made it seem like the academy was just trying to get rid of him. Everyone knew most of the Chunin and Junin who ran the academy hated him to some extent. The fact that even his minor offenses and harmless questions sparked their ire only reinforced the notion that they had put up with him for far too long and just wanted him gone. He was deadweight that would just pull down whatever team he ended up on unless someone extremely talented was there to pick up the slack for him. Sasuke wished they could have offered that job to Aburame Shino or Tandoku Yusu, the 2 boys with the next highest average scores in the class. In all likelihood, Naruto would get himself killed fairly quickly, which might also explain why he'd been allowed to graduate despite his horrendous lack of talent, though that seemed a bit cruel no matter how annoying Naruto was. He was too stupid to know when to shut up, so he didn't get killed, and too loud to manage it even if he realized what he needed to do. Sasuke would try to keep him alive as long as he could, especially if such actions helped him get reassigned quicker, but he doubted even he could keep Naruto alive once their missions started involving life or death situations. Sakura was actually rather smart, which only served to make it that much more disappointing to see how weak and dumb she was. Her weakness was obvious from just looking at her, but her test scores showed that she was intelligent despite all appearances to the contrary. Really, he didn't have many bad things to say about her outside of her lack of physical abilities. She followed him around like all of those other harpies, thinking that he actually cared about any of the ridiculous things they did to impress him, fighting amongst each other for the chance to be near him when all he wanted was for all them to go away and leave him alone. They were idiots, every last one of them, and Sakura's associations with them only proved that test scores did not always accurately judge intelligence. Kakashi would be the key. Sasuke would have to impress him right away, let him see what he was capable of and pray that it was enough to prove that he should be removed from his weak team as quickly as possible and put somewhere more suited to his skills. He was an Uchiha, after all. His clan had been one of the elites. Until Itachi. No, he was an Uchiha, he was the Uchiha. His clan was known for their strength in the past, and even that would pale in comparison to the strength he would prove he could possess. He'd been called a genius for years and proven it during every test he'd ever taken. Now it would be time for all that potential to be realized. He would surpass his brother, avenge his clan, and then rebuild the Uchiha to be greater and stronger than they had ever been before. But to do all that, he had to get away from the team he'd been saddled with, and to do that, he had to impress Kakashi during the survival training. As he brushed his teeth and dwelled on his brother, Sasuke slowly became aware of a stinging sensation in his left palm. Curious, he raised his hand and stared at it. His fist had clenched so tightly his fingernails had sliced into his palm. Again, he turned on the water, spit the toothpaste out of his mouth, and then calmly set about cleaning his small wounds. It seemed something like this always happened when he thought about his brother. About that night. He just couldn't control the rage he still felt. He buried it deep down during the day, when others were around, but when he returned home to his empty apartment and stepped out onto the balcony to watch the sun on his clan's vacant section of the village, he couldn't hold it in anymore. Digging his fingernails into his palm was fairly minor in comparison with some of the other things he'd accidentally done while thinking of what happened back then. When he was satisfied that the bleeding had mostly stopped, he quickly checked his bag to make sure that he hadn't missed anything when he'd packed the knife before, and then hurried towards the training area Kakashi had told them to meet him at. He would be early, but it didn't really matter. He could be alone out there or alone in here. At least out there he wouldn't be tempted to stare at the vacant buildings that had once housed his family and fellow clan members. Naruto did not suffer from nightmares that night, nor did he wake early like his teammates. He probably would have had horrible dreams, waking up screaming or at the very least biting back a scream, and then would have rolled out of bed wearily once it became apparent that sleep wasn't where he needed to be, but he didn't. None of those things happened to him because all of them required him actually falling asleep first. What Naruto did after his conversation with Hinata was head more or less straight back to his apartment, taking the occasional headlong spill into the ground, alleyway walls, old men playing shogi, and one pile of trash bags, pull off his still smelly and slightly wet jacket, not bothering with his pants or shirt, crawl into bed, and stare up at his cracked ceiling as the shadows swallowed up the room and then began to retreat again many hours later. He neither saw nor heard anything around him as all of his attention was on the unique, to his knowledge, at least, situation he found himself in. Had any enemy ninja entered his apartment, tripped over his table, cursed loudly, realized they'd forgotten the tools of their trade, left to get those tools, and come back again later to kill him, he would have been a dead man. Or child, or whatever he was. After dwelling for a long time on what he could do to fix things, he'd eventually worked his way back towards the question of how he'd been transported back in time in the first place. After many hours of thought, it was still a mystery to him. He remembered fighting Orochimaru, and losing, much as he hated to admit it, but other than that things weren't very clear. He remembered the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the bodies of Hinata and that prick she'd had to marry. But that was about all the detail he could recall, other than the fact that the village had obviously been attacked and was in the process of being even more destroyed than it already was after years of warding off attacks. Once he'd tired of that subject, he again turned to the question of how sure he was that he truly was in the past and not stuck in a genjutsu or some other trick. This question actually grew easier to answer the more he thought about it, which was a pleasant change from the rest of his evening. Even if he was trapped in a genjutsu, there was no way Orochimaru or Sasuke or anyone else from Odogakure would have known about Hinata's mother or any of those other things Hinata said. She just wouldn't have been important enough in their eyes to get that sort of information. On top of that, he doubted there was a genjutsu powerful enough to recreate everything from his childhood so accurately. Even things he'd forgotten about until seeing them again in this Konoha were perfect, it just wasn't possible. And the final part that officially made this, in his mind, real, was the fact that no one had attacked him besides two old men who didn't appreciate him ruining their shogi game with his clumsiness. Large, highly detailed genjutsu were extremely taxing on the caster's chakra reserves. Itachi's Tsukuyomi could only be used a few times and even then only for a few seconds each time, and this would be the biggest, most highly detailed genjutsu Naruto had ever heard of, and yet he was completely unmolested so far. No, this was definitely real, Naruto was sure of it. Mostly. Sort of. Creative writing courses. It was the other question, the one that he kept coming back to over and over, that was the most difficult to answer, which explained why he spent so much time thinking about it. Unfortunately, the question of how to make sure the future he came from was never allowed to happen only brought more questions with it. How much could he change? Could he actually change anything? What changes should he make, assuming he actually could make real changes? There were a lot of things in his life that he'd always wished that he'd done differently, or better, or not at all, but now that he had the chance to make those changes, he wasn't completely sure how to go about doing it. On top of it all, he couldn't let anyone know who or what he was. He knew enough about the way the village worked to know that if he suddenly developed an amazing array of abilities, people would notice and start asking hard-to-answer questions. If they learned that he thought he was from the future, he'd either end up strapped to a bed in the hospital for the rest of his life or would find himself sitting in a chair staring up at the scarred face of Morino Ibiki for the rest of a much shorter life. He wasn't even sure which of those scenarios was actually worst. Naruto sighed and rubbed his hands against the strangely smooth skin of his face. He'd always been a baby face, but over the years had gradually built up the ability to at least grow some stubble. Now his face was back to its previous smoothness and he was rather glad for it. Being unable to grow a decent beard or goatee, and being reminded of it by several friends, from time to time, took all of the fun out of having facial hair and turned it into just another chore that had to be done. He'd always thought having a beard like Asuma's would have been cool, but it was not to be. There were female members of the village council who could grow more facial hair in a week than Naruto could manage in 3 months. And with that pleasant thought, Naruto sat up and yawned, deciding that it would be better to get going than sitting around trying to plan how he was going to live his life the second time through. He'd never been good at planning for the future, he'd always just sort of ad-libbed it as he went along. It made him unpredictable, the #1 unpredictable ninja of Konoha, as Kakashi used to call him, but also meant that he had to rely heavily on his friends when in-depth plans were required. The blonde looked down at his orange pants and blue shirt and sighed forlornly. It would be obvious that he'd slept in his clothing, except for his jacket that was lying crumpled on the floor, and that he hadn't gotten the stink completely out of them, despite Hinata's best efforts. He would have to work on it again that evening, after he'd passed Kakashi's little test, and his sheets would need a good cleaning as well. Naruto stretched and scratched himself lazily as he headed into the small kitchen and opened the door to the beat-up refrigerator. I'd forgotten how bad it was, he groaned as he stared at the measly pickings. The milk was obviously bad, he could smell it the moment he opened the door. At one time in his life, he probably would have figured that it was close enough to good and drank some, having heard of the importance of calcium and vitamin D early in his academy days. You just had to hold a fork up to keep the chunks from ending up in your cup and it was fine. There was a half-eaten apple, but it was shriveling up and turning brown, and Naruto wasn't sure if he'd be able to actually force himself to eat it. The rest of the items in the refrigerator were either unidentifiable, unappealing, or both, so he shut it in disgust and began to search the rest of the kitchen for some decent food. It was strange to realize how spoiled he'd become once he actually had friends who looked out for him. As a child he wouldn't have minded his lack of options, he might have even thought he was eating pretty well, but after years of living off the home cooking Hinata occasionally brought for him, having had the chance to sample some of Sakura's more edible attempts at meals, and being invited to have dinner and lunch with the families of other friends, he'd had his eyes open to what a homemade meal was supposed to be. And it wasn't going to be found in this refrigerator. Fortunately he only had to open 2 cabinet doors before he hit the jackpot. 6 unopened, beautiful cups of instant ramen sat before him. The oven couldn't heat the water fast enough. In mere minutes Naruto was pouring the boiling water into one of the cups and inhaling the intoxicating scent of his favorite food as the water softened the noodles and released their trapped aroma. With a heartfelt, "Itadakimasu," he dug his chopsticks into the beautiful noodles and brought them up to his watering mouth. And then paused. He wasn't supposed to eat. Kakashi had told them not to, and the first time around he had obeyed. Normally, Naruto would have simply thought, "Screw you," at the Junin and enjoyed his less than healthy breakfast, but there was a problem in doing that. His team had passed Kakashi's test the first time around and they needed to pass again or everything would get really screwed up. If they didn't pass the test, they wouldn't be Team 7, and if they weren't Team 7 they wouldn't go to Wave Country, and if they didn't go to the Wave Country they might not be entered into the Chunin exam, and if they didn't take the exam, Naruto wouldn't have met Gaara and Jiraiya, and if he didn't meet Jiraiya, Tsunade Ba-chan might not become the Hokage. No, he had to do everything just like he had before. He couldn't remember all the details from way back then perfectly, but he had to be close enough to get the same outcome. If he started changing things that didn't need to be changed, everything could be ruined. With a heavy heart, Naruto let his chopsticks sink into the steaming bowl of noodles and then picked up his ramen, carried it to the sink and mournfully poured it out. Watching the noodles and broth slide down the drain and out of sight was nearly the saddest thing he'd ever seen. Well, actually, not even close, but it was the saddest thing he'd seen since waking up in the past, and that was enough. Naruto let out a forlorn sigh and cast a longing glance back at the cupboard that held the wondrous stash of ramen, and then headed out the door and towards the training grounds. If he was going to be hungry, he might as well be hungry somewhere that didn't have a ready supply of ramen softly calling out to him like a siren amongst the rocks. Naruto was the last member of Team 7 to arrive at the training grounds, having been delayed numerous times by trips and stumbles as his too short body was unable to comply with the instructions of a brain used to wielding far longer and more powerful limbs. He was, at least, encouraged by the fact that his stumbles were occurring less frequently than they had the previous day. Slowly but surely his mind was adapting to its new, or old, body. Though the key word there was slowly. So long as he remained totally focused on his movements he was generally fine. Unfortunately it was really hard to keep thinking about the correct distance for each step, how quickly his arms were moving, or the distance from his hand to his face. Those sorts of movements were instinctive for a reason, they were boring. Of course, tripping and falling on top of a little, old woman out for an early morning stroll, being called a pervert, and getting hit repeatedly until an escape was managed were the results of his inattention, along with even dirtier clothes, a mouthful of mud, and a severely bruised ego, so perhaps he should have been able to put a little more effort into watching what he was doing. It was just so hard for him to pay attention when he kept seeing buildings that had been destroyed years earlier suddenly return to their former glory and people that had been killed during one of the many attacks on the village going about their business as if there was nothing strange about it, and for them, he supposed, there wasn't. When he finally made it to the training grounds, his teammates looked as though they'd already been there for a while. Sasuke was sitting at the base of a tree, his satchel placed between his bent legs, his arms resting on his knees, and a bored expression on his face. A gentle breeze played with his long, dark bangs, causing them to sway in front of his face in a way that Naruto had to admit appeared to be simultaneously unintentional and unquestionably cool-looking. Seeing his old friend as he had been and being unaffected by the jealousy that had often dictated his actions and views as a young man, Naruto could see what the girls liked about the Uchiha. He was handsome, or at least Naruto assumed that he was, finding it a bit unpleasant to think of another guy as handsome, and something about his perpetual brooding made him seem mysterious and aloof. His features were almost delicate from one angle, but then hard as ice from another. "What are you looking at, Dobi?" Sasuke asked, noticing Naruto's stare. "I just realized why all the girls liked. Like you," Naruto replied with a grin. The seated boy snorted, "Don't get any ideas, I don't swing that way." Naruto opened his mouth to protest, or perhaps to challenge Sasuke to a fight, but before he could say anything Sakura yelled, "Quit bothering Sasuke, idiot." Sasuke rolled his eyes and muttered something under his breath before turning his head away from his teammates and looking up at the branches above him as the early morning sunlight danced in the leaves. Naruto frowned and glanced in Sakura's direction. "I think you're bothering him more than me," he retorted before he could stop himself. Sakura's eyes hardened dangerously and her lips pulled back to reveal her clenched teeth as she advanced on him. It could have been his imagination, but Naruto thought that he might have even heard her knuckles popping as her hands squeezed into fists. "Ah, ha ha, Sakura-chan, don't do anything you'll regret later," he said, gesturing placatingly with his hands. "I won't regret this," she announced in a deadened voice. "You've had this coming for a long time." "Sakura-chan, I don't want to hurt you," he tried again, his arms relaxing slightly as he prepared to defend himself, "but if you try to hit me." He knew there was going to be power behind her fist, there always was, but it came at him so pitifully slow it was almost hard to take it seriously. As a child, he'd often been blindsided by such attacks, his eyes unable to follow them, but this time he could see it coming with ease. His right arm shot out instinctively to knock her fist away. But his hand didn't travel far enough to make contact with her arm. A half-second later, her fist slammed into his head, sending him tumbling through the grass and dirt. For a long minute, Naruto lay in a heap, covered in grass and dust and not moving, perhaps not even breathing. Then he coughed, spitting sod from his mouth, and rolled onto his back, one hand coming up to rub his aching face. "Damn it, Sakura-chan," he grumbled, gingerly touching the large lump that was already forming on his head as he sat up, "I forgot you were such a—" "What was that?" The pink-haired Kunoichi snarled as she rounded on him again, her eyes twitching. Naruto swallowed the comment instantly and smiled innocently up at her. "Nothing. Make sure it stays that way." Naruto nodded hastily, not wanting anything more to do with her angry side until his body was working properly. It was actually, in a vague and mostly made up so he'd feel better about himself sort of way, a good thing that she'd punched him. He'd been able to see her fist coming and could have dodged it or blocked it if his arms and legs would consistently do what he asked of them. Seeing how much of a hindrance his body was going to be in battle helped him see what he would have to work on first. After all, it would be difficult to save all of his friends if he was constantly tripping and misjudging distances. It also worked as a convenient excuse to not start trying to make any changes right away since he had no idea where to begin. His blue eyes followed Sakura as she once again attempted to strike up a conversation with Sasuke and met only silence, small grunts, and a few one-word answers. As a child, Naruto had suspected that Sasuke secretly enjoyed Sakura's attention and even encouraged it, but looking at it now, he saw nothing but annoyance from the dark-haired boy. Perhaps it just hadn't started yet, or maybe he'd seen something that wasn't there because he'd wished that it was him she'd paid so much attention to. Whichever was the case, Sasuke looked to Naruto like he just wanted to be left alone. Which was exactly what couldn't happen. If Sasuke was allowed to be the loner that he wanted to be, then he would be that much more willing to leave the village in search of power in less than a year. Sasuke's ties to the village had been nearly severed by his brother's betrayal, and then the last few were ripped away by Orochimaru and the Cursed Seal. What he needed was a few stronger ties. Naruto liked to think that he had been one, but if he was, it wasn't enough. Sasuke needed something more than a little brother and a semi-rival. Naruto wasn't sure what his friend needed, but he would have to figure it out quickly. If he didn't and things went the same at the Chunin exam as they had the first time around, he would have to do what was needed to protect the village. Even if it meant killing one of his best friends. It was a chilling thought and Naruto hated himself for even thinking it, but it was true nonetheless. He would kill Sasuke before allowing him to betray the village a second time, especially after having lived through the consequences. Naruto pushed those thoughts from his mind quickly and vowed to only worry about the here and now for the time being. The Chunin exam was still a long ways off and he would come up with a plan before then. It was as simple as that. Right now the most important thing to think about was getting his mind back in control of his body. For the next 2 hours Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground, bringing one arm up slowly until it was where he wanted it and then lowering it back down, over and over again, slightly faster each time. Once he thought he had the timing down he would work on the other arm until he was satisfied with that one, then he would return to first arm and see if he still remembered how to move it. And was disappointed when he found himself nearly back at square one. It wasn't that he couldn't figure it out, his head knew more or less how to move his body after the first several times he worked through the movement, but his instinct still wanted to use his larger form, and instincts that had been built up over the years couldn't be trained out of him with just a few minutes or even a few hours of work. After he gave up on his arms he stood up and began pacing, measuring his footsteps at one speed and then at another, always keeping his eyes down on them to make sure he didn't trip or try to take a larger step than he was capable of. Sakura and Sasuke, who was now up in a tree to avoid having to talk with anyone, watched his antics curiously for a while before eventually passing it off as just another Naruto being weird moment. There had been plenty of them over the years. Sakura told him to just sit still at one point, but he didn't even look up at her or reply, and she couldn't work up enough anger to do anything about it. The truth was that she was getting restless as well. Kakashi was now over 2 hours late and she'd gotten to the meeting spot almost an hour early. Were Sasuke not around, she would have taken up pacing and fidgeting as well. He was around, however, and she didn't want to annoy him or be seen acting like Naruto. So instead she sat at the base of the tree Sasuke was in and dozed while watching Naruto. Kakashi had woken long before any of his genin. He was already at the hero's monument before the sky had changed with the coming of dawn, and he was still there when he noticed that his students had made their way to the spot he'd told them to meet him at, just on the other side of the trees that surrounded the cenotaph. His instructions had been for them to meet him at 7:30, but all three had shown up early. Just like he would have when he was fresh out of the academy. He could have gone and seen them at any time, but he didn't. After realizing that they were there waiting for him, his body seemed to try to pull him towards them, desperate to be close to on time for once, but he resisted, forcing himself to stare at his friend's name, tracing it with his eyes over and over. The large stone was exactly as it had always been, cold and smooth, somehow simultaneously seeming to reflect the growing light of the morning and suck in all of the light around it. Kakashi knew it was just his imagination that it did this, brought on by the fact that he knew a great many of the names that were carved into its glossy surface, but the stone gave him the creeps and he hated it. Still, every morning, and occasionally during the evening as well, he came and stood before it until he was late to wherever he was supposed to go, punishing himself for the person he once was and recalling in near-perfect detail the mission that claimed his best friend's life. "I've got a new team, Obito," he whispered. "Hokage-sama asked me to take them, just like he does every year, and I had to say yes. One of them is from your clan and another is supposedly a loudmouth dumbass. That's why Hokage-sama gave them to me. I doubt they'll pass though. The loud one followed me all over the village yesterday when we were supposed to head straight to the academy and never even asked why we kept wandering around in circles. Kakashi let out a soft sigh and looked up at the sun overhead, noting that it was approaching 11 already. 3 hours should be about right, don't you think? I thought about telling them that I was helping an old lady who'd gotten lost, but I've decided just to go with the "my alarm clock broke" routine. The old lady one is sort of special. I was always fond of that one when you used it. No, actually, it drove me crazy when you used it, but I'm fond of it now. It was the last excuse for being late that I ever got to hear you give. He turned and began walking towards his team, calling over his shoulder, "I'll see you tomorrow and let you know how badly it went." Another 30 minutes had passed before the sound of movement through the bushes caught the attention of 2 of the 3 genin. Naruto continued his strange pacing and didn't even bother looking away from his feet at the noise. Sasuke and Sakura looked up just in time to see Kakashi step into the clearing, a small backpack on his back and a little skip in his steps. "Hey guys, good morning," he said with a happy wave. "You're late," Sakura yelled back, seeing red. If Kakashi wasn't going to show up until after 10, why had he told them to meet him there at 7:30? "Oh, yeah, sorry about that," he chuckled, not sounding very sorry at all. "My alarm clock broke and I overslept." "By 3 hours?" Sakura asked in disbelief and then added in a whisper that she didn't realize he could hear, "What sort of Junin are you?" Kakashi's eyes shifted away from her and she could imagine the corners of his mouth twitching under his mask. Anyway, come over here and we'll get started." He signaled for them to follow him and then led them down a small path through the woods that led to an open space surrounded by trees on 3 sides with a small river on the 4th. 3 wooden posts were stuck into the ground near the path with a large, cut stone monument just beyond them. Kakashi removed a small black alarm clock with golden bells from his backpack and set it on the middle post. Sakura noted that this clock seemed to be working just fine and was set to the correct time before pressing a button on top of it, setting the alarm. The Junin then turned towards the 3 young ninja and held up his hand. 2 silver bells dangled from 2 pieces of string. "Here are 2 bells," Kakashi informed them needlessly. "Your task is to take these from me before noon. Those who cannot get a bell by noon will get no lunch." He smiled through his mask at them. "I'll not only tie you to one of these posts but I'll eat right in front of you." Right on cue, all 3 genin's stomachs growled loudly and Kakashi looked even more pleased as he watched realization dawn on 2 of the 3. Naruto either didn't notice or didn't care, but he smiled knowingly as he too glanced at his teammates. For a moment Kakashi wondered if the boy had figured out the reason for the rule and still went without eating, but dismissed the idea just as quickly. Everything he'd heard about Naruto said that the boy was hopelessly clueless, his boundless energy making him unable to concentrate long enough to fully understand even the simplest of puzzles or instructions. Of course, if one read between the lines of many of those reports, it wasn't difficult to see a rather intense dislike of the boy coloring the opinions of most of his teachers, but if he'd figured it out, he should have eaten like an intelligent person. "You only need to get 1 bell," he continued, allowing his thoughts on Naruto to slip to the back of his mind. "Obviously there are only 2, so one of you will definitely be tied to a stump and the person who doesn't take a bell fails." Kakashi gave the strings a small tug and the bells tinkled tauntingly at his potential students. "At least one of you is headed back to the academy no matter what." Once again he watched their faces carefully as they realized what he was saying. This time Sakura inhaled sharply at the news, Sasuke's eyes narrowed. And once again Naruto seemed not to care very much. Kakashi's hand closed around the bells and he stood up a little straighter. "Use your shrunken and whatever else you want. You won't succeed unless you come at me with the intent to kill." But you'll be in danger," Sakura objected. Naruto looked down at the kunai holster on his right thigh, judging the distance carefully, and then let his fingers slip into it. The moment they closed around the ring of one of his kunai, he drew it out and flipped it underhanded at Kakashi with surprising speed, though little accuracy. Kakashi watched it sail over his shoulder, missing him by a good 10 centimeters, and then turned back to the group. "Well, he doesn't have much aim, but at least Mr. Dead Last has got the right idea. Trust me, the only ones in danger out here are you 3, so I'll say it again. If you don't come at me with the intent to kill, you stand no chance of getting a bell." Naruto scowled at the "Mr. Dead Last" comment, but more so at his aim. He'd done such a good job getting his hand into the holster, but it still wasn't good enough. He had to be able to do it without thinking and he had to be able to use his weapons accurately. In his current state, he stood no chance against Kakashi or anyone else for that matter. Fortunately, he didn't have to beat Kakashi today, he just had to make sure that everything happened the way it had before and they would be fine. Well, maybe not the butt-poking thing. He didn't care how much it screwed up the timeline. Naruto was not going to let Kakashi do that a second time. We'll start when I say, Kakashi continued. Ready, start. Chapter 4. Oh. Important, for some reason, when you click on the next chapter button, you might be redirected to a Sailor Moon story. I have no idea why this is happening, but I think the problem is with the site. Certainly the proper chapter 5 is still in my account and comes up when I use live preview, so I don't know what else it could be. Anyway, just know that's what's happening. If that is still happening, you can either skip that chapter, some important things happen, but nothing too huge, and go on to the next one, or just wait a little while for the tech guys to, hopefully, fix it and read it then. Oh. We'll start when I say, Kakashi continued. Ready, start. As they had the first time around, Sasuke and Sakura were instantly off and moving into a hiding position. Naruto also duplicated his actions from the first time he took the test, remaining where he was and looking at his future. Or past, sensei. This time around, however, it was more because he didn't trust himself not to smash headlong into a tree or impale himself on a branch than a desire to prove his own worth. Had he thought about it, it might have occurred to him that it was a good idea to do what he had done before since it worked out well for him the first time around, but he didn't think about it. One of the ninja basics is to be able to hide yourself well, Kakashi said in a bored voice, his one eye half closed and his hands in his pockets. So what exactly are you doing? Naruto shrugged and looked around. It's not like you don't know where they are, he pointed out, or at least, I hope you know where they are. Since I do and I'm only a genin. He glanced towards the tall oak tree that he'd seen shake as Sasuke moved along its branches. Besides, I'm not scared of you. Kakashi's eyebrow rose, but the expression on his face remained just as bored as ever. Naruto wanted to laugh and cry at the same time as he watched Kakashi with an insight he wished he'd had the first time around. The posture, the hand in the pocket, the half-closed eyelid, the slack face. They all worked perfectly together to convey his apparent total disrespect for whoever he was facing. It was no wonder Guy found Kakashi so irritating when they had their battles. If you aren't scared, then why don't you come get a bell? Kakashi asked with a yawn. Naruto hesitated for a moment as he tried to remember everything about this first test that he could. Sadly, his memory offered very little information. So much had happened to him in such a short period of time that he'd never sat down and really tried to commit any of it to memory. What was the point when so many other exciting and memorable things were going on around him? He did remember fighting with Kakashi on this day, however, and he also remembered the painful and humiliating outcome of that short, one-sided battle. He was not letting Kakashi do that to him again. But if he didn't fight Kakashi because he knew he was sure to lose thanks to the small body he still hadn't completely mastered, would everything else still happen the way it had the first time around? What if he didn't fight and the three of them ended up failing and being sent back to the academy and were split up the next time around? How could he protect his best friends if he never actually got to know them? Perhaps he could avoid having Kakashi violate him that way a second time and still keep things going the way they were supposed to. He'd have to fight the Junin, but so long as he avoided the super powerful ass poke, as Sakura so deftly named it, it wouldn't be too bad. Plus, Kakashi had once told him that it hadn't been until the Wave Country mission that he had really started to see Naruto's potential as a ninja. Up until that point he'd been just another loudmouth who tried hard, sort of, but basically just screwed everything up. It wasn't that he hadn't liked Naruto, far from it actually, he hadn't been able to see past the jokes and apparent stupidity to see what a powerful ninja the blonde could become. Naruto supposed that as long as he didn't pull out anything too fancy, or advanced, or previously unheard of, it wouldn't hurt anything to show off just a little. It wasn't like he was going to use demon chakra or summon a frog or anything. If he could impress him today, perhaps he could speed the respect process up a little and take just a tiny bit of the spotlight from Sasuke so that it wouldn't be such a shock to his friend later. It could work, he decided, but really, after the frustrating past 2 days, the annoying lack of control of his body, and the fact that people who would someday be his friends or at least respect him all looked down their noses at him as though he were something nasty the dog had dragged in, left him spoiling for a fight anyway. Naruto pointed a finger at Kakashi and yelled, "I'm going to make you see just how amazing I'm going to be, sensei. And then someday you'll get to tell you little grandbabies that you helped train the Rokudaime Hokage while they sit on your lap wearing weird masks, their Hitai Atesh covering one eye, and their gray hair sticking up all over the place." He grinned confidently, certainly more confidently than he felt, and cracked his neck as his muscles tensed, preparing to launch him into action. Or a tree, depending on how well he concentrated. I'll have you know that my hair is silver, not gray, Kakashi retorted as he reached behind him into the canvas pouch hanging from his belt and pulled out an orange book with a picture on the cover of a young man chasing after a woman with a larger chest than her shirt was meant to carry. Come whenever you like, it's been a while since I've taught taijutsu, but from what I've heard of you, you could probably use the lesson. Naruto smiled even wider at the sight of Ika Paradise and the memories that suddenly flashed through his mind of his time with Jiraiya. He reached down into his kunai holster and placed his middle finger through the rings of 3 of the throwing knives. With a flick of his wrist, all 3 kunai shot straight in the general direction of Kakashi. The first 2 that left his finger fell short of their target, landing in the grass a good meter before Kakashi would even have had to think about moving. The last came off with a little more velocity, but left his hand too late and landed in the bushes way to the left of the Junin. Actually, the only person Naruto came close to hitting was Sakura, who was left staring wide-eyed at the blade buried in the dirt right in front of her nose. Sorry, Sakura-chan, Naruto called out as the bush shook with not quite suppressed rage. Are you sure you want to be a ninja? Kakashi asked, never looking up from his book. You seem to be more dangerous to your teammates than you are to your enemies. Naruto scowled, his hands clenching into tight fists. Shut up Kakashi-sensei, that was just an accident. Give me a few days of practice and I won't ever miss again, he shot back. I don't think even a few years of practice will help your aim. Are you sure you're going to be the Rokudime? Perhaps you should be aiming to become the Hachidime. Though even that might not give you enough time to become competent. Naruto's scowl deepened and his annoyance grew despite his knowledge that he was being suckered into attacking. Being underestimated and looked down upon was one of those things that he just couldn't abide, no matter who it was coming from or how much of it was made to provoke a response from him. With a burst of chakra to his legs he raced towards his teacher, bringing his hands together as he called out, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 5 Narutos leapt into the air and descended upon Kakashi, who merely giggled lecherously and turned the page. A single Naruto held back, watching as the others attempted to land a blow on their future teacher and friend. And attempt was about as far as they really got. 2 of the clones collided as they came down on him, one having misjudged his leg strength and the other having just chosen a bad angle, and vanished in a poof of smoke as the other 3 managed to at least hit the ground properly. The next 2 disappeared as they punched from either side of Kakashi, only to have the Junin kneel down and tightened the strap on one of his sandals. And the 5th met his end when he sent a beautiful kick at Kakashi's face, but misjudged the distance and hit nothing but air. The momentum of the kick threw him off balance and he slipped on the grass, falling back and cracking his head against a stone on the ground. Kakashi didn't even bother commenting on Naruto's ineptitude this time around, he merely continued to read in silence. The final Naruto rolled his eyes and dashed at the gray-haired Junin, vowing to at least land one blow before the fight was over. He started out with a punch at Kakashi's head, which was easily blocked with a single hand. The momentum of the block dictated a kick out of Naruto and he gladly obliged, spinning in the air and sending his foot straight for Kakashi's neck. Kakashi ducked casually and Naruto's spin carried him down to the ground. Damn it! The boy growled as a kunai fell from his holster. His feet hit the grass for only a split second before he once again shot towards his now crouching teacher, one fist raised. It was as his fist started forward that he saw Kakashi's leg muscles flex as chakra was pushed into them. The blonde ninja's bright blue eyes watched in horror as the Junin sidestepped the attack and moved behind him, still crouching, his fingers coming together as if he were forming a tiger seal. Kakashi had led him by the nose through the whole fight. His every stance, every block, every movement had pushed Naruto into the spot he now found himself in. Off balance, with his butt just asking for the pain it was about to receive. Naruto! Sakura yelled from the bushes, her voice terrified. Get out of there! You're going to get killed! Naruto instinctively turned towards the bushes, feeling as though he were moving in slow motion. It's already too late, Kakashi whispered from behind him as he brought his arms back and prepared to strike. Hidden Leaf Ancient Taijutsu Supreme Technique, 1,000 Years of Death. His arms shot up and into Naruto's butt, lifting the boy off the ground for just a second, and then the blonde vanished into a cloud of smoke. Kakashi's eye widened. What the? The kunai that had fallen from Naruto's holster before his final attack disappeared just as the blonde in the air did, revealing a safe and unviolated Naruto. The blonde lifted a kunai and held it to the Junin's back as he reached out to snatch a bell from his belt. Sorry, sensei, but I'm not as dumb as you think I am, he grinned. No, a voice replied from behind him as the bell in his hand and the Kakashi in front of him disappeared, but you're close. Hidden Leaf Ancient Taijutsu Supreme Technique, 1,000 Years of Death. Redux. Naruto had only a split second to look shocked before pain ripped through his butt and he was sent flying into the stream. As he sank into its depths, clutching his butt and yelling unintelligible curses that appeared as nothing more than bubbles, he could only wonder why he had fallen prey to the move again, even knowing more or less what was going to happen. He had never been one to believe in fate, but for the briefest of moments, he couldn't help but wonder if such a thing actually existed. Kakashi watched the bubbles on the surface of the water until they slowed and then vanished. He didn't look away until a moment later when he saw an oddly colored object begin to swim downstream and towards the shore. "Well, I hope he knows how to swim," he commented just loud enough to be overheard by the two genin hiding in the bush and tree, "if not then I might not get to fail anyone today." Sasuke watched until it became apparent that Naruto wasn't going to resurface and then quietly made his way into the surrounding area to set up his trap. Kakashi was clearly too fast and too strong to be taken down by normal means, there would have to be some brains behind any attack against him. As he silently tied back branches and slipped a few kunai into them, he thought back on Naruto's fight with Kakashi. Naruto had been shockingly good. At least compared to what Sasuke had expected out of him. The fact that he could produce a solid clone at all was pretty impressive. To create 6 and transform himself to avoid an attack was nothing short of amazing. And yet, Kakashi hadn't been fooled even for a second. He'd toyed with Naruto, let him think that he had succeeded, and then humiliated him. Naruto had been stupid to leave himself open to any sort of attack, just assuming that his simple little plan would be enough to win him a bell. He knew a powerful jutsu, but he was too dumb to think through his strategy far enough to actually use his jutsu effectively. Sasuke's lips pulled back into a smile as he tied off another branch. This little test was perfect. Sakura and Naruto stood no shot of getting a bell, which meant that they would both have to go back to the academy. All he had to do was get a bell and he'd be free of them. The last of his traps secured, he quietly moved back to his hiding spot to watch Kakashi for an opening. The means of achieving his ambition was so close he could taste it. It only took a moment for him to see what he was looking for. Kakashi yawned and tilted his head to the side, rubbing the stiffness out of his neck, and then stretched as he let out another yawn. Sasuke drew his weapons so fast they almost seemed to have appeared in his hands by magic. With perfect accuracy, he let them fly and watched with satisfaction as they hit their target in the back. Only to have Kakashi vanish in a puff of smoke as a kunai-riddled log fell to the ground. "Damn it, he knows where I am," the Uchiha thought as he scurried away from his hiding spot. Kakashi's flippant treatment of Naruto's possible demise drove a stake of fear through Sakura's heart. Was it possible that their Junin was allowed to kill them during this test? It hadn't said anything about that in any of the books she'd read, nor had anyone told her about the dangers of trying to become a ninja. They'd warned her about the dangers after she was a ninja, but not before. This test was barbaric. How could the village allow such a thing to take place? She hoped that Naruto was still alive. Swimming was part of basic training, after all, but at the moment that wasn't really her concern. She needed to find Sasuke. After his failed attack on Kakashi, which had also scared her for a moment when she thought it might have succeeded in killing the Junin, she had hurried out of her hiding place to look for him. Kakashi would have figured out where he was at from the path of the kunai and would be attacking him next, no doubt. If she could help him, or even save him, it was sure to do wonders for their relationship. She tried to remain hidden, dashing from bush to bush and tree to tree, but it was difficult to look for someone when you were hiding, and finally she gave it up for lost and simply hurried as quietly as possible through the woods, wishing she had shorter hair so it wouldn't keep getting snagged on low-hanging branches. "Sasuke-kun," she thought as she ran, "where could you be?" And then a sickening thought struck her. What if Kakashi-sensei has already gotten Sasuke-kun? No, she wouldn't believe that. She couldn't believe that. Sasuke was the best, that sort of thing couldn't possibly have happened to him. Sakura glanced around a tree as she raced past it and stopped in her tracks before diving back behind the trunk for cover. Kakashi was standing just a little ways away, calmly turning a page in the orange book he'd been reading while he fought Naruto. She chanced another peek at him and sighed with relief. He was still standing there, apparently not aware that she was so close by. "Sakura, behind you," Kakashi's voice whispered in her ear. She glanced over her shoulder just in time to see the Junin form a seal with his hands, and then the world seemed to vanish in a swirl of leaves. Naruto pulled himself up onto the rocky ledge of the river and sighed. His clothes were completely soaked again. He'd forgotten how much it sucked getting wet when you only had a few pairs of clothes, and what was worse, the water seemed to intensify the stench that still clung to them from the day before. On top of all that, his ass hurt like nothing else. Kakashi had long, bony fingers, and even though they, thankfully, hadn't ripped through his pants and actually impaled his butt, those hard fingers still left him feeling really sore. Naruto once again tried to think back to the first time he'd gone through this day and remember how things were supposed to go, but the memory was foggy after years of important, and tragic, memories being built up. He remembered passing, after seeming to fail, and he remembered why they passed, but the specifics were vague now. It had only been important that they'd passed, not what he'd said and how he'd acted during each and every event. He was certain that he'd gotten tied to the post for some reason, but the memory of what that reason was had been lost or repressed over the years. Fortunately for him, and for the hope of a better future, he was an expert at winging it. It didn't matter how he did it really, he just had to end up tied to the post, that was key. If he was tied to the post, then presumably everything else would work out the way it was supposed to. Kakashi would berate them for their stupidity, Sasuke and Sakura would give him some food, and then Kakashi would pass them. How hard could it be? With a strange feeling of impending doom, Naruto pulled his jacket off, twisted it to wring out the water, and then laid it out on the grass to dry as he sat down next to it. He rested his elbow on his knee and propped his chin up on his hand as he thought. He needed to do something to get himself in trouble, and while he could think of plenty of ideas for troublemaking, having spent so many years as a prankster, he couldn't think of anything that was sure to leave him tied to the post. Before he had a chance to figure it out, he heard Sakura's voice cry out in alarm from somewhere in the woods. In an instant he was on his feet and running towards the sound, leaving his jacket lying in the grass. Sakura. Sakura spun on her heels at the sound of Sasuke's voice. Sakura, it was coming from the other side of a large bush next to a tree. Sasuke-kun, she yelled happily as she hurried towards it. She pushed through the leaves and then stopped dead in her tracks. Sasuke was on his knees before her, one hand resting on the tree to hold himself up. His left leg was twisted backwards at the knee, his left arm was severed at the elbow, and dozens of shuriken and kunai were piercing his once perfect body. Blood poured from his stump of an arm, the weapon wounds, and from his mouth, staining his clothing red and pooling on the forest floor beneath him. Sakura, he gasped, somehow speaking despite the kunai that had pierced his cheek, help me. Sakura stared at his broken form, frozen, as tears welled up in her eyes. Despite his pleas for help, she knew that his injuries were fatal. Would it fall to her to tell him that? Would she have to hold him and watch his life drain out of him? She felt bile heave in her stomach and then did what came natural. She let out a loud piercing cry of terror and fainted. From a tree branch above her, Kakashi glanced up from his book and observed his handiwork. I might have gone a little too far, he admitted to no one in particular. His one eye scanned the area around him and located the last member of his potential team. He leapt silently from his tree branch, prepared to end everything once and for all. Sasuke heard the scream as he finished putting the final touches on his trap and rose to his feet. That scream, he whispered, his brows knit, that was Sakura. Ninja fighting, lesson 2, Genjutsu, Kakashi said from just behind the Uchiha genius. Sakura fell for it easily. A disgusted smirk pulled at Sasuke's cheek as he shook his head. Yeah, she'd fall for that, but I'm not the same as her. Say that after you get a bell, Sasuke-kun, Kakashi replied with a condescending chuckle. Sasuke turned to face the Junin, his body relaxed, his eyes focused, and his arms hanging loosely at his sides. Kakashi casually pushed off of the tree and meandered towards the boy, still reading the book. The strength of the most elite clan in the village, the Uchiha clan, he remarked, not bothering to look up from his book as he spoke. I suppose this could be interesting. If you live up to all the hype that is. Sasuke stared at Kakashi for just a second longer and then attacked, his hands dipping into both the kunai holster on his right thigh and the one on his hip pouch. In the blink of an eye he'd sent 3 kunai spinning towards the lanky Junin. Kakashi's Ika paradise slipped back into his pouch as he easily jumped out of the way. Such an obvious attack is pointless, he chided with a hint of disappointment. Sasuke's smirk became more confident as one of the kunai vanished into a large bush, slicing through a rope that was holding back a branch. The branch sprang forward, launching its payload right at Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise at the trap as he once again leapt into the air to avoid it, barely managing to dodge the numerous knives that thudded into the trunk of a tree behind him. As he landed, he looked over his shoulder to see Sasuke already spinning towards him. This time there would be no dodging and Kakashi was forced to bring up his arm to block the kick aimed at his head. Kakashi brought up his free hand to grab the boy's leg and toss him, but Sasuke was already twisting in the air, his fist preparing to come down on the Junin's head. Kakashi blocking arm shot up and caught Sasuke's fist, only to have the Uchiha continue twisting and bring his other leg up for a kick. Thinking quickly, Kakashi raised Sasuke up by his trapped hand and foot, using his forearms to block the kick. The move brought Sasuke's face just a few centimeters from his own and allowed him to see the boy's triumphant smile as the only free limb between the two of them. Sasuke's left hand shot towards the bells dangling from Kakashi's belt. This kid is just a genin. Kakashi marveled as Sasuke's full trap was finally revealed. To have thought so far ahead would be impressive in a chunin, in a genin fresh out of the academy it was incredible. Plus Sasuke's taijutsu was not that of a genin at all. Even still, he wasn't good enough yet. Kakashi pushed his arms forward and shifted his hips back, moving the young ninja away from him. Sasuke's fingertip grazed one of the bells, causing it to ring softly, but he wasn't close enough to get a hold of it. With the danger averted, Kakashi tossed Sasuke away from him. "I'm impressed," the Junin commented offhandedly. "I didn't even have time to read my book. I'll acknowledge that you are different from Sakura and you got much closer than Naruto." Even as he offered the compliment, there was something in his voice that said he wasn't really any more impressed with Sasuke than he was with Naruto or Sakura, and Sasuke didn't miss it. With a snarl, his fingers flew through several seals, ending on tiger as he took a deep breath and said, "Kaden, Gukakyu no Jutsu." Kakashi gasped. There was no way a genin should have enough chakra to use that jutsu. The enormous fireball that erupted from Sasuke's mouth a second later, however, proved that at least one genin was fully capable of using it. As the flames died down, all that was left of the spot Kakashi had been standing was a smoking crater lined with hardened, black stone and burnt grass. "He's gone," Sasuke realized as he began looking around frantically for his adversary. "Where is he?" "To the side." "No, above." "Below you," Kakashi's voice answered his silent question as the ground beneath Sasuke shifted and a hand shot out of it. "Doden, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu." Sasuke managed one small cry of alarm before he was sucked into the ground up to his neck. "Ninja fighting, lesson number 3, ninjutsu," Kakashi said with a smile as he knelt next to the trapped genin. "Well, you're already, heads, above the others in this area." He gave the boy's head a condescending little pat, mussed his dark hair, and then wandered off, fetching his book from his pouch as he walked away. "You know," he added over his should just before he vanished from sight, "they say an exposed nail should be hammered in. I'd be careful if I were you." "Damn you," Sasuke grumbled, struggling to pull himself free. Naruto fell into 2 bushes, tripped over an exposed tree root, and, while attempting to lean against a tree after one of those incidents, misjudged the length of his arm and slammed the side of his head into the tree before he finally found Sakura. He was more beat up after a short jog through the forest than he was after his beatings from both Kakashi and Sakura. He'd wanted to get to her quickly and was still trying to remember either what he had done to get himself tied to the tree the first time he'd lived through this day or come up with something that he could do that would end with the same results and had not been paying attention to his movements. Once again his mind proved that on the subconscious level, it couldn't remember that he was a short 12-year-old boy and not the tall man he'd eventually become. As he picked himself up from the ground for the 5th time and wiped his scratched hands against his pants to clear the blood, he found himself wishing that Sakura was her future self, if for no other reason than the fact that she could heal the scrapes and bruises that now covered his body quicker than even the Kyuubi's rejuvenating powers would. Sadly, she was not that person yet, but one day she would be. Hopefully. For the time being, however, she was unconscious and seemed to be foaming at the mouth, her body twitching every couple of seconds. Naruto was pretty certain he hadn't seen this the first time around, as Sakura was decidedly unattractive at the moment and she'd just about always been the ideal by which he judged all other women. If he'd seen this side of her then, he might have rethought his measuring stick. "Sakura-chan," he whispered, giving her a little shake. "Sakura-chan, are you alright?" Sakura mumbled something and then her eyes snapped open and she sat up, driving her forehead into Naruto's nose. "Ow," she exclaimed. "Damn it, Naruto. What the hell were you doing?" "Sasuke-kun." She began to look around frantically. "Sasuke-kun, don't die and leave me behind. Where are you?" "Wa yo taling ao?" Naruto asked while massaging her nose. Sakura's oversized forehead packed quite the punch. Sakura grabbed him by the shoulders and, apparently forgetting that it was his nose she injured and not his ears, yelled, "Have you seen Sasuke-kun? He was right over there." He was. A shudder ran through her body at the memory and she turned and once again called out, "Sasuke-kun." Naruto looked from her wild eyes to the spot she'd pointed to and then back to her face once again. He wasn't sure what she was going on about, but Kakashi was most likely involved. "Sakura-chan, Sasuke will be fine wherever he is." "Kakashi. Sensei is just testing us, he won't hurt us." "No," Sakura yelled, working herself into hysterics. "He was, oh god. Sasuke-kun is going to die unless we." This time it was Naruto's turn to grab her by the shoulders and shake her. He's fine, Sakura-chan, believe me. She didn't bother to answer as she continued to turn her head and look around frantically. Sakura-chan, Naruto started, realizing that with them alone he could apologize for his earlier words without making too much of a big deal about it, about what I said yesterday. And this morning, well, Sakura wasn't listening. Instead she pushed him roughly aside, sending him tumbling headlong into a thorny bush, and then ran off into the woods as she called out for Sasuke again. Naruto gingerly pulled himself from the bush and started to go after her, but in his haste he forgot to be conscious of his changed height and once again found himself face first on the ground. This sucks, he grumbled as he sat up and ran his fingers through his too short hair. It only took Sakura a moment of running headlong through the forest to find Sasuke, still stuck up to his neck in the ground. The two stared at each other for a moment, and then Sakura let out an ear-piercing scream as she cried, his severed head. All Sasuke could do was roll his eyes as she collapsed to the ground in a dead faint, and then went back to wiggling free of his dirt prison. 2 or 3 minutes later he'd created enough space to pull out one of his arms, and after that it was only another minute before his whole body was once again above ground, dirty and covered in scratches but otherwise just fine. As he brushed the dirt from his clothes he eyed Sakura's prone form. With a sigh, he decided he couldn't just leave her laying there and walked over and gave her a small nudge. "Hey, wake up." Sakura's green eyes fluttered open a second later. "Sasuke-kun?" she asked in a dazed voice as her eyes slowly focused on him. "Sasuke-kun." In an instant she was up and her arms were tightly wrapped around his neck as her face buried itself in his chest. "You're all right," she cried as her body shook with emotion. Sasuke's shock was enough to hold him in place for a moment before he began quickly trying to push her away. "What are you doing? Stop it. Don't hug me." It took some time, but eventually she released him and stepped back, clearly embarrassed by her outburst and the spontaneous hug. "Sorry," she whispered as she blushed and looked down at the ground, her fingers nervously pulling at a small twig that had become tangled in her hair during one of her fainting sessions. "Whatever," Sasuke sighed dismissively. He glanced up at the sky and scowled at the sun hanging almost directly above them. "It's almost noon," he noted as he started to walk away. "I'm going." "You're still going to try to get the bell?" Sakura asked in bewilderment. "I already touched it. Next time I'll get it." Sakura's already immense awe at the Uchiha's abilities went up a couple of notches. "Wow, you're incredible, Sasuke-kun." And then somewhere in her mind a voice reminded her that if she didn't get one of those bells, and she was sure there was no way she would, and Sasuke did, she would be sent back to the academy while he would become a full-fledged ninja. "You know," she said in an offhand voice, "there isn't all that much time left. We, don't really have to push ourselves too hard. I mean, there's always, next time, right?" Sasuke's eyes narrowed and his gaze filled with loathing before he turned and walked away from her. For the second time in as many days, Sakura wished the ground would open up and swallow her. It seemed that every conversation she'd ever had with him, which admittedly was only those she'd had with him yesterday and today, ended with him finding her annoying. After taking a few steps, Sasuke stopped and looked down. "There's a man I have to kill," he said quietly. Sakura wasn't sure what he meant, but her heart leapt just from the fact that he was still willing to talk to her. "Do you mean Kakashi-sensei?" If Sasuke heard her, he didn't show it. "That time, he left me crying." "Crying?" His voice trailed off again and this time he didn't seem to want to say anything more. "What do you mean, Sasuke-kun?" Sakura asked cautiously. For that one brief moment, even though she couldn't see his face, Sasuke actually looked vulnerable. It was something she'd never seen before and she couldn't help but wonder if anyone else had either. "I'm an Avenger," he replied, turning back towards her, his eyes suddenly burning with emotions that had risen to the surface. "I have to become stronger than that man. I can't just stay around here and—" Whatever he was going to say was cut off by the sound of a bell ringing in the distance. "Damn," the dark-haired boy swore as he looked towards the sound. "I wasted too much time with you." Without another word, he turned and walked towards the spot where the three posts and Kakashi were waiting for them, leaving Sakura to stare after him in confusion. 10 minutes later, Naruto and Sasuke were sitting on the ground between the posts, Sakura was tied to the middle post, and Kakashi was standing in front of them. Just behind him there was a circle of bricks that had been set in the ground surrounding the stone monument they had seen earlier. "You guys look hungry," the Junin remarked casually, his one eye lazily shifting from face to face. "Why'd Sakura-chan get tied up?" Naruto asked, leaving his next question, "Why her and not me?" to himself. "Well, I suppose technically all of you should be tied to these posts, since none of you managed to get a bell, but 2 of you at least tried and weren't completely inept. Plus, I'm feeling generous today, so I'm rewarding your efforts." Sakura-chan, on the other hand, barely even saw me, so she doesn't get a reward. Sakura's face burned with humiliation and she wanted to cry. It was bad enough that Sasuke had to see her fail like this, but to be outdone by Naruto too. It was almost too much shame for her to handle. Her nightmares from the previous night suddenly looked less like bad dreams and more like premonitions. Now then, about the training, Kakashi continued, oblivious to her discomfort, there's clearly no need for you three to go back to the academy. The Junin eyed each of his potential pupils, watching them go through the usual emotions. Sasuke scowled, but seemed to have expected as much. No doubt aware of just how good he was. Sakura was surprised and delighted, which wasn't surprising since she didn't do anything. And Naruto. Naruto just sat there, looking neither surprised nor pleased. It was almost as if he was waiting for the hammer to fall. Kakashi shook this idea away just as quickly as he had the thought that the blonde had known about the reason for the no eating suggestion. Naruto would have no way of knowing how this test was supposed to go, nor could he have possibly guessed what was coming next. He was probably just tired and hungry and more interested in food, or the cute girl tied to the post next to him, than in what his instructor was telling him. That was, after all, the way the academy instructors had described him. So then, Sakura said excitedly, I mean, all three of us. Kakashi smiled through his mask. Yup, all three of you should quit as ninja. Sasuke's eyes narrowed dangerously and Kakashi wouldn't have been surprised if the boy jumped to his feet and attacked him. Sakura's mouth hung open and her eyes were wide with alarm. And Naruto. Naruto sighed and picked at some grass, looking very confused but not terribly alarmed. For a long moment, no one said anything and Kakashi wondered if they were going to be so pathetically complacent as to give up their dreams just because their leader told them to. Finally, Naruto, who still was showing the least reaction to the news, looked up from the grass his fingers were still tugging at and asked, why? Sakura seemed to awaken at Naruto's words and added, yeah. We couldn't get the bells, but why should we have to quit because of that? Kakashi looked down his nose at them and sneered, though it was probably hard to read his expression completely through his mask. Because all of you are just punks who don't deserve to be ninja, he replied matter-of-factly. Sasuke's jaw flexed and the killer intent rolling off of him nearly doubled. Kakashi let his eye fall on the dark-haired boy and raised a questioning eyebrow. That was all that was needed for Sasuke to spring to his feet and charge at the Junin. Sasuke-kun, Sakura cried out, struggling against the rope that bound her. The words were scarcely out of her mouth before it was all over. Sasuke's arm was pinned behind his back by an iron-tight grip and his face was driven into the ground by Kakashi's foot while the Junin calmly sat on him. This is why you're a punk, Kakashi informed the futilely struggling boy, shifting his foot so that it pressed a little more painfully down on his captive. Don't step on Sasuke-kun, Sakura yelled as she struggled against her bindings. Kakashi glanced up at her and then turned towards Naruto, who seemed to finally be paying attention. Action was obviously more interesting to him than words. It was too bad he seemed so disinterested in what Kakashi was telling them. Unless he and his teammates looked beneath what was being said, chances were they would fail. Naruto seemed to have good instincts, given the apparently lack of training he'd received. If his kunai aim was anything to go on, but if all he was going to put those good instincts towards was following orders blindly, he was simply a waste of decent potential. Are you guys underestimating what it means to be a ninja? Kakashi asked at last. Why do you think you were divided into teams? Why do you think we're doing this training? Huh? What do you mean? Sakura asked in confusion while Naruto stared at her. Kakashi shook his head resignedly. You three still don't understand the answer to this test. So, are you going to tell us the answer? Sakura asked hopefully. Geez, Kakashi groaned, are you all really this dumb? Just tell us the answer already. Sensei, Naruto sighed, sounding equally annoyed. It's teamwork. Sakura and Sasuke's heads snapped up at the announcement, while Naruto looked slightly nervous but not as surprised as he should have been. Once again, Kakashi considered the possibility that the blonde might have already guessed the answer, but then dismissed it. He realized that he'd been doing that far too often for comfort lately, but, again, if Naruto had figured it out, he would have done something about it. Besides, acting as a team wasn't really enough, nor was it the complete answer to the test. The three of you working together might have been able to get the bells from me, but on your own you stood no chance, he explained. What do you mean by teamwork? Sakura yelled in frustration. There were only 2 bells. Even if we worked together and managed to get both of them, one of us would still have failed. What kind of teamwork is that? This just makes us fight each other. Kakashi waited for a moment to see if she would work her way to the next logical step, but she seemed to run out of steam, so he said, of course this test was designed to make you fight amongst yourselves. At her confused expression and Naruto's apparent lack of understanding and/or caring, Kakashi added, "The whole purpose was to see if you could forget about your own interests and work together under controlled circumstances. We wouldn't want to find out you were only going to look out for yourselves while on a real mission, after all." He looked off to the side and rubbed his one visible eye with his thumb. "Sakura, instead of Naruto, who was right next to you, you were only thinking of Sasuke, who was far away." He turned towards the blonde who had gone back to pulling at the grass. "Naruto, you spent half your time running around by yourself or looking for Sakura." He pushed his foot a little harder down on Sasuke's head to make sure he had his full attention and said, "Sasuke, you just assumed the others would get in your way and tried to do everything yourself. Ninja duties are performed by the team. Of course, superior individual abilities are important, but what's even more important is teamwork. If you're acting on your own out there, your teammates are at risk and you could even get yourself killed. For instance," he reached into his hip pouch, pulled out a kunai, and wrenched Sasuke's arm to the side as he leaned over him threateningly. "Sakura. Decide right now, do I kill Sasuke or Naruto?" Sakura gaped at him while Naruto watched her curiously. His lack of reaction was beginning to bother Kakashi. The boy simply wasn't who all of the reports, as well as Hokage-sama's personal opinion, had led him to believe that he was. Naruto was quiet to the point of passivity. He just watched everything happening around him, sometimes with an almost detached disinterest. It was unnerving. "I can't decide something like that," Sakura yelled in distress, bringing Kakashi back to the here and now. Kakashi pulled the kunai away from Sasuke's neck and stood up. "The day might come, when one or even all of you are taken hostage, and you're forced to make that sort of a decision. When you're on a mission, your lives will always be on the line." He walked a few paces to the east and looked down at the large cut stone with several marble markers that looked like tombstones around it. The simple, elegant memorial seemed out of place in the wooded area of a training ground, but that was the reason it was there. So that those who used the training ground would never forget why they trained and who had come before them. "Look at this marker," he said in a quiet voice, his eye automatically going to a specific name carved upon it. All of the names carved into this stone belong to heroes of this village. His friend's carefree smiling face flashed before his mind, followed quickly by the blood-covered version that was the last memory he had of Obito, but the ones listed here aren't just any heroes. They're the names of those who have died in the line of duty. Naruto stared intently at the stone. It wasn't half as filled as the last time he'd visited it, when he carved Kohonomaru's name into it himself. The blank spaces on that stone represented the hope he had for the future. If he had it his way, few, if any, names would be added to it during this lifetime. His precious people would be protected above all else, no matter what. He wasn't going to see another name get carved on that blasted stone ever again. "This is a memorial," Kakashi explained. "The names of my best friends are carved on it, along with the names of people's mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters. Whole families have been carved into this stone and more will be added to it in the future." He bowed his head for a moment and then looked over his shoulder at his subdued students. "I'm going to give you one last chance," he said coldly, as if their failure to work together was an insult to the names on the stone, and, truthfully, he thought it was. "This one will be far more difficult than our little game with the bells. If you're prepared to continue, you may eat one of the bento boxes." His eye bore into them as he added, "But no sharing with Sakura-chan. Of the three of you, she did the least. Naruto and Sasuke at least came close to getting a bell, but all she did was pass out. If either of you feed her, you fail the test right there, and I will make sure that any other Junin you ever manage to convince to give you a shot at being on a team will know that you don't follow direct orders. On this training field, my word is law. Do you understand?" Sasuke gave a small nod, but Naruto continued staring at the stone, transfixed. Kakashi waited for a few more seconds and then vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving the three by themselves. "It's okay guys, I don't need lunch anyway," Sakura lied as her stomach grumbled in protest. Naruto reached out, took one of the boxes and slipped his chopsticks out of their sleeve, but did not start eating. His eyes darted from the food to Sasuke and then up to Sakura. Sasuke thoughtfully placed a piece of takoyaki in his mouth and glanced up at Sakura, who was doing her best to keep quiet and not call any attention to herself, despite the fact that both boys kept looking at her. After another growl from her stomach, Naruto looked pleadingly at Sasuke. He still hadn't touched his food, and wanted desperately to share it with his future friend, but Sasuke was the one who had initiated the sharing the first time. That much, at least, he remembered, and Naruto didn't want to change anything that had worked out properly the first time around. Again Sasuke glanced up at her. Aside from the takoyaki he still hadn't touched much of his lunch either, but once again he looked away. Naruto watched him for a moment and then shook his head in frustration. Why was Sasuke acting like it would be harder to offer food to Sakura when he'd done it fairly easily for him the first time? She was a girl, for crying out loud, it was natural to want to help them. He waited just a little longer and then gave it up for lost. He reached into the kunai holster on his right thigh, pulled one of the knives out, and cut the rope binding her, careful to remember that his arms were shorter than his brain wanted to think they were. "What are you doing, Naruto?" she demanded as her bindings fell away. "You're going to get us in trouble. Do you want to split my lunch with me or not?" Naruto asked with a roll of his eyes. I mean, sensei is probably a long ways off and you won't be much help to us if you're so hungry you can't stand. Right, Sasuke. Sasuke nodded quickly and passed his lunch to her as well. "There are some umeboshi in here, you can have them if you like." Sakura's eyes filled with tears as she looked at the Uchiha. "Umeboshi are my favorite," she whispered. He merely shrugged, picked out another takoyaki, and ate it without looking at her or Naruto. The three ate together for several minutes, enjoying the food after having gone so long without. There wasn't much in the way of conversation, but the atmosphere was relaxed. Naruto continued to stare at the monument thoughtfully, Sakura continued to stare at Sasuke happily, and Sasuke did his best to look anywhere but at his teammates. Suddenly, the ground in front of them erupted with an enormous explosion. Sasuke immediately leapt to his feet, his hand reaching for a kunai as he positioned himself slightly in front of Sakura. Naruto also was on his feet, but had reacted much slower and was less prepared to defend himself than Sasuke. "You," Kakashi's voice boomed out of the clearing smoke as his head appeared in front of them, his face a mask of rage. Then suddenly he smiled and his face relaxed. "Pass," he finished in a happy, nearly ecstatic, voice as he winked at them. "We pass?" Sakura asked in astonishment, her heart still beating hard in her chest from the Junin's sudden, and rather frightening, appearance. "But why?" "Not only do you pass," Kakashi replied, practically beaming, "but you're the first to pass. Everyone else just ran around doing every stupid I said, no matter how dumb the orders. They were all morons." He glanced down at the mostly eaten meals and sighed contentedly. A ninja has to be able to see underneath the underneath. Those who don't follow the rules or don't obey orders in the ninja world are called trash, but those who do not care for or support their comrades, even if that means violating orders once in a while, are lower than trash. Kakashi watched the information sink into all of his students. His first students, and smiled. Even Naruto was reacting the way he expected him to, whooping it up with Sakura, while Sasuke looked on with a reserved grin on his face. "That officially ends the training," Kakashi said after watching their celebration for a moment. "All of you pass. So starting tomorrow we'll begin our duties as Team 7. Come on, we'll head back to the village and I'll show you where we're supposed to meet in the mornings." The four headed towards the Hokage Tower, three very happy that they had managed to pass their final exam and one slightly disappointed that one of his students had cut the rope so he couldn't leave anyone tied to the post for a while as his best friend had once been, long ago. Even with that minor disappointment, it was a happy day for Hitaki Kakashi. He had a genin team to lead, three students who had passed the test where the all previous teams he'd tested had failed miserably. On top of that, one already showed excellent potential, another wasn't as bad as advertised and was proving to at least be interesting, and the third was incredibly intelligent according to the reports her academy teachers had written. Yes, this was a team he could expect big things out of. That should, to an extent, conclude our following of the manga anime for the moment. Sorry if it got boring reading about stuff you already knew, but Naruto could hardly make big enough changes to affect things this early in the story. Obviously when we get to the Wave Country arc, in a couple of chapters, I'll have to follow canon a little, but I think I have a slightly interesting wrinkle that should keep it from being too boring. Also, whenever I use a jutsu in the story it will be in Japanese. I try to describe it enough that you don't really have to know what the words exactly mean, but I'll also have it translated at the bottom for those who are curious. Same goes for any Japanese foods or animals that I happen to mention. Thanks for reading and don't forget to let me know what you thought. Takoyaki is a Japanese dumpling with octopus bits inside. It's normally a snack or a side dish. Umeboshi is a type of Japanese pickle and also happens to be one of Sakura's favorite foods according to Wikipedia. Kaiten, Gukaku no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. Doten, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, earth release, inner decapitation technique. Hachidime Hokage 8th Hokage. Originally I had it as Itadime, but a couple of people said they thought this was wrong. Hopefully it's right now. If not, well, I tried. Chapter 5. There were not many dairy farms in Konoha, so when one of the farmers requested aid with his chores because of injury or sickness or even because he just felt like it, he generally got a decently skilled and experienced team of genin at a discounted price. If the village needed to ship milk in from other towns, dairy prices would skyrocket and the villagers who enjoyed it would complain long and hard to a Hokage who, much as he loved his people, had better things to do with his time. Naruto had been forced to deal with a milk shortage, along with a clean water shortage, a food shortage, and just about every other shortage that one could think up. So he knew the importance of taking care of such a resource. What he couldn't figure out was why his team had to be the ones sent to deal with the problem. The work was, to put it nicely, boring beyond all reason. It was the sort of work that a genin would do. And while he was, technically, a genin, he was also a Hokage, stupid village counselors who had long outlived their usefulness aside. The part of him that insisted on wearing orange clothing and had used buckets of paint to make irritating additions to the faces of past Hokages wanted a fun mission. It wanted a mission that would be at least a little dangerous and therefore exciting, where he could show everyone just how awesome he was. Fighting off bandits, perhaps, or tackling a camp of missing nin, maybe rescuing the kidnapped daughter of a daimyo. The sorts of missions that he used to long for back when he was innocent and stupid, back before he started assigning those missions to other people and then had to attend the funeral for the ones who came home in body bags. He wasn't that innocent anymore, unfortunately, which was why another part of him understood why genin teams, especially ones as inexperienced as the one he was currently on, were not assigned missions like that in times of peace. It was this part of him that recognized how nice this sort of mission was to someone in his unique predicament. Watching Sakura being tied to the post and then having to stare at Sasuke while the Uchiha refused to get over himself and help her had been frighteningly alarming. He was from the future and knew at least roughly how events were supposed to play out, but something had changed and some things hadn't followed their proper course. It wasn't a huge big deal because he'd been able to nudge events back on course, but if he hadn't there was a very good chance that his team would have failed Kakashi's test and been sent back to the academy. That was the catalyst that had led him to his current plan: change as little as possible. It wasn't that Naruto wasn't going to change anything. He just didn't want to run into a situation where something he changed caused other things, especially good or important things, to spiral out of control and go badly for the people he cared about. For 2 straight nights he'd had nightmares of showing Sasuke up and having his future friend despise him for it enough to go running into Orochimaru's waiting arms. He wasn't sure how realistic such thoughts were, but they were plausible enough to scare him into inactivity. At least for the time being. Besides being scared of changing what should remain the same, there was the problem of not being able to properly control his body on a consistent basis. As worried as he might have been about bruising Sasuke's pride at the wrong time, the facts were that he couldn't have done so even if he'd tried. Over the course of the week since he'd woken up in the past, he had been taking regular tumbles into the dirt whenever he stopped reminding himself about his shortened stature, weakened muscles, and diminished body weight. It was getting better, but now he was being far more cautious when he moved to make sure that he didn't look too stupid in front of his friends. It was so bad during their first mission that Kakashi had actually offered to drop him off at the hospital to have his eyes checked after their first day together as a team. Naruto had been able to talk his way out of it, claiming that he was only tired and would be better after some sleep, but it had been a close call. Thankfully, though he wasn't much better the following day, the issue wasn't brought up again. His lack of coordination meant that even if he was sure he should change something and actually had the opportunity to do so, he was impotent to take advantage of it for the most part. Actually, with his clumsiness, it seemed that besides getting a few missions that he didn't remember from before, though he might have simply repressed the memories of such extreme boredom, everything was progressing more or less how it had before. He was still the chronic screw-up on the team and Sasuke was still the one who always had to bail them out. In his mind, the similarities between the original timeline and this one were both good and bad. Good that he hadn't messed up things that had led to he and his teammates becoming friends, bad that the things that had led Sasuke to leave for Orochimaru were still there as well. In today's case, however, even though he knew and understood the reason for it, the mission was just too boring for words. "Sensei," Naruto whined pitifully as he watched the elderly farmer show them how to milk the cow. "Please, this is so boring. Can't we have another mission? Isn't there some cat that's stuck in a tree or a runaway dog we can chase all over the village again?" It was easy to slip into the character of the person he'd been as a child. He felt the same impatience now as he had before, and this time around he actually was as amazing as he'd once thought himself. Or would be once he had complete control over his new body. Kakashi smiled down at Naruto through his mask and ruffled the blonde's hair affectionately, or at least that was how it looked. Actually, Naruto found it to be not only a bit demeaning but also quite painful. "This is a very important mission, Naruto," the Junin explained. If the cows aren't milked, what do you suppose would happen? Naruto knew the answer, of course. He also knew that he would have merely scratched his head and looked stupid the first time around. While he didn't want Kakashi thinking him too dense, he didn't want to seem like he was suddenly someone who completely understood what would happen to an unmilked cow or the possible psychological and economical impact it could have on the village as a whole. He couldn't afford to appear to be too different from who he was supposed, not yet at least. In the end, he compromised by looking thoughtful and not answering until Sakura explained it as she always did. Dummy, the pink-haired Kunoichi sighed with a shake of her head. If the cows aren't milked, their udders will stop producing milk and there would be a dairy shortage in the village. Exactly, Kakashi said. I know that, Naruto shot back, receiving 2 disbelieving looks, which he supposed was a good thing even if he didn't like them. I meant, why are we doing this? There's got to be another team that could handle this mission while we did something more interesting. Kakashi shrugged, we just take the missions we're given. There weren't any other D-rank missions left by the time we got there, so this was our only choice. Maybe if you showed up on time we wouldn't have gotten stuck with a lousy mission, Naruto grumbled, crossing his arms and scowling at the cow as though it had somehow had a hand in saddling him with another boring and somewhat smelly mission. As the explanation and demonstration came to an end, having been heard and observed only by Sasuke and, to a slightly lesser extent, Sakura, the elderly man led them out into the small pasture and pointed out the different areas of the farm and explained what would need to be done to each. A few minor repairs and a new coat of paint for the fence surrounding the bull, feeding the 4 pigs occupying the sty located next to the barn, bringing some hay in for the cows to eat, and a couple of other random, boring chores that Naruto had once assumed he was long past having to deal with. Before they could get to those little gems, however, his team would have to milk the 50 cows located in the barn. Each genin was handed a bucket, a stool, and told to have fun by Kakashi and were sent into the barn to complete the cow milking portion of their mission. Since this mission was about completing the tasks given to them and not necessarily a job that required much teamwork, Kakashi told them he would not be working with them but would observe their efforts from afar. Sakura grumbled that he only wanted to go read his dirty book, but was ignored by the lanky Junin. Naruto didn't trip at all as they walked back to the barn, a vast improvement over what he'd been capable of just a few days before. Finally, it seemed, his mind and body had adjusted to each other, or at least were getting close. He wasn't totally there yet, since he still had to watch himself to make sure he didn't mess up, but complete assimilation into his old body couldn't be that far off. He hoped. As he entered the barn, his accomplishment giving him more confidence than he'd felt in several days, he promised himself that as soon as he could move his body properly on a consistent basis, he would begin to change things, the right things. Until then he would have to keep working on the one goal that he had been actively trying to change, getting Sakura and Sasuke to be his friends earlier than they had been originally. Unfortunately they didn't seem to be in as much of a hurry as he was. As far as Naruto could remember, he and Sasuke had generally hated each other or at least pretended to until the Wave Country mission when they had competed against each other in their training. Sasuke had been his rival before then, of course, but to Sasuke he was nothing more than a pest who had no hopes of competing with the great Uchiha. Sasuke seemed to feel about the same for him this time around as well. Perhaps it was because Naruto hadn't proven his potential as he would during their tree climbing training on that mission, or maybe theirs was a camaraderie that needed to be forged in battle. Whatever the case, Sasuke didn't seem too interested in Naruto yet and Naruto found that extremely irksome. He and Sakura had also become friends. Sort of friends at least. Around the same time or maybe even a little later when they were taking the Chunin exam, and, just as with Sasuke, those circumstances seemed to be needed again. For the time being, she routinely called him an idiot, told him to shut up, or simply seemed exasperated at his presence on her team. If anything, she was even colder to him this time around than she had been before. It was difficult to say whether she was still mad because of his jumping Sasuke's bones comment to her on that first day or was just irritated that he was paying less attention to her and spending more time trying to get Sasuke to be his friend and less time trying to ask her out. Without meaning to, he had definitely not been pursuing her the way he had the first time around, so it was possible that she was missing the attention he'd once paid her. Even if it had always seemed to annoy her. The idea that Sakura might actually be missing something that irritated her was a perplexing one, but then she'd often told him in the future that he just didn't understand girls and he'd generally been forced to agree with her. This, apparently, was just one more thing he didn't understand about the fairer sex. Naruto sat down wearily on his stool and eyed the first cow as it slowly chewed its cud, looking almost as bored as he felt. The cow didn't make any attempt to get away or attack him, but for a minute it shuffled and stomped its feet agitatedly. Naruto had had plenty of experience with this reaction. A lot of animals acted like that when he first approached them, but they eventually calmed down, or attacked him, and the cow was no different. As its agitation abated and it gradually stopped squirming, Naruto looked down at its swollen udder and bit his lip. How had that old man done this? Slowly he reached out and touched one of the 4 long nipples, watching his hand the whole way to make sure he didn't accidentally punch the poor animal or miss his target in some other unpleasant way. As his hand closed around the soft, squishy skin, once again proving to himself just how far he'd come in the past week, the cow turned its head and looked at him, methodically chewing its cud, and then returned to ignoring him. Apparently once it was used to him, it no longer cared what he did back there. So far, so good. Naruto stole a peek at Sakura to see if he could discern how she was doing it. It was hard to see from his angle, but she seemed to be pulling down to make milk squirt into the bucket. He gently squeezed the very bottom of the nipple and slowly pulled down. Nothing happened. He tried squeezing just a little harder, but again was left with nothing. He gave the udder a long intense stare, pondering how he could unlock the mystery of operating it, and then tried giving the nipple a hard, sharp pull. The cow's reaction was instantaneous. It mooed loudly, turned so that its butt was in Naruto's face, and then gave the blonde a quick kick to the chest, sending him crashing through the wall of the barn and tumbling into the dirt outside. The commotion got Sakura and Sasuke's attention just in time for them to see the enraged cow charging after Naruto, who was trying to scramble to his feet and run while struggling to get oxygen back in his lungs. "What did you do to her?" Sakura demanded loudly. Naruto didn't bother responding as he turned and fled from the revenge-minded cow, only to trip after about a half-dozen steps and start to fall. The cow didn't even let him hit the ground before applying its head to his back end, sending him somersaulting through the grass and dirt and finally smashing through the fence surrounding the bull's pen. The bull watched Naruto with visible trepidation, unnerved by the intruder's cursing, strange movements, and sudden, loud entrance. Several times he stomped his feet and lowered his head to show the boy his horns as a warning. Naruto hardly noticed the bull. "Stupid cow," he grumbled as he stood up and began dusting the dirt, and probably animal droppings, from his pants and jacket. Crashing through the fence had torn his pants slightly. He'd have to sew them up again that evening, and his back and chest ached from the jarring blows he'd received from his attacker. With a groan he pulled off his jacket and looked at it critically to see if it had been ripped as well. Fortunately, because he found jackets harder to sew than pants, it seemed to have survived with only superficial damage. "I hate these stupid missions," he sighed one last time as he gave the jacket a couple of shakes to clean off the dust and grass that clung to it. "Naruto, look out!" Sakura screamed as Naruto felt the vibrations of the ground from the charging bull. "Ah, shit," Naruto sighed as he dove out of the way. The bull ran a few paces farther and then turned back towards the young ninja who had rolled smoothly to his feet. "Nice bull," Naruto said soothingly, or so he hoped, no need to get all riled up. The bull didn't seem to appreciate the tone of his voice, as he immediately lowered his head and prepared to charge once more. Naruto managed a quick glance over his shoulder and frowned. He was practically in the middle of the bull's pen. With his short legs and reduced speed, it would be tough to escape over the fence before the bull reached him, and he wasn't totally sure he had the coordination to continue to dodge. As the bull bore down on him, he didn't have time to think, his body simply reacted. His hands came together, fingers intertwining and then moving through a quick series of 4 seals. Ox, rat, monkey, and dog, each seal forming almost perfectly despite his too small body. The second the seals were completed, he dropped to his knees and slammed his hands into the ground. Just in front of him, a square sheet of stone, only a couple of centimeters thick, leapt out of the dirt. The stone wasn't nearly as thick as the jutsu's originator, or at least the person Naruto had taken it from, could make it, and wasn't quite as unforgiving, but that hardly seemed to matter in the end. The stone shield shattered under the impact of the bull's skull, showering Naruto with sharp tiny shards that bit into his skin. The bull took 2 unsteady backward steps and then collapsed to the ground. Had Neji, or at least future Neji, been the one to use the jutsu, the bull probably would have died. Naruto had learned, in other words, stolen, the jutsu from the straight-faced Hyuga while he was helping him practice a new taijutsu style that would not only allow full use of the Byakugan, but also give the user more flexibility in performing ninjutsu, removing the handicap of only being able to attack from close range. Neji had been able to use the jutsu simply by forming the seals, often within the large, loose sleeves of his shirt so that his hands were hidden, and then tapping his foot on the ground. The effect was devastating. One moment an attacker would see an opening in the Hyuga's guard, the next his fist or foot would unexpectedly slam into a meter, or more, thick slab of stone. Naruto had broken his hand twice in the first week of sparring with his friend. Naruto had always had to place his hands on the ground to make the jutsu work. Whether that was because he didn't have the chakra manipulation abilities of the Hyuga clan or because he wasn't a natural earth chakra type, as Neji was, he couldn't say. Fortunately, the bull didn't seem to notice the difference. It only took a few seconds for Sakura and Sasuke to hurry over to the bull pen. Sasuke stopped at the broken fence and looked from the bull to Naruto, his eyes narrowed. Sakura hurried not to Naruto, but to the bull, checking to see if it was still alive. "You idiot, what if you killed it?" she yelled, her voice panicked. "Better him than me," the blonde countered as he brushed away a few tiny shards of stone that had managed to pierce his skin. "We might fail our mission because of this." Naruto was unmoved. "Better him than me." Sakura shook her head and continued to check the bull as much as she dared, not wanting him to awaken and renew his aggression. Sasuke walked forward until he was standing over Naruto. He didn't offer a hand to help the blonde up, nor did he seem particularly concerned about his teammates' health. Though, in fairness, Naruto was clearly going to live, but there was a strange expression on his face. "What was that jutsu?" he asked in an even tone. "Yeah, I'm fine, thanks for asking," Naruto grumbled as he got to his feet. "I've never seen it before, where did you learn it?" Sasuke asked again, giving no sign that he'd even heard Naruto's sarcasm. "That wasn't a jutsu taught in the academy." Naruto refused to meet Sasuke's eyes, instead focusing on the bull that Sakura was now ignoring as she eavesdropped on the boys' conversation. "A friend taught me a while ago," he replied truthfully. "Who?" Naruto frowned and then his eyes widened slightly. "You want to know how to do it?" he realized in near disbelief as a smirk formed on his lips. Sasuke scowled, but didn't reply. "You do, don't you?" Naruto laughed, almost breaking into a little happy dance, but restraining himself. "You want me to teach you?" It was more than he could have hoped for. Sasuke had never shown an interest in working with anyone on anything outside of their missions. They were like brothers, but it was their missions that brought them together and kept them together. Once Sasuke felt that the missions were no longer of use to him, it was easy for him to push Naruto aside as well. If they trained together, if Naruto could show Sasuke that his friends could give him as much or more power than Orochimaru, then maybe the Uchiha wouldn't leave the village when the Snake Sanin's offer was made. And if Sasuke willingly came to Naruto for help, well, he couldn't get made when Naruto did what he asked for, could he? "Forget it," Sasuke growled, his pale cheeks coloring with embarrassment. "No," Naruto practically yelled. In his joy at the potential fix for all his problems that had just been dropped in his lap, he hadn't realized that he was acting like, well, himself, actually, or at least his younger self. "I'll teach you, if you want me to." "I don't need your charity," Sasuke hissed as he turned and walked away. Naruto cursed his own stupidity under his breath as he stared at the back of his retreating friend. Sasuke had handed him the perfect chance to start changing things for the better and he'd screwed it up in less than 30 seconds, what was wrong with him? The chilling thought that perhaps it was impossible to change things struck him but was quickly squashed. Sure, some of the basic details had remained the same from the original timeline, becoming a ninja, being defeated by Kakashi, getting poked in the butt. But it wasn't like everything had turned out the same. Sakura had been tied to the tree, not him, and his first team meeting had been at least a little different from the first time it happened. He was changing things, even if none of it seemed to be significant. He would just have to work harder to make bigger, better changes. "What did you do?" Sakura's voice awoke him from his thoughts. "What did you say to Sasuke-kun?" Naruto felt his body sag. It was hard getting used to everyone treating him like they had before, but readjusting to the old Sakura was nearly impossible. She'd been his closest, most dear friend all the way up until her death. They had been so inseparable that rumors had begun to circulate that they were actually lovers, especially after she'd been seen leaving his apartment in the morning still dressed in the clothes she'd had on the day before. And, as with most rumors, there was a grain of truth behind all of the exaggerations. They did spend many nights together but not as lovers. Actually, the first time Sakura spent the night with him, Naruto had tried to sneak a peek but she had firmly informed him that she was not yet asleep and that he was mere centimeters away from losing the hand that was trying to lift the top of her shirt out of the way as well as the part that distinguished him as male. Once, and only once, when they were a bit drunk, and perhaps a bit depressed, and at least he was feeling a little horny, a simple goodnight kiss had become something more and soon clothes were on the floor and they were tangled in his sheets. That night had been amazing, so far as he could tell from the alcohol-blurred memory, but the next morning had been awkward and it quickly became apparent that the lust from the night before had been more alcohol-induced than anything else. It was agreed upon, a little reluctantly on his side, that it should never happen again, nor even be brought up. And so they took to simply enjoying the nights spent in each other's arms, drawing strength from their bond of friendship and comforting each other after particularly difficult losses. Aside from that one time, neither of them had really even had the time or the energy for sex after a long day of carrying out missions, leading the village, planning attacks, and dealing with the deaths of friends and family. Not that the idea of doing it again hadn't crossed Naruto's mind once in a while, he was a man after all and Jiraiya's student on top of that. Plus, Sakura was going to be a pretty hot kunoichi one day. I didn't do anything, Sakura-chan, Naruto sighed, still watching his friend's back. So far I haven't managed to do anything no matter how hard I've tried. Sakura muttered something that sounded suspiciously like, no joke, and then hurried after Sasuke, leaving Naruto wondering if he'd ever be able to fix anything or if he was doomed to watch the world crumble even faster the second time around. The rest of the mission was notable only for the thick cloud of irritation and gloom that seemed to hang over the farm. Sasuke and Sakura finished milking the cows by themselves much to Sakura's delight, though Sasuke didn't say two words to her the entire time while Naruto was told to do the other chores assigned to them. It only took a couple of hours for the squad of Naruto clones to finish their jobs, though there was some unpleasantness during the pig slopping which resulted in 3 less clones and some disturbing memories transmitted to Naruto, but eventually even that mess was cleaned up. When they were finished, Kakashi led them back to the Hokage Tower. Normally, he would have taken them to one of the training grounds and instructed them on some team tactics, shown them how to use different pieces of surveillance equipment properly, had them practice their taijutsu, or, on very rare occasions that technically hadn't happened yet, but would in the not-so-distant future if Naruto's memories were correct, even taught them a simple jutsu or two. Because of their late start and because he had to explain why a barn wall had to be patched and how a bull received a minor concussion on a cow milking and farm repair mission, he told them that he was giving them what little was left of the afternoon off. The words had scarcely left Kakashi's mouth before Sasuke had turned and started walking home. Naruto hurried to catch up with the dark-haired boy, wanting to take another shot at breaking through the wall between them. If Sasuke had been willing to sort of come to him wanting to know how he'd done that jutsu, maybe they weren't as far apart as he'd thought they were. Hey Sasuke, do you want me to show you that jutsu now? He asked with a cheerful smile. Sasuke stopped and looked at him with a bored expression. Not really. Naruto's heart sunk a little lower. This was how all of their conversations seemed to go. Well, do you want to just go hang out? No. Naruto was desperate now and he knew that he only had a few seconds before Sakura would become annoyed with him for trying to cut in on her time with Sasuke, as if they actually ever spent any time together. Do you want to do anything? Sasuke gave a little shake of his head. I wouldn't mind going to a place where loud-mouthed idiots didn't bother me all the time. Naruto sighed and let it go. He'd had this basic conversation with Sasuke a dozen times already it seemed and not once had it gone anywhere. For whatever reason, he just couldn't get Sasuke to think of him as more than a weak pest. Sasuke-kun, wait, Sakura called out before her crush could make his hasty exit. He did stop, though the look on his face made it clear that he had considered continuing on as though he hadn't heard her. Sakura elbowed past Naruto and smiled happily at him, despite the expression on his face, clasped her hands in front of her chest as though begging but trying to be cute about it, and said, since we have the afternoon off, I was thinking we could. Go get something to eat. On a date, she had started off strong, but as she came closer and closer to asking him out, she began digging her toe into the dirt and her smile became far more nervous. Sasuke rolled his eyes and gave an annoyed shake of his head. I've got better things to do. Sakura visibly deflated as his cold voice swept over her. Her shoulders slumped, her head drooped and her hands fell to her sides. Sasuke didn't give her a chance to come up with something else to say, he quickly turned and walked away, hands still tucked casually in his pockets as though it didn't matter that he'd just crushed a girl's hopes. If only for a little while. Despite having just been elbowed out of the way by Sakura, Naruto felt old, protective instincts beginning to kick in and it took every ounce of willpower to keep himself from running Sasuke down and beating him into the pavement until he apologized. He waited for a full minute before approaching Sakura, reaching out a hand to pat her shoulder but bringing it back before it made contact. If she was his Sakura, the older Sakura, he would have known more or less what to say to her or at least would have felt more comfortable trying to cheer her up, but this Sakura was something of a mystery. She was only a child and her emotions were so all over the place that it was hard to figure her out. Would she appreciate him trying to cheer her up? Would it just start a fight? Would she be mad if he didn't try to cheer her up? Sakura-chan. He started tentatively. Are you okay? Sakura took a deep breath and then turned, her eyes once again filled with life and annoyance at him. Of course, she snapped. Oh, Ah, good, Naruto managed, thrown off guard by the near instantaneous change. If, you still want to eat. I could take you. Sakura's eyes narrowed and Naruto knew that he'd said the wrong thing. I've got better things to do, she replied evenly, leaving him to wonder if she even realized she was quoting what Sasuke had just said to her. It wouldn't be a date, he countered quickly. I just thought, if you were hungry, I'd be happy to eat with you. As friends. Or something. Sakura rolled her eyes. Right, I'm sure you'll tell everyone we're just eating together as friends. I'm not an idiot, Naruto. Naruto opened his mouth to tell her that she was doing an excellent impression of one, but caught himself just in time. He took a deep breath and looked around. They were all alone for the moment. In all the time since he'd woken up in his bed after fighting with Orochimaru and, he suspected, dying, he hadn't had a single moment alone with the girl who had been his best friend in the entire world. Just as Sasuke's almost request for help had been, this was a chance he couldn't pass up or screw up. He needed Sakura to be his friend if for no other reason than because he hated the lonely feeling he remembered from his childhood and was being forced to live through again. Sakura-chan, I'm sorry about what I said when you were talking about your dreams for the future during the team meeting. He scratched his head, not sure where to go with this. He'd been meaning to apologize ever since he'd realized that he wasn't trapped in some sort of genjutsu, but had never gotten the chance after she'd ignored him in the forest during Kakashi's test. I wasn't really myself that day. Sakura's eyes didn't lose any of their suspicion, but her face seemed to soften ever so slightly. Who were you then? A guy from the future trapped in his childhood. A guy thinking he was trapped in genjutsu because he was supposed to be a cage-level ninja, not a genin. Both were accurate, but, since neither was a thing he could actually say, he went with what he hoped she would like to hear instead. An asshole. Sakura looked surprised by his answer and then allowed a soft chuckle to slip through her lips. I thought you said you weren't yourself. Sakura-chan, that wasn't very nice. Naruto laughed happily. This was the Sakura he remembered. Sakura laughed with him, though not quite as happily, and then her eyes shifted in the direction Sasuke had gone and her laughter died down. Naruto watched her carefully for a moment, trying to guess what he could say to get her to want to be his friend. At this point in time, he quickly realized, there was really only one thing, one person, who could unite them, just as there was the first time around, Sasuke. I can help you, if you want, he offered as a half-formed plan popped into his mind. It would be easier to try something like this with Sakura because she would probably just put any advice he gave her out of her head if she didn't like what he had to say. Plus, as he thought about it, he really did have a good idea, or at least he thought it was a good idea. Help me with what? Getting Sasuke to like you. For the first time since he'd started talking to her, maybe for the first time in his younger self's life, and almost definitely for the first time since he'd arrived in the past, Naruto had Sakura's full attention. What are you talking about? She demanded, her cheeks coloring slightly. This better not be one of your pranks, Naruto. Naruto quickly waved his hands. No, I wouldn't pull a prank on you, Sakura-chan. I'm just saying that I might know how to get Sasuke to like you if you're interested in hearing it. Sakura's eyes clearly showed that she doubted his comment about not pranking her, making Naruto wonder if he had done so while they were at the academy. He didn't remember it, but that was hardly proof of his innocence, and probably also doubted the sincerity of his offer. Why? She asked suspiciously. Naruto shrugged, why not? Sakura cringed. Well, because you, her voice trailed off and then she tried again, I mean, you were always. It wasn't like you tried to hide it. Naruto gave her a blank look. Hide what? Sakura took a deep breath and then finally said, that you like me. For a long moment, Naruto stared at her dumbly, having no idea what she was talking about, and then it hit him like. Well, like one of her fists after a particularly perverted joke, prank, or jutsu. He hadn't really thought about it until that moment, but all of the girls that were technically his age and would eventually be his friends were people that he could, if he wanted to and could talk them into it, have a romantic relationship with. No one else would think anything of it as they were all about the same age. In his eyes, however, all of them were little more than children at the moment. The idea of having romantic feelings for one of them, or, even worse, acting on romantic feelings for one of them, was disturbing on a number of levels. He felt a little like a pedophile just thinking about it. Oh, that. An embarrassed chuckle slipped out and he rubbed the back of his neck. Right, well, I've had some time to come to grips with your feelings about me. Plus, no offense, but you really aren't my type anymore. Sakura raised an eyebrow at his last comment, but didn't press him any farther, not really wanting to know what he was talking about. How are you going to help me? She asked. I'll tell you while we eat. Getting kicked by cows and fighting bulls. Not to mention the whole pig thing. Really worked up my appetite. And you're paying. Sure, what are friends for? She considered for a moment and then in a voice that still only sounded half-convinced said, fine, but no ramen. Naruto was willing to compromise on some things for the sake of the friendship that he so desperately wanted to start building, but this was not one of them. Not unless he absolutely had to. Hey, I'm the one paying, he pointed out with a shake of his head. I get to pick the restaurant. You only get to pick if you're paying or we're on a date. Sakura sighed resignedly. Ramen it is. Naruto grinned from ear to ear and offered her his arm. Sakura pointedly ignored it as she walked past him. It took Sakura and Naruto nearly 15 minutes to make their way to the Ichiraku ramen bar, twice as long as Sakura thought it should have taken them. For whatever reason Naruto was walking as slowly as possible, his eyes locked onto his feet as though he were measuring each step. She couldn't remember when he'd started doing it, but was certain that it had been going on since around the time they'd been assigned to Team 7. It was possible, of course, that he'd always done it and she just hadn't ever noticed. At the academy she'd never bothered looking at him any more than she had to, but in her mind it seemed a rather new habit. Sakura's eyes darted back and forth searching the crowd for anyone who might recognize her and think that she was on a date with her blonde teammate. The cynical part of her brain tried to convince her that Naruto was intentionally taking his time to increase the likelihood that they'd be seen together so he could tell any former classmates they happened upon that they were on a date. She didn't think that Naruto was bright enough to come up with such an underhanded plan, but that didn't stop her from increasing her pace so that she was at least 4 steps in front of him. Enough that it would appear as though Naruto was simply following her. Naruto didn't seem to notice her actions. He didn't pick up his own pace to stay next to her, nor did he even take his eyes off his feet. It wasn't until the restaurant came into sight that Naruto began to walk faster. Head still down, he pulled even with her and grinned like a little kid. I'll race you. Sakura rolled her eyes and refused to answer him as he took off running. About halfway there, he took an abnormally large step and stumbled, his feet getting tangled up. He started to fall, but managed to right his feet in time to save himself from a dirt appetizer. A half-second later he was running again and this time managed to get all the way to his goal without incident. Sakura shook her head, she was certain she'd never met anyone as awkward and clumsy as Uzumaki Naruto. By the time she arrived, Naruto was sitting at the bar, his feet barely grazing the floor as they swung under his stool. He had already ordered for the both of them, which sounded annoyingly like something someone would do for his date, but at least he hadn't ordered anything disgusting or spicy for her, simply getting her a bowl of miso. Their food arrived in short order and Naruto gave the most heartfelt, "Itadakimasu," she'd ever heard before digging into his bowl with gusto. Sakura picked at her food slowly, eating little more than a noodle at a time, occasionally only sucking broth from the wood of her chopsticks. Ramen was high in calories and low in nutritional value, possibly the worst thing a girl on a diet could be forced to eat. While she thought up new and inventive ways of not eating and still appearing to enjoy the meal, she stole glances out of the corner of her eye at her teammate, wishing he would hurry up and start talking so she could leave before he did anything too weird. Naruto, however, just ignored her. His chopsticks were nearly a blur moving in and out of his bowl, keeping a steady stream of noodles moving into his mouth. At one point, he missed his mouth, hitting himself in the cheek. He frowned and cursed and muttered something about his arms still feeling short and then went back to eating as though nothing had happened. Sakura had a lot of practice at being ignored. As a little girl she'd done her best to blend in with the background for fear that the other girls would notice her enormous forehead and tease her. After their falling out, Ino and her friends would occasionally ignore her for several days at a time. And, sadly, Sasuke often ignored her when she was trying to get his attention. The one person who had never ignored her, much as she might wish him to, was Naruto, who up until they were put on Team 7, at which point he had eased off considerably, constantly tried to talk to her or get her to laugh at his idiotic, immature antics. Now that they were eating together, and after he'd promised to help her get her heart's desire, his eyes hadn't even flickered in her direction. It was annoying. When he finished his noodles he lifted the bowl to his mouth, downed the broth, and then signaled for another bowl to Tsuki. The gray-haired man who owned the shop was just about the first person Sakura had ever seen who actually seemed happy to see Naruto. It wasn't hard to guess why the man liked the troublemaker. Naruto probably ate enough ramen to keep the restaurant's finances in the black all by himself. After another few minutes, Sakura was growing very tired of being ignored and was beginning to suspect that Naruto had tricked her into going out with him. In fact, she wouldn't have been surprised if Naruto ran off as soon as he finished his meal and left her with the check. His very presence was beginning to annoy her, and the sight of him happily eating his meal while her stomach ached for food it wasn't allowed to have was shortening her already short fuse. He'd told her he knew how she could get Sasuke to like her, so why was he taking his sweet time telling her? Didn't he understand how important that sort of information was to her? Or did he really have no idea how she could get Sasuke's affections and was only stalling for time before he admitted as much and left her with the bill? Finally Sakura gave up any pretense of eating and glared at Naruto until he looked at her. "Iui, Avenue foaming on, why, Ace?" he asked through the noodles he'd just shoved into his mouth. "You told me you knew how I could get Sasuke-kun to like me, so tell me how to do it already," she demanded. Naruto swallowed and went back to staring straight ahead, his eyes seeming to gloss over as a strange change came over his face. Suddenly he almost looked mature, like he was an adult or something. For almost a full minute he was totally silent and then, without looking at her, he casually asked, "You worked hard on your mission today, so why aren't you eating your food?" Sakura was caught off guard by the question and it took her a moment to answer. "I'm just not hungry right now." Not hungry or dieting. She felt her face flush and it angered her that he would even call attention to something so personal. "That's none of your business," she snapped. Naruto simply shrugged, not bothered by the venom in her voice or her anger over his rudeness. "It won't work, you know. You'll never have a body like the one you think you want." Her fist shot out without warning, but a split second before it could connect and send him flying through the wall of the restaurant, Naruto leaned back off his stool, his knees slamming painfully into the countertop in an effort to keep him from falling. Had it not been for the loud crash of his knees and the flailing of his arms as he struggled to keep his precarious balance on the edge of the stool, he might have almost looked cool avoiding her attack in such a casual way. As it was, they both looked stupid and a few of the other patrons gave them curious or irritated glances. The surprise of missing was the only thing that kept Sakura from throwing another punch and it lasted just long enough for Naruto to sit back properly on his seat. "Damn short legs," he grumbled as he massaged the spot that had hit the counter. Then he straightened up and turned towards her. "Sakura-chan, Sasuke doesn't care about how skinny you are. Or at least there isn't any point in starving yourself over it even if he does. If all Sasuke cares about is a girl's body, Ino's going to be the one he goes for." Sakura's knuckles popped as her hands curled into fists again. "And if he's that shallow, you can do better anyway," he finished quickly and then his arms flew up to block the anticipated punch. Fortunately for him, she didn't try to hit him a second time, though she certainly had been ready to. "What do you mean? You're pretty, Sakura-chan, but Ino's going to have the better body. It's just the way she's built. It won't matter though, unless Sasuke is only interested in a girl's chest and waist size." "Sasuke-kun isn't like that," Sakura insisted quickly. "Well, then why are you so worried about your body?" Sakura thought for a moment and then said, "Because Fuki-chan said that her sister heard a friend say that Sasuke-kun only liked thin girls." Naruto rolled his eyes and shook his head. And how would her sister's friend know? Sakura didn't have an answer for that. All she'd known was that the other girls were going on diets, except for annoying Ino Pig who was already perfectly slender, so she'd decided to go on one as well. Naruto took her lack of response for an answer and then asked, "What do you even know about Sasuke that you haven't heard from some friend of a friend whose mother's uncle's dog's playmate heard through the grapevine?" Sakura opened her mouth to offer a long, detailed list of Sasuke's habits, grades, and other tidbits she'd learned about the reclusive Uchiha over the years, but Naruto cut her off before she could regale him with her knowledge. "I mean about the sort of girl he likes." The pink-haired Kunoichi thought hard for a moment and then had to admit that she didn't know anything that wasn't secondhand knowledge. It was annoying that Naruto was pointing out something so obvious, and even worse was that it hadn't even occurred to her before he pointed it out. And probably wouldn't have if he hadn't mentioned it. Naruto smiled and then asked, "And what do you and I know about his likes and dislikes that nobody but Kakashi-sensei knows?" The way he said it brought the answer immediately to mind, but also left her feeling as though something were off about their conversation. Naruto was leading her by the nose towards an answer but was doing so through questions, so she might end up thinking that it was partly her idea rather than completely his when she finally arrived at whatever conclusion he was trying to get her to see. "He said there's plenty that he dislikes and almost nothing that he likes," she recited. Naruto's smile widened and Sakura's feelings about the conversation were confirmed. "So you're saying that there's nothing I could do to get him to like me since he doesn't like hardly anything?" "No, nothing like that," the blonde laughed, "though I think that your choice in the man of your dreams leaves something to be desired. I just thought you ought to realize that throwing yourself at him and trying to do all those other things to get him to like you weren't going to work. And they aren't going to work for Ino or anyone else, either." "You said you could help me," she pointed out, growing tired of being led through all of these hoops by him. "How are you going to do that? I bet you could figure it out if you thought about the last part of what he said." He said he wanted to restore his clan. Naruto threw his head back and laughed so hard he actually fell out of his chair, landing with a thump on the ground. I should have known you'd think of that first. That was part of the last thing he said. Sakura insisted as she glared down at him. Yeah, the part that involves you and him in bed. Naruto held up a hand to the side of his face and whispered loudly, Sakura-chan, I think you're a closet pervert. Sakura's eyes narrowed until they were slits as she slid off her stool and prepared to end his short life. Now Sakura-chan, Naruto giggled, scooting along the floor away from her, if you kill me, you'll never know how to get Sasuke. His words stopped her from going on a murderous rampage, but didn't curb her desire to stomp him into the ground. Tell me, she demanded in a voice that warned him to get there quickly or suffer the consequences. He wants to kill someone, Naruto answered calmly. So you think I have to kill someone for him? Sakura asked, her anger dying in a sea of confusion. Geez, I hope not, Naruto chuckled, if you did, I'd really tell you to give up on the bastard and go after someone else. I just meant that all Sasuke seems to care about is killing someone. So if you want him to like you or at least see you as being worthy of a little attention, I have to help him kill that person. Exactly, Naruto said with a smile that Sakura was sure she'd seen her own father and several teachers give her when she managed to puzzle her way through a difficult problem and find the answer they wanted her to find. It was a very strange expression to see on Naruto's face. Sasuke said that the things he really wants are to kill his brother and restore his clan, probably in that order. So if you want to be around for the restoring part, you probably should be able to help him do the killing. So how do I do that? Naruto stood and dusted off his pants, his stupid knowing smile bigger than ever. He reached into one of his pockets and retrieved a large green frog wallet from which he pulled some money and casually tossed it on the bar between his two empty bowls and her lone full one. Show him you aren't just one of those girls who follows him around hoping he'll toss them a bone. His eyebrow twitched and Sakura could see the cogs in his head working, or maybe they're hoping he'll. Don't say it, she yelled, stopping what was sure to be an inappropriate and embarrassing joke. Naruto frowned and shrugged, no doubt thinking she was missing out on something funny, and then turned and started to walk away. He only took about 4 shuffling steps before he stopped and looked back at her. He hesitated for a moment, debating whether or not he wanted to say what was on the tip of his tongue, but then took the plunge. Do you mind if I tell you what I really think, Sakura-chan? Sakura's eyes narrowed once more. Not if you're going to say that I should give up on Sasuke-kun and go out with. Naruto shook his head. No, he stopped and reconsidered, well, yes and no, really. I honestly think you should stop chasing Sasuke, but not so you'll go out with me. Or anyone else for that matter. Sasuke doesn't need a girlfriend right now, he just needs a friend. If you really care about him you won't train with him so you can get in his pants. You'll do it to help him. Sakura's jaw flexed at the get in his pants comment, but she couldn't find it in her to get angry at Naruto, especially when he sounded sincere and so. Right. This new Naruto was something she had no idea how to react to. It felt like Iruka-sensei or her father had temporarily taken control of Naruto's brain. The change was jarring after years of dealing with the usual stupid, annoying, childish Naruto. Naruto watched her for a moment longer and then turned to leave, casually waving his hand without looking back at her. See you tomorrow, Sakura-chan. Next time you want advice, you're paying. Sakura stared after him, not sure if she should be annoyed or thankful. He hadn't done anything too embarrassing or tried to turn their friendly meal into a date, and to top it all off, his idea, much as she hated to admit it, wasn't a bad one. Actually, it was pretty good. Sasuke had said those things, after all, and he never seemed to care much for those girls who followed him around, even the ones with the perfect bodies and normal-sized foreheads like Ino. Maybe he really would only respect the sort of girl who could help him train to kill whoever it was that he hated so much. Even Naruto's advice about giving up on Sasuke wasn't as horrible an idea as it would have sounded to her in a different conversation. Basically, he wasn't telling her to give up on the love of her life, just to become Sasuke's friend first because that was what he really needed. It was the sort of advice she'd read once or twice in her magazines, but had never considered actually applying towards her own situation. The question was, how had Naruto of all people realized this potential answer when the rest of the female population in their class hadn't seen it? Naruto wasn't smart. He didn't watch Sasuke all that carefully. He'd tried talking to Sasuke quite a few times since they'd become Team 7, but hadn't really gotten all that much more out of the Uchiha than anyone else. And most of what he'd tried to talk to Sasuke about was about their missions or some taijutsu move that Kakashi had just taught them. Like he was trying to get Sasuke to be his friend. And during that first morning, before Kakashi's test, he'd said something about seeing why all of the girls liked Sasuke-kun. And then he'd just told her that he didn't like her like that anymore because she wasn't his type. Sakura shook her head. No way. Naruto couldn't be, could he? She looked back longingly at her cold bowl of ramen that Tyuki was cleaning up inside. Has Naruto been acting weird lately? She asked the old man. Well, Tyuki pushed back his white paper hat and scratched his head thoughtfully. He cried about a week ago when he stopped by, but that might have just been because he poked himself in the eye with his chopsticks. Other than that, no weirder than usual. Why do you ask? Sakura shrugged, putting the idea out of her head, and then turned to head home, vowing to eat everything her mother put in front of her until she was well and truly full. It was a bit strange that Naruto had figured something out before everyone else, assuming that his little plan actually worked, but at least he'd given her an excuse to satisfy her aching stomach. For that alone, she'd overlook the weirdness of the whole thing. Just this once. Oh. I just know I'm going to hear complaints about Naruto remaining an idiot in this story. Sorry, it's just his nature. And besides that, milking a cow would be boring to him, so I doubt he'd pay enough attention to get it right, especially since he's got the fate of the world on his mind and all. I tried waiting until next Friday before posting, but at 31 reviews for the last chapter, more than any chapter in any other story I've ever written, I just couldn't bring myself to wait. Heck, I was itching to post by Sunday. What can I say, I'm a review addict. I know I have a problem, but I just can't change. Maybe this website needs to host some sort of review addiction help seminar. Anyway, the next chapter will begin a series of 4 or 5 that will all come out pretty quick, every 2 or 3 days, I think. This is because we'll be dealing with the wave country and I don't feel like hearing all month about how boring it is. I figure if we push through it in a week or so, we can get onto bigger and better things and no one will have too much reason to complain. Also, the upcoming chapter will be a bit of a cliffhanger and I always feel bad making people wait long after one of those. Let's see if I can at least make it to the weekend before caving in and posting again. Anyway, thanks for reading. Please review and let me know what you thought. Chapter 6. Oh. The horizon was just beginning to turn golden as the approaching dawn ushered in another beautiful day in Konoha. Some of the citizens had already been up for a few hours, the scent of fresh baked breads and other breakfast foods could be smelled all around the village, while others were only beginning to stir in their warm beds. The Hokage Tower was open, but not busy yet. That wouldn't begin until after the great gates opened and the rest of the village had risen from its slumber, but a few civilians dressed in clothing ranging from rags to tailored suits as well as ninja of various levels could be seen entering and exiting already, many yawning as they did so. Some were picking up missions, some were requesting them, and others were just milling about as they waited for a meeting they were early for. Naruto saw all of them from his perch on the roof of a nearby building. He wasn't sure how long he'd been crouching there, but his muscles ached and he longed to allow himself to stretch. Despite his discomfort, he didn't move from his spot or even look away from the activity below him for fear that he might be distracted and miss who he was looking for. It had been 3 days already since he'd decided upon this quest and he had yet to find her. This was, however, the first morning that he had woken so early and he was feeling confident that this time he wouldn't be disappointed. His conversation with Sakura the previous week and the changes it seemed to be making with her had given him new hope and confidence that he actually would be able to pull off this insane idea of fixing the future and wouldn't just end up with a bigger mess than he already had on his hands. She no longer bothered Sasuke for dates the way she previously had, but rather asked him if he'd like to go practice their taijutsu further and even asked him if he could help her become more accurate with her kunai throws. So far, Naruto hadn't seen him actually take her up on her offers, but he had given her a few pointers once or twice. He also seemed far less annoyed with her when she spoke to him and that was the first good sign Naruto had seen since waking up in the past. Sakura apparently noticed as well and had redoubled her efforts to become useful to him in whatever way she could, even staying after Kakashi had dismissed them and training on her own. Naruto was glad that she was starting to become more like the woman he remembered her as, even if it was just a little, and hoped that Sasuke would start taking her up on her offer occasionally. He'd never gotten the chance to find out how Sasuke felt about her in the future, but maybe they could at least be good friends and there was always a chance that he'd eventually return her feelings. You couldn't restore a clan without some Uchiha babies, after all, and that took a woman who was willing to bear those babies. Sakura was as good a candidate for the job as anyone else who might want it. Probably even a better candidate than most since she actually stood a chance of getting to know him for more than his looks and money. The problem was, what was Naruto supposed to do now? Online writing communities. All of his conversations with Sasuke were what Naruto had dubbed, "Sasuke can't be bothered with you," conversations. They generally involved him asking Sasuke if he'd like to hang out or train or something and Sasuke telling that he had better things to do. The only other type of conversation they had were the ones in which Sasuke dropped veiled insults about Naruto's abilities even though Naruto was now only making the occasional intentional mistake on the missions. Clearly he would just have to wait for Old Man Tazuna and their mission to the Wave Country before he could start working on his future friend. After the disaster during their farming mission, it was clear that Sasuke wasn't going to come to him for any sort of training or help unless he was dragged kicking and screaming, and Naruto didn't want that. If he could just wait until they went to the Wave Country, everything would work out fine the way it had before. Unfortunately, Naruto couldn't remember exactly when they were given that mission and was beginning to grow impatient. Now that he had his body under control, there were still a few slip-ups, but they were so few and far between that they were probably just legitimate clumsiness rather than issues caused by traveling backwards through time and space. It seemed that he should be making some large strides towards creating the utopia he envisioned for this second chance at the future. Instead he was just sitting around doing boring missions, being taught taijutsu and team tactics by Kakashi that he either already knew or knew something that worked better, and watching Sakura making strides towards becoming Sasuke's friend while he was still seen as being the dead last on the team. It was because of this frustration that he now found himself on rooftop perch spying on those entering and exiting the Hokage Tower. He'd spent several nights thinking long and hard about what he could do at this early stage to change the future that he'd come from, and had only been able to think of one person who actually might need and accept his help: Hinata. She was, really, his only option at the moment. Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino all had fairly normal, safe lives, so far as he'd ever heard, until Sasuke's defection. On top of that, Shikamaru wasn't the sort of person he wanted to be around too much if he could help it. It was bad enough that he had to deal with Kakashi and all of his genius on a daily basis. He doubted he could fool two of them for any extended length of time. Kiba, Akamaru, and Shino were probably struggling to complete their missions, in part because of Hinata, though Naruto doubted it was all her fault. But that was about their only worry in life at the moment. Though Rock Lee was rapidly becoming a clone of Maida Guy, Naruto was certain that the process was already irreversible by this point. Even if he was allowed to live 5 lifetimes over again, he probably couldn't stop it. Neji had a stick up his ass, but he'd live, and Naruto knew that he would change that during the Chunin exam. Plus, he wasn't really sure how he could possibly help Neji without fighting him the way he had originally, and on a list of stupid things he could do to call unwanted attention to himself, beating down the Hyuga clan's greatest genius was probably pretty near the top. Tenten's only trouble was that she had to deal with Neji and all his depressing talk about fate, as well as Guy and Lee and their babbling about the power of youth. Naruto felt sorry for her, but she'd come out of it just fine the first time around. Sai was still a member of Root, and Naruto had no idea where he could find him or what he would do and say if he did. Taking down that organization's leader, Danzo, was an even worse idea than beating up Neji. Though Naruto really hated to admit it. Though Naruto wished he could do something for the future Kage, Gaara and his siblings lived too far away for him to do anything for them. They would just have to survive, as they had originally, until the Chunin exam before he could start working on them. Gaara had been trapped in loneliness and near insanity for years by this point. A few more months wouldn't hurt him too much, it hadn't the first time around anyway. The current Leaf Junin were all capable of taking care of themselves for a few more years, at least, and Old Man Hokage wasn't in any immediate danger either. As near as Naruto could tell, that left Hinata, whose life was full of scorn and self-depreciation that she didn't deserve, and the traitor Kabuto as the only ones whose lives he could and should start messing with. Of those two, Hinata was the one he'd decided on. As much as he wanted to hunt down and kill Kabuto, there was no way Naruto could find him without looking extremely suspicious. A genin, particularly a 12-year-old genin who had only been a ninja for a few weeks, had no business asking about random older genin. Asking about Kabuto's location would only raise questions that he didn't think he could answer. Especially when the bastard turned up dead shortly thereafter. He was already beginning to think that Kakashi might suspect that he wasn't the Naruto he was supposed to be. Little comments he'd made, odd glances here and there. Kakashi was definitely too observant for Naruto's good and would be much too clever to miss the fact that a fellow Leaf Nin had been killed not long after Naruto had been asking where to find him. If that happened, there'd be no telling what Kakashi's reaction would be. No, it had to be Hinata. Besides, he owed her more than he could make up with just the half-hearted apology he'd given her that first day when he still thought she was little more than a piece of an elaborate genjutsu. The young Hyuga had always been quiet and unsure of herself when they were kids. She'd even fainted a couple of times for some reason when he dropped in on her unexpectedly, and often spent more time looking at the ground and apologizing than she did talking to him. That had eventually changed and she had become one of his close friends, especially after Sakura's death. Unfortunately, the timidity of her youth damaged her reputation amongst her clan beyond repair. The elders refused to accept her as the head of the clan after her father's death, instead choosing a man that they did approve of and arranging for her to marry him so that the lines of succession would remain intact. Online writing communities. The man chosen, Hyuga Hiroshi, was little more than a career politician. He'd served as a junin for a while, endowed with the genius that all Hyugas seemed to possess, and then, after being injured on a mission, had become an advisor for someone that everyone felt was important, though he wasn't important enough for Naruto to remember his name. Hiroshi was also member of the head family, naturally, and had many friends and allies amongst the elders of the Hyuga clan, which explained how he was able to jump to such an important position after such a boring career. As soon as the marriage was announced, Hiroshi began setting up appointments to meet with Naruto. The meetings were boring, long, full of a lot of butt-kissing, and discussions of plans for the future of the village and the Hyuga that Naruto had no intention of implementing. Despite how dull the meetings were, the fact that Hiroshi worked so hard to get into Naruto's good graces would have been flattering had he not already hated the man for being party to forcing Hinata into a marriage that he was sure she didn't want, and had he not heard from Shino that Hiroshi was also telling members of the village council that a new leader with more experience and less baggage was needed to take over the position of Hokage. Even with all that, he might have learned to at least tolerate the man, but then he had stopped by the Hyuga manor to see Hinata and found a dark bruise on her face that he was certain didn't come from a sparring match, no matter how much she insisted that it had. After that, his loathing Hiroshi became a venomous hatred that was second only to his hatred of Orochimaru. Well, that was overstating it a bit, but he certainly had made it into the top 10. He wouldn't allow that bastard to become leader of the Hyuga, and he certainly wouldn't let him marry Hinata, not a second time. When Hinata had told him of her impending marriage, she had mentioned, after some prodding on Naruto's part, that there was a way out of it, but refused to tell him what it was. He'd thought about it for years even after her marriage, but never was able to guess what she could have been talking about. That meant that this time around, since he clearly wasn't smart enough to figure it out, he would have to make it so that the mysterious escape clause was never needed. He was going to make sure that Hinata was the best damn Hyuga the elders had ever seen. Or at least second best, just behind Neji. Now if only he could find her. Stinkin' Kurenai, he grumbled as a new group of not Hinata or her teammates appeared. I thought you were supposed to be the responsible one. He let his eyes travel from one side of the courtyard leading up to the tower to the other, even though he was certain that he'd already looked all of those people over, and shook his head. Obviously Asuma was a bad influence on her. Were it not for the fact that their offspring was going to be a cute baby and would be loaded with natural talent, he might have jokingly considered trying to get her to dump the lazy bearded Junin, but only jokingly. The two's relationship had become public while he was away training with Jiraiya, followed shortly thereafter by marriage and later by Kurenai's pregnancy. Because Asuma was killed just a short while after Naruto returned from his training, he never got the chance to see them officially together. He had, however, heard on several occasions that the two of them clearly belonged with one another. And who was he to argue with an expert like Ino? Another 10 minutes went by and the area surrounding the tower began to fill up with more and more ninja and other people with business there. Soon it would be impossible to keep track of who he'd already looked at and who was a new arrival. It wouldn't be long before Naruto would be unable to spot even someone as distinct as Kurenai, never mind Hinata, who was always trying to remain unseen. As it turned out, he had already missed them enter the tower, but fortunately spotted them as they came out, mostly because Kiba was practically dancing with excitement while Akamaru, caught up in his friend's exuberance, barked loudly from his perch atop Kiba's head. Naruto himself almost felt like doing a little jig as he rose to his feet and watched them for a moment. It was strange to see Team 8 as children again. He'd already seen Hinata, of course, but that was when he thought that everything around him was nothing more than the powerful genjutsu, Tsukuyomi. To see them now, realizing that they really were children again, was almost as strange as the first time he'd looked at his own teammates. Shino was wearing a gray coat with a high collar and the dark sunglasses that everyone in his clan seemed to wear. Over the years Naruto had actually forgotten what Shino's hair looked like, as he'd taken to wearing a hood that was almost never removed when he got older, but now his puffy, dark hair, he'd clearly inherited it from his father, as Shino's mother had straight hair that actually obeyed gravity, could be easily spotted even from the distance. Looking at it now, Naruto wondered if Shino had started wearing his hood in an effort to hide his hair and make himself even less conspicuous than he already was. That sounded like something an eternal pragmatist like him would do. Kiba was wearing a similar coat with the hood pulled up. His hair was either already as long as he'd worn it as an adult, or the hood and jacket were lined with dark fur that looked just like his hair, probably the latter since it looked like he had a lot more arm hair than Naruto remembered him possessing as an adult. Akamaru sat on his head, happily wagging his white tail and giving no sign that he would eventually be the enormous dog that Kiba had been able to ride into battle. Hinata-chan, Naruto called out as he stepped off the rooftop and ran straight down the wall, seeming to bend gravity to his will, though it was little more than simple chakra manipulation. Teammate looked over at him in surprise, as did everyone else who heard him. Most only looked at him long enough to see who he was and then quickly made it a point to ignore him, while those from outside the village continued to stare for a little while longer. He quickly pushed his way through the crowd, not bothering to respond to the angry muttering he heard every time he pushed someone a little more than was appreciated, until he reached his future friends. "Hey, Hinata-chan, how's it going?" he asked with a large, happy grin. For the first time that he could remember, Hinata didn't really smile at his greeting, she only stared down at the ground and pushed her fingers together. Her lack of any sort of real reply left him feeling flat-footed. Hinata-chan, are you okay?" I'm sorry, Naruto, but my team has a mission," she whispered so quietly he almost didn't hear her. Naruto stared at her in confusion for a moment, feeling awkward and incredibly uncomfortable. Hinata had never called him just Naruto. When he was the Hokage, she almost always called him Naruto-sama, even when he asked her not to, and when they were younger she'd always called him Naruto-kun. What was even weirder was the tone of her voice, even whispered as it was, made it sound like she was actually trying to be rude. As quietly and gently as possible. Book. Online writing communities. Oh, right, yeah, the conversation had gone much smoother in his head when he planned it out a few days earlier. Of course, when he planned it out, he'd assumed Hinata would be at least mildly happy to see him instead of looking like she wished to see anyone but him. "I just wanted to ask if you'd, like to hang out or, train, sometime." Perhaps, she whispered, still refusing to look him in the eye. When we return, maybe. Naruto nodded, his brain working furiously to figure out why she was acting that way. Every possibility from, replaced by a disguised enemy, to, contracting a personality-altering virus, ran through his mind, but were discarded until at last he hit on what he thought was the most logical, but least probable theory. Hinata was mad at him. Over the years he'd done many things that he thought Hinata would have had a good reason to be mad at him over. Sending her sister and cousin on the missions that had claimed their lives, not stopping her clan from forcing her to marry Hiroshi, being a moping baby every few weeks or even every other day who didn't want to be responsible for all the things that he was responsible for. Any of those would have been perfectly good reasons to become annoyed or angry with him, maybe even hate him, but Hinata had never shown him anything but kindness. How had he managed to do something in a few weeks that he'd never been able to do in nearly 30 years? How is it even possible that she would be mad at him in this timeline when she never had been in the previous? He'd barely even spoken to her. Hinata and her team started walking away, but Naruto's hand shot out and caught her by the wrist, pulling her gently back towards him. "Are you mad at me, Hinata-chan?" he asked. Hinata bit her lip and kept her eyes away from him. The fact that she didn't immediately begin stammering about him being mistaken while quickly apologizing and taking the blame for making him think such a thing was as sure a sign as Naruto had ever seen. He opened his mouth to say something, but wasn't sure what exactly should come out. He could apologize, but he didn't know what he'd be apologizing for, or he could ask her what he'd done to make her angry, but that might only make her madder at him, as was sometimes the case with Ino and Sakura. Kiba saved him from sitting there like an idiot with his mouth hanging open and his brain trying to decide which option involved less risk. "Come on, dumb ass, leave Hinata alone. We've got a big, important mission to get to," the taller boy yelled. Akamaru barked in agreement. "A big mission?" Naruto asked dumbly, still staring at Hinata. "Yup, and the client's kind of a jerk. So leave her alone, you're making us late." Hinata finally managed to look up at Naruto and he thought she almost appeared sorry to have to leave, but then, without so much as a goodbye, she dropped her head again and joined her team as they walked towards the gates. Naruto watched them disappear into the crowd and then cursed under his breath. If it was possible for him to make Hinata mad at him, who knew what other trouble he could get into? "Sasuke, report. I have the packages and am waiting in position." "Sakura-chan. All set, I'll be at the drop-off point in less than a minute." Naruto. Quote. Naruto. Quote. Naruto, what is your status? "Hey dummy. Wake up, where are you?" It was Sakura's voice that finally cut through the haze surrounding Naruto's brain. What? Have you picked up your portion of the list?" Kakashi asked through his headset. Book. Naruto looked down at the list in his hand and then up at the marketplace spread out before him. Ah, no. Damn it, Naruto. Sakura voice yelled through the earphone. We're supposed to be done in less than 10 minutes. Right, yeah, I'll get right on it. Naruto switched off his radio so he wouldn't have to listen to any more complaints and looked down at the piece of paper in his hand. Eggs, milk, tuna, bread, apples, radishes, onions, flour, cheese, and sugar. It would take him more than 10 minutes just to collect all of those items, let alone make it back to wherever he was supposed to take them. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he called out as he brought his fingers together. A second later, 5 additional Narutos were standing with him. Each was given 2 items to collect and then the small army of blondes rushed into the marketplace while Naruto picked a spot in the shade to sit down and think some more. All day he'd been unable to think anything but the meeting Hinata earlier that morning and what he could possibly have done to upset her in such a short period of time when he'd barely even seen her. Despite having devoted most of his time to the problem, and his performance during the mission had shown how little attention he'd paid to it, he still wasn't able to think of a single thing he could have done. Unless she was still mad about him dislocating his finger, but she hadn't even been that mad about it at the time. It only took his clones a few minutes to return with the groceries they'd been sent for, not nearly enough time for him to make any headway with the Hinata problem. Okay, I've got the supplies, he reported into his headset after turning it back on. I'm on my way. Hurry up, Kakashi replied, you only have about 3 minutes before the time we said we'd be done. Yeah, no problem. Naruto easily leapt onto the roof of the nearest building, looked around, and then asked, where were we supposed to meet again? 3 voices groaned and then Sakura gave him directions. A pretty woman herding 4 young, rambunctious children had just arrived at her front doorstep where Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura were waiting for her when Naruto seemed to appear out of nowhere, red-faced and panting hard. The woman stared at Naruto for a moment, trying to place his face, before her eyes widened and she quickly shooed her children inside as she took a step away from him. Naruto ignored both her and her reaction, instead handing the bags of groceries to Kakashi and then walking to a nearby tree where he sat down and wiped sweat from his face, muttering about being out of shape. Kakashi gave his student only the briefest of glances before turning back to the woman and helping Sasuke and Sakura take the groceries inside. It took only a moment for the final chore of their mission to be completed and then he led his team, with Naruto trailing behind them, back to the Hokage Tower to report on the success of the mission. Along the way Sakura, who normally preferred to walk next to Sasuke and, up until just recently, trying to get him to talk to her, slowed her pace until Naruto caught up with her. You were paying less attention than usual today, she pointed out without really looking at him. It was like you were somewhere else. Naruto's head jerked up in surprise and then he smiled for the first time in hours. It was nothing, I just didn't sleep well last night. Sakura frowned, you're a bad liar. Naruto let out a loud gasp and then tripped, falling face first into the cement sidewalk. You're a bad liar, was one of the last things Sakura, his Sakura, had ever said to him as he knelt next to her in a dark cave and helplessly watched her blood drain out of her. He'd told her that her injuries weren't that bad, that he'd have her patched up in no time, that everything was going to be just fine. She'd smiled up at him, weakly reaching up a trembling hand to cup his face and wipe away his tears. And then she'd said the last words that he'd ever thought he'd hear from her and they started with, you're a bad liar. Sakura knelt next to him, all pretenses of not really walking next to him or talking to him vanishing. Geez, are you okay? She asked, actually sounding concerned, which surprised Naruto further. He got to his knees and looked at the scrapes on his hands, knowing there would probably be some on his face as well. Iruka would no doubt laugh at him for getting injured on a grocery collecting mission, but that was okay. It was always nice seeing Iruka smile, and the image of that smile helped push back thoughts of the dark cave that he would never let this Sakura enter. Yeah, I'm fine. Naruto stood and the two picked up their pace so they could keep up with Sasuke and Kakashi, who were now quite far ahead. After a few paces, he looked over at Sakura and then said, Hey, Sakura-chan, you're a girl, right? Sakura's eyebrow twitched and her hand curled into a fist. Yeah, I'm a girl. Naruto missed the signs that would have warned him that he was already in danger and should proceed with extreme caution. He was already beginning to lose himself once more in thoughts of why Hinata would be mad at him. It was either think about that or think about the day Sakura died, and he had no desire to go through that again. So, do all girls just get mad over nothing? Or is it just yo? A loud crack echoed down the street as Sakura's fist connected solidly with Naruto's cheek, sending him crashing into the side of a nearby building. Sitting upside down with a swollen cheek and one eye that could barely open anymore, Naruto watched Sakura storm off towards Sasuke and Kakashi, who both gave her plenty of space as she continued past them. He should have seen that one coming. Sakura might have changed a little, but it was still far too early to be going to her for advice. He righted himself, rose unsteadily to his feet, and did his best to catch up. Naruto's first thought upon being dismissed for the afternoon, besides wanting to take a long soak to ease the pain from the beating he'd had to let Sasuke give him during their training session and the one Sakura had given him on the walk to tower after their mission, was to hunt down Hinata and try to fix things, but then he began to wonder if she didn't need some time to get over it the Sakura and Ino often had when he accidentally pissed them off. Going by the logic that Sakura and Ino were girls and they needed time to cool off before they were willing to forgive him, and that Hinata was also a girl, therefore Hinata would probably need some time to cool down, he decided to give her the time she needed before storming the Hyuga compound to apologize for whatever crime he'd inadvertently committed. So instead of looking for her that afternoon, he waited a full day, which seemed like more than enough time for someone to get over something, before he even started to really keep an eye open for her. After 2 days of hoping to just run into her or spot her in the crowd, he began to actively search for her during his free time. He woke early and watched the crowds arrive at the tower. He wandered around near the Hyuga compound. He checked the training grounds whenever he had the chance, hoping to catch her team practicing. Nothing. He saw plenty of other people that he knew or would eventually know, but teammate was nowhere to be seen. After it had been nearly 5 full days since he'd last seen her, he finally decided that he'd have to ask someone. The next morning, after they had been given yet another D-rank mission, leaving him once again wondering how long he had to wait before Tazuna showed up, he walked over to his old teacher, Yumuino Iruka, and said, Iruka-sensei, have you seen teammate recently? The Chunin looked surprised at the question, but after a moment's thought he smiled kindly. They're out on a mission, Naruto, and aren't expected back for another week at least. Naruto's eyes widened. D-rank missions were almost always conducted within the village, though a few took place in the surrounding area, and generally took only a day or a few hours to complete. Some might run as long as 2 or even 3 days, but never for more than that. You gave them a C-rank mission. Iruka grinned nervously and the scar running across his cheeks and nose seeming to grin with him as he adjusted the spiky, black ponytail sticking out of the top of his head. Well, Kiba asked. Loudly for something more challenging even though his team wasn't always doing that great on the D-rank missions they'd been given. I didn't think they were ready, but Kurenai-sensei felt that her team would be able to handle it and so we found them a relatively easy one that we'd been waiting to assign to one of the more experienced genin teams. He shuffled some papers and then continued, there was a bridge builder who had come in a few days before wanting some bodyguards to protect him from bandits while he traveled back to his home in the Wave Country. Naruto didn't hear another word that was said. His stomach dropped into his feet and his heart stopped beating while the blood drained from his face. It wasn't possible. It couldn't be possible. His team was supposed to get that mission. They had to get that mission. That was where everything had started for them, it was where they learned to be a true team, it was where Sasuke had found out that he wasn't just a screw-up, it was where Sakura had learned to at least tolerate him, it was where. An even more horrifying thought struck him. Team 8. They wouldn't be ready for something like that, not yet anyway. If it weren't for Sasuke and Kakashi, none of them would have made it through the first fight with Zabuza. They might not even have made it that far. Kurenai was a good ninja, but she was no Kakashi and no one on her team was at Sasuke's level at this point. Naruto, are you okay? Someone asked him and he thought he might have managed to nod dumbly as he turned to leave. He was dimly aware of Iruka, or perhaps old man Hokage calling to him as he walked away, but their voices sounded far away and his mind couldn't focus on them enough for him to understand or care what they were saying. It was possible that Hinata, Shino, Kiba, Akamaru, and Kurenai were already dead. It might even be likely. Somewhere along the way he'd made another mistake and this was a far bigger one than simply getting Sakura tied to the training post or making Hinata mad at him. He might have gotten 4 people, and a dog, killed. Naruto followed Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke all the way out of the Hokage tower before his brain turned back on and he began coming up with a plan. He knew that what he ought to do was to go to Kakashi and tell him everything, but he also knew that he couldn't do that. There was no telling if Kakashi would believe him, even if Naruto showed him a jutsu or 2. Or 10. That he had no business knowing. The simpler explanation would be that Naruto was some sort of spy disguised as Naruto or that Kyubi was in control of his body and by the time the full truth was realized, if it ever was, Kurenai's team would have already met their fate, assuming they weren't already dead. What Naruto needed to do first and foremost was to figure out if the members of Team 8 were even still alive. Fortunately, he was certain that he could at least get that much before he committed himself to anything too drastic. He waited until he walked past an alleyway and then quickly stepped inside. His fingers sped through the seals, boar, dog, bird, monkey, and sheep, and then he slammed his hand down onto the ground. They were seals that his mind knew by heart after years of use, added to the fact that the summoning jutsu was the first thing Jiraiya had ever really taught him. For the first time since he was a kid, nothing happened. No seals spread out from his palm, no toads appeared with a puff of smoke. Nothing. He ran through the seals again, more carefully this time, put his hand down. And again was disappointed. It took a moment, but when the reason for his failure dawned on him, and then he felt dumb for having not realized the problem earlier. Of course he couldn't summon a toad. He hadn't signed the contract yet. Cursing his own stupidity, he stepped back onto the street and continued following his teammates. There were only two options left, now. Tell someone that Kurenai and her team were in trouble and face the questions that would come from that, or go and help them on his own. Naruto sighed as he made up his mind. He'd spent years wishing that he could go back to being a kid again when life was simple and easy, but now that he was a kid things were more complicated than ever. Their mission that day was the longest of any he'd ever been on, and he had never been such a horrible screw-up, not even on the first one they ever did during his original trip through life. By the time it was all said and done, Sasuke and Sakura were mad at him for holding them back through pure inattention, and he couldn't care less. Kakashi asked him at least twice if he was okay, noting that he looked a bit distracted and more than a little ill, but Naruto barely managed to mumble an answer. All he could think about was Team 8. He'd promised himself that none of his precious people would end up on the hero's monument, and in what felt like the blink of an eye, he'd somehow made a mistake that might have condemned 4 of them to that fate even earlier than in his original lifetime. Later that night, Naruto stood on his small balcony and peered out into the darkness. He had wanted to get going as soon as possible, but after thinking about it, had decided that he would have to wait until evening to make it easier to avoid detection. The last thing he needed was to get caught before he even made it over the wall. "You understand what you have to do?" he asked, looking back into the apartment. Of course, his own bored voice answered. "I'm you. Do you think it will work?" "I don't know, we've never tried anything like this before, but it'll probably only last until you fall asleep anyway," another copy of his voice replied from the other side of the room where he was helping himself to some instant ramen. Naruto sighed and rubbed his eyes. He hated going without sleep. He had pumped as much chakra as possible into the clones, trying to make them last longer even when he moved a long distance away from them. Some types of clones could only move a certain distance from the original before the jutsu came undone and they vanished. He'd never had that problem with his clones, even when they traveled a mile or more away from him, but he'd never taken it as far as he was going to this time. He stepped back inside and walked to the kitchen. "I guess it's a good thing I didn't throw this out," he said as he opened up the refrigerator and took out a small carton of milk. "I don't need that," the clone by the bed quickly told him as he pulled on a nightshirt and adjusted his black sleeping cap that was designed to look like a monster eating its wearer. "I'll just pretend. It'll be better this way and you know it," Naruto retorted. "Then you stay and drink it and I'll go." "You know that won't work." "Come on, we're a good actor. I can do it without the milk," the clone whined pitifully. "Stop complaining," the other clone chuckled. The first clone looked from the original Naruto to the second clone and then, seeing no sympathy for his fate, sighed and shook his head resignedly. "You're both cold-hearted. It's not like it can kill you," Naruto reminded him. Fine, the clone muttered darkly, turning and wandering into the bedroom. "Just hurry up and go. Maybe I'll get lucky and this won't work anyway." Naruto nodded and headed back out onto the balcony, hefting a backpack onto his shoulder and tightening the straps until it was snug. "Wish me luck. I wish you were unconscious so I wouldn't have to drink the milk," the clone shot back with a scowl. The second clone waved merrily and continued eating. Naruto had chosen helping Hinata over Gaara because of how far away his fellow Jinchuriki lived and how difficult it would be to vanish for the time it would take to get there and back. As it turned out, he was going to be forced to go on almost as long of a trip anyway. If there really were gods watching him, he was sure they were getting a good laugh at his expense. He took a deep breath, gave his clones a small smile, and then disappeared into the night, hurriedly making his way towards the outer wall of the village, leaping from one rooftop to the next and then over the wall and into the trees. Since Kishimoto usually doesn't go into detail about distances or amount of time that's passed between one chapter and the next, I have no idea if Naruto's solution to his problem is actually feasible or not, but I don't think canon discounts it either. The only real clue we have is that Kakashi says a water clone cannot move far from the original's body when fighting Zabuza, but that's a water clone and Naruto's chakra capacity, even as a child, exceeded most adults, so it's hard to say if it applies to his shadow clones. In more recent chapters 365, I think Naruto sends out a bunch of clones searching for Sasuke because they'll be more efficient than using radios. Which I would think would have a pretty wide range. Again, who knows? Anyway, I don't think that it's a hugely unbelievable, so I'll just ask you to accept it for the sake of the story. After reading numerous reviews complaining about Naruto's intelligence, I began to wonder if I was mischaracterizing him. I mean, Kishimoto says that Naruto is simple and stupid, but maybe I'd taken it too far. Upon looking at most of what everyone was pointing to, I've decided that I think he's just fine as is. In fact, I don't really see what the big fuss is. So for anyone who is planning on sending me a review questioning Naruto's intelligence, calling him a retard, or whatever, I'd just like to point out a few things. Since this is my response to most of those reviews anyway, hopefully by giving you this now, you'll either have your questions answered or you'll be able to bring something new to my attention rather than just giving me the same old thing that I've already read several times. So, here are the main complaints about Naruto's intelligence level so far, excepting the first 2 chapters in which I think he deserves to be excused for since he thought he was under a genjutsu and didn't realize that he was dealing with reality, and my answers. 1. Not changing things right away. I'm not sure how this is a sign that he's being dumb. If you ask me, a stupid person would just be running around making sure that he changed as much as possible as quickly as possible. Not everything in the past had negative consequences, in fact, a lot of them worked out quite nice in the long run, so why should those things be needlessly changed, potentially calling attention to the fact that Naruto is acting very different from how he should be. This point, I think, comes from him acting the same during Kakashi's test, which worked out so horribly for his team the first time. What with them passing and all. Sorry, but I'm not going to have Naruto wanting to change everything even if it worked out okay for everyone. The saying, if it's not broke, don't fix it, is a cliché for a reason. Only an idiot tries to repair something that is already working perfectly fine. 2. Not knowing how to milk a cow. This was supposed to be kind of funny, but perhaps it didn't work. Sorry that his future knowledge doesn't help him with farm chores, but you'll notice that it did help him kick a 1,500 kilogram, over 3,000 pounds animal's ass when the time came. 3. Not knowing what he did to upset Hinata. They had one conversation, people. At the time, he was too busy being excited that all of his long-dead friends were alive again to notice her get upset and leave. Since then he's had a lot on his mind, saving the world, regaining control of his body, not letting people know he wasn't Kid Naruto anymore, so I don't think that it's out of the question for him not to remember upsetting her, something he didn't even see 2 weeks ago. I don't know about you, but I've done things to upset people and not realized it until it was later explained to me. And I'd like to think that I'm smarter than even future Naruto. 4. His comments to Sakura about girls getting angry for no reason. Again, it's supposed to be funny. Naruto is distracted and says something thoughtless. Well, there's something Naruto has never done before. Besides that, he's used to a Sakura who is a little more understanding and forgiving than this one is. Sakura punching him is for comedic effect, just as it is in the manga anime. It's not something to be used to judge his skills or intelligence, it's just supposed to be funny. But apparently not. 5. Not using shadow clones to accomplish everything he needs to do. I suppose he could be out training while his shadow clones do all of his missions, but then, is that really what he wants to do with his time? Was it Naruto's lack of training that caused Sasuke to leave the village? No, it was Sasuke's thirst for power and revenge. Naruto already knows plenty of jutsu and has all of the chakra he could ever need and now has much better control over it, meaning that he doesn't waste nearly as much. So the only things he could really train are his muscles, and chakra can offset any deficiency there, as seen in the manga by ninjas jumping straight up onto tall buildings or moving from one spot to the next in the blink of an eye. He trains with his team, he doesn't really need any more training outside of that. What he needs is to build friendships not just between himself and his friends, but also between Sasuke and other people so that there's more holding him to the village than there was originally, and that requires him being there on the missions. Plus, it's probably a bit nostalgic for him to do those. 6. Not talking with Sasuke on screen more. Sorry if I haven't regaled you all with the deep and meaningful conversations that have gone on between Naruto and the ever-talkative Uchiha, but I just didn't think that it needed more than the 1 or 2 conversations shown. You'll notice that it has been said that most of the conversations follow the same basic outline. Naruto: hey Sasuke, want to go hang out or something? Sasuke: no. Naruto: how about getting some extra training? Sasuke: with you. PFT. I'd be better off on my own. Ah yes, stimulating and poignant to be sure. I should probably make a whole chapter just with this type of conversation over and over. Let's face it, Sasuke has about 5 or 6 years worth of practice ignoring his need for friendships. I just don't see him overcoming that in a day or two or even a week, especially not with someone that he's observed to be his inferior. Sakura at least is close to his level as far as intelligence goes, but Naruto is believed to be beneath him in every possible way. So, I apologize that Naruto hasn't beaten Sasuke into the ground, calling all sorts of attention to himself in order to get some respect that could eventually translate into friendship, but he's chosen the more natural and less dangerous path. Seemed logical to me, but I guess not. 7. Not using any jutsu except what we've seen in the manga. This one is just dumb, sorry. He's on D-rank missions, what does he need to use other jutsu for? So he can paint a large sign over his head saying that he's not the Naruto he's supposed to be. He has used one previously unseen jutsu, to my knowledge at least, and that was just him reacting to danger that he normally doesn't find himself in. Anyway, if those 7 things make him stupid, fine. He's stupid, retarded, whatever else you want to call him. I don't think that's the case, but that might just be me. Regardless, it probably won't change a whole lot. He'll make increasingly more changes, obviously, but he's not going to go around needlessly showing off jutsu, offering insightful thoughts on deep philosophical questions concerning the makeup of the universe, or whatever else it is that you want him to do. He's not going to be Super Naruto unless he has to be, and that won't be for quite a while longer. So if you still have some sort of beef with Naruto that hasn't been answered by those 7 things, fine, let me hear it. Just keep in mind that I'm not making you read this story, so if you don't like it, you really don't have to tell me about it, just stop reading. Unless you review, I won't even know you're gone. Chapter 7. Oh. Hyuga Hinata quietly entered the semi-darkened room and knelt next to the futon lying at the far side. Her eyes silently searched the sweat-drenched face of the woman lying before her as her fingers brushed a strand of wet hair away from the woman's face. If she hadn't had a specific purpose for entering the room, she might have allowed herself to cry, even if her father would have frowned upon such shameful weakness. Her sensei had always been so beautiful, so strong, and so confident, everything Hinata was not, and now all she could do was lie there, too weak and full of sedating pain medicine to even remain awake for more than a few minutes at a time. Hinata carefully lifted the thick blanket covering the dark-haired Junin and examined the Kurenai's bandages. She hadn't quite bled through them this time, thankfully, which meant that the wound was healing. Hinata slowly peeled away the bandages and then began to lightly dab a warm damp cloth against the edges of the long gash in Kurenai's side, trying not to disturb the stitches or the clotted blood any more than was necessary to make sure everything was clean and free of infection. Even in the dim light the wound was horrifying to see. A nasty red, swollen line that cut its way about 6 centimeters into Kurenai's side, passing between her 10th and 11th ribs, and going all the way through to her back. It looked almost as though someone had tried to cut her in half. Which was exactly what had happened. Crisscrossing the wound were poorly done black stitches that Hinata had been forced to hastily sew into her mentor's side to save her life. Hinata was not a skilled medic nin, in fact, she was little more than a novice. A more skilled medic nin might have been able to heal the Junin and leave only a faint scar, if any, behind. Because Kurenai had only Hinata to heal her, she would likely be left with a very large and very ugly scar marring her once perfect skin. The thought that she was once again failing Kurenai made Hinata want to throw up. She had always known that she was not a good ninja, but she never thought that she would hold her teammates back this badly. Kurenai was hurt, their mission was in jeopardy, and all Hinata could do was sit in the darkened room and go over the events that had led them to this point in her mind, picking out each and every point where she had failed. 3 days ago. As teammate cautiously made their way into the small fishing village of Genoza, Hinata couldn't help but be amazed at the changes a few days had made. They'd started off their mission under blue skies with sparrows and robins singing happily as they soared overhead while Akamaru yipped and barked playfully. It had been such a nice day that Hinata had almost been able to put her encounter with Naruto behind her and simply enjoy the peacefulness of the journey. So nice was it, in fact, that she'd eventually decided that when she returned to Konohagakure she would find Naruto and apologize for her rudeness to him, even if it was his rudeness that had made her angry in the first place. He wasn't, after all, very socially astute, and probably hadn't even realized that he'd hurt her when he laughed about her mother's death. Though it seemed that even he should have known how unkind that was. Maybe, if she was feeling particularly brave after completing the mission, she would even tell him what he had done to anger her. But probably not. The fact that he had come looking for her meant that he most likely didn't know he'd hurt her, and that was enough for her to forgive him. She'd never been good at staying mad at anyone and he was still too important to her not to eventually forgive him. Then, on their second day of travel, things had changed. They'd been ambushed by 2 ninja wearing strange, clawed gloves with a large chain connecting them. The ninja had immediately gone after Kurenai, who easily avoided their attack and called for her team to protect Tazuna. In the struggle, most of Team 8 handled themselves exceptionally. Kiba and Akamaru successfully knocked one of the two ninja away, and then Akamaru had urinated on the ninja while he was down. Shino's bugs surrounded and confused the other ninja, while several of them began to drain the man's chakra. All Hinata managed to do was move in front of Tazuna, but she was too frightened at that point to be much more than a shield for their client. Before it came to that, Kurenai took care of the two enemy ninja. She simply stepped in front of them, her fingers forming seals faster than Hinata could see, and then the enemies were on the ground and the fight was over. Hinata knew what genjutsu was, she'd even had it cast on her a few times by both Kurenai and other instructors at the academy, but it was still impressive to see two full-grown ninja taken out so easily. After their attackers were tied up, Kurenai had confronted Tazuna about the true nature of their mission, and he had eventually confessed that he was more worried about ninja attacks than random robbers. He explained that his country was poor and controlled by a man named Gato who ran a shipping company known throughout the world as Gato Company. Gato controlled them through intimidation, violence, and because the only way to end from the wave country was by boat, and Gato owned all of the large boats. Tazuna was a bridge builder and had been working for several years on a bridge that would connect the wave country to the mainland. Kurenai had originally felt that they should return to Konoha and get reinforcements, but was convinced by Kiba and, to a much smaller extent, Hinata, that they should continue on. Shino chiming in that they would technically be going back on the contract, which was to escort Tazuna back to his home, seemed to settle the matter. They had continued on, but Hinata and the rest of the group had immediately felt the change in the mission. What had once felt like a nice walk along a road that was so infrequently used that most bandits didn't bother with it, was suddenly far more serious and frightening, at least to Hinata. Now that they were in Genoza, things seemed to be getting even worse. Perhaps it was the fog that had rolled in from the sea, or maybe it was the fact that there seemed to be almost no citizens in the village, or that those few villagers that they saw moved as quietly as possible and didn't look up at the newcomers, but they could all feel a sense of foreboding hanging over them. Tazuna quickly led them to a small dock where a friend of his was working on a net next to a long, thin, fishing boat. The bridge builder and his friend had a hushed conversation that seemed to be filled with a lot of pleading and arguing, but eventually they all climbed into the boat and headed out to sea. Kurenai had never been a big fan of boats, so she was almost thankful for the danger hanging over them that gave her something else to worry about. It wasn't that she was scared exactly, she could swim just fine and could walk on water even better. She just preferred to have her feet on solid ground rather than thinking about the fact that there was only a thin layer of wood separating her from the inky darkness of the watery depths. She was almost thankful for the danger, but not quite. Had she been alone or with a more experienced team, she wouldn't have been concerned, but her team was far too young to be thrown into the mess they now found themselves in. She wished for the 100th time since the two masked ninjas' attack that she had been born with less of a heart. She'd given into Kiba's complaining and pleading back in Konoha and let her team take a mission it probably wasn't totally ready for, and then had let the boy talk her into continuing with the mission once it proved even more dangerous than she'd originally thought, though Hinata's quiet voicing of her opinion that they could not abandon Tazuna-san had probably been the deciding factor that time. It was just so hard to say no to any of her genin, but to say it to Hinata was nearly impossible. When Shino had also spoken up in favor of continuing in his calm, logical voice, there was almost no way to deny their request. If only it were possible for them to get through the rest of the mission without running into any more trouble, or at least without running into any more powerful trouble. Her team had actually handled themselves surprisingly well in their first real combat, but if they faced anything more than a couple of overconfident chunin, they wouldn't come out of the encounter unscathed again. There were a few other genin teams that might be up for the challenge, but not any of the current crop of rookies. Maida Guy's team had Hyuga Neji, who was rumored to be a genius of nearly unrivaled potential, even among the Hyuga, and with their added experience, they could probably have handled the mission, but even Guy with all of his eccentricities would have thought twice about allowing his team to attempt a B-ranked mission. If it turned into an A-ranked mission, he would no doubt refuse outright. She was also certain Asuma wouldn't have allowed his team to attempt such a mission. So why was she? Kurenai knew the answer, or at least part of the answer, and it worried her. She was letting them do it so that her team, particularly Hinata, would have something to be really proud of, a way of setting them apart from the other teams. Kakashi's team had, well, Kakashi, a near-living legend, as well as Sasuke from that clan. Asuma's group was the second incarnation of the great Inoshika Cho team on top of having the son of the third Hokage as the team leader. What did her team have? Hinata, the heir the Hyugas didn't want. Kiba, a good ninja from a fairly notable clan, but not one of the elites. Shino, another member of a small, though proud, clan who had as much skill and potential as anyone, but wouldn't be noticed because he was so quiet, and herself, a woman who had only just recently become a Junin and given her own team. They had nothing to be ashamed of course, but they didn't really stand out as being a team filled with talent. The only way her team could stand out any less, at least in terms of potential, would be if Uzumaki Naruto were on it, and at least he was someone of note in the village, though not necessarily in a good way. She hoped her actual reasoning had been more due to the fact that her team still wanted to complete the mission and because Tazuna and his village were poor and needed help. But she couldn't deny that a part of her wanted her team to show what they were made of and get a moment to shine in the spotlight. This mist is annoying. Kiba groaned from the front of the boat where he was squinting in a futile attempt to see where they were going. We should see the bridge soon, Kaji, the boat operator informed them as he patiently worked his single oar to keep them on a path that only he could see. He was a thin, malnourished-looking man with the weather-beaten skin of a lifelong fisherman. The worry and fear etched in his long face showed that he was regretting ever agreeing to help them, and probably had been from the moment he nodded his head. The wave country is at the base of the bridge. The whole team turned and looked forward, straining their eyes in an attempt to catch a glimpse of the bridge. Byakugan, Kurenai heard Hinata whisper, and then the small girl gasped in shock. A second later the bridge appeared from within the mist, so close they could almost have reached out and touched it. Holy shit, it's huge, Kiba yelled with a laugh. You're amazing old. Shut up, Kaji hissed in alarm. Why the hell do you think we're hiding in the mist and not using the motor? We'll be in deep trouble if Gato finds us. Kiba slapped his hands over his mouth, the noise of the action echoing off the pillars of the bridge and sounding far louder than it should have, and nodded quickly. Shino raised an eyebrow at the man's obvious panic, but didn't comment, while Hinata continued to stare up at the immense bridge. Gato was one of the few extremely rich men in the world who wasn't a daimyo. Kurenai had heard of him before, but only in reference to Gato Company, which, upon becoming its president and renaming it, he had turned into the continent's leading shipping company in the span of just a few short years. According to Tazuna, that company was only a front to a much larger business which specialized in drug and black market trafficking as well as in terrorizing smaller towns and countries to bring them under his power. Tazuna claimed that Gato came to the wave country about a year ago and through bribery, buyouts, and violence took over the country's shipping industry, giving him a stranglehold on all commerce coming in and out of the small island. With the completion of the bridge, however, all of that would change, which was why Tazuna's life was in danger. A few minutes later, the boat slipped silently out of the mist and Kurenai and her team got their first view of the small dilapidated-looking village situated at the edge of the island. Even from the distance Kurenai could see why Tazuna had been unable to afford a B-ranked mission. Unless they were investing their money into other areas, the villagers probably didn't have 2 coins to rub together, let alone enough to purchase the services of high-ranking ninja. We'll be there soon, but Tazuna. I'm going to take the route that has the most vegetation, Kaji whispered. It doesn't look like we've been detected yet, but I don't want to take any chances. That's a super good idea, Tazuna smiled, the sight of his bridge warming his heart and leaving him feeling as though the hard part of the trip was already over. Kaji steered the boat through a narrow tunnel and then into an area of water that was surrounded by trees. A few minutes later, they pulled up to a rickety dock and disembarked. This is it for me, Kaji told them as he pulled his oar from the water, daring to bring his voice to just above a whisper, but only just. Goodbye and good luck. Yeah, Tazuna replied, super thanks. Kaji did not respond. He quickly stored the oar, gave the pull crank a quick tug to start the engine, and then sped away from the village as fast as possible. Kurenai's team and Tazuna watched him go for a moment and then the old man turned to the teens and their leader and grinned cheerfully. Okay, get me home safely, he ordered as though it would be as simple as walking down the path. Kurenai could only hope that things ended up going that smoothly, but if a man with Gato's resources wanted Tazuna dead, he wouldn't stop with just sending a few chunin after him. Kiba, you and Akamaru are up front, Hinata, take the back, Shino you and I are in the middle with Tazuna. Her red eyes glanced around quickly and she could feel her pulse quickening. She had a bad feeling about all of this. Let's hurry. They only made it a short ways before Akamaru gave a bark and dove into the bushes. What happened? Kurenai asked as Kiba stared in surprise at the spot his companion had vanished into. I don't know, Kiba replied. He just said he smelled something and took off. The young ninja carefully stepped over to the bushes and pulled them apart to reveal the white puppy pinning a white snow rabbit to the ground with his mouth around its neck. The rabbit did not dare to struggle, hoping that the puppy would find a stationary object less appetizing than one that wiggled in his mouth. Every second or two, Akamaru would give a muffled little growl and shake his head back and forth, trying to elicit a reaction from his prey. Ah, Akamaru, let it go, Kiba moaned. I'll feed you when we get to the old man's house. Besides, that thing looks way too skinny to be any good anyway. Akamaru whined mournfully as he opened his mouth and released the white rabbit, which instantly bolted for a small bush and vanished. I don't care what you thought you smelled, it was just a rabbit, Kiba sighed, but despite his words, he gave a long, thoughtful look at the spot the rabbit had disappeared. Hey, Tazuna-san, he asked as he and Akamaru once again took point and the group began to walk again, does it snow here often? In the winter it gets super cold and snows, but we're a long ways away from that time of year, the bridge builder replied with a shrug. Do people keep rabbits for pets or something? Kid, if someone is lucky enough to catch a rabbit, they eat it. There's not enough money for all the people to eat, they aren't going to waste any on feeding a rabbit. Then why was that rabbit still white? Kiba asked as they rounded a corner and a large lake came into view. Should it be a different color? Tazuna asked in confusion. I'm interested in bridges, not rodents. It's late spring, a snow rabbit should have turned brown by now, Kiba replied. Kurenai had only been loosely paying attention to the conversation up until the point, but something about Kiba's words got her attention and had her on guard. Hinata, she said in a calm voice that belied her inner concern, activate your Byakugan and take a look around for me. Hinata started to do as she was asked, but before she could activate her Kekkei Genkei, Kurenai heard something moving through the air and leapt at the Hyuga, tackling her to the ground as she called out, everyone get down. Shino reacted instantly, grabbing Tazuna by his backpack and jerking him to the ground as he also dropped. Kiba had been too caught up in the mystery of the rabbit and reacted slowly, but was saved by Akamaru diving at his knees and knocking him to the ground as a large object passed overhead and thudded against a nearby tree trunk. When the danger was past, Kurenai looked up and saw a tall, thin man standing on the handle of the largest Zanbato she had ever seen. The blade was at least 140 centimeters long and close to 60 centimeters wide and was buried over halfway into the tree trunk it had collided with. It must have taken an incredible amount of strength just to lift it, let alone throw it. The man wore gray-blue pinstriped pants and camouflage arm coverings, but no shirt so they could see the grayish-colored skin of his back. His Hittite sat haphazardly on the side of his head and a dark blue-colored strap, presumably for his sword, came up from his pants and wrapped around his neck. His mouth, nose and the lower half of his head were covered by white bandages and a shock of short, brown hair covered his head. He turned slightly and Kurenai caught a glimpse of a slash through the mist symbol of Kurigakure. You're the ones who defeated the demon brothers? The man asked incredulously, a couple of brats and a little woman. Kurenai rose to her feet, glancing around quickly to make sure that no one on her team was injured. Who are you? She asked the man. He smirked and turned fully to look at her, squatting down on his sword so that he could be ready to move in an instant. That's my line. Yuhi Kurenai of Konoha. Never heard of you. You're not in my bingo book. His eyes shifted away from her dismissively and locked onto Tazuna. I'm Momochi Zabuza. I'm here for the geezer. Kiba jumped to his feet and glared at Zabuza. Like hell you're laying one finger on old man Tazuna. He yelled defiantly as Akamaru barked in agreement. Is that a Hittite on your head, boy? Zabuzu asked, his eyes never leaving Tazuna. You think that makes you a ninja? You don't know what a real ninja is. Protect Tazuna-san, Kurenai ordered as she placed herself between Zabuza and Tazuna. Her team quickly obeyed, forming a tight triangle around the bridge builder. Her heart was pounding in her ears and she could feel sweat trickling down the side of her face. She didn't know much about him, but she'd heard of Momochi Zabuza, and that was enough to scare her. Being a fairly new Junin, Kurenai had only recently received a bingo book of her own that listed and had information on all of the dangerous or noteworthy ninja from other villages so that a Junin or Anbu member would know what they were up against. She didn't remember reading about Momochi Zabuza, however, which meant that she had heard his name elsewhere and that meant that he was either a very dangerous individual or had done something big enough to be discussed by other ninja not involved in whatever he'd done. Which basically came back to him being extremely dangerous. No matter what happens, she ordered, her red eyes trained on the tall ninja in the tree, protect Tazuna-san and stay out of this fight. But Kurenai-sensei, Hinata started to object. No. Kurenai yelled over her shoulder, her voice tight with fear that she wished she wasn't showing. Stay back. If you see a chance to make a run for it, you take Tazuna and get as far away from here as you can. This one is totally different than those other guys were. Zabuza grinned through his wrapping, you have no idea how right you are, little girl. With deliberate ease he placed one hand on the handle of the sword he was still standing on and then gave the tree a small kick, pulling his sword free and propelling himself away from the tree and out over the lake. Team 8 turned their heads towards the water and quickly located him again. It was sort of hard to miss the tall man with the enormous sword strapped to his back standing on the water as if it were stone. Zabuza brought one hand in front of his mouth, 2 fingers pointing at the sky, and then raised his other hand, once again extending 2 fingers. For a moment Kurenai thought that his form was fading, as if he were performing some sort of invisibility jutsu, but then she realized that it was worse than that. Zabuza's jutsu was forcing a large amount of chakra into the water, causing it to evaporate and form what was essentially a small cloud around him. Zabuza grinned at them one last time and then said, "Kurigakure no jutsu." He vanished into the mist that had surrounded him, and then it began to spread outward until they too were enveloped in it. "What the hell is he?" Kiba asked nervously, his eyes shifting back and forth in a futile effort to see through the mist that had surrounded them. "A missing nin from Kurigakure," Kurenai replied, stepping a little farther into the mist, her eyes traveling back and forth as she searched for signs of movement in the vapor. "I don't know exactly who he is, but I think I've heard of him. And that's a very bad thing." The 3 genin exchanged glances and Tazuna took a small step backwards. "He'll probably come after me first," Kurenai continued, trying to ignore their fear as well as her own. "If I survive the first attack, you need to make a break for it while I keep him busy." "If?" Hinata asked her, breathing suddenly becoming short, quick gasps as she struggled not to give in to her growing panic. Kurenai would have loved to have comforted the girl, but at the moment, she wasn't sure how and certainly couldn't spare a moment's attention. "I don't know what sort of techniques he likes to use, and I don't know how strong he is. If he's as strong as I fear, then yes, if." She took another step forward and the mist seemed to swell up around them until she vanished from sight. "Kurenai-sensei," Hinata called out in alarm. "She's fine," Shino told her in a calm, but strange-sounding voice. His clan prided themselves on their emotional detachment and their steadfast adherence to logic, but that did not mean that they were immune to fear. This mist is getting thicker," Kiba groaned, his hand tightening on the handle of his kunai. "The wave country is surrounded by the ocean, so fog isn't uncommon," Tazuna whispered as the mist continued to thicken, "but I've never seen anything as super thick as this. It's hard to smell anything but dirty water," Kiba complained as he squinted his eyes, trying to force some sort of shape to emerge from the cloud in front of him. For a moment the 3 genin continued to look around, trying not to shake with fear, and then Shino whispered, "Hinata, use your Byakugan." Hinata gave a sharp nod, but before she could do as she was told, a terrifying voice echoed from within the fog. 8 vital points. Kiba swallowed hard and Akamaru whimpered and stepped back between his friend's legs. "The larynx, spine, lungs, heart, kidney, jugular vein, collarbone, and liver. Which one should I go after first?" And then something even thicker and more frightening than fog descended upon the group, a bloodlust so powerful it made the 3 genin want to throw up. Kiba's head whipped back and forth nervously as his hands began to shake with fear. Shino didn't show much in terms of outward signs of fear, but it gripped him nonetheless, freezing him in his spot so that he couldn't have even lifted a finger if he dared. Hinata knew her teammates were afraid, but she was sure that it was hitting her the hardest. She'd felt the bile rise all the way to the top of her throat before managing to swallow it back down. And even though she managed to keep her stomach's contents where they belonged for the moment, her knees grew weak and she felt herself starting to fall to the ground. It was like something was squeezing her insides, threatening to kill her if she even moved a muscle, and yet sapping her strength and forcing her to her knees. She just wanted it to end, even if she died, even if she had to take her own life. So long as the terror, the squeezing, stopped, she didn't care how it ended. "Hinata," Kurenai's reassuring voice suddenly called to her as the dark-haired Junin stepped out of the mist. "Hinata, you're okay, I'll keep you safe, I promise. Use your Byakugan." Hinata nodded weakly, forming the seal and then blinking as the veins around her eyes stretched and the world changed. The mist faded considerably for her, though the chakra in the air allowed some of it to remain, and the world became much clearer. She could see Tazuna behind and to her left, with Kiba just beyond him and Akamaru on the ground. She could see Kurenai in front of her and Shino to her immediate left, but most importantly, she could see a man patiently approaching them from straight ahead, just behind Kurenai. "Kurenai-sensei," Hinata called out as the man's sword drew back for a fatal strike. Kurenai reacted instantly, spinning on her heel as her hand dipped into her kunai holster and firing the weapon the second it was out. Hinata's white eyes widened as the man was struck in the chest and then seemed to melt as though he were made of water. She reported this to Kurenai, who nodded and told her to keep looking as she made eye contact with Shino and gave him a small hand signal. Shino never gave any sign that he'd seen the movement, but he lowered one arm and opened his hand as something fell from his sleeve. "Remember what I said," Kurenai told them in a stern voice. "The moment the fight really starts, you're getting out of here." Hinata didn't reply, not trusting her voice, but she gave a small nod as she turned her head to make sure she was watching behind them as well. All Hyuga had a blind spot in their Byakugan's field of vision. They could see about 355 degrees around them, but not the full 360. Her father was said to have nearly 359 degrees and her sister was estimated at a little more than 357. Hinata had overheard someone say that Neji could see even more than her father, but no one knew if that was true or simply a rumor started by branch members wanting something to hold over the main house. Hinata wasn't sure what her field of vision was, but from the way the examiners shook their heads, it must not have been very good, and on top of that she was certain that she couldn't see nearly as far as many other Hyuga could. It was yet another thing for her father to be disappointed in, but for the moment it didn't matter. So long as she kept turning her head, she could see just as far around as anyone else and no enemy was going to attack from farther away than she could see. At least not today. Above, she called out suddenly as she finally managed to catch sight of their attacker. Kiba, Shino, and Kurenai sent kunai up at the man as he dropped on them. Kurenai's hit his chest and face, while Kiba and Shino only managed to strike his arms and stomach, but it was more than enough. The man turned to water once again, raining down upon the startled group. "This is super annoying," Tazuna complained, wiping water from his face. "Shut up," Kiba growled, "or would you rather we just let him kill you?" Tazuna promptly closed his mouth. "Can you see him now, Hinata?" Kurenai asked, ignoring the two. No, I'm sorry, Kurenai-sensei. "Keep looking, he's here somewhere." Hinata caught sight of some chakra coils moving to her right and turned to get a better look at them, but as she did she saw another set moving in from behind, and then another to the left of the first. There's 3 of him," she whispered urgently, pointing in their direction. "Damn water clones," Kurenai muttered and then said, "Don't stop looking. Water clones take a lot of chakra, he can't keep making them forever." It was becoming obvious to Kurenai that they were being toyed with. Zabuza was probably stronger than she was, certainly he had all of the advantage in the mist, and on top of it all, he was fast. She couldn't say for certain, but if she had to guess, she would have figured him to be a former Anbu or whatever the hidden mist equivalent was. The only things her team had going for them was his overconfidence, Hinata's Byakugan, and the fact that he, or at least his clones, couldn't always see kunai coming at them through the mist. Without even one of those 3, they would already be dead. How fortunate was it that her team had been given this mission? Of all the genin teams out there, only 2 currently had Hyuga on them. Any other team would have been killed off already, even a Chunin team might not have stood much chance. Sadly, Kurenai wasn't sure how much of a chance they stood, even with Hinata to warn them of attacks. Zabuza was beginning to use more water clones, which would both confuse Hinata and force them to use up their kunai that much faster. "How's it going, Shino?" she asked tensely. "They are struggling to locate their target," he replied. "The water limits their tracking capabilities. But they will eventually succeed." "Tell them to hurry the hell up," Kiba growled. "They already understand the need for haste." Left. 3 kunai shot through the mist to the north and the sound of sloshing water greeted their ears a second later. "Ha ha ha," Zabuza's voice called out to them. "Are you ready for this to be over? Or would you like to play ninja a little longer? Come on out and fight like a man." Kiba yelled back. "Quit messing around in this sissy mist." "You don't like it," Zabuza replied. "It's my home village's signature jutsu. But perhaps you're right. Perhaps it is time to stop playing around and show you why my village is also called the Blood Mist Village." Hinata's eyes had been trying to keep track of the 2 Zabuzas that were currently circling them when suddenly she lost track of one. Kurenai-sen was all she managed to get out before Zabuza appeared right in the middle of their cluster. Kurenai was already moving when Hinata began her warning, a desperate plan forming in her mind. She knew she had to put it into motion before she could think of how foolish it was. In one fluid move, she grabbed Hinata by her jacket and pulled, simultaneously pushing Tazuna and kicking at Shino and Kiba, sending all 4 of them flying away from the danger, but leaving herself in a bad position. Zabuza sneered through his mask as he brought his sword around, passing clean through her. And then his eyes widened in surprise as she faded like the mist, not even leaving a drop of blood behind. The ground shifted at his feet and he looked down in time to see a small plant push through and then grow longer as its vines entangled him. "The only blood we're going to see is yours," Kurenai whispered as a leaf of the plant opened and the upper half her body appeared, a kunai already drawn. "Genjutsu." Zabuza gasped as Kurenai's weapon streaked towards his heart. The weapon pierced his body and his mouth fell open in surprise. Kurenai's victorious grin lasted only for a second as Zabuza turned to water and splashed down on the ground. She spun quickly, bringing her kunai up to a blocking position, but it was already too late. "It's over," Zabuza hissed in her ear as his blade dug into her side. Kurenai's eyes bulged as the wave of pain washed over her, but she didn't fall. Her left hand held a kunai that was partially blocking the missing nin's attack, just enough to keep herself from suffering a mortal wound, but only just. Now that she was feeling the fruits of her labor, she decided that it had been a stupid plan, after all, but there was still a chance that would work and save the lives of her genin. She would gladly accept any amount of pain for such a reward. She opened her mouth to reply, but all that came out was a small stream of blood and an unpleasant cough. Zabuza's eyes lit up as the blood from her wound and from her mouth landed on his pants and chest. "I'm disappointed," he whispered to her as he pushed harder on his sword, driving the blade deeper into her side as well as beginning to cut through the edge of her kunai. "I thought leaf nin were better than this." Kurenai's right hand came across her body and latched onto the handle of his sword, trying to keep him from slicing her in half. "Shino," she managed to croak. "A moment longer and it will be done," came the reply from the mist where the Aburame boy had been kicked to. "I don't have a moment," Kurenai groaned as Zabuza pressed harder, proving that both her hand and her kunai would not be able to hold him off for long. Suddenly, from the opposite direction as Shino's voice, a growl was heard as a large shape charged at Zabuza from within the mist. The ninja saw Kiba coming, however, and with a contemptuous snort he kicked him away savagely. "Idiot, did you think I'd forgotten where you were?" he asked as Kiba vanished once again into the mist, landing with a loud thud. He turned his attention back to Kurenai and smiled. "Goodbye, little girl, ah." A second Kiba had appeared, this one holding a kunai in either hand which he drove into Zabuza's shoulder and side as he landed on the man's back. H growled savagely as he twisted the two knives hard. "Who's the idiot now?" Kiba taunted with a fanged grin. "This is for kicking my dog." Zabuza seemed momentarily stunned, but then he took one hand off the handle of his sword, reached back, pulled Kiba off of his back and threw him towards the lake. "You're dying next," he promised as he turned back to Kurenai, "and you're dying right now." He once again went to push the blade into her, this time not planning on stopping until he was watching her innards slop onto the muddy ground, but suddenly found himself feeling dizzy and weak. "Wah." Kurenai looked up at him and smiled as she began to push the sword out of her side. "You look like you're running low on chakra," she whispered through the pain. "In the next life, make as sure your enemy doesn't let you hit her to bring you out of hiding." He gave her a confused look, staring right into her eyes, and then she faded away as a nearby tree reached out with its branches and grabbed hold of him. Its trunk opened up and the branches began to pull him inside. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't find the strength to break free from its grasp, and soon the trunk was closing in around him. His sword was ripped from his hand and then the darkness swallowed him up. Kurenai pushed until at last the sword was removed from her side and then she collapsed to the ground, hitting just a moment after Zabuza. Every breath she took was agony and her vision swam before her eyes as warm blood pooled beneath her. The mist around them quickly vanished with Zabuza out of commission, but Kurenai couldn't see any better than she had when completely surrounded by it. Hinata. "Kiba, Shino," she called out weakly. "Kurenai-sensei." Hinata yelled as she and her teammates ran towards their fallen teacher. To Kurenai it sounded as if the Hyuga was speaking from very far away through a tunnel. Hinata stripped out of her jacket and quickly cut the sleeves off of it before rolling it and placing it under Kurenai's head. One sleeve was folded once and then pressed against the gaping wound in the woman's side as Hinata began to stutter out nervous instructions to Kiba to hold the makeshift bandage in place with as much pressure as possible until she could get something more permanent. Shino," Kurenai whispered weakly as the world began to fade to black. "Save your breath, sensei," Shino replied. "You were victorious, just concentrate on surviving now." She gave a tiny shake of her head. "No," she whispered, if I lose consciousness or," she took a deep, painful breath, and Kiba gasped as blood began to soak all the way through the thick, folded sleeve. "The genjutsu won't hold him. You have to finish him." Shino nodded and picked up the kunai Kurenai had used to block the sword as he rose to his feet and walked to the fallen mist ninja. His Kikaichu bugs, which were still draining Zabuza's chakra, received his command to leave the man and quickly made their way up his sleeves and into his body to rest and digest their meal. His glasses reflected in the sunlight as he raised the blade over his head and began to bring it down towards the man's throat. Just before he got there, however, Tusenbon whistled through the air and pierced Zabuza's throat. Instantly on guard, Shino spun to face the potential enemy and found himself looking at a rather small person. The gender was impossible to guess, standing in a tree, wearing a peculiar mask and a loose-fitting outfit that seemed out of place on a ninja. "Thank you," the masked ninja said in a soft voice, "we've been looking for him for a long time." "Who are you?" Shino asked. "I am a hunter nin from Kurigakure, Zabuza-san's home village. I've been after him for many months now, but have never gotten the chance to kill him until today." The small ninja vanished in a swirl of leaves and appeared next to Shino, to whom he, or she, bowed. Shino nodded in reply and knelt next to Zabuza, feeling for a pulse but finding none. "He is dead," Shino reported loudly enough for Kiba, Hinata, and Tazuna to hear. The hunter nin turned and looked at the spot where Kurenai was lying. "Your companion is hurt, do you need assistance? I am not very good at healing, but I will help if I can. After all, it is thanks to you that I am able to return to my home again." "Hinata?" Shino asked. Hinata's Byakugan eyes scanned her teacher for a moment before she replied. I think I'll have Kurenai sensei's stable in a moment. But we need to get her some place warm and dry, quickly. The hunter nin bowed once again. "Very well, again you have my thanks. Now if you will excuse me, this body carries many secrets, I must dispose of it." The ninja threw Zabuza's limp arm over his shoulder and then said, "Farewell," and vanished in another swirl of leaves. "This day just gets weirder and weirder," Kiba muttered from Kurenai's side. Shino looked thoughtfully at the spot where the hunter nin and Zabuza's body had vanished and then said, "Kiba, help me build Kurenai sensei a stretcher. We need to make haste to Tazuna-san's home." A short while later, Team 8 limped into the village in apparent safety. When they arrived at Tazuna's house, they were greeted by his daughter, who immediately helped them get Kurenai inside and set up a futon for her to lay on while she recovered. Medicine was brought to help fight infection, bandages were set out, and food was prepared for those who were able to eat. Hinata had ignored her hunger while she quickly worked to save her teacher's life, stitching the wound together as neatly as her trembling hands would allow. Later, when it was apparent that all they could do was wait and see if Kurenai would make it, she still could not bring herself to eat. The rest of that day and through the night she waited by Kurenai's side, changing bandages, dabbing away sweat and apologizing quietly for not seeing the attack sooner and for being so useless. If Kurenai heard her or even cared, she gave no sign of it. Well, there was no Naruto in this chapter. I wonder if I'll still get reviews asking why he's such an idiot. Maybe I'll just hear about Kurenai being stupid now. Kurigakur no Jutsu hidden mist technique, most of us have seen it by this point. Zabuza makes mist, kills people. So exciting. Chapter 8. Oh. It didn't take Naruto long to get a safe distance away from the village and then cut over to the road. Once there he dropped to the ground and took off at top speed towards the wave country. He was exceedingly thankful that there was only one quick route from Konoha to Tazuna's village. It made his search infinitely easier. Of course, it also helped the bad guys get the drop on his team the first time around, so there were some drawbacks, but for the moment he was glad for it. Last time it had taken them a few days to get there, but they had been walking at the time and he was much faster now, though still not as fast as he'd been before he'd been turned back into a child, but that would come as his body grew and muscles developed. As near as he could figure, Team 8 had left almost a week ago. Assuming they'd left that same day he saw them in front of the tower, that meant that they should have already reached the wave country, and with it, Zabuza and Haku. Naruto knew that there was a good chance that his friends were already dead, but until he saw it with his own eyes, he wouldn't accept it. And if he did see it with his own eyes, Zabuza and Haku would come to greatly regret it. The path to the wave country was hardly a straight one. It worked its way around meandering creeks, along small rivers, and occasionally was diverted to make passage over a particularly hilly area a little easier. Naruto didn't follow it much. He knew roughly where the island was and headed in that direction, only using the path when it happened to work its way near him, and even then only using it long enough to check that Team 8 had actually made it that far before returning to the shorter path through the trees. He had never been a great tracker. Kakashi had once told him that it was because he was always in too much of a hurry to stop and look for the finer details needed to track anything smaller than a one-ton bear. It was distinctly possible that if any other team had gotten the mission, he would have simply had to go to the wave country to see if they had survived the trip. Team 8, however, was unique in that they not only had their 4 human members but also had Akamaru with them. The little puppy probably spent 3/4 of his time in Kiba's jacket or on his head, but he had to get down occasionally if for no other reason than to relieve himself somewhere other than on Kiba's head. A small pile of dog droppings, usually covered by a bit of dirt or grass, which did little to hide the scent, but made it easier to accidentally step in, Naruto discovered, or a few puppy paw prints were all he needed to see to assure himself that they'd reached that far on the trail so that he could return to the trees above and race along through the forest, quickly, he hoped, gaining on his future friends. Naruto's clone waited until the last possible minute before drinking the disgusting milk, praying that Naruto would either fall asleep or that there was some sort of a distance limit to the jutsu that would cause him to vanish before the task fell to him. His only solace was the fact that as soon as he vanished, Naruto would instantly know about the foul taste as if he'd drunk it himself. Bottoms up, the clone told him with a grin that would have earned him a punch in the face were it not for the fact that they had to remain whole for as long as possible. Shut up, the first clone groaned as he poured the milk into a cup and tried to fish out as many white chunks as he could. The sour smell made his eyes water and his nose wrinkle even before he brought the semi-liquid up to his mouth. The clone closed his eyes, pinched his nose shut and took 2 deep breaths, preparing himself for what was to come. Then he tipped back his head and poured the milk straight down his throat, trying to taste as little of it as possible. He gagged the moment the last of it tumbled down his throat, but managed to keep it down. I'm going to be sick. Online writing communities. That's the idea, the second clone replied with a sympathetic smile. Just hurry to the tower, show Kakashi-sensei how sick you are, and then come back. What could be easier? You drinking the milk and me staying here and eating our ramen, the first pointed out, clutching his stomach as it rumbled unpleasantly while the milk made its way down. Yeah, well, too late for that. Hurry up. The first clone groaned and stumbled out the door, his stomach heaving but the determination to secure a day or two of excused absences for Naruto by keeping the acidic bile where it belonged until his mission was complete. Several minutes later he was standing with his team while the third read the list of possible missions for them to take. It was just more of the same boring stuff that he, or at least Naruto, had been doing since he became a genin. Again, there was babysitting to be done, weeds to be pulled, roofs to be fixed, pets to be found. The usual stuff. The clone was almost happy that he wouldn't have to do any of it. Naruto, are you alright? Haruka asked from his seat next to the Hokage. You're looking a bit green. The Naruto clone opened his mouth to reply, but quickly closed it again as bile made a rush at the sudden opening. His cheeks puffed out comically as the milk found its retreat once again cut off, and then swallowed hard, forcing it back into his stomach for a little longer. He gave his head a small shake and regretted it instantly as a new wave of nausea hit him. Sakura and Sasuke edged away from the clearly ill blonde, not wanting anything to do with whatever was about to happen to him. Why don't you take the day off and go see a doctor, Naruto? Kakashi asked. The clone managed another shake of his head, but was beginning to wonder if it wouldn't be better just to stab himself in the leg so his ordeal would end. He strongly suspected that when he finally did puke, it would be enough to release him anyway. Alright, well, just go home then, the silver-haired Junin sighed. I think the mission will be easier without you while you're in that condition. The clone nodded thankfully and fled the building. He made it halfway home before the nausea became too much for him and he was forced to duck into an alleyway and try to empty the contents of his stomach onto the ground. Only a faint whiff of smoke ever came out of the alley and the 2 remaining Narutos in the world cringed simultaneously as they were treated to the memories of their companion's unpleasant morning. Near the middle of Wave Country a tall structure hung from the trees shaped like a gigantic beehive. It had been built around a thick tree trunk and was suspended in the air by numerous ropes tied to the surrounding trees, with a small wooden walkway winding its way up into its bowels. A house or large building would have been easier to build, easier to maintain, and easier to get in and out of, but Gato did not want easy, he wanted impressive and his fortress was definitely that. Gato had always been small and weak with poor eyesight that required glasses and frizzy hair that stuck out comically. As a child he'd been ridiculed for his appearance and weakness both by his father and by the children of the small village he lived in. Though his appearance had changed little over the years, no one laughed at Gato now. Because he had no friends and because he feared the bullies that would pounce on him should he venture outside, he had nothing to do but study and learn. The subject didn't matter, only the learning. He read every book in his family's small home and then he began begging his mother to borrow books from the surrounding families so that he could learn what they held as well. His intelligence brought him praise from his teachers as he answered their questions with ease and often came to them looking for additional and more advanced schoolwork so that he might keep on learning, but the other students hated him for it. A small child was amusing to push around for a few giggles from time to time, but a small child who made you look foolish in front of your peers needed to be destroyed. It was there, on the playground staring down at the mud that was red with his blood, that Gato learned one of the 2 most valuable pieces of information he would ever come across. The strong always picked on the weak and no amount of intelligence or fact memorizing would ever change that. The second would come just a few months later when his father took his family on a small business trip to a nearby city. They traveled with a caravan of other families making the same trip. Because of the amount of people traveling and the large number of bandit attacks that occurred in those days before the Great Ninja War, the caravan pooled its money and purchased the services of a small team of ninja. Along the way, a large group of bandits did attack and every last one of them was slaughtered by the caravan's ninja guards. As he watched a lone ninja defeat 2 physically imposing men in the blink of an eye without even seeming to move from the spot where he stood, Gato learned of his most important lessons: money could buy protection. And power. From that day on, he worked hard doing small jobs where his weak muscles didn't matter and where his sharp mind could bring him more money. Sometimes he was a tutor, other times a store clerk, and eventually an accountant in a small shipping company. Along the way he used what money he could spare to purchase helpers who would either protect him or take out someone who stood in his way. Bullies from his youth were shown what he had gone through, and those few who survived regretted their treatment of him, or so he liked to think. He made sure that any violence was never traceable back to him, keeping his hands clean as he earned, bought, and bullied his way up the chain of command until he sat at the very top, richer and more powerful than ever. Under his leadership the small shipping company, which was renamed Gato Company, began to expand, swallowing up smaller companies, driving competitors out of business, and always strangely immune to the violence that sometimes shook the shipping yards. Soon Gato and his company were the primary shipping company for much of the continent. He had ships in every harbor, filled with cargo bound elsewhere, and charging a hefty price to carry it. It was around this time that he began to stick his fingers into other pots. One small, under-the-table, deal to carry a few boxes of illegal goods earned him such a large profit that soon almost half of his cargo was labeled as something it was not. Drugs, weapons, even a few slaves were all moved around the coast by his ships, and he never looked back. It was about this time that he began setting his sights on other ventures. Being a rich entrepreneur was all fine and good, but he still would never be the biggest kid on the block until he actually owned a block. He wanted to be like a daimyo, in power if not in name. And to be a daimyo, one had to have a country. Taking over a large country would have been impossible, no matter how much his company grew, but a smaller country, one without a ninja village to protect it, was another matter altogether. And so, little Gato-chan, who had been mocked, beaten, and made to eat mud as a child, set his sights upon the wave country. Taking over the small island's shipping industry was simple, and with that in his power, not even the current daimyo, who Gato planned to have replaced soon, could stand against him. He practically owned the country. He controlled the villages, he controlled the taxes, he even had the power to act as law, his laws, of course, enforcement. The only thing that stood between him and total control was a stupid old man and the bridge he was building. When Tazuna first began to build his bridge, it was all a big joke to Gato, but as the bridge grew closer and closer to the mainland, the joke quickly became far less funny. Tazuna was from a village that was already supposed to have been subdued back when he first started taking over. It had only taken one public execution to put the simple fishers in their places, but just as one death could bring the town under his control, one man could take everything away from him. With the bridge completed, his shipping company would not be as needed, that would force his prices down and with it his profits and power over the daimyo. Trees book tree. Books tree. He had tried to break Tazuna's spirit, sending men after any villagers who worked on the bridge, but the old man kept preaching about the importance of the bridge and many continued to help him build it. Soon it became obvious that Tazuna needed to be eliminated, but doing so would require a more overt form of violence than Gato normally liked to use if he could help it. When he learned that Tazuna had gone to Kanahagakure to purchase some ninja guards to protect him, Gato's hand was forced. He found the strongest missing nin around, Momochi Zabuza, the devil of the hidden mist. Zabuza had asked for an outrageous amount of money to kill the old man, but Gato had agreed, not really planning on paying anyway, for that was another lesson he'd learned. You can always hire more criminals when you get rid of the ones currently working for you. Zabuza brought with him a few men, the so-called demon brothers, as well as a strange little boy with delicate features named Haku. The four of them used Gato's own wave country headquarters as their own, and now Gato was going there to see for himself the news that had been reported to him a few days ago. Zabuza had been defeated and was lying in bed, unable to fight. As he walked up the winding ramp, his designer shoes stepping gently on the finely cut wood, his exquisitely tailored suit softly swishing whenever he took a step, and his two samurai bodyguards keeping pace with him, Gato could feel his irritation growing. He wasn't planning on paying the full amount to Zabuza, but the ninja and his companions still ate and used up resources, and resources cost money. If Gato was paying money in any form, he expected results. He was not running a charity. So, he said as he entered Zabuza's room without knocking, "Even you have come back defeated." He put his hands in the pockets of his expensive suit pants and shook his head in disappointment. It looks like the Hidden Mist's ninja are pretty pathetic. Zabuza was lying on his back under thick covers, his mouth, neck, and shoulders bandaged and his eyes staring up at the ceiling. "You can't even avenge your own men," Gato pressed, stepping closer to the prone form of his employee. "And you call yourself a devil? Don't make me laugh." Haku was seated on a stool next to the bed, his long, black hair pulled back in a feminine bun. The boy's eyes turned towards Gato and radiated hatred. Zabuza didn't even bother looking away from the ceiling. When the missing nin didn't reply, Gato's two bodyguards, Zori and Waraji, stepped forward, their thumbs pressing against the crossguards of their katana, readying the blades to be pulled from their sheaths at a moment's notice. They were impressively intimidating figures, which was why Gato had hired them. Zori's hair was longer and he looked for all the world like just some punk kid in his baggy shirt and long shorts, but he was tall and the tattoos around his eyes made them look even more dangerous than they normally would have. Waraji wore nothing but a wrap around his waist and an eye patch, but he was a powerful-looking man and the swirling tattoos that wound their way along his upper body only added to that very accurate impression. Haku's hands flexed, but the boy did not move from the stool. All of his attention, however, was now on the three men rather than his master. Gato grinned and stepped forward confidently. "Hold on for a second," he ordered as he straightened his dark sunglasses. He stepped right up to the bed, ignoring Haku and looked down at Zabuza. "Hey," he whispered mockingly, "there's no need to stay quiet." He raised a hand and reached for the bandages around the ninja's mouth. "Maybe you'll talk if we—" His comment was cut off by a grip of iron wrapping around his forearm. Haku rose to his feet, never releasing his master's employer. "You will not touch Zabuza-sama with your dirty hands," he hissed in a voice that carried none of the normal soft gentleness that had led Gato to believe that Haku was actually female the first time he met him. "Book. Tree books trees. Book." Gato tried to pull away, but the boy was shockingly strong. "Really?" Haku twisted his wrist sharply to the side and there was a loud crack as Gato's arm broke. Waraji and Zori reacted instantly, their hands instinctively moving to draw their swords. For a single breath, no one said or seemed to do anything. And then the two samurai realized that they had pulled nothing but air from their sheaths and that Haku was now standing between them, a sword in either hand, the blades lightly pressing against their throats. "You shouldn't do that," he growled, a strange sound to hear coming from his pretty lips. "I'm pissed off enough as it is." Gato held his arm gingerly and looked over his shoulder at the boy before turning back to Zabuza who had continued to stare up at the ceiling throughout the entire confrontation. "One more time," the businessman yelled, his composure leaving him in his fright over having lost control of the encounter. "If you fail me one more time you won't be welcome here anymore. Remember that." With as much dignity as he could muster he scurried back to his bodyguards as their swords were returned to their sheaths for them by Haku. The three men hastily retreated from the room, slamming the door behind them. When they were gone, Haku relaxed, his body sliding back into its natural, peaceful posture. He turned back to his master and quietly sat down on the stool, looking as though nothing had happened to disturb his observing of Zabuza. "You didn't have to do that," Zabuza muttered. He lifted his right hand, refusing to acknowledge the pain the small movement gave him. Under the covers of his bed, a kunai rested in his left hand, just waiting to strike at whoever was in range. "I know," Haku replied calmly, "but it is still too early to kill Gato. If we cause a commotion, they'll be after us again and I enjoy the peace of the forest. We must be patient for just a little while longer." Zabuza smiled at his companion and let the covers fall once again. "Of course, you're right." His eyes slowly drifted back towards the ceiling and his smile faded. "How long will I be stuck like this?" He asked for what must have been the 10th time since he had awakened in the forest and pulled the senbon from his throat while Haku in his hunter nin mask looked on. "A few days more is all," the long-haired boy replied sweetly, "your strength should already be returning. Another 3 days, perhaps 4, no longer than that. I still think you should have killed them rather than putting me in that damn temporary death." "My apologies, Zabuza-san," Haku smiled, "but you never told me to kill them." "You're too kind for your own good," Zabuza growled. "Yes, you're right. I am sorry. I don't need your apologies, only your strength. How are you feeling today, sensei?" Hinata asked as she quietly stepped into Kurenai's room and found the Junin awake and partially sitting up. "Better, thank you, Hinata," the older woman replied with a warm smile. It had been 3 days since they had stumbled into Tezuna's house, Hinata, Kiba, and Kurenai covered in her blood. Kurenai really didn't remember much of what had happened until last night when she had finally managed to remain conscious long enough to form a few long-term memories. Hinata and Tezuna's interestingly named daughter, Tsunami, had been caring for her as her body struggled to replenish the lost blood. During her more lucid moments before the pain medication that Hinata prepared for her took over and her body forced her to sleep, she had heard the story of the hunter nin and the death of Zabuza. Shino and Kiba had accompanied Tezuna to the incomplete bridge and watched over him as he and a couple of other men worked, argued over the plans, and argued even more over the danger of continuing the construction. According to Kiba, at least 2 of the men had looked ready to quit and only a lot of pleading had kept them on the job for 1 more day. Given the size and complexity of the bridge, it would take Tezuna and his small work crew at least 2 lifetimes just to come close to finishing it. Tazuna claimed that it was no big deal and that more workers would show up the following day, but somehow Kurenai didn't buy it. From what Kiba and Shino had told her, the townspeople moved around like the living dead. They were upright and went about their daily schedules, but there was no life in their eyes. Gato owned this town and they all knew it. No one would stick their neck out for fear of having a blade pass through it. I brought you some clean bandages, Hinata smiled, showing Kurenai the white strips of cloth as well as a small clay bowl with water in it. Thank you, just shut the door first, Kurenai said as she began to open the loose-fitting robe Tsunami had given her to wear while she rested and recovered. Kurenai's green Chunin vest was ruined and her other clothes were too tight to wear when being treated for an injury such as hers. Hinata gave her a questioning look as she did as she was asked. I saw Kiba take a peek in here last tome, Kurenai explained. You'd think the guy had never seen a woman's breasts before. She flashed a mischievous smile at the younger Kunoichi and then added, or maybe it's just that he's never seen any as nice as mine. She chuckled at her own joke and then winced as her side protested the action. Is the painkiller wearing out? Hinata asked worriedly as she hurried over and knelt next to her teacher's futon. It's fine, Kurenai sighed as the pain ebbed. I don't want any more medicine anyway. But sensei. I said it's fine, Kurenai snapped with more force than she meant to. She instantly regretted it when she saw Hinata recoil as if struck. The young ninja whispered an apology and began mechanically removing the bandages that covered the ugly wound. I'm sorry, Kurenai said after a moment. The bandages fell away, revealing an angry red line with dark stitches crisscrossing it. Considering their supplies, Hinata's limited knowledge of medical jutsu, and the short amount of time that she'd had to heal, Kurenai thought the wound looked remarkably good. Certainly there would be an unpleasant scar, but very few people would ever see it anyway and there was currently only one who wasn't a medic nin that stood a chance of seeing it, assuming she continued to find him interesting and attractive long enough, which seemed more and more likely every time they saw each other. I don't like being laid up like this. It makes me feel useless and irritable, but I'm not mad at you. Hinata nodded as she dipped a clean, brown rag into the bowl of water and dabbed at the wound to clean it, still not meeting her teacher's eyes. I don't want any medication because I need to have my wits about me. We're going to go train today, Kurenai explained as Hinata pulled out the fresh set of bandages and began winding them tightly around her waist. Train? Hinata asked, finally looking up. Why? If Gato can hire someone like Zabuza just to hold on to this place, there'll be more coming eventually. She shifted her weight back and forth, testing her injured side and the flexibility her bandages left her with. We don't have any reliable means of calling for help short of sending one of you back to Konoha to carry the message, which would only make us weaker until you returned, and I won't be 100% for a while, so you three will have to get better and make up the difference. If Gato is going to send someone else, how will we have enough time to get stronger? Kurenai winked and smiled reassuringly as she reached up and pinched Hinata's cheek affectionately. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. Silently she added, I think. A few hours later, Kurenai led her team into a small clearing in the woods. She hadn't planned on teaching them this technique for a while yet, but after seeing Naruto's apparent mastery of it, which implied that Kakashi had his team on an accelerated training schedule, she had rethought her plan. If her team was going to make a name for themselves and earn a moment in the spotlight with the other teams with the more well-known members or parentage, they were going to have to pick up the pace. They eventually reached a small clearing surrounded on all sides by tall, thick trees with few low branches to get in the way of her genin. They would be perfect for climbing. Today we're going to learn to climb trees, she explained as she turned towards her team. Kurenai-sensei, I climbed trees when I was a little kid. How is this training? Kiba asked as he stared up at the large trees in front of them. Because this time you aren't going to use your hands, Kurenai replied with a smile. Kiba and Hinata still looked confused while Shino looked about the same as ever but his sunglasses, and, presumably, his eyes, were watching her carefully, which might have meant that he was waiting for an explanation. I can only show you a little because I haven't recovered completely yet, but just watch. She took a few ginger steps towards one of the trees and then placed her foot against it and began to walk straight up, apparently ignoring all laws of gravity. After only 3 or 4 steps she turned and walked back down, pressing her hand against her side which was once again flaring painfully. Hinata took a step forward to help her, but Kurenai waved her off. I'm fine, she told the younger ninja, clearly lying, but not leaving room in her voice for her claim to be challenged. After a moment the pain ebbed and she stood a little taller and continued the lesson. This exercise will help you learn to control your chakra more easily. It's not flashy, but it's tough and requires a lot of concentration and precision. You have to control the amount of chakra you release and then you have to bring it out of the proper area. You can't climb the tree the way I just did if you release half the chakra out of your hands when all of it needs to be going to your feet. And at the same time, you'll fall if you fail to bring out enough or bring out too much while you climb. Training like this will also help build up your stamina so that you have more chakra to use as well. She looked around at her students and smiled cheerfully. This can be a difficult skill to learn, even for seasoned shinobi, but I think you can do it. If Naruto can figure it out, any of you can, she added silently. You just have to gather the right amount of chakra at the bottom of your feet and you will stick to the tree. It doesn't take much chakra, but you have to push it out of your feet, which can be difficult. If you use too little, you won't stick, and if you use too much, you'll just be pushed away. Got it. None of them looked excited after hearing about the training, though they hadn't exactly seemed thrilled from the get-go. Hinata, Kurenai knew, was terrified of trying something new in front of her teammates because she tended to fail, and at least part of the reason she failed was because she was terrified of trying something new in front of her teammates. Kiba usually lost interest when things got technical, but was a quick study and would eventually figure it out. His chakra use normally fell into the good enough category, good enough to get him by, but not particularly great. The fact that this would be a hard skill to teach Akamaru only aided his lack of enthusiasm. And Shino was Shino. Kurenai had no doubt that he would master it quickly, assuming that his father or another Aburame clan member hadn't already taught him how to do it. She reached into the pocket of Tsunami's robe, pulled out 3 kunai, and tossed them to the 3 genin. Use these to mark your spot as you climb, that way you can see if you're getting better. I'd like all 3 of you to eventually be able to walk all the way to one of the top branches, but running to gain some momentum might help at first. I'll stand back and give you any help I can, but this is something that you will at least partly have to figure out for yourselves. Go ahead and start whenever you feel ready. Kiba dashed forward, managed 3 steps up the tree and then felt his foot sink into the wood. With a cry of alarm he fell backwards and landed on his head. He lay still for a moment and then sat up, rubbing his head and looking up at the footprint buried in the wood just slightly above eye level. Damn. Hinata tried to think positively as she ran towards the tree, but felt her doubt creep back in just as she started to take her first step up the trunk. Her fear made her hesitate, and when trying to bend the laws of gravity, she who hesitates is lost. Or at least smacks her head against the large tree, which is what Hinata did. Shino, on the other hand, did not hesitate. He ran forward and then up the tree, making it a full 10 steps before slashing his kunai against the trunk as he flipped down and away, landing gracefully. He looked up and checked his first attempt without comment. Kurenai watched her team's initial go at it and sighed, but was careful not to show any disappointment on her face. It wasn't that she'd thought they would get it right away, she just hoped that there would be a little more to work with in the beginning. Telling Hinata not to be scared, telling Kiba to pay more attention before he split his skull open, and telling Shino good job, seemed to be where most of their training sessions started. Good job, Shino, she said as he finished calculating the current height he was capable of. Make sure you keep the chakra flow to your feet constant and you'll have it in no time. Her eyes shifted to the blue-haired girl in the middle. Are you alright, Hinata? Why yes, sensei, Hinata replied quickly, her face burning with shame. Don't be afraid to fall, but expect to stick to the trunk. When you hesitated, you stopped pushing chakra towards your feet. Kurenai smiled reassuringly at the young Hyuga and then added, it's okay to screw it up. No one gets it on their first go. I'm okay too, Kiba groaned from the ground. Akamaru had come over and was licking his friend's face and wagging his tail, earning himself a scratch behind the ears. I wasn't worried about you, the Junin smirked, your skull is too hard for a little blow to the head to hurt you. And even if it did, it would only be an improvement. That's cold, sensei, Kiba frowned playfully. So, what did I do wrong, other than falling on my head? You tried too hard and didn't pay enough attention. Too much chakra, not enough control. Kiba nodded and looked back up at his footprint. Well, it shouldn't be hard to beat that mark at least. Kurenai smiled and the 3 tried again. 2 hours later Shino could take about 20 steps before losing his grip on the tree. Kiba seemed to be hovering around the 15-step mark, but was quickly catching on to where he was going wrong and was improving almost every try. And Hinata was slowly gaining enough confidence to actually show what she was capable of. It was, Kurenai reflected from the shady spot she sat in and occasionally called out encouragement and instructions from, a predictable training session. Actually, they were doing better than she'd thought they would after their first day. Kiba continued to be done in by excessive chakra use and inattention, but would probably be able to reach some of the lower branches by the following day. Eventually Hinata would realize that she had the best chakra control of any of them and master the skill quickly. It was just a matter of her convincing herself that she could do it. And Shino, as always, approached the training from a strictly logical standpoint. evaluating his failures and successes until he saw what his problem was and made it to the top. Kurenai was certain that within a week or two he would be able to ascend a tree without even a second thought. Perhaps, if they were still here at that point, she would start him on the more advanced water walking training. All three were breathing hard, the exertion of pushing chakra through their feet and maintaining its flow as they ran quickly draining their stamina, but none of them complained and none of them stopped working. They really are a great team, Kurenai thought happily as she slowly got to her feet. Alright you three, we're going to miss dinner if we stay out here much longer, let's head back in and you can work on it some more tomorrow. Akamaru barked excitedly at the word, dinner, or at least Kurenai guessed that was what he was so happy about, and Shino and Kiba nodded and followed her. Hinata, however, continued to look up at her tree. Hinata, Kurenai called when she noticed that the girl was not following. I would like to stay a little longer, Kurenai-sensei, Hinata replied taking a deep calming breath. Kurenai watched her for a moment and then nodded, don't stay out too late. I'll make sure to save you any crab or eel that Tsunami-san cooks. Hinata wrinkled her nose and laughed softly at what she hoped was a joke as her team walked back to Tezuna's house. Then she turned back to the tree, braced herself, and began to run towards it yet again. Since time began, people had lived on the shores of the great ocean, harvesting its fish, waiting out its terrible storms, and enjoying the salt in the air. Some couldn't even remember a time when a member of their family had ever left the town they were born in for any reason, let alone moved away. They lived on the beach, they worked on the beach, and eventually they died on the beach. Naruto had visited many coastal towns in his lifetime and Genoza was indistinguishable from about 75% of them. It looked old, run down, weather-beaten and smelled strongly of raw fish and salt water. There were a few new houses, visible because they stood a little straighter, having not been beaten by as many storms, but even the new wood on these homes looked about the same as the old wood on the older homes. Most of the villages like Genoza that Naruto had visited had been bustling with people either trying to buy or sell fish. Children had laughed and run along the docks with their little fishing poles, upsetting the older men and women who were actually trying to catch a few fish. Large, barrel-chested men with dark tans had tended to their nets and boats, jovially telling stories of adventures on the sea to each other while they worked. In this, however, Genoza was quite different. There were no children playing, no men with funny or exciting stories, and no fish being sold to the highest, or loudest, bidder. This could have had to do with the fact that it was getting close to evening when Naruto first stepped foot in the town, but even with that excuse, it seemed eerily quiet to him. What few people he saw quickly went about their business and then hurried home as if they were afraid of being caught outside for too long. Naruto called out to a couple of them, trying to get their attention, but his voice only seemed to hurry them along. No one smiled. Finally he spotted an old man with a fishing pole and a large bucket that held the fruits of his day's labor. The man was moving more slowly than the others, either because of the weight of his bucket or his age, and Naruto hurried after him. Hey, old man, he said as soon as he'd caught up, have you seen a couple of kids about my age, a dark-haired woman with red eyes, and an old guy come through here lately? The man didn't reply other than to give the young ninja a shrug and try to shuffle away a little faster. Naruto had never been one to accept being ignored, and after getting plenty of it from the rest of the villagers in this town, not to mention the ignoring he got back in Konoha, his frustration was already at the breaking point. He reached out and snagged the man by his shirt and spun him around. Water sloshed out of the bucket and drenched both of their sandals, but neither took much notice of it. I'm talking to you, old man, he growled threateningly. Have you seen them? The man gave a hesitant shake of his head and refused to meet Naruto's eyes. I didn't see nothin', he muttered. Naruto's small fists dug into the man's shirt as he lifted him off the ground, a feat that surprised and scared the fisherman. Do you live around here? He demanded. The man nodded fearfully. Then you sure as hell saw them or know someone who did. They'd stick out too much for you not to know about them. One was a small girl in a jacket with dark hair and pale eyes, another was a loudmouth with a white puppy either in his jacket or on top of his head, and the other one. Well, Naruto's rant paused as he tried to think of how to describe Shino. Well, you'd have heard about those too. And you definitely would have heard about the woman, she's too good looking to ignore. Now either tell me what you saw or point me to someone who will. I can't, the man whispered. Please. If Gato-sama finds out about them. Gato. Naruto frowned and lowered the man back to the ground. Who's Gato? He runs things around here, the man quickly replied as he smoothed his shirt. He has spies everywhere. It took a moment, but at last Naruto remembered who he was talking about. Gato was the one who'd hired Zabuza and would eventually be the one who hired the men who killed Zabuza. He was, technically, the real problem, though Zabuza posed the more immediate danger. I won't tell, but those are my friends and I need to find them, they're in danger. The man shook his head once more, but this time gave a small motion with his fingers towards one of the docks. Kaji-san might know something about them, he whispered and then hurried in the opposite direction as Naruto turned towards the indicated dock. The dock was old and rickety, looking like it wanted nothing more than to finally collapse into the sea and was just waiting for the right opportunity to do so. Every step Naruto took upon its wooden planks caused it to creak and sway slightly. The man at the end of the dock, Kaji, knew Naruto was coming from the moment he stepped onto it. "Are you Kaji-san?" Naruto asked, trying to keep his voice soft and polite despite his growing impatience. "Who's asking?" Kaji replied curtly as his hand moved towards a knife that he'd been using to clean a few fish earlier. Naruto ignored the man's question. The last thing he needed was for this man to have a name to go with an already pretty distinct face. "I'm looking for a group of ninja about my age and an older woman with dark hair and red eyes. They would have been traveling with an annoying old man named Tazuna." Kaji's eyes widened and his hand tucked the knife behind his back to conceal it. "I don't know what you're talking about. All I use my boat for is fishing all day, every day." Naruto looked the man up and down, wondering if he was the same man who had taken his team over to the small island that was the Wave Country. It had been far too long for him to remember the man's plain face, but he supposed it was possible. "Look, I'm not working for this Gato person you guys are all so worried about," he said with an annoyed sigh. "I just want to find my friends." Whatever he should have said, the name, Gato, was not it. Naruto had barely finished speaking before Kaji threw the knife at him, not even bothering to aim or watch to see if he'd made contact, and leapt into his boat, pulling the cord to start the engine the second his feet touched down. Naruto easily dodged the knife, which would have been hard-pressed to hurt him anyway as the blade had rotated away from him by the time it reached him, and stared after the fleeing man. He could go after him, perhaps even catch him after a while, but it was pointless. Kaji was obviously the one who had taken them or he wouldn't have been so freaked out about getting caught, and that meant that they were already over there. The only thing Kaji could tell him would be how long ago they'd crossed the strait, and Naruto was certain that they'd been too far ahead of him for it to matter much at this point. The only question was whether or not they'd run into Zabuza. And, if they had, who had managed to survive. Naruto looked down at the dark blue water, grimacing at the waves. Water walking was easy when the water actually stayed still or was only slowly moving. When it was a churning ocean it could be like trying to run up a slide while someone poured sand down from the top. "Damn it, I hate doing this on choppy water," he grumbled as he took 2 steps back and then ran to the end of the dock and jumped as far as he could out into the water. His right foot hit a wave as he came down and he nearly fell, but managed to steady himself quickly, and then took off across the sea, leaping over waves every couple of steps and cursing the gods every time 2 crashing waves gave him a mouthful of salty water. Kiba was not a fan of children. They were annoying, they treated Akamaru like he was a toy, and they were loud. Of course, a lot of people thought that he was loud and annoying, his sister, for one, but he was usually loud for a reason. Kids were just loud. And stupid. Tazuna's grandson, Inari, on the surface, looked like a cute little boy, always helping his mother or going fishing. The team hadn't even known he existed until their second day in the house when he walked in and quietly sat down for dinner. In Kiba's eyes he'd even earned himself a few points for offering Akamaru a little food, but not touching or talking to the puppy in a demeaning sort of way. Then he'd turned his dark brown eyes on the other ninja from Konoha sitting at the table and scowled at them from under the green striped bucket hat that seemed to be a permanent fixture atop his messy black hair. "You should leave," he told them in a dead voice. "You'll just die if you stay here." That was it. Just thinking he could come in and say something like that without even introducing himself or offering an explanation. "You'll just die," and then he didn't even have the balls to stay there so Kiba could yell at him. After he'd made his little pronouncement he'd got out of his seat and went upstairs and didn't come back down even when his mother called for him. Tsunami had apologized profusely for her son's rudeness, which made Kiba even more annoyed with the kid, and then Tazuna had told them the story of the boy's adoptive father, Kaiza, who had been a hero in the village and who had befriended Inari even before his mother married him. When Tazuna explained that Kaiza had been falsely accused and then executed in front of the entire village, including Inari, Hinata had cried, but Kiba had grown even more annoyed with the boy. A crime like that shouldn't just be meekly accepted. The kid's dad was murdered and Inari just gave up. It was an insult to the father who'd loved him and tried to teach him how to be a real man. He'd said as much and received a shocked look from Hinata and an annoyingly calm explanation from Shino that Inari was only a little boy with no training in anything that would allow him to defend himself or his village. They'd argued all through dinner about it. Shino and his damn logic had, as always, sounded so right, but that was only because Kiba's passion was harder to put into words. It was easy to point out cold hard facts, but facts didn't rule most people's lives the way it did Shino and the rest of the Aburame clan. Kiba could understand Inari not being physically able to try to avenge his dad, but to just let Gato and his men mentally and emotionally defeat him as well. Well, that was inexcusable no matter how many facts Shino pointed out. So now, as they sat at the dinner table eating their food and waiting for Hinata to return from the training grounds, Kiba couldn't help but glare at the little boy who was quietly eating his fish, looking for all the world like a corpse that had climbed out of the ground, cleaned itself off and come down to dinner. There was just no life in the kid's eyes. "Did you let anyone kick you around again today, kid?" he asked. "Shut up," the little boy replied listlessly. "Leave him alone, Kiba," Kurenai warned from across the table. "Sorry, sensei," he sighed, "I just can't understand someone who'd give up so easily. You'd think he wasn't even angry at the people who killed his father." "Stop," Kurenai hissed at him. "I mean, if it was me," he continued, just wanting to get a little more out so he could make his point without arguing with nearly emotionless Shino, "I'd be pissed, but maybe he didn't really like his da." "I didn't," Inari shouted, showing signs of life for the first time since Kiba met him. "I didn't like him. I don't care that he's dead. And I won't care when you're dead either." And then the boy turned and fled upstairs without acknowledging his mother's call for him to come back. Everyone stared after the boy and then turned to Kiba, who suddenly felt bad for pushing things too far. Inari was, after all, just a little boy. An annoying little boy, but a little boy nonetheless. He sighed and gave his head a little shake as he mentally kicked himself for being so mean. "Sorry," he whispered and actually felt it. Before anything else could be said, Hinata knocked softly on the front door and then came inside. Her face showed her confusion at the tense atmosphere in the house, but her presence actually helped diffuse the situation considerably. No one wanted to have to explain it to her, and without doing so it would be hard to yell at Kiba for his thoughtlessness, so they forgave him, or at least that's how he took it. A small glance that he caught from Tsunami made him wonder if he didn't have an ally in the room anyway. Maybe he'd only said what needed to be said. "Stupid brat," he grumbled as he savagely dug into the simple meal. By the time Naruto found the bridge, he was completely soaked, freezing cold, and beyond exhausted. His little body just wasn't used to expending such large amounts of energy over prolonged periods of time. He quickly walked to one of its supports, up the pillar, and finally onto the proper side of the bridge. From there it only took him another few minutes of running to reach the island and with it, Tezuna's hometown. The town before him was actually fairly large. He'd forgotten how big the place was, though it looked far more run down than the last time he'd stood on the bridge and looked at it. He supposed that after a decade or so of prosperity this village would more closely match the one from his memories. There was no one around, but it was getting dark and this village was even more used to living under Gato's thumb than the one on the mainland. While it was good that no one would see the blonde-haired stranger in the orange clothing, it would make finding Team 8, assuming they were still alive, which they were, he tried to convince himself, that much more difficult. The lake was located somewhere past the outskirts of town to the west, but Naruto couldn't remember where Tezuna's house was, and that was where the living Team 8 should be. He really didn't want to go to the lake. So long as he didn't see any evidence of their deaths, his friends were still officially alive. If, however, he went there and had the proof in front of him, he would have no choice but to accept it. Naruto stared longingly at the town, hoping that one of the houses would stick out as being the bridge builder's home, but all of them just looked old, wooden, and sparsely lit. After a moment he decided that he had no choice and began to drag his tired body towards the woods at the edge of town. Once he reached the woods it was possible for him to travel much quicker, but he chose to drag his feet instead, taking as much time as possible. Tree hopping had always been easy, even when he was young, and the feeling of the cool salty breeze blowing in his face and chilling his damped skin helped to wake him a little, but he wasn't looking forward to the destination. The journey took less than half an hour, even at his slowed pace, and when he arrived he was pleasantly surprised to find no bodies waiting to be identified. In the growing darkness he could see that the ground along the path had been torn up and spotted a kunai lying in the grass a short distance from it. Just as he started to let himself believe that they had either avoided Zabuza altogether or had managed to survive the battle, his nose caught a whiff of blood on the breeze. Instantly he turned in the direction it had come from and began to search the ground with his eyes. The source was not hard to find. Naruto closed his eyes and swallowed hard. There was no body, but there was a lot of blood on the grass. He stepped towards it and knelt down, brushing his fingers against the sticky dyed red blades. It was dry and the covered grass crackled under his touch. Whoever did the bleeding had done so at least a few days before, though for a tracker of his mediocre skill it was impossible to tell how long exactly. Naruto forced his eyes away from the dark spot and searched for any other clues he might find. There was another small patch of blood a few meters away and some footprints, but that was it. He would have to look elsewhere for his answers. Naruto took a step back towards the town, but stumbled as his vision blurred in front of his eyes. Damn it, he grumbled as he tried to take another step, but nearly fell. After a full day of running, without having slept the night before, and with his energy halved by the use of a shadow clone, he'd already just about reached his body's chakra limit. Unless he started augmenting his energy with demon chakra, which, he knew from experience, was not a very good idea, there was no way he'd be able to do any more hunting until he'd sat down and rested. And had a bite to eat, of course. He would just have to let his hopes rest on the fact that there were no bodies to collect. In the morning things would be clearer anyway. He stumbled to a nearby tree and somehow managed to scale it, finding as comfortable a spot amongst the branches as he could and looked around wearily as he took a few bites of a ration bar he'd been carrying in his backpack. It was going to be hard to stay awake all night after what he'd done that day, but there was no way around it. He couldn't afford to fall asleep and have the remaining shadow clone in Konoha vanish, not this early anyway. He'd have to sleep eventually, the following night or the one after if things hadn't been resolved by then, but he could at least make it 48 hours even if this body wasn't used to such things. With a deep breath and a promise to remain awake, he settled down for the night, staring up at the stars and wondering what he'd find in the morning light. Given that he couldn't sleep, he knew he was in for a long night of worry and struggle. No bodies, he begged quietly as he took another bite of the disgusting ration bar. I can handle anything but bodies. Just let them be alive, that's all I ask. After dinner, Hinata slipped upstairs to go to her room and clean herself up a little. She was tired, but feeling better than she had in days. After her team had left, she'd found it easier to do the tree climbing exercise. She couldn't do it perfectly by any stretch of the imagination, but she'd been able to go up at least as high as Kiba and had nearly caught up to Shino. It wouldn't be enough to get a, well done, from her father, but she'd long since given up hope of ever being that good at anything. In this one area she didn't feel like she was going to hold her team back too much, and that was enough for now. As she passed Inari's room, the door slightly open, she heard the sounds of crying from within. She'd paused at the door and considered going in. It would be rude to intrude upon the poor boy's grief. But it would be unkind to leave him to cry alone. When her mother had died, she'd often cried herself to sleep at night, wishing for some sort of comfort to come. Her father had never cried, nor had any other Hyuga that she'd seen. Grief was a personal thing, not to be shared with others. Yet she was certain that it would have been easier for her if there had been someone to hold her and love her while she poured out her emotions. She opened the door farther before she could talk herself out of it. Inside she found the little boy sitting on his bed, cradling a picture of his father and staring out the window at the stars and the sea as tears streamed down his face. She wanted to talk to him, but couldn't think of anything to say. She could sympathize with his feelings of loss and weakness, but she didn't know how to lead him away from them as she felt just as weak as he, and so she was left standing there feeling like an intruder. Finally she took a deep breath and quietly asked, "Inari-kun. Are you okay?" "I'm fine," he replied in a cold, dead voice, quickly wiping at his tears to hide them. Hinata watched him for a moment longer and then tentatively stepped closer and sat down next to him on his bed. "Why you must miss him," she whispered, scarcely believing that she was going to bring up such a painful subject. Inari's jaw flexed. "Who?" he asked defiantly. "Your father." "I don't miss him," he hissed, his eyes suddenly becoming glassy as more tears welled up in them despite his efforts to wipe them away. "He was nothing but a liar." Hinata stared wide-eyed at the boy in shock. What do you mean?" Inari's face twisted as he fought down a sob that was trying to come out. "He promised he'd always protect me, but he lied. He can't protect anyone because he's dead. And you'll die too if you try to fight Gato." Hinata was silent for a long time, trying to think of something to say, but finding nothing that seemed appropriate. Finally she reached out a tentative hand and placed it on the boy's back. He flinched away from the contact for a second, but then slowly leaned into it. "My mother died a long time ago. When my sister was born," Hinata whispered as they sat there looking out at the night sky. It was odd to talk about it again, the only other time she'd spoken about it had been with Naruto. And he'd laughed by the end. Still, there was something about saying the words that seemed to make it easier each time, like an old wound that was finally being allowed to heal. It probably helped that she could now see that Naruto had not meant to hurt he with his laughter. His appearance and confusion back in Konoha proved that much, though it didn't explain what he could have been laughing at if not her story. Hinata pushed those thoughts quickly from her mind and added, I know that it hurts to lose someone you love." Inari didn't reply, instead choosing to brush his hand across his face in an attempt to wipe away tears he hoped to hide. He let himself lean more against her hand until she was practically hugging him. I don't think that she has left me though, Hinata continued, not even totally sure of where she was even going with her story. Her mouth seemed to be running out in front of her brain. She is with me, I think, watching me. Maybe she's even proud of me. She paused, memories of past failures running through her head, and then added, sometimes, anyway. Inari snorted contemptuously. Yeah, well, I don't think my dad is watching over me. And I don't care if he's not proud of me. If I tried to stand up to Gato and his men, I'd just get killed. Perhaps, Hinata conceded, but maybe he is just waiting for you to be in need of protection. Instead of living in fear all the time. It was an old Hyuga tradition to believe that the spirits of their ancestors continued to look out for them and guide them. Most probably didn't believe in it anymore, but Hinata liked to think that there was some truth in even the most fanciful of stories. Inari huffed indignantly, but didn't offer a counter-argument, probably he didn't even care. Hinata fell quiet, wondering how it was that she found herself able to talk to this little boy she barely knew when she was too scared to say more than a few words to anyone outside of her team, and sometimes not even them, back in Konoha. Perhaps it was because she and he had both lost a loved one, or because both of their lives had changed so drastically when that loved one had died. Or maybe she was just so tired from doing the tree climbing training that she didn't have the energy for her normal fear and hesitation. I used to cry for my mother. At night when no one would hear me, when my family would consider it more appropriate to allow my grief to show. For a long time, I could think of nothing but what I'd lost. The smiles, the hugs, the feeling of safety. And then slowly, very slowly, I began to think not about what was no longer there, but about what I had been able to enjoy. All those memories that I had that would stay with me, the way my mother remains with me. My little sister, Hanabi, she never got to see those things, she won't be able to remember just how much our mother loved us. So, though it hurts to have lost her, I am actually blessed to have had what little time I did to feel all those wonderful things that a loved one gives us. Those thoughts helped ease the pain. So it wasn't as overwhelming as it had been before. It still hurt, but little by little the hurt goes away and all you have left are the good memories that make you stronger. It felt like the longest stream of spoken word that had ever come out of her mouth, and she didn't even remember stuttering as she said it, she barely remembered thinking. She just opened her mouth and out it came. Whether or not it meant anything to Inari, she couldn't say, but she felt a sense of satisfaction with what she'd managed to tell him. She waited for a moment longer and then stood up, gave him a small bow, and then practically fled back to her own room. From the window just below Inari's, Tsunami let out a soft sigh, having listened to the whole conversation, and then turned her sad, thoughtful eyes back to the housework that needed to be done. Upstairs, Inari sat perfectly still for a long time, thinking of things he had seen and of words spoken to him long ago by the man he loved. Chapter 9. Oh. You'll catch a cold sleeping in a place like this, a soft voice whispered in Hinata's ear. She woke with a start, her pale eyes round and confused as a pretty face slowly came into focus. At first, she couldn't remember why she was in the woods, but as sleep released its hold on her mind it quickly came back to her. She'd woken early and, after checking to make sure that Kurenai's bandages didn't need changing, had hurried to the woods so she could get in an hour or two of training before her teammates arrived. Apparently she'd been more tired from the night before than she'd realized. Hinata looked up at the person kneeling next to her. For a moment, she thought the newcomer might be a girl, but something about her eyes and hands, as well as the moderately pronounced Adam's apple in the throat and the lack of any swell in the breasts led her to believe that for all her beauty, she was probably a he. He was wearing a sleeveless pink yukata with a pretty spiral pattern on it and a thin, black band around his neck. His long, beautiful, black hair framed his face in a way that Hinata could only dream of getting hers to do and ran down almost to his waist in the back. He smiled kindly as he caught her eyes examining his features and they both blushed. Thank you for waking me, Hinata said quickly as she rose to her feet and bowed politely. The boy returned the bow. You're welcome. Online writing communities. The two were quiet for a moment, Hinata unsure of what to say next and the boy apparently content to enjoy the quiet of the forest until she came up with something. Finally Hinata noticed the small basket resting in the leaves at the boy's feet and asked, "What or why you picking?" The boy lifted his basket and showed it to her. There are plants in these woods which make good medicine, he explained. A few are good for pain, but these just help fight infection and speed healing. Hinata picked up one of the plants inside and inspected it carefully. We have a similar plant in the woods near my home, but I've never seen this variety. If these plants were good for healing, she'd have to collect some and use them in her treatment of Kurenai. Are you a ninja? The boy asked, glancing at the hinata that she wore around her neck instead of on her forehead where it normally belonged. Why yes, she admitted, I'm from Konoha. How exciting. You must be very strong if they let you come so far from home. Hinata blushed again and the small smile she'd been wearing since the conversation began fell away. No, and not really. Book. The boy also stopped smiling. Forgive me, I didn't mean to. Book. And no, it was not why your fault. You have nothing to apologize for. Again they were quiet for a moment and then the boy said, I could use a little help collecting the plants. If you're not busy, would you like to help me? Hinata smiled at him. Why yes, I think I would like that. The morning light helped jog Naruto's memory significantly, making the woods at least feel more familiar, and the rest even if he hadn't been allowed to sleep, along with a bit of food left him feeling re-energized and only moderately terrified of what awaited him when he returned home. And what he might have to report when he got there. He removed another ration bar and bit into it. It was one of the most disgusting things he'd ever tasted, even worse than Sakura-chan's first and only attempt at cooking ramen shortly before her death, but it helped keep him energized and took the edge off his hunger. After finishing his breakfast, he returned to the lake one more time and rechecked the blood stain that he'd found the night before. It wasn't quite as bad as he'd thought when he first saw it, but it was still pretty bad. There weren't any bodies though, and that was something. He searched the area for more clues about the battle that had taken place there, but found little. There were, however, several sets of heavy footprints leading back towards the village. Either teammate had walked away or someone had come and carried away the bodies. Naruto frowned at the thought and then hurried off after the footprints. He wasn't going to find any more answers out here, so he would have to go and see what he could find in the village. He was still a short distance from Tezuna's village when he heard the sounds of soft laughter and movement among the bushes not far away. In an instant he was up in the nearest tree, hidden amongst the green leaves. Naruto peered down and scanned the area, his body tense and ready to leap into action should he be spotted by an enemy. For a moment, he didn't hear or see anything, and then the most beautiful sound he'd heard in several days reached his ears. I think there is some more over here, Hinata's soft voice called as she stepped around a bush and knelt next to a patch of green plants. Naruto nearly lost himself in his relief and jumped down to hug her, but before he did anything foolish, another person stepped into view. It was a beautiful girl that seemed strangely familiar. After a few seconds of staring at the newcomer, Naruto's breath caught in his throat. She wasn't a girl. He was Haku. Naruto instantly recalled his own second meeting with Haku in these same woods all those years ago. For a moment he thought it strange that even with a different team and, presumably, a different spot for the tree climbing training, Haku still ended up meeting a leaf nin, but then he realized that this wasn't totally a chance meeting, just as his probably wasn't in the original timeline. Haku might not have known anyone would be in these woods training, but a ninja of his skill level wouldn't have needed many clues to find an inexperienced genin. It was too bad Haku was an enemy. Someone with his sort of talent would be a great asset anywhere. Naruto's mind wandered back to the fight between his team and Haku on the bridge. Haku could probably have killed both of them if he'd tried hard enough. Certainly he could have killed Sasuke, but he'd been too kind-hearted to go through with it, instead hitting those spots that would leave Sasuke into a death-like state but not do any lasting harm. Naruto still had vivid memories of the dread that had swept over him when he saw what appeared to be Sasuke's death and the relief he'd felt when they discovered that Haku hadn't actually killed his friend. The truth was, for all his prodigious talent, Haku had no real desire to be a ninja, he just wanted to be useful to Zabuza. With that thought, a plan slowly began to take shape in Naruto's mind while he watched the two unsuspecting ninja collecting plants and putting them into a basket. Haku and the young girl who eventually told him her name was Hinata worked together for nearly an hour before he excused himself. She had clearly been trying hard to keep from revealing too much without seeming rude, but the questions she evaded told him almost as much as those she answered. During that time he was able to discern that her Junin was still injured, which made sense given the severity of the injury Zabuza had inflicted on her, but healing quickly. After bidding her farewell and telling her that he hoped to see her again, he began to make his way back towards Gato's forest hideout. He had only taken a few steps out of the young woman's line of sight when he became aware of a shadow moving through the trees above him. He didn't bother looking up or attempting to reach for one of the senbon tucked into his clothing, such movements would only alert his stalker that he'd been spotted. Instead he continued along as he had been, enjoying the warm weather and the early morning smells of the forest that was still just waking up as he searched for more healing herbs. Story writing guides. Books. Creative writing courses. The shadow followed him until he knelt to pick up one of the plants that he was searching for, and then it dropped almost silently to the ground. Had Haku not noticed it earlier, he doubted he would have even heard the landing or sensed the man or woman approach. You can stop playing, a surprisingly youthful voice informed him. I know you heard me. Haku turned and found a young man with spiky blonde hair sticking out over the same leaf hit I ate as the girl he'd just met, and probably not much older than her either, wearing a bright orange outfit that left Haku wondering how the boy had been able to hide it all amongst the trees. Naruto had positioned himself so that he was standing only a little more than an arm's length away, just far enough that Haku would have to take a half step to reach him. He must have noticed Haku measure the distance between them because he flashed a cocky grin that, mostly because of the odd whisker-like marks on his cheeks, reminded Haku of a fox, and said, "Don't bother. You'd be dead before you even laid a finger on me." Haku smiled placatingly and made an effort to appear totally relaxed even if nothing could be farther from the truth. "I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. I told you that you could stop playing. I know exactly who you are, Haku, and who you work for." Haku's smile faded instantly. "May I ask your name then?" "Sorry," Naruto replied evenly, "I always kind of liked you, but I can't trust you and my name isn't important anyway. What is important is that I've got a message for Zabuza that I need you to deliver and I'd like you to answer a question. After that we can walk away peacefully or we can try to kill each other. It's up to you." Haku hadn't really expected to get a name and, though the temptation was there, he resisted asking how it was that the blonde ninja knew him enough to apparently be slightly fond of him. There were more important things to learn from him first. "What is your message?" "Tell Zabuza that Gato is going to betray and kill him whether he takes out old man Tazuna or not. He isn't going to give you guys whatever it is that he promised he'd pay you." Haku was careful not to look surprised at anything the boy said, but his blood boiled at the thought of that vile vermin Gato attempting to double-cross Zabuza. Even though Zabuza had already planned a similar double-cross of Gato, and your question? Naruto hesitated and bit his lip before asking, "Is there any way I talk you into not following Zabuza if he goes to kill Tazuna?" Haku was silent for a few seconds and then asked, "Do you have many people who are special to you?" Naruto's eyes closed and he sighed sadly, bowing his head in defeat as he realized what Haku's question implied as an answer. "Yes," he admitted. "Then perhaps you will not be able to understand how I feel," Haku told him with a small shrug. "There is a pain that is worse than anything anyone can know. Not having a dream, not being needed or even wanted, to live with no reason for life. There is no pain that can compare to being unneeded and unwanted. There was a time, a long time, where I knew that pain and nothing else. Then I met Zabuza-san. He took me in, he desired me even if it was only as a tool, and he gave me a reason to exist. Without him I would be dead, or worse, and for him and his dreams I would gladly die." With the other boy's head bowed and his eyes apparently closed, Haku took a chance and inched forward until the blonde was within reach, carefully making no noise. "If your friends get in our way, we'll have no choice but to kill them." Books. Story writing guides. Naruto's head came up. "If you try, I'll kill you." It wasn't spoken like a threat, Haku realized, it was simply a statement of fact. The boy wasn't pretending to be brave. He actually believed that he could kill both Zabuza and Haku. Haku dipped his head in a small bow. "Then the next time we meet will probably be the last." The blonde sucked in a deep breath. "It doesn't have to be this way," he said in a voice that was almost pleading. "Just walk away from this job. I don't want to have to kill you." "That is a decision for Zabuza to make, but I already know what he will say. I'm afraid it is our fate to do battle unless you and your friends choose to get out of our way." "That won't happen either. In that case, I fear you and I are enemies." Haku's voice gave no hint of his intent and his muscles did not tense before the movement, so when his hand suddenly shot out, a senbon appearing in his fist like magic, and swiped at the blonde, it should have come as a complete surprise. Naruto, however, either wasn't caught off guard the way Haku had hoped he would be or else was exceptionally fast. He took a single step back and arched his body away from the fist and the senbon it carried, just managing to dodge the attack. "That was dumb," he growled as he straightened, his eyes flashing angrily. Haku started to take another step forward to press the attack before the blonde had a chance to counterattack, but a hint of movement behind him and the sudden sharp edge of a kunai pressed against his throat stopped him in his tracks. "I told you that you'd be dead before you even laid a finger on me," Naruto's voice whispered in his ear. "Don't try that again." Haku stared at the boy in front of him in silence while he collected himself, the blade against his throat a constant reminder as to how close he'd come to dying. Finally he held up the hand with the senbon in it and dropped the needle to show that he had no desire to fight anymore. The ninja behind him, as well as the kunai he'd been holding, vanished in a puff of smoke. "May I ask you something now?" Haku asked after a quick glance behind him confirmed that they were apparently alone again. "What? Why did I not see you when Zabuza-san fought your fellow leaf ninja?" The blonde looked like he was considering lying for a moment, but then decided that there was no harm in being truthful. I guess you could say that I was running a little late. Haku digested this information for a moment and then asked, then someone on that team one of your precious people? Yes, Naruto replied with a slow nod, all of them are precious to me. Haku smiled sadly and said, then I truly wish that things could be different, I don't want to take a special person from anyone. But it seems our fates are already set. Naruto's eyes widened in alarm for a brief moment and then squeezed shut as if he were trying to will away the truth of the words. Haku took that moment to turn and walk away, but on the faint breeze he heard the whispered words, let's hope not. He glanced back over his shoulder just in time to see the blonde bring his fingers together and disappear in a puff of smoke. Yet another shadow clone. That meant that even with his power at least divided by 3, he'd still been fast enough to evade an untelegraphed attack. The boy, whoever he was a dangerous enemy indeed. It was possible, though unlikely, that he might just be capable of doing what he'd claimed when he said he would kill both Haku and Zabuza. Haku entered Zabuza's room quietly and set down his basket. His master sat at the edge of the bed on the other side of the room holding an apple and staring at it intently. How are you feeling today, Zabuza-san? The boy asked as he began to grind some of the plants he had collected into a paste. He used only the plants that helped prevent infection, leaving those that aided in recovery for a tea he planned to brew a little later. Zabuza's hand squeezed the apple, crushing it with only minimal effort. It looks like you are almost recovered, Haku observed as he finished his work and brought the paste over to Zabuza, gently massaging it into the wounds on the man's neck. Yes, we should go soon, Haku. Haku nodded as he finished his task and then began to prepare the tea. I met a strange boy today, he began as the water heated. He knew who I was. Was he from Kurigakure? Zabuza asked, instantly giving the conversation his full attention. Haku considered it but then shook his head. No, I don't think so. Then how did he know you? I don't know, I didn't ask, but he wore the Hitai of Konohagakure. He said he had a message for you. What was it? Haku finished the tea, poured it into a small wooden cup, and handed it to Zabuza. He said that we should not attack Tazuna-san and that Gato is planning to betray and kill us rather than give us what he promised. Zabuza took the cup and sipped it slowly as he thought. Did he tell you how he knew that? No. If he's from the Leaf, I doubt we can trust him anyway, it's his job to protect the old man. Besides, we're going to kill Gato as soon as this job is over, regardless of whether or not he pays us. We'll take our pay and more before we leave this place. Haku bit his lower lip nervously. He defeated me. I tried to attack him when it became clear that he would be our enemy in the near future. He could have killed me, but didn't. Zabuza scowled at the news and Haku lowered his head in shame, but still asked, do we really need to attack them? This new one makes our situation more difficult. We could simply leave now. Haku, Zabuza growled, this isn't just for the money anymore. Being taken down by that little woman and those 3 brats was an insult I can't let go unanswered. If we don't finish this job, we'll have trouble getting more work when it becomes known that we were beaten by a bunch of nobodies. He took another sip of his tea and said, next time you fight this blonde ninja, don't take him so lightly. If you use that ability from the beginning, no one can stop you. Haku bobbed his head. He was doubtful of that, but he couldn't question Zabuza without appearing weak. Yes, of course you're right. Forgive me. Zabuza grinned into his tea and then drained the remainder. Tomorrow we'll finish things here and then move on. A few more jobs like this one and we'll be close to realizing my goal. I won't back down now. Naruto sighed as he watched Haku walk away. He'd gotten no less than he'd expected, but far less than he'd hoped for. He brought his fingers together and created another clone to follow after the dark-haired ninja. If nothing else, knowing where Zabuza and Haku were would make it that much easier to keep tabs on them. If worse came to worse, he could even try attacking them at their hideout rather than letting them get anywhere close to Team 8. He hoped he wouldn't need to. It would be much easier if they would just walk away, or at least if Haku would. If he was allowed to change his fate, they deserved the same opportunity. Naruto had left a clone watching over Hinata, so instead of going back to see her, he headed for town. A part of him wouldn't have minded watching her train, but her Kanaki Genkai made that dangerous. Even if he saw her start to activate it, he wouldn't be able to get out of her vision's range before she could spot him. A shadow clone, on the other hand, could just release itself and be gone. As he moved through the trees on his way to town, he couldn't help but think how odd it was that 2 different teams had been given this mission and both had ended up doing tree climbing training. Maybe it was fate, just like maybe it was fate that he and Haku would have to fight each other. Or maybe it was simply because tree climbing was great training for young genin and both Kurenai and Kakashi knew it. From the looks of 3 of the trees where Hinata and Haku had been picking herbs, Kiba and Shino had also survived the fight with Zabuza and were also doing the training, or had been, at least. He didn't know which tree belonged to whom, but none of them were near the top yet. A childish part of Naruto was happy to find that he and his teammates appeared to have mastered the training quicker than Team 8 was. If memory served, he and Sasuke would have been near the top by this point and Sakura would have already been done with the training. If the Kiba from the future was around, Naruto would have had great fun pointing this fact out. Of course, if he was being fair, he'd have to admit that it was possible that Team 8 had started their training later. But with Kiba, he'd probably have skipped fair and just enjoyed a good laugh at his friend's expense, since Kiba would have done the same if the situation was reversed. Since Hinata, Kiba, Shino, and Haku all seemed to be alive and well for the moment, it was probably Kurenai or Tazuna who had left all the blood on the grass, and Naruto wanted to know which one it was. Team 8 should have gone back to Konoha if Tazuna had been killed, since the mission would technically have been over, and they definitely should have if Kurenai had been killed. Never mind that they wouldn't have been doing tree climbing without her teaching them how to do it, so it wasn't a question of anyone being killed, but certainly someone had been hurt badly in the fight, and chances were it wasn't Zabuza. When his team had done this mission, Kakashi had realized that Zabuza would return and had set his team to training with a certain amount of urgency. However, from the looks of their training, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba weren't exactly pushing themselves as hard as 3 people who were worried about the imminent return of a man who had probably nearly killed them. This meant that they either still thought Zabuza was dead or had had a different experience at the lake that led them to believe that there wasn't an imminent threat. Kurenai was smart, but she was also a new Junin at this point in her life. It was possible that she didn't fully realize the danger her team was in. And if they didn't know what was coming, they and Tazuna wouldn't stand a chance. It only took him a few minutes to reach the village, and once he was there he found things were much easier to remember in the light, even if they still looked different from the way he remembered them. Seeing the town once again freshened his notoriously poor memory, if only slightly, and it wasn't long before he managed to figure out where Tazuna's house was. The house was little more than a large shack compared to what it was later, after it and every other home on the island had been given a facelift from the economic resurgence that accompanied the completion of the Great Naruto Bridge. The paint on the shingled house was spotty after years of peeling under the harsh seaside weather, and there were several areas where the boards were cracked and falling apart. The roof looked like it had been patched a few times, but not by the expert hands of a master bridge builder. Probably Inari's mother, whose name Naruto couldn't recall, or Inari himself had been forced to make the repairs while Tazuna was away from town or working on the bridge. From the large branch of the tree on which he stood, Naruto could see little Inari sitting on the walkway that surrounded the house, looking down into the water. The boy was barely a shadow of the strong man he'd become, the man who would be the leader of the village. From the reports Naruto had read after the incident, it had taken 4 sound ninja to take him down, even though he was only a fisherman, but right now he was just a little boy who looked a bit depressed and lonely. It had occurred to Naruto previously that his life had impacted many people during his random missions and journeys, but it had never with such force until that moment as he stood there watching Inari. Because things were happening differently, his team not getting the mission to guard Tazuna, for instance, some people might never meet him, important people, or at least important to their little villages and friends like Inari, could end up being completely different without meeting him. He'd badgered Inari out of his depression, taking the little boy's crying and anger as personal insults, but he wouldn't be there to do that this time. Would Inari still become the person he had in the future, or would he remain the pathetic little boy who'd given up hope that he looked like right now? Those were questions he would have to worry about later. He didn't have a good excuse to go and speak to Inari at the moment, and even if he did, he couldn't afford to risk getting caught. He turned his attention away from the little boy and watched the house for a long time, trying to see some sort of sign that Kiba, Shino, or Kurenai was inside. After almost an hour, his efforts were rewarded when Kiba stepped outside, Akamaru barking happily and running circles around his master's feet, and headed towards the woods where he would probably be meeting up with Hinata. Shino appeared a moment later with Tazuna and Kurenai, who leaned heavily on a crutch and was looking worse than Naruto had ever seen her. Her hair was messy and even from the distance appeared greasy and dirty, her face was devoid of its usual makeup, and her skin was pale and sickly looking. Kurenai said something to the bug user and the bridge builder which caused Tazuna to complain and look annoyed, while Shino nodded in understanding, and then the two set off in the direction of the bridge. Naruto created 2 more shadow clones and had one instantly release himself so that the clone watching over Hinata would know that Kiba seemed to be on his way. The remaining clone was left to watch the house while he followed after Tazuna, since the bridge builder was the one who would be attacked at some point. He followed Shino and Tazuna from the trees for as long as he could, but the village was built on a promontory, so it wasn't long before the trees ended while the village continued a bit farther. At this point, he had no choice but to enter the village and continue to shadow them. It was dangerous for him to be seen in the village where his blonde hair and orange clothing would stand out, but a simple jutsu removed that danger almost completely. Henge, he whispered as he brought his fingers together to form the proper seals. Instantly he was tall and tan with broad shoulders and strong arms. His hair was black and a little longer, though it retained its spikiness so as to look windswept, or at least he hoped it would look windswept, while his clothing became a dark shirt and dirty brown pants. It was the basic appearance of many of the fishermen he'd seen both since arriving on the coast in this timeline and in his original life. He hoped it would be nondescript enough that he could move about without calling attention to himself. In a small village like this one, chances were he'd be quickly identified as a newcomer to town, but so long as he wasn't questioned too vigorously and wasn't around Akamaru or Kiba, his disguise would probably be enough. He hurried out of the woods and made his way through the twisting turning paths of the village towards the incomplete Great Naruto Bridge. That, he supposed, wouldn't ever actually be the Great Naruto Bridge. That was a pity. The simple truth of the matter was that there would probably never be a better name for a bridge. "Thanks for coming with me," Sakura said quietly as she and Sasuke walked down the hall towards Naruto's apartment door. They'd finished their mission and training time with Kakashi earlier and, at Sakura's suggestion, were now on their way to pay a visit to their sick teammate. Sasuke hadn't talked to her much during their mission nor on the way to the apartment building, but he'd come and that was an improvement over the relationship they'd had up until this point. It appeared that Naruto had been right about backing off and just trying to be his friend. Sasuke seemed to tolerate her much more than he had when she tried to talk to him at the academy. "I didn't have anything else to do," Sasuke replied with a sigh, examining the halls, peeling wallpaper so he would have something to do besides look at her. "You could have gone to the training grounds," Sakura pointed out. "I'll go later, this won't take long anyway. Would you like some company?" She'd asked him several times in the last week if she could come with him, but he'd never agreed. She supposed that, just as she'd found it unlike that Naruto only wanted to have a meal as friends and was not secretly trying to make it into a date, Sasuke found it difficult to believe that she wanted to train with him as friends and nothing more. Still, he didn't seem irritated when he said no, so if nothing else, at least she wasn't annoying him as much anymore. Sasuke shook his head. "Sorry, I don't have time to look after you. Today." He stopped in his tracks as the color drained from his face, his eyes widening in shock and some other emotion that Sakura couldn't quite read. "Sasuke-kun, are you alright?" she asked, gently touching his shoulder. Sasuke gave himself a little shake and took a deep breath. "I'm fine," he told her and then took another calming breath. "If you want, I'll help you with that jutsu we worked on yesterday." Sakura stared at him in confusion, still stuck on the strange look on his face that had appeared and then vanished. She had no way of knowing that Sasuke had just quoted words straight out of the mouth of the one person he truly hated, but that didn't really matter once her brain registered the words he'd spoken. "Really?" she asked in a voice that was nearly a squeal. Despite her efforts to just try to be a friend, old instincts died hard. Sasuke treated her to something that could almost be called a smile, sort of a tiny turning up of the corners of his lips, and nodded his head once. "It's not a date," he said as they reached the right door. "Of course not," Sakura agreed, "I just want to be strong enough to help you in any way you need me to. I just want to be your friend." Sasuke gave her a sharp look, but rather than respond he simply reached out and knocked on the door. A tired and sickly-looking Naruto answered the door almost immediately. "Hey," he croaked, stepping aside to let them through and revealing Kakashi leaning against the wall on the other side of the room. "Looks like the gang's all here." Naruto seemed to be a lot better than he had been on the morning he'd first been excused, but was still not his normal self. He looked exhausted, was sweating profusely, and made 2 trips to the bathroom where they could hear him retching. Sakura was glad that she'd had a good-sized lunch because she certainly wouldn't be in the mood for food after listening to Naruto try to puke. With Naruto still so sick, Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi didn't stay long. As they left, Naruto told the Junin that he didn't think he'd be much better anytime soon and asked if he could just have the next couple of days off. Kakashi shrugged in his typical nonchalant way and, in a voice that made Sakura think he was probably at least partly joking, said it was better than having Naruto screw up the missions by throwing up on their objectives. For the briefest of seconds, as the Junin turned around, Sakura thought she saw relief flood Naruto's face, but then it was gone as if it had never been there. Or perhaps it was only relief that he would not have to be sick on a mission. Sakura was sorry that Naruto was still sick, but at the same time didn't mind getting Sasuke all to herself for a few more days. Once her blonde teammate was feeling better, she vowed to thank him for his advice about Sasuke by treating him to a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. Maybe they could even get Sasuke to join them. Naruto quickly discovered that his concerns about his disguise were unfounded. No one questioned him, no one looked twice at him. In fact, most people didn't look at him or speak in his presence at all. He'd almost forgotten how bad things were in the little village that Gato ruled over with an iron fist. The people were scared and their fear made them timid even when there was no danger. The thing that stood out about him wasn't his attire or his appearance, but that he didn't keep his head bowed and his eyes on the ground. Fortunately, with everyone else avoiding eye contact, no one seemed to notice that he wasn't walking about like a defeated man. Tazuna and Shino were easy enough to follow from a distance. Tazuna's gray hair was fairly distinct and the villagers respected him enough to step aside and let him pass. Shino, despite how quiet and almost forgettable he tended to be, also stood out from those around him with his puffy hair and non-fisherman clothing, and the villagers also gave him a wide berth the moment they spotted the leaf Hitai 8 marking him as a ninja. The bug user walked calmly next to the bridge builder, neither turning his head to the right or left, with his hands at his sides, probably depositing some of his Kikaichu bugs to serve as sentries. Naruto made sure to move into the small alleyways to help avoid being marked by any of the insects and just to keep from having them crawling on him. He wasn't completely sure if the bugs would be able to detect the chakra he was using to disguise himself, but he wouldn't put it past them and didn't want to find out for sure by being discovered. This meant that he couldn't see Shino or Tazuna anymore, but that was hardly a problem since he knew where they were going. After a few minutes he worked his way back to the main street, and from there it was only a short walk to the edge of both the village and the island. The bridge was as beautiful and impressive as ever, with its great stone supports rising out of the ocean and fog blocking the view of the other shore, making it seem as if the bridge simply ran on forever. Naruto had always wondered, but never asked, how Tazuna had managed to get the materials to build the road across the sea when he was a fairly poor man living in an even poorer village. Regardless of where the supplies had come from, the bridge was amazing and Naruto was happy to see it standing once again. "It's a fool's dream," a man whispered under his breath, just loud enough for Naruto to overhear him. Naruto glanced over his shoulder to find an elderly-looking fisherman with a dark headband holding back his spiky gray hair. The man looked down the bridge and then his eyes fell to the ground as he shook his head. "It'll be the death of us all if Tazuna doesn't give it up." Naruto turned back to the bridge. "If you're not going to bother living, why are you so afraid to die?" he growled. "At least old man Tazuna isn't a sniveling coward." "Who are you to talk?" the old man snarled. "I don't see you doing anything to help him." Naruto glanced at him once more and the fisherman took a step back, his eyes widening. "Do I know you?" he asked, the anger instantly gone from his voice. "No," Naruto replied, "you've never seen me before and probably won't ever again. I'm just passing through." "Well, I'd hurry up if I were you. This town isn't safe anymore." Naruto shook his head and almost smiled. "You haven't seen anything yet." The old man shrugged, giving Naruto another odd look as if trying to place the face that the young ninja had invented for himself, and then hurried on his way, not wanting to be seen near the bridge or talking with a stranger. Naruto spent part of the day watching out for trouble from a nearby roof and then wandered down to the end of the bridge by walking upside down underneath it so he could overhear what was happening. From the sounds of things, it seemed that Tazuna was having considerable difficulty keeping his workers from abandoning him. The clone he'd left watching Hinata had released himself once she and Kiba had returned to the village and started towards the bridge to let him know that they were on their way. From the memories he'd received, it seemed that Hinata had begun making considerable headway when it came to the tree climbing, but had lost ground after Kiba arrived. Naruto smiled at the memory of her barely managing half what she'd been able to do before just because of the added pressure of Kiba's presence. It was almost funny that someone with as much potential as her was struggling with something that she should have naturally been great at. Everything came back to confidence with Hinata, it seemed, but that was okay. Once he'd gotten her team through this mission, he would do what he could to build her up until she could stand on her own. She'd managed it in the future without him, how hard could it be for her to get there with his help? As evening arrived, he followed Team 8 and Tazuna back into town until they arrived safely at Tazuna's house. While heading back to the forest so he could rest and relax for a few hours, he began to grow nervous. Zabuza would be returning soon, he was sure of it. It was hard to remember the exact time frame from the time he'd had this mission, but he doubted Team 8 had more than 2 or 3 days before the missing nin attacked again. Haku would have already delivered the message about the double cross to Zabuza, but Naruto doubted that would be enough to stop him. He probably should have just followed Haku back to the hideout and fought Zabuza there, but he'd wanted to at least allow the two of them the chance to walk away and save themselves. It would have been more reassuring if Haku had been a little more open to either switching sides or at least trying to talk Zabuza out of the fight, but there hadn't been much chance of that from the start. Haku would follow Zabuza to hell and back no matter what, he could remember that much of his time on the mission perfectly. The way things stood now, Naruto only a couple of options available to him. He could go after Zabuza and Haku in their hideout or ambush them when they headed towards the bridge, though he wasn't totally sure he could beat both of them at the same time. One at a time wouldn't be too hard, but two at once would be difficult. He could also simply alert Kurenai about the danger. Even if he wore a disguise, Kiba and Akamaru would be able to smell him through it, or Hinata would simply be able to see through it, but it would be up to her to believe him after realizing who he was. He could also wait for the bridge battle and try to help Team 8 from a distance, hoping they were strong enough to survive without his direct assistance. Or he could directly assist them in the battle and completely prove that he wasn't who he was supposed to be. There were dangers in all of his choices, both to himself and to his friends. Even as he settled in amongst the tree branches in a spot that gave him a decent view of Tezuna's house, he still had no idea what he was going to do. As usual, it seemed that he would have to make it up as he went along. Fortunately, he just had to stay awake a little longer, 10 or 15 hours at the most. After that he would know if Zabuza was going to attack the following day or not. He could handle that. He'd stayed awake for much longer as an adult. He would just have to get some extra sleep once he got back to Konoha to make up for it. Naruto let his eyes drift up to the stars and blinked slowly. His eyelids seemed to seal together the moment they touched. With considerable effort, he forced them back open. He couldn't fall asleep, not yet. If he did, he couldn't remember what would happen if he did, but it wouldn't be good. The next time he blinked, his eyes did not open. A 12-year-old body just wasn't as capable of staving off sleep as an adult's. Hinata rose early the next morning, as had been her custom since childhood, quickly dressed, and then hurried towards the front door to go continue her training before Kiba and Shino arrived so that they wouldn't see how slowly she was improving. Usually she was up while it was still dark out, but this morning the sun was already beginning to slowly rise from the sea on the horizon. Because she'd foolishly overslept, she wouldn't have as long to herself as normal, but every little bit helped. "Hinata," a soft voice called to her from behind. The young Kunoichi gasped and spun around to find Kurenai sitting in the semi-dark with a steaming cup of tea in her hand. The dark-haired Junin was looking remarkably better than she had the last several days. Her hair was still wet from having been washed, and even in the dim light Hinata could see that Kurenai was wearing makeup for the first time since her injury. Hinata walked over to the table and could smell a strange mixture of tea, saltwater, and shampoo coming from her sensei. "You're up early," Kurenai noted. "I wanted to go work on the tea tree climbing." Kurenai smiled, took another sip of her tea, and then shook her head. "I'd rather you stayed here for now. I'm going to go down to the bridge with Tazuna-san today and I want all three of you to come with me. Once we've taken a look around, I'll send two of you back to train while the other remains with me, and then you'll rotate out as the day goes on." Hinata was disappointed for a moment, but pushed the feeling away. It wasn't proper to disagree with her superiors or to feel disappointment that she would be training with one of her teammates. It did, however, mean that she probably wouldn't get as much done as she would have when she didn't have to worry about screwing up in front of people whose respect she wanted to earn. "Oh, okay." Kurenai stood, leaning heavily on the crutch that had been resting against the back of her chair, reached out and put a hand on her student's shoulder and smiled. "You're becoming a very good kunoichi, Hinata. Don't think so hard about the tree climbing, just do it. You have excellent chakra control already. You just have to have the confidence to use it. Later today, I'll give you a few more pointers and we'll see if we can't get you all the way to the top." Hinata nodded silently, not trusting herself to open her mouth. Her eyes unconsciously shifted to the crutch that was holding Kurenai up. Kurenai chuckled and patted Hinata on the head affectionately as she stopped leaning on the crutch and set it aside. "Don't let the crutch fool you, I'm feeling a lot better. I don't even need it anymore. I'm only keeping it around so I won't have to do any heavy lifting for Tazuna-san today." Hinata wasn't convinced, but she nodded anyway and went into the kitchen to make herself some tea and a small breakfast. Kurenai smiled until Hinata's back was turned, but then winced and gently rubbed her side as she repositioned the crutch and sagged against it. "Damn," she muttered into her teacup so that she wouldn't be overheard before slowly easing herself back into her chair. Gato relaxed on a comfortable, and expensive, couch and smiled cruelly as he adjusted his dark glasses and then brought a walkie-talkie to his mouth. "Is the ambush ready yet?" he demanded. There was an audible snort on the other end and then Zabuza's voice replied, "They'll be dead the moment they show up. I don't care about the ninja, the old man is the only one that matters. Do you understand me?" The only answer Gato received was the loud thud of headset on the other side falling to the ground. Gato scowled and then tossed the walkie-talkie away. "Those two are getting on my nerves," he muttered to himself. For a moment he brooded silently and then he turned to his two ever-present bodyguards. "Waraji, Zori, I think it's time we took matters into our own hands." The two men smirked almost gleefully. They were killers, both of them, and they hated not being allowed to use the swords strapped to their sides. Gato knew it and he knew how to use them, just as he knew how to use most everyone else. He simply had to wait for the right moment and then unleash them against enemies that they could handle, which meant they would never be sent against experienced ninja unless they were part of a large mob. Go to the bridge builder's house and bring a hostage. One is all you need. After that, meet me at the bridge. If Zabuza manages to keep up his end of the bargain, it will be time to rid ourselves of him and that brat. If he fails, it will be time to make sure the bridge builder is taken care of, no matter what. Waraji and Zori nodded and hurried from the room, practically skipping with excitement now that they were finally allowed to do the one thing they truly loved. Gato ignored them as they left, instead staring out the window and pressing his fingertips together as he licked his lips in anticipation. This was it. After today, the island would be his. Within a year he wouldn't just control the country's daimyo, he would be the daimyo. Zabuza brought his foot down on the headset where he could still hear Gato's angry voice squawking at him and looked up at the unfinished end of the bridge from the small boat he and Haku were standing in. Rebar stuck out from the concrete-like fingers stretching towards the distant shore, trying to reach its goal. A thin smile played across his lips beneath his mask. The bridge would fail in its quest, but he would not. Haku, let's enjoy ourselves. And Gato? The boy asked as he too looked up. From the bridge, they could hear the few remaining workers greeting each other as they arrived. Whether he pays us or not, he'll be dead before sunset. Haku lifted his mask to his face and secured it in place. An excellent plan, Zabuza-san. In the branches of a tree not far from Tezuna's house, Naruto was lost in a deep dreamless sleep, completely unaware of the events slowly unfolding beneath him. Chapter 10. Oh. Kiba knew that he wasn't always the brightest ninja in the whole world. He wasn't as dumb as Naruto, of course, but he was no egghead like Haruno Sakura. He also wasn't the strongest ninja, though he could certainly hold his own against most anyone roughly his age. There were, in fact, many areas where he wasn't the cream of the crop, but when it came to his sense of smell, he was second to none among his peers. Part of it was breeding, naturally. His family was well known for its use of nindogs and somewhere along the way they had picked up and developed a few dog-like traits. Nearly everyone in his family had at least slightly enlarged canine teeth as well as thick, unruly hair that was very similar to dog hair, and all of them had a sense of smell that was far more sensitive than that of most other humans. They weren't quite as good as their dogs yet, but since dogs had noses that were well over 100,000 times more sensitive than the average humans, that was to be expected. It didn't take a dog's nose to smell blood and water in the air as Team 8 reached the bridge. He would have smelled it earlier, but the wind had been blowing in a different direction until that moment. Something's wrong, Sensei, Kiba whispered as his right hand dipped into his kunai holster. Kurenai and the others stopped, and Tezuna squinted his eyes as he looked down towards the far end of the bridge. Wah, what the hell, he whispered and then, without warning, dashed ahead of the group. Team 8 caught up with him just as he reached one of the 5 bodies lying on the ground. Amachi, what happened? Tezuna asked as Kurenai, leaning heavily on her crutch, reached them. A monster, the young, dark-haired man whispered, and then his strength failed him and he collapsed, either dead or unconscious. A monster, Kurenai repeated, her red eyes scanning the area as a feeling of dread began to swell inside her injured body. Inari, come help me with the dishes, Tsunami's voice could be heard calling from inside the house as the two men reached the door. Oka, just let me clean something up and I'll be down, the little boy's equally loud voice replied. The men chuckled as their thumbs pressed against the hilts of their swords. Waraji, Zori grinned with a mock bow of his head, after you. Waraji's sword slipped from its sheath, made 6 diagonal strikes against the aged wood of the door and wall, and then was back in its sheath before the wall came crashing in. The dark-haired woman, Tsunami, whirled at the noise, her eyes wide with fear and a dish rag hanging limply in her hand. You Tezuna's daughter, right? Zori asked. She didn't reply, but no answer was really needed. She was in Tezuna's house, doing chores, and the old man couldn't afford a maid. There was no doubt about her identity. Our employer would like a word with the old man and he wants you to come with us so we have your father's attention. Still she didn't reply or even move. Waraji, always the short-tempered one, crossed the room and kicked the table she was standing next to, sending it crashing on its side and shattering the clean dishes on the floor as Tsunami jumped out of the way. She backed away from his towering form until her back was against the cabinets. Didn't you hear him? He demanded. You're coming with us. At that moment, Inari rushed down the stairs, having heard the noise from his room. Mom, he cried before he even realized that there were 2 other people in the house. What do you want, kid? Zori growled as he spun on his heel towards the boy. Inari, get out of here. Run away. Tsunami cried out. Do we take him too? Waraji asked with a cruel smile at the boy. Gato-sama said we only need one hostage, Zori reminded him. At the word, hostage, Inari cringed and hid halfway behind the corner of the wall, fearful tears welling up in his eyes as a cold sweat ran down his spine. Then, Waraji chuckled as he menacingly began to unsheath his sword. Should I take his head in one swing or let him bleed out slowly? Inari was nothing more than one eye peeking around the corner by this point, his little legs shaking and paralyzing terror written all over his nearly hidden face. Waraji wondered if the boy would pee his pants before the blade even touched him. It would be fun to find out. Wait, cried Tsunami as she jumped to her feet. The threat to her son had wakened her from her fear. The two men turned towards her, perplexed. You want a hostage, right? Well, if you touch one hair on his head, I will bite off my tongue and kill myself before you even get me out of the house. The tone of her voice left no doubt that she was dead serious. Zori snorted and brushed his long hair over his shoulder. Thank your mom, kid. She just saved your life. Damn, Waraji grumbled as his sword slid back into its sheath with a soft click. I wanted to cut something. Inari crumpled to the ground and sobbed uncontrollably. Just give it a rest, Zori sighed. You got to cut up lots of stuff on the way over here. Grab her and let's get going. Inari could hear them leaving, though he couldn't even bring himself to take one last look at his mother. Mom, he whispered to himself, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I can't protect you. I'm just a weak kid. I don't want to die. I'm so sorry. So sorry. Maybe he is just waiting for you to be in need of protection. Instead of living in fear all the time. If it's truly precious, even if you lose your life, you must protect it with these two hands. Inari looked down at his trembling hands until a teardrop rolled down his nose and splashed in his palm. He was always so scared, so weak, so pathetic. He didn't want to move from where he was, but he didn't want to be scared anymore. He didn't want to go after the scary men who had invaded his home, but he couldn't stand to be weak anymore. There was no way he'd be so pathetic as to let them take his mother, the woman that man had loved even more than the village. That man who had once been. No, that man who was his father. This time, Inari vowed, he was going to live in a way that honored his father. He rose to his feet, his hands were sweaty and still trembling, but now with a new emotion. He stared at the hole in the wall that the men had taken his mother through. He wanted to throw up, but his fear, powerful as it was quickly being pushed back by the anger that was swelling within him. Can I do it, Dad? Can I be strong, like you? He asked as he crossed the room and paused at the hole before stepping through. Please, protect me and help me protect Mom with these two hands. Only a few meters away, Waraji and Zori pushed Tsunami along. Seeing that pretty skin makes me want to cut it, Waraji told her just loud enough for Inari to hear. Stop, the little boy yelled as he stepped out onto the walkway. All three adults looked back at him in surprise. Inari, Tsunami cried in alarm. The yelling from the village below woke Naruto from his slumber, though his body greatly protested it. Even after getting several hours more sleep than he normally needed, his body was still so tired. Perhaps it was because this body was unaccustomed to the long hours that his adult body had been able to keep, or maybe it was that his chakra supply wasn't nearly what it had been when he was older, or maybe it was just that 12-year-olds needed more sleep because their bodies were still growing. Whatever the reason, Naruto still felt physically exhausted, but his brain refused to allow his body to return to its slumber. The first thing he noticed as his eyes opened was that it was far brighter out than it seemed like it should have been. It only took a second for him to realize that this was because he'd slept more than he should have. Actually, he shouldn't have slept at all, but those two thoughts quickly were pushed aside when he realized what it was that had woken him. Inari was staring down two men armed with swords who appeared to be abducting a young, dark-haired woman. Up until that second, Naruto had completely forgotten about Tezuna's house being attacked, but now that he remembered it, he also remembered what it meant. Not only was Inari's mother being kidnapped, but the bridge was under attack by Zabuza and Haku. Of all the days to sleep in, Naruto cursed as he jumped to his feet, his fatigue instantly forgotten as adrenaline rushed through his system. He brought his hands together and called out, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. And then both Narutos yelled, Henge, as they transformed into the fisherman disguise from the previous day. The clone took off in the direction of Inari's house while the real Naruto hurried towards the bridge. He'd arrived in just in the nick of time when it was Team 7 on the bridge, hopefully he could pull the feat off twice. Kurenai knew that the worst possible situation had fallen upon her team when the fog came up and swirled around them, thicker even than what they'd seen at the lake. Kiba and Shino seemed to recognize the fog as well as they both pulled in close around Tezuna, protecting him as best their small bodies could manage, and drew kunai into shaking hands. "What the hell is this?" Kiba whispered. "That guy's dead." "Other people can use that technique as well," Shino pointed out, "but it is a strange coincidence to run into it again so soon." For a moment the bridge was totally silent, even the sounds of the sea below them seemed to have been blocked by the thick fog. In the silence, Kurenai offered up a small prayer to whatever gods might be listening, that Shino was right and this was simply another ninja using Kurigaku no Jutsu, or better yet, that it was some sort of freak weather phenomenon caused by the sea. Sadly, her prayers went unanswered. Still shaking, aren't they? Poor kids, Zabuza's disembodied voice chuckled from the mist. What worthless excuses for shinobi. At that, nearly a dozen Zabuzas appeared from within the fog, each with a zanbato in his hand, surrounding the group. "When I give the signal, you three are going to take Tazuna and make a break for it. I'll do my best to cover you," Kurenai whispered to her students. Hinata gasped in alarm and started to stammer something. "We aren't leaving you here, sensei," Kiba growled, essentially translating what Hinata was trying to say. Despite his brave declaration, his voice trembled while his wide eyes stared at the water clones surrounding them. "This isn't a debate," Kurenai snapped, not taking her eyes off of the water clones. "I'm giving you an order, follow it." "No," Kiba replied, his voice growing more firm. "Put a reprimand in your report when we get back to Konoha, but I'm not leaving." "Nor I," Shino added quietly. "Me and neither, Kurenai-sensei," Hinata agreed as well. Kurenai opened her mouth, but wasn't sure what to say to them at this point. They were all going to die, of that she was certain. At full strength, she and her genin had nearly been overwhelmed by an overconfident Zabuza. This Zabuza wouldn't make the same mistakes and, even if he did, Kurenai was nowhere near full strength. Maybe if her genin and Tazuna had made a break for it, she could have stalled him long enough for them to escape, but their reckless bravery was going to seal their fates. Hers had been sealed from the moment Zabuza somehow returned from the dead. So focused was she on the impending death that was coming to those she'd been charged with training and protecting that she missed the first attack. The sound of falling water woke her from her thoughts just in time to see the second volley of kunai fly away from Kiba and Shino, eliminating the final 4 clones. Their aim was far better than it had been when they fought Zabuza the first time, and their speed had increased as well. They'd either been doing more than just the tree climbing exercise she'd given them, or else they'd just been exceptionally nervous during the first battle. Even so, their improvement was remarkable. "Ho ho ho," Zabuza chuckled from within the mist, "somebody's been practicing. Looks like you brats realized my clones are all pretty weak when there's that many of them." The mist in front of them cleared a little as Zabuza and a small, masked ninja stepped into sight. Kurenai had never seen the masked ninja before, but from the sound of Kiba's sudden intake of breath, her genin recognized him. It only took her a second to realize that this must be the boy who had shown up after their first fight with Zabuza. "Bastard," Kiba growled as he pointed an accusing finger at the other ninja, "you said you were a hunter nin. You're an idiot if you believe everything you're told, especially by someone you wouldn't know from the Mizukage," Zabuza snorted. "A real ninja would know better." Kiba yelled something back at their enemy, but Kurenai didn't bother listening to it. There had to be a way to get her team out of this situation. She was dead, of course, nothing short of a bolt of lightning striking Zabuza in the next minute or so would save her, but she could accept that so long as her 3 charges somehow managed to escape, preferably with Tazuna, though that might be asking more of them than they could handle. The only problem was how to separate them from herself so they didn't get caught up in the short and mostly likely one-sided battle between her and Zabuza. If only they'd retreated when she told them to, she could have kept Zabuza's attention on herself long enough for them to live another few hours, if that, before he tracked them down. Maybe it was for the best that they were too foolhardy to know how outmatched they were, or maybe they already knew and had reached the same conclusion she had. Running would be futile. "Kiba, Shino," she whispered just loud enough to be overheard by Zabuza and Haku if the 2 ninja were interested in listening in. "When I give you the signal, the 2 of you are going to rush the kid in the mask. I'll handle Zabuza." She glanced at Hinata, who was fidgeting nervously and trying to appear braver than she no doubt felt. "Hinata, you do your best to cover Tazuna-san and use your Byakugan to keep an eye on the 2 of them in the mist." Tazuna took a hesitant step back and looked around in terrified awe. "I'm sorry, Tazuna-san, but I don't think we'll be able to protect you very well while we fight them. Hinata can at least try to keep you safe, but she'll have to watch our backs as well, so her attention will be divided. If you run, it will only call attention to yourself, but if you get behind some of these crates and hide, you might be safe until things are decided one way or another." The old man glanced at the crates she indicated and sighed. "You just want me to hide until they finish you off, is that it? If things go badly, Yes, I doubt you could make it home before they caught up with you anyway, and if you stay here your family might be spared. Tazuna sighed and then tilted his head back to look towards the heavens that were hidden somewhere beyond the mist. Super. Sensei, what about? Hinata started to ask, but Kurenai cut her off before she could finish. I'll be fine, she said as she let out a slow breath and then eased the crutch from under her arm and tossed it aside. It hurt more than she'd thought it would. Her wounded flank wasn't even close to healed and she was sure that the moment she stretched herself it would open up again. If she had any hope of survival, she might have been worried, but all she could do now was pray that the masked ninja would be unable to last against the combined efforts of Kiba, Shino, and Akamaru for as long as she could last against Zabuza. It was a gamble, as she had no idea how skilled he or she was, but it was all she really had. With any luck, they would have a couple of minutes head start before she fell and maybe Zabuza would be satisfied with her death and wouldn't bother with the rest of her team. It wasn't likely, but they had better odds of survival than trying to fight alongside her again. Kurenai's eyes locked onto Zabuza as she took a deep breath, her muscles tightening in anticipation of the fight she was about to launch herself into. You hear that, Haku? The lanky ninja chuckled. Those little brats want to play with you. Will you need help with the woman? Haku asked. Zabuza snorted, she won't last a minute against me unless I take my time. The smaller ninja bowed its head. Then I ask that you leave the rest of them to me. You're being greedy again, but it's fine with me. 3 babies and a dog aren't even worth my attention. Zabuza tilted his head until his neck popped and then pulled at the strap across his chest, freeing his monstrous sword which he lifted single-handedly over his shoulder and leveled at Kurenai. Whenever you're ready, little girl. Now, Kurenai whispered as she threw herself forward, a kunai already in her clenched fist and her mind trying to block out the pain that shot through her as her side opened up again. Waraji almost laughed, it's that kid again. Inari swallowed hard, almost feeling his resolve waver under the gaze of the 3 adults. I can do it. Get away from my mom. And then, as though another presence had taken control of him, he screamed in rage and charged at the 2 full-grown men armed with swords. Geez, Waraji muttered, what a stupid brat. Kill him, Zori said as his hand moved to his sword. Sure, Waraji replied, relieved that he could finally use his sword on something other than wood and a few stupid animals. Tsunami screamed as the 2 men started their drawing motion. Their swords came up and began their arc downward. Inari had just a split second to realize that he was going to die. Sorry, Dad, I guess I wasn't strong enough. Before the swords could reach him, however, a dark object fell from the sky, landing on the 2 men's heads and driving them into the wooden walkway. Inari looked up at the back of a tall man with dark, spiky hair and broad shoulders and gasped. The man took a step back and waited as Waraji and Zori rose to their feet and glared at him. Inari ignored the 2 swordsmen, he couldn't tear his eyes off the newcomer. Dad, he whispered in disbelief. From behind, the man didn't look exactly like his father, but the resemblance was enough that it could still, impossibly, be him. The clone Naruto stiffened, but didn't dare respond or turn around. For one thing, there were 2 very deadly men with extremely sharp swords standing in front of him, for another he didn't have the faintest idea how to dissuade the boy from foolishly believing him to be some sort of ghost, nor did he have the time to think about such things. Waraji and Zori twirled their swords expertly and advanced on him. They were beyond glib comments or threats. One look at their faces and there was no doubt as to their intentions, they planned on killing this man and anyone else they could find. Waraji's sword came in from the side, Zori's from above, both arced perfectly towards the disguised Naruto, but in the blink of an eye, he was gone and their swords passed through air. Inari had never seen anything like it. Who could possibly move so fast? He simply seemed to vanish like a ghost. The clone reappeared behind Waraji and drove his toes into the back of the larger man's right knee. There was an audible cracking sound and Waraji cried out in pain as his leg gave out from under him. Before he could clutch at his injured joint or even really realize what had happened to him, the sharp edge of a knife was at his throat. If we were alone, you'd be dead right now. I would have killed you without thinking twice, the clone Naruto whispered into the swordsman's ear. The only reason you're still alive is because I don't want that little boy to have to watch you get your throat slit from ear to ear or your guts spill out all over the walkway after I cut you open, got it? Waraji actually had the sense to nod his head ever so slightly. The clone smiled. Good, thank the little boy that saved your life. Waraji swallowed hard and glanced out of the corner of his eye at Zori, who was staring at the 2 of them in shock. The blade pressed harder against his throat, its sharp edge drawing a small trickle of blood. I wasn't joking, I really expect you to thank him. Thank you. Thank you what? The blade moved and Waraji could no doubt feel how easy it would be for his enemy to snuff out his life. Thank you for saving my life. He yelled quickly. By this time, Zori had recovered from his shock. He snarled as he drove his blade at Naruto. The clone didn't even think about his reaction. After all these years, manipulating chakra nature was almost as easy as taking a breath. Chakra was summoned into his hand and its nature was changed even as he made a slashing motion at Zori's sword. Suddenly half of the katana's blade was flying off into the water. Wind chakra could cut like the sharpest of blades, sharper even, and the sword wasn't an extremely high-quality one. Zori stared stupidly at his broken weapon for a second before dropping it and turning to flee. A kunai flashed through the air and caught him in the back of the leg, just above the ankle. He took one more stumbling step, but then the injured leg gave out on him and he fell to the ground. The clone brought the handle of his kunai down on the back of Waraji's head, knocking him out cold, and then did the same to Zori. Inari watched the whole thing in wonder. From his profile it seemed like the man's face probably wasn't that of his father, but at the same time there was a distinct resemblance. The appearance was close enough that Inari couldn't be sure that the differences weren't just his imagination or a trick of the light in the way the man's head was turned. Make sure you tie them up tightly, the clone Naruto told Tsunami. The village can decide what to do with them when this is all over. His eyes shifted towards Inari, though he didn't actually turn and face the little boy. You did really good, kid, he said with a smile, really good. I was kind of worried, but you obviously didn't need me as much as I thought. You'll be a great leader for this village when the time comes. Just remember to grow up strong and good and stop moping all the time. You can't protect the things you love with your own hands unless you stop being scared and stand up for what you believe in, got it? Inari swallowed hard and nodded. Protect the things you love with your own hands. It was almost an exact quote of what his father used to say. Could it be? Had Hinata really been right all along? Had his father really just been waiting for him to need protection? The clone Naruto smiled at Inari and gave the little boy a wink. Just make sure you're strong enough to take care of yourself from now on, okay? I can't protect you all the time. And then he brought his hands together and vanished in a cloud of smoke. Inari stared in stunned silence as the smoke quickly dissipated. The only signs there had even been anyone else on the walkway were the two unconscious men and the broken sword. He didn't move for several seconds until his mother walked over to him and wrapped her arms tightly around him as she cried in relief. Even as he returned her hug, he couldn't completely convince himself of what had just happened. Had it really been his father? It would be just like that man to be strong enough to protect the ones he loved even from beyond the grave, and Hinata had said that he could just be waiting for the chance to do so. But it didn't seem possible. Maybe it didn't matter. Whether he was actually Kaiza or not, he'd said just what Inari could imagine Kaiza saying, and that was enough. Thank you, Dad, he thought as he continued to hold his mother, I'll be strong from now on. You won't have to protect me anymore. Just watch me become the man you taught me to be. Haku watched the two genin, Kiba and Shino, approach him and felt a strange flutter in his stomach. His old weakness was rising up again, just as it always seemed to when he was confronted with this sort of situation. He let out a slow breath, hoping to push the feeling away, but, predictably, it remained where it was. It was a good thing Zabuza had most of his attention on the leaf Junin, Kurenai, otherwise he might have been able to sense what Haku was feeling. Haku hated disappointing his master more than anything, and if Zabuza had discerned what was happening within him, he would have ordered it gone, and then Haku would have had no real choice. As it was, he didn't have much of one anyway. Like it or not, he would probably have to kill these two boys, as well as Hinata, for no reason except that they were in Zabuza's way. Kindness, Zabuza called it, a lack of desire to do harm. It had rested within Haku as far back as he could remember, even before Zabuza found him and gave him a reason to live. It held him back from being Zabuza's perfect weapon, and his master reminded him, though usually without much anger, about it often. He chanced a glance at Zabuza. Against more experienced shinobi, it could have been a fatal move, but against two young boys and a dog, Haku could get away with it. Zabuza had deflected Kurenai's initial strike with ease and was now casually toying with her, swinging his sword about to force her to dodge, but not really trying to hit her with too much force. She was clearly far more injured than she'd let on, as Haku had predicted she would be. A wound like the one Zabuza had inflicted on her during their first meeting would not heal in less than a week, especially if there was only a relatively untrained medic nin to treat it. The few times she attempted to swing her kunai at Zabuza were all short, tight movements with little follow-through. Zabuza could kill her almost any time he wanted, and he clearly knew it too. His half-hearted attacks were only being used to prolong the fight so he could squeeze out every last drop of what little enjoyment he was getting from the battle. "Where is your friend?" he asked as the two boys reached him, each tensing as they prepared for battle. The two boys glanced at each other in mild confusion, but didn't reply. Apparently the blonde hadn't let them know that he was in the area as well. Haku couldn't help but wonder what reason he could have for not joining forces with his fellow leaf nin. Perhaps he really wasn't from Konoha, or maybe he wasn't supposed to be here. It didn't really matter. He wasn't around at the moment, and that made Haku's job fractionally easier, though no less unpleasant. Haku bowed his head fractionally and a small, sad smile appeared behind his white mask. I do not wish to kill you, but, since you are unlikely to get out of our way, I'll take solace in the fact that one less person has to witness your deaths. If the two were further confused by his words, they didn't have a chance to show it as Haku was between them in an instant. His hand slipped across his kimono, coming away with a senbon. One foot shot out, catching Kiba in the chest and sending him tumbling away with an "oof" sound as all the air in his lungs was unexpectedly pushed out. At the same time, he brought his senbon up and prepared to drive it into Shino at the indenture just above the clavicle where one of the muscles that helped turn the neck was located. With the incredible pain that the strike was sure to produce as well as the debilitating damage it would do to the muscle tissue, that one attack would nearly have put Shino out of the fight. Certainly it would be enough to limit his movement enough to make him an easy target for Haku's second and third attacks, which would finish him off. Before Haku's senbon reached its intended target, however, Shino's left arm came up to block the attack. The leaf ninja was a half-second slower than he needed to be, though nearly a full second faster than Haku had expected him to be. So instead of fully blocking Haku's strike, all he ended up doing was pushing the senbon away from his neck and into his right shoulder. Rather than the nearly silent sound of the razor-sharp needle sliding through muscle tissue, there was a crack as the senbon hit something hard and almost unmoving. Cartilage, Haku thought as he pivoted on his right foot until his back was almost completely turned towards Shino and then brought up his left leg and kicked the ninja hard in the stomach, sending the larger boy crashing into the railing of the bridge, perhaps a bit of bone as well. His arm will be almost useless until he receives medical attention. He glanced over his shoulder at Shino for a second and frowned. It would have been easier on both of them if Shino had just let him get that first attack in. Bastard! Kiba yelled, drawing Haku's attention to him as he leapt forward, one fist already drawn back and ready to strike. Haku sidestepped the punch easily and then spun away from an open-handed swipe by the boy's opposite hand. None of the genin had done much fighting during their first encounter with Zabuza, so it was hard to anticipate their skill level beyond the fact that they were all novices. Kiba seemed to favor a sort of animal-like taijutsu style that relied more on instinct and brute force than on precision or finesse. In the hands of someone fast enough and strong enough, it could be a devastating style of attack, difficult to predict with the potential of causing heavy amounts of damage. Fortunately for Haku, Kiba was nowhere near fast enough or strong enough to be that dangerous yet. He slapped aside another wild kick, ducked under the follow-up punch, and then spun behind the seemingly out-of-control ninja, drawing a senbon as he did. Before he could insert the senbon between Kiba's shoulder blades, he was forced to roll to the side as Shino's fist passed through the space where Haku's head had been only a second before. Shino's right arm hung uselessly at his side, but the pain and discomfort that he must have been feeling didn't seem to faze him. Haku leapt back a pace, slipping partially into the mist that still hadn't completely dissipated from the bridge, perhaps because at least part of it was natural, and watched the two-leaf nin. He'd thought, or at least hoped, that Shino would stay down longer, giving him enough time to finish off Kiba and keep them from double-teaming him. When there were two of them, it was much harder to be accurate and the fight could be drawn out longer than he wanted it to be. He's still directly in front of you, but a meter to the left of where he entered, Hinata called out. Haku wished that she wouldn't do things like that. It wasn't that her warnings were going to have much effect on the fight, though her ability to see through the mist would make it a little more difficult, but because if her help ended up prolonging things more than was acceptable, he knew he would have to deal with her less kindly than he'd originally planned. She was a nice girl, he didn't want to have to hurt her more than was necessary. Hiding in the mist won't help you anymore, Shino informed him calmly as he brought his one good arm up. Hinata can see through your jutsu, and when you injured my arm, I had enough time to place a female Kikai bug on you. No matter where you go now, I will be able to find you. A swarm of black bugs erupted from the jacket sleeve of his raised arm and headed straight for Haku. Haku had seen and heard what had happened to Zabuza during the first battle. If enough of these bugs reached him, it wouldn't be a question of defeating the leaf ninja quickly, but of finding a way to survive the battle. A tool that had been blunted was worthless and should just be thrown away. He couldn't be thrown away, not again. His hands moved almost of their own accord, forming seals before his brain fully caught up with them. As the swarm descended upon him, he bent his knees, his left hand dropping down so that it brushed against the wet stone at his feet, and then coming it up in an arc over his head as he straightened up again. Ice trailed mere centimeters behind his fingertips. The bugs were almost upon him when they were caught in the ice as it spread back through their ranks, running along the moisture of the mist like fire devouring dry leaves. One eyebrow rose above Shino's dark glasses, the only sign of the surprise Haku hoped he was feeling. People who were shocked tended to hesitate, if only for a second, and that second was what he needed. He reached out and caught the large chunk of ice with the dark core, hoping that he'd manage to catch all of the insects within it. It was heavy enough that he had to strain to keep it off the ground, which made it all the more effective when it slammed into Shino a second later, sending him crashing into a stack of wooden boxes which shattered under the force of his landing. Hinata immediately ran to him from her spot near the boxes Tazuna was hiding behind. Kiba took also stepped towards his teammate to help him, but in the process momentarily took his eyes off of his enemy. A rookie mistake. He froze the second he felt the needle tip press against his jugular. I'm afraid, Kiba-kun, that you should have concentrated more on running from me than on helping your friend. You aren't ready to face someone like me, yet. Just as Haku was preparing to drive the Senbon into Kiba's neck, pain shot through his leg as Akamaru's sharp fangs clamped down on his calf just below the hem of his hakama. The moment's hesitation was all Kiba needed to twist away and deliver a punishing blow to Haku's head, cracking his Hunter Nin mask and making his ears ring. Haku stumbled back, shaking his head to clear it, and then kicked his leg out, sending Akamaru flying away from him, a thin stream of blood trailing from his mouth. He flexed his leg once, to check the extent of his injury, and found it to be only a superficial wound. Don't underestimate me and Akamaru, Kiba growled as the little white dog bared his fangs and growled next to him, or we'll kill you before this even starts to get fun. Haku eyed him silently from behind his mask and then bowed his head. Forgive me for the insult, he replied calmly as his hand flexed around his Senbon, I will face you more seriously from now on. Kiba smirked confidently. It won't matter. His hand dipped into his pocket and pulled out a round pill which he dropped into Akamaru's open mouth. The effect was instantaneous. Akamaru's fur seemed to stand on end as it went from white to a more reddish color. The puppy's growl, which had been almost comical before, suddenly grew deeper, far more threatening and far less funny. Kiba bent down and Akamaru easily leapt onto his back. This time we'll do it perfectly, Akamaru, just like we practiced, Kiba promised. Akamaru barked out something that Haku thought almost sounded like the name of a jutsu while Kiba yelled, Beast Effect no Jutsu. And then Kiba's voice and another bark, that seemed to syllabically follow Kiba's words, called out, Beast Human Bunshin. There was a large explosion of smoke, which dissipated almost as quickly as it had appeared, and suddenly Haku found himself staring at not one, but two Kibas, each with more animalistic features, enlarged canines, fingernails that had lengthened into claws, and eyes that seemed to have lost much of their humanity. Each of the Kibas growled and then attacked in a pincer movement with more speed and strength than Kiba had been capable of before. Haku took a swipe across the chest, cutting open his gray-blue kimono and drawing blood. Until that moment, he hadn't been sure how dangerous Kiba and Akamaru would be with their unexpected technique, but now he could see that the fight truly wouldn't be as easy as he'd hoped. They still weren't as fast as he was, but there were two of them now and numbers could counter speed so long as they worked in harmony with each other. He really was going to have to start getting serious. Hinata knew she had disobeyed orders by leaving Tazuna to help Shino, but she couldn't just stand there watching as her team was slaughtered by two terrifying opponents. She'd given the old bridge builder a small apologetic glance when Shino went down and received a nod in return. Tazuna understood, or at least thought he did. He ducked lower behind the crates, sitting all the way down and turning his back away from the fight to try to make himself as small and inconspicuous as possible. Hinata wasn't just leaving him because she felt the need to help her teammates, she simply knew that she was doing no one any good by staying where she was. She couldn't stand against someone like Zazuba or the boy called Haku, not even for a second. She was no more protection for Tazuna than the crates he was cowering behind. But maybe, if she could help her teammates against Haku, maybe her small contribution to their efforts would be enough to help them, some of them anyway, live through this. If nothing else, they would probably offer more of a challenge to Zabuza than she would. As she helped Shino into a sitting position, she could instantly see that the damage was not great. A dark bruise was forming on his face and his sunglasses were broken, but other than that, he would be fine once he managed to shake free of the daze that held him after taking such a powerful blow and crashing through a stack of crates. Hold still, Shino-kun, Hinata whispered as her eyes simultaneously examined him, watched Kiba and Akamaru attacking Haku, tried to keep watch over Kurenai and Zabuza's fight, and showed her where several workers were hiding, including one who seemed so small he couldn't be much older than her. Her efforts to heal Kurenai after their first fight with Zabuza hadn't been great, but they'd given her some practice with healing jutsu and she tried to put what she'd learned to good use as she began soothing away his pain as quickly as possible. Kurenai flipped backwards away from the enormous sword that Zabuza was swinging around like a toy. She almost didn't make the full turn and had to put a hand down to keep from landing on her face. The second she touched down, she dove to the side to dodge the attack she guessed was coming next. Her dive was awkward and her side screamed in protest, freezing her muscles for a split second. Instead of smoothly rolling up to her feet as she had planned, she rolled along the ground until she hit something cold, hard, and distinctly metallic. "Come on," Zabuza snorted as he glared down at her while leaning on the sword that her back had come to a rest against. "You aren't even making this worth my time. I thought maybe you'd put up a bit of a fight so I could feel like our last fight didn't end the way it did just because I was being careless. You must have some talent, right?" Kurenai tried to roll away and scrambled to her feet, only managing to make it halfway before her shaking muscles quit on her once more. Zabuza could kill her at any time, she knew it, he knew it, and probably anyone who was watching knew it. The only reason he hadn't was because of her previous victory. He wanted to prove just how far above her he was. Maybe if she asked nicely, he'd wait until she'd totally healed before demanding the rematch. Were her situation not so dire, she might have smiled at the absurdity of the thought. "You aren't going to use your injury as an excuse, are you?" he asked with a smirk, still just leaning casually against his sword, completely off balance, totally open to attack. And completely aware that she had no way of taking advantage of any of it. "No," she grunted, finally forcing herself to stand and drawing a kunai as she did. "I just didn't get much sleep last night. It's taking me a little while to wake up." "Ah, that must be it," he chuckled. "Here, let me help you then." His movements were so fast she almost missed them as the tip of the blade came up and then sped towards her. With only centimeters to spare, she twisted to the side, feeling her wound reopen even farther than it already was, and dodged the attack that would have taken off the top half of her head. Or thought she did. "You're slow," Zabuza sighed, "this isn't even challenging." It took her nearly 3 full seconds to even register the pain radiating from her cheek, but even as she brought her hand up to feel the damage, she knew she'd been cut deep. She could feel the blood running down the side of her face. "You're beginning to bore me," Zabuza informed her lazily as he hefted the enormous weapon onto his shoulders with ease. "If this is all you've got, I'll just finish you now and move on to the old man." Kurenai braced herself for the attack she knew was coming and tried to come up with a way to fight back. Nothing came to mind. He was faster than her, stronger than her, and not hampered by a devastating injury the way she was. Physical combat was out. He would be prepared for a genjutsu attack and she wasn't even sure she could concentrate enough to create one in the limited time she had. That left her with ninjutsu. Unfortunately, most of her powerful jutsu involved fire and he clearly favored water. She was also versed in water jutsu, but that didn't help her here. She needed to use an earth jutsu and none of the ones she knew were going to be strong enough to help her. Zabuza drove his sword into the bridge so that it would remain standing when he released it and then brought his hands together, forming seals. Suiryuden no Jutsu. Kurenai's eyes widened as an immense watery dragon rose up on the other side of the bridge. It opened its great mouth and hissed before rearing back and diving at her. That amount of water would crush her already injured body and she was too weak and too tired to stop it. Maybe if she wasn't injured she could have escaped. Maybe if a different Junin was in her spot he or she would know how to get away. Maybe if Asuma was with her. Naruto was torn as he watched the two fights going on, his body wrapped in Maiseigaku no Jutsu to hide it from everyone but Hinata should she focus her eyes back behind her. He'd known, on some level, that it might come down to this, where things were going so badly that he was certain he was going to have to step in, but for some reason, knowing it didn't stop him from hesitating. He could enter the battle now, giving away who he was, at least to Hinata and possibly Kiba and Akamaru. Even if he continued to use the illusion of the fisherman who apparently looked similar to Inari's dead father, but the rest of his life would practically be thrown away. He'd have no chance of becoming friends with all the people he loved and cared for. Once it was known that he was strong enough to take on Zabuza and could also use shadow clones to cover his tracks while he slipped out of the village. Any friendship with people his physical age would be factitious, at best, but perhaps there was already no hope for anything but that. He'd already been manipulating Sakura and trying with Sasuke. At least this way they'd be allowed to manipulate him as well, that was probably fair. No, he didn't care about fair. He wanted a life, a real life, where things worked out better than they had originally. Announcing what he was would be a last resort. He'd do it if it was the only way to save Team 8, but not until he was sure it was the only way. That meant he had to help from the shadows, for now, anyway. Somehow he would find a way to keep everyone on the bridge alive. Even Zabuza if he could. Then, Haku and Kiba's fight began to turn more serious while Zabuza grew tired of playing with Kurenai and began his water dragon jutsu. At that point, there was no longer time to question or debate or whine about wanting to have a semi-normal life while manipulating everyone around him for their own good. It was time for action and he was the sort who couldn't hide during such times. As always seemed to happen when he was faced with a difficult situation that he was not completely prepared for, a small, fragmented plan almost instantly began to form in his mind. What I wouldn't have given for another day to prepare for this, he thought as he committed himself to a course that could easily lead to him being discovered. His fingers came together even as he leapt over the boxes and ran towards Kurenai. Chapter 11. Oh. After the powerful blow Haku had landed on Shino with the chunk of ice, it took the bug user a few minutes to come to his senses and, with the help of Hinata, get back on his feet. As the two genin prepared to enter the fight, reinforcing the already troublesome transformed duo of Kiba and Akamaru, Haku made up his mind. He'd let the fight drag on long enough, adding a third, and potentially even fourth, opponent would only bring in the possibility that he might actually be defeated. It was unfortunate that Kiba and his dog's attacks as well as Hinata's healing of Shino had forced the fight to become this serious, but it couldn't be helped. He ducked under one Kiba's outstretched arm, reached up and caught him by the elbow, and swung him back towards Shino, leaving the two boys, or boy and dog, in a heap as he drew a senbon and spun back towards the remaining Kiba. The needle pierced the boy's hand so smoothly that it might as well have just been stabbing through thin air. Kiba cried out in pain, but had enough presence of mind to try to kick at his enemy. To Haku, Kiba's leg was practically in slow motion and his own leg shot out and kicked it away. Our battle ends here, he whispered as his free hand rose in front of his chest. His double-jointed fingers twisted unnaturally as he formed the seals. Oh, one-handed, Kiba gasped as Haku's foot tapped the damp concrete of the bridge. Goodbye. All around them, water that had covered the ground, both from the moisture of the sea air that had condensed during the previous night and from Zabuza's destroyed water clones, jumped into the air and solidified into needles of ice. Kiba's eyes grew round and for the first time Haku could see true fear in them as the leaf nin saw that death was about to claim him. The icicles hesitated for the briefest of seconds and then Haku leapt back as they all raced towards their target. There was an explosion of ice shards and water as somewhere in the middle Kiba's body was turned into a pincushion. The water fell away, but where the boy should have been, there was only a small cloud of smoke, not even an object had been left as for the substitution. Kawarimi. With a clone, Haku's mind was racing as he searched for Kiba. Not just an illusion, but a corporeal clone. At last he located the boy who had escaped what should have been a killing blow. He was sitting on the ground next to the spot where Akamaru and Shino were finally entangling themselves. His hand bleeding and his eyes even wider than before. It wasn't him, Haku realized with a start, he doesn't know what happened either. Kiba looked around wildly and then patted his uninjured hand against his chest and stomach, checking for the holes that should have been there. It seems you have a guardian angel, Haku answered the unasked question. He was certain this was the work of the blonde ninja he'd met the previous day, the use of shadow clones then and now was too much of a coincidence. Kiba, having reassured himself of his own survival, pulled the senbon from his hand and flexed it experimentally. It only closed about halfway before whatever ligament and muscle damage had occurred brought the movement to a painful halt. Kiba let out a grunt as his hand relaxed and then looked up at Haku. He opened his mouth to say something, but before he could, the water dragon behind him exploded as it slammed into Kurenai. The three genin turned in shock, Hinata and Kiba calling out Kurenai's name and looking like they might actually want to leave this fight and go help her. Haku, however, realized that the use of such a large jutsu meant that Zabuza was bored of the fight and just wanted to end things. This meant that Haku himself had only a minute or two, assuming Kurenai lasted that long, before he needed to be finished with his fight as well. To think that it actually came to this, he grumbled feeling a little put out that he'd been forced to take things this far. Against two genin and a dog he should have been able to end the fight in 2 minutes or less. Had Zabuza not been toying with his opponent, Haku's shame would have been completely unbearable. Now that playtime was over, Haku could feel his pulse quickening and his hands trembling. What sort of tool fails to obey its master's commands? After everything Zabuza had done for him, how could Haku let him be disappointed? How could he call himself a ninja if he couldn't bring himself to kill his master's enemies? And, at the same time, how could he do something that in his heart he wanted no part of? His hands came together in front of his chest, his middle fingers pressed together as his index fingers slipping underneath them in an awkward pose. Steam rose off his body as the temperature around them began to drop. He would not be useless. He would not lose his reason for existing. He couldn't go back to the way things had been, never again. I will kill my heart, if that is what it takes, he whispered. What is this? Shino asked in what seemed to be a calm voice as he shifted his head ever so slightly back and forth allowing him to observe the sudden changes to the area without ever appearing to take his eyes off of Haku. Demonic ice mirrors, Haku told him as more than a dozen thick sheets of ice sprang up around and over the 3 genin and the still transformed dog, trapping them inside. Now, I'll show you the speed of a real ninja. He'd barely finished speaking when suddenly the air within the dome was filled with flying senbon that began the very fast process of cutting the 4 prisoners to ribbons. Just as the great stream of water slammed into Kurenai, something hit her in the chest and knocked her back against the railing with such force that all the air in her lungs was expelled as a new wave of agony shot through her body. She couldn't really tell if she'd been hit by some sort of pull, or an unexpected addition to Zabuza's attack, or even a human hand, as unlikely as it seemed, but whatever it wasn't water, at least not totally. The water that had hit her, along with the non-water blow, was enough to send her flipped backwards over the rail and tumbling into the dark ocean below. Had someone tried to save her, she wondered as her body slipped beneath the waves and began to sink into the inky depths that she'd always feared. If so, then whatever it was had saved her from being crushed on the bridge, but had only changed the location of her death, not the death itself. She was just so tired, too weak to swim or pull herself up onto the surface. She would die just as she would have if the full force of Zabuza's attack had hit her. Would Hinata, Kiba, and Shino would be okay? Probably not, but there was always the chance that they'd be spared when it was clear that they weren't a threat to their enemies, though being spared might not be a better fate if they were only going to be taken captive, especially for Hinata. Kurenai didn't even want to think what might become of the young Kunoichi with the valuable bloodline limit. Being a female captive meant that she would face the very real possibility of being raped. Being a Hyuga meant that she would face the possibility of having her eyes removed and of being raped. Kurenai pushed the thought aside and tried to force her way back to the surface. It was a wasted effort. Deflated lungs, blood seeping out her reopened side, exhaustion from not having recovered physically from her previous fight. What a sorry sight she must be, she thought as her eyes closed and she felt herself sink down towards her watery grave. And then, up above her, there was a strange sound. She tried to look up to see what it was, but her eyes were heavy and her body weak. She could make out a shadow standing on the surface of the water or at least floating above her. Zabuza, maybe. Or perhaps a shark looking for an easy meal. A hand entered the water and grabbed hold of her by her hair, painfully pulling her back towards the surface until she'd risen enough for a second hand to get a good grip on her clothing. Another grabbed her by one arm, and another by the other arm, lifting her until she was completely out of the water. She looked at her saviors, there were 3 of them, and tried to make sense of what she was seeing. A fisherman, standing on the water, was holding her up. And yet, even as she looked at him and felt his hands on hers, she knew he was no fisherman. For one thing, there were 3 of him, all exactly the same. For another, the hands that held hers weren't those of the large men standing over her with the identical worried faces, they were. Sorry, Kurenai-sensei, the one of the men said in a soft voice, but I can't have you thinking what you're thinking now. Try not to remember this as anything more than a crazy dream when you wake up, okay? Something hard hit the back of her head just as she realized that the person standing above her was probably a young boy, 13 or 14 at best. She slumped into the man's arms and knew no more. Naruto hadn't meant to knock Kurenai off the bridge, clearly she was even weaker than she'd seemed as he'd watched her fighting. Had he known she was in that much trouble, he would have stepped in earlier. It was a miracle she was still alive. He waited until he got confirmation from the shadow clones he'd sent over the bridge after her that Kurenai had survived and was being carried towards town, before peeking at Zabuza from behind the wall of hardened mud that had blocked the worst of the water dragon's attack. The missing nin obviously had guessed that something had gone wrong, but was arrogant, or cautious, enough not to come to investigate right away. The disguised foe genin turned his eyes towards the large dome of ice in which Kiba, Shino, Hinata, and Akamaru were now trapped. As strange as it sounded, they would be safe in there. Haku hadn't killed Sasuke or Naruto back when he'd had the chance the first time around, so he wouldn't this time either. Minor changes in events aside, Haku was still Haku. He wouldn't do anything worse than leaving them feeling like enormous pincushions, and those injuries would heal in a few days. Sasuke had been able to move, albeit gingerly, after only a couple of minutes. Teammate might not be strong enough to recover so quickly, but they would be fine. Are you the one Haku was talking about? Zabuza asked, bringing Naruto back to his current problem. The one that said Gato would betray us. No, just a fisherman, obviously, Naruto replied with a grin. Doryuaheki is an interesting trick for a fisherman, Zabuza observed as Naruto stepped around the wall and faced him. Are you from Iwagakure? He turned his head to the left and looked at Haku's ice mirrors and the genin being attacked inside. Pretty strange for a rock nin to be working with shinobi from Konoha. Naruto brought his fingers together. Henge. Now, instead of the fisherman, he had taken the form of Kurenai. Hinata would still be able to see through it, but she had other things to worry about, and it would be enough to fool Kiba and Shino from this distance. Zabuza raised a hairless brow and his mask shifted as he frowned. It's too bad you're about to die for sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. I'm sure there's an interesting story behind all these disguises. I don't want to fight you, Naruto told him honestly with Kurenai's voice. If you abandon this pointless job of yours and join the Leaf or at least walk away, no one has to die, but if you don't promise to leave Tazuna-san alone, I'll have no choice but to kill you. Please, walk away. Yup, Zabuza said with a nod of his head, definitely an interesting story, but hearing stories and joining villages full of weaklings doesn't give me what I want. I am going to kill the old man, and then I'm going to kill Gato whether he pays me or not. That at least will get me a step closer to my dream. He charged with a suddenness that Naruto wasn't completely prepared for, and only the long-learned survival instincts of battle saved him from losing his head. He ducked as the enormous sword passed overhead, and then rolled forward when Zabuza's Zanbato changed directions and fell towards him. Naruto's hand slipped into his kunai holster mid-roll, and by the time he'd finished his hand held a weapon that he stabbed forward towards Zabuza's unprotected stomach. It would have been nice if it could really have been that easy, but sadly Zabuza wasn't called the devil of the hidden mist for nothing. He let go of the handle of his sword with one hand, amazingly still keeping the blade off the ground with the strength of the other alone, and caught Naruto by the arm. He brought his leg up to kick the kneeling Naruto in the face, but Naruto's free hand pushed down on the leg and used its momentum to flip his body into the air. He landed in a crouch and rolled away as the Zanbato passed so close that it nearly passed through the image of Kurenai's hair. As he rolled, he threw 3 kunai at Zabuza. They were easily blocked, but they caused the missing nin to break off his attack and gave Naruto a little breathing room. Not a lot, but a little. Naruto's mind ran through a list of jutsu he could use at this point, and he had to shake his head at how short it was. This sort of fight was different from what he'd grown used to as an adult. For one thing, he had to keep the bridge in one piece. Tazuna and the rest of the village wouldn't be able to afford to make too many repairs, which meant that some of his more powerful jutsu, many of which tended to explode spectacularly, were off limits. For another, he couldn't summon toads yet, so his favorite allies, Gamakichi and Gamatatsu, couldn't come and help him. Though when he thought about it, those two were probably pretty worthless at this point, being nowhere near big or strong enough to even lift the katana blades they'd so expertly wielded in the future. This time around, I'll have to find some less flashy jutsu that aren't destructive on such a large scale, he thought with a sigh. It's so much harder to make up weaker versions of the ones I know. His fingers moved through the necessary seals and a clone appeared on either side of him, already cloaked in the proper illusion. The 3 Kurenais drew kunai and charged at an amused Zabuza. Haku overestimated you, Zabuza commented as he swung his immense sword at the trio. The 2 clones brought their kunai up and blocked the attack, one of them vanishing in a cloud of smoke, while Naruto dove under the Zanbato and through Zabuza's spread legs. As he passed by, his kunai sliced into the side of the missing nin's leg, cutting him just above the knee. It wasn't deep, but it was enough to get Zabuza's attention. One more roll and Naruto was on his feet, his fingers already forming seals. Kaden, Gukaku no Jutsu. Zabuza had already turned to face him, his own fingers rapidly forming seals. Suiten, Mizu no Yoroi. Naruto's fireball slammed into the surge of water that swirled up and around Zabuza, leaving nothing but steam in its wake. The two stared at each other for a moment and then Zabuza's mask shifted as he smiled. Water beats fire. Didn't they teach you that wherever you're from? Naruto brought one hand up in front of his face, his index and middle finger extended. You're beaten, give up. Zabuza's eyes widened and then he chuckled incredulously. Beaten? What fight have you been watching? Naruto didn't smile. Please, I don't want to kill you, but if that's what it takes to keep you from hurting Tazuna or destroying this bridge, I'll do it. The water surrounding Zabuza's body splashed to the ground as he released his jutsu. Don't bring this shit up with me again. I have a job to do and an aspiration to fulfill, that old man will die. Naruto shook his head. Then I don't have any choice, because no matter what, I can't let you do that. Zabuza heard footsteps behind him and turned just in time to see the remaining clone jump forward and onto his back. Shadow clones aren't very scary, he commented as he began to reach back to pull the image or kunai off of him. This isn't Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto replied, it's Bunshin Puchi Bakua no Jutsu. He closed his eyes as the clone exploded. Hinata stared up at the towering array of ice mirrors in awe. She'd never heard of such a technique, let alone seen anything like it. Within each mirror stood the image of the masked ninja, each identical to all the others, holding a senbon in his hand as he prepared to strike. Kiba whipped his head back and forth, trying to watch every single reflection at once. Shino was less wasteful in his movements, but also seemed to be trying to find some detail that would reveal the real enemy. Akamaru was already down, his little body pierced by a dozen or more needles. The illusion that surrounded him hadn't lasted past the first few seconds after they were trapped. He turned his head slightly and offered a weak whimper to Kiba to let them know that he was still alive. Hinata brought her hands together, pushing chakra towards her eyes. Byakugan. The world around her became more translucent as her advanced bloodline kicked in. She could see Kiba, Shino, and Akamaru perfectly even though she had her back to them and, most importantly, she could see which of the mirrors contained the real masked ninja. Beyond the ice mirrors, she could even see Tazuna still hiding behind the crates and Zabuza fighting. Hinata's focus shifted away from her immediate problem and turned to the other ninja on the bridge. Zabuza wasn't fighting Kurenai the way he should have been, though around the person he was fighting she could see an illusion that had Kurenai's shape, instead he was fighting. No, it couldn't be, her eyes were playing tricks on her. He was in Konoha, how could he? Above, she called out as Haku's hand flashed forward, calling her away from what couldn't be and back to what was. Kiba, with his superior speed and reflexes leapt to the side, but Shino was slower and was probably still feeling the effects of the blow he'd taken early in the fight. He took a senbon in his side as he attempted to spin away. Hinata rolled to the left and almost had time to feel the rush of excitement that accompanied the knowledge that she could actually help her teammates in this fight, that her abilities would at least level the playing field for them, but before she'd fully gotten to feel that emotion or even completed her roll, Kiba cried out in pain and stumbled, the back of his knee and his hamstring each pierced by a senbon. Hinata blinked in surprise. The ninja that she had warned them about was gone from the spot she'd last seen him and was now in the mirror slightly to the left of Kiba. It was impossible. She hadn't even seen him move, hadn't even seen him prepare to move. He'd traveled over 10 meters and he'd done it faster than her eyes could follow. Left, she started to call out, but stopped as he was suddenly not there again. A senbon caught her in the back of the leg and another pierced her back about halfway up. Again, he was gone, needles already raining down on Kiba and Shino as they tried to follow her two slow warnings. She opened her mouth to call out another warning, but once more their enemy was already elsewhere. She barely managed to get her arms up in time to keep the senbon coming at her from above and to her right before they pierced her neck. Hinata swallowed hard, biting back the pain of injury and fear as tears stung her eyes. She was useless, again. Her teammates were dying and she couldn't help them because she was too weak, too slow, too useless to do anything but die with them. Right, she whispered, as 3 more senbon hit her teammates from the direction she hadn't had time to give them. A senbon caught her in the shoulder with enough force to spin her around. As she reached up to grab it, Kiba's eyes met hers and he smiled despite the blood running down his arms, legs, and from the many scratches that covered his face. "Not your fault," he said, just loud enough to be heard, and then he fell to his knees. With her Byakugan active she could see the way his chakra was erratically flowing through his body. He was dying. All of them were. The senbon were picking them apart a piece at a time, first focusing on spots that slowed their reactions and then slowly beginning to zero in on more vital areas of their bodies. The masked ninja appeared in the mirror almost directly in front of Kiba, his arm already moving to deliver the final blow. "No!" Hinata cried out as 3 senbon shot towards the completely defenseless genin. Her pleas, of course, did nothing to alter their flight. One struck Kiba in the ribs, another in almost the middle of his chest, and the third. Hinata's heart stopped and she felt the remains of her breakfast flip over in her stomach as a small, white object leapt in front of the final senbon that would have hit Kiba in the neck. A loud yelp echoed across the bridge, before falling silent as Akamaru hit the ground like a limp rag doll and didn't move. The senbon aimed at his friend protruding from his eye. From somewhere, very far away, perhaps, or maybe even from her own mouth, Hinata thought she heard an enraged cry of alarm. The shock of Akamaru lying there was too great for her to even try to figure out where the cry had come from. Akamaru," Kiba whispered as his eyes located the puppy's body. He reached a shaking hand towards the limp form, and then collapsed on the ground, his fingertips resting against Akamaru's paw. For a moment, the battleground was completely silent, and then Shino was charging at the nearest image. He managed 3 steps before 2 senbon sliced through his calf. He took another stumbling step and then went down as 2 more senbon descended on him from above, piercing the back of his neck. Hinata couldn't think, she couldn't speak, she couldn't even move as the masked ninja appeared in the mirror in front of her. "I'm sorry, Hinata-chan," the ninja said softly, his arm rising, 2 senbon between his fingers. "This was not my wish." She recognized the voice instantly, but then something seemed to prick her neck and it no longer mattered that she had spent a whole morning talking and picking herbs with the boy who had killed her teammates. The world around her became hazy and she dimly realized that at some point her Byakugan had released. She tried to swallow, but her throat was stuck. She reached up and just managed to get a finger on one of the senbon sticking out of her neck before her legs gave out and she fell to her knees. The clan elders would be furious when they found out that a main house member had been killed. Without the curse seal that was placed on the branch family members, the secrets of her Byakugan could be uncovered and stolen. Even in death, somehow, she'd found a way to disappoint everyone. As the smoke from the exploding clone began to clear, a Kurenai-disguised Naruto surveyed his handiwork. The explosion had still been more than he'd wanted. The area where it had gone off would need a lot of work before it would be restored to what it was supposed to be, but it didn't look like there was any damage that would compromise the structural integrity of the bridge. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. He hadn't wanted the fight to go this way, but had known from the beginning that there was little chance of anything else happening. Zabuza was too hardened to be reasoned with, too settled with the idea that a ninja could just kill all emotion and be a tool, that right and wrong were only a matter of opinion. Still, he wished there could have been some sort of right way for everything to work out. A way for everyone to walk away so no one had to die needlessly. Live and let live, huh. I'm getting soft in my old age, he mused. When a gentle breeze collected the last of the smoke and pulled it out to sea, Naruto instantly knew something was wrong. The explosion had been powerful, but it had not been enough to incinerate Zabuza. There should be a body, a sword, something besides an empty indentation in the cracked stone of the bridge where the attack had gone off. His fingers slipped into his kunai holster as he started to turn his head. Zabuza was a master of silent killing. He could sneak up on someone in the middle of a group of people, take his head, and vanish without ever having been noticed, except by the one who was now a corpse. His mist jutsu helped him in that area, of course, but a turned head was just as blind as one surrounded by mist. This time wasn't like the others though. He was injured now, far slower and louder than he would normally have been. It was a testament to his skill that he got as close as he did before Naruto heard him, but Naruto wasn't going to congratulate him on his resiliency. The sound of a footstep followed by the whistle of the sword passing through the air was all his body needed to react. The blonde ducked under the Zanbato as it came across at neck level. The sword was heavy and Zabuza's current strength was barely enough to lift and swing it. He couldn't change directions with it after it missed. Naruto pivoted on his left foot, spinning and driving the kunai in his right hand up at Zabuza's neck. Amazingly, the missing nin managed to partly leap away from the kunai, just enough to escape the kiss of its razor-sharp blade. But Naruto had been moving on instinct and his instincts didn't take chances by just swinging knives. Zabuza's eyes widened in alarm as his brain registered what had happened. A dark crimson stain began to spread across the bandages that covered his neck and mouth. Wind chakra had extended just far enough off the kunai's blade that dodging by a centimeter or two wasn't enough. An edge far sharper than even that of the kunai had cut across his throat. He opened his mouth to say something, but all that came up was blood as the white bandages quickly soaked through and began to drip their contents down onto his dark sleeveless shirt. Naruto guessed that this was a sign that his trachea had been cut as well as a major blood vessel. There would be no recovering from such a wound, not without someone like Tsunade or Sakura around. Naruto watched as Zabuza sunk to his knees. His eyes met Naruto's for the briefest of moments, so brief that Naruto wasn't completely sure he hadn't imagined it. There was understanding in them. As if he understood that Naruto really had tried to save his life. Then he collapsed forward and lay still. For a moment, the bridge was silent, and then an anguished cry erupted from somewhere behind Naruto. Naruto spun towards the spot where Team 8 had been fighting Haku. As he'd expected, they were all down, but he knew that Haku wouldn't have killed any of them. The ice mirrors that had once surrounded them had collapsed, leaving Team 8 lying in a large puddle of water. Between the defeated Team 8 and Naruto stood a trembling Haku, his mask in his hands and his dark eyes locked on the body of Zabuza. Tears ran down the boy's cheeks as he continued to stare at the body until finally he dragged his eyes up to meet Naruto's. The two stared at each other for a long moment and then Haku's hand brushed along the edge of his kimono and fired a senbon at Naruto. The blonde was prepared for the attack though and he threw the kunai still clenched in his fist, intercepting the needle before it reached him. Haku nodded. "You aren't injured, so clearly you aren't Kurenai-san," he whispered. "You are the boy I met in the woods." He reached up and brushed away his tears, though they were instantly replaced by more, "and you've killed my precious person, my reason to exist. Just as you said you would." "I didn't want to," Naruto said quietly. "I was trying to save both of." "Please, don't speak. The time for talking is done," Haku said with a shake of his head. "I am a tool that failed its master, what good am I? The man I loved is dead and my reason for living is gone." Naruto had known Haku would be despondent after Zabuza's death, but he underestimated the level that it would go to. He'd thought that there might be a chance to convince him that he didn't have to pour his soul into just one precious person, that there were others out there who could give him a purpose in life, or at the very least that he would have to fight Haku and could end the fight without killing. After so many years, he'd partially forgotten just how utterly devoted and dependent upon Zabuza Haku was. The dark-haired boy reached into his kimono, pulled out a senbon, and, after one last sad look down at Zabuza, pushed it into his temple. Naruto couldn't even imagine the willpower such an act must have taken, because Haku didn't push it in hard and fast so that he was dead before his body's natural reactions could stop him from hurting himself. He deliberately pushed the needle into his brain, overpowering survival instincts, and then collapsed. The moment Naruto had fully realized what the other boy was doing, he dashed forward to try to stop him, but his shock had left him too slow to save the missing nin. Haku was probably dead before Naruto even reached him. The image of Kurenai vanished as Naruto lowered Haku's body to the ground. Damn it! He groaned as he looked down at the boy he'd thought he might be able to save from the clutches of his fated early death. Haku's face was strangely serene despite how painful his death must have been. Naruto couldn't remember all that he'd learned of Haku's past, but he knew it hadn't been a happy one until he'd met Zabuza. Maybe in the next life, he'd find some true peace. After gently moving Haku so that he was laying next to Zabuza, Naruto headed for Team 8. Shino was the first he reached. The dark-haired boy's sunglasses were gone and blood was oozing from dozens of wounds and mixing with the water pooled around him, but he didn't look so different from how Sasuke had looked after he'd fought Haku. Naruto kneeled next to him and listened for a heartbeat. And listened. And listened. Just when the cold touch of fear began to reach for his stomach, he heard it. Faint, but there. Naruto let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. He'd known Haku wouldn't kill them, but for a second there his eyes fell upon Akamaru. Naruto felt the blood drain from his face. The puppy's white fur was spotted red around the areas where senbon were sticking out of him, but that was no different from the rest of Haku's victims. What was different was the senbon that had pierced his eye. Naruto stared at Akamaru, trying to will the puppy's chest to rise and fall as he took a breath or to give some sign that he was still alive, though with an injury like that, Naruto couldn't see how he could be. It didn't make any sense. Haku shouldn't have done that, he wouldn't have. He might have it in him to kill if he felt it was completely necessary, but even against 3 genin he couldn't possibly have needed to do something like this. He practically ran to the other two, suddenly fearful of what he might find, but both Hinata and Kiba were in the same shape as Shino. They'd wake up eventually, though how soon was a mystery to someone with his minimal medical knowledge, but Akamaru. Naruto knew even less about veterinary medicine than he did about human medicine, but he just couldn't imagine such a small animal surviving something so ghastly. This was what he'd come back to stop, but it was still happening again. Akamaru might not be human, but that didn't make him any less of a friend, and Kiba would be crushed by this loss. He'd vowed that he'd keep all of his precious people safe, that he'd protect everyone from the dangers around them, but then he'd assumed that since he knew the future he could predict how events would play out even when parts of them were different. Now the evidence of what that assumption had led to was lying unmoving on the cold stone of Tezuna's bridge. If Akamaru had been killed, then Hinata and Shino and Kiba could just as easily have. The weight of what his mistake could have cost not only his friends but the village as a whole was staggering. He almost couldn't handle thinking about it, and so he was glad for the distraction offered him by the sound of many footsteps coming from the end of the bridge. Gato couldn't help but smile as his large ship reached the walkway from the sea up to the bridge. His ships always carried something good. Usually weapons or drugs or some other form of contraband, even human slaves, but today it was an especially good haul. Today the cargo was going to eliminate 2 or perhaps even 3 thorns that had been in his side for far longer than was acceptable. The mercenaries that his ship was carrying were going to kill Zabuza and that brat of his. And if Zabuza had failed to kill the bridge builder, then Gato would have the pleasure of watching him die as well. Maybe, just this once, he'd even get his own hands dirty and strike the killing blow himself. That might be fun. The best part was that even all the mercenaries combined weren't going to cost him as much as Zabuza would have. He'd get a show and save some money at the same time, the perfect way to spend an afternoon. The ship came to a stop and the anchor was dropped. The only sounds he could hear were the crashing of waves against the bridge supports and the creaking of wood as his ship bobbed up and down on the sea. There were no sounds of battle, no clashing of steel on steel, no sounds of people crying out in pain as bones were broken. Nothing. Was it already over? He hoped not. He wanted to get there right when it was finishing, so that whoever he found that needed to be killed would be at their weakest, having just finished fighting for their lives. If Zabuza had been finished for a while, he might pose more of a problem even to such a large group of fighters. Then again, he was paying them each the same thing, not dividing the spoils among them. If Zabuza killed half of them before dying, it would save Gato tens of thousands of ryu. A small fortune. There were bright sides to everything if you knew how to look at it, he supposed. Alright, boys, it's time for you to go make some money. The men grinned evilly as they headed for the walkway, Gato in the lead, his cane tapping rhythmically as he worked his way up the ramp. He walked up onto the bridge and looked around in disappointment. Apparently he wasn't going to save any money after all. The bridge was dead silent, several bodies strewn about. A short distance down the bridge, near a pile of boxes, was Zabuza lying face down. Next to him was Haku, that bastard who had broken Gato's arm. Gato was especially saddened to see him already dead. He'd had a special revenge planned out for the brat. Movement off to the side caught his eye and he turned as a blonde-haired boy in orange looked up at him. He was kneeling next to still another body, this one with several needles sticking out of it. "Hey kid," Gato called out as he walked towards him, "what happened here?" The boy's eyes were a piercing blue, but seemed hollow, even from the distance. He rose and looked at the mob, focusing on Gato in particular. "You're Gato," he said calmly. It wasn't a question. "That's Gato-sama to you, kid," Gato chuckled and the men behind him joined in. "Are you going to tell me what happened or am I going to have to let my friends ask you?" The boy's eyes narrowed and Gato noticed 3 strange lines marking each cheek, like whiskers. "This is all your fault," he growled. Gato rolled his eyes. What was it with young ninja and being stupid? Anyone with half a brain would have noticed the ridiculous number of fighters standing there and simply said whatever they needed to say to get out of the situation alive. The blonde could have just said, "They killed each other," and walked away. It was that easy. Instead, he was acting like he wanted to pick a fight even when faced with 50-to-1 odds. And a little guy like him didn't look like he'd be able to handle it if the odds were even. Gato sighed. "Kusabi, teach this badly dressed punk some manners. Just remember to leave enough of him alive to answer a few questions when you're done." Kusabi was not the strongest fighter of the group, but he was deadly with his shiguriki and he'd offer either a decent fight, or at least let the others see what the little brat was capable of. Kusabi stepped forward and smiled, crinkling the red paint that ran from ear to ear and across his eyes as he gave the ball and chain at the end of the metal staff an expert twirl that often intimidated his opponents. Naruto didn't take a step back, he didn't take a step forward, his eyes didn't even shift off of Gato. He just stood there, staring, his chest rising and falling with each quick breath he sucked in and blew out. Few of Gato's men were used to being ignored when they were threatening someone, but Kusabi with his outlandish 4-bun hairstyle, face paint, and the tassel-like decorations he clipped into his hair was especially unused to it. "Asshole," he snarled in annoyance, the metal ball swinging faster. He ran forward, swinging the ball down hard at Naruto's head, looking to crush the pest in one shot. At the last second, the blonde leaned back slightly, his eyes still on Gato, and the ball smashed into the ground at his feet having missed him by centimeters. He stepped forward, putting his foot down on the ball to keep it from being pulled up again and his eyes finally turned towards Kusabi. "I don't remember you," Naruto said almost to himself after a moment of staring. "Zabuza was probably supposed to kill you. Unless you were one of the ones who lived. Maybe you even did some good with your life." He ran his hands up over his face and into his hair, grabbing 2 fistfuls of his blonde longs as he looked up at the sky and sighed. "If I'd just remembered how we got to Zuna's mission, I could have saved everyone and none of this would have happened. Now it's all so screwed up. I don't know how I'm supposed to fix it." "What are you talking about, kid?" Kusabi asked in confusion. Naruto opened his mouth to reply, but stopped at the sound of approaching footsteps behind them. Glancing over his shoulder he could see a large crowd of people approaching from the village. "Damn it," he growled, "I don't have time for this." He turned his attention back to Gato and his eyes narrowed dangerously. "At least I still remember what was supposed to happen to you." In the blink of an eye his right hand had dipped into the pouch strapped to his leg and then flicked forward. Gato barely had a chance to look surprised before 2 kunai hit, one in the chest and the other right between the eyes. He landed on his back without making any noise other than the sound of his body hitting the concrete. His men looked down at him in shock and then turned back towards the boy as he brought his hands together. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Where once there was 1 boy, now there were 4 and each of them brought their hands together to form yet another seal. Henge. Instead of 4 blonde ninja, there were now 2 dark-haired boys in jackets, a small girl with white eyes, and a tall beautiful woman. "What the hell is this?" someone in the crowd of mercenaries asked. Kusabi backed away from his ever-changing opponent, and retreated into the safety of the rest of the group. There were only 4 of them, or him, or whatever, but Gato had made it sound like all they'd have to do is take out 1 tired, hopefully injured, ninja, maybe 2 at the most. Whoever this kid was, he didn't seem very tired or injured. Someone behind him yelled out, "Hey, who's going to pay us now?" It was as if a switch had been flipped on, as the whole gang of them suddenly realized that this one person, or 4 people, had killed the man who signed their paychecks. "Yeah," yelled another voice. "You damn ninja, you killed our meal ticket," called out someone else. Kusabi grinned, feeling his confidence returning. There were a lot of them after all, and only 4 of him, them, whatever. "No sweat, boys," he laughed, "there's a whole village at the end of the bridge. We'll just have them pay us what we're owed and then some. Who's up for a little shopping trip?" A loud cheer went up from the group as their nervousness completely vanished. "Let's go." An arrow whistled through the air and struck the ground right at Kusabi's feet as he took a step to sprint towards the village. "If you another step forward," a young boy's voice called out, "the next arrow won't miss." Kusabi looked up. Just beyond the 4 ninjas stood a crowd of citizens with at least as many people as Gato's gang, each armed with simple spears, rakes, and crossbows, the only weapons found in a typical fishing village, and each looking prepared to fight to the death if that's what it took. At the head of the group was a little boy, no older than 10, wearing a helmet that looked too big for him, his face stern and his eyes burning. The crossbow in his arms no longer held an arrow. Another villager stepped forward and scowled at Gato's men. "If you come any further onto our island, the citizens of this country will stop you with everything we've got," he yelled, waving his spear threateningly. The crowd behind him roared in agreement. There was a tense moment where Kusabi and the rest of Gato's gang seemed to weigh their chances. They could probably defeat the villagers, though there would be a lot of casualties if they chose to attack. That only meant, however, that the survivors would be that much richer. Then the ninja in front of them brought their hands together once more as they said, "Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu." And the 4 ninjas suddenly became 100 ninja, each of them grinning confidently and licking their lips. Any remaining confidence among Gato's men vanished in an instant and they all turned as one to flee for the boat. In less than a minute, the bridge was clear. "Hinata-chan," Inari called out as he ran forward, grinning from ear to ear. One of the Hinatas turned to look at him, and smiled sadly. "You did good, kid," she said softly, and then she, Kiba, Shino, Kurenai, and all of their duplicates brought their hands together and vanished in a puff of smoke. When the cloud cleared, the villagers all gasped in surprise as the bodies the 4 ninja who had just stared down Gato's men suddenly came into view. Inari ran to Hinata's prone form, his eyes tearing up as he lifted her head and gently brushed blood-splattered hair out of her face. Hinata-chan," he asked softly, his lip quivering as he struggled to hold in his tears. He couldn't cry, his dad had told him he could only cry when he was happy. But it was so hard. "Hinata-chan, please. You can't be dead," he cried out as the tears forced their way past his eyes and down his cheeks. A gentle hand touched his shoulder and he jerked his head up to see the sad face of his grandfather looking down at him. "She was a super girl," the old bridge builder whispered. "She did everything she could to help her friends. But sometimes that just," he closed his eyes and looked away. "Sometimes, no matter how brave and strong a person is, they still get killed. It doesn't mean they weren't doing the right thing. That's just how life goes sometimes." Inari looked down at Hinata's peaceful face and then over at Shino, Kiba, and Akamaru. "Why didn't Dad save them?" he whispered. "The way he saved me." Tazuna didn't understand what Inari was talking about and wasn't particularly worried about trying to answer the boy's questions. He knelt down and took his grandson in his arms and hugged him tightly as a fresh wave of grief washed over the boy. Soon the village would want to celebrate its newfound independence from the tyranny of Gato, but for now that wasn't important to Tazuna. All that mattered was that he hold his grandson while he cried. It was unfair that this child had to experience the harsh reality of the world again after all that he'd already been through. This pain wouldn't be as bad as that of losing his father, but how much could one little boy take? In his heart, Tazuna cursed the gods that allowed such pain to find one so young, gods that allowed good people who died protecting he and his bridge even after they knew he'd lied to them when he requested their help. If there was any justice in the world, he would be the one who died while Kurenai and her team of very young ninja would have survived. "Aina, Rikun." Hinata's voice whispered weakly, and in an instant all sacrilegious thoughts were vanished and the celebration was ready to start. 2 hours later, Naruto was standing by the lake where his team had fought Zabuza in another reality. Behind him lay the graves of Zabuza and Haku, marked by Zabuza's Zanbato, Haku's sash wrapped around it, and 2 simple wooden markers upon which he'd carved their names. He didn't have any food to offer their spirits, other than his final ration bar. He hoped they understand that he wasn't going to give it to them, disgusting though it might be. He'd tried to save them, but in the end, their fates were the same as they'd been the first time around. The events around their deaths were different, maybe even worse, but at the end of the day they were no less dead now than they had been after the other battle on the bridge. The only thing he'd managed to change was that this time they weren't alone. He'd had such high hopes for this mission once he'd found that Team 8 had lived through the trip to the Wave Country, but now he was returning to Konoha with a heavy heart. He gave the graves a polite bow and then turned to head home. Weary as he felt, he had no time to rest. Chapter 12. Oh. Knowing the future, knowing without a doubt what would happen before it happened because, to you, it already had happened, was a dangerous thing. It seemed to be such a powerful tool. Being able to predict an enemy's actions, knowing what he would throw at you and when, was an advantage that couldn't be overcome. Except for the fact that no such advantage could possibly exist. The real problem with knowing a future, not to be confused with knowing the future, was that it left you complacent. You knew what would happen, how someone would act, what the outcome would be, so why would you need to worry about what happened or how someone acted or what the outcome was? Why would you act as if your future knowledge was faulty? If the outcome was what you wanted, why would you change it? Unfortunately, even having seen the future, you are still living in the present. The moment you react to or in any way influence anyone or anything, your future knowledge, which was based on you acting differently, if only fractionally, was in danger of becoming useless. The second something happened that you hadn't already seen, you no longer actually knew the future but instead were reacting to the way you thought things might happen and not the way that they were happening. And yet, it was so hard not to accept your knowledge of the future as the way things would happen unless you intentionally changed it. It was hard not to think of that knowledge as infallible. It was hard not to trust it to bind people to their fated actions even though you yourself were proving that there was no such thing as fated actions. Knowing the future almost seemed to force you to sit back and wait for things to work out. It disconnected you from reality, from time. These things have already happened, you'll say, I know what his next move will be, but you can't know what his next move will be because these things haven't already happened, they are happening right now and changing fractionally or massively by the second. History is not set in stone, it's not even set in jello, it's like water running through your fingertips. You can see where the stream is going, but the second your hand touches the water, you've altered the course of millions of water molecules and haven't even noticed. When did I become complacent? Naruto asked himself wearily as he silently leapt from a tree to the tall walls that surrounded the village and then dropped safely back inside. Have I been like this since I woke up in the past? Or did it start in the future? Was it before or after Sakura died? Or Shikamaru? Or maybe it was after Sai? Or Kiba and Akamaru? The point wasn't when it had happened, but that it had happened. Whether it happened in the future or not was irrelevant, those things hadn't really happened as far as anyone but him was concerned. The trip home was long and tiring. Perhaps more so because he didn't have the sort of thing to focus his mind as he'd had before. Akamaru on the bridge, what would happen to Kiba now, Haku unnecessarily dead, his reception at home if he'd been found to be missing. They didn't offer the same focuses, hurry or your friends will be dead, had when he'd started his unofficial mission 3, or was it 4 days ago. They gave him the same feeling of dread, but not the same focus. Was it because there were so many different things to think about, or was it just because he didn't actually want to think about any of them? As he scaled his apartment building's wall, he could hear loud conversations from the patrons of the bars and restaurants near his home as they headed home or perhaps went to find another place to drink after they'd been cut off. A cool spring breeze swept the tantalizing aromas of the many foods being prepared and enjoyed throughout the village. He was hungry, but his exhaustion was enough to make sleep sound better. He'd slept about 8 hours in nearly 4 days. Jiraiya had said that the body needed around 7 or 8 hours of sleep a night or it would start experiencing sleep debt, requiring you to sleep more to make up the lost time. Somehow, Naruto didn't think that an average of 2 a night could be called close enough. Truthfully, even if he was fully rested, he didn't think he'd have been able to stomach a meal at the moment. He slipped silently in through his window and headed for his bed, stripping out of his jacket and pushing the hitai up and over his head and letting it fall on the floor behind him. As he flung his jacket in the generally area of his broken dresser, he noticed the presence in his room. He didn't even break stride as he weighed his options. Stupid unsuspecting genin or complacent due to future knowledge that wasn't accurate unless it had nothing to do with him, but not wholly stupid, pseudo-Hokage. He sighed and turned towards the presence. He was too tired to play games right now and wasn't completely sure he even wanted to keep playing them anyway. Who's there? He asked, knowing that it had to either be Kakashi, if he was potentially in trouble, or a member of Anbu, if he was definitely in trouble. Where have you been? Kakashi asked calmly as he stepped into view and leaned against the far wall, holding Ika Paradise, which he'd apparently been reading while he waited, in his left hand. Your teammates and I were looking for all day. We were about to go to the Hokage and report your disappearance. I was training, Naruto lied. If Kakashi was here, then he was only in moderate trouble. Unless Kakashi wasn't alone. Naruto held his breath and listened carefully for any telltale signs as he tried to search for any killer intent in the room. He didn't feel anything, which probably meant that they were alone, though it was impossible to be completely sure. Training? Kakashi asked, his one visible brow raising in mock surprise. I thought you were sick. Isn't that why you told me you needed the rest of the week off? I started feeling better that night, so I thought I'd get a little practice in on my own, Naruto replied evenly. It hadn't even been 2 days since Kakashi had stopped by to check up on the clone Naruto had left behind. At most, his teammates had discovered he was missing that afternoon. That wasn't a long time to be out of touch, but the village wouldn't take chances with a Jinchuriki. It seemed that it was only the fact that Kakashi hadn't reported him missing that had saved him from a major hassle. Why didn't you come and find your team? Because I left the village and ran all the way to another village to fight some missing nin, Naruto said with a yawn. It was hard work. Kakashi didn't look impressed, but then he wasn't supposed to be. It was sort of funny to tell the truth and have it sound like the most absurd sort of lie. Since it was the first thing he'd said, and since Kakashi had had plenty of time to observe Naruto as he acted the fool during their missions, there was no chance of him taking Naruto's words as anything other than sarcasm and lies. What were you doing? The Junin's voice made it clear that the time for fooling around was over. I told you, sensei, I was training. I found a nice spot in the woods and worked on my taijutsu and came up with a new variation on my sexy no jutsu. You wanna see it? Kakashi rolled his lone eye and let out a sigh through his nose. No, but I'm sure I'll have the pleasure some other time. Naruto shrugged and pulled off his shirt. Kakashi was silent for a moment and then he said, was that all you were doing? What else would I have been doing? Naruto replied in an annoyed voice as he inwardly cringed. Kakashi was naturally a suspicious person, he was an incredible ninja, after all, and there was no doubt that he'd been leaving clues all over the place that he was more than a genin should have been. That jutsu with the bull, the way he barely paid attention but still knew most of the taijutsu forms being taught to them, and a handful of other mistakes he'd probably made. They would all lead to Kakashi watching him more and more carefully and eventually figuring him out, or at least getting as close as a person could get without assuming time travel had occurred. Someone with your reputation should be able to answer that question pretty easily, I'd think, Kakashi replied. Playing dumb was the only option. Naruto wasn't sure he wanted to keep trying to keep things as close to the same as he could anymore, not that his track record was all that great in that area anyway, but he was sure that he wasn't ready to make that decision yet. Maybe you could tell me what you think I did, so I'll know what I'm supposed to be denying. I wasn't accusing you of anything, Kakashi replied, a smile in his voice, but at the same time, I have ways of finding out the truth, Naruto. There are jutsu that would have you spilling your darkest secrets in just a few seconds. Some that wouldn't leave much of your mind intact when they were finished. Naruto let his head fall back so that he was staring up at the cracked plaster on his ceiling and sighed. Well, when you get a warrant, and probably a member of the police force to perform the jutsu, let me know. I'll be here, sleeping. Someone's been reading up on village law. Naruto could hear an edge in Kakashi's voice. He chuckled tiredly and looked over at the Junin, rubbing the back of his head and trying to sound the way he thought was supposed to. I get in a lot of trouble. As his chuckling quickly died, the room fell into silence for a moment while Kakashi digested Naruto's answer and then nodded slowly. Alright, before I go get a warrant from any one of a dozen people who owe me a favor and can issue one, tell me why you didn't join your teammates once you were feeling better. That bastard Sasuke always tries to show me up when we train together. I get more done working on my own. Back when he'd originally been this old, that was exactly how he always felt about Sasuke, so it made for a believable lie. So long as Kakashi wasn't already too suspicious of him. Well, Kakashi replied with another roll of his eye, if you actually did what you were supposed to when we were training or at least tried paying attention, Sasuke wouldn't have such an easy time of it. That's harsh, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto pouted. Someday I'm going to show you just how awesome I am. As soon as the continuation of his part was out of his mouth, Naruto knew that it wasn't really a lie. Someday he would tell Kakashi the truth. He would have to, and not just because he would eventually get caught doing more than he should be able to. Then you and Sakura will forget all about Sasuke. He smiled with what he hoped was a dreamy expression on his face. Even Sasuke will admit that I'm better than him, he'll probably come begging for me to teach him some of my moves. Kakashi shook his head and sighed, but Naruto could tell that the Junin was at least partially convinced that Naruto's lie was something he'd do, especially since the reason he'd given played upon the one-sided rivalry he occasionally pretended to have with Sasuke, as well as the notions of his stupidity that had been built up amongst the citizens of Konoha over the years and only further confirmed since his return to the past. Yes, I'm sure that will be happening any day now. Kakashi closed the book and tucked it into the canvas pouch hanging from his belt behind his back as he headed towards the balcony. We're meeting tomorrow at 8, same place as usual. So noonish by the tower. See you tomorrow, Naruto, don't be late. And then Kakashi was gone. Naruto wasn't stupid enough to immediately drop his guard. He took his time stripping out of his clothes, putting on his pajamas and sleep cap, and then climbed into bed properly. Obviously Kakashi hadn't suspected him of anything more than screwing around and maybe faking illness to get out of a couple of days of work. If Kakashi had, that conversation would have gone very differently and probably would have ended badly for him. He shifted around until he was comfortable and was careful to eventually roll so that his back was to his window. Only then did his real emotions show on his face, and only then did he let the shaking of his hands become evident. It took a second for him to realize that his hands weren't just shaking from pent-up emotion over the loss of Akamaru and, to a lesser extent, Haku, but were actually due, at least a little, to fear. Once he identified the emotion, he could feel it running through his body. He was scared of the damage he'd done, he was scared of the damage that would be done, he was scared of being found out, he was just scared. He would definitely have to tell Kakashi, probably soon. Now that he knew his knowledge of the future was potentially useless, he would need a real ally. But not yet. It could wait until the Chunin exam, after the second test. After he'd found Orochimaru and Kabuto. His knowledge of the future might not be totally accurate when it came to anything that he was directly in contact with, but faraway events were still on script. Haku and Zabuza were the ones who had gone after Tazuna, and Gato had still shown up with his gang as part of a double cross. It was everything close to home that was in constant motion and in danger of swinging out of control. Which meant he didn't have to worry about predicting them or trying to keep them the same, he'd just have to live them and forget about what used to be, if he could. His life wouldn't change anything with Orochimaru, however, because nothing he was doing or not doing affected the Snake Sannin. Orochimaru would still be after Sasuke, no matter what, and that meant that he would be there, disguised, in the second test. He would be in the forest and he wouldn't realize that there was someone who knew who and what he was. Someone who was waiting for him. After that, he'd tell Kakashi everything, Jiraiya too, once he found him by the hot springs. Akatsuki would be too difficult for him to deal with on his own. Orochimaru, without a Sharingan and unprepared for what Naruto would be capable of, was vulnerable. Pain, Madara, and the rest of Akatsuki weren't, or at least not so much that a 12-year-old genin, no matter how skilled, could handle them on his own. As he slowly drifted off to a restless sleep, his mind turned back to poor Akamaru and Haku. He hadn't been strong enough or smart enough to save them. He'd failed them. He would redouble his efforts to make sure that something like that never happened again. Kakashi sat on a rooftop not far from Naruto's apartment and looked through a pair of binoculars as the blonde ninja shifted in his bed before lying still and apparently falling asleep. Even after Naruto had appeared to be sleeping for several minutes, Kakashi didn't look away. Something was wrong with the blonde, but it wasn't the problems that were supposed to be there. Over the past few weeks he'd seen Naruto do several un-Naruto-like things. Jutsu that shouldn't be known yet, taijutsu forms that were too advanced for him, and eyes that always seemed to be calculating. The problem was, what did it mean? Jutsu could come from anywhere. A friend, if he had any outside of his team, or even a scroll in the library. They could even be created if the ninja was clever enough. Naruto was clever, but was he clever enough to make up something useful? The taijutsu was even easier to explain away. Just watching older ninja practice would be enough to pick up a few things here and there. As for the calculating eyes, the boy was a ninja, he was supposed to be calculating. And yet, Kakashi didn't like it. He couldn't think of a reason why it should bother him that Naruto wasn't acting like the Naruto that had been described by his academy instructors, but it did. It bothered him that Naruto knew jutsu he shouldn't have encountered yet. It bothered him more when he saw Naruto accidentally shift into taijutsu forms that he hadn't been formally taught, as if they were more natural to him than the basic academy forms. And it really bothered him that he never felt like he was looking at the real Naruto. Minato-sensei, Kakashi whispered as he finally rose and headed for home, I think there's something wrong with your boy. Naruto's eyes snapped open and he bolted upright in bed, his heart pounding in his chest. It took him several minutes to remember that his nightmare was mostly just that. A nightmare. He dreamed that Haku had accidentally killed not just Akamaru, but also Shino, Hinata, and Kiba. And that Kurenai, who he'd always liked, and even had been talked into spying on by Jiraiya when she was bathing in the hot springs, though they'd both been caught and beaten to within an inch of their lives by another patron before they could see the goods, had been killed by Zabuza while he just sat there watching like an idiot. In his dream, Shino's daughter and Kurenai's son had stood over him and accused him of murdering their parents and of making it so that they would never be born. Even just thinking about the dream left Naruto suddenly unable to breathe. How many people had his foolishness nearly killed? Kurenai and Shino's children were still alive when whatever happened and sent him back. They might have gone on and had children of their own, and those children could have had children, and if Haku's aim had been a little off, Naruto might have been responsible for the deaths and non-existence of thousands of unborn people, maybe millions if you looked far enough down the line. And then there was the question of what good deeds those children would have done, people they would have saved that would now perish. His hands squeezed the sheets tightly, wiping the sweat off of them as he tried to swallow. He'd never thought about it like this, but now that he had, he couldn't shake the idea. No man should be put into this sort of position. This was the sort of thing that even a god couldn't handle. The pressure was too much. A moment later he was running for the bathroom and emptying the meager contents of his stomach into the toilet. He spent the next hour sitting on the bathroom floor, his head resting against the toilet seat and his chest heaving. He'd never felt like this before. He couldn't even figure out why he was feeling like this now. It had all seemed like a grand adventure, especially after Sakura had taken his advice and started acting more like her adult self. It was all so fun, helping mold his friends into the people they'd be in the future, trying to change Sasuke's fate by giving him more friends so that he could continue looking to the future instead of dwelling on the past. Then Team 8 got the Wave Country mission and reality was dumped on him like a bucket of ice water. The adventure wasn't nearly so grand now. Sakura was alternating between tapping her toe irritably and pacing back and forth while occasionally looking around for Kakashi. He was late, as usual. She should have expected it, but with Naruto missing, she'd have thought that he could find a way to show up early for once or even, at the very least, be on time. Sakura. Stop, Sasuke told her. He was leaning against a nearby wall, watching her pace. Naruto's missing, she replied as she resumed her pacing. Kakashi-sensei should at least have gotten here on time so we can go in and tell Hokage-sama what's happened. The Dobi isn't going to be any less missing in an hour. Yeah, but, before she could finish, an orange form dropped from the sky and landed next to her. Naruto. He looked up at her and tried to give her his usual lopsided grin, failing horribly. Hey, Sakura-chan, sorry I worried you. Sakura took a step back and then bristled as her lips twisted in a slight scowl. Who said I was worried about you? She demanded. Naruto shrugged and glanced at Sasuke, who was no longer bothering to look at either of them. Where were you? Sakura asked after an uncomfortable moment of silence. I was training in the woods. I started feeling better and thought I might as well work on some jutsu. So I could show you how amazing I was when I got done, he replied in a monotone voice, as if he were reading a script. He sounded exhausted and worried. Sakura frowned in confusion. He was saying all of the words she normally expected to hear out of him, but the words were the only thing about him she recognized as Naruto. What's wrong? She asked. His eyes closed and sighed, and then whatever was weighing him down seemed to be pushed aside or at least was hidden. When he looked up at her he was smiling brightly. Nothing, I'm fine. His sudden change caught her off guard and she unconsciously leaned forward to peer a little more closely at him. Are you sure you're all right? Of course, he said, still smiling. Why wouldn't I be? I've had a whole week off from hearing how wonderful Sasuke is. I couldn't be better. She looked back at Sasuke, wondering what he might think of Naruto's strange behavior, but he had already stopped paying any attention to them and was instead studiously watching the ninja coming and going from the tower. Well, alright, she said at last. I guess I'm glad you're feeling better, even if you're just going to start screwing up our missions again. Naruto chuckled and then wandered over to the wall Sasuke was leaning against and sat down, letting his head fall back and his eyes close. 2 minutes later, he was snoring softly. It was an odd feeling, Sakura decided, to be worried about Naruto. He'd always been such a nuisance and a screw-up, but to see him looking so down was just wrong. And besides, he wasn't really that much of a nuisance or screw-up. Since they'd become Team 7 he'd definitely started to grow up. He hadn't been pulling any stupid pranks, he didn't tell nearly as many gross jokes, and he'd completely stopped trying to get her to go out with him. He'd even gone so far as to offer her some very good advice, which she would thank him for as soon as Sasuke wasn't around to hear it and realize that she hadn't backed off all on her own. It was weirder still to see him so tired that he couldn't even stay awake for 5 minutes. He was usually so full of energy, but then again, he had been sick just a few days ago. Not that that had stopped him from apparently going out to exercise all day yesterday. Such exertion seemed stupid to Sakura. If he was sick, he should have stayed home, even when he started feeling better. Didn't he know you needed time to recover even after your body wasn't showing symptoms anymore? The possibility occurred to her that Naruto might only be pretending to be sleeping. In fact, he might have only been pretending to be as sick as he'd claimed to be. She had no doubt that he had been a little sick, but it would be just like him to play it up for attention. Yes, that made far more sense. It was Naruto, after all. He was always doing stupid things like this even if he'd started acting a little more mature lately. There was no reason to worry about him. She wasn't worried about him. Because really, Sakura told herself as she resolved not to look at Naruto anymore, she didn't care even if he was depressed. Really. She glanced his way again, just to make sure he wasn't in danger of tipping over or anything. Not that she cared if he did, of course, but if he fell then he'd wake up, or pretend to anyway, and make a big fuss about it. Once she was sure that he would be fine, she went back to not worrying about him. Except when she glanced his way just to make sure that he was still alright. Naruto didn't act sick during their mission. He didn't look for attention either, though Sakura couldn't help but give him some as they worked. In fact, he didn't do anything that would give anyone a reason to look or yell at him. Which wasn't a very Naruto-ish thing to do. He was, for lack of a better word, flawless on the mission. Their job for the day was to repair a rundown bathhouse that was under new management. No sooner had they been put to work than a dozen Narutos were running around completing their jobs, plus several that hadn't even been assigned to them, with a single-minded focus that the rest of the team had never seen out of Naruto. Old bricks were knocked out while new ones were quickly put into place. Cement was stirred perfectly and applied properly. The roof was patched without a single mishap. And, most shockingly, Sasuke was saved from being splashed with gross water when Sakura accidentally dropped her hammer into one of the old baths. A clone had simply reached out, pulled Sasuke out of the way and then cheerfully told Sakura that Sasuke didn't smell that bad. When the mission was over, Kakashi took them out to one of the training grounds to work on a new set of taijutsu moves. As he walked them through it, he made a few offhand comments about Naruto's supposed training and wondered aloud if he shouldn't just turn the training over to the blonde to teach them his new moves. For a second Naruto wondered if he was being serious, and then was confused by why Kakashi would be so blatantly cruel as that was usually not his style, but then he realized that the Junin was only trying to get a normal reaction out of him. It wasn't going to work. His course was set now. He was going to change things, including people's perception of him, and he was going to do it now. To hell with the consequences. When Naruto's only reply was a roll of his eyes and a small smirk, Kakashi shook his head and then went back through the movements once more before having Naruto and Sasuke spar with each other while he and Sakura did the same. The sparring session was boring enough that Naruto could have done it in his sleep. This, unfortunately, allowed his mind to wander towards a faraway bridge and the group of people he'd nearly gotten killed. Including the puppy he had let down and the young Inuzuka who was probably beyond devastated at the moment. As they continued to go through the motions, Sasuke threw a punch, bringing his other arm up to block any counter and Naruto felt a muscle in his shoulder twitch as an instinct told him to throw a punch that would end the match. Even with his mind somewhere else, a second instinct halted the movement initiated by the first. "Stop," he whispered, suddenly back in the here and now. "You did that wrong." It had only been for a second, but he'd seen it. Sasuke had an opening in his defenses that wasn't supposed to be there. "What are you talking about, Dobi?" the Uchiha asked. "You did that wrong," Naruto insisted again. "Your arms weren't in the right spot." Sasuke scowled. "When you score a hit, then you can talk. You're just sleepwalking through this, anyway." "I said you did it wrong," Naruto growled, suddenly feeling angry and not completely sure why. "Do it right." "I am." "No, you're not. If you do it that way, you're going to get yourself killed like." His voice broke off as he sucked in a sharp breath, the reason for his anger laid out in front of him. He tried to calm his suddenly taut nerves, but it didn't seem to work. "Do it right." "Whatever," Sasuke replied with a roll of his eyes, dismissing the blonde's warning. Naruto's jaw clenched. "Fine, do it again," he hissed. Sasuke stepped back into the first stance and then began coming at Naruto, his arms twisting, turning, and occasionally lashing out as he went through the motions. Naruto backed away, blocking as he needed to, and waiting for the defect he'd seen before. For a second he began to wonder if perhaps he'd been mistaken, but then it appeared. Sasuke's punch came in just a little too high, his blocking arm just a little out of position. Naruto ducked under the punch and his fist shot up through Sasuke's defenses, whistling past the taller boy's ear. You're doing it wrong, Naruto said again, his voice trembling with anger and a new emotion. Fear. Your arms are in the wrong spots. The only reason I didn't hit you is because Sakura would be pissed at me. Sasuke's eyes flickered towards Kakashi, who had his back to them while he corrected some mistake Sakura had made, and then looked down his nose at Naruto. Look, he hissed, that was luck. There's no way a dead last like you could ever hope to beat me. I don't know what you think you're seeing, but I'm doing it exactly like Kakashi showed us. Naruto scowled and stepped back into the ready position. Sasuke began again and once more Naruto followed along, putting up a marginal defense and waiting for the right moment. This time his fist didn't miss, it caught Sasuke square in the jaw, rocking his head back. Sasuke took a single, stumbling step back, and then Naruto's leg swept out, taking him off his feet. He landed on his back with a grunt as the air was forced out of him and looked up in surprise as Naruto's hand chopped down, stopping a hair's breadth from his neck. A killing blow. The two boys stared at each other, both knowing the truth. If Naruto had wanted to, he could have killed Sasuke right there. Still think it was just luck? Naruto asked, leaning down so that only Sasuke could hear him. The Uchiha turned away as if trying to deny the truth they both knew. If you did something like that on a real mission, you could have been killed. He stopped and swallowed hard. I'm trying to help you, but you think you're so much better than me that you can't even see what I could do for you. This isn't a game, asshole. If you go out and get yourself. I mean, if you died, do you have any idea? He took a deep breath, collected himself, and then tried again. I would have thought you of all people would know better. You know what it's like. What it's like to see someone you love get. His voice trailed off once more, unable to finish. Something warm and wet hit Sasuke's face. He blinked in surprise and looked up at Naruto. The blonde's lips were twisted as he tried to choke down a sob, but his eyes were full of tears that he wasn't able to hold back. Bastard, the blonde whispered, his voice choked with emotion. For a long moment, Naruto sat there staring down Sasuke, and then he wiped a dirty, orange sleeve across his eyes to clear the tears, took a deep breath to regain his composure, and stood up, leaving a perplexed Sasuke lying on the ground. I'm out of here, he grumbled. I've already got this down and Kakashi-sensei obviously should be focusing in on the genius who just got himself killed because he was too stuck up to listen. Kakashi looked up as Naruto stormed off, watching the blonde for a moment and then turning to Sasuke with a raised eyebrow as the Uchiha slowly stood up and dusted off his pants. You lost a training partner, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke grunted noncommittally and shrugged. Is there a reason why? Kakashi pressed. We were done with our sparring already. Well, that's pretty impressive. I think 5 minutes might be a new record. Sasuke scowled, but didn't respond. Instead he stuffed his fists in his pocket and walked away. Sakura watched him go and then looked up at Kakashi and asked, what just happened, sensei? Kakashi seemed to wink at her, unless it was only an extended blink, and his mask shifted in the way she'd come to identify as him smiling. I think Sasuke-kun just tasted defeat for the first time. And he doesn't seem to have enjoyed it. Naruto beat Sasuke-kun. She couldn't believe it. Kakashi had to be making a mistake. Looks that way, doesn't it? Yeah, but, Naruto. Kakashi shrugged. Maybe he really was learning something in the woods. His gaze shifted back towards the spot Sasuke had rounded the corner and something odd flashed in his eye, as if another piece to a puzzle were clicking into place. Sakura almost opened her mouth to ask what he was thinking, but before she could he suggested that they get back to work, unless she also felt like she already had the new form down. The next hour and a half was the longest period of direct tutelage she'd ever gotten from Kakashi, and by the end of it she could actually see the improvements in her abilities. She was so pleased with herself that she completely forgot about the look in Kakashi's eye and Naruto's odd behavior that day. Naruto didn't even see the startled looks of his fellow villagers as he stormed down the road towards his apartment. Had he been paying attention, they might have found it funny to see some of the same faces that had harassed him during his youth suddenly filled with terror as if he actually were the Kyuubi returned. Perhaps seeing him in such a rage, his eyes narrowed, and his jaw clenched looked to them like the first signs that he would soon be unleashing the demon. None of that mattered to him at the moment. He didn't care about their idiotic fears and was incapable of laughing at the humorous sight of them tripping over themselves to get out of his way. He just couldn't stop fuming over how careless Sasuke had been during their training. He didn't want to stop fuming. If the anger left him, the underlying fear would have free rein, and he couldn't handle that right now. It was much easier to just be angry, really, really angry. Angry with Sasuke, of course, though really the anger was directed at himself for having not thought through all the implications of being in the past and taking chances that could have gotten people killed, that had gotten people killed. Regardless of what had happened in the original timeline, his friends could be killed at any moment during this second go. Sasuke didn't even realize how fragile his own life was. Or how important. What was worse, he was too stuck up to take help when it was offered or criticism when a flaw was pointed out. Kakashi probably would have caught the mistake and he would have helped Sasuke fix it, but if he somehow missed it because he was distracted by something Naruto did or said, or didn't do or. Naruto swallowed hard. There was definitely too much pressure involved in time travel. It seemed like the only thing he could do to protect his precious people was to watch over them. All of them. Every day, all the time, he wouldn't let them out of his sight, any of them. Even if it meant sending out a constant flow of clones and never sleeping again, he wouldn't let anyone touch a single hair on their heads. Yeah, he thought as crazy plans began forming in his emotionally clouded mind. I'll just have to get something that will keep me awake and alert. Soldier pills might do it, or maybe I could just break into the hospital and steal something. It would be labeled, it wouldn't be that hard to find. Then I'll send clones to Suna to watch over Gaara and Temari and even Kankuro. And then I'll have to find Tsunade Bachan and Ero Sennin. That'll be a bit harder, but. Naruto. Ruruka's voice cut through Naruto's wild thoughts like a knife. Did Kakashi let you go already? Naruto blinked stupidly and looked up at his former teacher and longtime mentor. With his thoughts still swirling around the idea of saving everyone, his face was open and emotions unhidden. Too late he realized his mistake and tried to smile. Hi, Ruruka-sensei, he managed. Ruruka must have read something in the moment before Naruto buried what he was feeling, because the Chunin's eyes softened and he placed a warm hand on Naruto's shoulder. Are you alright, Naruto? He asked, his voice filled with genuine concern. Naruto looked down and swallowed. Ruruka had always been able to read him, even when he tried to hide things, and, perhaps for that reason, Naruto had always struggled with saying more than he meant to when they talked. Ruruka waited for a few seconds and then looked away, as though suddenly finding the side of a nearby building extremely interesting. You know, he said casually, I was just thinking about how long it's been since I had a nice bowl of ramen. He sniffed quietly and scratched at his cheek with one finger. Ramen's one of those foods that just can't be enjoyed by yourself, though. But, if I can convince you to help me out by eating with me, I'd be willing to treat you. Just so I don't have to go eat something else, of course. Naruto couldn't help but smile. Yeah, he said quietly, I think I can help you out. They didn't talk much as they made their way to the Ichiraku ramen bar. A few times Ruruka tried to make small talk, but it was obvious that Naruto's heart wasn't in it, so the Chunin let the conversation fizzle into silence for the rest of their trip. The bar was thankfully not crowded when they arrived. The late lunch rush was over and the earlier dinner rush was still an hour or so off. They sat down at their usual spots and ordered without having to look at the menu. It had been quite some time since either of them had needed to look over their choices, miso for Naruto and beef for Ruruka. Uncharacteristically, Naruto did not dive into his bowl with relish. Usually he ate as if it were the first meal he'd had in days, finishing quickly and then trying to order a second and even a third bowl. Ruruka suspected that he only did this when he was being treated. This time, however, he ate slowly and spent a good portion of his time stirring his noodles around in the broth for no discernible reason. Do you want to talk about what's bothering you? Ruruka asked after several minutes of silence. Naruto shrugged and resumed his stirring. I don't know if you'd understand. I know with my youthful appearance and upbeat personality it might be hard to believe, but I am 10 years older than you, Naruto, Ruruka replied with a smile. I doubt you've managed to find something in your first few weeks as ninja that I haven't had to deal with already. Naruto caught himself just as he began to consider laying everything out to the Chunin. Not for the first time, though probably for the first time in this lifetime, he wondered if Ruruka didn't have some sort of bloodline ability that subtly encouraged people to be truthful when they spoke with him. He had plenty of years' worth of evidence to support the theory, should he ever want to make his case, but still felt that it was more likely that Ruruka was just one of those people you always felt like you could trust and who never intentionally did anything to contradict that assessment of him. I guess I just realized that my friends, teammates, might not always come back from missions. And I might screw up and get them killed. A shudder ran through his body and he hastily wiped at his eyes again. But I won't let that happen again. I'll make sure that I'm always watching over them and keeping them safe. Ruruka frowned and brought another clump of noodles and meat to his mouth while he chose his words carefully. You can't protect the people you care about all the time, he said after he had swallowed. Yes, Naruto replied evenly, I can. I can make it so you and Kakashi-sensei and Sakura and Sasuke and everyone else are always safe. No one will ever be allowed to hurt any of you, not unless they're stepping over my dead body first. Uruka's head snapped back as if struck by Naruto's words and he sucked in a deep breath through his nose. Naruto suddenly realized just how loudly he'd shouted the last part. He looked around sheepishly and then slouched down with a quiet apology and returned to stirring his noodles. The two sat in an uncomfortable silence for a long time before Uruka said, "I felt the way you do once. It was right at the end of the last Great War. My team had only just graduated and we were given a simple scouting mission. By today's standards, that seems like a lot to give to a new team of genin, but back then things were different and necessity forced more dangerous missions on younger teams." Naruto knew all about wartime sacrifices. He'd sent more children than he liked to think about to their deaths because there was no one else to take the mission. Every time one of those teams came back bearing a body bag, or didn't come back at all, it was like being stabbed in the chest and having the blade twisted. He'd often wondered how the third dealt with it. Perhaps one day he'd ask the old man. "We were ambushed by some rock nin and my friend, Aoi-chan, whom I'd known since before I even entered the academy, was killed." He looked directly into Naruto's eyes and said, "I was in charge of watching for traps and ambushes, but I missed something and my friend was killed because of it." Naruto's mouth fell open. Impossible as it seemed, he'd never heard this story before. "How did you?" "I didn't," Uruka replied quickly, correctly guessing the question. "You never really get over something like that. You never really get over losing a friend no matter how it happened. You move on, eventually, but you don't get over it." For a while, all I could think about was what else I could have done that would have saved her. Once Aoi-chan had been replaced on the team, we would go out on missions and I would jump at every sound. I was always looking over my teammates' shoulders, pushing them out of the way if I felt like they weren't doing something right or were in danger. And our team was eventually broken up because my teammates could no longer work with me. Naruto could see what Uruka was trying to say and why the team hadn't remained together. He could even see the obvious parallels between Uruka's story and his own idiotic plan, and it was an idiotic plan, but his head wasn't completely back to where it should be. Even temporary Hokages who are spouting off wild, stupid plans that they know are wild and stupid still feel defensive over their stupidity when they're called on it. "But you were just protecting them." "Yes, but we couldn't complete our missions because I was always trying to do everything for everyone." Uruka smiled sadly and then said, "I think they understood at first since they didn't start getting angry or telling me to stop until later. Eventually, though, they resented me for acting like I was the only one who knew how to do anything. They didn't speak to me for a long time after our team broke up. I was trying to protect them, but what I was really telling them was that I didn't trust them. And that I didn't acknowledge their ability to protect themselves." It had been a long time since he and Uruka had talked about Naruto's desire to be acknowledged. Technically, it had been a long time since he and Uruka had talked, period. Outside of a few pleasantries exchanged while he and his team were getting their assignments, Naruto really hadn't seen much of his old teacher since he'd woken up in a 12-year-old's body, and before that it had been many years since Uruka was killed. That didn't stop him from catching Uruka's point, and being forced to see the wisdom in it, even if he hated to admit that his stupid plan was just that, stupid. Wouldn't it be better to have them resent you, but still be alive, than to have them be dead and not care one way or the other? He asked, feebly trying to defend the plan that he'd already accepted as foolish and pointless. Uruka looked him square in the eye and replied, "Wouldn't it be better to have the village resent you, while you live out the rest of your days in the safety of your apartment, than to have you out there trying to earn their acknowledgement even if it gets you killed in the process, at which point they probably won't care about you one way or the other?" Since returning to the past, Naruto had often felt like everyone around him was talking to him like he was just a little kid who didn't know anything. It didn't bother him, because he knew in their eyes he was a little kid who didn't know anything. But until this conversation with Uruka, he'd never actually felt like the little kid they saw him as. He'd always felt like the Hokage, or temporary Hokage, that he knew he really was. Sitting here, talking with Uruka, however, he was a young and foolish genin. Uruka had cut out the heart of his argument as easily as he might have pointed out that Naruto had mislabeled the locations of the 5 great countries on a map which, if memory served, he had done on a great many occasions. The idea that every little detail of everyone's life depended on him either acting certain ways at specific times or else watching their every move to keep them safe had been a poor reaction to Sasuke's pigheadedness and to the tragic event that had made him more sensitive than he would normally have been about Sasuke's actions. He already understood that he couldn't possibly predict the future with the accuracy that he'd once assumed. Now it was clear that he wouldn't be able to just force everyone to be safe either. If nothing else, his talk with Uruka had been enough to pull him out of the foolish notion that he should send a horde of clones out to stand guard over everyone. Naruto looked down at his bowl and sighed. His ramen was starting to get cold already. He supposed it didn't really matter since he didn't have much of an appetite anyway. Uruka-sensei, he asked at last as a question occurred to him, if you could go back in time and save your friend, would you? Of course, the Chunin replied without hesitation. What if she died anyway? Uruka thought about question for a full minute before finally answering. It would be worse, I think, the second time. Knowing that I should have been able to save her, but still failing. I think I wouldn't be able to get past that for a long time, but at some point I'd probably realize how happy she would have been, knowing I cared enough to try to go back to fix things. Maybe that would get me through it. Eventually. What if you saved her, but lots of other people died because of some other mistake you made? Uruka sighed and ate one final mouthful of his ramen and then pushed the bowl away. I don't know. We all affect people in ways that we don't realize, so changing things we've done could cause even more things to change than we planned on. I think everyone asks, what if I could go back, knowing what I know now? But it's probably for the best that it can't happen. That sort of power is too much for one person to have. He rose, pulling his wallet from one of the pockets on his green Chunin vest, and dropping the appropriate amount of money on the counter. Thanks for eating with me, Naruto, he said with a smile as he patted Naruto on the shoulder, you saved me from having to eat something good for me. If you still want to talk, I've got a little while left before I have to get back to work. Naruto looked up at him and smiled, feeling better than he had all week. Nah, I need to get home and get some rest. Kakashi-sensei is a slave driver. Uruka smiled in understanding and turned to leave but was stopped by Naruto's hand catching him by the sleeve. Uruka-sensei, the blonde bit his lip and took a deep breath. Thanks. For dinner I mean, and. Uruka inclined his head graciously. I'm always around if you need me. Or if you just want some company while you eat. Then he turned and walked back towards the tower. Naruto took a deep calming breath and let it out slowly. The pressure was still there, along with the fear of messing things up unintentionally, but it wasn't as powerful as it had been an hour before. He hadn't come back on purpose and there was nothing he could do to make it so it hadn't happened, and doing nothing was just as likely to cause problems as doing anything. He might make mistakes, but they would be just that, mistakes. He would have to do what he could and hope for the best. Chapter 13. Oh. I'm sorry, Naruto-sama, there was nothing we could do. Naruto closed his eyes and fought back the urge to bang his head on his desk. Another day, another mission that resulted in 3 body bags coming home, and this one was going to be particularly hard to take. First things first though. What happened? It was an ambush. We think probably near the river, here. Kiba says 15 to 20 sound nin, but the scents were old so it was difficult to be certain. Damage to the surrounding area seems to indicate that Konohamaru-san and his team fought bravely. They would have been far too outnumbered to have much hope of survival. But they didn't go easy. We think they may have taken nearly 2/3 of the enemy down with them. Despite his best efforts to remain calm, hearing the pride in the man's voice about how well Konohamaru had died was too much to take. Yes, he snapped louder than he should have as he rose up from the desk and slammed his fists down on it. I'm sure he and Moegi's mothers will be happy to hear that even though they have to plan funerals instead of a wedding, at least their children died bravely. The man paled and had the sense to look abashed. Yes, of course. Forgive me, Naruto-sama. Naruto sighed and sat back down. Obviously he hadn't been ready for this job when it had dropped into his lap. Ideally, he was supposed to have a previous Hokage to call on for advice when he needed it, at least early on. Instead he'd woken up one morning to find the village in an uproar, Tsunade Bachan dead, and the position of Hokage unofficially laid at his doorstep, with little to no time to grieve for woman who was like an aunt to him. A really, really old aunt. Damn Danzo and his opportunistic stupidity. No, it's not your fault. I'm just. Never mind. Is there anything else? No, sir, all other patrols are reporting no signs of aggression or infiltration. Naruto nodded and closed his eyes, trying to will away the emotions swirling inside of him. He would grieve later, right now he had to be the Hokage. Alright, if anything comes in, I'll be visiting Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon's parents. Shikamaru should be getting back from Suna soon. If he arrives before I'm done, tell him to go home and get some sleep. I'll see him in the morning. Understood, Naruto-sama. Dismissed. Naruto turned his back on the door as the Chunin quickly hurried away. Outside the village was on alert, but seemed peaceful from the tower. It was an illusion, of course, but it was normally one that he enjoyed pretending was real. Once he was sure he was alone, he lowered his head into his hands and wept bitter, silent tears. Konohamaru was gone and no illusion would allow him to pretend otherwise. He would never get to laugh at any of Konohamaru's ridiculous jutsu. He wouldn't have the opportunity to yell at Konohamaru and Udon for continuously rushing into the room every time they heard the slightest, suspicious, noise. He wouldn't get to tease Moegi and Konohamaru whenever he caught the two of them in slightly compromising positions anymore. He wouldn't get to preside over his friend's wedding. "You killed me, boss," a voice whispered in his ear. Naruto spun around, his eyes wide. The room was strangely dark now, every shadow was deeper and darker than he'd ever seen them. "You sent us on that mission. You killed us. Who's there?" Naruto demanded. He wanted to protect himself, or run screaming from the room, but all he could do was sit there and look around, feeling the terror creeping up on him. "Show yourself." The ground in front of him rippled like dark, polluted water, and then three formed slowly up from within it. Even in the dark, he recognized them instantly, not that there was anyone else who called him boss. "You killed us, boss," Konohamaru said again. His face was disfigured and there was a gory hole in his chest that dripped blood all over the floor. "You killed us. We were supposed to live long, happy lives, but you destroyed that for us." Naruto tried to back away from them, but his feet wouldn't move. The three stepped closer, decaying hands reaching for him, and then Naruto's eyes snapped open as he woke, shaking bodily from the nightmare with his sweaty hands tightly clenching his sheets and his chest heaving. After a moment, he closed his eyes, slowed his breathing, and then got up to prepare for the day. It was still very early, but he had no desire to go back to sleep. He hadn't really had to deal with nightmares since waking up in the past, but those days had apparently come to an end on what was supposed to be the Great Naruto Bridge. It was probably for the best anyway. In the weeks before Team 8 was given the Wave Country mission, he'd almost been pretending that the future was just a dream and not a frightening reality that was looming ever closer. The nightmares, disturbing as they were, at least ensured that that reality was in the forefront of his mind when he woke every morning. They didn't keep him from enjoying his time with his once dead friends, but they added an edge to his joy that hadn't been there before. It had been a week now since he'd returned from the Wave Country. A week since he'd realized that he couldn't just sit back and let the past play out the way he remembered it because it simply couldn't play out without him acting the same way. A week since he'd quite summarily kicked Sasuke's ass in their training session. A week since he stopped making any mistakes during their missions and started showing his team that he was far from the dead last they thought of him as. A week since the nightmares had begun again. And yet, he'd made only minimal progress. Sasuke was better about accepting help, so long it was during their missions or training time with Kakashi. If Naruto spotted a mistake and pointed it out, he would grudgingly listen and make the correction, but he still wouldn't accept help in any other form, and really, he hardly ever made mistakes during the missions and training time. Naruto had lost count of the number of times he'd asked Sasuke to come train with him, or if he'd like to see a cool jutsu, or if he'd like to spar after Kakashi let them go. Thinking back on it now, it was probably the sparring request that had turned things slightly sour, since that had been one of the first ways he'd tried to entice his friend to train with him. The question had been an innocent one, but if Sasuke had taken it to be a reference to that sparring session, well, his reaction wasn't totally unexpected. The problem, Naruto decided as he headed into the bathroom and began to brush his teeth, was that Sasuke was too hung up on being the best and proving his strength. If being beaten by someone lower than him was an affront to his pride, taking pointers from such a person would be even worse. He'd never go for it, at least not the way he was now. In the past, on their way to the Wave Country, they'd had to rely on each other in the heat of battle when Zabuza ambushed them. There hadn't been time to worry about who was better, they were too concerned with trying to survive. Then they'd met Haku and seen that there were kids out there who were far stronger than them. And finally they'd been given the tree climbing exercise to help prepare them for a future battle against Zabuza. Maybe they needed a threat like Zabuza hanging over them for Sasuke to swallow his pride. And maybe they needed a type of training where they both appeared to start on equal footing, or with Sasuke way out in front while Naruto slowly made ground on him, for them to develop a friendly rivalry that transcended pride and ego. For a time. Great, Naruto grumbled to himself as he spit, all I need is to do is find another missing nin to come attack us and then back off while we train for a week so we can all be buddies. How hard could that be? With that happy thought running through his head, Naruto ate a light breakfast and then headed for the nearest training grounds. He was up, so he might as well do something more constructive with his time than fret over trying to get Sasuke to like him. I sound like I've becoming as Uchiha-hearted as Sakura ever was, he groaned as he made his way across the darkened village. Sasuke stared out the window of his room, watching the moon as it fell towards the horizon and struggling with a question that had plagued him for a week. What was Naruto's secret? How could he have improved so much in such a short period of time? It annoyed him that he was dwelling on it as much as he wasn't, even more so that he couldn't think of a logical answer to it, or at least not an answer that he was willing to accept. One day Naruto was an annoying, though admittedly fairly nice and relatively friendly, kid who could hardly tighten his sandal straps without causing a small catastrophe, and then he was suddenly some sort of competent ninja. A competent ninja who could have killed Sasuke if he'd wanted to. It just didn't make sense. Naruto couldn't have always been this good, that much Sasuke was sure of. The blonde had nearly flunked out of the academy before finally graduating. They only let you take classes until you were 14. If you hadn't passed the final by then, you were done no matter what, and his personality wasn't one that would accept that sort of shame. He was, or had been, too hungry for attention to be so terrible. If he had even a hint of greatness in him, he would have flaunted his abilities and lapped up the praise they earned him. Unless it had all been a charade from the beginning and Naruto had never really been the attention-starved class clown he pretended to be. Sasuke shook his head. No, that couldn't be it. Naruto definitely had been what he seemed, he was just different. Now, so what was the secret? It would be easy to go and ask. Naruto had been practically begging to train with him all week, plus he'd come right out and told Sasuke that he could help him, but if Sasuke accepted the offer or asked for help, then he was admitting that he needed something from Naruto. How could Sasuke ever hope to kill his brother if he needed Naruto's help? Itachi had never needed help. He'd never struggled with a concept in class or needed extra work with his taijutsu or ninjutsu that required another person to show him where he was making his mistakes. He'd never even needed their father's help with anything as near as Sasuke could remember. Itachi had simply been born great. If Sasuke wanted to reach those sorts of heights and beyond, then he needed to be great on his own as well. He needed to find his strength on his own like his brother had. He couldn't possibly let Itachi show him up in even one area or he would fail in his main goal, and if failed, then why was he still alive? There was a way that would, in a sense, allow him to keep his pride and still learn what Naruto had found that was helping him grow by leaps and bounds. The problem was that it was still just like asking for help. Only without the asking. Unfortunately it couldn't be helped. He needed to know how Naruto was improving if for no other reason than so he could stop dwelling on it. His mind made up, Sasuke headed out the door and made his way towards Naruto's apartment. For Naruto to have made such large strides so quickly, he had to be training pretty hard. It was getting to be light out, but there was still at least 4 hours before they were supposed to meet Kakashi, which meant 5 or even 6 hours before they actually had to meet Kakashi. Perfect conditions for extra training, if it was being done in the mornings. Sasuke would simply tail Naruto to wherever he trained and watch what he did. If it was some groundbreaking new method of training, then Sasuke would borrow it without mentioning it to Naruto. If it was just Naruto goofing off, then Sasuke would be back at square one, but at least he'd know what wasn't helping Naruto's development. The trip was quick and no one saw him. He considered this to be an extremely good thing because he was well known in the village, the handsome genius with the tragic past and all that. And anyone who saw him might wonder what he was up to, which might lead to people talking about what he was up to, which might lead to someone figuring out what he was up to. Not that he cared what they thought, of course, but he didn't want his good name being soiled by accusations of going to Uzumaki Naruto for help. It was hard enough convincing himself that he wasn't doing that without having the whole village thinking wasn't talking about it whenever he walked down the street. Plus, if word got out then Naruto would eventually hear about it and would probably gloat and rub it in his face. No, this had to be a completely covert mission. When he reached Naruto's apartment, the lights were off. He considered watching from a nearby rooftop and waiting to see when Naruto would leave, but decided that it would be better to be bold than bored if Naruto planned on sleeping in today. 3 short hops were all it took to get him up to the proper landing. The curtains weren't even closed. Inside the place was surprisingly clean, cleaner than it had been when Sasuke and Sakura had visited during Naruto's illness, if he was ever really sick. The dishes were done, the floor swept, and the bed was made. I was right, Sasuke thought with grim satisfaction. Of course, being right was only half the battle, now he had to figure out what Naruto was doing. Unfortunately the blonde could be anywhere in the village at this point. He might be at one of the training grounds, he might be in one of the buildings if he was getting help from another villager, he might even be in the woods around the village if his help came from outside the village. It would take hours to search everywhere, even if he knew where everywhere was. With a grumbled curse, Sasuke decided to head home and wait for the appointed time to meet with his team. Tomorrow he'd be earlier and if that didn't work then he'd simply skip a night of sleep and stake out the apartment so that he was sure he didn't miss his opportunity. He wasn't completely sure why it bothered him so much that Naruto was improving or why he was so obsessed with finding his method, other than because it might help him get stronger himself and get that much closer to killing Itachi, but he would worry about it later. After he knew what it was Naruto was hiding. As usual, Team 7 assembled quite a while before Kakashi was likely to show up. They all knew the Junin was going to be late, but they also knew that if they were late also there was a chance he'd decide to be unpredictable and show up early for a change. It was a little annoying, especially to Sakura, who felt that adults and everyone else should be punctual when other people were going to be waiting for them, but they were used to it by now and their grumbling when the Junin finally did arrive was more for show than anything. Besides, it was nice spending time together in the morning with just the three of them, even if Sasuke rarely spoke during these times. Naruto initially tried to use the spare time to talk Sasuke into training with him that afternoon, but quickly grew tired of butting his head against that wall and wandered over to talk to Sakura instead. Sakura was really his one major success since waking up in the past. She no longer tried to hit him, or at least didn't swing as hard when she did, and was already starting to blossom into the wonderful woman she'd been when he last had the pleasure of her constant company. Her training with Sasuke was having obvious benefits in her abilities and her maturity thanks to Naruto's gentle nudge in the right direction in handling her feelings for the Uchiha made for far less uncomfortable moments than Naruto remembered the team having originally. Though that area was probably helped just as much or even more by the fact that he wasn't constantly asking her out or trying to start fights with Sasuke. For the next half hour, the two of them talked about their last couple of missions, joking about funny things that had happened or had been said, and made wagers on how much longer Kakashi would be. Naruto's guess of 45 minutes proved to be closest, earning him a bowl of ramen, Sakura's treat, later in the week. But just as friends, Sakura reminded him playfully and they both laughed until Kakashi began his usual summary of their itinerary. Then they headed to the tower to get their mission. Until they reached the closed doors to the room where missions were normally handed out, the day was going about the same as all of them had in the last week. In fact, if it hadn't been for an aide carrying a message inside for Sarutobi, after being cleared by the two Chunin oddly guarding the door, things might not have seemed different at all. At least not for a couple of minutes longer. When Kurenai led her mentally exhausted team back into Konohagakure, she'd had every intention of dismissing them and going through the debriefing on her own so that they, particularly Kiba, wouldn't have to go through recounting everything that had happened to them, especially since they barely understood half of it anyway. There was a more important place for Kiba to be, even if all he'd be doing there was sitting around feeling useless, and Hinata and Shino would probably want to either go home or be with their teammates. Unfortunately, the report that she'd had sent by messenger bird from Genoza had beaten them back to the village, as she'd known it would, and the Hokage wanted to see her whole team. When they were informed this upon their arrival, she'd instantly wished that she'd been intentionally imprecise in her report instead of succinctly honest. Now her team, -1, stood before the third as she recounted what had happened to them from the time they left the village about 2 weeks earlier until they woke up after their battle on the bridge. Sarutobi listened intently to their story, only stopping them for clarification twice. Kurenai was grateful for the lack of interruptions. Kiba had been extremely touchy and unpredictable since the bridge incident. There was no telling how he might react to having to listen to the story over and over. He'd have to learn to deal with these sorts of things eventually, but it took experience and maturity that he didn't possess quite yet. Kiba, Hinata, Shino and Akamaru were found on the bridge by the villagers after Inari had mobilized them to defend their village from Gato and his men. They found me unconscious on one of the docks a short distance away, she said as her explanation of their mission reached the peculiar part. Several villagers claimed to have seen us. Lots of us. In a standoff with the several dozen men Gato had brought with him. Apparently Gato was killed before they arrived. He was found with a kunai between his eyes at the end of the bridge. And yet, none of you remember such a confrontation. The third asked, his brow furrowed. The problem isn't that we don't remember it, it's that it couldn't possibly have been us, Kurenai replied. I was definitely nowhere near the bridge by that point, though I have no idea how I made it back to land after being knocked into the ocean, and Kiba, Hinata, and Shino are certain that they were beaten by Haku. Wouldn't the simplest answer be that Zabuza and Haku turned on their former employer? Possibly, Kurenai conceded, but neither of them were ever seen using kunai and Kiba thinks Zabuza, at least, is dead and a couple of villagers say they saw 2 other bodies that disappeared when whatever looked like us vanished. Oh. There was a large amount of blood on the bridge close to where I was fighting Zabuza. Kiba thought it smelled like Zabuza's blood. It was his blood, Kiba growled irritably. The third nodded thoughtfully and puffed on his pipe in silence for a moment. Your initial report mentioned something about the person or persons who assisted you. Do you have anything to add to it? No, he or she was obviously using Henge no Jutsu, since the villagers all claimed to have seen us, not just people who look like us, but Things were a bit chaotic during the battle, it's hard to remember exactly what we saw or heard. I thought I saw a dark-haired fisherman pulling me out of the water, but now it almost feels like I must have simply dreamt it. Sensei. Hinata whispered. What about what I saw? The third cocked his head to the side. What did you see, Hyuga Hinata? Kurenai opened her mouth to point out that Hinata couldn't possibly be remembering accurately, especially since what she was remembering was impossible, but decided against it. Dismissing Hinata's observations would be foolish and would discourage Hinata from speaking up later when she had something that actually made sense to share. I saw, Hinata's voice trailed off as she realized how foolish it would sound. I think I saw someone who looked like Uzumaki Naruto. Maybe. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and her downturned eyes didn't see the encouraging smiles Kurenai, Haruka, and the third tried to give her. The third Hokage was a wise man, he didn't dismiss something just because it seemed impossible. In this case, though, he was probably just being kind to the nervous Hyuga heiress. Kurenai silently thanked him for it all the same. Why do you think it was Naruto? I could see his Kirakure. It doesn't change when a person uses henjin. And it looked like Naruto-kun. But you didn't actually see his physical face, the third clarified. No, Hinata admitted. The third continued to smile at her. Thank you for adding this, Hinata. I don't think you actually saw Naruto. He was sick, but definitely still in the village, however that doesn't mean that what you saw wasn't important. All information is important. He turned back to Kurenai, though his eyes shifted to Kiba momentarily as he asked, how is Akamaru? A choked sound came from Kiba's throat, but he mostly managed to hold his composure. At that moment, a messenger slipped in through the double doors, carrying a report the third had asked for earlier that day. Kurenai took a deep breath and then said, we still don't know what, if anything, can be done. Hinata did her best, but, well, we'll just have to wait and see. Kiba's sister, Inuzuka Hana, is examining him right now. According to her, the damage is extensive, but it is possible that he'll survive. He's being operated on as we speak. From where he was standing, Naruto could just see inside the room as the man spoke with the guards and then was allowed through. It was unusual for the assignment room to be closed off during this time of day, but not unheard of if a particularly sensitive, or lengthy, debriefing was taking place. Through the partially opened doors he spotted a gray jacket with black hairy-looking trim. Naruto only knew one person who wore that sort of jacket, and the sound of Kurenai's voice that drifted out of the room was enough to confirm his suspicions. You can't go in, one of the Chunin told him as he began walking towards the door. Naruto ignored him, ducking and slipping past him as he pushed open the door. The two Chunin grabbed at him, but Chakra instantly glued his feet to the floor and he managed a couple of steps farther into the room. The two men had obviously underestimated his strength because he hadn't even needed to augment his strength with Chakra to keep from being stopped. Unfortunately, when they tried to pull back on him and were unable, they fell forward and all three of them went down with a loud crash. Everyone in the room turned and stared at Naruto and the two Chunin, but he didn't care. Team 8 had returned safe and, mostly, sound. As he was entering the room, he'd also overheard enough of what Kurenai was saying to realize that Akamaru was still alive, at least for the moment. The third stared at Naruto for a couple of seconds while the blonde got back to his feet and Haruka, who was quietly sitting next to the Hokage, put his face in his hands and shook his head as if trying to will away the reality of Naruto's actions. Finally, everyone returned to what they'd been doing before Naruto's entrance. All right, the third said in a gentle voice that veiled the fact that he was one of the strongest ninja in the entire world, you five have had a long and difficult journey. Head home and rest up. Kurenai, please get me your report as soon as you are able, but there is no real rush. Your team will be on leave while you all recuperate. Then he looked at Kiba who, except for his insistence about the origin of the blood, had remained silent, standing a little off to the side and staring down at the ground. Kiba-kun, our thoughts and prayers are with Akamaru. Kiba nodded slowly, but didn't reply. You're dismissed. Hinata, Shino, and Kurenai bowed, though Kurenai's bow was stiff and caused her to wince, and then the whole team turned and headed for the door. Naruto stared openly at them as they walked by, a big, stupid grin plastered on his face. Kiba, Shino and Kurenai didn't give him more than a cursory glance as they passed him, but Hinata's eyes widened and she gave him a small, shy smile in return before looking down and hurrying by. Sakura, who had followed Kakashi and Sasuke into the room after Naruto made his entrance, didn't miss the look Hinata gave Naruto or the fact that he was happily smiling back. Her eyes flashed back and forth between the blonde and Hinata before the Hyuga heiress made her hasty exit and then a small knowing grin spread across her face. As she and her teammates stepped forward and waited to receive their mission, she leaned over and whispered, I've got to hand it to you, you definitely aim high. Naruto frowned in confusion, huh? Sakura winked, don't worry, your secret's safe with me. Just be careful, I hear some parents are more protective than others. An even further perplexed expression appeared on Naruto's face. Sakura-chan, I don't. Haruka cleared his throat loudly and Naruto's head snapped around, his face instantly both innocent and looking as though he had been paying complete attention. It was a face Haruka seen almost every day during Naruto's time in the academy and it brought a nostalgic smile to his face. Are you ready to hear your assignment, Naruto? Or do you and Sakura have more important business to discuss? Naruto grinned sheepishly, no sensei, we're done. Sakura was just telling me that she hoped we got an easy mission today so we could get done earlier. Naruto. Sakura hissed, clamping a hand over his mouth. Turning to Haruka she quickly added, that's not true, sensei. We'll take whatever mission you have for us. Right, Naruto. Naruto pulled her hand away from his mouth. If you have a cat we can catch or something, that would be perfect. Haruka rolled his eyes and shuffled through some papers. It looks like your next duties will be either potato digging or, he looked up in surprise, or tracking down the daimyo's wife's pet cat. We'll take the cat, Naruto yelled, practically out the door already. Kakashi watched as the door slammed shut behind him and then sighed, shaking his head. I guess we'll be handling the lost pet mission. The third smiled good-naturedly and took a slow puff on his pipe as he handed the dossier to Kakashi and began to explain exactly what the mission entailed and describing what their objective would look like. When he was finished, Kakashi, hoping to avoid any sort of lecture on controlling his students, apologized for Naruto's behavior while Sakura eagerly nodded in agreement and added her own heartfelt apologies. Sasuke didn't apologize. I understand completely, the third assured them as the apologies concluded, but you should probably go out there and help him before he finds a way to screw up even a simple mission like this one. Dismissed. As Team 7 filed out of the room and the next team entered to receive their mission, Haruka leaned over and whispered. Thank you, Hokage-sama, for not being upset with Naruto. I think something's been bothering him lately, he just hasn't been himself this week. It was nice to see him acting more like Naruto. Even if he was being a rude idiot. It's hard to find fault with enthusiasm, Haruka, the third replied with a twinkle in his eye, even I was young once. Haruka checked the door to make sure that no other teams were coming in and then asked, what do you think Hinata saw on the bridge? It could have been anyone, maybe even Naruto. Naruto was here. Kakashi said he and his team checked up on him only 2 days before he returned to duty. He probably couldn't even have made it all the way out to the wave country and back again in that time. There are many strange things in this world, Haruka, don't dismiss a possibility just because it is unlikely. In this case, it is more probable that she either imagined it because of the traumatic situation she found herself in, or else simply saw someone whose Kirakure happens to look similar to Naruto's, but it is not entirely impossible that Naruto was there. Before Haruka could ask anything more, another team entered and soon they were back to business as usual. Sasuke, Kakashi, and Sakura made it outside just in time to see Naruto go leaping from balcony to balcony on a nearby building until he reached the roof and then began running towards a wooded area to the west. Hey dummy! Sakura yelled after him, where do you think you're go, huh? Naruto was also pushing his way through a crowd just in front of them, his face eager and his eyes focused on the ground as though looking for something. Sakura frowned. How did he? The Naruto by the crowd was still in plain sight when another Naruto dashed out of a small alleyway, nearly tripped over a trash can, and then began running towards the next side street. 3 of him, she shook her head. Sometimes I hate those damn shadow clones of his. Count again, Sasuke answered, just a hint of amusement in his voice. 2 more Narutos could be seen checking the trees that lined the plaza in front of the tower. Another one was on top of a nearby roof, one hand above his eyes to block the afternoon sunlight, looking back and forth. Still more could occasionally be spotted, thanks to their bright orange clothing, moving in and out of the crowded village streets. How many are there? Sakura asked as she watched the search. A lot, Naruto's voice laughed from behind her as he put a hand on her shoulder. Sakura jumped and let out a small cry of surprise and fright. Idiot, she growled once she realized who it was. In one smooth motion she spun on her heel and slammed her fist into the blonde's face. Naruto vanished in a puff of smoke. Hey! Called another Naruto who had been walking by. What the hell was that for? Sakura grabbed 2 handfuls of pink hair and gave them a hard tug as her face contorted comically. I've had nightmares that look just like this. She groaned. Kakashi shrugged and reached for his book. Well, he said as he flipped through the pages to find the right spot, it doesn't exactly build the sort of teamwork these missions are normally supposed to encourage, but that's Naruto for you, He paused, looking thoughtful for a moment and then added, "Of course, if you don't learn teamwork during your mission, we'll have to work on it other ways." Sasuke watched quietly as one clone wandered down the street lifting the lids off of trash cans and peering inside. How can he make this many clones with actual bodies? He wondered aloud, his mind once again on the question of Naruto's recent improvement. He looked up as about 20 more clones ran across a nearby rooftop, a few of them peeling off as the spotted unsearched areas. No genin should have this much chakra to just throw around. Kakashi's eye drifted from his page up to Sasuke, staring at the unaware Uchiha. Naruto is a little different than most genin in that area, but don't worry, I'm sure you'll catch up to him someday. Sasuke frowned. I have to catch up. He pondered the idea of Kakashi considering him to be behind Naruto in any area for a moment, adding to his disconcertion over Naruto's growth in the last week, and then gave himself a little shake as he pushed the notion aside. Come on Sakura. The Dobi doesn't even know what he's looking for. We might as well go bail him out. Besides, if he gets lucky and finishes the mission without us, we'll never hear the end of it. Sakura nodded and flashed him a happy smile. Right. The two of them hurried off down the street without so much as a glance at Kakashi, leaving him standing in front of the Hokage Tower, calmly reading his book and occasionally snickering to himself. They grow up so fast, he sighed as he turned the page, his eye widened slightly and another quiet, lecherous laugh escaped his lips. Less than an hour later, Naruto and his clones marched into the plaza in front of the Hokage Tower like an invading army. Each of the 30-plus Narutos carried a cat. Some were obviously strays, their fur matted, dirty, and/or missing, but one or two others looked like they actually did belong to someone. Where did you find that one? Kakashi asked one of the blondes as he walked along the line, looking over the army's finds. He was on a balcony, the Naruto replied confidently, lifting the white and gray cat a little higher so it could be more easily inspected. He has a collar. Yeah, so. Do you think maybe you took him from his home? Kakashi asked, shaking his head. The clone bit his lip. Maybe, he admitted. Kakashi sighed. Take him back. The clone huffed as he turned and hurried away, the rest of the Narutos snickering at his embarrassment. One by one, Kakashi looked over the cats and one by one he turned them away. Some were strays, some were the wrong color, others the wrong type of cat, and one wasn't even really a cat. Kakashi tried not to smile as it became clear that Naruto's haste had backfired on him. In some ways, it was nice to see Naruto acting like Naruto again instead of being the strangely efficient ninja he'd become during the past week. It didn't change the fact that Kakashi was growing more and more concerned about the genin, but at least, for the moment, he could pretend that Naruto was just a normal, slightly dumb, hot-headed genin and not. He came to the next cat and looked down at it. Brown and ugly with a large, red ribbon tied in a bow on its ear. There was no denying that he was Tora, the daimyo's wife's cat that frequently escaped his overly affectionate mistress's clutches. Kakashi started to ask how Naruto could possibly have known which cat they were looking for, but then he realized that there was no way Naruto could have known that. He'd simply gotten extremely lucky that one of the multitude of cats he'd captured turned out to be the right one. Still, the odds of him finding the right cat, even with roughly 4 dozen clones scouring the village, were almost impossibly small. Next time, he told the blonde with as stern a look as he could manage in his bewildered state, wait for the rest of us. We're a team, don't forget it. The remaining Narutos all smiled and nodded. Does this mean we can start our training now? One of them asked. Of course, Kakashi replied with a wicked grin that was hidden by his mask. In fact, I have some special training planned for you three today. I think you'll like it. Do you want me to take this thing up to Iruka now, or should I wait for Sasuke and Sakura-chan? Why don't you just take it up yourself while another of you goes and finds your teammates? I'll meet you all at the usual training grounds. If the blonde noticed the foreboding tone in Kakashi's voice, he didn't comment on it. The Naruto holding the cat smiled and headed into the Hokage Tower to make his delivery, while those who had failed to bring the right cat hurried to return their captives to where they'd found them and then to go find Sasuke. Kakashi watched them go, frowning under his mask, and then once more took out his copy of Ika Paradise and began walking towards the training grounds. As he walked, he found it difficult to concentrate on the erotic misadventures of Gio while he plotted his team's training session. He'd been considering something like this for a while now anyway, and Naruto's actions on the mission gave him the perfect excuse to implement it. His team had obviously grown to the point where D-ranked missions weren't enough for them, but he couldn't let them have anything more difficult until he was certain of one thing. They hadn't disappointed him back when they'd passed his first test. He hoped they wouldn't let him down this time either. Kakashi's special training was less special than it was time-consuming and annoying, especially to an already impatient Naruto who just wanted to finish it so he could go check up on Kiba, Shino, and Hinata and find out how Akamaru was still alive and what his condition was. Most of what the Junin had them do were simple exercises that they had done during their academy days, the only difference being that they had to do them for longer periods of time now or in tandem to build teamwork. The only part of the special training that didn't come straight out of their academy days was when he handed them a large, padded weighted ball, had them stand in a triangle, and throw it to one another while those receiving the ball had their eyes closed. After they mastered that useless exercise, he made them all wear blindfolds and simply call for the ball and trust their teammates to throw it so they could catch it. The early parts of the training were agonizing for all of them, and Sakura let Naruto know on more than one occasion that she was holding him responsible for them having to go through it. Naruto tried not to complain too much, and really, he was so anxious to go see Team 8 that he could scarcely concentrate on what he was doing, let alone gripe about it. It was while they all were blindfolded that things started going south. The first time Naruto threw the ball to Sasuke, the only sound that greeted his ears was an oof, as he hit Sasuke in the chest instead of the hands. Sasuke's throw to Sakura apparently met with just as little success, and her throw to Naruto actually hit him in the head, hopefully unintentionally, but then she had been mad at him before they started. Soon almost every time the ball was thrown it was coming in faster or higher than it should have, and the three of them were becoming bruised, angry messes. What the genin couldn't see was that initially Kakashi had been standing near their circle and helping them hurt each other. Naruto's first throw had been right on target, as had Sasuke's, while Sakura's had been a little high, but within tolerance, until Kakashi helped them fail the way he wanted them to. After the second round of throws, he hadn't had to alter the flights of any balls since the three were so frustrated with each other that they were simply getting revenge for perceived past injuries. In fact, he'd actually had to make sure that the three didn't hurt each other too badly more than once. After 3 hours of training, none of the genin wanted to even look at each other anymore. Naruto wasn't sure if this was what Kakashi had been shooting for or not, having never gone through a training session like it, but in his mind the team's camaraderie seemed to have suffered rather than been strengthened during those 3 hours. He certainly didn't want to have anything to do with his teammates, and he was a mature adult. Sort of. Not that he cared much at the moment. His teammates had gotten over all sorts of bad training sessions the first time around, they could do so again. All he cared about for the moment was finding Team 8, hearing how Akamaru was doing, and getting back to his long-delayed plan of helping Hinata. Over an hour later, Naruto was fuming over how much trouble he was having getting in touch with Team 8. He'd first gone to the animal hospital near the area of the village most members of the Inuzuka clan called home, only to be turned away at the door. He wasn't the owner or partner of an animal staying there, and Kiba didn't answer a page, so he had no right to go beyond the lobby. He wasn't sure if this was because of who he was, and what was sealed inside of him, or was simply hospital policy, but it pissed him off royally. They'd never had a problem letting him in when he was Hokage. Or temporary Hokage, anyway. Bastards, he grumbled as he stormed away. He hated that building anyway. Most of the animals didn't know how to quietly deal with their injuries, so the sounds of groaning and growling always seemed to echo down the hallways. Also, with a few intelligent exceptions, animals didn't exactly get along all that well with him. A lot of his contact with animals during missions ended with him being scratched, kicked, and/or bitten. The sort of thing that didn't really endear their kind to him. His remaining options were Shino or Hinata, assuming they weren't in the animal hospital with Kiba, and neither of them could be found in any of the usual places they'd frequented as adults. The thought of trying to find either of them at their homes was not a pleasant one. The Aburame clan, with their dark sunglasses, calm, almost emotionless voices, and bugs that could do everything from sucking all of the chakra out of a man to stripping the meat from his bones, always left him stepping on eggshells around them, even when he was the strongest ninja in the village. Not that he was ever really quiet or not mostly himself around them, but he always got the distinct impression that he was offending them even when he hadn't, to his knowledge, said or done anything offensive. The ones he got to know were nice enough, once you were used to the way they acted, but there was a difference between knowing they were nice people and feeling comfortable around them. Shino was the only one he'd ever really felt comfortable around, and that had taken many years. Plus, he wasn't completely sure Shino even really knew who he was at this point, since they almost never spoke to each other at the academy. Aside from having seen Naruto's pranks and the one time Naruto tried to talk to Hinata before Team 8 left on their mission, Shino might not know him from Maida Guy. Going to the Hyuga homestead wouldn't be much better, of course. Naruto had never cared for the clan, except for Neji, Hinata and very few others, and at the moment he couldn't even throw the fact that he was the Hokage in their faces, probably the only reason he'd ever been allowed through their gates. Knowing how some of them were treating Hinata and what the elders would do to her once it was time for her to take over as leader of the clan, he wasn't sure he'd be able to keep from decking anyone he recognized. So the dilemma was, should he go somewhere he would feel uncomfortable or somewhere he was going to be angry. Assuming he was actually allowed to speak with anyone living in either place. In the end, he flipped a coin. Heads for Hyuga, tails for Aburame. It came up heads. He gave it another flip, just to be sure. Heads again. He considered going for best 3 out of 5, but decided the gods of chance had spoken. There was no point in tempting them to strike him with lightning or anything. Maybe it wouldn't be such a bad thing. Even this far back, Hinata was still one of the nicest people he knew. She certainly wouldn't turn him away without telling him at least a little about the mission to the Wave Country, like everything that had happened after he'd left them unconscious on the bridge. Shino, on the other hand, might feel that there was no reason to share that information with a nosy genin he barely knew, or worse. He might start questioning, in his annoyingly logical way, why Naruto would be interested, or catch some slip of the tongue that gave away that Naruto knew more than he should. Hinata was just as smart as her teammate, but she tended to accept what people said and did at face value. 5 minutes later, Naruto was kneeling on a roof and staring at the cluster of buildings that stood out more than any other in the village. The Hyuga clan's property was surrounded by a wall that stood just a little more than 2 meters tall. Not enough to keep out any ninja actually worthy of the name, but it did provide the clan with some privacy. Beyond the walls were beautiful gardens with small paths winding through them. There were, if Naruto remembered correctly, at least 2 little streams running through the gardens, and the paths often crossed them with small, elegant bridges. The gardens were filled with flowers and sakura trees, and during the spring and summer the entire area was a sea of color and pleasant fragrances. The houses were all of a very different style of architecture from the mishmash of styles that made up the rest of the village. Everything on the Hyuga's property seemed completely in harmony both with itself and its surroundings. The roofs of the buildings were all made with the same dark red shingles and all had the same slope and curve to them. Most of the houses were surrounded by elegant patios and porches, and many were built like a ring, with a private garden or lawn in the middle. Naruto remembered once asking Hinata about that. She had explained that the designs and style were examples of some sort of ancient architecture. She'd given it a name, but he'd long since forgotten what it was. Things like that weren't important enough to remember. The Hyuga liked their houses built from ancient tradition, sort of like they preferred to live their lives by ancient tradition. The houses were nice, but the rest of it had caused more than one headache for him in the past. Future. As he silently traced the path that led from the front gate to Hinata's house with his eyes, he felt his insides do a little flip-flop. It wasn't hard for him to guess why he was having that reaction. He really hated this place. It was strange that he had such a negative feeling towards a place where a couple of his good friends, or at least people who would eventually be his good friends, lived, even more so because some of his more peaceful memories in life had involved walking through those gardens with Hinata or Neji or both. Still, for all its outward beauty and peacefulness, something was rotting inside that clan. In his original life, he'd promised Neji and Hinata that he would change their clan. He'd never been able to keep that promise the way he meant to, but this time he would do it perfectly. And it would start with turning Hinata into the sort of heir the clan elders couldn't help but accept, or at least into one that they couldn't afford to refuse. Hinata wanted to throw up. It was hard to say if this was because she wanted an excuse not to go home, or because of the news they'd gotten from Kiba's sister, Henna, about Akamaru, or because she actually was ill, but not understanding the feeling's origin did not make it any less powerful. It wasn't late yet, so dinner would probably be waiting for her when she got home. She hoped that she would be allowed to skip it and simply go take a long, relaxing bath and then retire to her room for the night. She wasn't sure that she could face her father after her failures on the mission. He was certain to ask what happened and would even press her for details when she described the parts of the story where she was most involved. How would he react when she told him that she'd nearly been killed? Or that her survival in the last battle had nothing to do with her own skill, but with the kindness of her enemy? Or that she had done the least of all of her teammates? Or that her whole team had been saved by some sort of mysterious stranger who, maybe, looked a lot like Uzumaki Naruto, or was, as Inari seemed convinced, the ghost of a fisherman? And those were just the events of that last day of fighting. Before that, she would have to explain her inability to really help her teammates against those first 2 men that had ambushed them, her failures in the initial battle against Zabuza that had left Kurenai badly wounded, and her trusting of the boy in the woods, going so far as to help him gather medicine, who later turned out to be an enemy. Once again, she was coming back from a mission feeling that she had failed herself, her teammates, her mentor, and her clan. Her father would surely be able to smell the shame on her the moment she stepped through the door. She tried to push those thoughts away, but they were only replaced by the image of poor Akamaru lying on the small bed in the hospital, a large bandage over his left eye, several scrolls inscribed with seals running over his body, and an electrocardiogram monitoring his fluctuating vital signs. That image quickly led to the memory of Kiba's face as they walked into Akamaru's room and his sister's eyes met his. Henna still didn't know if Akamaru would survive or not, but Hinata knew Kiba was expecting the worst. She'd overheard Henna tell Kurenai that Akamaru was slowly responding to the treatment and that there was a better than 50% chance that he would live since he had already survived this long, but that his eye could not be saved. Hinata wondered if Kiba blamed himself for Akamaru's injury. She knew she did. She was the medic nin, however inexperienced and unskilled. It was her job to heal any teammate injured on a mission or at least to treat their wounds until they reached a safe place with more skilled physicians. If she was a better ninja, she might have been able to heal Akamaru's eye enough that someone of Inuzuka Hana's skill could have saved it. Of course, if she was a better ninja, perhaps she could have just kept Akamaru from being injured in the first place instead of just standing there and watching. After they'd decided that they would have to return home for medical treatment, and after Tazuna had assured them that with Gato gone, the threat to his life was most likely over, Kurenai had asked her if she thought Akamaru was strong enough to be moved. Hinata hadn't thought that Akamaru's life was in danger. And she might have been wrong. Perhaps moving him had only made his injuries worse, despite Hana's insistence that it hadn't. Maybe they should have sent a request for trained veterinary nins. She should have suggested it. She should have known. Hinata nervously picked at her fingers inside the long sleeves of her coat as her thoughts slowly spiraled ever downward. There were so many things she should have done better on that mission. She was amazed Kurenai hadn't even yelled at her about any of them. She knew the members of her clan would immediately. Look, you haven't even gone in there to ask if she wants to see me, so how could you know what she wants? An oh-so-familiar voice demanded. Hinata looked up in surprise to find Naruto and a branch family member, Hyuga Masatomi, glaring at each other. No one wants to see you, Masatomi replied with an angry scowl, especially not someone of Hinata-sama's standing. The muscles in Naruto's right arm tensed and for a second Hinata thought he might actually take a swing at the older man, but then he let out a slow breath, grumbled something under his breath, and turned right towards her. Hinata-chan, he gasped, staring at her and then turned angrily back towards the branch family member. You said she didn't want to see me. She wasn't even in there, bastard. Masatomi didn't look embarrassed at apparently having been caught in a lie, but he bristled at the accusation. I never said she was inside, only that neither she nor any other member of the Hyuga clan wanted to see you. Excuse me. Masatomi-san, Hinata said so quietly that neither of the two young men heard her and she had to repeat herself before they really did come to blows. Excuse me, Masatomi-san, she said a little louder this time, stopping the escalating argument for the moment. I'm sorry, but there is a misunderstanding. I do not mind seeing Naruto-kun. Masatomi stared at her for so long she began to wonder if perhaps she still hadn't been loud enough, but then he turned away in a huff and stepped back to the gate. Your father would not be pleased, he grumbled, but, if you wish, I will refrain from mentioning this incident to anyone. Hinata smiled and bowed her head lower than the elders would consider appropriate for the family heiress to give to a branch member. Thank you, but you do not need to cover anything up for me. Naruto-kun is a. Her voice trailed off as she suddenly realized that she had no idea what Naruto was to her, or at least no idea what Naruto considered himself to be. It would be presumptuous, not to mention rude, of her to call him a friend when, so far as he knew, he was, technically, little more than an acquaintance despite her admiration of him. Though there was that strange conversation the day they got their team assignments. Friend, Naruto finished her sentence for her, which was a little impolite and Masatomi's scowl deepened at it, but the fact that Naruto was smiling at her when he said it, not to mention what he'd said while smiling, pushed any unintended social faux pas out of Hinata's mind. Why yes, a friend, she nodded, swallowing hard and praying that the heat she felt radiating from her cheeks was not as visible as she suspected it was. Masatomi bowed to her, still glaring at Naruto and returned to his post, leaving the two genin more or less alone in front of the gate to the Hyuga compound. Hinata looked down at the ground, watching her sandaled feet slowly push a small pile of dirt around, and waited for Naruto to start talking. After a full minute she looked up, gasped, and then looked down again. Naruto was staring very intently at her. Why did you want to see me, Naruto-kun? She managed at last, hoping, and simultaneously fearing, that the sooner he started talking, the quicker he'd be done. At least when he was done she wouldn't have to feel the embarrassed heat radiating from her cheeks anymore. Hinata-chan, he practically laughed, you're a sight for sore eyes. She had no idea what that meant, but it sounded good, almost like he was happy to see her. She couldn't remember him ever having acted like that towards her. Except that afternoon on the training grounds, right after she and her team had gotten out of their first meeting with Kurenai. Remembering his strange antics that day reminded her of the way that meeting had ended, with him laughing and her crying, which in turn drew her attention to her treatment of him right before she'd left to go to the wave country. It seemed like something that had happened years and years ago, back when she was a naive little girl, but in reality it had only been about 2 weeks ago. Naruto-kun, she whispered, I am so sorry for the way I treated you when last we spoke. It was dishonorable of me to be so rude. Naruto frowned, looking perplexed. Huh? You asked if I would like to, her voice trailed off. He'd asked if she would like to train her, hang out. The latter was nearly the same as being asked out on a date, at least according to a couple of girls she'd overheard while still in the academy. Certainly Naruto hadn't meant it like that, but then she had no idea how he'd meant it. I was rude to you. You thought I was angry with you. Please, forgive me. She quickly bowed at the waist, lower than was appropriate considering that he was of a lower station than herself, but she didn't care. She had acted horribly to one of the people she admired most in all the world and it had almost been her last chance to talk to him. She'd always dreamed of telling him how she felt, she would have regretted it for all of eternity if she died with him thinking she was mad at him. Even if he was right. Naruto was quiet for a moment, but then said, oh, that, as realization dawned on him. Don't worry about it, Hinata-chan, it was my fault. Or at least, I think it was probably my fault. It usually is when Sakura-chan gets mad at me. Hinata opened her mouth to protest that the whole thing was in fact her fault, but he waved his hands before she could speak. Look, I'll forgive you for whatever you think you did and you forgive me for whatever it was that I probably did first and we'll call it even, okay? She bit her lip, still not sure that it was fair for him to take the blame, but also not willing to be so rude as to continue to try to take it back from him. She'd seen meetings between diplomats and dignitaries where all they did was ask each other for forgiveness for the same thing, neither willing to concede that the fault lay with the other because of some sort of strange humility one-upmanship. Naruto probably wasn't doing that, it just wasn't his style. Chances were he was just bored of the conversation and wanting to talk about something else. Okay, she replied with a small smile. He started to say something and then stopped, glancing suspiciously at the gate where Masatomi would be standing guard. Are you hungry? He asked. Hinata wasn't, not even remotely. She just wanted to go home and take a bath and then go to sleep. A little, she lied because she didn't want the conversation to end so she would have no choice but to go home and recount her failures to her father. You want to go get some ramen? He asked with a large grin. Ramen sounded horrible. If you would like to, that sounds nice. She was blushing now and trying to surreptitiously pinch herself through her pants. Naruto didn't just want to talk to her or hang out, he was asking her out on a date. Or at least it sounded that way. Perhaps that wasn't really how he meant it, but if it wasn't, why did he say it like that? Awesome, he beamed back at her, while we walk to Ichiraku's you can tell me all about your mission. Hinata's heart, which had been soaring up into the stratosphere, came crashing down again. Of course, how stupid of her to think that he saw her that way, he barely knew her and the last time they'd talked she was rude to him. Still, even if he wasn't asking her out in the same way that she'd hoped, he was treating her as a friend, he'd even called himself her friend, and that was more than she'd ever dared to expect. She didn't want to talk about the mission with Naruto any more than with her father. Both were people she feared disappointing, but at least Naruto would be unaware of her history of disappointing failures, so perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to talk with him. As they walked, Naruto listened politely while she recounted the mission to him, only interrupting occasionally to ask a question about some detail of a fight or to give a little whoop during the exciting parts. Though it might have only been her imagination, he didn't seem truly focused on the story until she reached their first battle with Zabuza. They reached the ramen bar just as she was getting to explaining that Inari had convinced himself that his dead father had saved him from two men, Waraji and Zori, that had attacked his house and tried to kidnap his mother, and that the little boy had vowed to live up to his father's legacy so that his spirit would never again need to rescue him. By the time their food was set in front of them, she was describing what she could remember of the fight with Haku. Hinata offered to stop talking at that point so they could eat, and so she could recover from having talked more than she could ever remember doing in such a short period of time, and in front of Naruto of all things. But Naruto asked her to keep going, unless she was hungry, of course. She was actually beginning to feel hungry, though ramen didn't sound especially appetizing at the moment, but instead of telling him that, she smiled politely and continued with the story, leaving out the part where she thought she saw him fighting Zabuza and presumably saving them all, since she was becoming more and more convinced that it was nothing more than a foolish fantasy that she dreamed up while unconscious. Even if that left the question of how they'd survived unanswered. She told him about waking up on the bridge, with Inari and Tazuna kneeling next to her, the former crying, the latter looking like he might want to, and how shortly after she had managed to sit up, Kiba and Shino had coughed and weakly pushed themselves into sitting positions. Not long after, Kurenai had been found on a dock that extended out from the village a short distance from the bridge, unconscious but not in any danger. She was tired and the wound in her side had partially opened up, but she was probably in the best shape out of the rest of the team. At first everyone had thought that Akamaru was the only casualty, but even he was still alive, though his injury was severe. The needle had pierced his eye and cracked the skull behind it, but had thankfully gone no farther. After carefully carrying the little puppy back to Tazuna's house, Hinata had gathered some of the herbs she and the boy, Haku, had picked. While she tended to Akamaru, she heard retellings of the stories that Kurenai and Shino had been told by the villagers about what they found on the bridge. Apparently her team, or at least a group of people that looked like her team, had killed Gato and stared down an army of his men when they threatened to attack the village. The villagers were convinced that Team 8 had actually been so intent on saving them that even after they'd been knocked unconscious they still continued fighting, though that was an even less likely explanation than her fantasy about Naruto saving her. Inari had confided in her that he thought maybe his father's spirit had something to do with it, though he wasn't fully convinced of this. Kiba-kun says that the blood we found came from Zabuza and that another puddle might have been where Haku died or was injured, she said as her story wound down. I hope that is not the case. He was our enemy, but he didn't try to kill us. Akamaru's injury was probably just his accident. Haku was kind. Naruto closed his eyes and sighed, yeah. He sounds nice. For a moment, both were quiet, and then Naruto asked, so, what did they name the bridge? Hinata's face flushed and she looked down at her untouched bowl. Inari-kun said that Tazuna-san decided to name it after me and Inari's father, Kaiza. Because he thought that IH helped change Inari's heart somehow. So Inari could change the hearts of the rest of the village, and because Inari-kun is convinced that his father is watching over them even after his death. She could feel Naruto's gaze on her and wished that she could simply sink down through the floor. It was silly of Tazuna-san to think such things. I didn't do anything to help anyone. I just got in the way throughout the whole mission. She waited for him to laugh, but he didn't. When she finally managed to look at him out of the corner of her eye, she found him frowning contemplatively. The great Kaiza and Hinata Bridge, huh? He said with a little nod, ignoring her comments about her lack of contribution to the mission's success. Then he glanced at her and smiled. Sounds like a good name for a bridge if you ask me. How did you know the bridge's name? Hinata asked in surprise. Naruto rocked back in his seat and bit the inside of his cheek, his eyes shifting from side to side in a way that normally meant the person was trying to come up with a response to a question they couldn't, or didn't want to, answer. Was that really what it was? He asked with a nervous chuckle. I was just, making something up. I mean, you said it was named after you and that guy, Kaiza, right? And Tazuna sounds like, I just figured he'd have some grand name for his bridge. I didn't really think that would be the actually name. Hinata smiled. Tazuna-san is a bit of a braggart, she conceded. Yeah, Naruto's smile looked strangely relieved, though Hinata had no idea why. He quickly snatched up his chopsticks and shoved an overly large clump of noodles into his mouth, nearly choking as he did so. He swallowed and grimaced. Cold ramen is the worst, he muttered. Hinata's smile grew a little larger and she even had to cover her desire to giggle by pretending to cough. Naruto pushed his bowl away and asked her to finish the story. The only thing left was to tell him about sending the carrier bird back to the village to explain what had happened, that they were returning right away, and of Hana's examination of Akamaru. Naruto seemed upset, though didn't actually say anything unusual, instead giving the typical, wow, that's so sad, I hope he's okay, comment that people always used after hearing bad news that didn't really affect them. At the fact that Akamaru had lost his eye and was still potentially in danger of dying, but he brightened considerably when she related to him Hana's opinion that Akamaru stood a good chance of living. After talking briefly about how Kiba was taking Akamaru's injury, the conversation finally drifted into silence. Hinata was certain she'd never spoken so much in such a short period of time before, and she felt almost sorry that she'd done all of the talking during the past hour, but Naruto didn't seem to mind. If anything, he'd encouraged it with his questions. It was a strange feeling to speak with someone for so long and not have them seem tired of the conversation, but Naruto made no move to excuse himself or rush her story so she would stop talking. Do you think your father will be impressed? He asked after a few minutes of playing with his chopsticks. Hinata looked down and frowned, unsure of how to answer. For one thing, understanding the real answer to the question required at least some knowledge of her relationship with her father, not to mention the Hyuga clan's expectations of her. For another, she didn't want to tell him the truth and have to admit that her father wasn't normally proud of her. Not to Naruto, who had been an orphan for as long as he could remember and wouldn't be able to understand the complicated dynamics of a father-daughter relationship. Maybe, she replied tentatively, though I didn't really do much. Naruto scratched his head with one of the chopsticks. I don't know, you took down 2 bad guys, kept everyone alive when Zabuza was after you at the lake, saved Kurenai-sensei's life, probably saved Akamaru's life, and got a bridge named after you. What's not to be proud of? The conversation had taken an uncomfortable turn for Hinata, and she suddenly found herself wishing it would come to an end. Talking to Naruto like this was something she'd dreamed of and fantasized about almost from the first day she met him, when he'd gotten into trouble for comically mimicking one of their Chunin instructors while her back was turned. Naruto's impression had been spot on. He'd been in at the academy longer than the rest of their class, and apparently he'd observed the kunoichi enough to get her mannerisms down, and the class had giggled each time he did it and tried to swallow their snickers when the instructor turned back around. Naruto had been quick enough to sit innocently back in his seat 3 times before finally getting caught. He was funny, outgoing, and loved. Later she learned that crave was a better word for it, being the center of attention, everything she was not. She wanted to be just like him, but didn't have the nerve to try. You know what your problem is, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked when she didn't answer. She could think of several problems that she'd had pointed out to her by helpful family members over the years, but this was certainly a rhetorical question. You don't like yourself very much. Hinata sucked in a sharp breath. Out of the corner of her eye she could see Naruto lowering his own head to try to get a better look at her face that was hidden by her hair, but she turned away from him. No one had ever said that to her. So far as she knew, she was the only one who had ever even noticed how she felt about herself, though others might just have not bothered pointing it out. Without thinking about it, she brought her hands up from her lap and brushed her lower lip, squeezing it softly, feeling the calming tingles run through her body. I don't know what you are talking about, Naruto-kun, she whispered. Naruto stopped trying to catch her eye and instead placed a hand on her back that warmed her whole body even through her thick jacket. Yes, you do, he said in the sort of kind, gentle voice that she'd always imagined a favorite uncle or perhaps a kind older brother would have used when talking to a child. I understand why you feel that way, but there's no reason to. You're an amazing person, Hinata-chan, more amazing than you'll probably ever know. For what seemed to be the 1000th time since she ran into him outside of the Hyuga gates, Hinata felt her cheeks flush. It seemed like half of the words coming out of his mouth were far more familiar than was proper. The sort of things that only a very close friend should say. Then he would talk to her in the way that he normally talked to everyone. She just couldn't get a handle on what he was doing, and her brain was having trouble keeping up with the surge and ebb of emotion. Naruto didn't give any sign that he'd noticed the heat radiating from her cheeks. Instead he leaned a little closer and said, if you want, I could help you get stronger. Hinata's head snapped up in surprise. Unfortunately, Naruto hadn't been ready for her reaction and the side of her head slammed into his nose. For a long moment, all Hinata could do was stare in horror as Naruto flexed his face and squeezed his nose while wiping tears of pain from his eyes. He'd practically asked her to name the thing she wanted most in all the world and then gave it to her. And she had nearly broken his nose. There was no way he would want to train with her now, not after seeing how clumsy she was. She'd ruined her only chance. Nah, Naruto-kun. I am so sorry. She stammered. She reached out to help him, though just how she was going to do that was beyond her, but he waved it off and miraculously smiled at her. It's no big deal, he chuckled. Sakura-chan hits way harder that. And no, it was. I just was surprised. That you would. Naruto put a hand on her shoulder, still grinning. Do you want to get stronger, Hinata-chan? Hinata nodded dumbly. Why? For your father, your clan, or for yourself? Hinata wasn't sure what answer he was looking for, or if he would take the offer from the table if she answered incorrectly, but the way he was looking at her made it difficult to just try to give the answer she hoped he wanted. So she gave him the truth. All 3. Naruto sighed, but didn't stop smiling. Alright, is tomorrow morning okay? I have missions in the afternoon, but, so far, something about the way he said, so far, that last part made Hinata think he was disappointed that he had to add that part. My mornings and evenings are free if you want to train with me. Hinata didn't trust her voice, so she just nodded, hoping that she didn't appear too desperately eager. Naruto pulled a large frog wallet from his pocket and paid for their 2 nearly untouched bowls of ramen. With one last smile at her and a little pat on her shoulder he said, I'll meet you outside your place tomorrow at 5, make sure you get some rest tonight. He took about 4 steps, but then stopped and looked back at her. You did good on your mission, Hinata-chan. Tazuna wouldn't have named the bridge after you if all you did was sit around looking pretty. You don't have anything to be ashamed of, don't let anyone tell you differently, got it? He didn't wait to see if she would nod or not, she didn't, before he continued on his way. Of the few conversations Hinata had actually had with Naruto, this was probably the most normal, and yet it still wasn't the sort of conversation that she'd expected to have with him. Despite watching him for several years, usually without him even knowing it, she still apparently hadn't seen the real Naruto. She stood and started heading for home, wondering what awaited her there. If her discussion with her father went poorly, she felt it wouldn't be so bad this one time. Spending time with Naruto had given her a little bit of courage, and the fact that he had invited her to train with him the following day would take the edge off any looks of disappointment she might receive from her family. Just this once. Chapter 14. Oh. As he stood on his balcony, having just woken from another fitful night's sleep, the early morning air chilled Sasuke's bare chest and he couldn't resist the instinct to shiver. The moon hung low over the village, in another hour or so it would slip beneath the trees, but for the moment it lit up his clan's empty homes, casting long shadows along the ground. From his balcony it was easy to picture the shadows as dark blood, the way he'd seen it on that night. It almost wouldn't have surprised him if he'd seen his brother slip from one of the empty buildings and head into another to continue his inhuman slaughter of their friends and family members. I'll get stronger, no matter what it takes, he promised the shadows and then headed back inside and quickly changed. As he pulled his dark blue shirt over his head he thought back to one of their earlier missions when Naruto had been attacked by the bull. He'd used a jutsu that Sasuke had never seen before and claimed that a friend had taught it to him. While the idea of a friend teaching Naruto anything didn't make sense, Naruto didn't really have any friends other than Sakura, and she obviously hadn't taught it to him. Certainly he'd gotten it from somewhere, just like he'd found someone or something somewhere that was helping him grow stronger. With his promise to get stronger no matter what still fresh in his mind, Sasuke set off for Naruto's apartment. He couldn't ask for help in front of Sakura or Kakashi. He didn't even want to ask in front of Naruto, but if Naruto wasn't there this morning, Sasuke might not have a choice anymore. As much as his pride demanded he grow stronger on his own, being seen as second to Naruto, and Kakashi's comment that he had to catch up to Naruto the previous day proved that he was seen that way, was simply intolerable. Naruto had offered to teach him the earth jutsu he'd used on the bull, and he'd tried to point out a mistake while they worked on the taijutsu training, and he'd even asked if Sasuke would like to train with him. Perhaps if Sasuke could have to swallow his pride and accept the offered assistance it wouldn't be so bad. On one hand, it wasn't the way Itachi had done it and Sasuke didn't like the idea of being second to his brother in anything, but on the other, Itachi was also a murdering bastard, so it wasn't necessarily unacceptable to take a different path. Once again, it didn't take long for him to reach Naruto's apartment, and with the even earlier hour there was even less of a chance of being spotted. Just like the previous morning, there were no lights coming from the window leading to the tiny balcony that was little more than a wide wooden plank with some metal railing around it, so Naruto might already be gone again. Sasuke watched the apartment for over 30 minutes, debating how to handle this new setback, but before he reached a satisfactory answer, Naruto slipped through his window, easily leapt the distance between his balcony and then nearest rooftop, and then continued on through the village. Sasuke almost did a little dance, but his joy was short-lived when he realized that Naruto was already out of sight, having left almost no clue as to where he might be heading. All he had to go on was the general direction Naruto had been heading just before he disappeared. There were several training areas that way, but one in particular seemed the most likely spot Naruto would go. Book. Online writing communities. A short while later he was walking through the training grounds where he, Sakura, and Naruto had officially become genin. The ground was damp with dew and soft wisps of mist rose from it as the air slowly warmed with the coming of morning. Naruto wasn't there, which meant Sasuke had misjudged him and that he could be at any one of the dozens of training grounds littered throughout and around the village. It would take all day to search them all, assuming Naruto had even gone to one of them. He would have to wait and swallow his pride and ask Naruto for help after Kakashi dismissed them in the afternoon. It was unfortunate, because it would be a far more public humiliation that Sasuke wanted, but it couldn't be helped. If Naruto really was ahead of him and really was willing to offer up the secret of his growth, Sasuke could suffer any humiliation to set things back to the way they were supposed to be. His dark eyes scanned the area one more time, as if Naruto might have simply been hiding behind one of the wooden posts or. Sasuke's gaze fell upon the dark teal cenotaph with the tombstone-like markers in front of it. Heroes of the village got their names carved on it, dead heroes, those who died on missions or in some sort of service to the village. The stone drew him in and soon he'd lost track of how long he'd been staring at it. Books. His parents' names weren't on there. In fact, there were very few Uchiha names carved on the memorial. Some might consider that a good thing, but Sasuke knew the truth. It wasn't because there were so few Uchiha heroes that their names weren't on the stone, but because so many Uchiha heroes had been slaughtered in their beds by a traitor. Itachi had not only denied them their right to live, he denied them the right to die with honor. The Uchiha clan, once so proud, was no longer known for their skills or genius or strength, but for their pitiful deaths. They were the clan that was slaughtered. All but one. Sasuke's darkening thoughts were interrupted by the sound of voices approaching. He wouldn't have cared if someone were to find him out here training, but he did not want to be found staring at the stone end. He reached up and wiped at his eyes, having not realized until that moment that tears were forming there. Crying. His tears were for him and him alone, no one else needed to know about them, certainly Itachi never would. He nimbly leapt into a nearby tree and crouched down into the foliage as two people rounded the corner. Sasuke couldn't help but smile at what he saw below. Perhaps the gods, or fate, were looking out for him this morning. "Hinata-chan, you really didn't have to make us breakfast," Naruto said with a grin as he tossed the remains of a rice ball into the air and caught it in his mouth. "Ba'u, Amshu-gla, you did," he added as he chewed and then swallowed. Book. I thought. It was the least I could do. Since you offered to help me, Naruto-kun, Hyuga Hinata stammered, her head down and her purple hair hanging in her face. Books. Sasuke's brow knit with confusion. What was she doing here? He'd seen her a few times at the academy. She was one of the few girls who didn't annoy him constantly by chasing after him and trying to talk to him every free moment, but that was about the only point in her favor as far as he was concerned. She was quiet to the point of being invisible and never seemed to do all that well at anything. Her test scores were middle of the road, she was excused from participating in taijutsu training, and was average at best during ninjutsu and target practice. Basically, she was a non-entity. Apparently Naruto didn't think so, though that hardly said much. Then again, she was a Hyuga and they were almost as well known for their genius as they were for their peculiar eyes. Maybe she was Naruto's secret. The Hyuga clan was rather secretive, perhaps they had some sort of technique that could rapidly improve even the poorest of ninja and Naruto was only using Hinata to get it. That sounded far more underhanded than Sasuke would have thought Naruto capable of, not to mention more intelligent, but then Naruto had done a lot lately that Sasuke wouldn't have thought him capable of. What was one more thing? Alright, what should we do first? Naruto asked cheerfully as he began to stretch on the still damp grass. Hinata watched him stretch, looking like she was trying to become as small as possible. Her head was still slightly bowed, her hands clasped near her chin, one finger partially extended and occasionally brushing her lower lip, and her arms were pulled in tight to the rest of her body, even her feet and legs were together. I'm sorry, I don't know. Naruto-kun. What do you want to do first? Naruto finished stretching and looked thoughtful. Has Kurenai-sensei given you anything to work on that you're struggling with? He asked after a moment of silence. We were doing tree climbing on our mission. How'd that go? Not very well. We stopped working on it after Akamaru was injured. But I was the worst at it on my team. Naruto frowned. I doubt that, you always had great chakra control. I did. Hinata asked in surprise. The blonde ninja's eyes widened ever so slightly. Well, I mean you look like you would have great chakra control. Plus, I think girls are naturally better at that than boys. He was speaking quickly, as if he was nervous, and seemed to have noticed it because he quickly got back on subject. Do you want to work on tree climbing then? But you already know it, Naruto-kun. Hinata protested, really looking up for the first time since they'd reached the training site. Books. Naruto shrugged. Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean I can't help you. That's why we're here. Hinata lowered her head again. Why yes, of course. Naruto reached out and poked her in the forehead. Don't look down, he told her sternly, ever. Sorry. Sasuke was shocked. He'd never seen this side of Naruto before. His blonde teammate was acting like some sort of special instructor or something. Hinata wasn't anything special, but at the academy she, and everyone else, for that matter, had been light years ahead of Naruto. Apparently that had changed in the month and a half since they'd graduated and obviously she wasn't the one who was helping him to improve so quickly. No, don't be sorry, Naruto told her softly, a bright smile splitting his face, just don't look down like you have something to be ashamed of, you don't. You just need a little confidence, that's all. Hinata nodded and started to lower her head, but the action was stopped by Naruto's finger poking her in the head. I mean it, he told her, keep your head up. You're Hyuga Hinata, the best damn heiress your clan has ever seen. You're going to write the book on being a kick-ass leader, right? Hinata mumbled something, started to lower her head, but caught herself before she got poked again. I didn't hear you. I said, right. Alright, Hinata finally managed without much conviction. Naruto shook his head. It's worse than I remembered, he groaned. Okay, try this, I'll say, right. And you say, hell yeah. As loud as you can. Even from his tree, Sasuke could see Hinata's face flush in embarrassment. Right. Hell. Why yeah. Hinata stuttered about as loud as an acorn falling on wet grass. Naruto chuckled. Never mind, don't cuss. Ever. You're no good at it. Sore. Don't say that, he cut her off, switching back into instructor mode. You don't have to be sorry. Some people just don't have the talent for using bad words. I blame your poor upbringing. Hinata opened her mouth to apologize again, apparently not realizing that he was teasing her, but stopped and nodded instead, keeping her head mostly up when she was finished. Alright, let's climb some trees. Naruto cheered, leading her over to two good-sized oaks at the edge of the clearing. Sasuke watched with great interest as Naruto had Hinata show him her tree climbing ability, which involved running straight up the trunk of the tree using, obviously, nothing but chakra to hold her feet to the wood. She made it about halfway up before slipping and leaping lightly from branch to branch all the way down. Naruto praised her efforts far more than Sasuke thought necessary, and then went about giving her tips, watching her try it again and then adding more tips. After several tries she could make it 3/4 of the way up before giving up. Naruto smiled broadly as she landed after her most recent try. That was great, Hinata-chan. He said proudly. Book. Hinata blushed, but didn't argue with the compliment. He'd already told her twice just to accept them and not try to humbly deny his praise. Book. Online writing communities. Books. He glanced towards the horizon and sighed. The sun will be up soon, we should hurry before too many people start coming by. He thought for a moment and then said, why don't we try walking up the tree instead of running? Walking. Yeah, it's the same idea, just takes a little more concentration. We'll go together. And so they did, step by step they walked up the tree. Naruto's eyes locked on Hinata as if it didn't take any concentration at all for him to defy gravity. Hinata's eyes remained firmly on her tree. They were nearly at the top, right where the trunk grew too small for both of them to continue together. When Hinata finally slipped, she was already rotating in the air to get her feet under her when Naruto caught her by the back of her jacket and helped her get her feet back on the tree. Then he watched from a nearby branch as she made it the rest of the way to the top. His crowing cheers probably woke half the village. Sasuke hated to admit it, but he was impressed. Pissed, but impressed. There was no denying it or blaming it on dumb luck anymore. Naruto was more than he seemed, just as Sakura had told him a week ago. Kakashi hadn't even taught them tree climbing yet. In fact, it was only mentioned in passing by one of the instructors at the academy, but Naruto already had it mastered to the point where he could teach someone else. It was hard to reconcile the chronic screw-up he thought his teammate was supposed to be with the person he'd just seen. They looked the same, they acted basically the same, but there seemed to be no way they could actually be the same person. With their practice done, Naruto and Hinata walked back towards the village. Hinata looked tired from the training, while Naruto just seemed happy. As they reached the spot closest to Sasuke's hiding place, Naruto paused, just for a half step before continuing on. It wasn't much, but it was enough to make Sasuke think that the blonde might have realized that someone had been watching him. Another level of ability that Sasuke couldn't believe Naruto would be capable of only a week ago. When the two ninja were gone, Sasuke dropped from the tree and headed for his apartment, making sure to take a route that would not have him following them. He had a lot to think about, and some catching up to do. Naruto was ahead, at least in a couple of areas, but it wouldn't last. Sasuke wouldn't let it. He was the Uchiha genius, after all. No screw-up ninja with parents so irrelevant no one even knew who they were was going to be able to surpass him. He would catch Naruto, with or without the blonde's help, then he would catch Kakashi, and then, at long last, he would become stronger than his brother. And when that day arrived, his clan would finally be avenged. But first things first. Sakura glanced wearily at her two teammates. Were they still mad at her? Naruto didn't seem to be, if he ever even was. He was leaning against a wooden fence with a contented smile on his face, looking like he didn't have a care in the world. Sasuke was leaning against the same fence, but with a very different expression on his face. He wasn't exactly frowning, but it seemed to be only through a concerted conscious effort that he was keeping his mouth from forming a frown. Every few seconds his eyes would shift towards Naruto and then quickly dart away while his mouth gave another shot at frowning before he caught himself and returned to a more neutral expression. Sasuke is still angry, Sakura thought to herself, but Naruto looks like he's already forgotten, how typical. I hope I don't get blamed if we do badly on our mission today. A voice inside of her roared that she ought to kick Naruto's ass for having screwed up their team chemistry, not to mention causing Sasuke to skip their semi-routine training time together. Sakura enjoyed the voice's suggestions but was glad they were only thoughts. The last thing she wanted was for someone to think that she could be so violent and rude, and besides, Naruto wouldn't have intentionally caused trouble for the team. In fact, he'd been everything a person could ask for in a teammate the last couple of days. If he was the cause of the trouble on the team this time, it was only because he'd let his hormones get the better of him the previous day, and that was an understandable, if annoying, thing for a boy his age to do. Another thought occurred to her as Sasuke again started to look at Naruto before stopping himself, this time being obvious enough about it that the still smiling blonde glanced at him as well. Would she be the one who would have to reconcile this rift in the team? With her luck, probably. She was the girl, after all, the only one on the team emotionally mature enough to deal with the issue logically and fairly. This is all your fault, Naruto, she said, and then clamped her hand over her mouth. She hadn't actually meant to say it out loud, it was just something the voice that represented her less inhibited side had been yelling. Naruto looked at her and frowned. What is? Well, she'd already gone this far, she couldn't just say nothing without looking stupid in front of Sasuke. If you'd just done that stupid mission with us instead of running off on your own, we wouldn't have had to do that training and we wouldn't all be mad at each other. We're mad at each other? The blonde asked in confusion. Some of us are. Oh, he shrugged, sorry. I figured since we all screwed up in the training we'd all just get over it and realize it wasn't really anyone's fault. He didn't sound very sorry to her, and he'd basically shoved an equal helping of blame on her and Sasuke, but then clueless people like him rarely even understood the mistakes they made. It wasn't his fault, he just didn't know better. Of course, it would have been nice if he could have at least acted like he cared or knew that his actions during the mission had led to them having the terrible training session. Sakura let out a huff of annoyance and crossed her arms. The temptation to smack him was rising and she didn't want to give in to the urge to look unladylike in front of Sasuke. Besides, he'd sort of apologized. A little, though it wasn't even half-hearted. Maybe he secretly had been a little mad as well and really didn't think it was just his fault. That made sense. Some of her friends from the academy had occasionally done that, trying to act as though nothing was wrong when they actually were very upset. She and Ino had pretended to still be friends to each other's faces for quite a while after realizing that they both liked Sasuke. Yes, that might explain it. Regardless of Naruto's feelings on the matter, Sakura knew she would just have to forgive him. She would take the higher road and let his transgression pass now that he'd basically apologized. It was the best thing for the team and, despite his cluelessness, he was a good enough guy to deserve it anyway. Plus, it would show Sasuke how mature she was. Now if only her chest would grow a little bit, she'd practically be the perfect woman. Then, with a few more years of training under her belt, she'd not only be the perfect woman, but she'd be the perfect woman for him. Sorry I'm late, Kakashi said as he landed on the fence just above Naruto's head. This little old man was playing shogi and... Don't lie, Sakura yelled, while Naruto laughed and Sasuke just looked annoyed. Sakura-chan, truth is in the eye of the beholder, Naruto snickered. I'm sure there's a little old man playing shogi in all of us who occasionally needs a couple of pointers in his game or a glass of water or something. Right, sensei? Sakura's fist came down with enough force on the top of his head that his knees buckled. The truth to this beholder is that you deserve that. She instantly regretted losing her temper, even if Naruto deserved it this time for making such a stupid joke and ignoring the fact that his actions had caused the tension on the team. All of her efforts to show Sasuke how mature she was had seemed to have flown out the window. Punching just seemed to be her natural reaction to Naruto whenever he did something annoying that he thought was funny. She hadn't hit him in weeks it seemed, at least not hard or in real anger. Apparently she was angrier about the day before than she'd realized. Sorry, she whispered to him so quietly that he probably couldn't hear her over his own grumblings. She forced herself to check Sasuke's reaction, and was relieved to find that he was smiling. Or close enough, anyway. Sakura vowed to punch Naruto every morning for the rest of her life if that was what it took to get a smile from Sasuke. Well, maybe only every other day and only at half strength or less. Naruto slowly stood, rubbing his head and glowering at her, while Kakashi explained the plan for the day, which was the same as most every other day, and then he led them into the Hokage Tower. Their first mission was simple, babysitting a council member's 4-year-old grandson and his 2 friends for a few hours while the parents and grandparents ran some errands and enjoyed their time off. The kids avoided Naruto early on, and seemed to generally fear dark and brooding Sasuke, which left much of the direct childcare to Sakura, but she didn't mind. The children warmed to Naruto, who was surprisingly good with kids, and, to a lesser extent, Sasuke, who wasn't very good with kids, soon enough anyway, and the time passed easily enough. When they were done, Kakashi took them back to the tower and they were given a crop harvesting mission. Again, it was handled easily and Sakura was impressed with the teamwork they showed, especially considering how badly the previous day had gone. Naruto was as flawless in the missions as he'd been all week, which was still a strange change from the way he'd previously been when he often made obvious, stupid mistakes through simple thoughtlessness. In fact, with his clones adding to their manpower, the mission was much easier because of him, something that would never have happened before those days he was sick. By the end of that mission, the boys were dirty and looked tired. Sakura was also tired, but she'd made a conscious effort to remain clean and, despite the efforts of a couple of Naruto's clones who tried to, accidentally, hit her with a shovelful of dirt once or twice, had generally succeeded. Certainly she'd fared better than Naruto and Sasuke, who seemed to have brought half the farm's topsoil back with them. After reporting in and receiving their pay, as well as a little good-natured teasing from Iruka, Kakashi took them out to one of the practice fields. At first, Sakura thought that maybe they were going to have to do more teamwork building exercises, but instead Kakashi sat them down in a circle and said, "I think tomorrow I will be asking Hokage-sama to assign us a C-ranked mission." All three genins' eyes widened. "You three had a hard day yesterday, the training didn't go well, and when you were dismissed you all were so angry that you couldn't even say two words to one another, but today you had already put it behind you and worked together as a team. The way you have to in the field." For a moment, no one said anything, but then Naruto jumped to his feet, pointed an accusing finger at Kakashi, and shouted, "You gave of that crappy training yesterday so we'd get mad at each other." Kakashi shrugged. "I didn't force you to get mad at each other. You could have easily finished it without acting like little children." Naruto's eyes hardened as he realized something. "You sabotaged us. I knew I didn't mess up that first throw to Sasuke." That was, Sakura's hand clamped over his mouth and she dragged him back to the ground before he got them in trouble with any wild accusations. "What sort of mission are you going to try to get us?" Sasuke asked as Naruto struggled with Sakura. The last thing they needed was for him to say something idiotic that might take away their opportunity to tackle a real mission. Sasuke could barely believe that he was currently feeling a little inferior to someone like Naruto. "Nothing too hard for this first one," Kakashi promised, no doubt realizing that he was dashing the hopes of two of his genin while allowing the third breath a sigh of relief. "But, assuming there are any appropriate ones available, we'll probably be away from the village for a few days." With that said, he had them get up and ran a sort of review session for everything that he had taught them to that point. To Sakura's great surprise, neither she nor Naruto had any trouble with any of the taijutsu forms or ninjutsu they had been learning since graduation. Apparently her training with Sasuke was having some real benefits. After the review and a few instructions on what to put in the bags in case they got the sort of mission Kakashi was hoping for, they were dismissed. The words, "See you tomorrow," were barely out of Naruto's mouth before he was rounding a corner and heading for wherever Naruto went. Ichiraku, probably. Sakura thought it strange that he didn't ask Sasuke if he'd like to train, as he'd been pestering their teammate to do all week, but then Naruto had always been the unpredictable one on their team. Kakashi also made his exit, leaving Sakura and Sasuke alone at the training area. Neither said anything for a painfully awkward minute and she wondered if he might just leave as well. It wasn't like it was a rule or anything that the two of them would train together after Kakashi dismissed them, but she had missed spending time with him the previous day. Well, she started wondering how he would take it if she offered to train with him some more. Technically, she was usually the one who asked him, or else they just did it without anyone saying anything, but after having sort of a fight both with Naruto and each other, she didn't want to presume too much. "I guess. Do you want to go practice something with me?" Sasuke asked suddenly. Sakura couldn't agree fast enough. Yes, of course, anything I can do to help." Sasuke led her over to a nearby tree and looked up at it. "I saw someone doing a tree climbing exercise this morning. He just put his feet on the tree and walked up it. He didn't use his hands at all." Sakura looked down at her own feet and tried to recall a lesson that would pertain to such a skill. "You'd have to use chakra, obviously. But I would think it would take a lot of control to do something like that." Sasuke put his foot against the tree, trying to concentrate his chakra into his feet, and pushed down on it. It slid almost as easily as if there were no chakra there at all. "This won't be easy," Sakura observed. She took 2 steps back, centered herself, and then walked deliberately towards the tree and tried to walk up it. She managed 3 steps before slipping and nearly smacking her head against the trunk. Sasuke caught her by the back of her dress before she could hurt herself and her feet dropped to the ground. "Thanks," she whispered shyly, her cheeks growing pink. He shrugged and looked back at the tree. "The person I saw was helping someone else learn it also. She started by trying to run up the tree before he made her walk. Maybe running is easier." The two genin each took running starts at their tree and met with slightly more success. 6 full steps for Sakura, 4 for Sasuke. Sakura wasn't sure if she should be pleased or not that she seemed to be better at it than her crush. She took one look at Sasuke's face and decided on, not. Tension seemed to fill the air as he looked at her tree and then at his own. Sakura almost wanted to apologize, but before she could, Sasuke was running at his tree once again. 5 steps this time. "Damn it," he yelled as he flipped backwards off the tree and landed easily on his feet. "Why can't I do this? He made it look so easy this morning." Sakura wasn't sure who he was, but she knew it wouldn't be wise to ask. She'd never seen Sasuke look the way he looked now. His emotions were usually buried deep, but something, this mysterious, perhaps, had brought them closer to the surface than she'd ever seen before. Again Sasuke ran at the tree and again he only managed 5 steps. Sakura decided that she should keep working at it and not just stare at him uselessly. Maybe if she figured it out, she would be able to help him. That was basically what Naruto had told her she had to do, right? Make herself useful to the man she loved with every fiber of her soul. She ran at the tree, took 2 steps and then slid back down. A frustrating setback, but an enlightening one. She'd been thinking of Sasuke when she did it, not about her feet or the tree or anything else. If she wanted to do this, she probably had to relax and focus. She stood a little farther away from the tree than she had been and closed her eyes, pushing thoughts of Sasuke, her own insecurities, Sasuke, their upcoming mission, Sasuke, how hungry she was beginning to feel, and, most importantly, Sasuke out of her mind. She could feel the chakra flowing through her body and she willed it down towards her feet, not all of it at once, but a nice, even flow. She let out a slow breath, feeling her muscles relax, and then opened her eyes and ran as fast as she could at the tree. 5 steps, then 10, 15, and then 20. She could tell that she was approaching her limit before her foot actually slipped and chose to grab a large branch and swing herself up onto it rather than falling back down. A little giggle slipped through her lips, she'd done it, and nearly perfectly to boot. That wasn't so hard, she told herself with a smile. Then she looked down at Sasuke. He was on his knees, his fingers pushed into the earth like the claws of an angry animal. No cheering for her, no congratulations, just rage that she'd surpassed him. It was a bit heartbreaking and perhaps even a little annoying that he couldn't just be happy for her. But she loved him and understood why he would feel that way. He was supposed to be the best after all and she was beating him even though she'd never even seen the skill performed before. He was just mad at himself. Mostly. Sakura carefully dropped back down to the ground and walked over to him. "If you want, I'll figure it out on my own," he snapped, and then to further show that the conversation was over he ran at the tree. 3 steps later, the wood shattered under his foot and he fell backwards, landing hard on his back. Sakura winced, not sure what she was supposed to do. A part of her, the voice that offered advice from normally repressed Philistine emotional responses, wanted to give him a good shake and perhaps one of the smacks that was normally reserved for Naruto, but the voice was easy enough to push aside in this instance. She walked forward and put a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. "Sasuke-kun, I can help you. I want to help you. If you want me to," she told him with a nervous smile. Sasuke looked up at her, his face was unguarded and for the briefest of moments she could see his desire to take her up on the offer, but then he shrugged her hand away and walked back to his starting spot to take another shot at it. "Everyone's so worried about helping me lately," he grumbled irritably, "you'd think I was the one with the low test scores on the team." Sakura flinched under the blow of the insult and took a step back. Sasuke was already ignoring her, his eyes locked on the tree. She sighed and looked to the heavens for answers. None came from above, but an idea did occur to her. "Fine," she said as he managed 7 steps before falling, "I won't help you. Obviously you can figure it out on your own." As the plan took shape in her mind, she almost laughed at her own deviousness. What a clever as well as beautiful wife she'd be for Sasuke someday. "I'll just try it one more time and then I'm going to go home and eat." She stepped to her starting point and looked at the tree. "First, I'll close my eyes and push all of the distractions out. Easy enough. Then I'll feel my chakra flowing through my body and push it down towards my feet. Oh, but I'll have to be careful not to push too hard or it won't work. After that, I'll open my eyes and run at the tree, picturing myself going higher and higher and not thinking about anything but the tree and my chakra." She ran at the tree and did just as she'd said. When she reached her previous height, she once again caught the branch and swung onto it. That was just as easy as before. Guess I've figured out the trick. Not that anyone cares or needs my help, of course. She dropped to the ground, making sure not to look at Sasuke, and walked away, her heart racing. She desperately wanted to turn and run back to him, apologize for acting so rudely, even if he'd been rude first, and tell him that it was all pure luck, that if it weren't for that luck she really would be hard-pressed to even make it as high as he could. More than that, she wanted to turn around and see if he was taking her suggestions and having more success with it. But she couldn't. She knew Sasuke, or at least knew him better than almost anyone else did. He wouldn't like it if she looked back at him. He might even continue to do it his own way, and probably would eventually succeed, rather than letting himself be seen taking advice given to him out of what he would consider pity. Never mind that she didn't pity him and only wanted to be useful to him, his mind would be made up and it would take him the better part of a week to do what she could help him learn to do in a few hours. Sometimes it was hard being the future wife of such a complex man, but no one ever said true love was easy. Sasuke watched Sakura leave out of the corner of his eye and scowled. She thought she was so clever, telling him how to do it like that, as if he really needed help. He didn't need her pity or her help or even her presence. He was an Uchiha, the Uchiha. If he was going to avenge his clan, certainly he could figure out how to do this. He turned his attention back to the tree and glared at it as if it were mocking him in his pitiful attempts to scale it. Naruto had done it with ease. Sakura had figured it out in only a few tries. Was he really this weak? He sighed and checked to make sure that Sakura was indeed gone and not waiting for him to use her method. Then, reassured, he closed his eyes and let out a slow breath, trying to push all of the distracting thoughts of failure, humiliation, and revenge from his mind. With that more or less accomplished, he went deeper and felt his chakra flowing through him. With a great deal of effort he pushed it towards his feet, but not in the excessive way he'd tried before, because that would push him away from the tree, and not the minimal way that had caused him to slip during the tries before that. He could feel the right amount after a moment, or at least he thought it might be the right amount since he had no idea what it would really take. Then he opened his eyes and focused in on the tree as he ran towards it. He wouldn't fail. He was an Uchiha. He was the best. At 18 steps his concentration and control faltered and he was forced to push off, bouncing between that tree and the one next to it as he made his way back to the ground. He landed smoothly and looked up. He would have to start using something to mark his progress, but from the branches he'd passed on the way down, he'd nearly made it as high as Sakura had. Still not quite good enough, but he had it now. It wouldn't be long before he'd mastered it. Sakura was right, he sighed, groaning inwardly. He didn't feel necessarily bad at having brushed off her attempts to help him. He hadn't wanted her help, but maybe he should have at least heard her out. It couldn't have hurt, even if it made him feel weak to have another genin teaching him how to do something. Besides, he'd been ready to go to Naruto for help only that morning, hadn't he? What difference did it make if he went to Sakura for help instead? Well, it was in the past now, and if she thought he was going to apologize or admit out loud that she was right, she had another thing coming. He would have figured it out on his own. He hadn't really needed her help. He took another run at the tree. 4 steps, then back down. Fine, he grumbled to the tree, I'll apologize next time I see her. A breeze rustled the leaves, making it look as though his adversary were laughing at him. Sasuke pulled a kunai from the pouch on his thigh to mark his progress. We'll see who's laughing at the end of the day, he vowed as he closed his eyes and centered himself once more. The moon was full that night, but there was enough cloud cover that the shadows in the alleys and corners were deep. With the village long settled into its slumber, a single dark form went completely unnoticed as it darted quickly from shadow to shadow, sometimes crawling along walls like some sort of enormous insect or running along the underside of balconies. Even the guards of the village had grown drowsy. The long peace and the lack of credible threats they'd enjoyed for so many years had dulled their wits and brought them to a place of complacency. The shadowy figure snorted contemptuously as he passed right over the head of a nodding chunin who was supposed to be guarding the front door to the Hokage Tower. In his day, such lack of discipline was unheard of. If an enemy didn't kill you while you slept, a friend would beat you black and blue for such foolishness. Such negligence wasn't grounds for a court-martial or execution, of course, but that was as much because there weren't enough able bodies to go around as it was because such harsh discipline would be deemed excessive, even in times of war. The window on the second story was locked securely, but the next one up wasn't. Hard-earned experience left the shadow clinging to the wall, not moving a muscle or making a sound, as he waited for nearly 10 minutes to get the inner guard's schedule down. Every 4 minutes, a chunin, or maybe even a junin, would walk by, lightly pressing on the window to make sure that it was still securely closed, and then move on. He didn't even look outside as he made his rounds, he was simply on autopilot. The shadow waited for the loop to begin again, counted to 20, and then eased the window open just enough for him to slither through. The second he was inside, he closed the window tightly and then scaled the wall so he could crawl along the ceiling. Again he waited for the guard to pass, every muscle tense and ready to spring into action should he be discovered. The Chunin touched the window, as he had the other 3 times he'd made his loop, and then continued on without even pausing. This time the shadow only waited 10 seconds before moving, dropping silently to the ground and moving as quickly and quietly as possible along the guard's route. There were usually candles or lamps burning late into the night in the Hokage Tower, but even they had been extinguished by this point. The guard probably had a flashlight with him, but he wisely wasn't using it as it would give away his position to anyone waiting in the dark. Not that it really mattered, he was making things easy enough as it was. The lack of light didn't bother the intruder in the slightest. He knew every step, every creaky board, and every potential obstacle in the building without having to see them. He'd wandered these halls in the dark so often there was nothing left that could surprise him, except an alert guard, but those didn't seem to exist for the moment. He reached a flight of stairs and took them until he was 2 floors up, then down a hall, silently stalking yet another guard, and finally into the records room. Once there, with the door securely closed and 3 strips of dark tape ensuring that no light would be visible along the seams of the door, he pulled a flashlight from his pocket and turned it towards the stacks of scrolls. Fortunately everything was organized exactly the same as they were when he was in charge. It only took him a few minutes to find the scrolls detailing the missions that would be available to be assigned the following day. He mouthed the word, "Damn," not being foolish enough to even whisper it when a guard could potentially be walking by, as his eyes quickly scanned the C-rank missions. It was as he'd feared, all of them were far too easy. He gave himself a mental pat on the back for having thought up such a sneaky, if slightly dangerous plan and picked up the scrolls for the B-rank missions. Some looked promising, but he nearly resigned himself to pulling an A-rank mission when he spotted just what he was looking for. A little mining town, several days' walk from Konoha, was being terrorized by bandits that were led by at least 1 ninja of undetermined level, approximated as mid to high Junin. Apparently someone had recently discovered a gold vein in what was considered to be mostly an iron mine. Somehow bandits had gotten wind of this and had been stealing shipments of the precious metal, as well as anything else they could get their hands on, from the town as soon as it was shipped somewhere. 3 miners had also been killed in a raid. Perfect, Naruto thought as his eyes scanned over the rest of the mission details in the scroll. It was exactly what he was looking for, not too difficult, but hard enough to force some growth and team bonding. Naruto smiled under the dark towel he'd wrapped around his head for a mask, and he removed a brush, an ink bottle, and a similar-looking scroll from the pouch on his hip. It was almost too easy. A few changes here and there, removing any mention of the word ninja, as well as reducing the estimates on the number of bandits in the gang by over half, completely omitting the part about the miners getting killed, adding in wording that seemed to imply that the raids weren't all that frequent, mostly occurring when a caravan left with a shipment, and then adding the mission's name to the right list, and suddenly a B-rank mission was a C-rank mission. The only problem would be if the mission was given out before his team came up to get it. There was a solution to this problem, but it was risky. Sometimes a Junin would request a specific mission for their team, after consulting with a member of the Hokage's staff and seeing what was available. Usually it was something the less experienced Junin would do when they felt that their team was ready to start handling harder missions, but wanted to make sure that they didn't bite off more than they could chew. Kurenai would probably do it when Team 8 was ready to start doing missions again, or at least would have if they hadn't been thrown into the fire already and come out with only 1 major injury. It was because those Junin weren't used to dealing with genin in life or death situations, having had Chunin and Junin on their teams for most of their careers prior to that. It was highly unlikely that someone with Kakashi's skills and confidence in his abilities would make such a request, but if his name were to be placed on the scroll, the mission would be reserved for Team 7 regardless of how late their Junin was. After a short debate, Naruto scratched an approximation of Kakashi's signature on the scroll, rolled it back up, and put it with the other C-rank missions while he began returning everything to its proper shelf. The real copy of the mission was tucked into his pouch to be burned when he got home. Someone might either notice that the signature was not actually Kakashi's, Naruto hadn't seen the real thing in quite a few years, but he'd done the best he could, or comment to Kakashi about reserving the mission and be told that he hadn't, but the risk of them figuring out who had made the deception was low. At worst, an inquiry would be sent out, the truth would be discovered, and there would be an investigation into the possibility that the mission had intentionally been tampered with for nefarious reasons. Like the death of the last Uchiha or of the despised Jinchuriki, no one would come to the conclusion that a genin had intentionally manipulated the scroll to give his team a more difficult mission. Unless, of course, they didn't send out the inquiry and realize that the mission was not a C rank and sent out another unsuspecting genin team to handle what would probably be beyond them. Naruto shook his head. That wouldn't happen, not this time. He'd taken all of the necessary precautions, everything would be fine. And if it wasn't, he'd go straight to the third and confess everything. He wouldn't let another group of people suffer because of his mistakes. Sarutobi was a good man with a sharp mind. He'd probably be able to handle that sort of information. Maybe. As he stole out of the room and began working his way out of the tower, Naruto's mind turned briefly to the mess that had been the Wave Country mission. Hinata hadn't had any more information on Akamaru that morning, but had insisted that no news was good news since it meant he'd survived the night, which apparently was a slight concern. Even if he survived, Akamaru had lost an eye because of Naruto's foolish complacency and reliance on his supposed knowledge of the future. That was still a bitter pill to swallow, but it would be far easier to deal with if Akamaru lived. He'd learned his lesson, though, and now that he was actively changing things, he wouldn't make those mistakes again. Complacency had nearly killed Akamaru, it could have killed the rest of Team 8, and it might have helped Haku kill himself before Naruto could stop him. It was sad that it seemed everyone but him had to pay for him to learn not to rely so much on what he knew about the future. He hoped that from this point on, the punishment for his mistakes would fall on him and not some innocent bystander. He slipped through the window, down the wall, and into a side street. After checking to make sure that he wasn't being followed, he removed the towel from his head, shook the sweat from his blonde locks and casually strolled back towards his apartment. As he reached his home, a thought he hadn't considered since his time in the Wave Country dawned on him. What if it had been Haku's fate to die that day? Regardless of the team that had taken the mission, the fact remained that the same three people who had been most noticeable on the bridge that day, Haku, Zabuza, and Gato, had all met their end, just as they had the first time. If Akamaru survived, the result would be almost exactly the same as what it had been when it was his team on the bridge. Then there was the tree climbing that Team 8 had done, the fact that Zabuza had been incapacitated by Haku after the fight by the lake, the attack on Tezuna's house. Naruto didn't believe in fate, though he often had to remind himself of that, but since waking up in the past, there had been several coincidences left him wondering just how sure he was that there was no fate except the one a man makes for himself. Until I kill Orochimaru, he told the ceiling as he stared up at it and prayed for sleep to take him even if it meant more nightmares again. There are no guarantees anything will change. The Chunin exam wasn't very far off, assuming that Kakashi was fated to enter them. He had to be ready for it when the time came. It was there that he'd be fighting for his future. Chapter 15. Oh. Naruto looks like he didn't sleep at all last night, Hinata thought as she caught sight of him coming down the road towards the spot where she was waiting for him. As he walked, he gave an exaggerated, sleepy yawn, stretching his arms above his head, and then slapped his cheeks twice in an attempt to wake himself up. And instead of sleeping, he's up helping me because I'm so pathetic. She bit her lip, looked down at the ground, and closed her eyes, feeling badly for being such an inconvenience to him. Her head and eyes were lowered for less than 2 seconds before a finger poked her in the forehead. I told you not to do that, Naruto admonished her in a cheerful, though noticeably tired, voice. When you look down like that, people think they can push you around and that you're weak or afraid, but you aren't weak and it doesn't matter one damn bit if you're afraid because you're still brave and that's what counts. Hinata didn't bother to correct him, they'd had this discussion the previous day after they finished with the tree climbing and she wasn't brave enough to force him to see that he was wrong about her. Also, it was nice to have someone saying things like that, even if they weren't exactly true. Forgive. None of that either. Hinata floundered around for the correct response. Etiquette dictated that she should apologize for her mistake, but Naruto told her he didn't want her apologizing, or lowering her head, or begging forgiveness, or any of her other programmed responses. It was maddeningly difficult to overcome 13 years of training just because Naruto didn't want her doing it around him, but etiquette also demanded that she accept the conversational rules of the party she wished to speak with. Why, you're right, Naruto-kun. My mistake, she managed at last. It was still sort of an apology or at least an admission of guilt, but it didn't really break the rules he was trying to get her to follow. Naruto gave her a grin that let her know he knew what she was doing and then chuckled as he rolled his eyes. Close enough, I guess. Hinata managed a weak smile in return and handed him a small container with a light breakfast she'd prepared for him. He'd seemed to enjoy the food she made the day before and it was a way that she could, to a small extent, repay him for the kindness of helping her. Naruto happily accepted and ate ravenously as he led her back to the training grounds and over to the tree they'd climbed before. In between bites, he asked what her father had thought when she told him about the mission to the Wave Country. Hinata's answer was vague and Naruto eventually let it drop. The truth was that her father hadn't said much after she'd told him of the mission. She imagined that he was somewhat pleased to have a bridge named after his daughter and that she'd been something of an asset to her team, but was displeased that only through the intervention of a stranger, or ghost, had her team to survive and that she had done so little against Haku and Zabuza in the two main battles. All things considered, she was just happy that he hadn't felt her failures on the mission had brought disgrace to the clan. A neutral response to her mission was better than a negative one and was probably better than she deserved. Just as Naruto had the day before, he made Hinata climb the tree on her own at first, to see what she'd retained. Her first attempt was pitiful, it was hard to focus with his eyes following her every movement, but after that she managed to calm her nerves and, to her great surprise, was able to make it all the way to the top of the tree on her next attempt. She'd had to climb the tree at a run, but it was a vast improvement over what she'd been capable of previously, so much so that she was certain she could have done it while running slower or even while walking. Before she could hop from branch to make her way down, Naruto was in the tree with her. "Let's walk down," he suggested. Creative writing courses. Hinata swallowed hard and followed the tree trunk with her eyes all the way to the ground. It was a long ways. If she slipped going down, it would probably be more difficult to right herself in the air or catch onto a branch to save herself from a painful, and life-threatening, landing than it would when she was traveling in the opposite direction. "You can do it," Naruto assured her calmly. "It's just like going up. The only difference is the direction you're facing." Hinata nodded uncertainly and took a deep breath. Naruto said she could do it, but she was beginning to find that Naruto had far more confidence in her than previous observations of her attempts should have warranted. If he ever spoke to anyone who really knew her, like the clan elders or her father, they would set the record straight in no time. But those people, thankfully, weren't here and she didn't want to disappoint him. She took a second deep breath, tried to focus, and placed her feet against the tree. Naruto had been a little mistaken when he said it, the only difference between going down and up was which direction you were looking. With every step she took, gravity tried to pull her down, to speed up her steps. It would be easy to try to run down the tree, but much more dangerous. If she ran, letting gravity pull her to higher and higher speeds, she would probably just run straight into the ground at the same speed as if she'd fallen. Going down meant she had to force herself to go slow, and that was a pretty hard thing to keep up. Naruto, however, didn't seem to be having any problems with it at all. He walked step for step with her, whispering encouragement and telling her to stay focused. Unfortunately, the sound of him telling her to focus was making it very difficult to actually do so. She had only managed about 10 steps when it happened. Naruto, still trying to encourage her, gently touched her hand and whispered, "You're almost halfway there." His touch was so unexpected that the last of her shaky concentration, along with her foot, slipped. Hinata pitched forward and completed a full flip in the air before Naruto's hand caught hold of hers. For a half second, it almost looked like he had saved her from the fall, but then her hands, sweaty with nervousness from being around him and the exertion of the training, slipped from his grasp and down she went. She landed hard on her back, the wet early morning grass as her only cushion, and felt all of the air rush out from her lungs. She hadn't even had a chance to think about sitting up before Naruto was kneeling next to her. "Hinata-chan," he yelled as if the fall had knocked out her hearing instead of her breath. "God, Hinata-chan, are you okay? I'm so sorry, ID." Hinata reached up and poked him in the forehead. "And none of that," she croaked as she did her best to pull air back into her deflated lungs. Naruto looked surprised and then smiled. It was at that moment that Hinata realized what she had just done. She pulled her finger away from him as if she'd been burned and quickly sat up, her face on fire. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. "Sorry," he said again, "that was my fault, I shouldn't have distracted you. You were just doing so well, I guess I wasn't thinking, my bad." "And no, Naruto-kun, it's okay, I can't expect it to always be perfectly quiet when I use this, I should not have let anything distract me. The fault was mine." Naruto smiled. "Should we just agree that we both screwed up and call it even?" If you want, Naruto-kun. Are you ready to try it again?" Hinata wasn't, but she didn't want to tell him that. The second trip down the tree was roughly the same as the first. It was still difficult, but this time Naruto kept his mouth shut and his hands to himself. Hinata was only a few meters off the ground when she lost her footing again, this time because her body was growing tired after spending so much energy keeping her glued to the tree. The fall would have been short, but Naruto was prepared for it and caught her by the back of her jacket before she hit the ground. After talking a little bit about how to hold her legs to keep the pressure of gravity from forcing her to move faster than she wanted to, Naruto asked if she would like to spar. Creative Writing Courses book. Online writing communities. Hinata had wondered if he would bring this up, hoping that he wouldn't. She could barely control her nervousness while training in front of her father and other clan members. How much worse would it be with his eyes on her? She tried to advise him that Hyuga didn't use the same taijutsu style as what was taught in the academy and even started to give him a short explanation of what the Juken style was, but he waved her off before she'd managed to say more than a few words. According to Naruto, he knew she did some sort of weird taijutsu and was interested in seeing it. He also guessed, quite astutely, that her teachers in the clan made her nervous when she trained in front of them. He thought that if she practiced on him in a spot where there was no one around that she felt the need to impress, she would have a much easier time of it. That way she'd be able to build up her confidence so that when she was called upon to demonstrate her skill in front of other members of her clan, she'd be much calmer. When the time came, she could imagine she was training with him and pretend that all of those people who normally made her nervous weren't there. This, of course, was quite the opposite of how she felt about the situation. The thought of failing in front of him terrified her far more than failing in front of her father. That, at least, she was used to. On the other hand, she couldn't tell Naruto that without practically blurting out her feelings for him, so she had no choice but to weakly nod and accept his offer. Within a few minutes, however, she was wishing she'd humiliated herself by confessing instead of walking into the humiliation that was to come. Naruto apparently hadn't just improved in his chakra control since leaving the academy. His taijutsu, while unorthodox and seemingly full of holes, was, to put it mildly, incredible. He never attacked her and didn't even try to block her strikes. He simply spent the next 10 minutes or so dancing around her. To make matters worse, every now and then he would reach out a hand and tap her on the stomach, or the ribs, or her arm, and once up near her neck. It was distracting and embarrassing at the same time. Not only couldn't she touch him, but he was able to score points on her at will and with no apparent effort. If he was a Juken user, he could have killed her 10 times over before they were done. In fact, even using regular punches and kicks, he could probably have killed her several times. And then at the end of their spar, as if to rub salt in the gaping wounds her meager pride had already sustained, just as she was trying to land one desperate blow to his stomach, Naruto's left foot slid forward and easily knocked her off balance. A light tap to the shoulder sent her to the ground. Hinata suspected that if her father could see her now, lying in the damp grass having just made a mockery out of her family's ancient taijutsu style, she'd have found her personal items outside the Hyuga gate by the time she got home and would have had to spend the rest of the day apartment hunting. Books. Naruto reached down to help her up. There was a smile was on his face and he surprisingly didn't seem mad at her for being such a bad sparring partner. In fact, he seemed rather happy about something. Naruto-kun spent all those years being told how bad he was at everything. It must feel good to be able to beat someone whose family is supposed to be one of the elites, Hinata thought dejectedly as she let him pull her to her feet. I am sore. Naruto poked her in the head with more force than any of his light taps from their sparring. Don't apologize, he commanded in a surprisingly stern voice that left no room for argument. It was a voice that she'd heard her father use when give orders he expected to be carried out to the letter. Then he smiled and the authoritative aura around him vanished. You did just fine. I did. Yup, in fact, you're a lot better than I thought you would be. Given how badly she'd just been beaten, Hinata wondered how what he must have thought of her before for this to be seen as being a lot better than expected. She'd been entertaining ideas of Naruto thinking so highly of her for the last 24 hours, but now the truth seemed to be that she was simply surprising him by having slightly more skill than Large Rock. How silly of her to think that he was actually impressed by her. My problem is, he continued, since you're this good, I'm not sure what your problem is. I mean, I don't know your family's style or anything, so I can't give you pointers on form, but you seem to move pretty well. Maybe you could stand to be a little more unpredictable. Take a shot at hitting me when you see the opening even if it doesn't exactly fit in with the Juken's traditional movements, but, he paused and frowned, biting his lip thoughtfully. Is this how you do things when you work in front of your family instructors? Hinata thought back over her sparring session with Naruto and tried to compare it to memories of her training with Hanabi. Perhaps she had done a little better with Naruto, especially once it became clear how much of a gap there was between him and her, if for no other reason than because she desperately wanted to impress him, even if just a little. Of course, she always wanted to impress her father as well and generally tried to do her best against her sister. But with Naruto it was different, she realized. Even though she'd been unable to do anything against him, he hadn't acted angry or disappointed. In fact, she didn't think she'd ever seen him look at her as if he were disappointed, he just accepted where she was at and tried to help her improve. Her feelings for him, and the nervousness they produced, aside, his calm, encouraging smile left her feeling far less stressed than the gaze her father normally fixed her with, where she knew that the moment she made a mistake he would frown and shake his head in resigned disappointment. I think why you make me less nervous than my father does. Sometimes, she whispered, feeling that she might be betraying her family by admitting such foolishness. Naruto nodded and graced her with an understanding smile. Okay then, I can maybe help you with that. Hinata was about to ask him how, when he brought his hands together and said, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Suddenly 3 more Narutos appeared behind him. The 3 clones instantly brought their hands together and said, Henji no Jutsu. A cloud of smoke enveloped them, and when it cleared, 3 copies of her father were standing before her, scowling fiercely. The only hint that they weren't really him was the fact that there were 3 marks on each of their cheeks that looked exactly like the whisker marks, as she'd sometimes thought of them, on Naruto's face. The 3 immediately sat down and began staring at her with the stern look she'd often seen from her father. It was amazing how good of an impression Naruto was doing of him, considering that he couldn't have seen him more than just a few times in his entire life. Do I make you nervous, Hinata-chan? Her father asked, glaring at her from his seated position. Book. Hinata didn't answer but started to take an involuntary step backwards. She wasn't sure what Naruto was trying to do, but it wasn't very pleasant at the moment, and she wished he'd just go back to humiliating her while they sparred. As she backed away, she bumped into something behind her. She turned and found another copy of her father staring down his nose at her, his arms crossed in front of his chest. I asked you a question. The disguised Naruto growled in her father's voice. Do I make you nervous? Why yes, she whispered, cowering before him. Even knowing that it was simply Naruto in disguise, she couldn't seem to overcome the natural fear she felt whenever her father looked at her like that. Look at me, he demanded, and she was forced to comply. Why are you scared of me? Naruto-kun, I. Her father's face relaxed as Naruto probably realized that he might be taking it too far, but his eyes continued to bore into her. Answer the question, he told her sternly. I don't know, she admitted, turning her eyes towards the ground. I just want to make him proud. But I can't, because I'm too weak. Hinata-chan, Naruto's voice whispered, you aren't weak. She looked up and found that Naruto was no longer transformed, though the 3 clones of her father were still sitting there, watching. Naruto-kun, Sorry, that might not have been the best idea, he admitted. I just wanted to make sure that I was remembering where you and your dad were at this point. Come on, one more round, he said, smiling so kindly at her that she didn't think she could have refused him no matter what he asked of her. Your dad's watching, but who cares? You can only do your best. Worrying about what impresses him won't help you. Just relax and forget about everything but you and me and what we're doing, got it? Hinata swallowed hard and nodded. She took a deep breath, settled her body into a shaky approximation of the Juken first stance, and activated her Byakugan. Naruto was already in his, whatever he would call that unorthodox form, still smiling. It's just you and me, Hinata-chan, nothing else. Just 2 friends helping each other get stronger. It doesn't matter what your dad thinks, or says, or does. When you show him how strong you really are, I'm absolutely positive he'll acknowledge it, and he'll probably feel stupid for having not realized how amazing you were earlier. And then you two will probably argue, as quietly and politely as possible, who was really at fault for at least a couple of weeks. Hinata didn't trust herself to speak, so she simply nodded, trying not to notice the 3 clones, which she could easily see even though they were situated to the side and behind her, or think about who they represented. She wished Naruto had asked her before transforming into her father, though she supposed it forced her to voice her real feelings. For some reason, having her father watching her, even when she knew it wasn't actually him, made this time with Naruto feel wrong. This morning and the one before it had been her time to enjoy the company of the person she admired most, even if it generally involved her feeling nervous and inadequate. With her father, or at least the image of her father, sitting there watching her, the joy was lost. Naruto moved first, surprising her since he hadn't really attacked once during the first time they sparred. His fists came in high, easily allowing her to duck under them, but his foot shot out as she did and her legs were swept out from under her. She landed on her butt in the dirt, but didn't have time to let the shock of the moment settle in as Naruto's other foot was already coming around to kick her. Hinata laid herself flat on the ground and then rolled away as Naruto's foot came down with enough force to actually crack the ground. As she scrambled to her feet, she heard a familiar voice call out from behind her. Come on, Hinata-chan. Kick his ass. Those were words that voice had never and should never say. At least not in her presence. Without turning her head, she could see the 3 clones of her father standing and cheering her on. Hey, dumbasses, Naruto yelled, stopping and looking at them with an annoyed frown. You're supposed to be her father. Act stern and, like Hiyashi. The 3 Hiyashis stuck out their tongues at Naruto, and one even went so far as to turn around and slap his butt at the blonde before making a rude gesture with his hand. Hinata closed her eyes and pressed her lips very tightly together as she tried not to let out the giggle that was threatening to escape. It was so absurd to see her father acting like Naruto. Of course, in doing so the clones automatically forced her mind to label them as not being her father, in case there was any confusion, but it was still funny. She supposed that it might be dishonorable of her to laugh at her father being made fun of, unintentionally or not, but it took so much concentration to keep from laughing at the sight that she couldn't spare the thought to dwell on how bad of a daughter she was being. Sorry about that, Hinata-chan, Naruto said, bringing her back to the here and now. They're just supposed to sit there and help you get used to tuning out your father while you spar. It's okay, Naruto-kun. It was funny. Yeah, see, one of the clones shouted. She liked it, so shut the hell up. Naruto shook his head. Alright, where were, he paused as he felt his shoulder freeze up and looked down to find Hinata's fingers lightly pressed against his arm. Hey. Hinata couldn't believe what she had done. It had been an impulse. Something about Naruto's comment to her about being less predictable earlier had popped into her head, and she'd given into the idea before she even realized what she was doing. Technically there had been no pause in their fight, though both of them had been distracted by the clones, so anytime either wanted to, they could have attacked the other. Not that that made it very fair, of course. You cheated, Naruto said in an accusing, though amused, voice. You didn't call a timeout, one Hiyashi noted. She didn't have to wait for you to start again. You're getting your ass kicked by a girl, yelled another. Go Hinata-chan. The one next to him shook his head and added, just be glad that it's Hinata-chan, so at least it's going to be a respectable defeat. What if it was Moegi-chan or Ino? You'd never live it down. Naruto bowed his head in defeat and sighed. I guess this is what I get for telling you to be more unpredictable, but I never thought I'd see the day when Hyuga Hinata would take advantage of an unsuspecting friend. I think I'm a bad influence on you, Hinata-chan. The rest of the sparring session went about like their first, though Naruto did occasionally throw punches and kicks, mostly just to keep her on her toes, Hinata thought. Even with a shoulder that should have been partially incapacitated, Naruto was still clearly superior to her in every way she could see. The clones cheered for her throughout the match, occasionally making her laugh and making what would have been another humiliating defeat a little more fun. Once they had finished and cooled down, Naruto walked her home. Along the way he told her that his Junin, Kakashi, was planning on getting a C-ranked mission for them, so there was a good chance that he wouldn't be around for the next week or so. Keep practicing, though, he told her, unnecessarily, I want to see how awesome a tree climber you are when I get back. Oh, and if you have to spar with Hanabi, don't worry about your dad or anyone else who's watching, just pretend you're with me, be a little unpredictable and kick her ass. Or, whatever Hyuga siblings do. He paused and contemplated it for a moment, and then said, politely paddle her fanny, maybe. Hinata wasn't sure if that was supposed to be a joke, but she giggled softly and hoped she'd judged him right. Then, as the gate to her clan's quarters came into view, a thought occurred to her. She'd never told Naruto that she and Hanabi sparred while their father was instructing them. It wasn't really hard to guess, of course, but it was weird that he said it like it was a known fact. Naruto-kun, how did you know I spar with Hanabi-chan in front of father? Naruto's eyes widened briefly. Just a guess, he glanced up at the rising sun and frowned, is it that late already? Sorry, Hinata-chan, I've got to go. I'm going to be late. I'll see you when we get back. Training kicked in and Hinata quickly bowed at the waist. Oh of course, Naruto-kun, have a good trip. I will see you when you return. When she looked up, he was already gone. Were Hinata a more suspicious person, she might have thought that Naruto was dodging the question, but she was quite the opposite of a suspicious person, especially when it came to Naruto, so she let it go and went inside to get cleaned up before going to see Kiba and Akamaru. To say that Naruto was pleased with himself would be an understatement. By his estimation, he was probably one of the sneakiest, most clever, and intelligent ninja around. Not only was Hinata already looking like she might be ahead of where she'd been in the original timeline, and if she was able to imagine her father acting like his clones and relax enough to beat her little sister during one of their sparring matches, she'd be even better off, but his team would soon be on its way towards the sort of danger and excitement that built friendships and inspired rivalries. Or at least, he hoped it would do those things with his team. There was a near disaster when Iruka told Kakashi that they had the mission ready for him, but Kakashi didn't seem to notice the vague reference to the fact that a mission had been specifically set aside for his team. In all actuality, Kakashi probably had noticed. Very little seemed to slip past him, but since he hadn't actually requested a mission, he might have assumed that Iruka did not mean it in that way. Regardless, he didn't say anything and the right mission was given to them, so all of Naruto's hard work the night before did not go unrewarded. As soon as they exited the tower, Kakashi told them to head home, pick up any last-minute items they might need for the trip, and then meet him at the village gates in 1 hour. Naruto was so elated that things had worked out and so excited to get going that he was at the gates in less than 10 minutes. It was strange to see the gates intact and undamaged, though he'd known they would be, of course. It filled him with a peculiar sense of peace to be once again reminded that the village he loved was back to the way it was supposed to be. No destroyed walls, no burnt gates, none of the sights he'd taken to associating with this portion of the village existed yet. And, with a little luck and a bit of help from him, those massive 10-meter-tall gates would be just as impressive 2 decades from now as they were today. Unfortunately, his speedy arrival left him standing around for nearly an hour and a half before Sasuke, Sakura, and lastly, by a good 25 minutes, Kakashi joined him. While he was excited to see the gates as they were meant to be, he wasn't that excited about it. After 30 minutes, when Sasuke showed up, he'd grown tired of just staring up at them and was glad for the distraction. Sasuke greeted him with a grunt and wandered off to the side to lean against a tree. Naruto peered at him quizzically, happy to have something new to look at and also wondering what his deal was. Sasuke had been acting strangely the past few days. Strange for Sasuke, at least. He still hadn't accepted Naruto's offered help that he was careful to not actually call help, but up until yesterday he hadn't seemed all that irritated at Naruto, outside of being annoyed at having to continuously refuse apparently unwanted overtures. There was also a chance that it was a residual grudge from the teamwork building training Kakashi had given them, but that didn't explain Sasuke acting nice to him once or twice during their missions the previous day. And, so far as Naruto was concerned, it was pretty obvious that the teamwork building had been sabotaged by Kakashi, so it wasn't really his fault anyway. The bastard's moody, that's all, Naruto concluded unsatisfactorily. Thankfully, Sakura wasn't far behind Sasuke, when was she ever? So he didn't have to dwell on his dark-haired friend's mood swings for long. What was even better was that she was willing, happy even, to talk to him about the mission and how cool it was that they were finally getting a chance to get out of the village for a mission. Sakura didn't think it was quite as exciting as he felt, or acted like he felt it was, but then she'd taken a few trips out of the village with her family, so to her leaving the village wasn't quite as big of a deal, and she'd always been the more nervous member of Team 7. She hadn't heard of the mining town they were heading to either, but her father knew a little about it. Some business associate of his had mentioned it in passing a few weeks earlier, and he'd told her what he could remember while she packed up the last of her things. Nothing her father had told her was especially interesting, most of it was covered in the scroll describing the mission that Naruto had read the night before, but he listened politely anyway while she recounted it to him. Once Kakashi finally showed up, all 3 genin were ready to race at full speed towards their destination, but he made them take a slower pace, explaining that they would need their energy once they reached their destination. After all, guarding gold shipments from potential bandit attack would be hard work. It was best to conserve their strength while they had the chance, especially since they didn't have to be there until the next convoy of wagons transported a gold shipment in a few days. Since they didn't have any civilians, like a certain annoying bridge builder, for instance, with them, their pace, though slower than impatient genin would have liked, seemed far faster than Naruto's memories of how trip to the wave country had gone. And without anyone to bother them, they all, generally meaning everyone but Sasuke, chatted amiably, and the journey was quite enjoyable. When they stopped for the night, having covered about a third of the distance to the town, Kakashi gave each a chore and set them to it while he scouted the area. Naruto's clones collected firewood while he dug out the fire pit, Sasuke pitched the tents and stored their supplies, and Sakura found a fast-moving stream they could drink from and even caught 2 fish for in addition to their dinner rations. By the time Kakashi returned, the genin had a nice fire going, thanks to a fire jutsu from Sasuke, and their fish were nearly done. He congratulated them on a job well done, and the meal was enjoyed by all. As they finished their meal, the genin were told to take an hour or so training by themselves, or with each other, if they wanted, and then return to their tents and get some sleep so they would be fresh and ready to go early in the morning. Sasuke quickly headed into the woods, leaving half of his fish behind to be quickly gobbled up by Naruto. Sakura stared after him for a moment and looked like she might follow, but instead went off by herself. Once the food was gone, Naruto was instantly following Sasuke's path. He found the dark-haired boy standing in front of a large ash tree, several kunai slashes already marking its trunk roughly halfway up. He watched quietly as Sasuke ran at the tree, pushing his way up step by step and then marking his spot, a little higher than his previous best mark, as he flipped away from the trunk and landed almost back where he'd started. He looked up at his progress, cursed, and then started again. After 2 more attempts he paused and glanced over his shoulder. "If you're here to gloat, I don't want to hear it." Why would I gloat? Naruto asked as he stepped out from behind the tree he'd been hiding behind. I've seen you, Sasuke replied in an irritated voice. You already know how to do this. Naruto shrugged, it's not such an amazing trick that I'd brag about it. It just takes practice and control. Yeah, I guess you and Sakura are pretty goddamn smart, this isn't even a challenge for either of you. Good thing I'm on your team so you two can cover up how pathetic I am. What's Sakura-chan got to do with this? Sasuke scowled. You both figured it out so easily, his voice trailed off and he turned back to the tree. I don't care though, I'll get it without you. I can't believe I almost took you up on your offers. I don't need you, either of you. Naruto looked at Sasuke in exasperation and then shook his head. How stupid are you? He demanded. Sasuke rounded on him with rage in his eyes, but Naruto didn't care if he was trampling on the boy's pride. Sasuke needed it spelled out here and now. The things coming out of his mouth were already dangerously close to what he'd been saying when he went to Orochimaru. This was yet another way in which character traits seemed to have accelerated, but unlike Hinata and Sakura, this one wasn't going to be helpful. It had to be crushed, now. Sakura and I don't care about being better than you, dumbass. And we don't care about you being better than us, either. We just want to help you and we hope that you'll help us when we need it. I didn't kick your ass the other day to make myself look good or to show you up, I did it because it was the only way I could see to help you. You're my friend, believe it or not, and I want to help you be the strongest ninja you can possibly be. All that stuff you said about killing your brother and rebuilding your clan back when we were first put on this team, I want to help you do all of it. I want to watch your back while you kill Itachi. I want to be there when you get married. I want to smoke cigars and laugh with you when your kids are born. If you ask me to teach you something or help you with something, I will. I might tease you a little, especially when you've been acting like a stuck-up prick, but I won't think less of you for not knowing everything or needing help learning something new. The only way I'd ever think less of you is if you're so goddamn weak and pathetic that you can't get over your own ego and get the help you need. Because if you can't do that much, it'll prove that you're too stupid to be worth the work it takes to be your friend. Sasuke stared at him long and hard. The anger in his eyes was gone, replaced by something else that Naruto couldn't identify. Then he snorted and actually smiled a small, but genuine smile. Do you really mean all of that? I don't go back on my word. Sasuke's grin grew a tiny bit larger. You think you're going to help me rebuild my clan? From the tone of the other boy's voice, Naruto suspected this was an attempt at a joke. Sakura would be horrified to see Sasuke being corrupted like this. Maybe I'll cheer you on from another room. Unless that would be too distracting. I'd hate to think I was doing anything that would be, detrimental to your performance. Sasuke rolled his eyes. No, I'm sure that will be exactly what I want to be thinking about while I'm. His voice trailed off and his cheeks flushed ever so slightly at the thought. They were quiet for a moment and then Naruto asked, so, do you want some pointers? I'm not a little girl that needs you to hold my hand, Sasuke replied with a smirk. Naruto laughed. I thought it felt like someone was watching us. He glanced up at Sasuke's marks on the tree and then said, I can't promise not to hold your hand, but if you let me help you, you'll get the hang of it a lot quicker. Believe it or not, your friends can actually help you get stronger. Sasuke frowned, but Naruto couldn't tell if it was at the word, friend, or at the still foreign idea of getting help, or maybe he was finding it odd to have been joking with Naruto a second ago. Alright, Sasuke said at last, just don't forget, I don't swing that way. Naruto's smile widened. Then buddy, you'd better get yourself a girlfriend, I hear there's a whole underground group of male Uchihatards da. Uchihatards. Naruto scratched the back of his head. They're the, girls. Well, people, I guess, that follow you around and worship the ground you walk on. And you call them Uchihatards. Naruto found it difficult to believe that Sasuke had missed the snickers and whispers amongst the boys in their class whenever the kunoichi in training fought over who would sit next to him, or talk to him, or pass him a sheet of paper, but apparently even Sasuke wasn't always aware of everything around him. In a way, it was sort of funny that Uchiha Sasuke, the genius with the sad past who was fawned over so much by the village, had missed something that was so completely out in the open. As far as he knew, most, if not all, of those who were considered to be Uchihatarded knew about the nickname that had been bestowed upon them. We've got to call them something, don't we? He asked with a shrug. The Sasuke fan club doesn't have as nice of a ring to it if you ask me. Sasuke still didn't look impressed, or pleased. Kiba came up with it. I think, Naruto offered lamely, blame him. Sasuke stared at his blonde teammate a moment longer before shaking his head. Whatever. I don't care about those annoying pests. What about Sakura-chan? The question was phrased innocently enough, but Sasuke's face darkened instantly and one hand clenched into a fist. What's that supposed to mean? Naruto waved his hands placatingly. Nothing, nothing. I just noticed that you two trained together a lot and since she was one of the Queen Uchihatards. She's not like that anymore. Sasuke snapped far too quickly. Naruto nodded. It took all of his willpower not to raise an eyebrow or drop a thinly veiled suggestion as to what Sasuke's defense of Sakura might mean. Instead he merely said, well, that's good, because she could probably teach you this stuff better than I can. She has way better chakra control than either of us could ever hope to get. He waited a moment for a reply, but didn't get one, so he wandered over to Sasuke's tree and looked up at it. Wow, you figured this out a lot faster than I thought you would. Again Sasuke didn't respond. Naruto glanced over at his future friend and decided to take a risk. They'd joked around a little, which was a good start, but if Sasuke still couldn't bring himself to accept Naruto's offer of help, then he really hadn't made any progress at all. Well, I guess you didn't need my help after all. I'll see you back at camp, Sasuke. Wait, Sasuke called out through clenched teeth before Naruto had taken 2 steps, can you show me how to do it better? Naruto didn't bother trying to keep the happy smile off of his face as he walked back to where his friend stood and spent the next 10 minutes figuring out how Sasuke was doing it and giving him tips on how he could improve. By the time they headed back to camp, Sasuke could run a full 15 steps more than he'd been able to do before and could also walk several steps up the tree as well. Naruto estimated that with another day or 2 of practice, Sasuke would have it perfected. He could tell that his friend wasn't totally pleased about having to accept help from someone he no doubt considered to be inferior, both in terms of skill and potential, but the fact was that Sasuke was a smart guy. He would see the results from Naruto's help and quickly catch on that his teammates weren't just deadweight for him to carry, they could help him achieve his goals as well. Or at least Naruto hoped that was the lesson he would take from their little training session. Time would tell if this moment of camaraderie and friendship was just a one-time thing while no one else was around or if it was the beginning of a real friendship. On the way back to camp, he decided to test it out and tried striking up a conversation with Sasuke. They didn't talk about anything serious, just something funny from their missions. Really, it didn't matter what it was, only that Sasuke talked back, not a lot, of course, but enough to show that he wasn't just tolerating the conversation in hopes that Naruto would soon shut up. Sasuke was actually chuckling when they reached the camp and found Sakura and Kakashi cleaning up the site and preparing for bed. Kakashi didn't seem to notice or care that the two were coming back together, and actually appearing to like each other, or that Sasuke looked like he'd just done 100 laps around Konoha on his hands. Sakura, on the other hand, tracked them with her eyes from the moment they entered camp until they all retreated into their tents for the evening with Kakashi in one tent and the 3 genin in the other. The next day was nearly identical to the first. The team woke up, broke camp, continued on their journey for most of the day with only a few stops to eat or rest, and then made camp and trained a little before bed. Naruto again helped Sasuke, who actually seemed to welcome his help and his presence time around, though he was needed far less help than the first night. That, coupled with Sakura's seemingly ever-improving view of him and the fact that he'd managed to get his team on a difficult mission comparable to one they were supposed to have taken to the Wave Country, had Naruto in high spirits during their easy journey. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, they reached their destination. The change in the environment as they neared the mining town was as shocking as it was impossible to miss. Team 7 literally walked around a picturesque wooded hill and suddenly found themselves in the midst of a near wasteland. In front of them 3 small mountains formed a semicircle around a small lake in what was probably once a grassy plain. 2 of the 3 mountains had been striped of their surface plant life and topsoil and had long, deep groves winding up them. This, Naruto assumed, had something to do with the mining being done on them. The 3rd was in the process of joining the other 2 as it had been cleared from the top to about a quarter of the way down. It actually took Naruto a moment to realize that he was looking at water and not more dirt when he glanced at the lake and the small stream that fed into it. The water had become a rusty brown color instead of the usual blue with a sort of green tinge around the edges. "What is this, sensei?" Sakura asked for all of them. "The mining town Kogen," he replied calmly as if the devastated environment were perfectly normal. He pointed to the small cluster of brown houses that blended into the side of the hill so well the genin hadn't even noticed them. Sakura wondered aloud why anyone would live in such an ugly place. No one offered an answer. Naruto's nose twitched as a foul, stale scent in the air hit him, probably from the polluted lake. "This place smells bad," he whispered, his good mood evaporating instantly. "Let's go find the foreman," Kakashi suggested as he began walking towards the town. "He's the one we're supposed to report to." Kogan looked ugly from afar, a dirty town at the base of a desolate strip of land, and the nearby lake smelled disgusting. Up close it was even worse. The houses did not appear to blend into the stripped hill naturally, though it was impossible to guess what their original color was, but their cracked, wooden walls and sheet metal roofs had been recolored thanks to a thick covering of dust and soot from years of mining. The water's stench only grew stronger as the Genin team entered town, and soon the noxious fumes choked every breath they took. This is already the worst mission ever, Naruto groaned, wishing he'd picked a boring C-ranked mission that would have taken his team somewhere pleasant. Sakura nodded in agreement. The villagers were nearly as dirty as their town, which, given that most of them probably worked in the mine, made sense. They walked about as though dead tired, though they called out greetings to each other in the sort of jovial way that comes from working long hours together. The restaurants and bars seemed to be the most popular places in town. Each place Team 7 passed had small crowds of hungry miners either looking for food or looking to get drunk. A few men, and one burly woman, whistled at Sakura when they spotted her, causing her to take a small step closer to Sasuke as they walked by. Sasuke didn't react one way or another to Sakura moving closer to him. He simply continued to slowly scan the area, his dark eyes flashing from side to side, catching every movement of every villager they came across. These people don't act like they're being terrorized, he noted as they approached the shack designated as the office for the mine foreman. Naruto hadn't noticed it until Sasuke pointed it out, but he quickly saw what his friend was talking about. They aren't acting scared at all. They're just walking around like everything is normal. The attacks aren't all that frequent, Kakashi pointed out. It could be that they either don't think it will keep happening or else only get scared when they are preparing to make another shipment. Naruto doubted that Kakashi believed what he was saying. He was far too smart to dismiss such strange behavior. Had Kakashi read the actual mission briefing, he would have been even more disturbed. These people should have been huddled in fear, watching any approaching group of strangers with apprehension and suspicion, not drunkenly whistling at a pretty girl and wandering around out in the open without a care in the world. Something was definitely wrong. They entered the foreman's office, which was just a dirty room full of digging equipment, a few maps, and a desk that had seen better days, and presented themselves to the man who had ordered the mission. The foreman was a large, older man with a thick barrel chest. His loose-fitting kimono was pulled out in places and hanging down over his hakama. Both were brown, though it was hard to tell if it was because they were dirty or if that was their actual color. He was looking over a map when they entered the room and didn't appear to notice them, despite Naruto clearing his throat twice and Kakashi saying, "Excuse me," for nearly 2 full minutes. When he finally looked up at them, they could see that his face sported a thin beard and the sort of splotchy tan that came from being sunburned and peeling several times recently. His dark hair was cut short and laid flat against his large head. It also looked like it hadn't been washed in a month. "What do you want?" he demanded in a baritone voice. "We're the ninja from Konoha," Kakashi said as calmly as if the man had greeted them politely. The man's eyes narrowed as he looked down on Sakura, Sasuke, and especially the orange-clad Naruto. "I asked for real ninja, these look like babies to me." "They are definitely real ninja," Kakashi replied quickly, no doubt hoping to cut off the fight that was likely to erupt given the scowls Sasuke and Naruto were sporting. "This is Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Uzumaki Naruto. I'm Hitaki Kakashi." The man clearly wasn't impressed. "Well, if you don't get the job done, I'll be demanding my money back and sending my business elsewhere from now on. Konohagakure's prices must be getting too expensive if this is all I get for that much money." "We get it, old man," Naruto growled, "you're not impressed. Why don't you stop complaining and tell us what you want us to do so we can get out of this stink hole?" "Ignore him, sir," Sakura quickly said, putting her hand over Naruto's mouth before he could say anything else. "He's just tired from our long trip. Your town is very, lovely." The foreman looked from Sakura to Naruto, who was struggling to add another description to the town around her hand. Then he snorted and shook his head. "Baby ninja, what will they think of next? My name's Ikijiro Hanbei, you can call me Hanbei-sama." "I'm going to call you Hanbi, Memph," Naruto managed to get out before Sakura's hand clamped over his mouth once more. "We look forward to helping you, Hanbei-sama," the pink-haired Kunoichi said with as polite a bow as she could offer, with her right hand still on Naruto's mouth. "Huh, I'm sure," Hanbei grunted as he motioned for them to follow him out the door. Hanbei led them through the town, telling them a little about the mining operation, pointing out areas of interest, and explaining the events surrounding the bandit attacks. The attacks had started several weeks ago, shortly after the gold vein was discovered. Much to Naruto's chagrin, he mentioned the deaths of the 3 miners from the original mission request that he'd had to erase to make sure it was an appropriate C-rank mission for his team, but Kakashi didn't react to the news and even Sakura only made a small gasp of surprise. Hanbei was convinced that the bandits were hiding in a series of caves on the other side of one of the mountains, but had no real evidence to back up this claim. "That's where I'd hide," was all he would say about it. The next shipment of golden iron was scheduled to go out the following day, heading for a nearby town that specialized in refining and metalworking. If the bandits continued to act as they had, the shipment would be attacked shortly after leaving town and all of the ore would be stolen. Then, they would either come into town and cause farther trouble or vanish to wherever they were hiding themselves. "Why isn't anyone acting scared?" Sasuke asked as Hanbei led them into one of the larger bars that also had rooms for rent above it. The town rarely had visitors, the foreman explained, so the rooms were almost never used. Not that this meant Team 7 wouldn't have to pay for their room, if anything, it ensured that they would. Hanbei paused for a split second in mid-stride as if caught off guard. "We're used to danger and death," he replied with a shrug, almost managing to cover his hesitation. "Mining isn't safe, bandits aren't that unusual, life goes on." Naruto again wondered how it was that he'd never heard of this town. If bandits weren't unusual, surely they would have sent in mission requests on a regular basis. He should have seen something about it at some point. Of course, just because he read, approved, and assigned a mission didn't mean that he remembered all of the details for that mission. It was possible that he'd read the town name a few times and simply didn't remember. It was equally likely, a little voice told him, that this mission was more dangerous than even a B-ranked mission should have been, and that after wiping out whatever unprepared team had drawn the mission originally, the bandits had destroyed the town. Maybe messing up the Wave Country mission wasn't such a bad thing after all. Perhaps by doing that, and making sure that Team 8 was able to complete it, he was going to be able to save even more people than he'd realized he could. After showing them to their room, Hanbei left to go take care of some random mine business that he didn't elaborate on. Naruto and his teammates weren't exactly tired, but Kakashi urged them to spend what was left of the day resting and preparing themselves for tomorrow, when they would be facing their first mission that was supposed to be dangerous, unlike others that were made dangerous by Naruto's mistakes. He went over tactics with them, had them check their equipment, and made a rudimentary plan for defending a small group of wagons. By the time he was finished, one of his genin was looking nervous, another confident, and the third full of excitement that came from something other than his hyperactive nature. They were as ready as they could possibly be. In the back of a cave, dug deep into the side of a mountain, a man sat quietly contemplating the fire that burned in the pit in front of him. Around him a dozen or more men leaned against the cave walls or sat in the dirt waiting for him to give an order or to accidentally reveal where he was keeping their money, at which point they would have tried to kill him. And probably would have failed miserably. It wasn't a cold night, and even in the dank cave the fires kept the air relatively warm, but a shiver ran through his body. Without looking up from the flames he smiled. "You bring news?" he asked as he held on hand out, gently caressing the flames and watching as they danced and swirled around his hand. It was an action that was as much to remind the hired thugs surrounding him what he was capable of as it was to take pleasure in his ability. After a few seconds of playing, he withdrew his hand from the fire and looked up at his guest. Hanbei stepped into the well-lit area and nodded hurriedly, his hands rubbing together nervously. "The ninja arrived today," he said quietly, his dark eyes darting about the cave trying to watch every member of the gang simultaneously. It was not unknown for even an unintentional insult to result in a swift execution. Once he'd sent a fellow miner to deliver a message instead of coming himself. The next morning, the man's head had been waiting for him on his doorstep. He'd delivered every message personally since then. There are only 3 children and 1 junin. The man near the fire frowned. "Children, you say?" "Why yes, Kamui-sama. I thought I told you to make sure that the request was graded B rank. I did it exactly like you told me to." Kamui scowled. Trash can screw up even the simplest of instructions. Konoha wouldn't send children on a B-ranked mission. His hand slipped underneath his robe and came out with a wicked-looking curved knife. He rubbed his thumb against the blade, watching calmly as the skin parted under the smallest pressure from the edge and a thick stream of blood began running down his hand and onto the ground. Unless they were exceptionally powerful. He pocketed the knife again, as Hanbei let out an audible sigh of relief. "For trash you did well, I suppose," Kamui told his guest. He looked down at his hand once more and smirked as the skin knit itself back together. "The plan will continue." "Yes, of course, Kamui-sama," Hanbei said with another sigh of relief and a deep bow, not in the least bit insulted, or not insulted enough to throw his life away at having been called trash. They were all used to it by now. "We will prepare to leave at 7 in the morning. The cloaked man finally looked up at his guest, his eyes flashed in the firelight, one eye was pale lavender, the other a normal shade of green. One last thing, trash. Did you get the names of your guests? Hanbei swallowed hard and then recited the names that he'd been sure to memorize, knowing this question would come and being even more aware of the penalty for being unable to answer. Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Hitaki Kakashi. Kamui looked up sharply. Uchiha, you say? Hanbei nodded, not enjoying being in the other man's presence for so long, especially when he was the one being observed by those strange eyes. What color were his eyes? I don't recall. Black, I think, or perhaps brown. Not red. No, Kamui-sama. I would have noticed something like that. Maybe, conceded, I suppose even you would have been able to spot something so obvious. Kamui smiled broadly. No matter. Even if it hasn't manifested, we may still be able to harvest what we want from him, and if not, we'll just have to be satisfied with what we can get. He waved dismissively and two dirty, mean-looking men stepped from the shadows and led Mind Foreman away. Kamui returned to watching the fire. In Uchiha and the copy Nin. He told the flames as two more robed figures stepped out of the shadows behind him. We landed a prize catch this time. Chapter 16. Oh. It was still dark outside when Naruto got up from the bedroll he'd been doing his best to sleep on. Sasuke and Sakura were still asleep and he did his best not to disturb them as he rose and headed for the door. Even after having had an evening to get used to it, Kogen was still a shithole. It would have been nice if some god has sent a strong wind during the night to blow some of the stench away, but such was not the case. It was, however, a quieter shithole without all the miners staggering from bar to bar laughing and having a good time until they were too drunk to remain upright, but the quiet did little to improve his opinion of the place. About the only thing that would have eased his dislike of the place would be if he could have joined the men in a couple of rounds of stiff drinks. At least there weren't any insects out yet. Really, there should probably have been some, especially given what a warm night it was and the abundance of warm, drunk bodies so close to a standing body of water. No doubt the source of the stench made that water far less hospitable to insect larvae than clean water would be. At least it was good for something. Today's the day, he thought with a sigh as sat down on the dusty front steps of the inn they'd slept at that night. Sakura and Sasuke will finally get to see some real action and prove what they can do, so Kakashi will have a good reason for entering us in the exam. The idea that his team would probably be facing a real enemy later on that afternoon was simultaneously exciting and terrifying. He knew they could and would handle themselves just fine, but they were still so young and green. Of course, they'd been only a few weeks younger when they'd gone through it the first time, so it wasn't like this was anything new. It was just easier to feel excited about it when you were young and stupid and thought yourself invincible. When the time came, he'd have to protect them, but at the same time couldn't protect them if they were going to learn to stand on their own. Much as he might like to, he couldn't be constantly watching over Sakura and Sasuke, coddling them like academy babies. They would have to face danger, maybe even get a little hurt, if they were going to get stronger. And he wanted them stronger. Stronger, but not dead. He'd keep an eye on them as best he could, but he'd also trust them to protect themselves. It was the only way. If he just had a shadow clone watching out for them, but not interfering unless it looked like they might be in way over their heads. At the same time, if he got caught doing that, Sasuke would never forgive him for it. Sakura might think it odd and annoying, but Sasuke would see it as the worst kind of insult. All of the progress he'd made with his friend on their trip would be washed away in an instant if Sasuke thought Naruto was looking down on him like that. Still, better to have a pissed of Sasuke than a dead one. At least for now. Naruto sighed again, wrinkling his nose at the smell that he was forced to inhale in the process, and looked up at the starlight sky. He hated thinking about it, but he wouldn't let Sasuke go to Orochimaru a second time. He would help his friend, he would love him, he would try to make him stronger, he would even die for him, but he would not let him betray the village. He would kill Sasuke before he'd let that happen a second time. Hopefully it wouldn't come to that, but if it did, he would do what he had to. Or at least that's what he told himself. Sometimes he was even completely convinced that he meant it. Probably he wouldn't know for sure unless he actually had to make the choice. First things first, though. He had to make sure they all got through this stupid mission he'd so wisely signed them up for. It shouldn't be that bad, one Junin shouldn't be too much trouble for Kakashi, or Naruto, if it came to it, and a band of bandits could be handled easily enough. The only real concern was the way the miners had been acting the previous day, completely out of character for terrorized citizens. Naruto stretched and headed inside, wishing that one of the bars was still open and willing to sell to someone who was obviously a miner. Not that he could afford to have his wits dulled with the amount of alcohol he longed to use to drown the pressure that had been building on him, but a man could dream, couldn't he? Sakura woke at sunrise feeling dirty, tired, and a little miserable. The room had been hot, smelly, and the noise from the bar below kept her up half the night. How those men expected to be able to work all day after such a night was beyond her. She didn't have the hangover that they no doubt had to deal with this morning, and she was already wishing she could just roll over and go back to bed. What she really needed was a nice, warm bath to help relax her, but she'd found last night that the water from the tap was probably pumped directly from the lake, as it had that same rust coloring. Lamenting her team's poor luck in drawing such a horrible mission, Sakura calmly went about brushing her hair and preparing herself for the day. Even after camping with them on the trip, it was still sort of odd spending the night in a room full of boys. Her mother probably would consider it slightly scandalous even though they were only 13 and nothing had happened, but it really wasn't as bad as she'd thought it might be before their first night in the tent at the beginning of their journey. Naruto didn't try to grope her or sneak a peek at anything, not that she wore clothing that lent itself towards offering peeks, proving once again that he really was starting to grow up. And Sasuke, thankfully, didn't snore, so he remained the perfect man by her estimation. In fact, not only was it not as bad as she'd thought it would be, it was actually pretty nice, aside from the room itself. Both Naruto and Sasuke had insisted that she take the bed, which ended up being lumpy and uncomfortable, but that wasn't their fault, while they slept on bed rolls on the dirty floor. They'd both respected her privacy when it came time to change into their evening clothing, and now she found, as she looked about the room, that they had also risen before her, dressed, and let her sleep in a little. Obviously Sasuke was having the sort of positive effect on Naruto that only someone as amazing as he could have. Sakura quickly dressed and brushed her hair, trying to get it looking normal without using any of the gross water. Her efforts weren't entirely successful, and she was left with several areas on her head that looked oddly lumpy. She considered using just a little bit of the water for the trouble spots, but after turning on the faucet and watching the reddish-brown sludge roll out and down the drain, she decided that her hair would have to be good enough as it was. Thankfully, brushing one's teeth didn't require water, so she didn't have to spend all day worrying about Sasuke smelling her morning breath. Downstairs she found Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi looking at a small map which Kakashi was tracing a line along with his finger. "Ah, Sakura-chan, good morning," Naruto called out when he spotted her. Sasuke glanced in her direction, said nothing, and then went back to looking at the map while Kakashi seemed to smile at her and beckoned her to join them. "As I was telling Naruto and Sasuke, this is the area that we're probably going to be attacked at," Kakashi explained, pointing to a spot on the map where a mountainous region was indicated. "These hills will force us to take this path and will offer cover for enemies to attack from above. According to the mission briefing, it should just be a ragtag group of bandits, but it's not unheard of for missing nin to act as bandits. So, if that's the case, you want us to get up there first and take them out?" Naruto asked eagerly. Kakashi looked at the blonde and shook his head. "No, if that's the case, I want you to stay with the wagon while I take them out." Boring, Naruto sighed. A part of Sakura agreed with him, but a larger part of her thought that the idea of taking on other ninja on her first mission away from the village was an unsettling one. She had no doubt it would happen eventually, it had to if her team continued growing in their abilities and rank. And Sasuke would, of course, be amazing when the time came. But for the moment she preferred the idea of getting to that point gradually. Kakashi glared at the blonde, but seemed more amused than actually angry. "Get over it." He traced a line on the map once more for Sakura's benefit and said, "This is the caravan's route. Aside from this spot in the mountains, there's also a chance of ambush here once we've entered the forest." He slid his finger across a green portion of the map. "While we're in the woods, 3 of us will be in the trees at all times, keeping a lookout for bandits. The 4th will remain be in the middle of the caravan so he or she can easily reach any trouble spots along the line. We'll rotate positions every half hour. Hanbei-sama says the journey takes until just after sunset and we'll have to eat as we walk, so make sure you pack your rations." Naruto gave an exaggerated groan that Sakura had to agree with. The field rations were terrible, somewhere accessible. "Everyone got it. Good. The wagons are leaving at 7, don't be late." "Yo, Kamui-senpai, is it time yet?" An overly energetic voice called out, echoing through the cave and off the rock formations surrounding it. Kamui stood at the mouth of the cave, his eyes closed and head tilted towards the rising sun, blocking out all sensations except the warmth of the new day on his face. He had been standing there for hours, ignoring the stench of the nearby village, ignoring the chill of the early morning air, ignoring the calls of the birds as they hunted for food to bring to their hatchlings, ignoring everything but himself, the only important thing in the mountains as far as he was concerned. But now he couldn't ignore the voice, not because he lacked focus or desire, but because Fudo would just keep yelling louder and louder until he responded, and it might be slightly problematic if they were overheard. Instead of just yelling, Fudo also reached out and touched Kamui's arm, hoping to get his attention that way as well. "Yo, Kamui-senpai," he yelled again even though they were standing right next to each other. "Is it? Ouch." He jerked his hand back quickly and blew on it. "Yo, that wasn't nice, senpai, you could hurt someone like that." "Fudo, if you say one more word, I'll kill you where you stand," Kamui told him calmly. Fudo was smart enough to shut his mouth instantly, though Kamui supposed it was more likely that the larger man simply was satisfied with being acknowledged and didn't need to keep yelling now that he was certain he could be heard. Truth be told, it would be a difficult thing to kill Fudo, difficult and wasteful. The world was overrun with trash as it was, it would be a shame to destroy someone special. "Yo, senpai, what time should we be getting into position?" Fudo asked, having managed to hold his tongue for only a few seconds. Kamui opened his eyes and glared at his companion. Fudo's cloaked body looked strangely deformed, parts were lumpy and even pointed where no such shape should exist on a man, but underneath the concealing clothing, Kamui knew, was the makings of a truly special, if incredibly annoying, human. Very few ninja could undergo what he had and survive. He'd been special when they met 3 years earlier and was even more so now. Kamui knew that a time might come when he would have to rid himself of his disciple, perhaps even have to kill him and reclaim the gifts he'd bestowed upon the man, but for the time being he was as useful as he was special. Which was why he was allowed to live despite being so irritating. "We'll wait and see what we're dealing with before making our move. Let the trash test out our prey first and see if any of them besides the copy nin will have anything useful for us," Kamui replied as he turned and headed towards the cave. "I've heard rumors that the Uchiha clan was wiped out. If this boy is really one of them, there's no telling if he'll actually have the Sharingan or even be capable of it. It would be a shame to take the time transplanting his eyes only to find out that they're worthless." "Senpai," Fudo whined, "if you let those guys have first crack at the ninja, there might not be anything left for me to play with. Yo, let me go with them. I'll give those four a real test." The veins around Kamui's one pale eye bulged as he activated its abilities. "If you'd prefer, I could incapacitate you, again, until after the fighting is done. It would make you as worthless as the rest of the trash, but at least you'd be silent for once." Fudo swallowed hard and his face paled as he put a little more room between himself and his leader. "Yo, Kamui-senpai, you don't need to do that. I'll follow the plan." He raised his hands pleadingly. "Please, I'd go crazy if I didn't get a chance to fight them." A thin white object shot out of the sleeve of his cloak, slicing across Kamui's cheek and then continuing on until it struck a large rock and buried itself a full 6 centimeters into it. Fudo's eyes widened in horror. "Yo, shit, senpai, I didn't mean it, I swear," he cried. "I can't control it very well when I get upset." The Byakugan relaxed and Kamui almost smiled as he reached up and wiped the blood from his cheek, revealing that the wound had already healed. "If you can't control that ability, maybe you don't deserve to have it. I'm sure there are other, more worthy, candidates out there who would kill to have a Kekkei Genkei like that one." Fudo began to apologize again, but was silenced by a glare from the smaller man. "No one ever said that these abilities would be easy to control, but if we want to be more special than even the most special of ninja in this world, we must control them. Now go and tell that trash to attack the caravan as planned. You, Sayaka, and I shall watch from the hills and see what we can glean from the slaughter." "Of course, Kamui-senpai." Fudo quickly agreed with a polite bow and then ran ahead to alert the bandits they had hired that they were about to earn their money. Kamui turned his back to the cave and let the sun warm his face once more, chuckling to himself as he closed his eyes. Fudo was always polite when he was afraid. Unfortunately, the man's mind didn't hold on to fear, or much of anything, for very long. He would return to his usual annoying self soon, but for the moment he was the perfect underling. And perhaps by the end of the day, he'd be made even more perfect. Perhaps they'd all take one step closer to perfection. Naruto was certain that something about the whole mission stunk, and it wasn't just the village they'd stayed in the night before. Nor was it the miners they were walking with, though they reeked of booze, polluted water, and sweat. Part of it was what Sasuke had noticed as they first walked through town. Kogen's villagers didn't act like terrorized citizens in the slightest, not even as they were walking towards a potential ambush. Even beyond that, something wasn't right. Naruto knew it was there, he just didn't know what it was that he knew or why. It was like a tickling sensation at the back of his head. Something his brain had recognized but couldn't put into words or pictures. It was just wrong. "Leave it to me to pick another mission that was more than it was supposed to be," he grumbled as he studied the wind-worn rocky outcroppings around them while the wagons slowly made their way through the foothills. What did you say? Sakura asked. Nothing, he said with a quick grin. Just wishing we had something to look at besides rocks and dirt. He, Sakura, and Sasuke were walking in between the two wagons, which were being pulled by a combination of horse and man power. The wagons were moving just fast enough to kick up a steady stream of dust for the genin to choke on and to help mask the occasional present the horses left behind. They were only a short ways into their journey and already they'd nearly stepped in manure on 2 separate occasions. Naruto had offered to create some clones to help with the job of pulling the wagons, but Hanbei had told him he didn't want anyone that couldn't be trusted near the gold. Naruto had bristled at the insinuation that he would steal from his employer, but had let it go with a shrug. If the man wanted his people worn out from pulling some stupid wagons, who was he to argue? Kakashi was usually in the front of the small procession, no doubt using his expert nose and eyes to search for traps before they reached them. Occasionally he would drop back with his students to check in with them, rather unnecessarily in Naruto's opinion since they were obviously being sheltered by their Junin who, in his defense, didn't really know that they were capable of tangling with missing nin such as the Devil of the Mist, Momochi Zabuza. Of course, Naruto had been basically planning on doing the same thing once the action started, but he at least intended to be more subtle about it. After checking in with them, Kakashi would drop to the back of the caravan and make sure that they weren't being followed before returning to the front again. Naruto found Kakashi's behavior oddly out of character. He normally was one to let his students sink or swim, being there to bail them out. Eventually. If they needed it, of course, on their own. For him to be taking so much of the responsibility on his own shoulders, he must have guessed that the mission was more than what it appeared. Given that he had no way of knowing that it had been originally labeled as a B-rank mission, this was probably due to what Sasuke had noticed about the villagers or something even deeper that Kakashi had found for himself. Whatever the reason, and even if it made Naruto a hypocrite to think such things, he found it extremely annoying. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of something moving quickly through the air. Even distracted as he was with problems involving the space-time continuum and the semi-preservation of the timeline, problems he'd never dreamed he'd ever have to think about, instinct already had him moving. It also already had Sasuke moving. Look out! The dark-haired boy yelled as he grabbed Sakura and tried to get a hand on Naruto as well to pull them back out of harm's way. Naruto had already stepped to the side as an arrow thudded into the ground close to where his feet had been a second earlier. Whoever shot it either wasn't a very good aim or was trying not to hit him. It only took him a second to find the group that had fired on them. They were positioned at the top of a large, rocky hill, taking cover amongst the boulders. A shout from behind alerted him to the presence of still more enemies on the other side of the valley they were walking through. Any ideas? Naruto asked Sasuke and Sakura as they back up against him. Sensei will be here in a second, I'm sure, Sakura said as she stared up at the dirty, rag-covered men glaring down at them. He'll tell us what to do. Naruto brought his fingers together and said, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 2 clones popped into existence next to him. One laced his fingers together as Naruto mimicked him, and the other jumped onto their hands and was thrown several meters into the air. At the height of his ascent, he brought his hands together and vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto blinked as the memory hit him and shook his head. There are more up front. Kakashi-sensei isn't going to be here for a little while. We don't need him to deal with these guys anyway, Sasuke growled, drawing a kunai. Naruto chuckled and shook his head. You always were a show-off. Sasuke glanced over his shoulder at the blonde and grinned wickedly. Scared. Naruto returned the grin. Sasuke was right, they wouldn't need Kakashi's help in dealing with some bandits. Just try to keep up, show-off. Sasuke drew another kunai and took a deep breath. You take the guys on your side. Sakura, you stay here and guard the caravan. When Naruto gets in trouble, back him up. I'll take care of the rest. If Sakura had a problem with the plan, and Naruto had little doubt that she probably had several problems with the plan since she normally didn't appreciate being left behind even in the early days, she didn't have time to voice her objection. Sasuke had no sooner finished giving the orders than he and Naruto were racing up the sides of the valley, charging the bandits who were so surprised by the 2 genins' actions that it took them a few precious seconds to realize they needed to start shooting again. Before Naruto was even halfway up the hill, he'd been joined by roughly 3 dozen clones. The sudden appearance of the small army was enough to make the bandits turn and begin to flee. Unfortunately for them, Naruto wasn't going to be satisfied with just running them off. The slowest of them were caught from behind and mobbed by numbers, going down under a swarm of punching and kicking Narutos. The others, seeing and hearing their comrades' cries of alarm, turned and attempted to go down fighting even if it was hopeless. Aside from their crossbows, they were only armed with rusting knives and hatchets, not the sort of weapons one would expect from a group that had been terrorizing a gold mine for several weeks. Their crossbows worked well from a distance, but up close could only be used once before being discarded since they took too long to reload. A few clones were destroyed by arrows, but more replaced them. From there the battle descended into a melee. Naruto himself was amongst the mob of fighting, not content to sit back and let his clones have all the fun. He made quick work of any and all bandits he could get his hands on, but the fight was practically over before it had even started. Whoever they were, these bandits were not the sort of people who could go head-to-head with a ninja, not even an inexperienced ninja. To have a ninja of his level fighting them was like using Gamabunta's sword to swat a fly. As his clones finished their work and then disappeared into small clouds of smoke, he turned and peered across the valley. There was Sasuke sitting on top of a pile of bodies looking about as smug as he possibly could. Naruto smirked at him, though his mirth didn't extend below his face. He couldn't help but feel a tug of remorse at the memories of a different, sort of, Sasuke acting just like this. And eventually throwing everything away for a shot at revenge. As the two boys looked at each other from across the ravine, a shadow appeared behind Sasuke. Naruto started to call out a warning as the shadow raised its weapon, but before he could, something metallic flashed through the air and embedded itself into the bandit's thigh. The man cried out in pain and then dropped like a rag doll as Sasuke's fist connected with the side of his head. It took Naruto a moment to realize exactly what had happened, but then he saw Sakura standing near the wagons, her arm still extended from her throw. This time his smile was genuine. His friends were growing up fast. On a nearby hilltop, hidden amongst a cluster of rocks, three cloaked forms watched the battle closely. At least initially. Fudo only managed to watch the first few minutes before growing bored and becoming distracted by some sparrows that were playing in a small pond nestled amongst the boulders. After several minutes of watching them hop in and out of the water, occasionally jumping at each other as part of some indecipherable game, he turned back to the other two cloaked forms and sighed. Yo, did he use anything good? Kamui didn't bother looking back at the younger man. No, idiot, it would be wasted on trash like them. They were even weaker and less effective than I thought they would be. Next to him a black-haired woman with a sharp, angular face and full, pouty red lips turned away from the battle and asked, does he have it? Kamui frowned and ran a scared hand through his thick, dark hair. Perhaps, Sayaka, perhaps not. I had hoped he'd have to use it to deal with our former employees, but it looks like they were all talk and no bite. It seems we won't know for sure until we give him a real test. Sayaka returned to watching the end of the battle as the blonde and the Uchiha finished off the last of the pitiful band of mercenaries that had been sent to test them. Do all Uchiha have it? Or could he just be Uchiha in name, but not in blood? Kamui shrugged. I doubt that, but it is possible. Regardless, we'll find out soon. If it hasn't manifested, what will we do? This time Kamui smiled evilly. We'll capture him and see if we can help it along, but only for a little while. If we don't see results out of him in the first week or so, we'll kill him. There's no reason to wait beyond that. We'll have copy ninja Kakashis. That will be enough. I only need one. Sayaka's green eyes flashed dangerously as she snorted in annoyance. A small dust cloud swirled around her feet. Just as I though, you plan on adding it to your collection even though you already have the Byakugan. What about us? There are more abilities out there, be patient. With a Sharingan and a Byakugan, there won't be a ninja alive that can stand up to me. I'll get you all the abilities you want. She smiled at him, her red lips looking so unnatural against her pale skin. What if I want a Sharingan? Kamui grinned and turned his eyes back to the battle as Kakashi arrived to check on his charges. Then you'll either have to find another Uchiha, or try to take mine. I'd advise the former. It would be a shame to rob this trash-filled world of one of its few jewels. He stretched casually, careful not to put himself in a spot where he could be spotted by any of the ninja below, and waved for his companions to follow him. This way, we'll be waiting for them as they enter the forest. Won't the copy ninja be expecting something as obvious as that? Sayaka asked. Whether he expects it or not is irrelevant, Kamui replied as he began walking in the direction he'd indicated. By the end of the day, I'll have his eye as well as any abilities those little brats might have. Kakashi arrived just as Naruto and Sasuke were rejoining Sakura near the wagon. She was trying to help the miners calm one of the horses that was still upset by the sudden commotion. Apparently there had been more bandits near the front of the caravan than what had attacked the genin. He was pleased to see that his students had more than handled themselves in their first live combat experience. What did you expect, sensei? Naruto asked with a large smile as he put his hands behind his head and added a little skip to his step. Well, I thought there was about a 50-50 chance that you'd bite off more than you could chew and get yourself killed, Kakashi replied evenly, though I thought Sasuke and Sakura would be alright. That's harsh, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto whined feeling genuinely indignant. Oftentimes he would pout or take offense only because he knew that his younger self would have, but it seemed that the longer he was in the past, the more natural and unforced his responses were becoming. It was almost as if he actually was becoming his younger self. With a considerably larger jutsu repertoire and foreknowledge of some major future events that might or might not happen. You were worried about us, Sasuke pointed out before Kakashi could reply to Naruto's pitiful whining. You've been babysitting us since we reached the village. Naruto couldn't help but stare openly at his friend. There were times when he forgot that Sasuke wasn't just considered a genius because he was a quick study when it came to ninjutsu and taijutsu or because he happened to have a lot more chakra than a normal genin should. Sasuke was actually extremely observant, even without the Sharingan to instantly memorize images and movements. I wouldn't call it babysitting, Kakashi replied with a grimace, rubbing the back of his neck. I was just making sure you three could handle this, Ms. That's not true, sensei, Sakura interrupted. You've been watching us and checking up on us a lot more than you normally do. It's like you're expecting something to go wrong. This time Naruto couldn't help but smile a little. It wasn't so long ago that Sakura would have been so focused on Sasuke that she would have missed something like this, or at least it would have been surprising if she hadn't missed something like this. However, either through her training with Sasuke or just from the fact that she was growing into a good ninja at a fairly quick pace, Sakura was clearly not the Uchiha she'd once been. It was just one more instance where she was already becoming the woman he'd known her as in the future. Belatedly Naruto noticed that with his two friends pointing out Kakashi's behavior while he just smiled at them, he was looking pretty unobservant. Yeah, I noticed that too, he threw in lamely. You usually just let us figure things out on our own a little, but today you've been checking on us a lot and you haven't even been reading your book. Kakashi looked a little chagrined, but Naruto could see in his eye and the way he stood slightly straighter that he was actually quite proud of his students for having seen through him. Perhaps, he conceded, I've been feeling a bit more nervous about this mission than I normally would and have been trying to make sure you three didn't encounter anything that was too out of your league before you were ready for it. What do you mean? Sakura asked, her green eyes opening wide at the thought that there might be something in the whole world, let alone on the particular mission they'd been assigned, that could make her Junin-sensei feel nervous. I'm not quite sure, Kakashi replied, but there's something not right about what's going on here. You mean that stuff Sasuke was talking about? About the villagers not being scared? Naruto asked. Partly, but it's more than just that. Kakashi's voice trailed off and then he gave himself a little shake, scratched at the back of his head and chuckled. Don't worry about it, I'm sure it's nothing. With me around you three should be fine no matter what. The three genin weren't exactly encouraged by this declaration, but he apparently had said as much as he was going to, because a moment later he had instructed them to begin making rounds along the length of the caravan, which he would also be doing, and then return to the front with the vague comment that he had something he needed to ask Hanbei about. The next 2 hours passed slowly for everyone. Naruto wasn't sure if Sakura or Sasuke were excited about being allowed to take on more responsibility and make rounds along the caravan, but it seemed like busy work to him. It also made it more difficult for him to keep an eye on his two friends in case they ran into the Junin-level ninja that the original mission scroll had mentioned. When at long last they saw the edge of the forest up ahead, Naruto was ready to weep with joy. The wagons kicked up a seemingly endless supply of dust as they made their way through the mountainous area, and many of the rocks were loose, causing more than a few unpleasant slips and stumbles. On top of that, Hanbei had decided that, given the ambush they'd gone through, they should take a short break once they'd entered the shade of the trees after Kakashi had checked for traps and ambushes, of course so they could water and feed the horses. Naruto had far more endurance than almost anyone else he knew, but after all the walking, fighting, and inhaling of dust, he was more than ready for a break. We'll stop here, Hanbei's deep voice finally bellowed out from the front of the line as they entered the shade of the forest. There's a stream just a short walk to the east, unhitch the horses and let them have a drink. The rest of you, do what you want, but don't forget that if you wander off, we'll leave without you. And if you aren't with us when we arrive, you don't get paid. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke followed the miners with the horses to the stream and drank deeply from the first source of clean water they'd seen in 2 days. After that they quickly returned to the wagons so there was no chance of being left. Apparently the other miners weren't too concerned about Hanbei's promise of leaving them, because no one had stayed behind with the wagons except Kakashi, who was standing on a tree branch in a spot where he could see the entire caravan. The three genin sat down at the base of the tree and waited for the miners' return. After several minutes, Naruto looked around and frowned. Why would they just leave all this gold sitting here for so long if they were so worried about someone stealing it that they wouldn't even let me help pull the wagons? Maybe they think we took care of all the bandits, so there's no need for them to worry about it getting stolen anymore, Sakura suggested. Yeah, but one of us could still take some. They were worried about it before. His eyes snapped wide open. Shit. In an instant he was on his feet and running towards the nearest wagon, a bewildered Sakura and Sasuke close behind. Naruto grabbed the tarp covering the wagon's load, pulled it back, and groaned at the sight. These are just rocks, Sakura exclaimed. This was a trap, Sasuke whispered as realization struck. Naruto's fist hit the wagon hard enough to splinter wood. How unlucky can one team be? He grumbled under his breath. Kakashi landed next to them and took in the sight in an instant. Should we go get Hanbei and the others? Sasuke asked. They'll be gone by now, Kakashi replied with a shake of his head. We'll have to deal with them later, we have another problem right now. He nodded back towards the edge of the forest where 3 cloaked figures were standing. Naruto took an involuntary step back. It was impossible for them to be here, they shouldn't have been active for almost 3 more years. He couldn't possibly have done anything to change that, no matter how screwed up he'd accidentally made things by not acting the way he originally had. They were supposed to be out gathering funds and recruiting members, not chasing him, not yet. Akatsuki, he whispered as his hands balled into fists. If they were here, for whatever reason, then he was just going to have to cut their numbers down by 3. He couldn't afford to sit back and play the dumb genin on this one. Kakashi wouldn't stand a chance against 3 of them, not yet anyway, and Sakura and Sasuke still had a few years before they could think about taking one on. He hadn't been sure about when he would let Kakashi know who and what he was, but obviously the time for lies and stealth had come to an end. He brought his hands together, ready to fill the forest with clones, grab his friends, and get them to safety, but before he could, Kakashi's hand came to a rest on his shoulder. Let's see what they want first, the Junin suggested far more cheerfully than seemed appropriate given the situation. He calmly removed his backpack, however, and motioned for the 3 genin to do the same. They quickly complied, though Naruto couldn't leave Kakashi in the dark about what they were dealing with. Sensei, these guys, there. Don't worry, Kakashi told him in a strangely soothing voice, it will be fine. I'll protect you guys, even if it kills me. I don't let my comrades die. Yeah, but who's going to protect you, Sensei? Sasuke finished. No one, one of the cloaked figures answered with a chuckle as the 3 drew closer to Team 7. With his attention back on them, Naruto actually breathed a sigh of relief. The cloaks these 3 wore were different from those that Akatsuki sported, these were nothing more than large, brown traveling cloaks. Who are you? Kakashi asked as he let his backpack slip from his shoulders. I doubt you've heard of us, Sharingan Kakashi, the first replied as he pulled the hood of the cloak back, revealing the youthful-looking face of a man who was grinning at them like a cat peering down at a trapped mouse. One of his eyes was covered by a large, black eye patch. We're not a part of any of the villages anymore. We're collectors. Naruto blinked in confusion and relief. So you're just missing Nin. The man snorted. We aren't missing. A missing ninja has abandoned his village, we resigned intentionally so we could become more than what we were. Sakura glanced at her teammates and then at the trio in front of them. That still sounds like missing Nin to me. The man's grin faded into a scowl. We aren't ninja anymore, he told her. We're simply collectors. We left the ninja world and the mountains of trash like you that populates and pollutes it. You haven't answered my question, Kakashi pointed out, who are you? Does it make a difference? Yes, I usually like to add names to the reports I have to fill out after missions. Plus, if there's a bounty on your head, the team gets paid a little more when your remains are returned to your home villages. The man bowed his head. If you want to know that name of those who are going to kill you and add your powers to our own, so be it. My name is Kamui. The cloaked figure to Kamui's right pulled back her hood, revealing herself to be a tall, stern-looking woman with long dark hair that was pulled back in a loose ponytail. Sayaka. The one to the left of Kamui did not remove his cloak, but gave them a friendly wave as he said in a cheerful voice, Yo, I'm Fudo. Should I bother asking what you want with us, or does it not matter at this point? Kakashi asked, his hand reaching up for his Hitai 8. Like I said, we're collectors, Kamui replied as if that explained everything. Collectors of what? Sakura asked suspiciously. Kamui flipped his eye patch up, revealing the pale, nearly white eye beneath. Naruto recognized it instantly. That's a Hyuga's eye. No, Kamui said with a shake of his head, it was a Hyuga's eye. It took forever, his sentence was cut short as a kunai buried into his throat, drowning his final words in a gurgle of blood. Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke turned as one to stare at Naruto, whose right hand was still outstretched from the throw. Naruto, Sakura gasped, what did you? He deserved it. Naruto snapped. Not many Hyugas from the main family go out on missions too far from the village and branch members have a seal that makes their Byakugan go dormant when they die. How many people do you think he killed just so he could get his hands on that one working Byakugan? A strange slurping sound drew their attention back to their three enemies as Kamui pulled the blade from his throat and tossed it aside while his throat knit itself back together. Dozens, he replied with a smile at their shocked expressions. Naruto's mouth fell open. Why you're a Jinchuriki? Kamui looked confused for a moment and then shrugged. I don't know what you're talking about, I'm not a host to anything by my own desires. Healing is my own special ability. My family worked as medical ninja for generations. Eventually we developed a way to heal ourselves without using seals or any sort of normal jutsu, and that apparently became such a part of our clan that the ability worked its way into our blood. Now we don't even have to think about it anymore, we just heal. Or at least, I do, as I'm the only one left. You three step back, Kakashi said, quickly moving to put himself between his team and the collectors. I'll handle this. But Sakura started to protest. They aren't a bunch of starving men with barely functional weapons, Kakashi pointed out. These three are on a completely different level from anything you've seen before. Stay out of the way. That's fine, Kamui grinned, we're here for your ability anyway, unless the Uchiha has manifested already. Regardless, you're our target, first and foremost. Given how nervous you are, I doubt these children have much to offer us, trash like them. With the possible exception of the Uchiha, of course. Could run back to their village for all we care. Kakashi pulled his Hitai-8 up, revealing his Sharingan. Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, if you see a chance, make a break for it. Don't go back to Kogen, go straight to Konoha. We aren't leaving you, sensei, Naruto growled, reaching for another kunai. He was distinctly aware of the way Sasuke was staring at Kakashi, a look of disbelief on his face. It took Naruto a moment to remember that this was the first time Sasuke had seen Kakashi's Sharingan, and he could only imagine what sort of questions were galloping through the Uchiha's mind. I can't deal with all three of them and watch over you, Kakashi shouted, his raised voice alerting the three genin to the fact that he was more worried about the battle than he was trying to let on. You can't deal with the three of us, period. Kumai informed him as he darted forward with surprising speed. Kumai's arm shot forward, a curved blade clenched in his first, but Kakashi ducked under the attack, sweeping out his leg and catching the ninja off guard. Kumai somersaulted once and rolled smoothly to his feet, turning just as Kakashi's hand latched onto his forearm. The Leaf Ninja gripped his opponent's arm tightly and pivoted on his left foot, preparing to throw the man, but before he could complete the motion he released his hold and pulled his hand away, a look of shock on his face. Forgive me, but this is the first time I've gotten to use this ability in a real fight and I can't resist the urge to make a terrible pun, Kumai said with an apologetic smile as he watched Kakashi rip the smoldering remains of the fingerless glove off his right hand and throw it away. Are you feeling the heat yet, Kakashi-san? Yo, Kumai-senpai, are we going to get to do anything or do we just have to watch you play around? The large cloaked man, Fudo, whined, earning himself a smack to the back of the head from the woman standing next to him. Kumai rolled his eyes, his smile vanishing. Do what you will, just don't kill the Uchiha. And if the other two show themselves to be more than common trash, make sure you save and useful pieces of them as well. Alright, Fudo cheered, pumping his fist as something white shot from his sleeve. Out of the corner of his eye Naruto saw Sakura's right shoulder jerk as if it had been struck. She glanced down at it in surprise, and then her whole face twisted as a wave of pain washed over her. She dropped to her knees, clutching her shoulder, as blood seeped between her fingers and flowed like a small stream down her hand. Sasuke was kneeling next to her in an instant, trying to both check on her and keep his eye on her attacker at the same time. Whoa, sorry about that, Fudo said sheepishly as he pulled back the hood of his cloak, I have trouble controlling that sometimes. Naruto's eyes widened. In a few ways, Fudo's face looked like any other man's. His dark hair was long and unkempt and his jawline showing just a hint of stubble and his chin sporting the sort of awkward goatee that one can only grow when they finally hit the age where they can actually grow facial hair. Naruto had never progressed beyond that point. His green eyes peered out at them from under a heavy brow and his large nose was a touch on the flat side. But other than those things, he was unlike any person Naruto had ever seen. Just above his left eyebrow white bone had pushed through his skin, not forming into a horn or anything spectacular, but simply looking like his body had decided that he should have an extra couple of centimeters of bone right there. Something similar had happened to his jaw, just under his left ear as the bone had pushed back until it was past his earlobe. Naruto could only guess what the other bulges underneath his cloak were due to. Tearing his eyes away from the strange man in front of him, Naruto looked down at Sakura. Are you okay? He asked. I don't know what happened, she whispered back through clenched teeth, her eyes squeezed shut against the pain. Something just went right through me. I didn't even feel it until I was already bleeding. Naruto traced a line from where she had been standing back towards some nearby trees. There, buried in a tree trunk, was what looked like a thin white stick with a sort of fat end at its tip. It looked just like a bone. Naruto frowned, trying to think of where he'd seen something like this before. A second later, the answer hit him. Orochimaru had a disciple that could use his bones as weapons. He'd attacked just as Naruto had caught up with Sasuke when he left the village. Kini something, or was it Kimi? Naruto couldn't remember, it didn't matter anyway. Sasuke, take care of Sakura-chan, he said as he stepped forward. He glanced over his shoulder at them and grinned. I can handle this guy, you just make sure she's safe. Got it, show off. Sasuke stood, a kunai in each hand, and squared himself with the two collectors and shook his head. Math never was one of your strong subjects, was it, Dobi? There are two of them. Naruto smiled. I know. His fingers came together and suddenly the forest was flooded with Narutos, some on the ground, some standing on tree branches, and others hanging from beneath those same branches. Naruto pointed at Fudo and Sayaka. Finish them quick. The Naruto army gave a cheer of delight and descended upon the two ninja like a swarm of locusts. Before any of them even came close to laying a finger on the two, Sayaka brought her hands together, formed a single seal, and a small cyclone erupted around her. This new development caught Naruto's clones off guard, most of them having leapt at her, leaving them completely defenseless to the sudden gust of wind that slammed into them. The second the first clone was destroyed, Naruto knew what he was facing and instantly put himself between Sasuke, Sakura and the oncoming storm. His hands flashed through the necessary seals and then slammed into the ground as slab of stone jumped out of the forest floor in front of them. The shield would have protected them from the worst of it, despite the fact that the blast of wind was expanding and couldn't be stopped by a single wall of stone, but unfortunately he wasn't prepared for anything more than wind. Naruto knew something was wrong when he heard the large thump of a rock hitting the stone shield, followed by another and then another. Before he could call out a warning or start to change his tactics, the cyclone had expanded beyond the shield and the sharp pebbles and larger stones it was carrying with it slammed into Sakura, and Sasuke, picking them up and tossing them away like toys. Even Kakashi and Kamui were sent flying away from Sayaka. In the end, only Fudo managed to remain on his feet, though he slid several meters and was covered from head to toe in dirt before the storm died down. Sayaka looked at the three-leaf genin and sneered. Don't take us so lightly, boy, we're not the sort of trash you're used to dealing with. Naruto groaned as he pushed a large tree branch off of his chest and sat up, shaking gravel from his hair and surprising himself with the amount of blood that dripped down as well. The dirt within the whirlwind had cut into him like tiny knives as he was picked up and thrown aside, leaving him covered in scratches and a few deep cuts. His pants, which weren't as thick as his jacket, had ripped in several places, meaning, he noted with annoyance, that he would either have to buy a new pair or try to sew these up when he got home. What the hell was that? He demanded. My ability allows me to combine the two types of chakra I am most compatible with, wind and earth, Sayaka replied simply. I can blow you away, crush you, or do both at once. Naruto didn't bother pointing out that wind and earth didn't combine into dirty wind. The fact that she was able to use two chakra elements at the same time, even if they didn't combine, was impressive enough. He'd never even heard of someone doing that. Usually the chakra elements either combined to form something new or they had to be used one at a time. The sound of crunching wood announced Sasuke's emergence from within a pile of tree branches. Sakura was with him, her one good arm draped over his shoulder. He'd somehow had the presence of mind to catch her either before or just after the whirlwind struck them. The fact that he was far more bloodied than Sakura meant that he'd also managed to shield her from the worst of it. Naruto could have kissed him for his quick thinking, but now was not the time. And he had no intention of going through that again. Sakura-chan, are you alright? Naruto asked. I'm fine, she replied shakily as she pushed ever so slightly away from Sasuke, taking the majority of her weight off of his shoulder. Naruto thought she was beginning to look pale and wondered if it was from the shock or the blood loss, not that it mattered. Thank you, Sasuke-kun, she whispered. Sasuke grunted, an unreadable expression on his face, and then turned to Naruto. Still think you're going to take them on your own, dumbass? Naruto grinned. Maybe. But even as he said it, he knew that these two would be trouble if he had to fight them with Sasuke and Sakura around. Of course, this was what he'd wanted for his team, more or less, though he hadn't expected that they'd be fighting anyone like this. Besides that, whether he liked it or not, he probably couldn't fight these two and win unless he actually fought them seriously, and that would only lead to questions he didn't want to answer. Sasuke had just started to accept him as an equal and had proved himself willing to let Naruto help him. If he suddenly found that Naruto was actually light years ahead of him, It would irrevocably change, perhaps even ruin, the friendship that they were just starting to build. Sasuke smirked, for some reason it seemed almost like a fond expression on his face. Idiot. Naruto made his decision and prayed it was the right one. The fact was that Sasuke needed something like this anyway. His ego and confidence had taken a little hit lately, and while Naruto wanted Sasuke to be humble enough to let his friends help him, he didn't want Sasuke so unconfident that he was unable to realize his full potential. It would be simple enough to keep an eye on him and give him any help that was needed. If he had to step in and show Sasuke what he really could do, so be it. It wouldn't change things any more than just showing him right now, and if he waited he might not even be needed. Alright then, since you're spoiling for a fight, you can have the girl. Sasuke frowned. Why her? You're a fire-type chakra user, aren't you? Your jutsu have a better chance of actually doing something to her, Naruto explained, not adding that Sasuke was also a natural lightning-type chakra user, technically making him almost her complete opposite, though Sasuke might not be aware of it yet. Besides, if you get your ass handed to you in front of Sakura-chan, it'll just make me look better by comparison. He looked over at Fudo and sighed as he lied, and, like you said, I probably can't take both of them. Yet, Sakura-chan, you sit tight. With that shoulder, you won't be able to do much. Just keep an eye on Show-Off, he might need a little help. Sakura nodded weakly, her now blood-stained hand still tightly clutching her shoulder. Farther off in the trees they heard the sounds of battle, signaling that Kakashi and Kamui had recovered from Sayaka's demonstration. Alright, Naruto said as he drew a kunai and took a step towards Fudo, let's get wild. Chapter 17. Oh. Naruto darted forward and then rolled to the side as a white projectile passed through the spot he'd been just a split second before. As he began moving forward again, a second Naruto leapt nimbly over his head, irritatingly stepping on his shoulder to gain even more height, flipped in the air and then aimed a kick at the large, cloaked Fudo. He never even got close to his target before he vanished in a puff of smoke as a bone struck him in the head. A third Naruto sprinted out of the bushes to their left. He drew a kunai from his holster as he somersaulted forward to avoid being destroyed, and then drove it up at Fudo's throat. The blade almost reached its target before the large man's powerful fist slammed into the clone, sending it flying into a nearby tree where it promptly vanished into another cloud of smoke. With the other two occupying Fudo's attention, the first Naruto managed to make his way behind the missing nin. He drew a kunai, reared back, and was impaled through the head as Fudo's left shoulder blade suddenly extended, slicing through his cloak and skin. More Narutos were already moving to position to attack, each probing Fudo's defenses a little differently and transmitting the information back to the original. In addition to analyzing the effect of the clones' attacks, the real Naruto was doing his best to keep an eye on Sasuke without appearing to be keeping an eye on Sasuke. So far, he hadn't seen Sayaka do anything that would worry him, but the fact that she wasn't doing anything to worry him was actually worrying him more. The missing nin, or collectors, if you wanted to accept the name they'd given themselves, had come out and said that they wanted Sasuke and the Sharingan he might possess, so it wasn't surprising that they weren't trying to kill him, but Sayaka didn't seem to be even attacking him. She would dodge or defend herself against his attacks, but even when there were clear, and probably intentional, openings, she never tried to take advantage. The second wave of clones had broken on the rock that was Fudo and a third wave was launched. As near as Naruto could tell, the ninja was only able to use his bone ability on the left side of his body. So far, every clone that attacked from that side had been destroyed by flying bones, but those on the other side had been dealt with through more conventional means. Being rather inexperienced in the medical arts, Naruto wasn't completely sure what all went into grafting a Kekkei Genkei into a new body, but he doubted it was an exact science or even all that easy to accomplish. Chances were, Fudo either didn't have the ability with bones on the right side of his body or didn't have enough control of them to use them properly. He would have to test the theory out a few times before he chanced acting on it himself, but it seemed reasonably plausible. Sayaka rolled to the side as Sasuke threw a kunai at her, and then formed some seals and drove her hands into the ground. A half-second later the ground under Sasuke's feet turned to thick, deep mud, sucking him down until he was trapped halfway up to his knees. The Uchiha's eyes widened in alarm and he quickly reached down, hooking his hands behind his bent knees and began to pull himself out of the mud. Sakura hurried towards him, still clutching her bleeding shoulder and moving far slower than was normal for her, but before she could reach him a gust of wind picked her off her feet and tossed her several meters in the air. Naruto leapt and caught her before she struck a tree or met any other equally unpleasant fate. Their feet had barely touched down before he'd let go of the pink-haired kunoichi and was heading for Sasuke. 3 steps before he would have reached Sasuke, Sayaka called out, "Doden, Chiri Kinko." A large slab of dirt rose out of the ground in front of him. Naruto tried to turn left, but was met by another wall, and then another until he was surrounded on all four sides. He looked up just in time to see the dirt push out from the top of each wall until he was completely closed in. Outside, Sakura and the nearly free Sasuke looked on with horror as the dirt cube suddenly contracted and shrunk until it was impossible for a human to not have been crushed within it. With a great slurping pop, Sasuke wrenched his right leg out of the mud and then quickly did the same with the other. He was about to attack the smirking Sayaka when suddenly a hand reached out of the ground beneath her, grabbed hold of her ankle and then pulled her down until only her head was left above ground. Less than a meter away from where she'd been standing, Naruto suddenly rose up out of the dirt, shaking mud and gravel from his clothes. He glanced over at Sasuke and winked. "You weren't worried about me, were you?" he asked as he drew a kunai and drove it down at the seemingly helpless woman's head. A thick sheet of rock slid out of the ground at an angle, intercepting Naruto's kunai strike. The blonde had just enough time to look surprised before a large rock leapt out of the ground and slammed into his chest, sending him tumbling away. Sasuke reached into his weapon holster and flung a handful of kunai and shuriken at Sayaka's head. Another rock rose up in front of her face, blocking Sasuke's attack as well. The three genin could only watch as Sayaka rose up out of the ground without the slightest appearance of effort. Naruto rubbed his side in annoyance and slowly got to his feet. This was going to be harder than he'd thought. Fudo would hopefully remain occupied with the clones that continued to attack him, but that level of distraction probably wouldn't last forever. Despite his plans on letting Sasuke deal with Sayaka on his own, it looked like she was too much for him at this point. She would probably even be a pain for Kakashi to deal with right now. "We'll have to work together to take her down," Naruto called out to Sasuke. "I can keep the big guy busy until we've dealt with her, but he's not going." Before he could finish, a line of sharp, jagged rocks sprung up from the ground, starting at Sayaka's feet and rushing towards him. He dove to the side and then glanced over his shoulder as the attack continued along its path until it ran into a large tree and split it open. "Fudo," Sayaka yelled, "stop messing around and deal with the blonde trash, he's irritating me." "Sorry, Sayaka-chan," Fudo called out as he finished off several more clones. "It's just that there's a whole lot of him." Sayaka shook her head in annoyance and then began forming seals. Gufuwu Cave. Four small tornadoes rose up out of the ground in front of her, side by side, and then headed for Naruto. Naruto tried running to the side to get around them, but they quickly changed direction, always moving in a way that would force him to move away from Sasuke. He knew he didn't want to let the wall of wind touch him, but he also didn't want to let Sayaka separate him from his friends. He leapt into a tree and quickly moved to the higher branches until he could see over the top of the tornadoes. Another group of them were slowly herding Sasuke off to the east. Naruto couldn't see Sakura anywhere. He was about to try something insane, like using shadow clones to launch himself over the tornadoes, when a memory from a clone hit him and he instantly flipped backwards out of his tree and onto another one a short distance away. As his feet glued themselves to the new tree, he looked over at where he'd been just in time to see the tree come crashing down as Fudo slammed his shoulder into it. The man's strength was almost as monstrous as his face. Naruto eyed the four tornadoes that were now simply remaining in one spot, keeping him from following Sasuke and Sayaka, and sighed. Sasuke was a good ninja, he'd be okay on his own, or with Sakura backing him up, for a few minutes. That wind jutsu had to be taking a lot of chakra to maintain. He could probably just wait it out and then go help Sasuke, or at least send a shadow clone after him to see how the fight was going. In the meantime, he was alone with Fudo, he'd never have a better chance to finish the man off quickly. His clones filled the area around Fudo, always moving and shifting, making it impossible for the large man to keep his eye on any one of them for more than a few seconds before they disappeared into the crowd and reappeared somewhere else. The reason was, naturally, to give the real Naruto the chance to get behind his opponent where he'd be able to do the most damage when it came time to strike. He let one wave of clones crash against the missing nin, but they, just like all the others he'd used, were unable to even draw blood from the boulder of a man. Naruto decided that he would have to go in the next group. After all this time, he knew what spot he'd be aiming for, from behind and to the right, just below and behind the ear. Unless Fudo had been intentionally letting it seem like he couldn't use bones from that side of his body, he would have no defenses other than his powerful, but slow, fists. An attack at that spot would either kill the missing nin or debilitate him enough so that he would be defenseless against the next attack, which would definitely kill him. He wouldn't even have to use any advanced jutsu, which would save him from annoying questions when the body was examined later. Naruto drew a kunai and then he and his clones struck as one. Three vanished in a puff of smoke as several bones flew from Fudo's hand, another was kicked into two others causing all of them to vanish as well, but they were on the opposite side of Naruto, serving their purpose by distracting his enemy. He dropped down behind Fudo as silent as a ghost and then lunged forward, kunai stabbing at the vital point he'd decided upon. Fudo didn't even turn to look at him. And then, two very odd things happened simultaneously and neither of them involved Fudo falling to the ground, clutching at a fatal neck wound that was showering the area in blood. First, the blade of Naruto's kunai snapped off about halfway up. Second, because of the break and then the remaining portion of the blade sliding along Fudo's skin, Naruto's hand slammed into the back of the man's jaw with a loud crack. He pulled his hand back quickly as the pain reached his brain and the surprise of those two unexpected events hit him. He paused only for a split second, but even that was enough to put him in mortal danger. Fudo twisted around, his left hand already swinging forward, with several bones spiking around it. Naruto instantly threw himself backwards, trying to twist away from the blow in the air, but even his quick reactions weren't fast enough for him to get away clean. The bones ripped open his jacket and shirt and took a deep gouge out of his skin. The remaining clones jumped between the real Naruto and Fudo, moving around the large man so that Naruto was soon lost within their numbers and could then safely move up into a tree to check his injuries. The cuts across his stomach and chest were bleeding but not serious, not for him anyway. Already he could see the blood beginning to clot a little as Kyuubi's healing power did its thing. With that small worry being taken care of, he turned his attention to his right hand. And groaned. It was worse than he'd thought. Already a large dark bruise was forming on the top of his hand where he was guessing at least a couple of bones had broken. On top of that, his middle and ring finger no longer responded when he tried to move them. He wouldn't be able to form many seals now if he decided to forego limiting himself to jutsu he had a right to know instead of ones he'd learned or invented in the future. Unfortunately, he wasn't entirely sure he could actually beat this enemy while basically only using Kage Bunshin, some kunai, and a lot of cleverness. Were they fighting so horde of enemies, with nothing particularly special about them, he might have been willing to use something more advanced and then hid the body, but there were only 3 of them and they all had at least 1 or 2 bloodline abilities. Kakashi would be sure that they were either brought back to Konoha or left somewhere safe to be retrieved by Anbu. There was no way Naruto could claim that his opponent had been lost somehow without arousing suspicions of one sort or another. "Yo, you okay out there?" Fudo called out as he batted away another group of clones who were attacking him with about as much luck as Naruto had had. "I forgot to tell you, but my family was known for their hard skin, practically like steel some people used to say. Until Kamui-senpai gave me this Shikatsunyaku, I didn't even know if my skin could actually be broken by anything. Fortunately whenever I mess with these bones of mine, the skin knits right back up. Pretty handy, huh?" Naruto didn't bother replying as he untied the kunai pouch around his right leg, forced his broken hand into a fist and used the straps from the pouch to tie his hand so that it would remain a fist rather than flailing about uselessly. He was naturally right-handed, so he would have to spend the rest of the fight using mirror stances of what he normally did and fighting against instincts that told him to punch with his right hand, but that wasn't really that hard, just annoying. He'd practically been an ambidextrous fighter since about the 3rd month of his trip with Jiraiya. The real problem was the limits that were now placed on his jutsu creation. If Fudo had some sort of hard skin ability, it no doubt was an earth elemental manipulation. What he needed was some sort of lightning jutsu to counter it. Naruto didn't know many lightning jutsu, as it was one of the elements that he was least compatible with, but he knew enough of the cool ones to get by something like this. Chidori would do the trick, or Reikiri if he wanted to be on the safe side, not that it mattered at this point. Without his middle and ring finger he couldn't form the seals necessary to use any of them. Of course, using Chidori or its big brother would be paramount to writing that he was anything but a genin all over the Hokage monument, perhaps even more blatant than that. Kakashi would know exactly what he was looking at the moment he saw the body, but even if he missed it initially, it would be clear once the nature of Fudo's Kekkei Genkai was known. "Next time I go back in time, I'm going to ask to be someone other than a stupid genin who doesn't know his head from his ass," Naruto grumbled. "If I was Kakashi I could have finished this guy off really quick." He smacked his forehead with his hand, and then grunted as he bit back a yelp of pain as his right hand protested the sudden blow. "I'm an idiot," he groaned. "I don't need Chidori to beat this bastard. I just need Kakashi." By the time the last of Naruto's clone army vanished in a cloud of smoke, Naruto had completed most of his plan in his head. The first part was the only one that would be all that painful. He reached down and pulled the improvised bandage from around his hand and forced his middle finger into the proper position while his others went there naturally. It hurt like hell to move the broken digit and he was treated to the sound of something breaking farther within his hand as he did it, but all that mattered was that it was in the right spot for the jutsu. He would be healed within a day or so, anyway. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Once more the area filled with Narutos. Two of them instantly went to search for Sasuke and Sakura, while the others attacked the large missing nin staring up at them from the forest floor. Unlike his uses of them up until this point, these clones didn't attack in small groups, probing for weaknesses. They went after Fudo like a large swarm of locusts, spilling down out of the trees and from along the ground. Many were destroyed by flying bones or by his powerful punches, but there were more to take their place. They went after his legs first, not bothering to punch or attack him with kunai. They simply tackled him, throwing him off balance enough so that when the ones from above landed on his head and shoulders, his body was unprepared for the additional weight and he was driven to the ground. Dozens of clones grabbed him by his cloak, his legs, arms, anything they could get their hands on and began to lift and pull him in the direction that Kakashi had last been heard. The ones on the left side were continuously being destroyed as spiky bones suddenly exploded out of the man's skin or were shot from his fingertips, but there were more than enough to keep him moving in the right direction. As the clones were killed, their knowledge was transferred among the group and, most importantly, up to Naruto, who followed at a safe distance, for the moment while he tried to figure out how exactly he was going to talk Kakashi into going along with this little plan of his. Too bad there didn't seem to be any lakes around. Naruto suspected that all he really had to do was throw Fudo into a deep body of water to finish the fight. He weighed a ton. Maybe more. After several minutes they broke through into a small meadow that had once probably been very picturesque. The stream that the miners had used to wash up passed through one edge of it, and there were many gray boulders sticking out of the green grass and large flowering plants. Or at least Naruto assumed there had been green grass and large flowering plants there. There was evidence that such things had once existed there. Now there was a lot of trampled grass and large flowering plants, as well as a lot of burnt grass and large flowering plants, and, most importantly, there was two men attacking each other over and over again as they destroyed the natural beauty around them. The Narutos threw Fudo as far as they could into the clearing. Unfortunately, this didn't get him even past the crowd of clones surrounding him, and several were crushed as his monstrous weight came down on them with nearly earth-shaking force. He was slow to get up, so the remains of the army, now nearly half destroyed, attacked him again. They weren't trying to hurt him, as that was beyond their ability without the use of jutsu, but they could keep him on the ground and distracted while Naruto put the rest of his plan into motion. As soon as he was sure how to do so, Naruto knew he needed to get Kakashi to come over to him, and somehow he needed to convince his Junin that they should switch opponents, if only for a little while, so that Kakashi could finish off Fudo. The problem was, if Kakashi came, then so would Kamui, and that might make it difficult to relate a plan and convince Kakashi to go along with it and give Kakashi the time to create the Chidori and keep Fudo in the dark so that Kakashi could actually hit him with it. On a list of all of the plans he'd ever made, Naruto suspected that this one ranked somewhere near the bottom, probably just below painting the Hokage's faces so people would pay attention to him, but well above bringing his friends along when he went after Akatsuki, and definitely far above allowing Sakura to come with him when he tried to assassinate Orochimaru in Sasuke's body. So far this plan hadn't gotten any friends killed yet, after all. Kakashi and Kamui were aware of Naruto and Fudo before the two, or in this case 4 dozen, of them were even visible amongst the trees, but neither ninja made a move in the direction of the newcomers. Kamui had no desire to allow Fudo anywhere near Kakashi unless absolutely necessary, because the larger man didn't have the delicate touch needed to keep the important part of Kakashi in one piece. It was as likely as not that Fudo would crush Kakashi's head and the Sharingan with it during their fight without even intending to. Kakashi, on the other hand, had no idea why Naruto would have gone through what looked to have been a considerable amount of trouble dragging Fudo into the meadow, but he really wished that his student had shown a bit more intelligence in picking his fighting ground. Actually, he wished that his student had shown a bit more intelligence and run away like he'd told the 3 genin to do. There was teamwork and then there was suicide. They apparently didn't know the difference. Naruto, or one of him, anyway, was standing a little ways away from the spot where a large group of blonde ninja were struggling to keep Fudo on the ground. The large cloud of smoke that was beginning to cover the area attested to the fact that their numbers were rapidly shrinking. Kakashi dodged the curved blade that Kamui thrust at his chest, spinning on his heel and delivering a backhanded blow with his gloveless hand to the man's face that sent the ninja tumbling away and left Kakashi with an ugly burn mark. He quickly pushed the pain from his mind, knowing that he had no choice but to ignore the burns he was receiving as much as possible. His fight with Kamui had been mostly a one-sided contest. He was faster, stronger, probably more experienced, and possessed a Sharingan on top of all that. His advantages were negated, however, by Kamui's ability to heal every injury he'd received so far, as well as the way his skin burned whenever Kakashi touched it. If he didn't have 3 genin to worry about, which removed several jutsu from his arsenal, he was sure he could win eventually, but for the moment he and Kamui were in a stalemate. "Yo, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto called out, waving his arm. Kakashi cursed under his breath, not taking his eyes off of Kamui as the man rose and prepared to attack again. Why was that idiot calling attention to himself? Couldn't he see the situation here? Did he have any idea what sort of danger they were all in? Probably not. It would fit with the Naruto that he occasionally observed during their training and missions. Or at least it fit with the clueless hyperactive Naruto. The different Naruto that seemed to have surfaced during the past week should have known better. That was the Naruto who was capable of almost getting his fingers on a bell, the Naruto who had spotted a hole in Sasuke's form and decisively beaten the boy who was supposed to be a genius, the Naruto who was a competent ninja, potentially even capable of someday being as great a ninja as his father had been. But he was also the Naruto who unnerved Kakashi the most. It was potentially dangerous to have a student who was still such an unknown quantity, but given his parentage and what was inside of him, perhaps the strange swings in ability were to be expected. He had more chakra and stamina than ninja twice his age and had the genes to be great, if only he could learn to focus a little bit of his energy consistently in the right direction. From what Minato-sensei had said, Kushina-san hadn't been all that different when she was a little girl, so perhaps the change in Naruto during the last week was due to him growing out of the genetic influences that had affected his mother when she was his age. Yes, growing out of them over the course of a couple of days, that made sense. Sensei, I need your help, Naruto continued, not even looking at Fudo, who was being held down by fewer Naruto clones every second, or at Kamui, who had shifted his focus towards the boy. Naruto, get out of here! Kakashi yelled. He didn't have time to babysit Naruto and fight Kamui. So long as Naruto remained where he was, there was a chance that the missing nin could use the boy's presence against Kakashi, either by trying to kill Naruto, forcing Kakashi to defend him, or by capturing the boy and holding him hostage, at which point Kakashi would find himself in a situation not unlike the one his father was in all those years ago. And then what would he do? No, he would have to take the fight right at Kamui and keep the missing nin's attention off of Naruto. He pulled a kunai from his holster and attacked. Kamui brought his fingers together, flashing through several quick seals that Kakashi saw and found he didn't need to copy, ending on the seal of the tiger as he took a deep breath. Kaden, Gukakyu no Jutsu. He pinched his fingers together in front of his lips as he blew out, creating an enormous fireball that scorched the ground along Kakashi's path. The leaf ninja vanished as the flames surrounded him. As the flames died down, Kamui looked around, smiling. Come on out, he called. We both know it wouldn't be that easy to defeat the leaf's copy ninja Kakashi. When there was no answer and Kakashi did not reappear, Kamui turned and smiled at Naruto. Well, since it seems that your sensei is going to continue playing in the dirt for a while, was there something important you needed, or do you just enjoy dragging idiots through the woods? Naruto returned the man's smile and let his eyes drift towards the sky. His smile grew larger and he nodded upwards. Kamui frowned and quickly looked up only to find that there was nothing there but clouds and sky. Suddenly the ground beneath him shifted as a hand reached up and caught him by the ankle. Doden, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu. Before Kamui could even call out in alarm, he had sunk up to his neck in the earth and Kakashi was looking down on him, a kunai clenched in his hand. Let's see just how impressive that healing ability of yours is. He brought the blade down through the man's head, only to strike stone as Kamui's head became nothing more than a large rock sticking out of the ground. Kakashi didn't even look surprised, he simply spun on his heel, bringing up his kunai and easily blocking Kamui's downward strike as the ninja leapt at him from behind. Certainly you didn't think I couldn't see you down there, did you? Kamui asked. I'd hate to think that all the stories I've heard about you were merely exaggerations. You might have noticed that you weren't able to sneak up on me, Kakashi replied. My eye sees things even yours can't. Perhaps, but your Sharingan has already missed something. And what would that be? Kakashi asked as he twisted his wrist, drawing Kamui's kunai down with unexpected swiftness and then bringing his knee up to connect with the man's wrist, disarming him. Kakashi's own kunai spun in his palm and then he drove it into Kamui's unprotected chest. Kamui looked up at him as he coughed blood, a triumphant smile on his face. Look down, he gasped and then took a stumbling step away. Kakashi's eyes drifted down, and then widened. Kamui hadn't attacked with the weapon he'd been using since the fight started, the knife with the curved blade. Instead he had used a regular kunai with a small explosive tag wrapped around the handle. Kakashi's arms came up to protect his face just as the tag exploded, throwing them both through the air. Sakura had thought that perhaps she could help Sasuke in his fight against the strange missing nin who had attacked them and forced them away from Naruto. She could watch his back in case of a surprise attack or maybe act as a distraction for him, but with her injury she was too slow to be anything but a distraction to him, which explained why Sayaka hadn't bothered trying to separate Sasuke from her as well. At Sasuke's suggestion, Sakura had taken refuge behind large oak tree and was frantically trying to remember everything she'd ever learned about using healing jutsu during class. Unfortunately, the pain in her shoulder made concentrating very difficult. Along with that, she knew the effects of the blood loss were beginning to affect her. She was already dizzy and was starting to feel disoriented and weak. In class they had learned about Shaozen no Jutsu, even been shown the basics of what it entailed and the seals for it, but at their age, few of them had the chakra control to properly use the healing technique, so it wasn't something drilled into them the way other techniques were. Most of their medical training had consisted of treating wounds with bandages until they could get proper medical treatment from someone who knew what they were doing. She tried to focus on that class, on the nurse who had come over from the hospital to tell them about being a medic nin and the jutsu that a medic nin used. The seals. The seals were tiger, hare, horse, and rat. Sakura closed her eyes. She could do it. Her arm was weak, but she could force it up so she could form the proper seals. She brought her arms up, took a deep breath. She had to do this so she could help Sasuke. Tiger, hare, horse, rat. No, that wasn't right. She'd forgotten dog, and it wasn't hare then horse, it was horse then hare. Yes, that was the right way. She was certain of it now. She'd forgotten dog because Naruto had pretended to start snoring during the lecture and the nurse was distracted just as she was explaining that part and had to start over. It had made that portion of the lecture a little confusing, but the nurse had told them the proper way during her second try at it. It was a good thing she'd caught that. If she'd messed up, who knows what would have happened. If she'd accidentally killed herself because Naruto was a goof off, she'd have come back and haunted his lazy ass until the end of time. Tiger, horse, hare, rat, dog, she ran through the seals slowly, forming each perfectly before moving on to the next. It wouldn't be as powerful as it could have been if she had more training or could form the seals faster, but it would be better than pressing her hand against a hole in her shoulder and bleeding to death. Sakura's left hand glowed green as the chakra pooled there and the jutsu formed. She waited until the glow seemed to be as bright as it was going to get and then pressed her hand over her right shoulder as she pictured her skin knitting itself back together, just the way the medic nin had told them to do. The pain eased ever so slightly and she felt something tugging in her shoulder. As the light around her hand faded, she removed her blood-covered hand and checked her wound. It wasn't as bad as she'd thought it would be. The skin was still red and irritated, and the pain was beginning to return, but the wound itself was sealed. She reached to the back of her shoulder and tried to inspect herself with her fingers. Apparently she should have applied the jutsu to both sides, because she was still open back there, the hole wasn't nearly as large as it had been. She'd bought herself time and nothing more, but that would have to be enough. If she could help Sasuke, just a little, before the blood loss overwhelmed her, then it would be worth it. Sasuke took a blast of wind to the chest, sending him crashing into a large boulder that sprang up behind him. The dark-haired boy hit the rock, slid down it, and then fell face first to the ground, but quickly rolled to his feet, swaying unsteadily. "This is pointless," Sayaka announced. "If you aren't going to show me what I'm after, I'm just going to crush you and throw you away like the trash you are." "What are you talking about?" Sasuke demanded, wiping blood from his lips. "The Sharingan. Either show it to me, or die." Sasuke glared at her. "Even if I did have it, I'd die before I'd let you see it." "You might be surprised. The human body can take a lot of damage before it expires." Her fingers flashed through a quick series of seals and then thrust her hands forward. The ground around Sasuke's feet seemed to liquefy momentarily, as it had with one of her earlier jutsu, only this time it twisted up his legs almost to his waist and then hardened, trapping him in place. "Shall we see how much fight you have in you now?" Sayaka sneered as she walked over towards him. "If you don't show me what I want now, maybe I'll start crushing body parts. I seem to recall boys your age being ruled by a different head than the one on their shoulders. Perhaps we should see how you handle being under new leadership. Or maybe I'll let you take a nap before we decide what to do with you." Sasuke's hand instinctively reached for a kunai, but the holster where he kept them was underneath the large rock formation that had swallowed half his body. Sayaka smiled as she saw his movement. It was the knowing smile of a predator that had finally trapped her prey. She reached out a hand and ran a long fingernail down his cheek. Sasuke tried to throw a punch at her, but she easily swatted it aside as her nail cut into his skin, leaving a burning sensation along its path. "Just a little something to calm you down," she whispered. "It won't kill you, but it will hurt a bit and then you'll fall asleep for a little while. Long enough for Kamui to finish off." An explosion went off a short distance from them, causing her to pause and smile. "Plenty of time for Kamui to take care of Kakashi-san, and then you, Uchiha-san, will come with us until we decide if you are worth being harvested or if you're just more trash that needs to be thrown out." Sasuke winced against the pain in his cheek. The burning sensation was spreading out across his face and down his neck. It felt like someone was rolling a lit cigarette along his skin. Even more alarming to him was the sense of lethargy that followed just behind the burning. Already his arms felt like they weighed about 25 kilograms and they were growing heavier with each passing second. Soon he would be lucky if he could even lift his eyelids, let alone his arms. Sayaka ran her fingers up along his face and brushed a sweaty lock of dark hair away from his eyes. "I really hope you have something special for me here," she told him. "It'll be a shame to have to cut out these eyes for nothing, and it would be even worse if Kamui was the only one to get anything after all the trouble we went through setting up this trap." "You knew we were coming?" Sasuke asked weakly. "Not you specifically, of course, but we knew Konoha would send someone. After all, that's why we paid that failing mine town to request ninja to help fight off some non-existent bandits. We hoped we would get someone special instead of the trash that pollutes the ninja world. We never dreamed we'd get a chance at picking up 3 Sharingans." Her hand slid down his face once more and then she squeezed both of his cheeks together, her nails pricking his skin once more, starting the burning feeling all over again as she said, "For your sake, I sincerely hope you have a Sharingan. I'm sick of Kamui always taking all of the good abili, arg." A kunai pierced her arm and then another sliced into her leg. "Keep your hands off of Sasuke-kun," Sakura growled as she stepped out from behind the tree. Sayaka pulled the blade in her arm free and tossed it aside contemptuously. "You're still here. I figured you died or ran off a long time ago." "I don't leave my friends behind," Sakura replied coldly. "I'll always do whatever I can to help Sasuke-kun, even if it costs me my life." Sayaka smiled wickedly. "That's good, because it just did." Sakura pulled 3 more kunai from the holster on her right leg and flung them at the dark-haired woman. Before they'd traveled half the distance to their intended target, a swirl of wind began to spiral around Sayaka. "Trash like you can't even touch me," she yelled as the whirlwind grew larger and larger, whipping her long hair about as she stood in the middle of it. "Sakura, take cover," Sasuke yelled. It took all of his strength, but he was able to get his arms up in front of his chest. They weren't really heavy, he knew, they just felt heavy because of the drugs in his system. Once they were in position, his fingers knew what to do: snake, tiger, monkey, boar, horse, and then tiger again. His fingers flew through the seals without needing a single thought from his drug-addled brain. He took as deep of a breath as he could, dragged his fingers up to his lips and then blew out. The flames shot from his mouth and were swallowed up by mini-cyclone, turning it from clear to a deep red as the wind fed the fire even after Sasuke had stopped blowing. From somewhere within it, Sayaka screamed in pain. Sasuke's strength gave out and body pitched forward, the rocks covering his legs were the only thing that kept him upright. The flaming whirlwind blew hotter and he could vaguely feel the skin on his face growing painfully warm from his proximity to the fire, but it seemed like it was happening from so far away. It hurt, but the pain was distant, maybe even happening to someone else, he couldn't tell anymore. It became more and more difficult to open his eyes each time he blinked. Dimly he thought he saw someone running towards him. Maybe it was Sayaka. If so, then it didn't really matter, nothing really mattered, just as long as he could close his eyes and let himself be swallowed by the nothingness that was creeping up on him, he didn't really care about anything. "Sasuke-kun," someone yelled, or maybe he was just hearing things. "Ek. Whatever, if they were yelling, that was fine, he didn't care, he was so tired he doubted they'd be able to disturb his sleep anyway. Let them yell, it didn't matter. Kakashi was flung away from the explosion, smoke trailing from his burnt clothing and skin. The pain was incredible, but he'd lived through worse. The real problem was that he was totally unprotected in the air and wasn't sure he'd be able to flip himself over before he landed, meaning he was probably going to either hit a tree or the ground head first. Several escapes from his predicament flashed through his mind, but his body was still recoiling from the shock of the explosion. He could barely think straight, moving his body was out of the question. He felt his body reach the height of its arc and begin to descend. It wouldn't be long now. If he'd been thrown as high as it felt like he had, there was a very real possibility that falling on his head from this height would kill him. Not exactly the way he'd expected to go out, but that hardly mattered anymore. "I've got you, sensei," Naruto called out as several hands and arms caught hold of him and helped him turn in the air. Kakashi landed amongst a half-dozen Narutos, all of whom were asking if he was alright, causing an annoying combination of voices to hit him at once. "I'll be okay," he grumbled, shaking his head. "Where's Kamui?" The Narutos pointed at a shape that was just beginning to stir. From what he could tell, Kamui had taken just as much damage as he had in the blast, the only difference being that Kakashi's injuries were going to stick around, Kamui's would already be healing. "You need to get out of here, Naruto," Kakashi told the blonde firmly. "I can't fight him if I have to worry about you." The Naruto directly in front of him, who might have been the real Naruto, smiled somewhat sheepishly and scratched the back of his head. Actually, I was wondering if you wouldn't mind trading with me. Trading? Yeah, I don't think I can beat that big guy. His skin is made out of metal or rock or something and I don't know any lightning jutsu. He held up his hand, showing the bruises and what looked like a couple of broken bones. Plus, he can shoot out his bones and I can't always see them coming. So I thought, since you're a Junin and all, you probably knew a lightning jutsu to counter his rock skin and maybe you'd be able to see those bones coming when he shoots them. Sorry, Naruto, Kakashi said as Kamui got back to his feet on the other side of the meadow. The missing nin grabbed one of his arms, which was bent halfway between his elbow and wrist, and twisted it until the broken bones were back in place and healing. I don't think I can fight both of them at the same time, not after that explosive tag, at least. Naruto shook his head. You don't have to. You just have to take care of the big guy while I keep that other bastard busy. I mean, if you know any jutsu you could use on him. Naruto, this isn't a game. These guys aren't like Mizuki or anyone else you've ever faced. They'll kill you the second you leave yourself open. Well, he has to find the real me first, doesn't he? He brought his hands together and yelled, Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Instantly the meadow filled with an army of Narutos who charged Kamui with reckless abandon. Kakashi looked on in dismay at the display of power. He'd heard about Naruto and Iruka's fight against Mizuki and that Naruto had created 100 or more clones, but this took it even a step farther. There must be nearly 1,000 of them here, Kakashi realized as he watched the battle beginning to unfold, and Naruto doesn't even seem fazed by it. This is far more than I could do. Naruto looked up at Kakashi expectantly and asked in a too innocent to be real voice, will that distract him long enough, sensei, or should I make some more? Kakashi sighed and shook his head. The boy was a brat, no doubt about that, but it would have been hard not to like him even if he had different parents. Stand back and watch. I'll show you something you might like. Naruto gave his teacher some room as Kakashi formed his seals. Blue bolts of electricity crackled around them, the sound made it sound like a large flock of birds was passing nearby. The lightning grew and then centered in the palm of Kakashi's right hand. The Junin pulled himself to his full height, his hand shaking as it struggled to hold all of the chakra that was pulsing within it and then said, let him up, I'm ready. With a grin, Naruto brought his hands together and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. He'd been nothing more than another clone all along. Instantly the message was relayed to all the rest of the clones, most of whom disregarded it, but the ones that had been struggling with Fudo nodded to one another. Kakashi wanted to smile at the sight, but held back. The kid already knew how to use his favorite jutsu effectively, maybe he really did have a shot at becoming something special. At the same time, he was being unexpectedly intelligent again. Not for the first time, he promised himself that he would get to the bottom of the mystery that was Uzumaki Naruto. But there wasn't time for that right now. The clones released their captive and tried to leap away, but half their number was cut down before they succeeded in escaping. Fudo scrambled to his feet, an act that seemed to take him considerable effort, probably because of his weight, and looked around the meadow in surprise as the Naruto army swarmed around Kamui, who could only be seen by the clouds of smoke rising up from where he was dispatching clones. Yo, senpai, the big man called out. Do you need any help? The only things he heard by way of reply were the sounds of the clones yelling and what sounded. Birds chirping. Fudo turned his eyes away from where he thought Kamui might be and scanned the area for what was making the second sound. It only took a second to spot Kakashi holding something that was glowing blue in his hand, with lightning blots rising up his arm and crackling all around him. The Leaf Junin charged at Fudo, moving so fast he seemed to be nothing more than a streak of blue and silver shooting across the grassy meadow. Fudo chuckled, flicked his left hand towards Kakashi, sending a shower of 14 phalanges as his fingers momentarily deflated, bending bonelessly as they waited for his Kekkei Genkei to regrow the expelled bones. Kakashi took a half step to the side, ducked, and then leapt and spun before landing on his feet and continuing his charge with only the slightest break in his stride. Fudo gasped in alarm. 14 bones traveling so fast they were barely visible and Kakashi had dodged them all with ease. He bent his wrist and tried firing another bone, but before he could, the Leaf Junin was upon him, his hand sparkling with blue death. Kakashi's hand shot forward, piercing the man's hard skin, and driving all the way to his heart. A bone shot out from Fudo's chest, clipping Kakashi's left shoulder and drawing blood, but it was the final act of a dying man. Fudo looked down at the silver-haired ninja and coughed blood as his knees gave out. Damn, he whispered, I should have known that asshole. Kamui would get me killed. Kakashi pulled his arm from the dead man's chest and let out a slow breath. Arakiri, after having been injured as well as keeping his Sharingan uncovered for this long, had taken its toll on him. He reached up and pulled his hinata down over his left eye, hoping that a short break from using it would allow him to regain a portion of his stamina. He looked at Naruto, or a Naruto, anyway, and asked, "Where are Sakura and Sasuke, are they alright?" The Naruto smiled and disappeared in another puff of smoke. A second later, a new Naruto spoke up. There was another clone watching them, he explained. "I'm not sure about the exact location, a little ways to the west of where I was fighting Fudo originally." He pointed in the approximate direction. "Sakura's hurt, but something happened to Sasuke, I'm not sure what. I'm pretty sure they took care of that Sayaka lady, though." "Go find them," Kakashi instructed. "Help them out until I get there. I'll take care of Kamui." Naruto looked his sensei up and down and shook his head. "I can hold him for now, you go look for them. If Sasuke's hurt, you'll do him more good than me. I don't know any healing jutsu yet." Kakashi wasn't used to the idea of having a subordinate not only contradict him, but also issue something that sounded distinctly like an order, but that didn't stop him from seeing what Naruto was saying. With so many clones, Naruto could keep Kamui occupied for quite a while with little danger to himself, giving Kakashi enough time to recover his energy and make sure Sakura and Sasuke were safe. Not that he liked the idea of leaving Naruto to fight a possibly unkillable missing nin, but in the heat of battle, one couldn't always have everything go the way he wanted. The real Naruto better not get anywhere near him, and you better keep a good number of shadow clones on him at all times until I get back, got it? Naruto grinned. "Of course, sensei. What makes you think I'd have it any other way?" Kakashi looked at the confident boy for a moment and then said, "One of these days, I'm going to figure you out. So stay alive until then." He looked over his shoulder at the spot where Kamui was fighting the clones. "This is our teamwork on this one, Naruto. I need to be able to trust you not to engage him with your real body unless I tell you to, got it?" Naruto had paled ever so slightly when Kakashi talked about figuring him out, but he quickly recovered and nodded. "Just get Sasuke and Sakura-chan and make sure they're okay. Trust me, sensei, I wouldn't do anything to disappoint you." Kakashi hesitated, wanting to give himself more time to think about the way Naruto had just said that or to figure out why Naruto would become visibly nervous when told he was going to be figured out, and especially wanting to talk both himself and Naruto out of such a foolish plan, but he didn't have the time or energy to waste on any of those things. Then the sky lit up back in the direction that Naruto had come from when he dragged Fudo out of the woods, and Kakashi's time had run out. He leapt into the trees and took off at high speeds towards the light, praying for Naruto's safety under his breath. Naruto watched until Kakashi was completely gone and then turned back to where Kamui was increasing the pace at which he was destroying the clones. The temptation to take on the man himself was immense. Kamui had admitted to killing at least a dozen Hyuga just so he could cut out their eyes and take their abilities. They deserved to be avenged quickly and ruthlessly, but with Kakashi hopefully returning with Sasuke and Sakura any minute, not to mention Kakashi's statement about figuring him out and expressing the need to trust Naruto to do as he was told in this one instance, he wasn't sure if he could take such a risk. Kakashi had obviously caught Naruto doing things he found suspicious, and none of those could possibly compare to killing someone like Kamui all by himself. Naruto vowed once more to come clean to Kakashi as soon as Orochimaru was dealt with. The Chunin exam wasn't that far away, they really just had to make it through this one mission and then he could lie low until he had Orochimaru in his sights. After that, he could tell Kakashi everything, and it wouldn't matter if no one believed him or if Kakashi gave him an unfriendly introduction to Morino Ibiki and the rest of Konoha's interrogation specialists. Naruto could live with almost any ending to the story of his life as long as nothing interfered with Orochimaru entering the exam or his chance to end the menace of the Snake Sannin once and for all. Chapter 18. Oh. Sasuke-kun. Sakura yelled as the tornado of fire finally died down and she was able to run to him. Sasuke's body, from the waist up, was completely limp. As near as Sakura could tell, only the rocks around his legs were holding him up. Unfortunately, this meant that his face and chest had been more exposed to the heat than they might have been if he could have fallen or been blown back by the wind. Her shoulders seemed to be burning far hotter than what she'd felt from the whirlwind that had backfired on the Sayaka. The pain was growing stronger every minute and she could feel her hands trembling from the effects of the still open wound. She did her best to push the pain away as she neared her teammate's limp body. She just needed to hold herself together until Sasuke was safe, after that she could cry or pass out all she liked. "Sasuke-kun," she yelled again as she reached him. He didn't reply or even stir, intensifying her dread. She gently lifted his limp form up so she could see the damage, and was relieved to find that it wasn't as bad as she'd feared. He had second-degree burns over a large portion of his face as well as on his arms and a little bit of his neck, but nothing beyond that. When he didn't stir even after she gave him a gentle shake and called out his name one more time, she took his wrist in her hands and checked for a pulse. It pushed back strongly against her fingertips without a moment's hesitation. He was hurt, but still very much alive. She turned and looked at the charred corpse lying a short distance away. The flames had burned a hole in the canopy of the forest as well as the grass and bushes along the ground. Because of the smoke in the air and the way the sunlight reflected off of it, the spot where Sayaka lay dead seemed to be surrounded by a white tunnel of light descending from the heavens, the sort of thing that took souls up to their final resting spot. Sakura hoped that Sayaka was as far from heaven as possible. If there was any justice in the universe, the missing nin should already be burning in hell for what she had done and what she planned on doing to Sasuke. She pulled a kunai from her holster and began chipping away at the rocks surrounding Sasuke's legs. The going was slow and her shoulder cried out in protest against the movement, but she needed to get him free and lay him down. With her shoulder injury, she could barely hold him upright so she could see him properly. Treating his injuries would be impossible. Second-degree burns weren't normally fatal, but the blistering could lead to infection if it wasn't treated properly, and infection could kill you. Besides that, it was Sasuke, so she would leave nothing to chance. He was too important. As she finally began to make progress in digging him out, something landed heavily behind her. Sakura whirled around, kunai held high and ready, even if she felt far from it, and then breathed a sigh of relief when she found that it was only an injured and exhausted-looking Kakashi. Though he looked very much the worse for wear, Sakura nearly wept with joy at the sight of the lanky Junin. "Kakashi-sensei," she yelled as she wrapped her arms around him without a second thought. Kakashi flinched away from her touch and grunted in pain, but then patted her on the head in a sort of soothing manner. "Are you all right, Sakura-chan?" he asked calmly. I'm hurt, but I'm okay," she replied, regaining her composure, "but Sasuke-kun is." Kakashi stepped around her and checked on the unconscious genin. He pulled the rocks away from Sasuke's feet in one quick motion and then caught the boy as he fell forward. "Will he be okay?" Sakura asked. Kakashi laid the dark-haired boy on the ground and then leaned over and listened to Sasuke's heartbeat before examining him for any injuries other than the obvious burns. When his fingers brushed along the thin cuts on Sasuke's face, Kakashi paused and leaned in closer, gently probing the skin and noting a slight discoloration. "He's been poisoned," Kakashi said as he sat up. "His vitals are strong, so I don't think it was intended to kill, but without knowing what they used, I don't know what its effects will be or how to wake him. We need to get him somewhere safe until either he wakes up or we figure out where the nearest hospital is so we can take him there." "Where's Naruto?" Sakura asked. With Sasuke apparently no longer in danger, her mid had been able to focus enough to realize that everyone on their team was present except for Naruto. Kakashi stood up, wincing as he did, and looked back the way he'd come. "He's keeping Kamui busy." "The leader. Sensei, we have to go help him." Kakashi nodded. "I'll carry Sasuke, he'll be defenseless if we leave him here and we don't know for sure that there aren't more collectors out here." Sakura noticed but didn't comment on the fact that Kakashi didn't seem to be willing to let her stand guard over Sasuke while he went to find Naruto. Probably he'd noticed that she was more injured than she'd told him when he first arrived. Certainly the dark crimson stain running down her dress from her shoulder would have been all the evidence he would have needed. Kakashi lifted Sasuke into his arms and nodded in the direction they would need to go. "If I fall behind, just keep going. I used the Sharingan for a long time and my fight took a lot out of me. I'm nowhere near 100% anymore." Sakura thought he was joking, or at least offering a reason for going slow so she could keep up with him, but it quickly became apparent that Kakashi was probably not even at 50% of what she thought him capable of. He even stumbled a couple of times as they picked their way through the woods. "Sakura-chan, just go," Kakashi told her when it became obvious that he was getting slower, not faster as they went. "Don't go anywhere near Kamui, just tell the first Naruto you see that we're leaving. He can keep his clones attacking until we're safely away. With any luck, we'll be gone before Kamui even realizes it." Sakura nodded and hurried in the direction they'd been heading, leaving Kakashi and Sasuke to follow her at a much slower pace. She prayed that Naruto was faring better than the rest of them had so far. Kamui quickly grew annoyed with the seemingly never-ending battle that was forced to fight against the legions of blonde ninja clones. When the army had first attacked him, he'd thought it was some sort of trick. Perhaps the boy could create a few physical clones of himself, but there was no way that a mere child could do something like this. Even a Junin of average ability would completely exhaust himself creating so many, and the clones that he'd made would be just as tired and ready to die as he was. None of these genin seemed to be suffering from chakra depletion due to the original supply being spread out evenly among them, and that just didn't make sense. What was worse, the clones all fought at a much higher level than a genin should have been able to. They weren't all as powerful as Kakashi had been and their taijutsu form seemed to be a sloppy mess, but they were all quick and agile and strong enough to hurt him. They didn't seem all that interested in beating him down, however, instead choosing to fight in a way that kept him occupied but also forced him to work hard to destroy them. He couldn't help but wonder if this was how his opponents felt when they faced him over and over again as he healed every time they thought they had defeated him. If so, then he'd underestimated the strength of the psychological damage his healing ability created in battle. Still, while it was interesting in an academic sense to be on the other side of the tactic, he'd grown annoyed with the game, so it was time to end it. There were still far too many clones for him to keep searching for the original body amongst them all, and even his Byakugan couldn't distinguish clone from real due to the fact that they weren't just images but were actually physical bodies. With Fudo probably dead, if he wasn't he'd be yelling his damn fool's head off, and Sayaka either in the same condition or else still occupied with the Uchiha boy, it was clear that things weren't going his way. He needed to take care of these annoying clones quickly so he could move on to either Kakashi or the Uchiha boy and then make his exit. Kamui let the army drive him back, intentionally angling towards a tree that was out at the edge of the meadow. Once he was close enough to the spot he wanted, he kicked the nearest clone away from him, sending it crashing into two others and then leapt high into the branches, bringing his hands together the second he landed as he started to form the seals for the jutsu he needed to trim their numbers down quickly. It was complicated jutsu and the seals took a while to perform. By the time he was ready several clones were already running up the tree towards him, but they were too late. Kaden, Dokugiri Sho. He took a deep breath and then opened his mouth and forced the sulfurous gas that had been created in his lungs to spew out over the army of clones. It came out purple and red, a flammable poisonous gas that burned and choked the life out of any living thing it touched. The clones closest to reaching him were the first to go, clutching at their throats as they were burned from the inside out, and then the cloud descended upon the rest who had remained on the ground. They saw what was coming and knew it was bad. They turned and tried to run, but their numbers worked against them now, preventing them from getting away quickly. Some stumbled, further slowing them down, others were stricken and jerked violently into their fellow clones, knocking them down before they expired in a cloud of smoke. The burning poison didn't last long, a minute at most, before it was caught up in the faint breeze rolling across the meadow and disseminated until it was too diluted to be harmful anymore. By that time, the damage was more than done. The army of hundreds had been reduced to a half-dozen clones, and amongst them was probably the original who had created such an annoying diversion and allowed Kakashi to escape, unless he'd run as well. Kamui was not one to take failure lightly and was even less fond of defeat and trickery, especially at the hands of a child. "Are all of you clones?" he asked as he dropped to the ground, "or did the original stick around to admire his work?" "Hard to tell," one of the blonde boys answered with a smile, "we all have the same memories." A kunai shot through the air and pierced the speaker's chest. He vanished in a puff of smoke. "Guess it wasn't him," said another with a shrug just before another kunai turned him into a cloud of smoke as well. "Stop this game," Kamui growled. "Come out and fight me, trash." "Why should I?" another of the blondes asked. "I'm doing pretty well taking you on like this. In fact, why don't we bring a few more of me to the party?" Kamui chose that boy and sprinted at him, drawing a handful of kunai and throwing them at the remainders. It was only a guess, of course, but this one was the first to refer to himself in the first person, so it was possible that he was the original. His sudden attack caught the boys off guard. The kunai caught 3 in the chest and 1 in the shoulder, enough to reduce each of them to clouds of smoke. Then he jumped and sent a powerful kick at the boy's head. Naruto's surprise hadn't lasted long enough to catch him that off guard. He twisted back into the side, bringing his arm up to knock aside the kick, but a hasty defense wasn't good enough against a ninja of Kamui's level. The missing nin let the momentum of his kick carry him around and then brought his other leg up and delivered a solid kick to Naruto's chest. The blonde skipped twice off the ground and skidded through the grass for another 2 meters before finally coming to a stop. The quick counter of his attempt at defense had come as a surprise, proving that Kamui was definitely a Junin and an advanced one at that. He barely had time to get his bearings straight before he had to roll to the side and then flip himself up onto his feet to avoid the missing nin's follow-up attacks. It didn't take long for Naruto to realize that he was in real trouble now. Kamui wasn't a pushover to be taken lightly, he wasn't a slow-moving boulder of a man that could be avoided if he had to be, and he wasn't going to take it easy on him just because he was a child. This was the sort of match he would have been in if he'd been forced to deal with Zabuza in a straight fight instead of appearing in the confusion of the battle. Maybe even a more difficult fight than Zabuza would have given because Kamui could apparently heal from any wound that was inflicted. Naruto ducked under a kick, but wasn't quite quick enough to dodge the punch that followed after it and once again found himself on his back and then scrambling back to his feet while trying to avoid death. If Kakashi didn't return soon, Naruto wouldn't be able to continue holding back and expect to win. Of course, if Naruto stopped holding back and Kakashi arrived, things could get complicated. As his feet were swept out from under him and Kamui's curved bladed knife passed within centimeters of his neck, Naruto decided that he would just take his chances. Every second he waited only made it that much more likely that either Kakashi would return at an inopportune time when Naruto reached the seemingly inevitable point where he was forced to fight back, or that Kamui would get lucky and do some serious damage. He planted his hand on the ground, and kicked up at Kamui's face, forcing the man back a step while Naruto landed on his feet and adjusted his taijutsu stance. "Let's make this fast," he whispered. "I don't want Kakashi-sensei to come back and see what I can really do." Kamui smirked, though there was a hint of uncertainty in his eyes as Naruto attacked, his hands and feet suddenly moving far faster and more precisely than they had been earlier. The blonde scored 2 solid blows to Kamui's chest and stomach before the missing nin began to defend himself properly. He brought his arm up to counter a punch, only to have the blonde choose to grab his forearm, completely ignoring the burning of his own skin, and pull Kamui forward and off balance. Naruto's foot slammed hard into the older ninja's knee, buckling it backwards before he spun and kicked Kamui in the face. Kamui hit the ground and kicked out his injured leg hard, forcing the joint roughly into the proper spot so that it would heal quicker, and then rolled to the side as Naruto's fist slammed into the ground where the missing nin's head had been. He scrambled to his feet and charged at the blonde, who still had his hand on the ground, but just as he was preparing to strike at the suddenly very competent genin, a slab of stone leapt out of the ground. His momentum carried him into it at nearly full speed and the stone didn't budge. Kamui took a step back, shaking his head to clear the ringing from his ears. He didn't have a chance to even try to sidestep the small wall before Naruto's shoulder rammed into it from the other side, tipping it over on top of him. 3 shadow clones appeared next to Naruto, 2 of them laced their fingers together while the other leapt as high into the air as he could. Naruto jumped onto the hands of the first 2 and they flung him into the sky. As he passed the airborne clone, it caught hold of his hand and spun in the air, using itself as a fulcrum to increase his speed as he shot like a meteor down on the trapped Kamui. His foot hit the stone slab with enough force to shatter it, crushing, he hoped, anything still trapped below. Naruto had seen enough of Kamui to know that he couldn't just hope he'd done enough and walk away. Walking away would only let the man heal and then he'd be right back where he'd started. He quickly dug through the stones, looking for flesh, or even traces of blood, but found nothing but dirt and burned grass. Without stopping to think, he rolled to the side as Kamui's curved knife cut through the air where his head should have been. The moment he was back on his feet, his left leg shot out as he spun, sweeping the missing nin's feet out from under him. Kamui landed on his back, but instantly jumped up and charged at the blonde. The next several attacks and counterattacks exchanged between the 2 looked as much like a dance as they did a fight, with both countering the other's movements and having theirs countered in return. Twice Naruto pulled kunai from his holster and drove them into Kamui's chest and arm, and twice the wounds healed almost instantly. In retaliation, Naruto felt the bite of Kamui's curved knife across his already injured stomach and along his left arm, opening small but irritating wounds that unfortunately did not instantly heal, though he knew they'd be fine in a couple of hours or so. Finally Kamui leapt back, breathing hard, and glared at the much smaller ninja as he once more tucked his blade inside his robes where it could be easily retrieved if he needed it, but would be out of his hands if he needed to use a jutsu. He hated to admit it, but so far they were fighting to a draw. And only because of healing his Kekkei Genkai. He was hampered by having been forced to fight Kakashi beforehand, spending large amounts of chakra healing the wounds he'd received while he tried to wear down his prey, and then being forced to use his burning poison mist jutsu to deal with the army of clones, but those were just excuses. Any amount of chakra he had expended on those things had been more than equaled by the creation of the clone army by his opponent, and from the blonde's refusal to use his right hand it was obvious that he hadn't escaped his fight with Fudo unharmed. "Who are you?" Kamui asked as his breathing slowly returned to normal. "Uzumaki Naruto, future Hokage of Konohagakure," the blonde replied with a smile. "How are you able to expend so much chakra? No genin should be able to do what you've done without suffering from chakra depletion. Is it some sort of Kekkei Genkai?" Naruto grinned at him. "Nope, nothing like that. I'm just a genin who failed the final exam 3 times before finally graduating from the academy." Kamui scowled. "A piece of trash then. You have a lot of chakra to use, but without being from an advanced bloodline, you aren't anything special." "I'm not the one breathing hard," Naruto noted as he waved the missing nin forward and said, "You've got a couple of bloodlines running around inside you, right? Let's see how long they keep you alive against this piece of trash." Kamui snarled in rage and ran at the younger ninja. Naruto couldn't help but let the smile of satisfaction spread across his face as he dodged Kamui's swing and slammed his fist into the larger man's jaw, rocking his head back. He wasn't there yet, not by a long shot, but his body was getting stronger and stronger even without really training all that hard outside of his workouts with his team. It might not take as long as he'd thought to regain most of the strength he'd had as an adult. As the ninja stumbled back, Naruto began to pull chakra into his hand, forcing it to swirl tighter and tighter. He couldn't risk manipulating the nature, not with his weak body and certainly not with so many friends nearby, but even an unfinished rasengan would be more than enough to put Kamui on his back long enough for Naruto to figure out how to kill him, and with luck the telltale damage it would do would heal before anyone, namely, Kakashi, saw it. No one was immortal, surely not all injuries could simply be healed automatically. If he had to, Naruto would just take the man's head. Hopefully that would be an injury that even Kamui couldn't overcome. He pulled his arm back as the chakra formed into the familiar blue ball, waiting for just the right moment. Kamui reached for a weapon tucked within his robe before he'd even fully recovered from Naruto's punch, but Naruto was already on top of him. There was almost nothing that could stop him from putting the missing nin down for at least a little while. Naruto! Sakura yelled as she broke clear of the trees and ran towards the two ninja at a sprint. Except for that. Naruto's mind instantly recognized where she was, what she could see, and the probable complications allowing her to see him do this jutsu would cause, but none of that mattered now. Kamui was in front of him and he had to be dealt with. Whatever Sakura saw or thought or told others couldn't be helped at this point. He'd known and accepted the danger when he started fighting seriously. Even if Kakashi was right behind her, there was nothing he could do to change what they would see. He'd hoped the truth wouldn't come out before the Chunin exam, specifically before the second part of the Chunin exam when he'd get his best shot at Orochimaru, but few things had gone according to plan since he'd woken up in the past. Why should this be any different? His hand flashed forward, slamming the rasengan into Kamui's chest. And the ninja exploded in a shower of rocks. Damn it, Naruto cursed as he twisted to the side, expecting to be attacked from behind. No one was there. He looked back and forth and then his eyes fell upon Sakura. Oh, shit, Sakura-chan, get out of here. How stupid of him to overlook something like that. Even someone as egotistical as Kamui must have realized that Naruto could go toe-to-toe with him for hours. Certainly long enough to disable him in some fashion, if not figure out a way to kill him, but if he took a hostage. Sakura could be Kamui way out of this unexpected mess. Naruto opened his mouth to call out another warning, but as he did so, he heard the faintest sound of something passing through the wind right behind him. He tried to spin and twist to the side, actually managing to turn so that he was looking at Kamui, but the warning had come too late. His reflexes weren't quite up to the challenge of totally saving him. Kamui's curved-bladed kunai missed Naruto's head, but still came down hard on the blonde's shoulder, passing through muscle and bone with ease. Naruto screamed in pain as the blade sunk deep inside him, and then screamed louder as it was ripped out, doing as much or more damage leaving his body as it had entering it. Whether Kamui had meant or not, he'd tricked Naruto into thinking that Sakura might be the real target. A stupid trap to fall into, but probably an unavoidable one. Things like this were the reason genin didn't go on B or rank missions. A Junin could handle himself, but if his genin were in danger, he would be vulnerable, would make mistakes, would be forced to waste precious energy trying to watch out for them. It hadn't even crossed Naruto's mind that Sakura might be perfectly safe. He'd seen her, known what Kamui could do, and started to react in a way that would protect her even as it left himself totally exposed. He stumbled back from Kamui and managed to half-turn towards Sakura, just enough to see her go white as a ghost as blood sprayed from his wound. Run, he tried to yell to her, but the only thing that came from his mouth was the red mist of his blood mixing with air in his lungs. He felt pain in a different spot and saw Sakura's eyes grew so wide that the rest of her face seemed to disappear behind them. She opened her mouth to scream, but he didn't hear her make any noise. He glanced down and found the curved blade poking out of his chest and finally realized that he'd been stabbed again. Shit, he whispered as he fell face first into the growing pool of blood beneath him. Naruto awoke to find himself lying face down in an ankle-deep pool of dark water with the sounds of dripping echoing all around. He slowly pushed himself to his hands and knees, his long wet hair hanging down in his face making it difficult to see anything more than his hands resting against the stone surface under the murky water. He brought a hand up to brush his hair from his eyes but stopped halfway. Something was wrong. The blonde flexed his fingers experimentally and turned his hand over. It was larger than it was supposed to be. For that matter, since when was his hair long enough to hang down in his face like this? The answer hit him like one of Sakura's fists after an inappropriate joke. He hadn't had hands this big or hair this long since before he awoke in the past. He was an adult again. Naruto struggled to his feet and looked down at himself. He was wearing the white and red robes of the Hokage of Konohagakure, robes that the village council had, unsuccessfully, fought tooth and nail to keep off of him. How is this? He looked around for the first time and knew at least partially what was happening. He was in the Kyuubi's tunnel. This wasn't, strictly speaking, real, or at least not physically real. Naruto walked towards the enormous metal gate that had been sealed shut just after he was born. This was the first time he'd seen it since waking up in the past, and a part of him felt strangely apprehensive about approaching it. Kyuubi didn't scare him, hadn't ever scared him really, but she. It was the cause of a lot of problems in his life, problems that he intended to fix this time around. "You're here," Kyuubi noted with a growl. "Step closer so I can see you better." Naruto remained where he was. It wasn't that he didn't want to draw closer to the gate, he just wasn't going to allow himself to be ordered to do it by a demon trapped inside of him. "You can see me just fine," he told the fox. "Fine, then how about you explain something for me?" "What's that? Tell me how the hell you did this." Kyuubi slammed into the gates at full force and the tunnel shook all around Naruto as the demon's enormous claws dug into the ground, trying to reach him. "I was free. What happened? What did that bastard, Orochimaru, do to me?" Naruto's eyes widened. "You know about Orochimaru?" "Of course I do," the Kyuubi snarled contemptuously. "I was about to kill that little snake when all of a sudden I woke up back in here." "Then you came with me," the blonde whispered as realization struck. "You're from the future too." "What are you talking about, kid? Explain yourself." Naruto ignored him for a moment, dwelling on what it could possibly mean. He'd thought that it was just him, or just his consciousness, anyway, that had been sent into the past, but apparently Kyuubi was attached to him in a way that caused it to be dragged back as well. The blonde looked at the gates more closely, noting the way they totally held the demon back, unlike other times when he'd been in the tunnel and Kyuubi had been seeping through, contaminating him with its chakra. This looked more like the first time he'd visited Kyuubi. The seal was fresh and strong. Even in this regard he had been granted a second chance. "I'm a kid again," Naruto told the demon, suddenly feeling a little giddy despite the fact that he knew he was probably lying on the ground bleeding to death in the real world. "Somehow we got sent back in time, back to when I first became a ninja. That means the seal is still strong and you're as trapped behind it as you were when my father first stuck you in there." Kyuubi's eyes glowed red with rage and its claws racked impotently against the metal gate, but it held its tongue. "Seems like history is repeating itself though," Naruto continued. "My body is hurt. I'm going to need to borrow your power for a little while." "No. Don't forget what happens if this body dies. You're stuck with me for now, you won't live forever unless I do. Give me your power and you'll stave off death for another day. Who knows, maybe in the future you'll figure out a way to get free again. Wouldn't that be worth a little power that you'll never miss anyway?" The demon's eyes narrowed and then turned away from him as though it were contemplating what he'd said. Naruto did his best to wait patiently for the Kyuubi to concede the point that it did want to continue living, even if that involved existing inside a human for the time being. He didn't think it was likely that Kyuubi would deny him what he was asking for, it never had in the past. Of course, he realized with a start, what happened in the past didn't really apply to this Kyuubi as it was from the future, just like he was, and it might not necessarily adhere to the timeline's script. "Naruto!" Sakura screamed as the blonde collapsed and didn't move. Kamui stared down at the boy just long enough to confirm that his speedy trip to the gates of hell was irreversible and then stepped over the body as he stalked towards Sakura like a predatory animal approaching an easy meal. "I am sorry about your friend," he told her, sounding almost as though he meant it, "but he wasn't special, so I had no need of him. He should have known better than to get in our way. But you'll see him soon enough." Sakura's eyes were as round as saucers as he advanced on her, his curved kunai still dripping with Naruto's blood. She wanted to run or hide or do something to save herself, but she couldn't move, she couldn't even breathe. Kamui would take Sasuke, she knew that now. Sasuke was special, she'd heard that his clan had a Kekkei Genkei and certainly he'd proven over and over how incredible he was. And Kamui was going to take his abilities for himself. If Kakashi was too weak to keep up with her while they ran through the woods, what chance did he have against this man? She couldn't let that happen, but what could she do against someone so powerful? He'd killed Naruto, he'd shown that he could heal after being injured, Kakashi had been burned just by touching him. He was on a whole different level from her. In fact, she wasn't sure she could even see his level from where she was. She shakily got to her feet and drew a kunai with her one good hand. The ache in her shoulder felt stronger now, as if her fear was allowing the pain to flow more freely throughout the rest of her body. She wanted to run and hid, to pretend that this wasn't happening, but she couldn't, not after what he'd done to Naruto, not while knowing that he was going to do the same or worse to Sasuke and Kakashi. "I won't let you hurt Sasuke-kun and I'll get you back for what you did to Naruto," she told him, though her voice was a higher pitch than normal and only served to further broadcast her fear. Kamui stared down at Sakura impassively, his white eyes seeming to stare right through her. "Well, at least you're brave enough to say something like that, even if you don't believe it," he said softly. "Unfortunately, you're just trash like that boy, so it doesn't matter what you saw." Before he could finish, a crushing weight stronger than anything Sakura had ever felt before slammed down on them like a meteor from space. It was horrible. Worse than horrible. It was the sort of bloodlust that she'd read about, but never thought real. The killer intent was so palpable that images of her own death filled her head as the kunai in her fist turned shakily towards her own stomach. Without thinking, she'd prepared to turn it on herself just to make the horror stop. Her eyes drifted to the ground, her legs grew weak, and suddenly she was on her knees, emptying the meager contents of her stomach onto the dirt road. Sakura's vision swam before her eyes and she wanted to black out, but then a voice that sounded vaguely familiar cut through the haze that seemed to have surrounded her brain. "You don't know what special is," it whispered with a guttural laugh. Sakura's head moved as if she wanted to look up, but her eyes remained fixed on the patch of grass that she'd just puked all over. She didn't want to see the sort of monster that could create this sort of feeling in her, she didn't want to know what was coming for them. But she had to. Sasuke was in danger, and no matter how horrible Kamui might be, no matter how terrifying the thing was that was creating this weight on her chest, she couldn't let them hurt Sasuke. She couldn't let Kamui get away with killing Naruto. Slowly she pushed herself to her feet, her eyes still firmly planted on the ground as she took a stumbling step to the side, and started to fall, but before she hit the ground 2 strong arms wrapped around her, steadying her. "I've got you, Sakura-chan," Kakashi's voice called to her from a million kilometers away. Just knowing he was near her, and the safety that he represented, seemed to help lift the weight, not a lot, but enough to breath. "Naruto," she whispered. He's dead." Kakashi was quiet for a moment and then he said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything," as he lifted her up into his arms. She felt the air pass over her face as he ran and then leapt into the trees and carried her. Somewhere, away from whatever it was that was back in the meadow, she hoped. The trip was a short one and in no time at all he was setting her down next to the still unconscious Sasuke, who had been leaned against a tree that was on the edge of the small stream they had drank from during their break from guarding the caravan. To Sakura, the caravan mission seemed to have happened 100 years ago. It was back when things still made sense, when they weren't in danger of being killed by missing nin or monsters. When Naruto was still alive and Sasuke was nearly unbeatable and Kakashi was capable of keeping everyone safe. She took a slow deep breath, trying to calm herself, and then reached a trembling hand up to brush Sasuke's hair away from his face. He looked so peaceful at that moment, as if he was just taking a nap in a beautiful forest. What will he say when he finds out Naruto is dead, she wondered. Her 2 teammates weren't normally the best of friends, but there were times, little moments when they thought no one, including each other, was watching, where she could see in their eyes that they enjoyed the other's company. It was especially obvious with Naruto, who often looked like he was forcing himself not to grin and throw his arm around Sasuke like they were brothers or something. Then, during the trip out here, they'd seemed to turn a corner. It seemed like Sasuke and Naruto had decided that they could openly be friends. She'd never seen Naruto looking as happy as he had that first night when they walked back into camp. "Naruto. Sakura-chan, watch Sasuke," Kakashi told her. "No matter what you hear or what happens, do not go back to the meadow, do you understand? I'm going to go get Naruto." Sakura shook her head, sure that she'd misheard him. "Sensei. I saw it, Naruto. Naruto's dead." It seemed like that every time she closed her eyes she saw it. Naruto turning to look at her, yelling for her to watch out, and then his blood spraying everywhere. She barely even remembered what she'd been doing in the meadow in the first place or what she'd done before Naruto had been stabbed. None of it mattered, really. She couldn't focus on any of it besides the spray of blood that announced Naruto's death. Kakashi gave her a stern look and for a moment she thought he was going to deny what she had seen with her own eyes, but then his face changed and he said, "I won't believe he's dead until I see it myself, but if he is, then I'm going to go avenge his death and recover his body. If I'm not back in 10 minutes, you take Sasuke and make your way back to Konoha as quick as you can. Don't go to Kogen, don't go near anyone you don't know, and don't go back to the meadow." There was something in his voice, something that she thought sounded suspiciously like fear, that made her nod in agreement without any thought of questioning his plan as he headed back towards that nightmarish place. It didn't seem possible for her sensei to be afraid of anything, but after what she'd felt a moment ago, it made sense for him to be afraid of what was in that meadow, and for that reason alone she had no intention of going back there. She looked down at Sasuke and touched his face once more, letting her fingers brush against his lips. The closest thing to a kiss that she could bring herself to give him without his permission. Then, with nothing else to do, she sat and watched the water as it strolled along its given path and tried not to think about anything that had happened so far that day. She was hurt, Sasuke was poisoned and unconscious, and Naruto. Sakura's vision blurred as large, warm tears stung her eyes and then began rolling down her cheeks despite her best efforts to hold them at bay. Naruto was dead. You don't know what special is, Naruto told Kamui in a raspy voice as a claw made of boiling red chakra snatched the missing nin up by the throat, cutting him open, and threw him away from Sakura, who was cowering on the ground. Naruto didn't spare her a second glance as he stalked after his prey. She wasn't ready to see him this way, yet. He didn't want her to see him this way ever, a tiny part of his brain told himself. The dark thick marks on his cheeks, the red, inhuman eyes, the sharp fangs and claws, and the evil red chakra that swirled around him, forming almost a second skin. The rest of him ignored that part, ignored the danger that using Kyuubi's powers brought, ignored everything except for Kamui, who was standing up once more, the gash across his neck already healed, his lone Byakugan activated and no doubt trying to figure out what sort of trick Naruto was using to transform himself. Naruto smiled a wicked smile. He knew he shouldn't, but he was going to enjoy playing with his enemy this time around. I happen to be friends with a couple of Hyuga, he informed the man as he approached, two red, chakra tails swishing back and forth behind him. I don't appreciate you killing their family members. What are you? Kamui asked, finally looking scared. Naruto drank the sight in, inhaling the intoxicating aroma of fear in the air, growing drunk on the man's terror. The stuff of nightmares, he told him with a rumbling chuckle. He flexed the hand that he'd broken fighting Fudo, feeling the bones and tendons popping into place. Does this make me special to you? Does it mean that I'm not trash like everyone else? Are you going to try to take my powers? Kamui backed away, unable to answer the challenge, and then turned to flee. Naruto was already standing behind him, an evil grin on his face. You aren't getting away, he laughed, his tongue sliding hungrily over his long fangs. I don't care how many times you heal yourself, I'll just keep killing you. You won't set one foot outside this area unless you're traveling in a body bag. His hand flashed forward, fingernails that had lengthened into sharp claws racked across Kamui's face, spinning him around twice. He hit the ground and was promptly kicked into the air. Naruto reached his hand out and an arm and clawed hand of pure chakra shot forward, catching Kamui in midair and then slamming him into the ground. Naruto didn't bother attacking again. Kyuubi's chakra was sweeping through his system and he was drunk on the power. He wanted Kamui to get back up. He wanted the missing nin to heal over and over so he could keep hurting him. He realized, probably kill Kamui for days if the ninja's healing powers could keep up the effort, and Kamui deserved it. Actually, as far as Naruto was concerned, he deserved worse, but there wasn't time for that sort of thing and he wasn't totally sure that the desire for such gruesome torture was coming from his own feelings. It had been years since he'd let this much of the Kyuubi's unfiltered chakra into his system, outside of unsealing the Biju in the battle against Orochimaru, which he didn't think should count since he'd been completely taken over. And then probably killed, and it was a little difficult to be sure which impulses were coming from him and which were due to the fox's chakra. The Kamui climbed slowly to his feet and tried to run away once more, but before he could take more than 3 steps Naruto's hands plunged into the ground and a clawed hand of chakra popped out of the grassy meadow in front of Kamui and batted him back towards the red-covered blonde. Kamui rolled to his feet and looked up at the chakra hand and arm that seemed to wave in the breeze before him. He looked back at Naruto, who stood calmly with his arms in the ground, his red eyes watching his prey. Kamui tried running in a different direction, but that was immediately cut off by another chakra arm. This time the missing nin dodged the initial attack from it, but was unable to escape the one that came up on him from behind and raked across his back. He frantically looked back and forth between the two monstrous red claws made of chakra, waiting for the next one to come at him. It came from the left again, but he saw it and rolled out of the way. The one on the right tried next, but his Byakugan saw the movement even though his head wasn't turned the right way, and, again, he was too quick, pushing off the ground and flipping over deadly energy as it swiped at him. He was sweating and his eyes were shifting back and forth, searching for the hint of movement that would tell him where the next attack was coming from, but a small smile had appeared on his face. He'd realized that he could keep up with them, the potential to escape was still there, he would just have to be ready for it the moment the opening appeared. Right, no, left, no, right, no, left, no, The claws feinted towards him, but never moved the way they would when they actually attacked him. He knew it was coming though, he had to be ready. Any second now one of them was going to come at him. As long as he kept looking back and forth, he would be ready. In your next life, don't mess with my village, Naruto's raspy, demonic voice hissed in his ear as Kamui heard a strange scrapping sound and then everything went black as it had so many times before. Always he had regenerated, healed from whatever wound, be it to his eyes or a blow to the head. He could always recover, always. He heard a strange thud, his body felt light. It was so odd. What was this feeling? His thoughts slipped away and this time they didn't immediately come back. Naruto looked down at the severed head, waiting to see if the body could grow a new one or if the head was going to grow a new body. Either way he was prepared to deal with it. He didn't care if he had to turn the man into mulch to put an end to his ridiculous recovery ability. Kamui wasn't going to live to see another day. Scum like him didn't deserve to live, didn't deserve to call themselves ninja. It was almost a full minute before he saw it. The bleeding flesh on the portion of neck still attached to Kamui's head was shifting unnaturally. Even from this level of injury, it seemed, the man could regenerate. Quite the trick. It definitely eclipsed what Kyuubi could do for Naruto. Or at least he thought it might. No one had ever cut off his head before, so it was hard to be sure. He watched the regrowth until it was obvious that it was the head that would be doing the healing and not the body. Cut off the head and the body dies, as the old axiom went, only in this case, the head just regrew a new body when the old one was dead. Naruto's chakra-covered fist slammed into Kamui's skull, turning the brain inside into paste. He pulled his hand back out and waited patiently for any signs of further regeneration. This time, there were none. He'd been staring down at the decapitated and nearly hollowed-out head for several minutes when he felt a lone eye upon his back. He glanced over his shoulder and tried to smile at Kakashi, but thought the effect was probably lost amidst the red, evil eyes and the fangs. Kakashi definitely didn't smile back. Naruto? The Junin asked after a moment. Naruto took several slow deep breaths before answering. I'm still me. It was hard to push Kyuubi back down once the power had come out and taken hold of him. It was like an addictive drug that you know is bad for you. You can see what it does to your life, but you just can't stop taking it, you need it even though it's killing you. In this case, however, Naruto didn't need the Kyuubi's power, at least not normally, but once it was in his blood, his body wanted more and more even though he knew what the consequences could be. He had to will his body to relax, to force that chakra back into the hole where it belonged. Fortunately he'd had a couple of decades to practice and some very good teachers to help him. As the seal. No, it's okay, he answered closing his eyes as the red chakra faded away and his facial features returned to normal. It isn't getting out, I just took some of its power. With the power gone, his body suddenly felt more tired than it had since he woke up in the past. He swayed and nearly fell, but Kakashi was there to catch him. Are you okay? He asked as he gripped the blonde's shoulders to keep him upright. Sorry, sensei, Naruto said with a tired sigh, I'm just really tired all of a sudden. Kakashi leaned over and gave his student a long, hard look in the eyes, probably trying to see if the Kyuubi had somehow taken over Naruto's mind, or if using its power was corrupting Naruto in some other way, or if using the power was killing Naruto by overtaxing his body. Whatever he was looking for, he apparently didn't find it because in the end, he simply nodded and then turned his attention to the beheaded Kamui, never releasing Naruto until the blonde finally took a step away to prove that he was regaining his energy. Looks like you found something he couldn't heal. Yeah, but even after his head came off, he was still trying to grow a new body. I had to destroy the brain. I don't think he's healing from that one. This is the first time you've killed someone, Kakashi noted. Are you alright? Naruto's eyes widened and he made a show of taking a deep breath and staring down at the ground. The truth was, he'd killed so many people over the years, he hadn't even thought about this being his first official kill. It wasn't even the first time he'd killed since arriving in the past, unfortunately, but Kakashi wasn't allowed to know that Naruto was supposed to be an inexperienced genin. If Kakashi hadn't mentioned it, Naruto wouldn't have realized the need to look as green as he was supposed to be. I'll be okay, he said in his best trying to be brave voice. It had to be done. You did well, Naruto, Kakashi told him, patting his shoulder. The touch was brief, but Naruto knew how meaningful it was. You did really well. Ambushes are dangerous things, even the best ninja can lose their life when they are led into a trap, but you all proved yourselves beyond even my expectations. I'm proud to be your Junin sensei. Naruto looked up at Kakashi and smiled. It was even better than he'd hoped. Not only had they proven themselves to Kakashi, but apparently they'd done so well he was even more impressed with them than he had been after the Wave Country mission the first time around. There had been some rough patches, of course, but they'd gotten through it. This hadn't been the B-rank mission he'd thought it was. It should have been ranked A and might even have qualified as an S rank if Sayaka and Fudo had been a little more skilled or had been able to use their abilities better. Whatever the rank, Team 7 had kicked a couple of Junin or near Junin level missing nin's asses. They were earning Kakashi's respect. They were sure to be entered into the Chunin exam. Things were looking up. He'd made up for, at least a little, screwing up his team's opportunity to get to Zuna's mission. He'd probably saved a couple of Chunin's lives by getting this mission for his team. He was making changes, not huge ones necessarily, but good ones. He was slowly building a better, brighter future. He was. Alright, let's go find the others and explain to Sakura-chan that she didn't see you get killed. He was screwed. Ah, damn it, I forgot all about that. Naruto cursed as Kakashi steered him in the right direction. Even dragging his heels a little, they reached the spot where Sakura and Sasuke were waiting far quicker than Naruto would have liked. Sakura's dirty face was streaked with tears and her pretty dress was bloody and torn, but she didn't look like there was much wrong with her that a short hospital visit and a nice bath wouldn't cure. Were he not so conscious of the fact that she'd basically seen him die, he might have even teased her about her appearance, especially with Sasuke right there to see her in all her filthy glory. Sakura turned at the sound of their approach, instinctively reaching for her kunai holster, but stopped when she saw them. Her mouth fell open and her eyes went so wide they seemed to swallow up the rest of her face. Naruto, she yelled as she leapt to her feet and tackled him, tears once more running down her face as she hugged him fiercely. Kakashi chose this moment to discreetly head back towards the spots where the bodies of their enemies had fallen so he could hide the bodies until they could be retrieved for study and then to go to the caravan of rock-filled wagons and collect his team's backpacks. I can't believe it. Sakura yelled into Naruto's ear, completely unaware of Kakashi's disappearance. I saw you die, I thought. She pushed back from Naruto and held a fist up in front of his face. What the hell were you thinking, letting me think you'd gotten yourself killed? Naruto knew the danger he was in, but wasn't sure how to extract himself from it. Sorry. Whatever he should have said, that apparently wasn't it. Sorry. I thought you were dead and all you can say is sorry. Sakura pulled back her fist and Naruto closed his eyes and braced himself, knowing that it might be a little deserved and hoping that, if nothing else, it would make Sakura feel better. Instead of the intense pain or the sudden loss of consciousness that were normally precipitated by Sakura flying into a rage, all he felt was a hand press against his cheek. Naruto opened one eye and peeked at his teammate, and then opened both eyes to make sure the first wasn't playing tricks on him. Sakura had one hand cupping his cheek, her eyes sparkling with tears, and a smile on her face. I'm so glad you're okay, she told him with a choked sigh. Naruto felt a bit embarrassed by the attention and wasn't sure how to react to this sort of Sakura after having spent weeks and months getting used to the other one. Sorry I worried you, he said at last. It was a genjutsu, I think, but I'm fine. She nodded, accepting his explanation without question, which only shocked him more, considering that there were great bloody tears in his shirt and jacket where the genjutsu had made it appear that he'd been stabbed. Despite his surprise, he certainly wasn't going to complain about a potentially large and irritating problem slipping by the wayside without all the fuss that he'd expected. With that out of the way, his attention turned to his other teammate who was still lying on the ground with his back propped up against a tree. What happened to Sasuke? He asked. He had the memories of Sayaka and Sasuke's fight, but his clone had released itself after Sasuke had taken care of the missing nin. He'd known his friend was injured, but Sasuke should have been up and about by now. Sakura swallowed hard, even more chalked up about this than she had been over Naruto's return from the dead. That Sayaka woman poisoned him, she explained. Kakashi-sensei doesn't know when he'll wake up. Naruto stepped around her and hurried to Sasuke's side, touching his friend's neck to check his pulse and was relieved to find it strong. How long has he been like this? 15 minutes, maybe a little more, Sakura replied. Naruto took a deep breath and stood up, his excitement over how well they'd done on the mission suddenly tasting sour in his mouth. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything he could do for Sasuke other than hope that things worked out. He knew next to nothing about poisons or medicines, other than that the first one made you sick or dead and the second made you better. It would have been nice if someone else from the future had come back with him, besides a detestable demon, so he could have a person with some medicinal knowledge to back him up, but that hadn't happened and there was no point in wishing for things that couldn't be. So what do we do now? He asked. We start heading back, of course, Kakashi answered as he dropped from the trees above, 4 backpacks in his arms. Yeah, but Sasuke-kun, Sakura started. Isn't going to get better lying around in the woods. Kakashi pointed out as he tossed her backpack to her, she caught it awkwardly with her uninjured arm. We'll head back towards Konoha and probably meet a medic nin along the way. If he isn't better by tomorrow, we'll stop and wait. How are we going to find a medic nin? Sakura asked, confused. She tried to put the backpack on, but was unable to get it over her injured shoulder. Naruto stepped over and took it from her, earning himself a thankful smile. In answer to Sakura's question, Kakashi's fingers flashed together, moving so fast it was difficult to even see what he was doing, though Naruto could guess what the plan was, and then placed his hand on the ground as dark seals spread out from his palm and a small cloud of smoke appeared as if he'd just destroyed an invisible shadow clone. When the smoke cleared, a large, yellow-furred dog with a blue vest, leaf hinata around his neck, and for some reason, sunglasses was sitting patiently in front of Kakashi. Naruto had seen and even talked to Kakashi's ninkin often enough before the Junin's death to be able to remember that the dog's name was Isamu and that he was strangely insistent on being referred to either by name or by breed, Shikoku, rather than as dog or doggy. For some reason the other 7 of Kakashi's dogs didn't seem to care about it much, though Pakun usually tried to add an adjective like cute or adorable whenever he was called dog. Isamu pointed out that he didn't call Naruto or anyone else primate, or even just human, once he knew who they were, so why should they be allowed to get away with it with him? The dog was weird, that was all, weird and sort of serious. Pakun and Bull were much more fun to talk to, though it was usually a good idea to wear a raincoat whenever Bull was speaking. Hey Kakashi, Isamu said as his lips pulled back in something approximating a smile, been a while since you've called me. Sorry about that, the Junin replied. Sakura looked from the dog to Kakashi and then over at Naruto, who was trying to tie her backpack to his so he could carry both at once. The dog talked. She informed him needlessly. Naruto looked up from his work and shrugged. So, you don't think that's strange? Naruto frowned thoughtfully and then shook his head. Not really. It was fun to tease her, though he had to work hard not to laugh at the funny expression on her face. Just looking at her he could see her mind coming up with all sorts of reasons why the Isamu's ability to speak was both strange and completely impossible. Before Sakura could share her thoughts, Kakashi said in a voice loud enough to get her to be quiet, I need you to run ahead of us to Konoha and explain to Hokage-sama that the mission was a trap. We need at least one team of Anbu out here to collect 3 bodies with multiple Kekkei Genkai, including a Byakugan, and also to see about apprehending Kogen's mind foreman, Hanbei, in connection with the ambush. The bodies will be hidden in the usual fashion, as long as an Inuzuka is invited along they'll be easy enough to find. In addition to that, tell him that Uchiha Sasuke has been poisoned by an unknown substance. He's in stable condition so far, but we need a medic nin to meet us during our return trip. We'll be heading towards Konoha along the most direct route, so they shouldn't have any trouble finding us. Isamu nodded, turned his head towards Sakura and gave her what might have been a reproachful glare behind his sunglasses. Naruto suspected this was for the comment about his speaking ability being strange, though it might have had to do with her calling him a dog, and then took off through the woods at high speed. Kakashi watched until Isamu was out of sight and then lifted his own backpack as well as Sasuke's onto his shoulders. Shall we head home then? He asked cheerfully as if they'd been on a stroll in the woods rather than fighting for their lives. The 2 genin nodded and he picked up Sasuke and the 3 of them began the long trip home. After only a couple of hours of travel, Naruto commented on wishing they could have been the ones to deal with Hanbei, rather than leaving him to Anbu. Kakashi pointed out that they had more important things to do, such as getting Sasuke back to Konoha in case the poison was more serious than it seemed, but Naruto waved that off as the Junin's excuse to be lazy. It was supposed to be a joke to lighten the mood. Sakura especially was far too somber considering what they'd just accomplished, but Kakashi seemed to take it a bit personally. After agreeing that he was actually feeling a little tired and lazy, Kakashi decided that he needed a break from carrying so much extra weight and passed both Sasuke's limp body and the dark-haired boy's backpack to Naruto. Followed shortly by his own backpack, which was also deemed a bit on the heavy side. Naruto struggled under the new load for nearly a mile before concluding that Kakashi's little joke wasn't going to end anytime soon. For the rest of the afternoon, Kakashi and Sakura had to deal with 5 Narutos, each with his own burden to bear after Naruto decided that carrying both his and Sakura's backpacks on one body was more effort than it was worth, and the subsequent noise that came with them. Fortunately for everyone, Sasuke groggily came to his senses just as they were about to make camp for the evening. The rest of the trip passed without incident as the genin, mostly Sakura and Naruto, reveled happily in their grand success on their first dangerous mission. Chapter 19. Oh. Naruto yawned and stretched as he leaned against his little stove and waited impatiently for the water to boil so he could make his breakfast. It hadn't really been a long trip back from Kogen, but they didn't get in until late, and the debriefing had made it even later before he'd finally gotten to return home and collapse into his wonderfully comfortable, at least in comparison to the ground, bed and fall asleep. Due to the late hour, he hadn't even gotten a chance to eat dinner before giving into his fatigue. He'd woken to the feeling of his stomach complaining about the skipped meal and found the sky outside dark and the village quiet. It was much earlier than he'd planned on getting up, but since he was wide awake anyway, he figured he'd go and see if Hinata was up and interested in training. Of course, if his body had let him sleep in the way he wanted to, he wouldn't have gotten out of bed until close to noon, but training with Hinata would be fun. Plus, he had the day off, so it wasn't like he had anything better to do, and he could always take a nap later if he felt the need. Once the water was boiling, he poured it into his cup of noodles and inhaled the sweet aroma that drifted up as the water worked its magic on the dried ramen. It wasn't, strictly speaking, a healthy breakfast. Sakura used to scold him almost weekly when she would catch him eating such heavy food in the morning, but he had 3 very good reasons that were more than enough for him to overlook the questionable nutritional value of the meal. First, he was hungry. Second, the thought of ramen made his mouth water. And third, he didn't have anything else in the apartment to eat. Besides, he'd grown to be plenty tall and healthy the first time around, so it couldn't be that bad for him. When the ramen was ready, he climbed through a window and sat down outside on his little balcony, happily slurping his noodles and enjoying the way the steam warmed his face. The village was eerily peaceful at this time of day, but it was nice to enjoy the quiet every once in a while, especially after a fairly long and stressful mission. Sasuke had woken about 5 or 6 hours after they'd set out for home, just an hour or two before they'd planned on making camp for the night. He hadn't been pleased to find himself being carried by a Naruto. There were 5 of them on the path at the time. When he woke, and a little teasing about being the only one incapacitated during the fighting probably hastened his recovery time. He was groggy for a while, unable to walk steadily on his own without leaning on someone and struggling with the weight of the backpack he insisted on carrying, but he recovered enough to hide any discomfort or dizziness after an hour or so. Sakura had seemed disappointed when he no longer needed to lean on her, a job she had quickly volunteered for after Naruto declared that he wasn't carrying someone who was awake, but she managed to refrain from making too much of a fuss over him. The rest of the trip had been almost relaxing. They talked about the mission, telling each other what had happened while they were separated, and wondered whether or not Hanbei would be smart enough to leave town before the Anbu forces arrived, and taught him what a bad idea it was to submit false mission requests intended to lead ninja into traps. Naruto and Sakura thought that he might not have even gone back to town afterwards, but Sasuke pointed out that he was probably expecting to get paid and would be waiting around for one of the missing nin to give him his reward. Naruto wished he could be there to see Hanbei get the reward he'd earned. No one disagreed with him when he mentioned it to the group. There had been a tense moment, for Naruto, at least, when Sasuke asked him how he'd done during his fight. He considered lying and giving all of the credit to Kakashi, but decided against it, especially since Kakashi was right there and might contradict any misinformation given unless it involved the big secret. Plus, it wasn't like he didn't want Sasuke to see him as an equal earlier on than the first time around, to both lessen the shock of his development during and after the Chunin exam, especially since he had no reason to hold back once they reached the second test, and to encourage Sasuke to come to him for help when he needed it. So he told his teammates almost everything that happened, only leaving out the Kyuubi parts and making it sound like he had been able to use shadow clones to overwhelm Kamui and cut off his head. Sasuke absorbed the news of Naruto's victory over the leader of their foes in silence and remained quiet for a while afterwards. Naruto had just started to fear that he'd made a miscalculation when his friend gave him a smirk and said, "With the way you handle a kunai, it's a miracle you didn't miss and cut your own hand off or something." It was condescending, of course, but there was no malice in the Uchiha's voice, just a hint of friendly teasing. Naruto had never been so relieved in his life, with the exception of the point where he realized that he truly was in the past and not in some sort of genjutsu. Sasuke really was finally coming around. Sakura was farther along than she'd been before the Chunin exam the first time, and Kakashi had said he was proud of them. Everything was going nearly perfectly. And now he was quietly enjoying the greatest food ever invented in the most wonderful place he'd ever been. The peace wouldn't last, of course, since the Chunin exam would be coming up pretty soon and he had to kill Orochimaru along with a lot of other people, probably to make sure that things really and truly went the way he wanted them to, but for the first time in a long time he wasn't quite as worried about what was coming. Life was just going too well for it to not all work out in the end. Kakashi stood in front of the large doors and let out a small sigh. He was both dreading and longing for this meeting. On the one hand, he didn't want to have to admit what he'd been seeing and thinking about one of his students, but on the other, things had gotten to the point where he needed advice and also to inform the third about a potentially dangerous problem. Forgive me, sensei, he thought as he knocked softly and then stepped inside, but I don't have a choice anymore. Inside he found Sarutobi Hiruzen sitting at his desk looking over a small pile of paperwork. The room smelled faintly of coffee and tobacco, the former probably having come from the early morning routine of the old man. There was a mug on his desk even now, while the later was a lingering scent that had soaked into the woodwork after all these years. Forgive the early hour, Hokage-sama, Kakashi said as the third looked up and beckoned him forward with a small wave of his hand, but I think we might have a problem and I didn't want to bring it up in front of my team or Iruka. The third sighed and reached for his pipe and tobacco. Kakashi politely waited in silence while the tobacco was packed into the bowl, pressed down with practiced precision, and then lit. After taking a couple of short, quick puffs on the pipe, the old man leaned back in his chair and let the smoke slide out of his mouth, curling up in front of his face as it drifted towards the ceiling. What has Naruto done? He asked at last. Kakashi felt the temptation to hesitate before answering, but resisted. The report I submitted to you last night was not wholly accurate. At Sarutobi's raised eyebrow he quickly clarified, we did defeat the enemy and Naruto was the one who landed the killing blow against their leader, but, he took a deep breath and then pushed ahead with what he knew he had to say, Naruto used the Kyuubi's powers. He transformed, at least partially, into a sort of mini Kyuubi. The third let out another mouthful of smoke and inhaled the aroma through his nose. Tell me exactly what happened. His voice was calm, without a hint of accusation or annoyance, but there was no denying that it was a direct order that was expected to be obeyed instantly. And Kakashi did obey. He explained about Sakura thinking that Naruto was dead, about seeing a transformed Naruto attack Kamui, about the palpable bloodlust he'd felt in the meadow, and about returning after rescuing Sakura and finding Naruto standing over the decapitated body, still surrounded by the strange red chakra. Throughout his story, the third did not ask for clarification nor make any sound whatsoever. He simply sat still, listening intently, and thoughtfully smoked his pipe. When Kakashi was done, Sarutobi nodded slowly and then dumped the contents of his pipe out into a small bowl on his desk and began packing the pipe again. He said that he was still himself. That's right. He claimed that he only borrowed some of the Kyuubi's power, but that the seal hadn't been broken. Do you believe him? Kakashi thought about it for a moment, wanting to assure himself of his own feelings before answering, but found that he wasn't sure he even knew the answer. Maybe, he said. A noncommittal answer if ever there was one, the third noted with a smile, but there's more that you want to add. Kakashi nodded and readied himself for the part of the conversation that he was least looking forward to. He's not the Naruto I read about in the academy reports or that you told me about before you gave me this team. He still screws up sometimes, but, his voice trailed away as he realized something that had been building in the back of his mind for the past few weeks. I don't know if I can trust him. The third's eyebrows rose considerably at this statement. Why not? You know as well as I do the sort of prejudice held against him, even by the instructors at the academy. It can't be that big of a surprise to find that their assessment of him was misleading. It's not that, Kakashi insisted. He wished that he'd brought his concerns up earlier now. Just speaking about them was helping to clarify issues that had been bogged down with emotional attachments in his mind. When I first met him, he was a clumsy idiot. He could barely even walk down the street without tripping and he looked at everything as if he were seeing it for the first time. Then, after we became Team 7, he gradually improved until some of his mistakes started looking intentional. He was sabotaging the team. No, Kakashi shook his head quickly, more like he was forcing the others. He paused as a new connection formed. No, he was forcing Sasuke to rescue them. It wasn't all the time, but every once in a while I knew he'd messed up on purpose no matter how much he claimed the mistake wasn't his fault or apologized for it. Why would he do such a thing? I don't know, but it goes beyond just that. Jutsu he sometimes uses, taijutsu stances he slips in and out of by mistake, his ability to create literally hundreds of shadow clones. We both know that Naruto is inventive. With jutsu and his exceptional ability to use Kage Bunshin no jutsu probably stems from the Kyuubi within him. Even taijutsu could be mimicked by watching older ninja train. None of those things are terribly out of the ordinary, the third pointed out. Do any of those things explain why he would be training Hyuga Hinata in the mornings? I looked up her test scores, she was miles ahead of him in the academy. Sarutobi smiled. He's been working with Hinata, has he? The old man chuckled, sending smoke out his nostrils in little puffs. Hiyashi-san will be pleased when he finds out, I'm sure. Kurenai's reports on Hinata have been practically glowing for the past 2 weeks, so it seems that Naruto must be doing a good job. Kakashi nodded thoughtfully. He could see that the third was playing devil's advocate, not simply brushing Kakashi's concerns aside, but there was more and he didn't think even the devil himself would excuse the bomb he was preparing to drop. When we first confronted the missing nin, Naruto tried to kill Kamui. After he healed, Naruto called him a Jinchuriki. This did the trick. The momentary confusion was apparent on the third's face, and then he began slowly chewing the metal mouthpiece of his pipe. He used the word, Jinchuriki. Yes. Sarutobi set his pipe down on a little plate on his desk and rested his chin on his folded hands. It's doubtful that Naruto would be aware of more people in his particular situation. He didn't even find out about the Kyuubi until the day he became a genin. Of course, it might not be difficult to guess that it could have happened to others. Even if there's never been any solid proof of another village attempting such a thing. He rose and looked out the window at the village as it slowly woke from its evening slumber. So, if he's not Naruto, or not the Naruto that we expect him to be, what is he? I have no idea, that's the problem, Kakashi admitted. If he acted violently towards his teammates, I might think that he was somehow a disguised infiltrator from another village, but the only time I've seen him raise a hand to Sasuke or Sakura is during sparring sessions, and even then he takes more than he gives. In fact, the only time he's had a solid victory was when he realized that Sasuke was doing a new form wrong and tried to point it out. On top of that, the Kyuubi is definitely inside of him, so he has to be Naruto, and the only thing he's done wrong is mess up on some harmless missions and disappear for a day after he'd been sick. The one time we were really in any danger, he went above and beyond what could be expected of a genin to help protect the rest of the team. What are your other theories? He might be in contact with the Kyuubi somehow, or maybe he's always been this good and was just waiting to show everyone, given who his father was, that can't be ruled out. Or maybe he really is somehow working for an enemy village and needs to earn our total trust before turning on us. After the treatment he received from the village, even that isn't totally beyond the realm of possibility. The third frowned and then turned and looked up at the pictures of the 4 Hokages that hung above his desk, his eyes noticeably lingering on the one of the young man with long blonde hair that had been both his successor and, tragically, his predecessor. Keep a careful eye on him, he said softly. Biju sealings aren't a well-studied discipline. It's possible that Naruto is being corrupted from the inside, or perhaps, though I think it very unlikely, he has betrayed us. Keep in mind, however, that for every theory that paints him in a negative light, there is another, often simpler, one in which he is simply growing up to be what his father intended of him. Regardless, keep me informed on what you find. Kakashi nodded and bowed before turning to leave. He'd hoped for more definitive advice than to just keep watching him, but hadn't expected any more than what he'd gotten. In a way, it was a relief that the third hadn't wanted Naruto brought in for questioning. Something like that could ruin Naruto's relationships with his teammates and might have forced Kakashi to stop giving him the benefit of the doubt. He could only imagine how things would have gone if Obito had been pulled off their team for some reason. No doubt he would have remained just as stuck up and serious as Sasuke often was, and Rin would have been not all that unlike Sakura's personality when they first became a team. A thought struck him as he reached the door. He stopped and looked over his should. You know, this team is very much like my old team under Minato-sensei. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe and relit it, before taking another puff. Is it now? He asked with a chuckle and a knowing smile. I'm always amazed at what interesting coincidences life brings our way. Good morning, Hinata-chan. Naruto called out loudly, disregarding the early hour and the fact that those living in the nearby buildings were probably either still asleep or only just waking at this point in the day, as Hinata stepped through the gates to the Hyuga compound and gave him a small, shy smile. The branch member guarding the gate bowed to her, though his eyes remained on Naruto. Hinata could see the displeasure in his eyes and guessed that he didn't appreciate his quiet morning being disturbed by the blonde ninja who tended to be loud regardless of what time of day it was. It was hard not to smile at how irritating seemingly everyone thought Naruto was. If only they knew how amazing he really was, they wouldn't judge him so harshly. Until the rest of the village woke up and realized the truth, however, she was privileged to be one of the select few who was in the know and that felt nice. The man caught her looking at him and instantly noted the tiny smile on her face. He quickly schooled his emotions and bowed a little deeper to her before straightening and returning to his post. How are you this morning, Naruto-kun? She asked, turning her attention to her friend. She'd practiced talking to him in her mirror at night when no one was around to hear her, trying to work out her stuttering so she didn't sound so pathetic all of the time. Tired, he told her with a small yawn. We didn't get back in until late last night. I'm sore, she started to say before catching herself as Naruto brought a finger up to poke at her. The last thing she needed was for someone to see Naruto poke her in the head and scold her as if she were a mischievous toddler. At best it would make her look bad in the eyes of her family, at worst, it could result in Naruto being attacked by the guard. I mean, you should have slept in. You didn't have to come if you needed more sleep. She still had a ways to go in the stuttering department, but Naruto, as ever, didn't seem to mind or even notice. Naruto yawned again as he started walking towards the training grounds they normally used. Sleep is boring. Besides, I have the day off, I can rest later. Oh okay, Naruto-kun. Hinata fell into step just slightly behind him, an unintentional act of subservience that had long been drilled into her in her household. Naruto slowed so that she would catch up, but she automatically adjusted to keep herself just behind his shoulder. Are you doing that on purpose? He asked after a second attempt yielded the same results. Doing what, Naruto-kun? You're walking behind me, he pointed out. Sore, ouch. Naruto poked her in the side of the head just as they rounded a corner. Don't apologize, he reminded her, and don't walk behind me like that. It makes me feel like, I don't know, like I'm your boss or something. Hinata nodded and increased her pace until they were side by side, her face burning. It would have been a bad thing if her father or one of the elders had seen her walking like that with Naruto. Whether she felt inferior to him or not, the fact was that in terms of social rank she was about as far above him as the clouds were above the earth and should never act otherwise. Not until he became the Hokage, anyway. With the confidence and proficiency that he seemed to have gained since graduation, she had little doubt that he would get there in record time. Thanks, he said with a large grin as she pulled up next to him and then changed the subject to one she'd hoped he would avoid. So, how'd training with your dad go? Did you kick Hanabi's butt? No. Not really, she replied. The truth of the matter was that she had done well against Hanabi, at least at first. She'd done her best to block out her father's presence, pretending that he was just one of Naruto's clones, and then she'd even caught her sister off guard twice by doing something that she considered unpredictable, just as Naruto had told her she should. She hadn't done anything too off the wall, of course, but 2 of her strikes had been partial breaks in form, coming when Hanabi was clearly not expecting them, a clear sign that she had been sticking too rigidly to the Juken katas in previous sparring sessions. She'd been elated at first, but one look at her father's face had told her that he wasn't as impressed as she'd hoped he would be. With the reminder that he was not one of Naruto's clones, her confidence broke down. Things had gone downhill from there and the usual outcome was the ultimate result. When the match was over, her father had been strangely displeased with Hanabi for allowing herself to be caught off guard and made her go and practice with a branch member while Hinata worked on form. He hadn't exactly praised Hinata's efforts, she'd lost, after all, but he also hadn't had quite as many negative things to say about her performance as he normally did. Hinata wasn't sure what it meant. Hanabi had never been made to do extra work beyond the training that she already did with their father and with other Hyuga trainers. Normally she was praised, in a stern, calm voice that would lead most non-Hyuga to believe that the praise was just more instruction, for her abilities, especially after defeating her older sister time and time again. It was sort of nice to hear what seemed to be fewer criticisms of her performance, but getting Hanabi in trouble wasn't what she'd wanted to do. She just wanted to keep herself from being seen as such a failure in her father's eyes. Naruto gave her an encouraging smile and kindly didn't ask her to tell the story. In fact, after the smile, he hardly said anything. They walked for several minutes in silence before Hinata chanced a glance at him. His eyes were to the ground, seemingly glazed over, his lips curved downward in a frown and the small wrinkling of his forehead could be seen through the blonde locks that were not held back by a hit I ate this morning. She couldn't imagine what it was that he was thinking so hard about, but made sure to walk as quietly as a shadow the rest of the way so she wouldn't disturb his thoughts. When they arrived at the training grounds, Naruto had her show him her tree climbing skills. Before he'd left on his mission, he'd told her he wanted to see how awesome a tree climber she would be when he returned. Hinata knew that he was only trying to encourage her, but such was her desire to prove her worth to him that she had spent nearly every morning while he was gone working at it until her legs could take no more, even after it was clear by the second day that she had the skill down perfectly. She immediately headed for the closest tree and walked up it without pause or effort. When she reached as high as the tree would support her weight, she turned and walked back down almost as easily. Naruto cheered for her once she was on the ground and congratulated her on the speed with which she had mastered it, telling her that it had taken him almost a month to get as good as she had gotten in about 2 weeks' time. Hinata was certain that this was an exaggeration, but his praise caused her stomach to flip-flop pleasantly, making it impossible to voice her denial. Which was good, because he probably would have poked her forehead if she'd let it slip out. Once his crowing over her success died down, Naruto grew serious and didn't say anything for a long time. He seemed, to Hinata, to be trying to make a very difficult decision, though she had no clue what it could be about. Finally he sighed resignedly and said, "Hinata-chan, I want to teach you something, but I don't want you to tell anyone where you learned it, got it?" "Why?" He visibly winced at the question. Well, it just would be better if you left me out of it. So if someone asks, you made it up yourself, okay. Hinata frowned in confusion and then said, Naruto-kun, I don't understand. He rubbed his eyes and then pinched the bridge of his nose as he let out another sigh, giving her the distinct impression that he still wasn't totally sure about his decision and wished she'd just make the promise so he could get whatever it was over with. Just promise me that if anyone asks where you learned it, you'll tell them you made it up yourself. I know it's lying and that you don't really like to lie, but I barely know the basics of it, so you'll have to figure most of it out on your own, anyway. What is it? He opened his mouth to reply, but then shut it and shook his head. No, you have to promise me first. But if you can figure it out, I think it'll help you a lot. Maybe. The guy the first got it from. Well, he pretty much kicked ass like you wouldn't believe, so I think it'll help. Hinata forced herself to look him in the face and take in his features. All Hyuga were trained on reading the subtle clues that nearly every person unconsciously allowed to appear on their face. A shift in the eyes, a twitch of a muscle around the nose, a small tremble in the lip, even the nearly invisible ripple of the forehead, all of them told a piece of a story that a Hyuga master could read. Having the Byakugan active made the reading much easier, of course, but even without it and with barely adequate competency at the skill, the clues were there for the eye trained to see them. Naruto was hiding something, a secret he didn't want to share. And he was feeling a little guilty about something as well. His eyes met hers and suddenly the clues that had been skirting across his face faded a bit, either because he was consciously trying to force them down or because she was suddenly distracted by the blue of his irises. Did you find what you were looking for? He asked with a knowing smile and a wink that made Hinata blush and look away. He'd caught her, but it didn't matter, she'd already seen what she needed to see. Naruto wasn't telling the whole truth, or at least he was hiding something he felt was important. She could, had she the courage, call him on it and see if he would tell her, but she didn't have the courage and she didn't want to pry where he didn't want her. In the end, it came down to two questions: did she trust Naruto? And was she willing to lie for him? The answer to the first question was an emphatic yes, but the second one. Hinata took a deep breath and then took the plunge. I won't tell anyone that you taught me. I promise. Naruto smiled, looking relieved. Alright then, watch close and I'll show you the form. Hinata watched carefully, confused at first, but as he looped through the motions over and over her eyes began to widen. He'd been right when he said that he only knew the basics, there was a distinct roughness in everything he did and from time to time his arms and legs didn't flow the way she thought they should have. It was like he knew parts of what his body was supposed to be doing, but had gaps in his knowledge that he was being forced to ad-lib through. Regardless of what he didn't know, slowly Hinata began to see the intent behind it, to see directions it could be taken, ways that it could be refined. It was very similar to Juken, but with important differences, some of which she thought looked like natural, obvious improvements on the form she'd been taught was already perfect, while others must have been attached to purposes that she didn't understand. Somehow, somewhere, Naruto had come across an unrivaled genius. Her eyes could see in the blonde's movements that he was mimicking something he'd seen over and over, but not officially been taught. And yet, he knew enough to open her eyes to what could be done with it. Naruto didn't have the Byakugan and he couldn't use Juken, but what he was showing her. It had been created for the hands and eyes of a Hyuga. Hinata sat and watched Naruto for what felt like hours as he continuously moved about the training grounds, his feet easily sliding through the damp grass and dirt and his arms almost always in motion. After a while, sweat was running from his brow and he was starting to breathe harder, but she hardly noticed. She didn't stop him or talk to him until the sun had risen over the tops of the trees, telling them that it was time for her to go and meet her team. Even then, she didn't say anything to him, her mind was far too busy to concentrate on something so trivial as speech or manners, she barely even had the cognitive ability left over to realize that she needed to hurry or she would be late. Naruto didn't interrupt her thoughts, he simply smiled at her, nodded, and then headed for home, his feet dragging in a way that told her he was exhausted, but, as horrifying as it would later be for her to realize, she didn't care about his fatigue. Her eyes saw only the taijutsu form that he'd just demonstrated. Sasuke stared out the window of his large apartment and watched the sun rising over the village. He felt strange, inside, confused even, but he couldn't put his finger on why. It had started. He wasn't sure when it had started, but the feeling had grown more intense after he'd let Naruto help him learn the tree climbing technique. Just thinking about his blonde teammate or about Sakura seemed to increase the effect. Maybe it had started when Sakura asked if she could train with him after Kakashi dismissed them. At the time, he'd thought it was just another attempt to get him to go out with her or to convince him to ask her to be his girlfriend or whatever it was she used to want with him, but to his great surprise she never did anything other than asking for his help with different techniques or helping him when something required two people. Though he knew that she wouldn't have said no to any of those other things either. She said she just wanted to help him get stronger, and to get stronger herself, of course, that she wanted to be useful to him so that she could be there for him when he needed her. Sasuke had seriously doubted that there would ever be a time when he would need anyone other than himself and, if there was, it would only be a sign that he wasn't strong enough yet. Still, once he'd gotten used to her presence, there had been something nice about having Sakura train with him. It reminded him of the way things were before that night, back when he was allowed to enjoy himself and work hard for the pleasure of being the best. It wasn't like those times he'd tried to tag along with Itachi when his brother had practiced kunai throwing or taijutsu in the woods, but there were similarities in how it sometimes made him feel. And then there was Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, the dead last, the dumbass, the loser, the worst ninja in the academy, the kid so annoying he had to paint monuments and pull pranks just to get people to look at him. He wasn't that Naruto anymore, there was more to him than that, just as Sakura had once said there was. And just like Sakura, he'd come right out and proclaimed that he wanted to help Sasuke get stronger in any way that he could. That he wanted to be there to watch Sasuke's back when he needed it or cheer him on from the sidelines when he didn't. It was like they were all friends. That was it. That was the feeling. Friends. Sakura and Naruto were becoming his friends. They wanted to be his friends, and not just because he was wealthy or good looking or had a tragic past that fit into some girlish fantasy. They actually seemed to like him for him. Normally. Is that what we are now? Friends. Sasuke wondered as he reached out and let his hand rest on the glass in front of him, feeling it warm under his touch. Is Naruto my friend now because we were able to talk on the trip to and from Kogen, because he helped me figure out the tree climbing? Is Sakura my friend because she managed to talk me into letting her train with me and I haven't totally hated it? Are those things enough to make us friends? It was deeper than that, and he knew it, especially with Naruto. His blonde teammate had always been a dumbass, but he'd also always been the only one of their peers who could understand the loneliness that Sasuke had felt since that night. Naruto was the only person who really knew something of how Sasuke felt, and Sasuke was the only one who knew something of how Naruto felt. Others might understand some of what they were going through, or sympathize with their plight, but few if any had felt the total isolation that they'd had to survive to get this far. Sasuke was isolated by his genius and the tragedy of his family. Naruto was isolated because of his antics, the fact that he was an orphan, and the way the older villagers treated him. They were different, but the same. Or close to the same anyway. And now Naruto wasn't such an idiot. He could also be smart and strong and even insightful when the mood struck him. There was no longer as wide a difference in their abilities as had been there in the past. Naruto's skills weren't totally eclipsed by Sasuke's. Maybe not even eclipsed at all. Certainly, if there was a gap between their abilities, it was a small one that was closing, rapidly closing, Sasuke thought, and feelings of friendship were able to bridge what remained of it. Without any words calling attention to it, without any handshakes, or hugs, or any of that nonsense, Naruto was becoming Sasuke's best friend. Sakura was too, for that matter, though there were differences in how he felt about the two of them. So what did that mean? Sasuke knew what it meant, or what it could mean. It could mean that if he killed Naruto or even Sakura, he could gain the Mangekyo Sharingan as compensation. He could reach the heights that Itachi had achieved. Perhaps that was even the secret to surpassing Itachi. The question was, could he bring himself to do it? Could he throw away either of the people who were becoming his best friends in order to gain his revenge? Would it be worth it? He hated himself for not being able to answer those two questions with an emphatic no, but he wasn't sure that his hatred was stronger than his desire to kill Itachi. Sasuke turned away from the window and looked down at the long shadow that stretched across his bedroom floor. It wasn't hard to imagine it as his brother's shadow, still reaching back from that night to keep a stranglehold on Sasuke's life. Sakura smiled contentedly as she enjoyed the second helping of breakfast her mother put in front of her. Their trip back from Kogen had been hurried, first by Sasuke's condition, and then by the fact that they were already pretty close and there was no point in taking an extra day. They'd arrived home late, of course, and had missed out on dinner after having suffered through several meals of rations while they traveled. Now that she was home and had the day off, she is going to make the most of it, starting with getting a solid meal of well-cooked food in her stomach. So, how was your trip? Her mother, Haruno Chiru, asked sitting down next to her. Sakura's mother was what her father referred to, when her mother was out of earshot, as pleasantly plump. She had the look of a woman who was once more slender, but childbirth, a life that didn't require a lot of physical exercise, and a love of cooking and food had taken their toll on her figure. She was still pretty, Sakura thought, and was always quick to smile or laugh or make a snack when she thought her daughter might need it. The pink hair that she'd passed on to her daughter was cut to shoulder length and pulled back in a small ponytail to keep it out of her face. In the last few months it seemed like her hair was beginning to take on a silver look to it as the gray hairs became more and more prevalent, making it look like each strand was made of pure bismuth. Sakura hurriedly stuffed some more food into her mouth to keep from having to answer. Her mother had only asked this exact same question 4 times already since breakfast started. Each time Sakura had been able to distract her to keep from having to share, but she could only dodge for so long. Did anything interesting happen? Chihiro pressed. Sakura chewed slower, trying to keep her mouth full for as long as possible. Finally she couldn't bring herself to chew anymore and swallowed. It was fine, Mom, she replied. Tell me about it. Sakura bit her lip and started to take another bite, but thought the better of it. We had a little fight with some bad guys, she said at last, feeling the ache in her shoulder that had yet to totally heal. She'd made a conscious effort to keep the spot covered so her mother wouldn't see the dark bruising and red irritated skin. A fight. Sakura could hear the alarm in her mother's voice. It had taken a lot of work to convince her mother that she should be allowed to become a genin instead of focusing her studies elsewhere. Were it not for her father, who tended to give in to her more than her mother, Sakura would have been studying to be some sort of bureaucrat or maybe a teacher for the younger kids. It wasn't a big deal, she said quickly, hoping to soothe her mother's fears before her imagination blew things out of proportion. They jumped us, we took care of them, none of us were hurt badly. Chihiro didn't miss the qualifier or what it meant. Some of you were hurt. Sakura let out an exasperated sigh. We're ninja, Mom, we're going to get hurt sometimes, but we can handle it. Were you hurt? Sakura didn't answer right away, which she instantly regretted because she knew her mother would assume the worst. Did you go to the hose? No, I didn't, Sakura groaned. Mom, I'm fine. A medic nin met us on the way back to the village to check up on Sasuke and me, but it wasn't a big deal. He took a look at my shoulder, used a healing jutsu and cleaned it up a bit, and that was all he needed to do. It's no big deal. Chihiro let her cheek rest in the palm of her hand, her elbow propped up on the table. It sounds like a big deal to me, she replied sullenly. I knew it was a bad idea to let you do this, especially after they put you on the team with that boy. Which boy? Sakura asked quickly. To her surprise, her mother paled slightly and stood up, making a big deal out of cleaning the few dishes in the sink. Never mind. No, tell me, she pressed. Are you talking about Sasuke-kun or Naruto? I would never speak badly about the Uchiha boy, Chihiro replied, the poor thing. I just wish they wouldn't have put that other boy on your team. What's wrong with Naruto? I mean, except for being an idiot sometimes. He's not a good influence. Sakura got the distinct impression that her mother had meant to say something different, but had stopped herself before it had slipped out. He's always causing trouble, defacing the monument. So disrespectful of Hokage-sama and the village. Sakura smiled. He's not that bad anymore. He hasn't pulled any pranks since he made genin and he always had to clean up his messes anyway. He's actually nice when you get to know him, he's a good furry. Her voice trailed off as she noticed the way her mother stiffened at the unmistakable beginning of the word, friend. I understand you have to see him during your missions and training, but keep away from him during your free time. What? Why? Chihiro's face darkened the way it always did when she was laying down the law and expecting to be obeyed without question. Because I'm your mother and I'm telling you to. He's not someone you should be associating with. Sakura dropped her fork and pushed back from the table. Naruto is my teammate and, more importantly, he's my friend, she told her mother firmly. If I want to spend time with him, I will. Sakura, Chihiro reached out to touch her arm, but Sakura pulled out of reach. Sakura, there are things about that boy that you don't know. It's not just the vandalism, he's the only one of us that didn't get hurt, Sakura snapped. Sasuke-kun near died, I was hurt, even Kakashi-sensei had some bad burns before it was all done, but Naruto didn't have a scratch on him. It hadn't occurred to Sakura until that moment just how odd it was that Naruto had made it through the battle against the missing nin without being hurt while she, Sasuke, and Kakashi had all been injured to some extent or other. He'd had to fight the leader of them too. What sort of luck had it taken to keep him from being hurt at all? And then there was the genjutsu of him attacking Kamui with some sort of weird jutsu that she'd never seen and getting stabbed when she foolishly called out to him in her surprise. Even luck couldn't have kept him completely unharmed. Then she remembered that he used corporeal clones, lots of them, when he fought. He probably just hadn't gotten anywhere near Kamui, which explained why Kamui had to use a genjutsu to trick her into thinking he'd stabbed Naruto. Yes, that made sense. Naruto didn't get hurt because he'd fought smart. He'd stayed back where he couldn't be touched and let the army he was capable of creating do all the dirty work. But even as her mind accepted the logic of that explanation, it still didn't seem right. The Naruto she knew wouldn't fight like that. He'd insist on being part of the action even if there was an inherent danger in doing so. Plus, why would Kamui have used a genjutsu to trick her and not continued fighting Naruto? What point could that have possibly served, given how little a threat she was to him? And where had that killer intent come from when? Sakura forced her mind elsewhere. She didn't want to think about the meadow or what she'd thought she'd seen or what she had definitely felt. Even now it made her stomach churn to remember the crushing weight that had hit her as Kamui stalked towards her. Either he'd produced that killer intent or something even scarier had. Regardless, Kamui was dead and Sakura didn't want to think about it right now. Naruto's a good person, she told her mother, thankful for a different subject to deal with that served as such a perfect distraction from unpleasant memories. You don't know him the way I do. Her mother opened her mouth to protest, but closed it and looked down without saying anything. For a moment the two women stood in silence and then Chiru said, I understand this is hard for you to understand, but I do know things about your friend that you don't. So just be careful, okay? Sakura wasn't sure what to make of that, or of the whole conversation, really, but she nodded. After lifting her cup and quickly drinking the last of her orange juice, she said, thanks for breakfast, it was nice to eat a real meal. I'm going to go see Sasuke-kun. And then she walked resolutely out the door, ignoring when her mother called after her. She wasn't sure what had brought on the whole argument about Naruto, nor was she even sure what had been going through her mind when she'd announced that Naruto was her friend, but something about the way her mother had been talking about him, like he wasn't even a person or something, just rubbed her the wrong way. She knew Naruto could be annoying and stupid, but he wasn't a bad person, just an irritating one at times, and even that wasn't all that frequent anymore. He was her teammate and her friend, she wasn't going to let people talk badly about him. At least not unless he really deserved it. It was risky to teach Hinata something like that, Naruto decided as he sat down on top of the fourth Hokage's stone head and looked out over the village. Technically, he hadn't taught her anything, of course, only shown her, but she was plenty smart enough to figure it out. She'd have to be blind not to see that it was a taijutsu form created for the Hyuga, by a Hyuga. There were clear similarities between it and Juken, but also some very important differences that Neji had felt were needed in order to help Hyuga fight enemies that were capable of attacking from long range. Naruto didn't understand all of the differences himself, but Neji was a genius and he said they were important, so who was he to argue? Besides, like he'd told Hinata, Neji had kicked all sort of ass once he'd developed this new style of Juken. Naruto hoped Neji, the Neji from the future, that is, wouldn't mind that Hinata might get credit for creating the style that he'd had spent years working on. Probably he would see that it was necessary in order to ensure that Hinata's position in her clan was strengthened. Still, it didn't feel right, somehow. It was sort of like if he wrote what he could remember of Ika tactics and then sold it as if it were his own. But in this case he had noble intentions. The other Neji, if he still existed in some afterlife somewhere, would just have to get over it. It was odd that he found himself taking as many risks with Hinata's situation as he did. Befriending her earlier, helping to train her in the morning, and now this. It would be easier if she was respected by her clan, of course, but it wasn't like her life was in any danger and there was no way he would allow the elders of her clan to force a marriage upon her that she didn't want. Yet he'd taken as many chances trying to help her as he had trying to make sure that Sasuke wouldn't leave the village. There had to be a reason, but he couldn't think what it possibly could be. Probably he was still responding to the guilt of having not figured out how to get her out of the arranged marriage when she asked him to. Or practically asked him anyway. Yes, that made sense. He'd always felt really bad about that. Every single time he met with that bastard, Hyuga Hiroshi, he'd thought about that night and wondered what she'd been talking about or if he should have let her talk him out of doing something drastic to help her. How long ago was that? 5 years? 10? He wondered. Technically, it hadn't happened yet, but to him it must have been at least close to 10 years. Not all that long after Sakura's death, if he remembered right, but enough past it that he'd managed to somewhat recover emotionally or at least appeared to have recovered. Naruto-sama. Hinata's voice whispered softly as she knocked on the door to the Hokage's room. Not his room, the council was always quick to point out, the Hokage's room. Never mind that he was already doing all of the duties the Hokage was supposed to do, or that almost every ninja in the village already considered him the Hokage. No, the council had to appoint the Hokage, and several key members would never accept him to that role. So he was stuck with all of the duties, because those same members of the council were in no hurry to appoint someone else, but none of the cool titles or mountain sculptures. The pay sucked too. Come in, Hinata. Hinata dono, Naruto replied with a weary rub of his eyes. He would never get used to all this respect stuff he was supposed to be showing all the time. Another thing that he didn't think he should have to do if they weren't going to name him the Hokage. He glanced down at the paperwork he'd been doing and realized that the last several items he'd signed had not actually been read. I brought you some coffee, Hinata said as she stepped into the room. Her stuttering had died down drastically, at least in his presence, over the years, but still showed up every now and then. In all honesty, he scarcely even noticed anymore, his ears just automatically filtered it out. Anytime they were together, he couldn't help but notice what a wonderful person she'd become over the years. He'd always thought she was nice, though a bit dark and weird, but now she had strange peacefulness about her that was very welcome in such uncertain times. She was one of his few friends from childhood who had survived the long war so far, and she was easily the one he sought out the most when he was troubled or just needing to relax. She never seemed to want anything from him other than his company, and that was a welcome change. Thanks, Hinata, he said with a smile as the refreshing aroma filled the office that wasn't his. That's really nice of you. He rose from his chair and stretched, enjoying the popping of his back as things settled into their proper places. He turned and looked out the open window, enjoying the sight of the peaceful, or at least mostly peaceful, village as it slumbered and the gentle summer breeze that caressed and soothed it. There were reports that Orochimaru would soon be on the move again, though the different reports had conflicting opinions on what his next target would be, most likely another little country that would be far enough away from the fire country to keep any requested or not requested aid from arriving in time. War would be coming to the fire country soon, that much was certain, the only question was when, where, and against how many. It was a depressing subject that he'd allowed himself to dwell on far more than was healthy, but this time his descent into gloom was interrupted by Hinata bumping him lightly with her hip as she stepped next to him and looked out over the village as well. He glanced at her and grinned sheepishly, knowing she had probably guessed where his mind was headed. He wasn't sure when it had happened, but somewhere along the way, she'd become remarkably skilled at reading his emotional swings and usually stepped in to keep him from wallowing too much. It was another thing that he enjoyed about her and another reason that he so often sought out her company. Hinata smiled back graciously and handed him the steaming mug as she lifted another to her lips and drank deeply. It was late and the window to the Hokage's office was the only one still lit, as it normally was. You know, there are people here who are supposed to get me things like this. You didn't have to come all the way from the other side of the village just to bring me some coffee, he grinned as the caffeine began to work its way through his system and revive him. I don't mind, besides the only ones still here are Konohamaru and Udon, Hinata informed him, her cheeks turning the faintest shade of pink, but he thought it might just be a trick of the dim light, and you probably shouldn't eat or drink anything they get you. Naruto started to chuckle, but it was interrupted by a long yawn. It's getting late, and Naruto-sama, you should go home. I liked it better when you called me, Naruto-kun, or even just, Naruto, Naruto replied, trying to change the subject. Several of his friends, his surviving friends, had pointed out that he had been working too hard lately, but he couldn't help it. After the disastrous battle against Akatsuki a few years earlier, when so many of his friends were killed, including Hinata's cousin, Neji, he just couldn't bring himself to go home at night. Instead he stayed up as late as possible, working until his eyes burned and his brain simply shut down, and then fell asleep either on the floor, a nearby couch, or right at the desk. It didn't hold back the nightmares that had been plaguing him, but they couldn't last as long if he didn't sleep as long. You are an adult and the leader of the village, not just a childhood friend, it would be inappropriate for me to call you that. Naruto-kun. He grinned at her and took another sip of his coffee. For a long moment, they stood in silence and then he asked, so why are you here, Hinata-chan? I thought you should know, the clan elders have decided. Decided what? This definitely piqued his interest. Non-Hyuga rarely got to hear what was going on inside the Hyuga clan, especially ones who weren't the Hokage. Which he technically wasn't. Hinata kept him informed, however, much to the elders' disapproval, but he knew even she didn't always tell him everything. Hinata took a deep breath and then said, they do not wish for me to become the head of the clan. But they have to. Naruto nearly yelled, forgetting both how close she was to him and the stillness of the late hour. Hinata looked down at the floor and bit her lip while Konohamaru and Udon burst through the doors, their eyes wide, searching for any signs of trouble. Naruto glanced at them and apologized, telling them to go home for the night. Though there was much protesting to the order, even a not quite Hokage should have bodyguards, they eventually departed after being informed that they could either leave on their own or he could help them along the way. Once things had settled back down, Naruto turned back to Hinata and said, in a much quieter voice, "What do you mean they don't want you to be the head of the clan?" They do not feel that I am right for the job, she replied, picking her words carefully. But with Hanabi, Naruto's voice trailed off as he kicked himself mentally for bringing up the death of Hinata's sister. I'm sorry, he added lamely, rubbing at the sleep building up in his eyes. No, you're right, with my sister dead they have no choice but to leave me in the main family. However, they have arranged a marriage for me to the man who will officially run the clan. Arranged a marriage. Naruto was glad he'd sent Konohamaru and Udon home, because he was yelling louder this time and he didn't feel like calming down again to explain that everything was okay to his young friends who were just trying to do their jobs. They can't do that. Forgive me, Naruto-sama, Hinata replied, unconsciously slipping back into a more respectful tone which only angered him more, but they can. My father is dying, my favored little sister is dead. And the most powerful Hyuga in AG generation, Neji Nisan, is also dead. It is the job of the clan elders to decide who will make the best leader in tea times such as these, and they do not feel that it is me. But they can't make you marry someone, just because they. Can they? Yes, and Naruto-sama, they can. I am, after all, a Hyuga, first and foremost. Damn it, Hinata, he growled, don't pull this meek crap. You know damn well you would a great leader for you clan. Why are you letting them do this? Because I have no choice, she replied softly. When they were children she would have been stunned into silence by his outburst, but she was no longer the timid little girl. Times are hard and the Hyuga are scared and confused. If I go against the elders, it will only further split us. I will not do that. But there has to be a way. Something someone could do to force them to see things right. There is, she whispered in a voice that made it sound like she was revealing something she'd rather not. Naruto's eyes opened wide and he stared at her. What is it? I can't tell you, Hinata said sadly. If I did, it would be meaningless. As bad as this marriage will be. Worse, perhaps, because I would always wonder if it was real. If it was done for the right reason. And I can't be that selfish. What are you talking about? Hinata was quiet for a long time, staring out the window, her eyes wandering casually from the stars in the sky to the lamps lining the streets and then back up to the stars. A childish dream that I held onto for far too long, I fear, Naruto-sama, she replied with a smile that tried to hide the tears building in her eyes. If it was possible, there wouldn't be a reason for me to say it out loud anyway. Hinata, Naruto said as he reached out and put a hand on her shoulder, just tell me what to do and I'll do it, I swear. I won't let them do this to you, I don't care what it takes. Wild fantasies and even a few feasible plans were already flashing through his mind, anything to stop the crime against his friend. Everything from assassination missions being assigned to trusted high-ranking Junin to himself single-handedly storming the Hyuga compound and knocking some sense into the old bastards the backwards clan called elders seemed to be laid out in front of him, waiting for him to pick the first one that struck his fancy. Hinata reached up and wiped the tears from her eyes, suddenly aware of where his thoughts were going. Naruto-sama, you must not do anything foolish. This village needs you as its Hokage. If you do what you are thinking, nothing good will come of it. Naruto frowned at the word, Hokage, and then sighed, come on, I assign assassination missions all the time. No one would even have to know. Naruto-sama, she snapped in her soft voice. You must not. There's a way to stop this union from happening, but if that is not possible, and if you didn't instantly know what I was speaking of, it isn't, then this way is better. The Hyuga will get a strong leader and Konoha will keep its strong Hokage. Naruto looked into her pearl eyes, trying to read the answer there, but wasn't sure what he was even looking for. She didn't want him to use his unofficial Hokage powers to deal with the situation, she didn't want him to interfere at all, outside of this mysterious solution she'd mentioned, but wouldn't elaborate on, so what the hell was he supposed to do? Just watch her clan sell her to someone she didn't even know, just because they were too stupid to see how amazing she was. What about you? He asked and she quickly looked away, breaking the eye contact and hiding the emotions she could feel rising to the surface. I am a citizen of Konoha and a member of the Hyuga clan, Naruto-sama. I will get a strong leader for my clan and will keep my strong Hokage. Naruto's jaw flexed. I told you in Neji I would change the Hyuga. Hinata smiled sadly, things are not always as easy as they seemed when we were children nor did they always go the way we had hoped. Or secretly dreamed. He wanted to tell her she was wrong. He wanted to force her to tell him how he could fix things, he wanted things to be simple again, but they weren't and they probably never would be. The wonderful simplicity of childhood was gone forever. Naruto sighed and got to his feet. There was no point in dwelling on the past. Maybe he was trying so hard to help Hinata because he felt like he owed her for not stopping her marriage, maybe it was because he wanted to get back at the clan that had so irritated and vexed him in the future, or maybe it was because he was just trying to repay Hinata for being there for him after Sakura was killed. It didn't really matter. She needed his help, so he would help her. He hoped what he'd done for her so far would be enough because once the Chunin exam started he wouldn't have time to help her along and there was no telling what might happen once he found Orochimaru. A shadow was drawing ever closer to Konoha, and when it came, Naruto had to be ready. Kabuto, Orochimaru, Gaara, all of them were racing towards him at top speed now. A few weeks, maybe a month, the exam couldn't be much farther away than that. And when it arrived, the final battle against fate would come with it. He felt confident that he could do it, that he could change the world and make it a better place for the people he loved, but it wouldn't be easy. For him, it always seemed, nothing ever was. Chapter 20. Oh. Team 7's day off was over all too soon. Despite the difficulty of their mission, Kakashi had them back to work on the second day after returning to Konoha, though the D-ranked missions he picked up for them the first couple of days were noticeably on the easy side. No heavy lifting, no milking angry cows, just a couple of nice simple missions while they finished recuperating. Even their training sessions were more relaxed than usual, much to Naruto's boisterous disapproval. The only person who was actually given any new work to do was Sakura, who was to begin meeting with a medic nin every other day to get some advanced training in medical jutsu. Kakashi apparently had arranged for her extra training on their day off after hearing about and seeing the results of her attempt at a healing jutsu during their mission. The relaxed schedule for the boys didn't last long, either, and soon they were back in the swing of things and feeling exhausted, or feigning it, in Naruto's case by the time their days were over. Babysitting missions, building demolition missions, crop harvesting missions, grocery shopping missions, they did them all. Afterwards Kakashi went back to his more typical training sessions in which he taught them a couple of jutsu or added new wrinkles to their taijutsu repertoire, never anything too advanced, but he drilled it into them until it was second nature. After a week and a half of these sorts of missions, Naruto's patience was wearing thin. He knew the Chunin exam was coming soon, but it had been years since there had been an actual Chunin exam in the future. With Orochimaru either taking over or forming alliances with one country after another, no one felt safe enough to honor the old treaties and allow an exam to take place in their village. They'd learned their lesson from Konoha's near disaster when Naruto took the exam. Unfortunately, asking about it was out of the question. He had no reason to think that his team would get to take it, or at least no reason that would make sense to anyone who didn't know he was actually from the future, and therefore no reason to be asking how far away it was. Kakashi was beginning to teach them increasingly difficult techniques and working them harder than he had in the past, so it was obvious that the exam was coming soon, but exactly how soon was still a mystery to Naruto. Certainly it couldn't be more than another few weeks. His impatience was tempered by the fact that life really was going well for him. If it weren't for the fact that the fate of the world was resting on his shoulders, he might have even been able to stop caring about how far off the exam was. His mornings with Hinata were relaxed and fun. She had really improved a lot from where she'd been when he first started working with her. They didn't do anything more with Neji's taijutsu form since Naruto didn't know any more of it than what he'd shown her, and she continued to use Juken when they sparred, but every once in a while he'd see hints of the new form beginning to show up in her movements. He still hadn't heard of any successes against Hanabi in front of their father, which worried him a little. If he couldn't help her get over that hump, he might have to actually go to Hiashi himself and point out that his parenting techniques needed a little refining in Hinata's case. And that was not a conversation he was anxious to have. Fortunately, from what he could discern amongst all of Hinata's modesty and praise shifting to her teammates, Team 8's missions were going far better than they had back before the Wave Country mission. Kiba was still acting a little odd, not quite over Akamaru's brush with death, but that was to be expected, and it wasn't interfering with their missions enough to keep them from succeeding at nearly everything they were assigned. All of that was secondary, however, to the gradual increase in confidence that he'd seen in her. She was still soft-spoken, of course, and hadn't completely broken free from the stuttering, but she no longer apologized for not being completely perfect in every little thing she attempted to do and actually could consistently look him in the eye when they talked. Since he really didn't have anything to teach her on the taijutsu front, having already imparted his meager knowledge of Neji's style to her, he spent most of their time together sparring with her and teaching her things that he knew she'd be good at so he could continue to work on building her up until she could actually see how good she really was. She was getting there, but she'd always been shy and had felt like a failure ever since Hanabi first began getting the better of their little matches, if not earlier. It would take a while to bring her up to the point she'd reached when they were adults, but not nearly as long as it had taken her in the original timeline, not by a long shot. His work with Sasuke and Sakura was, if possible, going even better. The three of them now routinely spent time after Kakashi dismissed them either training or just hanging out together. He even managed to talk them into coming with him for ramen a couple of times, though Sakura only agreed if he was concede to going somewhere else from time to time. As clear a proof as ever there was that Sakura was not the perfect woman he'd envisioned her as when he was originally this young. Sasuke was still quiet and often made sarcastic comments about Naruto's work or ability, but there was no malice in his voice or not a lot anyway. Generally it was the feeling of siblings teasing each other and enjoying one another's company even if they wouldn't admit it. In the future, Sasuke had been what Naruto had always thought a brother might be. Now they were almost back to that same spot, except instead of a heated rivalry that had undertones of real aggression, theirs was more of a friendly competition. Not that either of them appreciated losing to the other, and Sasuke generally won the vast majority of their unofficial competitions, usually over who could complete their portion of the mission the fastest, even when Naruto really tried to beat him using only genin-level abilities, but there didn't seem to be any hard feelings if one was more successful than the other. If nothing else, at least Sasuke now knew that Naruto was actually a very good ninja. Hopefully that meant that he wouldn't see any rapid growth as a threat down the road and maybe, just maybe, he'd be willing to look for help from Naruto when the time came to deal with Itachi. Already he let Naruto help him on the rare occasions that he didn't instantly get Kakashi's instructions. That alone was more than Naruto had ever dreamed of achieving even just a few weeks ago. Sakura was also far friendlier than she'd been at this point in the past. Naruto wasn't sure what had happened, but ever since they'd returned from Kogen she'd begun to act a little protective of him and was more open about their friendship than she'd been before. She'd actually taken to glaring at the occasional villager who muttered some insult at Naruto just loud enough for his teammates to hear, and once she even told an old man to shut his toothless trap, after he'd used some particularly colorful language to paint his comment about Naruto. Of course, she'd promptly fallen all over herself apologizing to the man for being so rude, but the fact that she'd said anything at all warmed Naruto's heart. It had been years since he'd been with the people he considered family, but at long last some of them had returned. Seeing them alive again when he first found himself in the past had been like some sort of dream. Seeing them acting like the people he'd loved was a gift from the heavens. With her now learning to be a medic nin, it felt like she was practically the Sakura he'd lost all those years ago. All he needed now was to find Jiraiya, Tsunade, and change Gaara into the man who would be the future Kazekage, and his family would be just about complete. Easier said than done, but he was on a roll now. Nothing could stop him. At night, when as he stared up at his ceiling and waited for his once again nightmareless sleep to take him, he did his best to pull the events of the Chunin exam from the deep recesses of his mind. It would be this month, he was sure of that much, but the exact date was still fuzzy. Then there was the question of meeting Gaara. That had happened before the exam, for sure. And he had the funny feeling that Konohamaru had been there for some reason. Sasuke had definitely been there, and back then wherever Sasuke went, Sakura was sure to follow, so she must have been present. The problem was, he couldn't think of any reason why he, Konohamaru along with Moegi and Udon, even though he didn't specifically remember them, they were always wherever Konohamaru was. Sasuke and Sakura would be together in a spot where they'd run into visiting ninja. After some more thought, he gave it up for lost. Whatever the reason, they'd all been there, so he'd have to make it a point to hang out with Konohamaru a little more. The little boy had been bugging him to play ninja with them a lot since they got back from their mission, and he'd also been dropping some not too subtle hints that it might be nice of Naruto to show them some of the cool jutsu he'd learned since becoming a genin. Naruto hadn't seen a whole lot of the third's grandson since arriving in the past, though he'd played ninja with the three children once or twice. Not nearly as often as they wanted him to, or as he probably had the first time around, but more than a self-respecting genin should. It was funny to see three people that he'd last seen when they were in their early 20s now return to being 8-year-olds throwing toikunai and shuriken. Moegi would eventually grow up to be quite beautiful, but now she was just a little girl with rosy cheeks, two strange lumps of hair rising out of her head like giant orange horns, and the goggles that all three wore so they would look like Naruto had when he was in the academy. Udon was, actually, Udon, with the exception of having a runnier nose, looked just like he would in the future. Big glasses, brown hair in a bowl cut, and perpetual frown. The one whose reversion was the most shocking was Konohamaru. Naturally he didn't sport the beard that he'd grown as soon as he was able to in honor of his fallen uncle, Asuma, nor was he as tall and muscular as he would be in the not-so-distant future. In fact, the only parts of his appearance that would remain with him into adulthood were his spiky brown hair and the long, blue scarf that he always wore. Naruto made a mental note to start hanging out with the three of them more in the hopes of running into Gaara. If they didn't meet up before the exam, it wasn't a big deal. He doubted there was much he could do to help his future friend until at least the third test anyway, but it would be nice to see him and he needed to try to keep tabs on the sand nins once they started arriving. Sad as it was, they were coming with the intention of betraying Konoha. He couldn't let himself forget that just because he'd been friends with them in the future. At the start of the third week back from Kogen, they were given a simple mission in which they had to walk a couple of villagers' dogs. That easy mission ended up being nearly as strenuous as the A-rank mission when Naruto accidentally mishandled one of the dog's leashes while trying to switch hands, freeing that dog, which then knocked Sakura over and released the dogs she was walking, which then swarmed around Sasuke, who had to let go of his dog's leashes in order to keep from being trampled. Soon Team 7 was running all over the village chasing down dogs and apologizing to villagers who'd had their lunches stolen or their flowers trampled or who happened to be allergic to dogs and were now suffering from sneezing fits. A lot of the blame fell on Naruto, naturally, but the presence of Sakura, who did most of the apologizing, and Sasuke, who did none of the apologizing, kept most tempers in check. By the time the mission came to an end and they'd been debriefed, they were all exhausted. During the walk from the tower, Naruto announced his plans to ban all non-ninken dogs from the village when he was Hokage, as well as a mandatory nap time for anyone taking D-rank missions that involved handling animals of any kind. Sakura immediately put her stamp of approval on the idea, while Sasuke snorted and shook his head in semi-amusement. As they walked towards the training grounds, with Naruto comically leaning against a wooden fence as he dragged his feet along the sidewalk, Kakashi suddenly looked up. Sakura was busy talking to Sasuke, who was almost keeping up his side of the conversation today, so the two of them missed it, but Naruto's eyes caught the movement of the Junin's head and looked up just in time to see a messenger hawk fly overhead, dropping a single feather as it passed them. A meeting, Naruto wondered. That was what the feather drop was supposed to mean, or at least it was what it meant in the future when he'd paid attention to such things. They'd just left the third's office. What could possibly have happened in the last 10 minutes that required Kakashi to head to a meeting? It only took a second for him to realize the most likely answer to that question. Finally, he cheered inside. Since you all are so tired, Kakashi said, coming to a stop, why don't you take the rest of the day off? I just remembered that there was something else I needed to do anyway. Sakura gave Kakashi a funny look and shook her head. You just want to spend more time reading your book. Naruto stuffed a hand in his mouth to keep from laughing. Kakashi didn't bother giving her an answer. He just turned and wandered off in the general direction of the Hokage Tower. When he was gone, the question of what they should do next arose. Since they'd been working hard and hadn't really had much to eat yet that day, Naruto suggested they go out for ramen, but was vetoed in a close 2-1 decision after a controversial ruling that the 3 hands raised for ramen didn't count if they were all still technically Naruto's hands. I'm just going to go home, Sasuke said with a shrug as Naruto and Sakura continued to playfully argue over whether or not shadow clones were allowed to vote. You aren't going to go train? Sakura asked, quickly turning away from Naruto. Maybe later. Sakura bit her lip and pressed the toe of her right foot against the concrete. Can I join you? She asked hopefully. Sasuke shrugged. Training grounds are open to anyone who wants to use them. That means, yes, please come, I'll be ever so lonely without you, Naruto supplied with a grin and an exaggerated wink at Sasuke. Idiot, Sasuke muttered as he gave the blonde a reproachful glare, but didn't contradict him. He turned, put his hands in his pockets and walked away without another word to either of his teammates. Sakura tried to smack Naruto on the back of the head, but the blonde quickly dodged out of the way and stuck his tongue out at her teasingly. Naruto, you're being annoying, she growled at him with a roll of her eyes. She almost looked genuinely mad, except that the corner of her mouth kept twitching as she fought down the urge to smile. Ah, come on, Sakura-chan, Naruto laughed as bounced on his toes, his energy having miraculously returned after their long, tiring mission. Why would you want to go train with boring, broody Sasuke? He made a face that was supposed to look bored, but mostly just looked silly, when you could go have ramen with someone as cool as me. Because we've gone out for ramen 4 times in the last week and I'm sick of it, she informed him. And Sasuke-kun isn't boring or broody. Naruto brought his hands together and instantly transformed into a perfect clone of her, except for the whisker marks on either cheek. Then he clasped his hands in front of his chest and batted his eyes as he said in her voice, he's handsome and dreamy. The perfect ma, oops. Sakura took a mostly playful swing at him, though he suspected she would be perfectly content with making solid contact, but he ducked under it, the illusion disappearing as he did, and then took a quick step back to avoid her follow-up strike. Unfortunately, doing so caused him to trip over a large, square rock with 2 holes cut out of the front of it. Naruto landed on his butt and stared at the strange object for a second, then stood up and took a couple of steps away from it. When he turned around, the rock had inched closer to him. He glanced at Sakura and rolled his eyes, earning a smile and a small giggle from her. Getting down on all fours, Naruto peered into the holes on the rock and shook his head. "What sort of rock is square with two holes cut out of the front of it?" he asked, giving it a tap to let its occupants know that the jig was up. "Just what I'd expect from the man I view as my rival," Konohamaru said as he and his two friends, Moegi and Udon, climbed out from under the cardboard rock that they had probably spent hours building. The three had been affectionately dubbed the Konohamaru Corps by the older generation, and the name had stick with them all the way until their early deaths. "Hey guys," Naruto said with a smile. "Aren't you three supposed to be in class right now? You said you'd play ninja with us," Konohamaru reminded him with a big encouraging grin that probably got him whatever he wanted from the older women in the village who doted on him because of his grandfather. Naruto had promised that, but he'd meant after they finished with their classes. If Iruka or another instructor caught them playing with him, there was little doubt where the blame would fall. "I don't remember doing that," he told them with a barely suppressed smile. "And even if I did, I wouldn't have meant I'd play while you three were supposed to be in school." Konohamaru scowled while Moegi and Udon glanced at him nervously. "That's cold, bro," the little boy said, and then he thrust an irritated finger into Naruto's face and yelled, "You promised." Naruto swatted the finger away with a grin. "You're just a little brat. Who cares what I promised you?" he teased. "Just because you're the Hokage's grandbaby you think important ninja like me have nothing better to do with their time than play with you." Even after all these years, he still remembered the right buttons to push with Konohamaru, and the reaction he got was even better than he'd expected. The boy's whole face screwed up with rage and his little hand curled into a threatening fist which he shook at Naruto. "I'm going to kick your ass, bro. You aren't our boss anymore." Naruto sidestepped the punch and leapt onto the fence, his feet sticking to the boards so he standing parallel to the ground just high enough that Konohamaru couldn't quite reach him without jumping, which he did only to find himself being easily pushed back to the ground. Naruto didn't even have to look at him to repel the attack. "You want to play, Sakura-chan?" Naruto asked as Konohamaru tried once more to get a hold of him only to end up on his butt. Sakura shook her head. "You're the weirdest friend I've ever had. At least I'm more interesting than Sasuke, right?" Naruto said with a smile. "In your dreams," Sakura retorted with a shake of her head and a repressed grin as she started walking for home. "I'm heading home, let me know if you and Sasuke do anything later, okay?" Naruto saluted with one hand as he blocked another Konohamaru punch with the other. As Sakura walked past him she reached up, grabbed a large handful of his blonde hair and gave it a firm tug, pulling him off the fence and nearly treating him to a concrete sandwich were it not for his quick reflexes which brought his hands down in time. His reflexes, however, were no help against the 3 8-year-olds who suddenly jumped on him. "Have fun, Naruto," Sakura called out over her shoulder with a laugh as the sounds of scuffling, grunting, and punching rose up from the small pile of humanity as the four played. When she was gone and Naruto had subdued Konohamaru, sitting on the poor boy's back while keeping Moegi and Udon pinned down with his right arm, Konohamaru looked up at him and said, "I like her, boss. You better not let her get away." Naruto rolled his eyes and rubbed his knuckles against the boy's skull. "Kid, you have no idea how wrong that would be." Kakashi was the last of the Junin to arrive in the Hokage's private meditation room, where Sarutobi Hiruzen liked to hold meetings that required a certain level of secrecy. The large room was quiet and out of the way with thick walls and no windows. It was normally only lit by the 2 tall candles that rested on either side of the table sitting in front of the large comfortable chair that made up the only 2 pieces of furniture in the room, but today the overhead lights were also on so that the roughly 20 Junin could see each other properly. Kakashi had been in this room several times, both with the 3rd and 4th Hokages. As he made the long walk from the door to the spot where his fellow Junin were assembled, he recalled thinking that his former sensei, the 4th, had always looked out of place amongst the flowing dark curtains of varying dark colors that swooped down from the ceiling and along the walls in an attempt to soften the edges of the room and, perhaps, give some aid to the meditation process. In Kakashi's eyes, Minato Namikaze had been too young for a room like this, and unfortunately he'd never grown to the point where he would look at home in such surroundings. As soon as he reached the back of the group, receiving a couple of nods from former subordinates and teammates, the 3rd looked up from something on his desk that he'd been reading and smiled around his pipe at all of them. "You've all been assembled here for one reason," he informed them as smoke curled up from his pipe and drifted through towards the curtains above him, "and I'm sure you could look around and guess what that reason is based on who I've summoned." Kakashi didn't bother looking around, the answer was obvious. The people in the room were all either the Junin for the teams that were currently made entirely of genin or else were instructors at the academy who had taught most of those genin. There was only one reason to summon these people, at least in times of peace. It's that time already. I've seen other ninja from other countries in the village, someone behind him added, so you've already informed them. When is it? Yuhi Kurenai asked, voicing the only question that was really left at this point. The third took another puff on his pipe and then let out a slow, smoky breath. 1 week. I'll announce it properly on the first day of the 7th moon, 7 days from now. So soon? A voice from the crowd asked. Hiruzen nodded and let his eyes travel over each one of them, a small smile wrinkling the skin of his cheek. The reason you are here is to let me know who we will be entering. First, we'll hear from those who are watching over the new genin. Kakashi, Kurenai, and the third's own son, Sarutobi Asuma, stepped forward. Asuma was a large man, taller than Kakashi and more powerfully built, with a well-trimmed beard and dark brown hair that he'd inherited from his father, though the third had little of the color left by this point. The third smiled at them. Kakashi, Kurenai, Asuma, are there any genin you wish to enter into this Chunin exam? Kurenai had been waiting for this moment since her team had returned from the mission to the Wave Country. She'd watched them struggle during that mission, she'd seen how hard they worked, she'd seen them draw closer together in the wake of Akamaru's injury, and she'd seen the improvements in all of them. They were barely even recognizable from the genin that she'd first found when she introduced herself to them. A month or two ago, she might not have even dreamed of entering them no matter how much potential she thought they had, but that potential was being realized and she wanted to see how far it could take them. The exam was in their home village this time, so their families might all have a chance to see how well they did and the danger to them was minimized. More than that, they were ready. She was so excited about it, that she didn't even follow procedure and let the person called first, in this case Kakashi, give the first response. The Kurenai led Team 8, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino. Under the name of Yuhi Kurenai, I nominate them to take the Chunin selection exam. She heard a few gasps behind her and had to struggle not to smile. She couldn't wait to see the faces of her fellow Junin when they saw her team of relative unknowns and unwanteds in action. Kakashi didn't protest her break in decorum or even act as if she had spoken out of turn, he simply followed up right after her. The Kakashi led Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Uzumaki Naruto. Under the name of Hitaki Kakashi, the same as to my right. Asuma took a long drag from his cigarette, blew out a cloud of smoke, and then said, the Asuma led Team 10, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akamichi Choji. Under the name of Sarutobi Asuma, the same as to my left. The third emptied the used contents of his pipe onto a small plate on this desk and then set it aside, his eyes momentarily meeting Kakashi's. The Junin nodded in answer to the unasked question about his certainty of nominating his team despite his misgivings concerning Naruto. All of them, he asked as his eyes moved on to his son and then over to Kurenai. How rare. Hold on a sec, the voice of Yumino Iruka called out from the back of the room. Everyone turned towards him in surprise. As far as anyone knew, no one had ever objected to any of the applicants for the Chunin selection exam. In fact, it was extremely rare for anyone other than the Junin who were entering their students and the Hokage to even speak during the meeting. Yes, Iruka, what is it? The third asked. If the irregularity of the situation bothered him, his voice didn't show it. Iruka pushed his way to the front of the room and stood before the Hokage and bowed his head. Hokage-sama, forgive me. I know I'm speaking out of place, but these 9 were all students of mine at the academy. He looked up and glanced in the direction of the 3 Junin who had just entered the 9 names and said, of course, they are all very talented, but it's far too early for them to take the exam. They need more experience. I'm sorry, I just can't understand the Junin's reasoning. Kakashi heard the Chunin's real argument hidden within the words he'd said. He wasn't worried about all of the 9, he knew what someone like Sasuke was capable of. Iruka was mostly worried about one person and one person only, Uzumaki Naruto. As concerned and suspicious as Kakashi was about who and what the boy really was, it was good that Naruto had someone who cared so much, but that didn't mean that Kakashi appreciated having his judgment questioned. Iruka was blind if he couldn't see that whatever Naruto was, he was ready to take this exam. I became a Chunin when I was 6 years younger than Naruto, he pointed out. Times have changed, Iruka shot back, and Naruto is different from you. Just a few weeks ago he was. His voice trailed off and he quickly pushed thoughts of Naruto's depression and fear away. This was not just about one boy, regardless of how special. His gaze shifted to the other 2 Junin and then back to Kakashi. Are you trying to crush these kids? He demanded. The Chunin exam is dang. Naruto has complained about the difficulty level of nearly every mission he's ever been given. All except for our rank mission, and even then he complained about the smell of the town, Kakashi interrupted. Experiencing some real pain might be good for them. He smiled beneath his mask, knowing that he was goading Iruka to make his point. And besides, seeing how much they can take before it crushes them could be fun. The real truth was that he not only wanted to see what his team could do in the exam, but also that he wanted to see what Naruto would do. The situation they'd faced in Kogen had been enough to force Naruto to show some of what he was capable of, but Kakashi had been elsewhere for most of it. This test would force the young ninja to reveal more of himself under circumstances that could be observed and studied by others. What? Iruka yelled, his eyes going wide and his hands curling into fists. I'm joking, Iruka-sensei, Kakashi sighed. I can understand your feelings and I realize this must be upsetting for you, but… Kakashi, stop it, Kurenai hissed. You're taking this too far. Stay out of this, Kakashi finished, his lone eye growing very cold and serious. They aren't your students anymore. You can't possibly even know how strong they've become in this short period of time. From the day you let them graduate, they've been my soldiers and I know what they are capable of better than you do. Don't forget that, ever. Iruka's jaw flexed and he looked like he wanted to say more, but couldn't think of any sort of response. Kakashi was right and they all knew it. Finally he lowered his eyes and shook his head. If you get him killed. Kakashi grinned and clapped the Chunin on the shoulder as if they were old friends. Have some faith, Iruka. You and I have taught them better than that. Iruka is right, a voice behind Kakashi said. Kakashi didn't bother turning around, he knew who the voice belonged to. Maida Guy, with his shiny, black, perfectly combed bowl-cut and tight-fitting green bodysuit, was everything Kakashi was not. Prone to emotional outbursts, punctual, and a bit uptight. At least when it came to some things. Kakashi liked him immensely, not that he could ever let Guy know that. Getting under the other Junin's skin was half the fun. You're rushing them, Guy continued. I had my team wait a whole year so they could gain more experience and greater abilities. You should let them mature a little more before throwing them into the fire. PFT, Kakashi blew out an annoyed breath. My team may not be perfect, yet, but they'll blow past yours with ease. Enough, the third said, silencing Guy's retort. The Junin for the rookie genin have made their decisions, it is not up for debate. Let's move on to the non-rookie nominations. As Guy stepped forward, Kakashi whispered, I'll expect an apology by the end of the exam. Guy scowled at him and then announced that his team would be entering the exam. Naruto's smile as he headed home at the end of the day had very little to do with the accuracy with which he threw the blunted toy weapons at Konohamaru and his friends, nor with how clever of hiding places he was able to find during the hide and evade portion of their game. No, as fun as playing ninja with rambunctious 8-year-olds was, nothing could overshadow his excitement over the fact that at long last the time for the Chunin exam had arrived. No more waiting and wondering, no more nights of making plans that may or may not ever be needed or used. Finally he could get on with the thing he'd been looking forward to since practically the moment he'd realized he was in the past. Orochimaru would be there, Naruto would be there, and Orochimaru would be completely unprepared to meet up with someone like Naruto. And if the Chunin exam was going to be announced soon, that meant that Gaara would be arriving soon as well. He might have arrived already even. The blonde entered his apartment, changed out of his dirty clothes and then made himself some chocolate milk, enjoying the fact that he actually had good milk to drink, something he would never take for granted after his clone had been forced to drink that old disgusting stuff while Naruto headed for the Wave Country. Naruto quietly sipped the milk from a chipped mug and stared out his window at the night sky. Gaara was out there, somewhere, either in this village or traveling towards it, suffering through the madness that came with the neglect and loneliness of their childhoods. He was lost in the darkness, struggling to find a reason to exist. Needing a friend. Naruto wanted to be that friend, wanted to leap from the window and hunt his fellow Jinchuriki down and help him, show him the way. But he couldn't. Gaara wouldn't accept it. Naruto remembered that much from the first time around. More than that, Gaara was his enemy right now. He was on Orochimaru's side. If Naruto managed to find him and tried to talk him out of doing what he was doing, tried to explain that Orochimaru was tricking Suna, it would only let his enemy know that he'd been discovered. It would change things and maybe cost Naruto his one good shot at changing the future. And yet, Gaara was suffering terribly, even if he didn't know it. He wasn't insane. At least not exactly. He'd just reached the only sane conclusion he could in a life as messed up as the one he'd lived through. Naruto remembered his own horror when he realized how easy it was for him to understand Gaara's worldview, how perfectly logical it was for the two of them. Another problem, as if he needed any more, was that despite how easy as it was for him to remember and understand where Gaara was coming from, he couldn't totally remember what he'd done to show Gaara that things didn't have to be that way. He'd fought Gaara to protect Sakura and, to a much lesser degree, Sasuke back when Orochimaru had first attacked, and somewhere in there Gaara had seen something or felt something that had changed his whole worldview. But he'd come up with it on his own after their battle, and they'd never really talked about it as adults. Because Naruto wasn't totally sure what he'd done to show Gaara that there was a better way, he wasn't sure how help his future friend. Was it just the lengths he'd gone to, the way he'd eclipsed what should have been his limit, just to save his friends, or had Gaara taken a deeper meaning from it? Short of putting Sasuke and Sakura in harm's way, he couldn't recreate the events that had changed Gaara. What sort of friend would he be if he'd put two people he loved in danger like that? Then again, what sort of friend would he be if he left Gaara floundering in the darkness? Naruto drained the last of his chocolate milk, set the mug down, and then ran his fingers through his hair. He was from the future, in full possession of all of the jutsu and a good portion of the power of someone who would have been Hokage, with knowledge of major events that would shape the whole ninja world, and was still left feeling impotent to help one of his good friends because he couldn't remember the details of something that had happened over 20 years ago for him. He'd already learned his lesson when it came to putting too much faith in his knowledge of the future and trying to recreate events, but it was still annoying that things that had worked out really well might not have the same success because of his little time-traveling adventure. Damn it, Naruto grumbled as he rose and put his mug in the sink and got ready for bed. The day had started out so well, too. As expected, over the next several days, more and more ninja and representatives arrived from the different countries of the continent, congesting the streets and filling the restaurants. The Chunin exam was a time of high tension, but curiously also carried a feeling of celebration with it. The hidden villages didn't always get along, even when they were considered allies, so having so many foreign ninja in such close proximity to each other made for a potentially explosive situation. At the same time, the Chunin exam was a celebration of the relative peace that had spread across the ninja world since the end of the last great ninja war, and the addition of so many new faces brought a flood of business to the shop and restaurant owners of the village. For the younger ninja and villagers, most of whom hadn't been around long enough to have seen the last time Konoha hosted the Chunin selection exam, this was a time of great excitement. They were relatively immune to the suspicions and tension the older ninja felt at the sight of former enemies and potential future enemies wandering the streets of their hometown. Instead of warily trying to keep an eye on any and every unknown entity in their vicinity, they were allowed to openly gawk at the village's guests, many of whom wore strange or interesting outfits, and a few of the braver ones even tried to speak to the newcomers to find out what life was like in other villages. Naruto did not share in his peers' excitement. For him, a great many things were all coming to a head at once, and he was beginning to feel nervous about his chances of doing everything that needed to be done. To make matters worse, his village was infested with ninja who were not potential future enemies, but simply were future enemies in his eyes. He'd fought against almost all of them, or members of their villages at least, while they were allied with Orochimaru in some form or other. Those alliances hadn't happened yet, of course, but that didn't mean that they hadn't been all too willing to attack his home just because a madman promised them a cut of the loot when it was over. He'd nearly attacked people on two separate occasions when he rounded a corner and unexpectedly found himself face to face with a member of an enemy village from his past. They'd no doubt felt his killer intent even as he apologized for bumping into them and stepped around them to hurry off to somewhere safe, but they couldn't do any more about it than he could. To preserve the peace, any and all confrontations resulted in the most severe punishments allowed under the treaties. It was the only way to keep things from descending into anarchy or to have the exam blow up into a full-scale war. And so the week dragged by for him and his teammates. They were given very few missions because the village didn't accept as many during this time, needing to keep as many ninja as possible within the village to ensure the safety of everyone. Kakashi trained them, of course, but not for nearly as long as he had been, and not nearly as hard, either. Naruto understood that this was because he was letting them rest for the exam, but Sasuke and Sakura felt neglected and started spending several hours every day training by themselves in whatever secluded spot they could find. Unfortunately, it normally took a couple of hours just to find such a spot with all the other ninja that were suddenly around. It wasn't until the sixth day that they were asked to meet Kakashi on a bridge near their old training grounds. He'd told them to meet him there at 7 in the morning, but they didn't even bother showing until closer to 7:30. Even 30 minutes late, they were still stuck waiting for him for over an hour. It wasn't abnormal, but Sakura had apparently woken up on the wrong side of the bed that morning and was in the mood to take Kakashi's usual tardiness personally. How can this be allowed? She yelled when the wait finally got too much for her. Several civilians stopped and stared at her, and then quickly hurried along. Why does Kakashi-sensei ask us to meet him and then make us wait? Naruto nodded in agreement while Sasuke shook his head and rolled his eyes at them. What about me? Sakura continued, what about the feelings of a beautiful young woman who didn't get to blow dry her hair this morning? Naruto tilted his head to the side and frowned thoughtfully. Yeah, it does look a little messier than USUA, but I bet if you hurry you'll have time to go fix it before Kakashi-sensei gets. Her fist passed through the spot his head had been a fraction of a second earlier, but from the moment the words had started exiting his mouth he'd known that in her current mood she wouldn't appreciate what he was going to say and took a precautionary step back just in time. She was annoyed and tired and he was provoking her. Even in the future the combination of those things generally put her in a violent mood. Oh, come on, Sakura-chan, he laughed as he leapt onto the bridge's railing as her foot shot out and nearly took his legs out from under him. I was only joking. Your hair looks beautiful this morning. He flipped off the railing and landed on the other side of Sasuke, pulling the dark-haired boy in front of him for protection, radiant even. Sasuke frowned and shook his head again. Why does every conversation have to end up with the two of you fighting? He asked. Sakura colored and opened her mouth to point out that Naruto's stupid comments always started the fight and that their conversations rarely ended with the two of them fighting, but before she could, Kakashi called out, "Morning, people," as he landed on a rooftop above them. Naruto and Sakura, both glad for the distraction, turned towards him and simultaneously yelled, "You're late." Kakashi scratched the back of his head with a hand that was holding 3 slips of paper. Sorry about that. Today I got lost on the road of life. Naruto shook his head. That doesn't even make sense. Kakashi hopped down from his perch, and his mask shifted in a way that told them he was smiling. Anyway, he said, dismissing any accusations of lying or tardiness, I know this is sudden, but I've nominated you guys for the Chunin selection exam. Sakura and Sasuke's eyes widened while Naruto's face lit up with a huge smile. You did what? Sakura yelled after a moment to digest the information. The missed sleep and lousy morning had her emotions all over the place. If you think that this makes up for. Kakashi held out the papers in his hand. Here are your applications. Naruto and Sasuke snatched the papers from the Junin's hand so fast they seemed to have vanished. Naruto's hands were trembling with excitement as he rubbed his fingers along the thick parchment and traced the Hokage's seal that adorned the top. This is just a nomination, Kakashi told them as Sasuke passed one of the sheets to Sakura, who was quickly calming down and now looked a little pale. Whether you take the exam or not is up to each of you. Those who wish to take it should sign those papers and turn them in at room 301 in the academy by 4 p.m. tomorrow. He took a moment to look each of his students in the eye and then said, that's all for today. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. Naruto looked up from the paper at the spot the Junin had just been and smiled. Couldn't he have just given these to us at lunchtime instead of making us wake up and meet him? Sakura glared at Naruto, but only because Kakashi wasn't around anymore to be the object of her annoyance, and then the 3 genin set off towards the village's main street where they, through unspoken agreement, planned on finding an uncrowded restaurant so they could have breakfast together. While they walked, Naruto couldn't keep the skip out of his steps. He'd been waiting so long for this, that it was hard not to feel excited in spite of the fact that he had been growing more and more nervous about his chances of success the closer they got to the exam. Sasuke gave a half smile at his friend's exuberance. There are going to be a lot of strong guys in this thing, he noted. Naruto flashed him a large smile. You're not scared, are you, show off? Sasuke's half smile became a full-blown grin. Not on your life. Naruto's eyes shifted to Sakura. Sakura-chan, you ready to show everyone how awesome you are? Sakura's smile was nervous, but she still nodded and smiled. It'll be fun, she said somewhat half-heartedly. Naruto let out a contented sigh, folded his hands behind his head and looked up at the clouds as they floated through the blue sky. Fun doesn't even begin to cover it, he said wistfully. Naruto and Sasuke-kun aren't even a little scared, Sakura realized as they continued to walk. They're so excited about this. They aren't even considering not entering. She watched them for a moment longer and then looked down at the form again, swallowing hard. Sakura had read a while ago about the Chunin exam while doing research into what life as a ninja would be like. She knew that there would be team-based tests and individual skill tests in the form of matches against other potential Chunin. The team stuff would probably not be too difficult for the 3 of them. With Sasuke's genius, Naruto's impressive power and skill, and her intelligence, she didn't think there'd be too many things that they couldn't potentially deal with. It was the individual portion she was worried about. Even though I train extra with Sasuke-kun all the time, Sakura thought miserably, I was almost useless during the Kogen mission. Naruto beat Kamui, Sasuke was able to defeat Sayaka, and I just sat around bleeding. How could I possibly handle the Chunin exam? Sakura-chan, Naruto called back to her, waking her from her thoughts. Are you coming? She hesitated and glanced to the side. Her house wasn't far from here. She could go home right now and enjoy some of her mother's wonderful cooking, leaving the boys to whatever they were going to do the rest of the day. "I'm coming," she said weakly as she jogged after them. Naruto grinned and winked at her knowingly, giving her the strange impression that he'd read her nervousness on her face and guessed its source. "Good, it's no fun without you." Sakura wasn't completely sure if he was talking about the restaurant or about the exam. Sometimes Naruto seemed to know what was going through her head without her having to say anything, and other times he clearly had no idea what she was thinking and usually said something stupid as a result, but whatever he was talking about, she'd decided. These were her boys, her men. Wherever they went, she would come too. She'd known that about Sasuke since she was 10 years old, but there was no denying that it was now true with Naruto as well. They were her dear friends. She'd travel with them to the ends of the earth and back. That night Naruto sat quietly in his apartment, running through the plan that he intended to use to save the future. Over the past week or so, he'd given real consideration to going to Kakashi, or even Sarutobi, and laying everything out in the open. Once they knew what was going to happen, they probably would have set up some sort of trap for Orochimaru, perhaps a dozen or more Junin and Anbu waiting to attack him before he even reached the village, or at least waiting for him in the forest during the second test. The problem with that plan was that Orochimaru, even back this far, was scary powerful. Some might survive the attack, which he thought would probably have a 50-50 chance of killing Orochimaru, but many would be killed. People who should have lived longer, impacted other people's lives, gotten married or had children would be killed before their time. When he'd realized that he could have gotten teammate killed, he'd felt the guilt of endangering future generations, even wondering if he hadn't destroyed the lives of thousands of people. This had the potential to be even worse than that. After much debate, he decided that he would leave that option on the table. Some things were even more important than protecting future generations that didn't exist yet, but wouldn't use it as his primary plan. As selfish as it sounded, he felt that he should be the one to deal with this problem. Orochimaru hadn't, technically, done anything to most of the people in the village, aside from several families that were missing members because of his experiments and one unique experiment that had managed to survive. However, he had actually killed Naruto and had caused the destruction of a great many people and places in a future that Naruto remembered as part of his past. This wasn't about fiddling around with people's lives or trying to help them be better in the future. This was about survival and, almost as importantly, revenge. In Naruto's eyes, he was the one who had suffered the most from Orochimaru's ambitions. He deserved to have the first shot at him. Plus, he was only a genin and Orochimaru would dismiss him as unimportant until it was too late. And, if he died, no future descendants would be snuffed out as a result because he'd never even considered having children. There, however, was the crutch of the matter: if he died. If he died, no one would know what was coming. No one would realize the danger that Sasuke was in until it was too late. No one would be there to protect people from Gaara. No one would be there to protect Gaara from himself. Naruto sighed and got himself some paper and a pencil. It was a weak plan, as far as contingency plans went, but it would have to do. Every other option he could think of could potentially cause changes that he didn't want and wouldn't be able to predict. He sat down and began writing, scratched out his first attempt and threw it away, and then tried again. It took 6 attempts to get it down in a way that he thought would work, but he got there in the end. Sarutobi. You are in danger. Orochimaru is in the village and planning to place a curse seal on Uchiha Sasuke. He's created a jutsu which allows him to transfer his soul into a new host body, and Sasuke is the next body he wants. To this end he's allied himself with Tsunagaker and has probably already killed the Kazekage. When the third test begins, he will be sitting right next to you, waiting to strike. Do not let him. If I've failed and Sasuke already bears the curse seal, you must kill him without pause. As much as I love him, Sasuke will defect to Otogakure if he thinks Orochimaru can help him become strong enough to kill Itachi. How I know all of this is difficult to answer other than to say that all of those things have already happened from my point of view. I don't have much in the way of proof, even less, if I am now dead, but will tell you this much. I know that you summon monkeys. Orochimaru summons snakes and has a variety of jutsu that allow him to mimic many of their abilities and movements. Tsunade Bachan likes to use a genjutsu to make herself appear younger than she is a chronic and bat gambler, summons slugs, and spent much of her childhood beating up Jiraiya. Speaking of Ero Sennin, he summons toads, has a weakness, to put it mildly, for women, and is the author of the Ika Ika series. More importantly, he trained my father, the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and has been busy keeping tabs on Orochimaru since his defection from the village. In that regard, he is probably familiar by now with an organization known as Akatsuki, which is looking for the 9 bijou and which Orochimaru was briefly a member of. Your 3 students are collectively known as the Densetsu no Sanin, a name that Jiraiya claimed they received after surviving an attack by some big, important guy from a megacure whose name I never cared to remember. Kakashi-sensei knows my father's incomplete personal jutsu, rasengan, though he is unable to manipulate its nature, just as my father and Jiraiya were never able to do. His Sharingan came from his friend, Uchiha Obito, who was killed during the last Great War, as do his views on teamwork. I don't know if this is enough to convince you, but hopefully it will at least put you on guard. If I've failed, then I've already paid for it with my life. Please, let mine and Sasuke's be the last ones taken by Orochimaru's ambition. Your servant. Naruto. Whether it would be enough or not, it was the best he'd been able to come up with. It was probably cowardly to warn Sarutobi in this way, after his death, so he wouldn't have to deal with any of the consequences, but he wasn't willing to miss his chance at taking out Orochimaru just because it might be more honorable and smarter to come clean at this point. Orochimaru had killed too many of his friends and ruined too much of his life for him not to deserve this shot at revenge. If it worked out, he promised never to be so selfish again. If it didn't, well, his selfishness would hardly be anything for him to worry about by that point. Naruto looked over the letter once more, then folded it up inside a couple of other pieces of paper to ensure that it would not be easily read, and sealed the bundle with a small lump of melted wax. A moment later he was out the door, determined to do what he needed to before he thought the better of it. There was only one person he would trust with something like this, and even then there was probably only a 50-50 chance that the letter would remain unread until his death. Naruto went to Iruka's house and handed the confused and sleepy-eyed Chunin the letter. It took a little while to get an adequate promise out of his old teacher that the letter would only be taken directly to the third if Naruto happened to die during the exam, and that if he died it would be instantly taken to the third, but in the end Iruka swore and Naruto left him to get back to sleep. He was sure that Iruka would be sorely tempted to open the letter himself and that he would be confused why Naruto would be writing such a letter or thinking about his own possible death, but he hoped that Iruka wouldn't argue his way into feeling like he needed to know what was in the letter and left it alone. Iruka was honorable and almost always kept his word, but in the end he was still a ninja. Whatever happened, it was out of Naruto's hands. From here on out, his eyes would only look towards the final battle against Orochimaru. Chapter 21. Oh. Sakura had made her decision, but that didn't mean that she felt any less queasy the next morning as she and Sasuke stood outside the academy waiting for Naruto to arrive so they could go inside together. All around them genin of various ages and nationalities were stretching or talking quietly in small groups, some were even relaxed enough to make jokes and laugh, though they were in the minority. Most of the ninja around them were older, much older, in fact, and a few gave them funny looks as if wondering why little children were hanging around the door as if they actually expected to go in. She'd known that most ninja remained genin until they were in their late teens, sometimes even into their 20s and 30s, but she hadn't realized just how out of place she and Sasuke would look. Sakura tried to smile at a few of those who glanced her way, wanting to at least appear more confident than she felt while silently cursing Naruto for not showing up as early as she and Sasuke had. Her smiles were not returned, nor did they seem to garner her any goodwill, and she quickly stopped bothering. It was funny to think that the last time she'd been in this building was when she and Sasuke had been waiting for Naruto and Kakashi when their class was broken down into teams. She'd been almost as nervous then as she was now, though for an entirely different reason. Back then she'd wanted Sasuke to talk to her, both because she hoped the conversation would lead to deeper feelings on his part and because she needed the noise to settle her nerves. Now she was glad for the lack of conversation so she didn't have to worry about accidentally revealing how scared she was to him. And so she could concentrate on not throwing up all over his feet. Just when she thought she could take it no more, Naruto came strolling down the street, hands in his pockets and smiling like he didn't have a care in the world. "Good morning, Sakura-chan," he called out in a sing-song voice that earned him several annoyed glances from the older genin in the area. His eyes shifted from her to Sasuke as he added with a nod, "Show off. Get enough beauty sleep." Sasuke grunted and gave their blonde friend a smirking smile. Now that Naruto was with them, they could, or, in Sakura's case, were forced, to enter the academy with the other genin teams who were there for the test. The hallways inside were as crowded as she'd ever seen them, maybe more so since the bodies of those filling the hallway were much larger than the 12 and under groups that were usually there. Sasuke took the lead, not hurrying, but not letting himself be pushed aside either, while Naruto and Sakura trailed in his wake. "You okay, Sakura-chan?" Naruto whispered to her just loud enough to be heard over the conversations going on around them. She nodded, not trusting her voice. Don't worry, he told her, giving her a friendly pat on the shoulder, you're a lot better ninja than you think. It'll be fine. As strange as it seemed, his simple encouragement was enough to lift her spirits, if only slightly. She was certain that the words would have meant more coming from Sasuke, but Naruto was a good runner-up and she found that his faith in her restored some of her faith in herself. Suddenly it was a little easier to breathe and the bile that had been swirling in her stomach settled a bit. Sakura took a deep breath and smiled at him, her first genuine smile of the day. She started to thank him, but before she could, they came to a sudden halt as the sounds of a struggle could be heard up ahead. Hurrying forward, they found a large crowd gathered outside of room 301. Two boys who didn't look much older than Team 7 were standing in front of the door. One had long, spiky black hair that stuck out in a way that made Naruto's hair look tame and odd white marks that looked like tape on his cheeks and chin, while the other wore a blue bandana-style hitai and a bodysuit under his loose-fitting clothing that extended all the way up to his chin. They were saying something, but it was difficult to hear them over the murmurings of the crowd. As Team 7 made their way forward, Naruto and Sakura still following Sasuke's lead, they quickly spotted what the commotion was about. A young, brown-haired girl wearing a pink cheongsam and dark pants with her hair done up in two buns was lying at the feet of the two-leaf nin. Even thought the girl's back was partially to them, Sakura could see that she was rubbing her left cheek gingerly where a dark bruise was beginning to form. The spiky-haired ninja's eyes passed over the crowd, openly challenging anyone to step forward and defend the girl that he had obviously just struck. When his challenge went unanswered, he smiled and said, "Listen, we're being kind here. The Chunin exam isn't easy. My friend and I have already failed it 3 times. We've seen people quit as shinobi after taking this exam, we've even seen people killed during the competition. Besides that, Chunin are often used as captains of military teams, they're responsible for the success of a mission, the death of a comrade, all of it." He looked down at the girl and then over at a boy in a green bodysuit who was also on the ground at the edge of the crowd and shook his head. "Do you honestly think that little kids like you two are ready to handle all of that? Do you think anyone would want to follow you into battle?" Naruto was frowning slightly as he nudged Sakura with his elbow and whispered in her ear. "How many flights of stairs did we come up?" Sakura looked at him and blinked in confusion, not sure why he would bring that up now of all times. She'd still been a bit unsure of herself before, now she'd totally convinced that this was a mistake. As she turned back to the two ninja blocking their way, her eyes caught sight of the door sign again. Something about it bothered her. She shook her head and tried to think of what could be wrong with something that clearly wasn't out of place. The spiky-haired ninja's companion smiled politely at those gathered around them and said in a soft, reasoning voice, "We're just thinning out those who will fail or worse. What could be wrong with that? There's a good chance that we are saving the lives of those of you who have overzealous Junin." Naruto's question passed through Sakura's mind again and the answer to what was wrong with the door sign clicked. "We're only on the 2nd floor," she announced, surprising those around them as well as herself with her outburst. Sasuke glanced over his shoulder at her and gave her one of his rare, real smiles. Or at least, grins. "Good job, Sakura," he said as he turned back towards the two ninja who were also smiling. "Now get rid of this genjutsu and get out of our way." "Ah, so you noticed it, did you?" the bandana-wearing ninja said with a chuckle. The sign that read 301 shifted out of focus and was replaced by the 201 that it should have been. The spiky-haired boy grinned and licked his lips. Not bad, but all you did was..." He spun low, planting his hands on the ground as he brought his right foot up towards Sasuke's face, see through it. Sasuke saw the attack coming and brought his own leg up to counter it, but before either could connect, the green-clad ninja who had been lying on the floor was standing between the two of them, his hands already outstretched to catch both of them at the shin. It was over in the blink of an eye, leaving most in the area gasping at what they'd seen. Sakura's eyes widened as her brain finally caught up with the action. This boy with the weird clothes and shiny black hair in a bowl cut was faster than anyone she'd ever seen and he'd blocked both Sasuke and the other ninja's kicks with his bare hands like it was nothing. He'd completely changed from the timid boy she'd spotted when they first arrived. She heard Naruto chuckle and glanced at him. His eyes were dancing with delight and a happy smile was plastered all over his face. She realized as she let her eyes slide past him to scan other faces in the crowd, the only one who didn't seem at all shocked by what he'd seen. Of course he's different from everyone else, she thought with a smile as she turned back to Sasuke who was staring at the bowl-cut ninja with a strange expression on his face. Naruto's a one-of-a-kind. Thank goodness. The boy let out a slow breath and stepped out from between the Sasuke and the other ninja. He took 2 steps back towards the crowd and suddenly looked a little bashful at the stares he was receiving. A genin with long black hair and the strange pale eyes that identified him as a member of the Hyuga clan turned to him and said, "Hey, I thought we weren't going to call any attention to ourselves. It was your plan, remember?" Sakura recognized the new genin as Hyuga Neji, the top-ranked graduate from the class above hers at the academy. There were rumors that Neji was a genius on par with Sasuke, but Sakura doubted such a thing could possibly be true. Sasuke was in a league of his own. The bowl-cut boy shrugged apologetically. "Sorry, Neji-kun, it's just," his round, innocent eyes shifted towards Sakura and his cheeks flushed. The kunoichi on their team stood and dusted herself off, the bruise on her face miraculously vanishing. She looked from her teammate to Sakura and shook her head. "Oh, no, please, not this again." If he heard her, he didn't let it show as he marched resolutely up to Sakura and flashed her a toothy grin. "Hi, my name is Rock Lee, so you must be Sakura-chan." He winked and gave her a thumbs up as his smile grew wider. "Let's go out together. I'll protect you, till I die." Sakura stared at him for a long moment, her mouth hanging slightly open but no sound coming from it. Next to her, Naruto snorted and covered his mouth with his hand as he tried to keep from laughing. Lee held his pose for several seconds longer before his smile drooped and his hand fell to his side. Did you hear me?" he asked. Sorry, but, you're really not my type," she managed at last. "At all. Really not." I think he gets it, Sakura-chan," Naruto said quickly before she could add more. He gave her a light push down the hall towards the stairs to get her moving as she still seemed too stunned to function on her own. Lee hung his head dejectedly, his whole body sagging from his previous straight-backed pose. Naruto patted the boy on the back. "Hey, don't worry about her, Lee," he said cheerfully. "She's a bit hung up on someone else." He gave a small nod of his head towards Sasuke who was saying something to Neji, "but I have a feeling the two of you will be good friends someday." Lee straightened quickly, his smile instantly returning. "Yes, of course, friendship is the root of all loving relationships." Naruto shook his head. "No, that's not what I..." But Lee had already turned and started marching in the opposite direction down the hall towards a different staircase. Naruto sighed and looked to the heavens for help. "What am I going to do with these crazy kids and their out-of-control hormones?" he asked the ceiling. "Come on, Naruto," Sasuke said as he walked past him, grabbing the blonde by the back of his jacket and dragging him down the hall. "We're leaving." In Sasuke's wake, Naruto saw a smirking Neji watching them as they headed for the stairs. "Did you play nice with your new friend?" Sasuke smiled as he said, "Shut up. Where's Sakura?" Before Naruto could answer, they were both grabbed by strong hands and pulled onto the third floor. "Naruto, Sasuke-kun, let's go." Sakura's confidence had returned, clearly bringing bountiful energy with it as she took their hands in hers and hurried them down the hallway. As they neared room 301, they passed through an area where the hallway opened up into what was basically a long room with tall windows on one side and doors to classrooms on the other. The room was 2 levels high with a walkway, and a second level of classrooms were located above the ones on the floor Team 7 was on. As Sakura pulled Sasuke and Naruto into this area, Naruto slowed, his hand slipping from hers. Something was going to happen in this room, he realized, though he couldn't remember what it was. His confusion was only momentary, however, as Rock Lee suddenly called out to them from the second level. "You, with the dark eyes." Sasuke and Sakura looked up as well. "Will you fight me, right here, right now?" Lee hopped over the railing on the walkway and landed in a crouch after a 4-meter drop. He scarcely made a sound as he hit the hard wooden floor. "Right now?" Sasuke asked, pushing his hands into his pockets and looking Lee up and down. Lee jerked his thumb towards his chest, his face solemn. "My name is Rock Lee. When you want to know a person's name, you introduce yourself first, right, Uchiha Sasuke?" Sasuke smirked. "I see you already know who I am." Lee nodded his head ever so slightly. "You are the genius student of Hitaki Kakashi and a member of the great Uchiha clan. For those reasons alone, I'd like to test my skills against you," but, his eyes strayed towards Sakura who was standing next to Sasuke. Lee's cheeks colored again and he winked at her without moving any part of his face other than his eyelid. Sakura was more coherent this time. "No way, no how," she told him with a shake of her head. Undeterred, Lee blew a kiss her direction. "You are an angel." Sakura cringed all over and took a large step to the side so that Naruto stood between her and her admirer. Naruto shook his head and sighed as he glanced over his shoulder at her. "Don't you think you're taking it a little too far?" he asked. Sakura shook her head, but didn't reply. "You know who I am, but you're still going to challenge me?" Sasuke asked with a confident grin. "You're a fool, but if you want to fight so badly, then let's do it. I'll show you what it means to have the name, Uchiha, thick brows." Lee held up one hand and waved for Sasuke to approach. I feel that I should warn you, right now I am the strongest Leaf Genin. You won't be able to defeat me. Sasuke took a step forward, but was stopped when Naruto grabbed hold of his arm. Sasuke, don't, the blonde warned him. Why not? Sasuke snapped irritably. Fighting him sounds like fun. Naruto opened his mouth to tell his friend that he stood no chance against someone like Lee, but the words didn't come out. Sasuke could probably use a little show as to the level he needed to aim if he wanted to compete in this exam, and it wasn't like this fight had hurt him in the future. There was no reason not to let Sasuke get his butt handed to him. It might even be good for him. Never mind, just, good luck. Sasuke smirked and turned back to Lee. I won't need it. We only have 30 minutes to get to the meeting, Sakura called out from behind Naruto. This won't even take 5, Sasuke replied as he dashed towards the waiting Lee. Naruto didn't remember the specifics of the Sasuke's fight with Lee, but he knew it wouldn't end well for his friend. Watching it for the second time made him wonder how Sasuke was even able to stay uninjured enough to take the first 2 parts of the exam last time. Lee was so much faster than Sasuke, it was like Sasuke was just standing still. He managed to block a kick and a punch coming at him, but it was obvious that he was barely keeping up. Only a few seconds into the fight, Lee swept Sasuke's legs out from under him and sent him tumbling across the room with a kick to the chest. Sasuke-kun, Sakura yelled. She tried to push past Naruto to help her crush up, but Naruto caught her and held her back. Leave him, he told her in the firm, commanding voice that she'd heard him use from time to time when he really wanted her to listen to him. But if he wants help, he'll ask for it. Sasuke got unsteadily to his feet and glared at Lee, completely ignoring his teammates. I've heard it said that you can't really know someone until you've fought them, Lee said with a smile as he straightened, one hand up and in the ready position, the other behind his back. I know that you are a genius, Sasuke-kun, but because of that genius, you haven't had to work nearly as hard as one who lacks your natural talent. He turned and looked towards the hallway that led to room 301. I can already see that my hard work has surpassed your genius. There is no point in continuing, you can't beat me. Naruto frowned as Sakura stiffened in his arms. Something about this scene was different, somehow. Sasuke was supposed to lose, that much he knew, but this seemed unfamiliar all of a sudden, not excessively so, but enough that a strange sensation of dread began rumbling in his stomach. Sasuke's face twisted in anger and he dashed headlong towards Lee. For some reason Naruto was suddenly reminded of Sasuke attacking Kakashi during their test. The results this time were not much different. Lee dropped down low and Sasuke's punch passed over his head and then spun and drove his left leg straight up, catching Sasuke under the chin and lifting him off his feet. It was the classic beginning to shadow of the dancing leaf which Lee normally, in the future anyway, used as the opening of his primary lotus. Naruto had seen enough. Sasuke was beaten and he would no doubt have learned his lesson from this. Primary lotus could really hurt him and could get Lee kicked out of the exam. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the space between himself and Lee. The older genin's legs flexed as he prepared to leap after the soaring Sasuke, but before he could, Naruto's hand clamped down on his shoulder, keeping him on the ground. You said there was no point in continuing, Naruto told him sternly. This match is over. Lee looked up in surprise and then nodded, a small smile forming on his face. Sakura was so shocked at Sasuke's completely lopsided defeat and by the speed with which Naruto had crossed the room to stop Lee from pressing his advantage that all she could do was watch as Sasuke flew through the air and then crashed to the ground with a sickening crunch. Naruto, who was looking down at Lee when Sasuke hit the floor, looked up in alarm, his eyes widening at the sight of the Uchiha laying crumpled on the floor. For a moment, no one moved. Naruto looked from Sasuke to Sakura. This definitely hadn't happened the first time. Sakura's eyes slowly rose from Sasuke's prone form to Naruto's. He didn't ask her a question, but she seemed to take his shocked gaze as an accusation. Sakura tried to explain. She knew she should have at least moved to catch Sasuke even if she probably wouldn't have been needed, but so many shocking things had happened in such a brief amount of time that her brain just hadn't been able to send the signal to her body to react. Naruto had moved from standing just in front of her all the way over to Lee in an instant, and she'd never seen Sasuke taken apart so easily. She hadn't even thought it possible. To top it off, she'd never thought that he wouldn't try to protect himself from the fall. That was basic training for first-year students. I couldn't. Naruto pushed Lee roughly aside and ran to Sasuke, carefully turning him over and helping his body lie flat on the ground. Sasuke's eyes were open, but he didn't seem to see Naruto or Sakura who were kneeling next to him, or even Lee who was standing just behind them. He just stared, unblinking, at the ceiling. You all right, show off? Naruto asked, failing to keep the worry out of his voice. More than worry though, he was angry with himself. How stupid could he be? This was the damn bridge all over again. It shouldn't have been a big deal because Lee was a fellow Leaf Genin, but he'd still let his vague remembrances of the future guide him, and now. Sasuke didn't answer. Sakura gently ran her hands along his arm, ever so lightly pushing against the skin to feel for damage underneath. He hissed when she first touched his wrist, but then relaxed again until she reached his shoulder, at which point his brow furrowed and his jaw clenched. Sakura looked up at Naruto and let out a slow breath. His shoulder might be dislocated and I think his wrist is sprained, maybe broken, she whispered. Behind them, Lee stiffened. Sasuke-kun, I didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault, Naruto cut him off before Lee grew too upset. He attacked you after you said the match was over, not the other way around. It's his own stupid fault for not backing down when he was beaten. Naruto. Sakura yelled in shock. Naruto ignored her, keeping his eyes on Lee. You better head to the meeting, he informed the older boy. My teammates and I need to decide if we're going to enter or not. Lee nodded numbly, tried apologizing again, but was silenced by a shake of Naruto's head. Oh, of course, he replied weakly and then turned and walked away. With him gone, Naruto reached down, grabbed 2 handfuls of Sasuke's shirt and pulled the stunned dark-haired boy up into a sitting position, not caring how much pain he was probably causing his friend. What's with that blank look, moron? He demanded. Why didn't you use your Sharingan? Sasuke blinked as if just waking up despite his eyes having been open the whole time. What did you say? He asked weakly. Sakura was staring open-mouthed at Naruto, unable to even object to his treatment of their injured teammate. Your Sharingan, Naruto repeated, why didn't you use it? What the hell is wrong with you, getting your ass kicked like that? It's disgraceful. You think you can beat your brother with that lame-ass effort? Sasuke's good arm lashed out and belted Naruto across the face, sending the blonde tumbling away from him. Who the hell asked you, asshole? He hissed. I'll avenge my clan, even without the Sharingan. Naruto was stunned for a moment, but then he shook his head and slowly pushed himself into a sitting position. Even without the Sharingan, he wondered as he stared at Sasuke. What the hell does he mean by? Realization crashed down on him like a ton of bricks dropped from the top of the Hokage Tower. Sasuke hadn't unlocked his Sharingan until sometime before the exam the first time. And some change in events had prevented that from happening. It had to be the Wave Country mission, that was the only explanation. Sasuke had never said when he'd awakened his Kekkei Genkai, but none of their other missions were what Naruto would consider strenuous enough to cause it to awaken. It was only a guess, of course, but it seemed to make sense. Apparently the mission to Kogen hadn't been enough for whatever reason. Something had happened on the Wave Country mission that went beyond just fighting a dangerous enemy like Haku and Zabuza. Whatever it was, Kogen and the collectors weren't a good enough substitute. This is bad, Naruto thought as he tried to swallow a growing feeling of dread. This is really bad. How is he supposed to fight Orochimaru or Gaara if he can't use his Sharingan? Sasuke glared at Naruto for a second longer and then turned to Sakura. Can you set my shoulder? He asked. Sakura stared at him for a moment and then shook her head. Sasuke-kun, you're too hurt. We can't enter the exam with you lick. I didn't ask about the exam, he snapped. I asked if you could set my shoulder. I'm entering this exam no matter what. Sasuke-kun, I don't. Naruto stood and walked over to them. Do it, he told her. He's made up his mind and we'll be there to help him if he needs it. He looked down at Sasuke and smiled weakly. That's what teammates are for. Sasuke's dark eyes held his gaze for a moment before his lips slowly turned up into a small smile. I doubt I'll need it, he said smugly. Naruto's smile gained strength and he let out a slow breath he'd been holding. Then we'll just watch your back and marvel at how amazing you are. Of course, Sakura-chan will probably just be looking at your Don't say it, Sakura yelled, clamping her hand over his mouth, her cheeks reddening. Naruto and Sasuke both chuckled and then the Uchiha settled himself back on the ground with a small groan. Please, Sakura, just set it quick so we can go show everyone what we're made of, he said softly. Sakura looked like she might try to protest one more time, but finally just sighed and shook her head in resignation. It's going to hurt, she warned. I can take it. Naruto, I'll need your help, she said as she gently took hold of Sasuke's forearm, carefully avoiding his wrist, and bent his forearm at a 90-degree angle from his body. When I tell you to, grab him by his shirt and pull him towards you, she told the blonde as she readied herself for what she had to do. Just as she was about to start, she had a second thought and untied her hittai, causing her long pink hair to fall down around her face. Here, Sasuke-kun, she said, placing the strap near his mouth, bite down on this. Sasuke took the strap into his mouth and then Sakura nodded to Naruto. Naruto pulled Sasuke towards himself while Sakura pulled the other way. She had to pull much harder than she'd expected to before she felt Sasuke's shoulder pull farther from the socket, the muscles in his arm tensing under her hands as the pain hit him. Their pulling only lasted for a second, before Sakura slowly turned his arm and felt it pop back into position. Sasuke's whole body jerked as he swallowed a scream of pain, and then he let out a shuddering breath that he'd been holding as his body slowly relaxed. Sakura removed a roll of cloth from her hip pouch and quickly wrapped it up over his arm and around his body, creating a makeshift sling. It wasn't perfect, but it was better than nothing. With that done, she moved her fingers through the seals needed for Shuasen no Jutsu. Her hands glowed with the familiar green-colored chakra as she placed them on Sasuke's shoulder and slowly moved them down to the wrist she had decided was probably only sprained, easing the pain and reducing the swelling. She couldn't completely heal him, only a true medical jutsu master could do something like that, but she could encourage the healing and help it along a little. She just hoped it would be enough to get him through the exam. As the green glow of the mystical palm slowly faded, Sasuke took a deep breath and gingerly moved his wrist within the sling. He let his shoulder remain immobile. "It's good enough. You have to be careful with it, Sasuke-kun," Sakura warned him as she and Naruto helped him to his feet. "If you overdo things, it will pop out again and you might even hurt it worse the second time around." Sasuke nodded and handed over her Hitai aid. She quickly tied her hair back once more with it. "Oh, come on, Sakura-chan," Naruto laughed, "this is Sasuke we're talking about. I'm sure he'll just sit meekly by and watch us take care of everything for him." Sasuke shook his head and started towards the hallway which led to room 301. "Let's go," he said. Fact that his arm was now in a sling seemed to totally slip from his mind. "This Chunin exam is going to be fun." Naruto and Sakura exchanged bemused glances and then voiced their agreement as they hurried after him. Kakashi was leaning against the wall next to the door to room 301, patiently waiting for them to show up. "You three seem to have had some trouble climbing the stairs," he noted calmly as he glanced at Sasuke's arm. "Are you going to be able to handle this, Sasuke?" "I'm fine," the dark-haired boy replied evenly. "In that case, you all can enter." "What's that supposed to mean?" Sakura asked. "The exam can only be taken by teams of 3, if Sasuke couldn't go on or..." His eyes shifted to Naruto for a second. "If one of you decided that this exam would be too difficult for you, for whatever reason, then none of you would have been allowed past this point." Sakura folded her arms and frowned at the Junin. "You didn't tell us any of that when you gave us the entrance forms." Kakashi cocked his head slightly to the side. "Didn't I? It must have slipped my mind. I suppose it was for the best. This way you're all here because you want to be and not because anyone feels pressured to come." His eye again shifted to Naruto. "This test will be pretty hard. You won't be able to hold back or pretend to be weaker than you are. You'll have to show everyone what you are capable of, but I think you can handle it. You are my proud team after all." Naruto hated being under Kakashi's eye and was well aware of the fact that it had been happening more and more frequently lately. He supposed it was inevitable that Kakashi would begin to suspect something. Hopefully he wouldn't think anything too horrible before the truth could be explained and proven. The proving part would probably take a while, to him. As it stood now, however, Kakashi wasn't interfering or making threats. He was just letting Naruto know that he would be watched and that was fine. Once the team walked through the doors in front of them, Kakashi wouldn't be able to stop what was going to happen without stopping the whole exam, something that hadn't even happened even when Orochimaru had been known to be in the village the first time around. He'd played his cards right and now he was going to get his reward. His team would breeze through the first part of the exam and then he would get his shot at Orochimaru and Kabuto. It had been a long journey, far longer than anyone could have guessed, but the goal was in sight. Sasuke and Sakura looked at him and smiled, and then all three of them stepped forward and opened the doors. Naruto's hands were already twitching with excitement as he stepped into room 301. By the end of the day, or tomorrow at the very latest, he would have saved the entire world. It seemed that every eye in the room was turned towards them as they stepped through the double doors into the large classroom. Up until that moment, Naruto had forgotten just how little he and his teammates must have seemed to the other genin taking the test. Most of those in here had already hit puberty and passed through it to reach their maximum height. A few might even have children who had already reached puberty. In short, they were adults and Naruto and his team must have looked like snot-nosed kids by comparison. And it didn't look like the adults appreciated being joined by a couple of little kids. It was strange not to feel the same anxiety and nervous energy that he dimly remembered feeling the last time he was in this situation. He'd spent the past several days poring over everything he remembered from the Chunin exam. Fortunately he'd gone through a lot of exciting and interesting things, especially during the second part of the exam, so the memories had stayed with him despite his usual forgetfulness. Most important of those memories was the identities and a few of the actions by the two large, dangerous snakes hidden within the room. Sasuke-kun. A voice shrieked off to their side. Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke didn't even have to time look for its owner before a slender blonde girl in a purple. Naruto supposed they would be called a shirt and skirt, though the skirt was more like two pieces of cloth hanging down from a belt. Thankfully underneath she wore white wrapping from her upper body all the way down past the skirt, leapt onto Sasuke's back, wrapping her arms around his neck. I was starting to worry you wou. To his credit, Sasuke didn't cry out in pain, but he did make a strange-sounding muffled groan as he recoiled from her touch, his free hand instantly going up to his wrapped shoulder. Ino. Sakura yelled as she pushed the blonde roughly aside and knelt next to Sasuke, gently touching his shoulder to see if her former best friend had managed to injure him farther. Thankfully, the pain was only from being bumped and not from having the shoulder dislocated again. What the hell are you doing? She demanded, standing up and glaring at Ino. Yamanaka Ino was not someone who was often quiet except when absolutely necessary, so it was a rare sight to see her staring down at Sasuke in stunned silence. Her inability to speak didn't last long, however. What am I doing? What did you do to Sasuke-kun, forehead girl? Sakura's hand clenched into a fist. I'm not the one who jumped on his back, Ino pig. How was I supposed to know he was hurt? Sasuke-kun never got hurt before he was on your team. Did you run into him with your big, ugly forehead? For a moment, Naruto wondered if he'd have to break up a fight, but thankfully Sasuke saved him from the chore. Shut up, both of you, the dark-haired boy growled as he pulled himself back to his full height, ignoring the pain in his shoulder. I'm fine. The two girls started to protest their innocence in the whole affair when a bored voice said, looks like we aren't the only ones with an overly ambitious Junin. Naruto couldn't help but smile broadly at the two genin walking towards them. Nara Shikamaru looked quite different from the last time Naruto had seen him, hardly surprising given that was over a decade into the future from this point. He was missing the scars, the goatee, and the cloud of cigarette smoke that seemed to follow him around, but his spiky black ponytail, brown eyes, and bored expression were the same as always. Even knowing what he did about the future in general and Shikamaru in particular, Naruto still found it difficult to believe that a boy who looked like Shikamaru was actually one of the most intelligent people in the village, maybe on the whole planet. He just looked so lazy, which, of course, he was at the moment. Akamichi Choji wasn't nearly as tall and the brown hair sticking out of the blue semi-bandana style Hitai-8. Naruto had occasionally referred to it as the panty style Hitai-8. And had been smacked by Sakura more than once for it was significantly shorter, but other than that, he was the same person. Fat, though no one was allowed to say it, happy, and stuffing his face with food. The sort of person who was often teased by his classmates in the academy, but who was the most loyal friend a person could ask for once you got to know him. Shikamaru took in the sight of Sakura and Ino fighting as well as the bandaged Sasuke and shook his head. You're so troublesome, Ino. Ino's response was a rather unladylike hand gesture, but Shikamaru was conveniently already looking elsewhere. How've you been, Shikamaru? Naruto asked, trying to force down his grin and act like he was just another genin trying to appear calm and confident. His acting apparently wasn't all that good because Shikamaru gave him a funny look before replying. Fine, Asuma-sensei can be a pain though. But then you three are here, so I guess your sensei's the same way. Is this a private party, or can anyone join? Inuzuka Kiba asked as he led Shino and Hinata towards the rest of the rookie genin. You're looking confident, Kiba, Sasuke noted with a smirk. You would be too if you'd gone through what we have since graduation. Naruto flashed Hinata a warm smile and received a blushing one in return. He was pleased to see that even among such a large crowd of older genin she didn't seem to be quite as nervous as she would have been not long ago. That wasn't to say that she was jumping on tables and issuing challenges, of course, but she also wasn't hunched over or trying to hide behind her teammates, either. It was an improvement and that was all he could ask for. While he was happily noting the small increases in Hinata's confidence, he missed the strange little smile that spread across Sakura's lips as well as the wink she gave Hinata that caused the girl to blush even more. From Hinata, Naruto's eyes drifted to the top of Kiba's head where Akamaru was perched. The white puppy looked funny with the little black eye patch over his eye, but seeing it for the first time caused a cold wave of memories of his failure on the Great Kaiza and Hinata Bridge to wash over Naruto. His smile fell and suddenly he didn't feel as confident as he once had. Are you alright, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked, stepping closer to him. Her words woke him from the past and he gave her a half-hearted smile. Of course, I just feel bad about Akamaru. No one asked you for your sympathy. Kiba snapped, his eyes suddenly hard and his jaw set. So shut the hell up about things you know nothing about. Naruto didn't reply right away, not wanting to allow his annoyance to cause him to say anything too stupid or, even worse, revealing. He'd known that Kiba was struggling with the guilt he felt over Akamaru's injury, and looking at the dark-haired boy now he could see how much it must have deflated his future friend's usually overwhelming confidence. Looking at it now, he wished he'd sought Kiba out and tried to do something to help him. Dealing with grief and guilt were things Naruto was used to with himself, but he'd never been great at offering comfort to others. He just didn't know what to say to make them feel better, so he usually ended up just sitting with them saying nothing and feeling bad for not being of more use. As he stared at Kiba and Akamaru, however, some nearly comforting words that Kiba had once told him sprang to mind, as did one of the small plans that always seemed to arrive when he was in a pinch. "No one's allowed to feel bad that Akamaru got hurt," he asked in an antagonizing tone. "Sorry, I don't give a damn if you don't like it, I am sorry that Akamaru doesn't have two eyes anymore." Kiba stared at the blonde in shock while Sakura and Ino gasped. Hinata reached out and touched Naruto's arm and whispered, "And Naruto-kun, we don't talk about that." "Why?" Naruto asked loudly, his eyes still on Kiba. "You can't pretend it didn't happen. Or does it make the baby feel better not having to think about Akamaru losing an eye?" Kiba swung at him, not even worrying about the fact that Hinata was between them and would be in the middle of any fight that broke out. Naruto had expected it from the beginning, planned it really, and leaned back as his hand shot up, driving the knuckle of his thumb into the bottom of Kiba's arm, just above the elbow. There was a nerve located there, though Naruto had no idea what it was called. What he did know is that it hurt like hell to get hit there, and it left the forearm feeling tingly and weak. He grabbed the stunned Kiba by his arm and pulled him in close, ignoring the instincts that tried to command him to drive his knee into the other genin's stomach. "I'm sorry you're still sensitive about it, but Akamaru's injury is reality," he whispered. Then he began quoting the words Kiba had used to try to help him get over the mounting losses in the future. "Shit happens. You prepare for it, you try to make sure it doesn't make too much of a mess, you clean it up afterwards, but in the end, shit happens. Nothing you can do about it, but get on with your life." He pushed Kiba back towards Shino and gave him a feral grin. "You should be glad Akamaru didn't get hurt worse. Without him you'd probably be so weak they'd have to send you back to the academy." His last comment was a calculated risk. He hoped that Kiba would notice that he was being playful in his taunting at the end and giving a compliment to Akamaru. But with Kiba as upset as he was, there was a chance he'd just take it as another insult. It was possible, he realized a bit too late, that he'd just ruined any chances of them being friends in the future. They'd always tended to clash a bit, probably because they were similar in so many ways, and had always eventually gotten over it, but their fights had never been about anything this personal to either of them, so it was unexplored territory. For a moment no one said anything, even a lot of the older genin around them were quiet as they watched the mini-fight, but then Kiba smirked as he began rubbing his elbow gingerly and shook his head. "You're as dumb and annoying as ever. I don't know what Hinata-chan sees in you. I probably just remind her of a smarter, stronger version of you," Naruto grinned back. "They're so loud," Ino said to Sakura when it was clear that the fight was over. Sakura actually smiled, forgetting for a moment that she and Ino weren't supposed to be friends anymore. "Yeah, but it grows on you after a while." The blonde shook her head. "If you say so. You know, you guys should probably be quieter," another genin said as he stepped away from the older genin and walked over to the cluster of rookies. Naruto recognized the voice instantly and his eyes narrowed as every muscle in his body tensed while he fought against the urge to draw a kunai and kill the man. He'd forgotten until just now that this was when they'd been approached by the traitor, but now that it was happening vague recollections of the memory sprang to the front of his mind. None of what he could remember about this meeting really mattered though, the only important thing was that after weeks of waiting, Yakushi Kabuto was finally within striking distance. Kabuto pressed a finger against the bridge of his thin, black, round-rimmed glasses, pushing them higher up on his nose, and shook his head. Yelling like school girls, "Geez, what are you thinking?" he asked. Naruto took a deep breath, trying to push down the emotions that were threatening to overwhelm him. He couldn't kill Kabuto here. In the classroom such an act would be murder, and it would take forever to convince people he was actually protecting Konoha by doing it. Plus, there was no way he'd be allowed to participate in the exam after killing a fellow leaf ninja out of the blue like that, and even if he somehow was allowed to take the exam, Orochimaru would know that his plan had been uncovered and that Naruto was not the ordinary genin he was supposed to be. Once they moved on to the second test, however, it would be just an unfortunate part of the exam. He'd waited this long, he could wait a little longer. Kabuto's eyes met his and held his gaze for a moment. Fresh out of the academy, rookies should try keeping their heads down. Of course, just because he couldn't kill Kabuto didn't mean he had to listen to the gray-haired traitor's lecture. No one asked for your advice, he replied contemptuously. Yeah, Ino seconded, just who do you think you are? Sakura elbowed Ino in the side and then told Kabuto, don't worry about Naruto, he gets dumb when he hears good advice. And Ino's just dumb. Kabuto took the insults and apology in stride, not looking the slightest bit upset or even concerned with either. If they don't believe me, they should try turning around and taking a look, he replied with a grim smile. Most of the genin did as he suggested, looking at the rest of the class to see that most eyes were still on them and few faces looked friendly by this point, not that they'd really looked friendly earlier. Naruto, however, kept his attention on Kabuto, taking in every detail of Orochimaru's right-hand man and spy, the gray hair that was pulled back into a ponytail, the leaf hitai on his forehead, the purple top and pants with white undershirt, and especially the tan hip pouch that probably held a lot of the information that it already gathered for his master. You should leave, Naruto said after a moment of sizing the older genin up. The longer he looked at Kabuto, the harder it became to resist the temptation to rip out the man's throat. The rookie genin turned back to stare at Naruto and Kabuto. Don't be rude, Naruto, Sakura hissed, smiling apologetically at Kabuto. Naruto didn't hear her and wouldn't have listened even if he had. Leave now or those other genin will be the least of your worries, he said in a voice laced with the killer intent he couldn't hold back any longer. Come now, Naruto-kun, Kabuto replied calmly, giving the blonde a friendly smile. I'm probably the only friend you rookies have right now. You all remind me of how I was when I first took the exam. Is this your second try, Kabuto-san? Sakura asked, trying to keep the conversation friendly and hoping that Naruto would stop acting like poor Kabuto had just stolen his last bowl of ramen. My seventh, actually, Kabuto answered with a shrug. Wow, you must know all abo. Before she could finish, Naruto stepped in front of her, his right hand down near his kunai holster. If you're that bad of a genin, why are you hanging out with us? We don't have anything to offer you, so why would you even bother talking to us? For the first time, Kabuto actually looked a little flustered. I'm just trying to be nice. We're all from Konoha, after all. Are we? Naruto shot back. Well, my team isn't so weak that we'd need handouts from a loser who can't pass a test he's taken 6 times. Whether or not you're from Konoha doesn't make you any less of a weakling. Leave, now. Kabuto looked around the group in confusion, but after Naruto's pronouncement that his team didn't need the help, none of the other genin were willing to take a handout and most looked weary of him. Naruto didn't have to look at their faces to know what he'd find there. Except for Hinata and Sakura, who would be concerned about how rude he was being, none of the others, particularly Kiba and Sasuke, were humble enough to admit to needing help from someone who couldn't pass the test himself. Kabuto's eyes returned to Naruto and narrowed slightly as his cheeks flushed a little. Ah, well, sorry, I didn't mean to offend. I'll just wish you all good luck then. Who knows, maybe this year will be my year. If so, then I hope to see you in the finals. I doubt it will even come up, Naruto replied evenly as Kabuto turned and beat a hasty retreat, but I'm sure we'll see each other at some point. With that danger averted, Naruto leapt up onto the nearest table and scanned the crowd. He could feel the eyes of his fellow rookie genin on his back, but he couldn't bring himself to look at them or open himself up to the questions about his attitude towards Kabuto that Sakura no doubt was itching to ask. He spotted Gaara almost instantly and stared at his future, he hoped, friend for a moment before his eyes moved on until they found what he was really looking for. As important was it to help Gaara and kill Kabuto, the man with the long black hair who was the leader of the group of grass nin in conical hats near the front of the room was the real target. Orochimaru might be able to hide from everyone else behind that borrowed face, but Naruto knew who and what lay beneath. As soon as they were in the forest of death, Naruto planned on going straight after that team. Passing the Chunin exam would be nice, just surviving would be great, but taking out Orochimaru trumped everything. All right. A voice roared from the front of the room as the area was enveloped in an explosion of smoke. Quiet down, you worthless bastards. The smoke cleared to reveal a large and varied group of ninja, each dressed in smart military dress with a leaf hitai adorning their bodies in some way. At the front of the group was a large, imposing man with a scarred face and a black trenchcoat. His head was covered in a black bandana hitai that came all the down to just above his eyes, making his dark irises seem almost be a part of his uniform. The man smiled wickedly at the genin in the room as they stared in silence and, in many cases, awed at him and then hurriedly sat in the nearest chairs. Thanks for waiting. I'm Morino Ibiki, the examiner for the Chunin selection exam's first test. He let his dark eyes slide over the genin for a moment and then continued, we will now start the test. Instead of your current seats, get up and come pick one of these tabs. He held up a small piece of wood with a number cut into it, and then sit in the seat assigned to you. Once everyone is in their place, we will pass out the test. The genin hurried to comply, some looking more nervous than others about the announcement that they were going to have to take a paper test. As Naruto looked down at his tab and headed for his seat, he was disappointed to find that he wasn't sitting next to Hinata this time. He supposed there was no way he could have picked the exact same number as before. Assuming she even picked the exact same number as before, it didn't really matter anyway. She would have no trouble with this test, so his sitting next to her would only be a distraction for her when he didn't even bother answering a single question. He walked back towards his seat, confidently smiling to himself until he saw just where he would be sitting. His smile vanished and his mouth went dry. He tried to swallow the rising fear that he couldn't deny, but his tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth and his mind seemed to go blank. He'd been prepared for most anything except what he was now facing. The person sitting next to him during the first test would be none other than Orochimaru disguised as the Grass Nin. Chapter 22. Oh. Do not turn over your tests, Ibiki said as the last genin took his seat. There are some special rules for this test and you aren't allowed to ask questions, so listen carefully. He picked up a piece of chalk and stepped in front of the blackboard at the front of the room. I'll write the rules on the board as I explain, so even if you don't hear me clearly you'll have no excuse for not knowing them. Sasuke leaned forward, careful not to bump his left arm, and stared intently up at the large man. Something about the way he was talking seemed off. Not allowing questions, the way he'd emphasized the word, carefully, and the fact that he was actually writing all of the rules down left Sasuke with the impression that they were supposed to look for something beneath what was being said. It was just a matter of figuring out what that was. The first rule, Ibiki said as he began to write on the board. You guys will start off with 10 points. This test is made up of 10 questions, each worth 1 point, but this test uses a subtraction system. If you answer all 10 questions correctly, you keep your points, but if you miss one, you only get 9. Miss 3 and you lose 3 points, leaving you with a final score of 7. The second rule. This is a team test. Whether you pass or fail will not be determined by your score alone, but by the combined score of everyone on your team. Each team will compete to show how many points they can hold onto from the initial score of 30. This rule caused an outbreak of murmurs and whispered complaints among the genin. Finally, someone called out, "That's not fair. Why are we being graded as a team?" Ibiki's eyes instantly locked onto the speaker and darkened. "Shut up, you don't have the right, or the option, of questioning me," he told the genin in a low voice. "There's a reason for these rules, so be quiet and listen or leave." He waited for a few seconds, but no one got up to leave. Now the third and most important rule. Anyone caught by the testing officers, he waved his hand to indicate the other leaf nin that had appeared with him, doing anything sneaky, namely, cheating, will have 2 points subtracted for every offense. That means there will be those who are too stupid to become chunin anyway, who will lose all of their points during the exam and be asked to leave. We will have our eyes on you guys. Creative Writing Courses books. He grinned smugly and one of the other officers leaned back in his chair, causing it to creak ominously. Understand this, the pathetic ones who are caught cheating will be destroying themselves. As shinobi trying to achieve the rank of chunin, have some pride in your work. And the final rule that you will all be interested in knowing is that those who don't answer any questions correctly or who lose all of their points and are asked to leave will cause their 2 teammates to fail as well. The announcement that the teams would have a combined score had caused murmurs amongst the crowd. The last rule created total, stunned silence. Ibiki smiled at their response and then in an ominous voice said, "You may begin." For the first time in many weeks, Sasuke wished that he'd been placed on a different team after getting out of the academy. Sakura would be fine, of course. She'd gotten low physical scores in school, but her test scores had always been at the top of the class. Naruto, on the other hand, was even more of an idiot when taking paper tests than he was any other time during their school days. Granted, he was an infinitely better ninja now than he'd been back then, but how much improvement in test taking, a skill that had no everyday application the way the rest of Naruto's increased skills did, could he possibly have made? When he turned over his paper and looked at the questions, his heart sank even farther. There was no way Naruto would be able to do any of these unless he'd been intentionally failing the entire time they were in the academy. Given the blonde's depression whenever their tests were returned, Sasuke seriously doubted Naruto was just messing around back then. He looked up and quickly located Naruto's back a few rows ahead of him. Naruto was sitting perfectly still, he was not leaning over his test or writing. In fact, Sasuke didn't think it looked like Naruto had even turned his test over. Apparently he was scared stiff, not exactly an encouraging thought given what was at stake. "There's nothing I can do to help him now," Sasuke concluded as he looked down at his own test again, he'll just have to try to get at least 1 point while Sakura and I do what we need to make up for his low score. Even as he thought that, however, he quickly realized that there was going to be a problem with that idea. Despite his great test scores in class, there was no way he could answer a single one of the questions either. He glanced over at the officers carefully watching them and scowled as one of them made a check on his clipboard. It was like they were expecting the genin to cheat. Sasuke's eyes widened. Of course they were expecting the genin to cheat. That was the whole point of the test, and why cheating, while more heavily punished than just getting a question wrong, did not result in an immediate expulsion from the exam. The test was to see how well they could gather the information needed to pass the test. Now if only Naruto would notice it, he might have a chance. Most of the skills he'd shown weren't totally conducive to surreptitiously gathering information in a setting like this, but he had to know something that would help him if he could just see what he was supposed to do. Online writing communities. Books. Sasuke pushed thoughts of Naruto aside and began to make a plan of his own. Having the use of only one arm would hamper him, no doubt, but he was an Uchiha, nothing was impossible for him. Naruto stared straight ahead, not even picking up his pencil, and wondered what he was supposed to do. He was sitting next to the man who was responsible for half the bad things that had ever happened in his life, the man whose actions had resulted in the deaths of Sasuke, Sakura, Shikamaru, Temari, Gaara. The list went on and on. What made the situation even more bizarre is that Orochimaru, one of the most evil men on the planet, was calmly taking a test in a pretend effort to become a chunin. Were the whole thing not so scary and infuriating, he might have laughed at the absurdity of it all. Naruto knew he shouldn't be afraid of Orochimaru, and he wasn't really afraid, he told himself, just nervous. In his heart, however, he knew the truth. Orochimaru did scare him. For all his plans to kill the bastard, he was still afraid of the man who had so totally destroyed the lives of so many people he knew and probably millions he had never met. Orochimaru was a genius, like Kakashi or Shikamaru, he was at least as powerful as Jiraiya if not more so, and he was evil. Really evil. There were Junin who had spoken of being terrified of Orochimaru even before he left Konoha. Naruto had fought him, a couple of times, far more than anyone else he knew. He'd stood toe-to-toe with the Sannin and escaped with his life, but it had always been a very close thing. Most of those were before the world started getting really messed up, of course. He hadn't even known just how scared he should have been, but he'd learned since then. Orochimaru hadn't just beaten Naruto during their last fight, he'd killed him. Easily. However, that was when Orochimaru had Sasuke's Sharingan and knew that he was going to be fighting someone of Naruto's abilities. He wasn't expecting a little kid or a screw-up, he was expecting Jiraiya's protege, the man leading Konoha. Things would be different this time. He could beat Orochimaru for the first time in his life. He could kill Orochimaru. But fear still twisted his stomach into a painful knot and made it hard to breathe. His right hand fell into his lap and he was extremely aware of how close his fingers were to the kunai in his leg holster. In less than a second he could have a weapon in his hand and drive it into Orochimaru's chest. It seemed like it would be such a simple thing to kill his enemy, but, of course, things weren't that simple. If he killed Orochimaru now it would be labeled as murder and could have dire repercussions on Konoha's relationship with the Grass Country. More than that, the peace treaty that allowed Chunin exams to be held in different villages and tried to keep the great nations from making war with each other would have been broken by a member of the host village, so other villages could use the killing for their own political purposes. Story writing guides. Books. When the mask was pulled away, perhaps they would see that the grass nin wasn't who he was supposed to be, though Naruto doubted any village looking for a reason to sully Konoha's name would care. Even that, however, might not be enough to convince them that the corpse was actually Orochimaru's, since he wouldn't be in the body that he'd worn the last time he'd been in Konoha. There was also Kabuto to consider. He'd hardly just stick around waiting for all the facts to come out once he saw that his master was dead and that someone knew what they'd been planning. Kabuto was another genius, perhaps even smarter than Orochimaru, though not smart enough to know better than to graft some of Orochimaru's cells into his own body. He'd be able to elude capture and any tracking squad sent after him for years. And finally, Naruto didn't want to be painted into a corner where he had to reveal who and what he was just to keep from going to jail. Or worse, when that happened, it would change his relationships with his friends, it would change his relationships with his mentors, and it would change the way the village looked at him. There really was no telling how any of those groups would treat him once the truth came out. He would have to tell some people at some point. Kakashi seemed to be reaching a spot where he was going to need to hear some sort of explanation for whatever strangeness he'd been observing, but he wanted to keep the number of people who knew down to just a few he could trust and who he thought could handle the information. Just a little longer, he whispered so quietly the words could scarcely be heard even by him, just wait a little longer. His eyes drifted to his disguised nemesis and he swallowed hard. Orochimaru's eyes shifted as he looked over at Naruto without turning his head and then returned to his paper. Naruto also looked back down at his test, reading the questions in an effort to keep his mind off the nightmare that he was sitting next to. How sad, he laughed to himself, even though I was practically Hokage, I still can't answer a single one of these. Despite his attempts at distracting himself, he felt his fingers twitch in anticipation of the movement that would end a lot of Konoha's future problems, even if it caused a lot of immediate problems. He took a deep breath and his hand didn't move towards his weapons. Glancing up at the clock he saw that it had already been nearly 15 minutes, he only had another half hour before the final question and then however long after that until they all were told that they'd passed. He could wait a little longer. Kakashi sat quietly in the lounge that had been set aside for those whose genin were taking the Chunin exam. Across from him, Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai were quietly enjoying a smoke and a cup of coffee respectively. Asuma was a big man who bore a striking resemblance to his father, the third Hokage, though one had to have seen a picture of the third when he was younger to really see the similarities. The two of them had had some sort of falling out a few years back and Asuma had left the village with permission. During his time away he'd become one of the 12 shinobi guardsmen, an elite group of powerful ninja who protected the Fire Country's daimyo. He still wore a sash around his waist symbolizing his eternal membership in the group. After working with the guardsmen for a while, Asuma returned and he and his father had patched up their relationship as near as anyone could tell. Kakashi liked Asuma a lot, as did most of the village, though he rarely had a chance to work with him. Books. Kurenai was as pretty as ever, though she was fidgeting at the moment and kept looking at the door that would lead her towards the classroom where their genin were being tested at the moment. When she wasn't fidgeting, she was speaking quietly with Asuma about something that Kakashi wasn't bothering to pay attention to and, if he was reading their body language correctly, that was probably the way they wanted it. Normally, Kakashi would have made small talk with his fellow Junin, or even teased them a little about his suspicions, but his mind was busy with other things at the moment. Naruto was taking the first test right now and Kakashi wanted to see what the blonde did. Would he act like the dumb little kid he normally appeared, perhaps pretended was a better word, to be, or would the other Naruto, the strange and unsettling one who seemed far more capable than he should, be doing something that no rookie genin had any right being capable of? Kakashi didn't like things that he couldn't predict or understand. He respected the fact that there were things in the world that were beyond the scope of human experience, or at least of his own experience, but those things usually didn't seem to come out of the blue, and they also didn't usually involve the container for one of the most frightening creatures Kakashi had ever seen. If Naruto really was being influenced by the Kyuubi, there was no telling what he was capable of. At the same time, the blonde was the son of the man Kakashi respected above all others. How could he be suspicious of the only son of that man? The Yondaime had been a second father to Kakashi and, along with Obito, had helped reconcile Kakashi with his memories of his deceased biological father. Few knew Naruto's parentage and those who did were forbidden to reveal it for fear that enemies of Namikaze Minato, and there were many, would extract their revenge on Naruto since his father was already dead. It was confusing, both mentally and emotionally. Naruto could be dangerous, but he was also the last piece of Minato left on the planet. Do either of you know who's giving the test? Kakashi asked at last, needing a distraction from his thoughts. Kurenai looked up in surprise at his sudden question, possibly having nearly forgotten he was there, but Asuma took it in stride. I heard through the grapevine that they brought in Morino Ibiki for the job, Asuma replied before taking a long drag on his cigarette. Probably going to be pretty brutal in there. Why? Kurenai asked in confusion. Asuma flashed a mischievous smile at her and said, you're still a pretty new Junin, so I guess you haven't met him yet, but the man's a bit of a sadist. More than that, he's ANBU's torture and interrogation captain. The man can make people piss themselves just for fun. And they're letting him give a test to Genin. Kurenai was mildly alarmed at the thought of having her team in there with a man like that, especially Hinata who had only just recently begun to gain confidence in her abilities. Asuma shrugged and chuckled. Kakashi did say that it could be fun for the Genin to be crushed. He might have gotten his wish. Kakashi shrugged and looked over at the door. Ibiki, maybe when it's over, I'll have a word with him and see if he noticed anything about Naruto. A man like that wouldn't miss the sort of things I'm looking for. I don't have any jutsu that can help me here, Sasuke thought as he stared down at his paper, but there are lots of ways to gather information that don't require using jutsu. He pondered it for a moment longer. Since he hadn't been forewarned about the first test, as he suspected some of the genin in the room had, he could only use what he brought with him into the room. Just using his eyes was out. Naturally, it was far too obvious for the chunin around the room to miss. The thin pouch where he kept his kunai was on his right leg. In addition to throwing weapons, it also contained a few exploding tags as well as a spool of thin metal wire that could be used as a tripwire or attached to his kunai and used to make the weapon more unpredictable. The idea of using a kunai as a mirror and trying to copy a test that way wasn't bad. The problem with that idea was that the surface of the kunai was rough to keep it from reflecting light and catching the attention of an enemy. That alone prevented it from being used as a mirror, but there was also the problem of how to get it into position to see someone else's test and how to keep such an act from being noticed anyway. The exploding tags served no purpose whatsoever in this case. Blowing up a table or chair wouldn't get him many answers and would probably just get him kicked out of test. The metal wire was interesting. It was designed to hold a minor chakra charge, basically allowing for an attack to be guided by the wires if needed. He could probably use it to hit someone with a small jutsu and cause a commotion, but what good would that do? Sasuke closed his eyes and let the plan start to form in his mind. Getting the wire out without being seen would be a problem, but not impossible. He was helped by the fact that there were two people between him and the closest chunin officers as well as another on the other side of him. Any small movement under the table would be very difficult to observe. From there he could move the wire until it was touching someone right next to him and then use a jutsu to cause a commotion. And then? He wasn't sure. As he sat there with his eyes closed, thinking through the problem, he gradually became aware of the sounds around him. Pencils scratching on paper as answers were being filled out. Someone was getting answers, probably lots of someones. If these people were getting their answers and the tests were graded by teams, then even if he was able to get a few questions, it might not be enough to overcome some of these other scores. Sakura would do well on hers, probably, but Naruto would be lucky to get 1 or 2 answers, let alone enough to give his team a high enough score to move on. If, however, one team was sabotaged, then that would increase the chances of his own team passing. Sasuke smiled as his plan solidified. He continued listening a moment longer until he had identified which of the two closest to him seemed to be writing the most and then let his eyes drift towards the top of the test the genin on his right was filling out. The man was far older than Sasuke and strangely was wearing a beige tie and brown sweater vest, but those things didn't matter. All Sasuke cared about was seeing the man's name. Once that was accomplished, he looked down at his own test and began to write down wrong answers. As soon as the old genin, whose name was Akamon Manabu, was finished with his test, he turned his paper over and breathed out a sigh of relief. Given his age, Sasuke was sure he'd taken the chunin exam many times, so he was probably relieved that he was finally going to get through the first test. Unfortunately for poor Manabu-san, all his hard work was going to be for naught. If the plan worked. Sasuke carefully slipped his injured arm out of the sling, letting it rest in his lap, and then gave a small groan of real pain and rubbed his shoulder gently with his right hand, all the while moving his left slowly to the pouch on his right leg. After only a few seconds, he'd retrieved the spool of wire and returned his left arm to the sling, feeling grateful for Sakura's healing skills that allowed him even the small amount of near pain-free movement he was capable of. First, he slowly let out the wire until there was a small amount under his chair. Then he concentrated chakra into his feet and stuck the wire to the bottom of his right foot. Slowly shifting his foot to the side, he pushed the wire until it was next to Manabu's leg and then lifted it up until it was nearly touching the man's skin. He owed the basics of this technique to Naruto and Sakura, and the thought occurred to him that without them he would have been incapable pulling off this plan. He'd have to remember to thank them when they were allowed to talk to each other again. Sasuke faked a cough, turned over his paper, and then coughed again, before feigning a relieved sigh. This was it. He held the spool in the palm of his hand and brought his fingers together to form the 3 seals needed for the small fire jutsu Kakashi had taught them on their first night away from Konoha when he showed them an easy way to start a fire. It wasn't as big or showy as Gukaku no Jutsu, but Sasuke didn't want big and showy. He also didn't want to kill poor Manabu. Sasuke brought the wire up to his mouth, faking another cough, and blew down on it. He instantly felt the heat as the small, but hot, flames passed along the wire close to his body. It took a lot of self-control not to flinch away from the burning sensation, but he'd known it was coming. Manabu did not. The older genin gave a loud yelp and nearly fell out of his chair as his leg jerked away from the pain. Many eyes in the room turned towards him as he stepped out into the aisle and slapped at his leg in an attempt to put out what he was sure was a fire that had been lit on his leg. All that he found, however, was a small red spot, barely even noticeable. With a sheepish grin and a few bowed apologies, he returned to his seat, making a point of looking at the ground to see if there was some sort of animal or object down there that had caused his injury, but finding nothing. He gave himself a little shake and sat back down. Creative Writing Courses. Book. On the outside, Sasuke was staring at the man with just as much confusion as anyone else in the room, but inside he was smiling. He'd switched papers with Manabu almost as soon as the commotion had started. All eyes had been on the older genin, so it was unlikely that anyone had seen him. If they had, they would have called him on it instantly. Now he just had to change the name at the top of the paper so that there wouldn't be two tests with the name Akamon Manabu on them and he'd be set. He changed the name, and leaned back in his chair feeling totally relaxed. A few minutes later, Ibiki began to explain the 10th question. Sakura listened with growing trepidation as Ibiki laid out what he called the rules of desperation, which basically came down to having to wager the future of your ninja career on your ability to answer an unknown question. It was ludicrous. Several voices piped up objections to such a rule, pointing out that there were students who had taken the test before, but they were told that it was just bad luck that they had him for this test this time. Sakura didn't fear for herself here. She'd answered all 9 questions the test had thrown at her so far. She was certain she could handle one more, but her teammates were a different matter. Naruto especially could not have passed this test without cheating, and if the 10th question was hard, it would make finding the right person to cheat off of even more difficult. Naruto had done some crazy things over the years that she'd known him, not the least of which was fighting the leader of a band of missing nin only a few weeks ago, but would he be crazy enough to take this sort of chance with his dreams? In the academy he'd always gone on and on about becoming Hokage, surpassing all the ones who came before him. He hadn't talked about it as much lately, but she doubted he would have given up on something that he'd wanted so badly. Not yet anyway. That dream could come to an end in this room though. All it would take would be one especially difficult question and his dream would be out of reach before he'd even had a chance to try for it. It was so unfair it almost made her want to cry for her friend. If he stood up and made their team fail, she wouldn't hold it against him. It was perfectly understandable to give up to keep your dreams alive. As Ibiki waited for any who wished to quit, and there were a lot of them, Sakura began to wonder how fair it was of her to force Naruto to give up. It only took one person saying they wanted to quit to knock the whole team out of the exam. It didn't matter who quit, they'd all be saved from having to put their futures on the line. Still more genin stood up and left, but still she hadn't heard Naruto's voice. He was on the other side of the room and a few rows back from hers. She only had to turn her head halfway to spot him out the corner of her eye. He was sitting perfectly still in his chair, his face white and his eyes round. Like a cornered animal that was hoping that remaining still would keep it from being detected. Her heart went out to him. As the numbers dwindled down to the point where there couldn't be more than 50 people left in the room, about a third of what they'd started with, Sakura made up her mind. She would sacrifice herself for Naruto. She couldn't bear the thought of his dreams being crushed so early. Her hand went up. Ibiki looked at her and she stood, lowering her head. Sit down, Sakura-chan. Naruto's voice snapped behind her. She turned and looked at him, surprised to see him not looking scared anymore, but instead standing up and giving her a strange, happy smile even though his voice made him sound angry with her. Naruto, you can't go to the bathroom now, he told her with a wink. Ibiki-san won't let you until you've finished the 10th question. If she wants to quit, you can't stop her, Ibiki calmly told the blonde, obviously not buying it. She doesn't want to quit, Naruto shot back. Sakura's kicking ass on this test, she just has a small bladder. You should see her during our missions, she practically has to go every 5 minutes. Sakura scowled. It was time for the joking to stop. It was one thing to try to use it as an excuse, but there was no reason to keep pressing the matter when they were surrounded by strangers. Certainly this wasn't the place to start talking about her bladder or bowel movements in any amount of detail. Especially when those details weren't true. Besides, Naruto continued, she doesn't need to worry about quitting. She can handle the next question and so can her teammates, but even if we couldn't, she knows that our dreams aren't contingent on being Chunin. There's no rule that says the Hokage has to be a certain rank, he just has to be the best ninja in the village. Now quit messing around and give us the question before she pees in her seat. Sakura vowed to never feel sorry for Naruto again. In fact, she wouldn't even have to worry about feeling sorry for the idiot in the future because she was going to kill him as soon as they were allowed out of their seats. Ibiki trained his dark eyes upon her. Are you quitting? Sakura glanced at Naruto and forced herself to keep from turning all the way around to see Sasuke. No, he's right, I just have to go, her face flushed. Stupid Naruto. To the bathroom. If we're going to get the next question soon, I can wait. Ibiki shook his head and looked around, waiting for anyone else to quit, but it quickly became apparent that between Naruto's comments and the already thinned pool of genin, those who were going to quit had already done so. For a second, it almost looked like a smile appeared on the scarred Junin's face and then he said, good decisions. To those of you still remaining, congratulations on passing the first test. Naruto took a deep breath and glanced at Orochimaru out of the corner of his eye. The bastard was actually smiling about something. Maybe he found the antics of pathetic genin humorous, or perhaps he was just entertaining thoughts of how many people in the room were as good as dead when the exam ended, but whatever it was making him happy, and that unnerved Naruto more than he'd thought it would. In the background, he was dimly aware of the conversation and argument going on about what the 10th question really was, or why certain aspects of the test were handled the way they were, but he no longer cared about those things. They had passed, everything else that happened in this room was only delaying them from the real work that was coming up. It was strange, he thought, that Sakura had tried to quit. Certainly with a brain like hers she must have been confident that she could answer any question they might have been given. He didn't remember her doing anything like that the first time around, but he'd been more concerned with trying to pull out a victory in the face of certain disaster. Maybe it was because he'd spoken up sooner last time, but he couldn't be sure. He'd wanted to wait until anyone who was going to quit had done so rather than galvanizing people to stay by telling Ibiki where to stick his little mind game. The less people there were for the second test, the easier it would be for him to find Orochimaru and Kabuto and take care of them without any interlopers. Naruto took another surreptitious glance at Orochimaru and gave his head a little shake, not even noticing the horrible scars and pockmarks on Ibiki's head as the Junin took off his bandana to show the genin the seriousness of the situations they could find themselves in when they became Chunin. What if things go bad when I fight him? Naruto wondered. Do things just go straight to hell, or will someone else be able to fix them without my help? He'd left the note with Iruka, which he dearly hoped would not be opened before he met Orochimaru and things were decided one way or another between them, but there was no guarantee that even the warning would be enough. The third might survive his encounter with Orochimaru this time, and the small war between Suna and Konoha might be headed off before it started, but if Sasuke succumbed to Orochimaru's curse seal and left the village seeking power, things might very well end up exactly as they had the first time around. His thoughts were interrupted by a window shattering as Mitarashi Anko, the second examiner, flew into the room and threw up a large, black tarp on which she had written, "Second Examiner Mitarashi Anko. Pay attention." Naruto shook his head and let his worries recede to the back of his mind for now. As if anyone could help but pay attention to Anko with her loud entrance, fishnet bodysuit with flesh-colored cloth underneath, whether this was to protect what little modesty she had or because some higher-ups had objected to her running around practically naked, Naruto had never learned and never asked. Some things were better left unknown, and the enormous flag she'd just pinned to the ceiling behind her. Anko was almost everything you automatically assumed about her: strange, freaky, loud, and freaky again. She was an incredible ninja as well, of course, and had completely caught him off guard in the future when he first realized that she often felt guilty for Orochimaru's crimes, as if she could have stopped him back when he was her mentor. Naruto strongly suspected that she was, to some extent, in love with Orochimaru. Not that she was looking for romance, obviously, but she knew the man on a level that few, if any, ever reached, and every once in a great long while she seemed to miss those times they'd spent together when she was younger. It had, however, never stopped her from doing her duty or fighting against the sound ninja he threw at them, so Naruto had never needed to pry into her personal feelings, but he couldn't deny the impression he'd picked up on. Pushing his thoughts on Anko's possible feelings for one of the greatest villains in history aside, Naruto rose with the rest of the class and followed as she led them out of the academy and towards the training grounds. Sakura gave him a rather dirty look as they followed along in Anko's wake, but that only lasted for a few seconds. Naruto was sure she would quickly realize why he'd done what he did, even if she didn't exactly appreciate his methods. His thoughts tried to stray towards the what-ifs a few more times, but he didn't have time to worry about whether or not Konoha would be prepared should he fail. The moment where he'd have a chance to change all of history for the better was nearly upon him. That was more than enough to worry about. Anko led the 48 genin who had passed the first test to practice Arena 44, affectionately known as the Forest of Death. Standing in front of the tall chain-link fence and looking up at the monolithic trees that were covered in moss and vines and whose occasional above-ground roots were actually wider than most full-grown men were tall had always given Naruto chills, and not just because of the life-changing events that had occurred there. Originally he'd looked at it feeling like he was looking into the past, because he was certain that the forest was as old as the world itself and that some of the trees within had been there all the way back before people even knew how to use ninjutsu. Later he'd learned that the forest was actually younger than the village. The trees had been a gift from some foreign dignitary that no one could remember to the first Hokage back when the village was originally formed. The trees had the ability to grow to what they now were, but the first, in a display of incredible power, had used his unique Kekkei Genkai that could manipulate wood and turned the small trees into the ancient-looking monsters that survived to this day. Someone had once told Naruto what the trees were called, probably Hinata, Sakura, or Neji, but he couldn't remember anymore. He did know that there were a few unaltered trees growing near the Hyuga compound, though, having been carefully cultivated and shaped, they weren't nearly as grotesquely impressive as the ones in the training arena. Enko grinned at the looks on the crowd of Genin's faces and began to explain the second test to them. Each team would be given one of two types of scrolls, after all members signed a release form in case they were killed during the test, and would be assigned a gate to enter from, keeping everyone evenly spread out around the circular forest. In the middle of the forest was a tower that they had to reach within 5 days, but before they entered the tower they had to have both types of scrolls, meaning that they had to battle another team and steal their scroll. Since the tower was only 10 kilometers from any one gate, the problem wasn't in the time it would take to make the trip, but in surviving long enough to get a scroll and make it to the goal. The only rules for the test, aside from reaching the goal with the requisite number of scrolls, was that you couldn't enter the tower without all of your teammates, thus any teams that had a member killed were automatically out, and you couldn't open the scrolls and look at the contents. With the rules explained and most of the Genin thoroughly disturbed, Enko looked around and smiled happily. She waved towards a small booth with a curtain pulled across the entrance and said, "When you've signed your forms, exchange them for your scroll and then follow one of the examiners to the entrance that's been designated for you." She glanced over her shoulder at the dark, evil-looking forest and then turned back to them. "One last piece of advice. Don't die." Naruto had to hand it to Enko, she certainly had a flair for the dramatic. His eyes shifted to the group masquerading as Grass Nin and wondered if Orochimaru enjoyed watching his former pupil manipulating the crowd of Genin. Probably not, he concluded as he signed his form and handed it to Sakura as their team stepped inside the small booth. He's probably only thinking about getting his hands on Sasuke at this point. A small smile tugged at his lips. He's in for a surprise this time around. The circumference of the forest was about 60 kilometers, so it took a little while to get everyone into position. With 44 gates, but only 16 teams, Enko had the teams simply take every other gate. This meant that they were all separated by about 2.5 kilometers when they started, which seemed like a much greater distance than it actually was. Naruto tried to see where Orochimaru's team was being led, but they didn't pass any Grass Nin while heading toward their gate, so he might have been all the way on the other side of the forest for all Naruto knew, or he could have just been a few gates in the opposite direction around the perimeter from where Enko had explained the rules. It didn't really matter, he had his mission and it had little to do with completing the test. It would be nice to be able to compete against everyone in the finals again, but that was of secondary concern. When everyone was in position, Enko's voice called out from a radio the Chunin officer was carrying. The second test of the Chunin exam begins. Now. Chapter 23. Oh. Ibiki was quietly collecting the test papers when he noticed someone enter the room. Though he was instantly on guard, he didn't break his stride or turn around. He knew that chances were it was simply a Leaf Chunin or Junin, but there were also plenty of chances that it was someone less friendly. The village was full of foreign ninja at the moment, and more than a few of them had either crossed paths with him at some point and gotten lucky or knew someone who'd crossed paths with him and had not been so lucky. How did the test go? Hitaki Kakashi asked. Anything interesting happen? Ibiki smiled to himself as he continued picking up the papers. A man like Kakashi coming to ask about something as trivial as a Chunin exam paper test when he was already aware of the fact that his team had passed. This conversation was sure to be interesting. One of yours made it so that a few more passed than probably should have, but other than that, things went about as I expected them to. Was it Naruto? Ibiki lifted a paper and glanced over at the former Anbu captain. There had been something strange in the man's voice when he asked the last question. The blonde kid, right? He paused long enough for them to both know what he meant. Yeah, that's the one. He stopped the little pink-haired girl from quitting. Made up some bullshit story about her just asking to go to the bathroom and then told me that his dreams didn't require him to be a Chunin since that isn't a prerequisite for becoming Hokage. Interesting guy you've got there. Was that all he did? Kakashi's one visible eye was more focused than Ibiki had ever seen it while they were in the village and not on any sort of mission. The look on his face was the sort that he only wore when he was actually serious about something. Far as I know, I haven't looked over the office's sheets, so I don't know what they caught him doing, but he didn't fail, obviously. Ibiki sized Kakashi up for a moment and then asked, is there something specific you wanted to ask about, or should we just keep pretending this is a normal friendly conversation? Kakashi smiled and the intense look on his face faded. I'm not looking for anything in particular, he lied, knowing that they both knew it was a lie. I just wanted to hear how my more eccentric students handled a stressful situation. Ibiki continued with his paper collection. Whatever it was that Kakashi was asking about was apparently something he considered sensitive, which, so long as Ibiki didn't see a way that it might endanger the village or anyone in it, was fine. When he finally reached the spot where Naruto had been sitting, he turned over the paper and frowned. The paper was completely blank, the boy hadn't even written his name on it. You might find this interesting, he said as he held up the sheet for Kakashi to inspect. The little turd didn't even bother writing his name, kind of strange. It would be weird enough if he just didn't know any answers or couldn't figure out a way to cheat, and still stuck around to take the last question, but about the only reason for not writing his name would be if he didn't think it was necessary. Like he knew what the real test was or something. Kakashi's eye widened as something clicked inside his head. He'd thought almost those exact same words while his genin were taking the bell test. It had been like Naruto knew the answers and was just waiting patiently by his standards, anyway, for everyone else to get there, even though there was no logical explanation for him knowing something like that. Thank you, Kakashi said distractedly as he turned to go. This has been enlightening. Ibiki watched the Junin until he was out the door and then looked back at the paper curiously. Whatever Kakashi was looking for, he'd apparently found it on the blank sheet of paper. It was impossible to say what that meant, but whatever it was, he hoped it wasn't so important that he would hear about it later. Unfortunately, chances were that if it was enough to worry Hatake Kakashi, it was probably pretty bad. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke leapt easily from tree to tree until they were a good distance from the entrance and then found it a nice spot with a decent amount of cover to keep them from being discovered while they stopped and planned out their strategy. I can make a bunch of clones and have some of them transform so they look like you, Naruto suggested as options were being discussed. They can spread out and keep anyone from finding us until we're ready to be found, and anytime any of them are destroyed, I'll know about where it happened and what we can expect if we go there. That's a good idea, Sasuke agreed with a nod. Naruto's fingers came together and a moment later they were surrounded by a few dozen clones, 2/3 of which instantly transformed into either Sasuke or Sakura and then headed out into the forest. Are you going to be okay having that many running around and maintaining the illusions? Sakura asked. It's no good to us if you'll run out of gas before we even get into a fight. Naruto smiled. I could do twice as many and still have plenty of energy left over, he informed her with no small amount of pride. Sakura's brow furrowed. How can you have that much chakra to throw around like it's nothing? Naruto, caught off guard by the question, floundered for an answer for a second. I don't know. I've just always had a lot of energy. Sakura accepted his lame response with only a slightly odd look and, thankfully, no follow-up questions. Until that moment, Naruto hadn't really thought about how or when he would tell his friends about the Kyuubi. They'd handled it well enough the first time around, of course, so there was no reason to think that they wouldn't do the same this time. Granted, Sasuke had already betrayed them by the time he found out and Sakura had, Naruto somewhat suspected, figured most of it out while he was away training with Jiraiya. Certainly he couldn't remember her acting surprised when the truth came out, though they were a bit busy fighting for Gaara's life at the time. The others had mostly learned of it due to the fact that Akatsuki was becoming far more aggressive and they had to know why they needed to fight them. The way it had worked out, Naruto had actually been spared from having to give some sort of big speech or explaining the hows and whys of the whole mess, but if everything went well during the exam and Orochimaru was dealt with, he probably wouldn't be so lucky this time around. The trade-off was easily worth it, even if it might be a bit troublesome. He'd never been great with the sort of gentle touch a discussion like that would probably require. It was just easier to come out and say what needed to be said in as simple and blunt a way as possible. Somehow he suspected that, hey guy, guess what? The scariest monster you can imagine is sealed in my stomach, would not be the best way to tell everyone. None of his peers would hate him because of the Kyuubi, of course, but it might be a pretty overwhelming thing for them, especially if he just dropped the hammer without any warning. It would probably be best to wait until they were a little older and ready to deal with something that big. Plus, he wanted to make sure that his friendship with each of them had reached a point where they could accept something like that and still treat him the same. Could Sasuke, Sakura, or even Hinata be there already? It was hard to say. Probably they weren't far off, but he had bigger things to worry about at the moment. Besides, thinking about them being ready to know about Kyuubi would only lead to him wondering if they weren't ready to hear the rest of his secrets, and he wasn't ready for that yet. Alright, Sasuke said, steering the conversation back on track, we need some sort of plan for when we start looking to get ourselves another scroll. Naruto stopped paying attention to the planning at that point. Truth be told, he couldn't care less what the plan for getting the scroll was. He wasn't even all that worried about passing this test, though it would be better if they did. The only thing that mattered was finding Orochimaru's team and, to a lesser extent, Kabuto's. He was moderately sure that they hadn't run into Orochimaru on the first day, but that didn't mean that it couldn't happen this time. Any delay in the original timeline might have been as simple as him suggesting turning left instead of right or not complaining about some decision Sasuke made. There was no telling what little, seemingly insignificant event could drastically alter events as he remembered them. And no guarantee that he was remembering them perfectly now anyway. The fake Team 7s began making their way through the forest as soon as they were created. With luck, they would be leading away potential threats or at least tripping traps before the real Team 7 reached them, but their actual mission was to search for Orochimaru. Once he knew where the Sannin was, Naruto would slip away and do what he'd wanted to do for decades, kill Orochimaru. Iruka was barely watching as his students ran through the drill he'd just given them. They weren't doing anything dangerous, so it wasn't such a bad thing that he was tired and distracted. Of course, in an inept student's hands, even the simplest of exercises could be deadly, but chances were he'd have had trouble focusing even if his students were throwing sharpened kunai with exploding tags at each other. He just couldn't get his mind off of the previous night when Naruto had stopped by almost 3 hours after Iruka had gone to bed. "Oh. Naruto," Iruka asked blearily as he rubbed sleep from his eyes. "What are you doing here? You should be resting up for tomorrow." Tired as Iruka was, he could see that Naruto was extremely nervous and agitated. It was probably to be expected, given what Kakashi was going to let him do the following day. He'd known Naruto and his teammates wouldn't be ready for this. None of the rookie genin would be, with the possible exception of Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and looked off to the side. Iruka had seen similar expressions on the young blonde's face before and was reasonably certain that he knew what this one meant. Naruto had probably been planning this conversation in his head, and was just now realizing that none of his plans were very good and that it was too late to try to come up with something better. He tried not to smile at how easy it was to read his former pupil sometimes. I need to ask a favor of you, sensei," Naruto said and then swallowed hard as he lifted a shaking hand that held a thick roll of paper. If something happens to me during the exam, I need you to, Naruto, you don't have to take the Chunin exam if you don't want to," Iruka told him, again rubbing at his eye as he slowly came awake. "Just don't enter. Your teammates and Kakashi-sensei will understand." "No," Naruto nearly yelled and then grimaced sheepishly and said in a much quieter voice, "No, I want to enter. I have to. It's really important, but if something happens, if I die, then..." Iruka pinched the bridge of his nose, cursing Kakashi and his foolish overconfidence. Even if he was a ninja, Naruto was too young to be having thoughts like this. It was bad enough that his team had ended up on what surely should have been an A-rank mission, but now he was being entered into an exam that, while more predictable, could be almost as dangerous and where he wouldn't have a Junin to help him through any fights to the death that he might be pulled into. "Naruto, don't take the test. This is insane. You shouldn't have to think about things like this yet. Give it another year or so and then enter when you feel more ready." "Iruka-sensei," Naruto snapped in a strangely authoritative voice. "I'm not scared about the exam. You have no idea how ready I am for that. There's a chance that things could go badly in there." Iruka started to object again, but Naruto held up a hand and he fell silent. "And if they do, there's something that I need you to do for me." He held out the papers again, his hand wasn't shaking this time. "I need you to give these to the third if, and only if, I get killed. Don't look at them, definitely don't read them, they're for his eyes only." Iruka took the papers and looked down at them. "I'm afraid I don't understand." "Sensei, please, just promise me you won't look at that letter and will take it straight to the third if anything happens to me." Iruka sighed and shook his head slowly. "All right, I'll give it to Hokage-sama if something happens to you." "No," Naruto said quickly, "that's not enough. You have to promise me, really promise me that you absolutely will not look at it or do anything with it or even talk about it unless I'm dead. Please." Naruto was practically pleading now. "Please, as weird as it sounds, this is the most important thing I've ever asked of you. I need you to swear on your honor. On your parents' honor. That you'll do what I'm asking you to do." Iruka stared at Naruto for a long time. Until that moment, the letter had only been a disturbing sign that Naruto thought he might die in the Chunin exam. Now he actually was really curious as to what was actually in the letter that had Naruto so worried. What could a genin, albeit a very unique genin, want to tell the Hokage that was so important that it could only be revealed upon his death? He almost asked, but the look on Naruto's face made him think the better of it. Alright, I swear I will absolutely not do anything other than hand this letter to Hokage-sama himself if you die and not before, he said at last. Naruto let out a relieved sigh and smiled. Thank you, he whispered. I brought it to you because I knew I could trust you with it. As weird as Naruto was acting, and as disturbed as Iruka was that the boy who had been simultaneously both his worst and favorite student was acting like there was a decent chance he would be killed during the Chunin exam, he was strangely touched by Naruto's words. He knew Naruto liked him, of course, and that he'd probably been one of Naruto's favorite teachers, but the way Naruto had said he knew he could trust him. Well, it made the weird promise and the late hour worth it. A little. Okay, Iruka said with a yawn, why don't you head home? It's late and you have a big day ahead of you tomorrow. A strange expression that Iruka couldn't identify appeared on Naruto's face as he nodded and turned to leave. Sensei, you have no idea. Iruka went back to bed, dropping the letter off in his desk and locking it. He was exhausted and he knew he would be busy the next few days since several Chunin, including himself, would be helping out with different parts of the exam, leaving the academy with only minimal staff until the second test was over. Unfortunately, sleep was slow in returning. Between Naruto's strange behavior and the mysterious letter, it took him another hour and a half before he finally managed to calm his brain down enough to drift off to sleep. Oh. Even now, the whole thing seemed more like a dream than anything. Were it not for the letter that was still sitting in the top drawer of his desk when he woke, barely 4 hours after Naruto left, he might have believed that it actually was a dream. Of course, if he had dreamed the whole thing, he probably wouldn't have felt nearly so tired now. Iruka couldn't deny that he really wanted to open the letter and read whatever it was that Naruto thought was so important. It wouldn't be hard for a ninja to open it, read it, and reseal it as though nothing had happened, but he'd promised and he'd meant it. On the other hand, something so important that it could only be known upon Naruto's death could be important right now. Knowing it might allow him to keep Naruto safe from whatever it was that he was apparently afraid of. Wouldn't it be better to break his promise and save his young friend than to keep his word and have to watch the poor boy be laid to rest with the other ninja who had died in service? Certainly there was just as much honor in saving lives as there was in keeping promises, more even. Perhaps. Iruka shook his head, rubbed his tired eyes, and looked up at his students. Moegi, stop talking to Konohamaru. Futabo, keep your arm in and use your wrist more. No, he'd promised. He'd keep his word if for no other reason than because of the look on Naruto's face when he said he knew he could trust him. Iruka wouldn't like it much, and if Naruto was killed and the information in the letter could have kept him alive, it would probably be enough to crush him to the point where he'd be worthless as a man and a ninja, but he wouldn't open the letter. He would trust Naruto as much as Naruto trusted him. And if Naruto did get killed, Iruka swore that he'd kill Kakashi for making the boy enter the exam. I hope Sasuke-kun is alright, Ino said as a sudden scream echoed through the dark forest. She and the rest of Team 10 had come to what they concluded was a good spot to rest and for Choji to have a little snack. They were all tired from running as fast as they could from a near fight that, despite outnumbering their opponent as much as possible, seemed certain to end in disaster for them. Shikamaru sighed. It wasn't that he didn't hope Uchiha Sasuke was alright, he had nothing against the guy even if he wasn't especially fond of him, but certainly there were more important things to worry about at the moment. Like their own survival, for instance. Their encounter with Hyuga Neji had cemented the idea in Shikamaru's mind that they were probably the weakest team left in the exam and therefore the most likely to get maimed or killed before it was all said and done. He glanced up at Choji, who was standing on the roots of one of the many large trees that made up the forest. The exposed portion of the monstrous tree's roots alone were taller than he was, and he doubted that even 9 of the genin from his academy class could reach all the way around the trunk if they joined hands. Choji was thoughtfully munching on his chips and apparently staring off into space. If Ino weren't so loud, Shikamaru would probably have joined his friend in looking at nothing. Suddenly, the fingers of the larger boy's left hand twitched and his head shifted slightly. Shikamaru sighed and looked up at the dark canopy overhead that let only a minimal amount of light to reach the ground. This was definitely not his day. I'm more worried about whether or not we're alright, he mumbled, intentionally scratching his chin and then stretching his neck in the same direction Choji had turned his head. Sasuke-kun is stuck on a team with forehead girl and that dumbass, Naruto, Ino retorted, more to herself than anyone as she tucked a strand of blonde hair behind her ear. Shikamaru decided that there was no point in replying to that. Not only would it be more trouble than it was worth, it would also probably lead to Ino making more noise than was advisable at the moment and would cause her to forget what she was supposed to be doing. Choji swallowed another mouthful of chips and asked from his perch above them, so, what do we do now? Shikamaru shrugged. I don't know. Let's go sit down or something. Ino rounded on him, hands already on her hips. No, we have to keep moving. If we just sit around someone might find us. If you were quiet, it might have made it a bit more difficult for us, a haughty voice informed her. The genin looked up into the branches of a nearby tree and found 3 young men staring down at them. Each wore a hinata with the symbol for the waterfall on it, marking them as citizens of Takigakure. The one standing in the middle of the group rubbed his brown goatee and grinned predatorily. Well, little kids like you should know better than to make it so easy for people like us who actually have a chance of passing this test. You should have been hiding or something. Bah, Shikamaru grumbled, I knew this was going to happen, Ino. What's that supposed to mean? The blonde demanded. You're too loud, he replied pointedly. Well, if you and Choji weren't so lazy, we wouldn't have been standing here waiting to be found. She shot back. I was hungry, Choji protested. You're always hungry. You're still way too loud, Shikamaru replied in a bored voice. You've never shown a bit of motivation in your life. I don't consider that a bad thing. Ino's face began turning a funny shade of red as her lips pulled back dangerously. Well, you. Hey, as fascinating as this is to watch, would you leave Brat's mind paying attention to what's going on around you? We're about to take your scroll, in case you haven't noticed, and if you don't hand it over quick you'll be losing more than just that. Catch my drift? Che, sure, whatever. Shikamaru dug through his backpack and pulled out the scroll. I didn't want to enter this exam anyway, it's too troublesome. The apparent leader of the waterfall nin stepped forward to receive it. Lucky you, you're already out of eye. Kujime no Jutsu. Complete. Shikamaru grinned wickedly. You didn't really think we were that lame, did you? Wah, what the hell? The older genin demanded. Shikamaru let his head roll from side to side, the enemy genin's heads imitating him perfectly. You fell into our trap, dumbass. You weren't fighting, the man said as realization struck. Shikamaru's annoying, but I'm not that loud, Ino told him with a smile. Choji and Shikamaru glanced at each other, causing the 3 waterfall genin to look to the side also, but didn't comment on her claim. The man tried to move again. What is this? Shikamaru looked down, forcing the 3 waterfall nin to do the same. See those shadows? Even in dim light like this I can catch you with shadow imitation if you get close enough to me. We just needed you to think we were handing over our scroll to get you in range. The leader of the other team growled. So what are you going to do with us now? This technique forces you to stay this close to us and you can't keep it up forever. Sooner or later we'll have taken care of you long before then, Shikamaru grinned. Ino formed the appropriate seals, and brought her hands up in front of her face, peering through them at one of the waterfall genin. Shintenshin no Jutsu. The ninja to the left of the apparent leader suddenly jerked ever so slightly as Ino sagged into Choji's waiting arms. Ino, Shikamaru asked, not wanting to release the enemy until he was certain. I can't believe your plan actually worked, the man replied in a slightly girlish voice as the shadow began receding from him. He quickly checked his pockets and the backpack he was carrying and then moved on to those of his companions. It had to be better than Operation Hide and Hope he doesn't notice us, and Operation Let Ino Seduce the Enemy, Shikamaru replied. That first one was your idea. The man growled as he finally found the scroll in the leader's backpack. And the second one should have worked. Maybe Neji just doesn't like girls. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Maybe he just doesn't like you. Huki, what the hell are you doing? The leader of the waterfall team demanded. Huki-san isn't here right now, you'll have to ask him later, the man replied with a snicker. He held up the scroll and looked at it. Damn, all this work and it wasn't even worth it. They just have the Earth Scroll. Shikamaru shook his head, mirrored by the remaining 2 genin still trapped in his jutsu. I guess we should have known it wouldn't be this easy. What are we going to do now? Choji asked. We'll follow the plan, of course, Ino replied. They won't just take the scroll back and let us walk away after this. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. He didn't mean that. He was talking about how are we going to catch the next ones, this probably won't work all that many times. We just got lucky that these 3 were idiots. Huki stuck out his tongue at Shikamaru. Even though it was your plan, it should still work. We'll just go somewhere else and set it up ag. Ino was interrupted by the sound of bodies moving through the underbrush to the west and then 3 people stepped into view, each wearing a Suna Hidai-8. Ah, I should have known only a bunch of annoying brats would be making that much noise, the tallest of the 3 newcomers grumbled. He was wearing an all-black outfit with a matching hat that gave his head a distinctly cat-like shape and what looked like kabuki face paint. On his chest was a circle that had been split into purple and tan halves, the colors matched his face paint, and a strange wrapped object was strapped to his back. The young woman who was with them shook her head, sending the 4 frizzy ponytails that held most of her dirty blonde hair rocking back and forth, and rolled her eyes. Who cares who they are? She sighed. Taking the scroll off a bunch of kids is the same as taking it off a team of adults. She turned her teal-colored eyes towards Shikamaru and in a voice that expected no arguments said, "Give us your scroll, now." Shikamaru held her gaze for a moment, just long enough to come to the conclusion that she was the sort of woman who was used to being obeyed. He'd seen similar looks from his mother over the years and then let his eyes shift to the ninja who had spoken first and finally to the shorter, red-haired boy who had remained mute thus far. What he found there was enough to freeze his blood. The red-haired ninja, with the peculiar large calabash-shaped object strapped to his back and dark rings around his eyes was. Shikamaru wasn't sure what the boy was, but something in his ice-blue stare promised death. He held out the scroll for them to take. The black-clothed genin started to step forward to take it, but the girl grabbed him by the shoulder before he stepped within what Shikamaru figured to be his range. "Stop," she said. "Can't you see what he's doing?" The taller genin gave her an annoyed look. "He's giving us the scroll without a fight." "No," she replied like an academy instructor explaining something basic to a particularly slow student. Shikamaru decided at that moment that he found her exceptionally irritating. "He's luring you into a trap." She pointed at the ground near Shikamaru's feet. "See his shadow? It's holding those other 2 in place. Look, they even have their arms up like they're handing something. It's Kagashibari no Jutsu." Shikamaru smirked. Much as he hated to admit it, it was impressive that she'd noticed the shadow at his feet and guessed its use from the slight movement of the 2 waterfall genin. Still, impressed as he was, he didn't have to be totally magnanimous. "Kagashibari, huh, how quaint," he chuckled. "You must be even older than you look. It's called Kajime no Jutsu now, bossin." The young woman's face darkened and her eyes narrowed dangerously. Shikamaru was certain that he'd pushed his luck as far as it would go, and perhaps farther than he should have, and quickly tossed the scroll Ino had procured from the waterfall nin to the girl. "There, it's yours," he said, ignoring Ino's loud, and still masculine, protest. Shikamaru didn't want to fight these 3. Actually, he didn't want to fight at all, but Asuma hadn't bothered asking him if he wanted to take part in the exam. He'd just signed them up and told them to be there. He'd been holding the 2 waterfall genin for a while now and it was beginning to tax his limited chakra supply, plus he wanted no part of the boy with the gourd on his back. "Nice," the taller sand genin said with a cocky grin. "Now give us the other one." "It's just another earth scroll," Shikamaru explained. "It won't be of any use to you." "Kankuro, let's just go," the girl said. "We got what we came for, there's no reason for us to keep playing with these kids." "No." Both Sand Ninja turned and stared at the 3rd member of their team as he spoke for the first time since they'd appeared. The boy's voice was as cold as his eyes and it sent a shiver down Shikamaru's spine. "Gaara," Kankuro said in a suddenly quiet, nervous voice, "Temari's right, we got what we came here for, let's just head to the tower and be done with this stupid test." "I don't like the way that one looked at me," Gaara replied, nodding towards Shikamaru. "He irritates me." Shikamaru took a small step back, not noticing that the still-trapped waterfall genin mimicked him. "I didn't mean any offense," he said softly, his mind racing for a way to get himself out of this dangerous situation. Gaara's voice was perfectly calm. "I don't care." "Gaara," Temari said in a hushed, meek voice that was totally different from the commanding tone she'd used earlier, "there's no need to fight. He didn't do anything wrong, why don't we just—" Gaara turned his cold eyes upon her. "Do you want to die too?" She paled and backed away, then glanced at Shikamaru and shrugged. "Sorry, you're on your own," she said with a smile as she gave him a little wave goodbye. Shikamaru knew in that instant that his fate was sealed, giving them the other scroll would not save him. Or Ino or Choji either, for that matter. "Choji," he said quietly, his fingers making a small motion that he hoped his friend would see, "give them the other scroll. It's in your backpack, right?" "It wasn't, of course." "But if I do that," Choji replied in a way that told Shikamaru he'd gotten the message. Shikamaru swallowed hard, well aware of the trouble he was going to get himself into. "It's troublesome, but we don't have much choice in the matter." Choji gently set Ino's body on the ground and reached into his backpack, pulling out a small tube about the size of one of the scrolls. He started to walk towards Kankuro to offer it over, but before he passed Shikamaru, he took the tube in both hands and activated it. Suddenly the area was bathed in light as the flame from the flare burst into existence. In a heartbeat Shikamaru had all 3 of the newcomers trapped in his shadow imitation jutsu. He let out a slow breath. That was close. His team always carried alternate light sources since most of their attacks were dependent on him capturing their opponents with his shadow first, but for a moment he'd feared that a fight would break out before they were ready for it. He could plan things out several moves in advance, but with Ino's body still slumped over and defenseless and his own chakra running low, most of his plans had less than ideal chances of succeeding at this point. The red-haired boy neither looked surprised, nor worried at the sudden turn of events. "Oh shit," Kankuro groaned, "now you've really done it." Before Shikamaru could even start to wonder what the older genin was talking about, a cloud of sand slammed into his chest, sending him crashing into the tree behind him while simultaneously knocking the 5 people he'd held with his shadow away as well. Amidst the ringing of his ears and the groaning of his aching back, he was only dimly aware of the fact that his shadow imitation jutsu had been broken. The 2 waterfall genin not being controlled by Ino tried to attack the 3 sand genin, perhaps hoping to get their hands on both of the scrolls the newcomers had, or maybe recognizing that they were in just as much danger as Team Tent, but were so overmatched that Tamari and Kankuro simply watched as Gaara battled them single-handedly. Sick dread filled Shikamaru's stomach as the body Ino had captured was caught up in the swirling sand as well, but thankfully he saw her own body start moving as she released her hold upon the genin's body. It was over almost before it started as the sand from Gaara's gourd swept around the 3 waterfall genin, trapping them and lifting them into the air in complete contempt for the laws of gravity. Gaara held out his hand and tightened it into a fist, and the sand constricted around the 3 bodies. Shikamaru turned away, but could not close his ears to the short screams of pain and the crunching of bones. Ino screamed in horror at the sight and let loose a barrage of poorly aimed kunai that were all intercepted by the sand that swirled around the small battlefield like a swarm of angry locusts. Choji formed the seals to perform his Baiken no Jutsu, transforming into a comical-looking ball with just his head, arms, and legs sticking out. Then he pulled his head and arms into the large, pleasantly plump, body and called out, "Nikuden Sensha." The transformation from human form to ball was complete, but anyone who had witnessed a member of the Akamichi clan use their human meat tank technique knew that the funny appearance belied a truly frightening technique. The ball of Choji began spinning fast and faster and then rolled towards the 3 sand genin, effectively blocking both Shikamaru and Ino from view for a few seconds and ensuring that there was a large distraction to keep their enemy from focusing on either of his weakened teammates. Choji struck a wall of sand head-on as it sprang up around Gaara, and for a fleeting second Shikamaru almost thought that his best friend's attack might be able to do some damage. Then, Choji's rolling began to slow and finally he came to a stop. The moment he stopped moving, Shikamaru knew it was futile. Choji was the strongest amongst them and Gaara hadn't even moved from the spot he'd been standing as he absorbed the Akamichi boy's attack. There was a puff of smoke and suddenly Choji was back to his original size and scrambling away from Gaara as the sand that protected him suddenly formed large spikes that cut into Choji's shoulder and flank before he'd managed his escape. Plans and counter-plans began forming in Shikamaru's mind, as he watched the small fight, but they were disjointed and full of obvious holes that would doom them to failure. He looked up and saw the sand rushing at him again. The plans no longer mattered. He was going to die. Just as it was upon him, something flashed through the sand, scattering it to the wind. "That's enough," a calm, familiar voice said with what sounded like a chuckle. Shikamaru looked up and found Uchiha Sasuke standing over him. He vowed never to think badly of Sasuke or mock Ino about her obsession ever again. In fact, for the moment, he was considering developing his own little crush on the Uchiha. Though he was sure that thought would only last until the danger was over. Looking to the side he could see that Haruno Sakura was in front of Ino and Uzumaki Naruto was between Choji and Gaara. He hated to say it, but Team 7 was definitely cool. And also exceptionally stupid. "What are you doing?" he demanded of Sasuke. "You idiots are going to get yourselves killed." Sasuke glanced over his shoulder at him and gave him the biggest smile he'd ever seen on Sasuke's face. "Don't worry, there's exactly a 0% chance him of killing me. At least right now," he said with an almost comical conspiratorial whisper. "We aren't really even here." Shikamaru looked from Sasuke to Naruto to Sakura, noting the identical smiles that seemed out of place on everyone but Naruto. His eyes widened fractionally and then he nodded in understanding. Not too far away from there, Ino was looking at Sakura in flabbergasted surprise. In fact, she was so shocked that she'd barely registered anything going on around her after Sakura had stepped in and easily knocked aside the sand that was coming to end her life. Now she was standing there as if she hadn't a care in the world, as if the fact that 3 men had been crushed to death at nothing more than the whim of the boy who was standing there glaring at them was nothing to worry about. "Sakura," she whispered, "why did you do that?" Sakura gave her a funny look and shrugged. "I couldn't just let my best friend die, could I?" Ino's eyes widened at the words, "best friend." It seemed like it had been an eternity since Sakura and she had been any sort of friends, let alone best friends. Pride prevented her from ever saying that she missed her former friend these past 2 years or so, but now that Sakura was talking like the rift between them had never happened, Ino was glad and terrified. Sakura, that kid, he's not normal. You need to get out of here. Sakura grinned. Don't worry, I know all about him. It will be. A sharp spike made out of sand stabbed through Sakura's chest. Ino let out a choked scream, but quickly fell into confused silence when Sakura's body simply vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving a small log behind. The sand came at Ino again, but just before it reached her, Sakura's surprisingly strong hands encircled her waist and suddenly they were standing over by Naruto and Choji. Ino had never known Sakura was so strong and so fast. She'd promised that she would never lose to Sakura in anything, but now she had some catching up to do. You know, Naruto told Gaara with an impish grin, when the hero shows up at the last second, you're supposed to let him talk to his friends so they have a chance to be in awe of how amazing he is. Gaara's face remained impassive, but the sand seemed to swirl around his feet with renewed intensity as if reacting to the agitation he refused to allow his face to show. Who are you? He asked. Naruto smiled. No one of consequence, but I'm sure we'll meet soon enough. We're meeting now, moron, Kankuro growled irritably. Naruto's attention flickered in his direction briefly. If that's what you want to believe, I won't argue. Then his eyes shifted back to Gaara's holding the red-haired boy's gaze for what seemed like a long time. I like your eyes, he said after a moment, they remind me of a tanuki for some reason. His gaze drifted down Gaara's body and a wicked smile formed on his lips, though I doubt the similarities extend below the waist. Then again, you were pretty popular with the girls of Suna. Gaara's ability to keep his face neutral left him as his jaw noticeably flexed and his eyes widened in surprise. Kankuro and Temari looked warily at him and even inched slightly away as if afraid that they might be caught up in whatever form his wrath was about to take. Naruto continued to hold the sand nin's gaze, but said to those around him, Ino, Choji, get Shikamaru and get out of here. You'll need to find a good spot to rest and patch yourselves up before you try for another scroll. Being rescued by a stronger, faster Sakura and told they were still friends was one thing, but Ino had no intention of letting Uzumaki Naruto order her around like he was her superior or something, especially not with Sasuke standing not too far away. Who made you the boss? She demanded. Naruto shook his head, muttering something that sounded suspiciously like, kids, and then said, just go. I can deal with this. Ino was prepared to make another angry retort, but Choji grabbed her by the arm and quickly steered her towards Shikamaru while giving Naruto an apologetic smile. Just as Team 10 started to make their retreat, Gaara's hand lunged forward as a huge cloud of sand swarmed towards them. Naruto was between them in the blink of an eye, his hand making a quick chopping motion. The mass of sand that had been flying towards them suddenly divided in half as if cut by an invisible knife. Gaara's other hand came up, its movements controlling one half of the sand while the other was controlled by his other hand. He brought them apart and then began to bring them together as if preparing to clap. The instant his hands were spread widest, Naruto's hand dipped into his kunai holster and sent 3 blades right at the red-haired genin's head. The sand ignored Gaara's commands and instantly moved to protect him, forming a shell around him and blocking the kunai. Naruto smiled. Don't be hasty. There will be plenty of time for that later. He glanced over his shoulder and nodded to Shikamaru that everything would be fine. Team 10 hesitated for a second, but ultimately made good on their retreat. Naruto returned his full attention to Gaara. Let's chat for a moment, shall we? I know what you 3 are up to. Don't do it. Temari frowned. Don't do what? Sasuke shook his head at her lame attempt to appear innocent. These treaties are in place to stop senseless wars. I don't care how bad things are in Suna, you can make them better without going through with this idiotic plan. Konoha won't be beaten and Suna will come off the worse for it if you don't stop what you're planning to do. You're an annoying little brat, you know that. Kankuro grumbled. What makes you think we have any idea what you're talking about? Fine, play dumb, I don't care, Naruto replied. It doesn't matter what that snake has promised you, you'll regret it in the end. He'll betray you the second your back is turned, maybe sooner. Nothing good will come out of your alliance with him, so don't go through with it. I don't want to have to hurt you, but I will if it protects this village. He let his eyes rest solely on Gaara. I know all about you, Gaara, I know what you're going through and how it feels to be what you are. I doubt you'll care much yet, but you and I are going to be friends one day, good friends. You won't need to be alone anymore. Gaara's eyes narrowed and the killer intent that seemed to naturally flow out of him like water from a spring doubled in intensity. I don't need friends, he informed Naruto quietly. I've already got a reason to exist. I fight only for myself, I love only myself, and whenever I meet someone I want to kill, I kill them simply so I can enjoy the feeling of taking their lives. As long as there is someone in the world to kill, I won't need a friend because I will have a reason to continue living. Naruto looked down and closed his eyes. I'd forgotten it was this bad, he whispered. Then he looked up and a small smile formed on his lips. Someday, I'll show you that you're wrong. I'll give you a better reason to exist. You won't live long enough to reach, someday, Gaara said with a smile as the sand that he had been slowly moving across the ground suddenly reached up and caught hold of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, twisting its way around their bodies until they were almost completely cocooned. This is the last moment that you'll ever see. None of the three-leaf genin looked surprised or alarmed at the sudden trap that had sprung up around them. They all continued smiling their near-identical smiles until Gaara squeezed his fist and said, Sabaku Susu. The three-leaf genin vanished, not the usual shower of blood as their bodies were crushed until they burst, but rather in 3 small clouds of smoke. Temari and Kankuro inched farther away from Gaara. For a moment, the red-haired boy didn't say or do anything, but then the sand drifted back into its container and he turned and began walking towards the tower. His 2 siblings exchanged worried glances as they hurriedly followed in his wake. Gaara wasn't talkative and they hadn't expected him to yell or give any sign that he was upset by the fact that 6 people he'd planned on killing had gotten away, but the look on his face was one that promised death to someone in the very near future. Neither of them wanted to be that someone. On nearly the complete opposite side of the forest, Naruto suddenly rocked back on his heels and turned to the east. Oh, that's not good, he mumbled. What's not? Sakura asked from where she was acting as a lookout. I just had a bit of an unpleasant encounter with some sand nin. How far away? Sasuke asked, suddenly interested. Too far to be worth it, Naruto replied with a smile, not adding that he had no intention of letting Sasuke or Sakura go anywhere near Gaara's team in a situation like this. Sasuke probably wasn't too far off from being able to deal with Gaara, though until he activated his Sharingan it would take longer than it had the first time around, but Sakura was definitely not ready for something like that. As he examined the memories he'd just received, he came across an interesting little tidbit that his clone hadn't really paid much attention to, being more worried about not letting Gaara kill any of his friends at the moment. Hey, Sakura-chan, can I ask you something? What? Are you and Ino fighting or something? I thought you two were friends. Sakura looked confused. Ino and I haven't been friends since. Her eyes strayed unconsciously towards Sasuke and her cheeks colored slightly. We aren't really friends anymore. Oh, Naruto grimaced, sorry. She knew him well enough to know something was up. What did you do? He grinned sheepishly. Well, she might think that you saved her and you might have said something about the 2 of you being best friends. Sasuke coughed in what might have been an attempt to hide a chuckle. Quote ellipsis. But you know, Naruto went on scratching his neck thoughtfully, there's no real reason for the 2 of you not to be friends. Sakura shook her head and let out a soft sigh. Things are just complicated between us. I don't think we could really hang out like we used to. Sasuke didn't bother hiding the annoyed snort he let out as she said that. You're the one always going on about how friends can help each other, maybe you should be listening to your own advice before you start passing it around. Sakura paled while Naruto gave the Uchiha a disapproving glare, though he didn't contradict his friend. The truth was, whatever the deal between Sakura and Ino was, there was no reason that they couldn't be friends. After all, they'd been the best of friends in the future, and while that, he'd learned over and over since arriving in the past, didn't mean that they were destined to be friends this time, it certainly seemed to mean that whatever it was that they were fighting over and he could guess they could get past it. Plus, if the future was anything to go by, in another couple of years Ino would be moving on to a more artistic ninja. Well, anyway, just thought you should know what she might have been told by someone she thought was you, he told her in an effort to give her a chance to get over her embarrassment after Sasuke called her on her hypocrisy. It seemed like she was kind of happy when you, I said that you two were friends. Maybe things don't have to be so complete. His voice trailed off as a new memory hit him from a different set of clones. I have to go to the bathroom, he said as he stood and began walking towards the nearest bushes. Right now? Sakura asked, confused by the strange look that had appeared on his face. Yes, right now, he replied in a distracted voice. Don't go too far, she said. It's going to stink, Naruto replied strangely. Normally those words would have been said like they were a joke, but somehow the emotion had gone out of his voice. Sakura made a gagging face. Fine, do what you have to. Don't forget the password, Sasuke added. Naruto barely could spare enough attention to recognize what the Uchiha said or how he responded. All of that seemed so far away at the moment, so unimportant. Who could think about passwords when a group of his clones had just found Orochimaru? Kakashi stood in the growing shadows of the great trees of the Forest of Death, staring straight into the forest as if he could see his team moving within it. He wasn't completely sure why he was there, he had no intention of stopping the test, but after he'd walked away from his conversation with Ibiki, he'd very gradually wandered to the training area as if drawn to it somehow. In all honesty, he hadn't even been paying attention to where his feet were taking him, his mind was too busy putting together the pieces of the puzzle that was Uzumaki Naruto. As he woke from his thoughts, he felt a presence behind him and turned to find one of the Chunin guards who were patrolling the area to ensure that no one entered or left without permission walking briskly towards him. The man came to a halt when he got a good look at Kakashi's face and then bowed. "Sorry, Kakashi-san, I didn't know it was you." Kakashi shrugged and turned back to the forest. "How long have they been in there?" The Chunin glanced up at the sun and said, "Nearly 5 hours." "Any word on a team passing yet?" "None, though I haven't really checked. I think there's only been one team in the history of the Konoha exam that's ever made it in less than 6 hours. The record is something like 3 hours, 57 minutes, 42 seconds, Kakashi said with a slightly raised eyebrow and a small smile beneath his mask. "We would have been faster, but one of my teammates was rather clumsy and had an unfortunate brush with some Konoha jumping leeches." The Chunin's eyes widened. "That was your team?" "Yes, though something tells me my record has already been broken. Would you mind going and checking for me?" "Of course," the Chunin said with a respectful bow and then hurried off. Technically, Kakashi knew, the guard should not have allowed him to remain unwatched while the exam was going. Chunin exams were not only a big deal for the genin taking them, but also for their junin. It was considered something of a sign of great teaching and leadership ability if a member of your team passed on their first try. There had been hundreds of instances in the past where an ambitious junin helped his team cheat in order to make himself look better. It was practically a Chunin exam tradition. Kakashi had no intentions of cheating, however. He knew his team would make it through this. In fact, he wouldn't be surprised if they'd reached the tower already. It all depended on Naruto. Would he be so arrogant as to show off in this test like he had in the first? The blank test and Ibiki's comment had been the turning point in Kakashi's attempts to get to the bottom of the mystery that was Naruto. There were still portions that he didn't understand, but he was relatively certain of at least one important item in the whole mess. Had it not been for the way Ibiki said it, nearly quoting something Kakashi hadn't remembered saying or thinking until that moment, he probably would have missed the clue's importance and been stuck in the dark for a while longer. Assuming he was right, nothing else seemed to match all of the evidence, but his conclusion was something that he considered to be borderline insanity. Still, an insane conclusion that sorts through the heart of confusion and clears up a great many problems couldn't possibly be that crazy, could it? His conclusion made sense of far too many things to be entirely off base. Naruto had partly given himself away during the bell test, though that could be explained away by the fact that the bell test wasn't necessarily unique to Kakashi and he had given it to other genin hopefuls. He'd given a little bit more away during the training sessions when he didn't pay attention but still knew all the forms regardless of how different they were from both academy training and the sort of advanced techniques he might have observed older ninja using. His incredible luck when fighting Fudo and Kamui, fights in which he'd sustained only minor injuries with the exception of being stabbed in the chest, though even that was healed, advanced Kakashi's theory still farther as it seemed impossible for any genin to handle those two the way Naruto had. And, finally, he'd really slipped up during the first test of the exam. No matter how dumb Naruto occasionally was or pretended to be, he would have known to put his name on his test. Naruto was a good ninja, his stupidity was often blatantly just to keep up appearances, and he was pretty lucky at times, but not this time. No, he wasn't getting lucky, he knew. However he was doing it, whether by his own abilities or through someone else's, Uzumaki Naruto could see into the future. Sorry, this is a bit later than normal. I was shooting to update about 6 hours ago, but got distracted by that thing called real life and it nearly slipped my mind. Anyway, you have no idea how hard this chapter was to write. I don't know what it was, writer's block, maybe. Didn't feel like it, but there was obviously some problem, but I've been working on this one for over a month with little to no headway. Part of it, no doubt, is due to having to make changes in earlier chapters and spending a lot of time proofreading, editing those, but as we got closer and closer to this one, I really began to worry that I was actually stuck here. Thankfully, I finally hit upon the idea of having the Sand Trio and Team 10 meet up, and that seemed to smooth things out for me. Really, I just didn't want all of the fighting that it going to take place in the next chapter to show up here already. Naruto's comments about Gaara's Tanuki traits probably not extending below the waist came from the original version of his meeting with the Sand Trio back before the exam started. I don't think he came off quite as cool here as he did in that first meeting, but cool wasn't really the objective this time around. Well, hopefully you enjoyed this chapter, though it was a bit of a struggle to write, so I'm not too sure about it. Frankly, I'm just glad it's over with. Sorry about the cliffhanger. Please review. Since I still haven't put up that original Gaara scene the way I considered doing, I'll just add it to the bottom after the jutsu list. If nothing else, you'll be able to see the difference between the two Gaara intros now, right? It's still a bit rough and I haven't really tried combing through it looking for spelling errors since I decided fairly early on in the editing process that it needed to go. Hopefully it will be entertaining, if nothing else. Kujimane no Jutsu, Shadow Imitation Technique. A Nara family ability. The user's shadow connects with his targets and after that whatever the user does, the target does as well. If, however, someone strikes the target, the user has to move the way the target does. Kagashibari no Jutsu, Shadow Binding Technique. This is apparently the old way of referring to Kujimane no Jutsu, as Shikamaru notes during the Sand Invasion arc, chapter 119. It could be argued that the Sound Nin's mistake was due to old info coming from Orochimaru, but I'm going to assume that due to the lack of wars between the great nations during the past however many years, information like a name change is slow to circulate and Temuri's mistake isn't illogical. Anyway, it was just there for the joke, don't think about it too hard. Shintenshin no Jutsu, Mind-Body Switch Technique. A Yamanaka clan skill. The user enters the mind of the target and completely controls them. If you miss, however, you're screwed. Baika no Jutsu, Multi-Size Technique. A jutsu that expands the user's stomach so that he looks something like a ball with a head, arms, and legs. It is generally a precursor to Choji's, Human Bullet Meat Tank. Nikuden Sensha, Human Meat Tank, or Human Bullet Tank, depending on what translation you use. I think, meat, might be the more literal translation, but that's just a guess. This is where Choji rolls up into a ball and runs people over. I happen to think it's one of the funnier attacks in Naruto. Though it would be intimidating as hell to see a bunch of Akamichi rolling across the battlefield crushing everything in their path. Sabaku Susu, Desert Funeral. Gaara's finishing move. An enemy trapped in sand is crushed by said sand. Pretty gross, but apparently a quick, nearly painless, way to go if Gaara is to be believed. Of course, he makes up for this by taking his sweet time encasing his enemies in the sand and letting them realize that their lives are about to come to a spectacular and gory end. Tanuki, Japanese word for Arakan dog, a species indigenous to East Asia. The one-tailed shukaku is one of these, which is why Gaara's eyes have the dark circles around them. In Japanese folklore, tanuki are often depicted as having large genitals, hence Naruto's little joke. Naruto meets Gaara version 1.0. As they walked towards the training grounds, with Naruto comically leaning against a wooden fence as he dragged his feet along the sidewalk, Kakashi suddenly looked up. Sakura was busy talking to Sasuke, who was almost keeping up his side of the conversation today, so the two of them missed it, but Naruto's eyes caught the movement of the Junin's head and looked up just in time to see a messenger hawk fly overhead, dropping a single feather as it passed them. A meeting, Naruto wondered. That was what the feather drop was supposed to mean, or at least it was what it meant in the future when he'd paid attention to such things. They'd just left the Third's office, what could possibly have happened in the last 10 minutes that required Kakashi to head to a meeting? It only took a second for him to realize the most likely answer to that question. Finally, he cheered inside. Since you all are so tired, Kakashi said coming to a stop, why don't you take the rest of the day off? I just remembered that there was something else I needed to do anyway. Sakura gave Kakashi a funny look and shook her head. You just want to spend more time reading your book. Naruto stuffed a hand in his mouth to keep from laughing. Kakashi didn't bother giving her an answer. He just turned and wandered off in the general direction of the Hokage Tower. When he was gone, the question of what they should do next arose. Since they had been working hard and hadn't really had much to eat yet that day, Naruto suggested they go out for ramen, but was vetoed in a close 2-1 decision after a controversial ruling that the 20 hands raised for ramen didn't count if they were all still technically Naruto's hands. I'm just going to go home, Sasuke said with a shrug as Naruto and Sakura continued to argue over whether or not shadow clones were allowed to vote. You aren't going to go train? Sakura asked, quickly turning away from Naruto. Maybe later. Sakura bit her lip and pressed the toe of her right foot against the concrete. Can I join you? She asked hopefully. Sasuke shrugged. Training grounds are open to anyone who wants to use them. That means, yes, please come, I'll be lonely without you, Naruto supplied with a grin and an exaggerated wink at Sasuke. Idiot, Sasuke muttered as he gave the blonde a reproachful glare, but didn't contradict him. He turned, put his hands in his pockets and walked away without another word to either of his teammates. Sakura tried to smack Naruto on the back of the head, but the blonde quickly dodged out of the way and stuck his tongue out at her playfully. "Naruto, you're being annoying," she growled at him. "Ah, come on, Sakura-chan." Naruto laughed as bounced on his toes, his energy having miraculously returned after their long, tiring mission. "Why would you want to go train with boring, broody Sasuke?" He made a face that was supposed to look bored, but mostly just looked silly, "when you could go have ramen with someone as cool as me." "Because we've gone out for ramen 4 times in the last week and I'm sick of it," she informed him. "And Sasuke-kun isn't boring or broody." Naruto clasped his hands in front of his chest and batted his eyes as he said in a high-pitched voice that was supposed to sound like hers, "He's handsome and dreamy. The perfect ma, oops." Sakura took a swing at him, but he ducked under it and then took a quick step back to avoid her follow-up strike. Unfortunately, doing so caused him to trip over a large, square rock with 2 holes cut out of the front of it. Naruto landed on his butt and stared at the strange object for a second, then stood up and took a couple of steps away from it. When he turned around, the rock had inched closer to him. He glanced at Sakura and rolled his eyes, earning a smile and a small giggle from her. Getting down on all fours, Naruto peered into the holes on the rock and shook his head. "What sort of rock is square with 2 holes cut out of the front of it?" he asked, giving it a tap to let its occupants know that the jig was up. "Just what I'd expect from the man I view as my rival," Konohamaru said as he and his 2 friends, Moegi and Udon, climbed out from under the cardboard rock that they had probably spent hours building. The 3 had been affectionately dubbed the Konohamaru Corps by the older generation, and the name would stick with them into adulthood. Naruto hadn't seen much of the Hokage's grandson since arriving in the past, though he'd run into him a few times here and there and had even played ninja with the 3 children once or twice when they asked him to. It was funny to see 3 people that he'd last seen when they were in their early 20s now return to being 8-year-olds throwing toikunai and shuriken. Moegi would grow to be quite beautiful, but now she was just a little girl with rosy cheeks, 2 strange lumps of hair rising out of her head like giant orange horns, and the goggles that all 3 wore so they would look like Naruto had when he was in the academy. Udon was. Actually, Udon, with the exception of having a runnier nose, looked just like he would in the future: big glasses, brown hair in a bowl cut, and perpetual frown. The one whose reversion was the most shocking was Konohamaru. Naturally, he didn't sport the beard that he'd grown as soon as he was able to in honor of his fallen uncle, nor was he as tall and muscular as he would be in the not-so-distant future. In fact, the only thing that parts of his appearance that would remain with him into adulthood were his spiky brown hair and long blue scarf that he always wore. "Hey guys," Naruto said as he put his hands behind his head. "What are you 3 up to?" "We want you to play ninja with us," Konohamaru said with a big encouraging grin that probably got him whatever he wanted from the older women in the village who doted on him because of his grandfather. Naruto frowned. "Aren't you supposed to be in class right now?" Konohamaru scowled while Moegi and Udon glanced at him nervously. "You're so cold lately, bro." "I'm a real ninja, now," Naruto explained slowly, carefully enunciating all of his words, causing him to sound like an adult speaking down to a small child. "I don't always have time to play with little kids." Konohamaru thrust an irritated finger into Naruto's face and yelled, "You promised you'd play with us." Naruto swatted the finger away and suppressed a smile. "I don't remember doing that." Behind Konohamaru, Moegi turned to Udon and whispered, "He's really cold today." Sakura watched the whole exchange in mild amusement. Had she not known that Naruto was actually a halfway decent ninja, she would have wondered what sort of ninja played ninja. As Naruto began waving his hands placatingly, trying to get the little boy to stop yelling at him, Sakura had to question why he had promised to play with them, as he clearly had. These kids were what? 7, 8. They weren't anywhere close to graduating from the academy. In fact, they probably weren't advanced enough to even be taught any jutsu other than Henj no Jutsu and maybe Bunshin no Jutsu. "Naruto," she asked at last, "why did you promise to play ninja with them? Aren't you already a ninja?" Naruto, who was now leaning down so he and Konohamaru's faces were close enough that they could butt foreheads and yell loudly at one another, looked over at her dumbly. The 3 children followed his lead. For a moment, no one said anything, and then Naruto scratched his head and stood up straighter, chuckling embarrassedly. Moegi scooted over until Konohamaru was between her and the taller, more mature, Sakura, who was giving them all a strange look. "Who's she?" she asked the brown-haired boy. Konohamaru frowned thoughtfully and then brightened. "Hey, not bad, bro," he said as he patted Naruto on the back. "Not bad at all." Naruto looked down at him and raised an eyebrow. "Huh." Konohamaru nudged him with his elbow and whispered loudly. He stuck out his pinky, the sign for girlfriend, and grinned knowingly. This. Sakura's eyes widened in alarm as Naruto laughed. The last thing she needed was for everyone to think that about her and Naruto. They were friends, yes, and she'd decided not to let people talk bad about him in her presence, but that certainly didn't mean that he'd taken Sasuke's spot in her heart. If these little brats went around blabbing their mouths about this. Well, not exactly, Naruto told Konohamaru. I mean, not that she probably wouldn't like it, but she's not really my. He heard her growl and felt the mild killer intent rolling off of her just before her fist connected with his head and instantly ducked. Her fist passed through his hair, but thankfully nothing else. Sakura-chan, he said as he sidestepped a kick that crushed Konohamaru's box rock disguise. I was only joking around. Sakura took another swing at him, but once again he avoided it with ease while noting that training with Sasuke had really helped increase her speed and form. This was the first time she'd actually tried to hurt him in quite a while, but he supposed it was inevitable that eventually he'd do something to set her off. Even when they were good friends in the future, she hadn't held back when she felt he needed a good smacking around to straighten him out. She would calm down eventually if she couldn't hit him, he hoped. If not, then he'd just have to give her a free shot and hope he survived. Hey, you trashed our disguise, you stupid, UG. Konohamaru's complaint met a swift end as Sakura's fist came down on top of his head. With him on the ground, she turned her glare on the other two children, challenging them to make a sound. Neither was willing to risk her wrath. She turned back to Naruto, but couldn't summon up the energy to go after him again. It had sounded like he was only joking, after all, and it was annoying that he was so much faster than her. She frowned. Once upon a time, Naruto had been far too dim-witted and clumsy to dodge when he said something that demanded a swift physical retaliation, but now he danced around her with ease. When had that started? It didn't really matter, she supposed. She'd hit something, that was enough to calm her temper. Hands still clenched in tight fists, she stomped away from the scene, hoping that Sasuke would be up for some sparring when she met him at the training grounds later. Konohamaru's eyes seemed to be having trouble focusing as he sat up with the help of Moegi and Udon and gingerly touched a large lump that was forming on his head. He turned and glanced at Sakura and stuck out his tongue at her retreating back as he scowled and grumbled under his breath. Naruto calmly walked over and smiled down at the little boy. Don't worry about it, Konohamaru. It's okay to get beaten up by a girl as strong as Sakura-chan. Konohamaru shook his head and stood up, casting another angry glare at the kunoichi. Damn it. Stupid, huge, ugly forehead. Are you sure that's a girl, bro? More like a. He never got to finish the comparison, which was probably for the best, because Sakura's ears had picked up the word, forehead, and she was once again charging after the two boys. Naruto and Konohamaru wisely turned and fled in the opposite direction with Udon and Moegi, who wanted no part of the impending beating, trailing just behind them. Come on, Sakura-chan, Naruto called back over his shoulder. He's just a kid. He didn't know how sensitive you were about your forehead. And that ugly thing was probably just a joke. Sakura's answer was another growl of fury as her speed increased. Naruto chuckled as he brought his fingers together when they rounded a corner and were momentarily out of sight. They were going to need a distraction if Sakura didn't calm down before she caught them, and it was always nice to have backup in case things got a little out of hand. The chase might have lasted for some time had Konohamaru, who had pulled ahead of Naruto and the others and was looking back over his shoulder to see how close Sakura was getting to them, not run into two ninja and fallen down. Naruto, Moegi, and Udon all managed to come to a halt before adding to the pile-up, and Sakura also stopped as she reached the group. Damn it! The kunoichi Konohamaru had run into growled as she glared down at him. She was fairly tall, obviously older than Naruto and Sakura, and had her blonde hair pulled back into four short, puffy, ponytails. Her dress was white with rolled sleeves that stopped just below her elbows and extended to mid-thigh to allow maximum movement in combat, while a mesh undersuit would allow her to keep her modesty even while performing acrobatics in the midst of a fight. The hitai tied around her neck clearly marked her as a ninja from Sunagaker, and the red sash around her waist helped keep not only her dress in place, but also kept a long, black, metal object strapped to her back from moving too much. She reached down and grabbed Konohamaru by the hair and dragged him back to his feet, bending over so she could look him right in the eye. Well, you little prick. Don't you have something to say for yourself? Let go of me, Konohamaru yelled as he tried to pull free. Her hands tightened in his hair and his struggle stopped. What was not what I wanted to hear you, she informed him sternly. Let him go, Naruto told her, his voice slipping into the no-nonsense commanding tone that Sakura had only heard him use a couple of times when he really felt like he had to take control of a situation. The blonde looked up at the group as if noticing them for the first time and sighed. Whatever, she muttered under her breath as relaxed her grip. You aren't going to let them boss you around, are you, Temari? Her companion asked with a nasty chuckle. He was tall and dressed in dark clothing with an oddly shaped object strapped to his back. His painted face twisted in a strange mixture of contempt and amusement. Something like that might make our friends here think you're actually a nice person. Temari's teal-colored eyes narrowed as she glared at the other ninja. Shut up, Kankuro, no one asked you. Kankuro sauntered forward and grabbed Konohamaru by the shirt, lifting him off the ground with ease. It's okay. This little shit agrees with me, don't you? You think she's being too nice and that you should beg my sister for forgiveness, don't you? He gave the boy a little shake as he asked the last question. A part of Naruto, albeit a small part, actually wanted to smile at the scene. He hadn't seen Kankuro or Temari in years, not since Suna was overrun by a combined force of sound and rock nin, and in a certain sense, he was happy to see them. At the same time, it was hard to see his one-time friends acting this way, just as it had been hard seeing Sakura and Sasuke when he first saw them after waking up in the past. Worst of all, he knew that at the moment his two friends were conspiring to destroy Konoha. They were his enemies, technically, and he couldn't let himself forget that just because of who they would eventually become. I'm sorry, it's my fault, Sakura said sheepishly as she clasped her hands nervously in front of her. I was messing around and... Put him down, Naruto cut her off. He's just a little kid, it couldn't have hurt that much. Unless Sand Nin, like your sister, were really that much weaker than Leaf Nin. Kankuro scowled down at Naruto and lifted Konohamaru a little higher, drawing another cry from the boy. If you want him so bad, come and G. Before he could finish what he was going to say, a second Naruto hopped over a nearby fence, snatched Konohamaru out of Kankuro's hand and threw him to the first Naruto before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Naruto caught Konohamaru and set him down gently before looking up at the two Sand Nin and giving them a broad smile. It wasn't quite what he'd planned to do with the clone, but sheer luck had left him looking kind of cool and he wasn't going to complain about it. Kankuro's eyes widened, narrowed in annoyance at having his game ruined, and Temari, who had irritated the whole conflict, or at least that her brother had taken things into his own hands, suddenly seemed very interested. Get out of here and leave us alone, we aren't supposed to fight before the exam. Besides, Naruto's eyes flickered towards a nearby tree, I'm going to get scolded by my friend if I have to beat you up. Sasuke, who was sitting calmly in the branches of the large elm playing with a stone, looked up in surprise at Naruto's words. He'd decided against going home and was coming back to see if Sakura or Naruto would like to go train with him, probably after eating, if Naruto had anything to say about it. When he saw the commotion, he'd silently slipped into the tree, waiting to see if his friends would need any help. He'd been extremely careful not to let his presence be known, but Naruto had spotted him anyway somehow. Or maybe the clone had noticed him when hopping over the fence and passed the memory onto Naruto when he was released. Kankuro didn't bother looking up at the Uchiha, choosing instead to keep his focus on the enemy in front of him. I hate show-offs like you, he growled as the bundle on his back slipped to the ground with a thud. It looked for all the world like a large white cocoon with a shock of brown hair sticking out of the top of it. Naruto had seen it or other puppets like it and knew how dangerous they could be, especially in the hands of a master like Kankuro. If this descended into a fight, he wasn't sure he could get out it without proving himself to be better than he wanted anyone knowing he was. Thankfully things probably wouldn't get that out of hand. You're not going to use Karusa, are you? Temari asked in disbelief as she stepped forward and grabbed the arm of her younger brother. Come on, it wasn't that big of a deal. Shut up, Kankuro growled as he pulled away from her, this little prick needs to be taught a lesson. A puppet, huh, ska-rai, Naruto said as he made a mockingly spooky face and wiggled his fingers towards the Sand Nin. If Kankuro was surprised that Naruto knew what he was carrying, he didn't show it. Naruto chuckled and reached down to pick a small stone off the ground. I tell you what, he said with a smile, you use your little puppet and your sister there can use the fan on her back. And I'll end the fight with this one little stone. I won't even need show-off up there's help. He glanced towards Sasuke and nodded to let his friend know that he had everything covered. Sasuke nodded to show that he'd gotten his message, but he didn't look pleased. For a moment, Kankuro looked like he wasn't sure if he should laugh or get angry at such an absurd challenge, but he quickly decided on angry and growled, bastard, I should kill you for underestimating me like that. Temari shook her head in disbelief and rolled her eyes at Naruto while Konohamaru pulled on his friend's orange sleeve and whispered, Naruto, do you think that's really a good idea? Trust me, Naruto replied with a wink, I'm twice as amazing as you think I am. Konohamaru frowned. Bro, that's still not all that ouch. Naruto's fist came down on the boy's head before he could finish what he was going to say, then he turned to Kankuro and said, "You should know you're going up against a future Hokage, feel free to back down if you don't think you can handle it." Kankuro snorted as the cloth wrapped around his puppet suddenly fell away. Sakura and Moegi gasped at the sight of the puppet, while Konohamaru quickly scrambled behind Naruto so that only the top of his head could be seen as he peeked around Naruto's back. Naruto couldn't blame them, Kurusu was ugly and dangerous looking and they couldn't even see the really scary parts. With 3 eyes, dirty brown hair, 4 arms, with a rather ratty looking cloak thrown over him, and the typical sectioning around a puppet's joints and mouth that Naruto had always found creepy, Kurusu was an ugly puppet from top to bottom. "Alright, but don't say I didn't warn you." Naruto's arm rose, bringing the rock back to prepare to throw it while Kankuro's fingers curled and a tiny shimmer could be seen connecting them to Kurusu. Suddenly, Naruto spun on his heel and threw the rock as hard as he could at the tree that Sasuke was sitting in. Sasuke turned just in time to see a small wave of sand interrupt the projectile's path towards a red-headed boy with a large calabash gourd strapped to his back hanging upside down from the limb behind him. Naruto grinned as the sand slipped back into the gourd. Gaara looked just as surly as ever, perhaps even more so after having a rock thrown at his head. "Tell your friends to stop before I'm forced to hurt them," he told his future friend. Gaara stared down at the blonde through the dark-rimmed eyes that Naruto had often thought made him look like the Tanuki demon sealed within him. Those eyes often seemed to make him look angry and dangerous, even when he was in a good mood, which was probably a pretty rare thing up until this point in his life. "Kankuro, stop it," the Jinchuriki commanded. "You're an embarrassment to our village." Kankuro's eyes widened at the sight of Gaara and Temari stepped back as she swallowed hard. Gaara," Kankuro stuttered, listen, they started it." "Shut up or I'll kill you," Gaara told him calmly. There was no malice in his voice, just a promise. "He's been there the whole time," Naruto muttered, "it's not like you were going to fool him." Kankuro had been shaking at the sound of his sibling's voice, but Naruto's words were enough to wake him from his terror. "No one asked you, brat," the puppet master retorted out of the side of his mouth. "Besides, I thought you said you were going to beat me and Temari with that one stone. Did you get scared?" Naruto grinned. "I said that I'd stop the fight with that stone, not beat you," he reminded the puppet user. "I wouldn't need a stone for that. If you like, we can still continue, but your buddy might get grouchy. Are you going to risk it, or are you scared?" "Damn you," Kankuro's hands curled into fists as Kurusu spun back into its wrap and the sand ninja instantly slipped it back onto his back. "Gaara, I'm sorry, you're right." "I'm sorry too," Temari quickly added, stepping forward and lowering her head. "I'm really sorry." Gaara ignored them, his eyes remaining fixed on Naruto. "I apologize for my team." Naruto shrugged and waved a hand dismissively. They weren't going to do anything too bad and I'm sure Sasuke would have stepped in if it got out of hand. He glanced over at Sasuke and grinned. "Isn't that right, show off?" Sasuke scowled, but didn't reply, his eyes straying towards Gaara as he wondered about the other boy's ability to hide himself. Very few people had ever gotten the drop on him like that. In fact, Kakashi was the only one who'd been able to do it in recent years. For Gaara to sneak up on him, he'd have to be beyond Chunin level already. Gaara turned towards Sasuke, gave a small bow of his head to acknowledge the other boy, and then vanished in a swirl of sand. A half-second later the gourd-wearing ninja was standing next to Kankuro and Temari, neither of whom seemed pleased to have him so close after doing something that displeased him, and staring at Naruto. "It seems we arrived a little too early, but we didn't come to play around," he said with a small scowl and a glance at Kankuro. "I know that," Kankuro started, but stopped when he caught sight of the murderous glare in his younger brother's eyes. With a small nod towards Naruto, Gaara turned and started to walk away. "Let's go." "Hey, wait," Sakura shouted, stepping forward. "If you're from Suna, you aren't allowed to be in this village. We can't let you leave until we know why you're here." Temari laughed contemptuously, glad to have something come up that wouldn't, she hoped, irritate Gaara, or at least wouldn't leave him irritated at her. "How clueless are you?" she smirked holding up a passport. "We're here for the Chunin selection exam. You'll probably see a lot of ninja from other villages in the next couple of days when they show up for the exam." Konohamaru's eyes lit up and Naruto winked at him. "Don't worry, Konohamaru, I'll win the whole thing and show you how it's done," he whispered loudly. The sand ninja seemed less than impressed with the boast, but before any comments were made, Sasuke appeared in front of him. "What's your name?" he demanded, staring at Gaara. Temari smiled happily, her cheeks reddened in a blush. "Me." "No," Sasuke sighed in annoyance, "the guy with the gourd." Gaara's dark-rimmed eyes seemed to look right through Sasuke for a moment before he said, "Gaara of the desert, and you are." Uchiha Sasuke. The two ninjas stared at each other for a moment and then Gaara's eyes shifted towards Naruto. And you? Naruto smiled at his fellow Jinchuriki and shrugged. No one of consequence, show off here is the main attraction. He reached up and scratched his cheek, calling the other boy's attention to the whisker marks. Then he put a hand on Konohamaru's shoulder and pushed the smaller boy in the opposite direction from the foreign ninja. By the way, I like your eyes. They remind me of a tanuki for some reason. Naruto's eyes drifted down Gaara's body and a wicked smile formed on his lips as he turned away, calling over his shoulder, I doubt the similarities extend below the waist, though. Come on, Konohamaru, Moegi, Udon, let's go play ninja. Gaara's eyes were noticeably wider than normal as he stared at the other boy's back for a moment. Almost on its own, his right hand rose, reaching out as if to stop the young ninja and then began to close as sand spilled out of the gourd on his back and headed towards the blonde. Sakura opened her mouth to call out a warning to Naruto and the three children, but before she could form the words, Naruto's hand dipped into his kunai pouch and then swung back up over his shoulder, sending the projectile hurtling towards the sand nin's face. Another wave of sand rose up and intercepted the attack before it could strike Gaara between the eyes, but in that moment, the spell on Gaara was broken and he lowered his hand. Naruto stopped walking and turned around once more. Don't be so hasty, you'll get your shot when the time comes. Then he and the Konohamaru Corps continued on their way down the road. Gaara watched the blonde until he rounded a corner and vanished from sight, and even then he didn't stop staring at the spot where Naruto had disappeared as if trying to will him to return. We're leaving, he announced to his comrades a few seconds later, his voice strangely strained. The three took a few steps down the sidewalk and then leapt onto a nearby rooftop and vanished. Sakura looked from the spot where the three had vanished and then over her shoulder at the corner Naruto and the Konohamaru Corps had disappeared around. Do you ever feel like you've just missed something important? She asked Sasuke. The Uchiha's jaw flexed as he grunted in affirmative. Why was it that Naruto surprised him so often? On several occasions, like the one he'd just witnessed, it seemed like Naruto was an intelligent ninja who was far more capable than a person his age should be, but then he'd turn around and nearly get himself drowned, would be half trampled by a cow, or would make some other boneheaded mistake on a mission. It was like there were two Naruto running around and Sasuke wasn't sure which one was the real one. Or, for that matter, which one he was friends with. Chapter 24. Oh. Naruto was barely aware of the speed with which he was moving through the forest, leaping from branch to branch as he made his way towards the battle that had always seemed to be just beyond the horizon. Even as he moved ever closer to it, he could scarcely believe that the time had actually arrived for the final confrontation, for the battle that could very well decide the fate of the world. In the next hour or so, he would kill Orochimaru and become a hero who saved millions of lives, even though none of them would know that he just saved them, or he would just be another casualty in Orochimaru's war of conquest. On his shoulders literally rested the destiny of nearly every man, woman, and child residing within the walls of Konohagakure. Maybe the whole continent, or even the whole world. He'd heard of single battles swinging the tide of history one way or another. The fight between Orochimaru and Jiraiya when the former left the village and the battle between Madara and the first Hokage at the Valley of the End were two examples just from Konohagakure. They were easy to point out when it was all said and done, and the fallout from the battle was plain to see. Probably he'd even been in a few, certainly his losing effort against Sasuke could count as one, but never had he heard of someone being completely aware of just how much was riding on a single fight before it started. It was easy to see why, too. Anyone who had this kind of pressure on them could hardly be expected to accomplish much outside of pissing their pants at the mere thought of the enormity of what they were about to do. He knew there was a part of him, a very small part, of course, that wanted to take a leak and then go find a place to hide and wait for it all to be over with. One thing was for sure, this time travel stuff was definitely not meant to be in the hands of mortal men. However, as much as he might be scared of facing Orochimaru with the knowledge that if he couldn't beat him the whole world would suffer the consequences, there was another emotion that was coursing through his veins. This feeling was far stronger than the fear or nervousness that seemed to have settled in his gut. It was strong enough to make the idea of hiding and hoping for the best seem laughable. It was the emotion that could cloud one's judgment and push them to doing great, terrible, and even stupid things: anger. Orochimaru had killed his friends. He'd twisted Sasuke and stolen his body. He'd started war after war, manipulating, lying, and betraying anyone and everyone he needed to. He'd destroyed Konoha, killed its citizens, and, in the end, killed Naruto as well. If there was one person in all of history who deserved death, it was him. And if there was one person in all of history who deserved to kill Orochimaru more than Naruto, well, they weren't in these woods right now, so they'd just have to get over it. Naruto couldn't deny that he was scared, but more than that, he was angry and wanted revenge for all the horrors Orochimaru had unleashed upon good innocent people who wanted nothing more than to live their lives in peace and quiet. In some part of his mind, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to kill Orochimaru, but that feeling was easily pushed to the side by the angry confidence that he was going to rip the Sannin limb from limb for all the crimes he'd committed in the future. When Naruto was done with him, there wouldn't even be a single living cell left to infect another person. He was going to end this nightmare here and now. Any part of him that doubted his ability to do so was easily shouted down by the majority that was guaranteeing it. All too soon, he reached the spot where 2 of the original 3 clones that had made the discovery were waiting for him. The images of Sasuke and Sakura smiled at him and then disappeared, passing their memories of the last few minutes of movement in the faux grass nin camp onto him. There wasn't too much of use within the memories. Orochimaru and his minions were simply preparing to set up some sort of base camp, though a few traps had been laid out to catch any idiot stupid enough to go stumbling along the obvious paths into the area. Naruto doubted he would have missed any of them, but it was good to know exactly where they were so he wouldn't have to deal with them on his own. Now that he was there, he needed some sort of a plan. Anger was useful at times, but it didn't do you much good if you just got yourself killed because you didn't think things through before you ran headlong into a fight. For the next few minutes, Naruto watched silently from his hiding spot within the trees as the 3 infiltrators went about their business, his eyes scanning the area, taking in details and noting strategic advantages and disadvantages. He would have to play up the dumb genin act, that much was for sure. Orochimaru was smart and powerful, but arrogant and enjoyed toying with his enemies. If he really thought Naruto was an idiot, he might be caught a little off guard when Naruto revealed who he really was. He couldn't do that until the last minute, though. If he revealed what a threat he really was too early, Orochimaru would slither away and his chance would be lost. Or Orochimaru would kill him and his chance would really be lost. Naruto doubted his young body had the power to go toe-to-toe with the Sannin for very long, so he would have to play things just right or all would be lost. As quietly as possible, he began creating shadow clones and spreading them out in the spots he wanted them. They moved in 2s and 3s so that there would be one to release himself and let everyone know when his group was in position. Each knew what his job was and what to look for should Naruto need them to step in earlier or later. As they began forming a ring around what looked like Orochimaru's base camp, the clones cast Miseigaku no Jutsu on themselves. The camouflage jutsu wouldn't necessarily keep them hidden from someone like Orochimaru for long, but it was better than sneaking through a green forest in orange coats, and it certainly wouldn't hurt. Unless they made some sort of noise, which none of them would, to alert the Sannin, there was no reason to think that Orochimaru would be actively trying to find them and thus their chances of remaining hidden were pretty good for the moment. Confirmations from the groups of clones began coming in all too quickly, and soon everyone was in position. Naruto created 2 more clones and had one release instantly so that the small army now surrounding Orochimaru would know that the plan was about to start. The other nodded, brought his hands together and seemed to vanish as well. Naruto pocketed the kunai resting on the tree branch, took a deep breath, and then dropped silently to the ground. This was it, the start of a beautiful new future or the beginning of another nightmare. No pressure, he whispered to himself as he took a deep breath and stepped into view. Ino put up with Choji half dragging, half leading her away from the area where Team 10 had almost met their end for about 1/3 of a kilometer before she pulled away from him and turned to look back the direction they'd come. Her pretty blue eyes were glassy with unshed tears as she stared back through the woods, trying to will Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto to appear from the darkness. "We shouldn't have left them with that monster," she whispered, biting her lip. "We have to go back." "Ino, they're fine," Shikamaru replied. He rubbed his chest where the initial sand attack had hit him and winced at the soreness still present. "You saw what he did to those other guys," she shuddered at the memory of the screams and the sound of breaking bones and squishing soft tissue. "He's going to kill them." Naruto said they could handle it, Choji reminded her, though he didn't look all that comfortable about leaving Team 7 to face Gaara either. Ino brought a hand up to cover her eyes and then pinched the bridge of her nose. "Did you two not pay any attention during class?" she asked. "Naruto is the biggest idiot I've ever known. Why are we listening to him?" "Ino," Shikamaru said again, sounding far more weary than he had the first time, "they're fine. They weren't even really there. But those were just clones. They're fine." Ino shook her head. "No way. Sakura grabbed me when that Gaara guy tried to go after me again. There's no way that was Bunshin no Jutsu. It wasn't Bunshin no Jutsu, it was Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." Ino's eyes widened and she looked at Shikamaru, half expecting him to be snickering or something at the joke she was sure he was making. "Kage Bunshin is a Junin level ninjutsu," she said. Shikamaru shrugged. "That's what it was. Sasuke practically came right out and said it." Ino took one last look back towards the battlegrounds they'd fled and then scowled. What the hell is Asuma-sensei been doing if Sakura already knows something like that? He's supposed to be helping us get stronger. Shikamaru sighed and looked up at the forest canopy, wishing for an open view of the sky. It was too much trouble to bother trying to correct her, and since she wasn't trying to get them to go back, there was no real reason to go through the hassle. Whichever member of Team 7 was using shadow clones, and Shikamaru was almost totally certain he knew, the point was that everyone was safe and his team didn't have to go back and face Gaara again. Whatever, let's just go find ourselves another scroll so we can get out of here. Naruto's been gone a while, Sakura noted as she and Sasuke leaned against a large tree, their shoulders lightly touching as they scanned the surrounding area for any enemies trying to sneak up on them. It was closing in on 10 minutes since their blonde teammate had abruptly left, not so long that she wanted to go looking for him, but long enough for her to wonder what was keeping him. Sasuke grunted softly and Sakura felt his injured shoulder move slightly as he shrugged. "How's your arm?" "It's fine." Sakura bit the inside of her cheek as she glanced around once more. She'd wanted to ask Sasuke about something ever since his injury, but hadn't had the chance and wasn't sure that it was really her place to ask. With the test they'd just taken and the instructions and explanations that they'd had to listen to since then, the issue had slipped to the back of her mind. Thinking about Sasuke's arm and the fight that had caused the injury brought the question up again, and this time there was nothing to distract her from it. Except for Naruto's ever-lengthening bathroom break. She opened her mouth to ask, but closed it again without making a sound. Maybe it wasn't something Sasuke wanted her to know. Naruto knew, which was annoying, but if Sasuke felt more comfortable talking to Naruto, then that was fine. No, it wasn't. "Sasuke, when you got hurt," she bit her lip, took a deep breath that he probably felt through the movement of her shoulder and then pushed ahead. "What did Naruto mean when he said you couldn't beat your brother like that? I know it's probably personal since you obviously didn't like Naruto talking about it, but I thought your family was all dead. Where's your brother been all this time and why do you want to fight him?" Sasuke was quiet for a long time, but finally he said, "I didn't tell Naruto anything. I don't know how he knows about that. But he was right." "Yeah, he's right." The two of them were quiet again and Sakura wished that she'd kept her mouth shut. Sasuke was a private person, after all. She should have known he wouldn't want to talk about this sort of thing. Really, who could blame him? His whole family had been murdered, he'd probably been pestered for years about that sort of thing. Sakura frowned. Sasuke's whole family had been killed, except for his brother. A brother that he wanted to fight. And Sasuke had said that his ambition in life was to kill someone. "He's the one, isn't he?" she asked as realization struck. "He's the one who killed your family and," a memory from the day they'd taken Kakashi's belt test rose to the surface, "and he left you crying. That's what you meant back during Kakashi-sen's." Sasuke whirled around, grabbing her roughly by the shoulders and forcing her to face him, completely ignoring the fact that now neither of them were watching for any enemies. His eyes were filled with more anger and rage than she could ever remember seeing in him. Sasuke was normally careful to guard his emotions. There were times where he let more show than he meant, but usually his feelings were kept internal. This was definitely one of the times where things were leaking out that he would normally have kept within. Though perhaps he didn't care if he was showing her just how angry he was this time. "Just leave it alone," he hissed. "My brother is my problem. I don't know how he found out, but I don't need Naruto or you butting in where you don't belong." Sakura nodded dumbly, biting her lip to keep it from trembling. His voice had been so full of venom, so full of hatred. She hadn't meant to go where she wasn't wanted. Well, she had, but she hadn't meant to upset him this much. Sasuke hadn't gotten this mad at Naruto for knowing, though he had hit Naruto, so perhaps this was his nonviolent way of telling her he was displeased. She almost wished he would have hit her rather than staring at her with those eyes. Sasuke was her friend and teammate, she just wanted to know about him so she could be useful to him in whatever way he needed her to be. Suddenly, Sakura didn't feel so scared or sorry for treading where Sasuke felt she didn't belong. Whether he liked it or not, she did belong there. She loved Sasuke. She loved him enough to back off and just be his friend. She loved him enough to want to do everything in her power to help him in whatever way she could. She did not, however, love him enough to let him kick her out of his life because he wanted to keep something this big hidden from her and Naruto. "I belong here," she whispered in a soft but resolute voice. "I'm your friend. You don't have the option of not telling me about these things." "What?" he demanded, some of the anger leaving his voice as confusion set in. "I'm your friend. I want to help you. If you have to kill your brother," she reached forward, her fingers finding his shirt and grabbing hold, "that's fine. I just want to help you." I just want to be there for you. Sasuke tried to push back from her, but her grip tightened on his shirt. Don't ever tell me that something like this is none of my business. Saying that is like telling me that I'm not your friend. She voice trailed off and she looked up at him. I am your friend, aren't I? She whispered. Sasuke looked down at her, swallowed hard, and then looked away. Yes, he replied softly, you are. But it's safer for you to not know some things. Sakura digested that last piece in silence for a moment and then asked, safer for me? Or for you? Sasuke was quiet for a long moment. I don't know, he confessed at last. Maybe when you figure it out, you'll let me know, she replied with a smile, and Naruto, too, unless he already knows for some reason. A small approximation of a smile appeared on Sasuke's lips as he looked back down at her and said, yeah. They stood there like that for nearly a full minute before Sasuke added, do you think you could let go of me now? Naruto adjusted his path so that when Orochimaru and his minions spotted him he wouldn't be looking right at them. Then as soon as he reached the nearest tree, he turned towards it, unzipped his pants and began peeing. It was actually exceptionally hard to get his bladder to give up its contents with his stomach clenching and his insides doing flip-flops. Turning his back on someone like Orochimaru was about the stupidest thing a person could do, but that was the whole point. Anything less than idiotic would put the Sannin on guard and Naruto needed him as relaxed as possible. Hey, one of them called out. What the hell are you doing? Naruto whirled around, still peeing, and then quickly spun back to finish and zip himself up. Shit, sorry, he replied in a slightly scared voice that didn't require much acting. When he was finished he turned back to the grass genin and smiled sheepishly. Sorry, I didn't see you there, he told them as he scratched the back of his head nervously. All three of the faux grass nin had their conical hats pushed back so they were only hanging by the straps around their necks. Orochimaru was wearing a light tan-colored long kimono with dark underclothing and a weird purple rope tied around his waist, his long black hair was pushed back over his shoulders. The two henchmen were even stranger looking in Naruto's opinion. The shorter and stockier of the two had a shaved head with very pink-tinged skin that made it look like he was sunburned, though one would have thought that the conical hat would have at least kept his head a more natural shade. The other was wearing a weird mask that added to the scarecrow appearance that seemed to jump to mind when looking at his long, thin body anyway. Both were dressed in black kimonos with black underclothing. The sunburned one had a thick white rope wrapped around his shoulders, the scarecrow had a similar rope tied around his waist. Naruto hoped for their sakes that their appearances were made to look like the people they were impersonating and not simply due to personal choice. The thought briefly occurred to him that he didn't even know for sure that these two were actually disguised sound nin. It was possible that they were, in fact, grass nin and that only Orochimaru was an imposter. It didn't seem likely that the Sannin would leave variables like that just lying around, but there was no way to be sure. He hoped they were sound nin, because he'd feel a little bad if he killed two innocent men just because they happened to have a snake in their midst. Not that feeling being uncertain would stop him from killing them. Their fate was sealed the moment he stepped into the clearing and they were standing next to Orochimaru. I was just looking for a place to go to the B bathroom, Naruto stuttered as he took a timid step away from them. Sorry kid, you picked the wrong bathroom, the scarecrow grass nin chuckled. He reached into a backpack on the ground and pulled out a kusarigama, a chain with a sickle blade at one end and a heavy weight at the other. If you have your scroll, I suggest you hand it over now. Naruto let his eyes travel over the group and then said, I don't have it. Then you're going to be our leverage over your teammates, the sunburned genin said with a wicked smile. Orochimaru looked at his two comrades and grinned. We only need a body for our purposes, there's no need to leave him alive. Naruto brought his hands up, making sure they were visibly shaking. Please, I don't want any trouble. Well, trouble's found you, kid, you don't have any say in the matter anymore, the shorter genin told him as he took two kamas out of his own pack and twirled them expertly. Naruto turned to run away, intentionally appearing to trip over himself slightly as he did. Just as his back was turned to his enemies, a memory hit him from one of the clones surrounding the battle area and he instantly ducked as the weighted end of the kusarigama passed over his head. Another memory hit and he rolled to the side as three kunai thudded into the ground where he'd been only a split second before. To his enemies, it must have looked like he had eyes in the back of his head. It had taken months of practice and years of using it in actual battle situations to train his body to react instantly to the thoughts and memories of his clones as they watched him fight, but the results were well worth it. In the future, Neji had even commented on the fact that as long as Naruto was entering a battle he'd already prepared for, his field of vision exceeded that of a Hyuga to some extent. Naruto wasn't quite sure he was that good, if for no other reason than because his vision was being continuously diminished every time he used it, but he also knew that Neji wasn't easily impressed and didn't give compliments he didn't mean. He barely gave compliments at all, actually. He was facing his opponents now, not wanting to give away how easy it was to dodge their obviously half-hearted attacks. If Orochimaru had brought 2 Junin with him and they all started taking him seriously, he'd be in trouble. His little body just wasn't ready for that sort of a fight and probably wouldn't be until after he'd passed through the majority of puberty. One of the Kamas came in with a low, sweeping arc that nearly separated Naruto from his legs at knee level while the other sickle sliced dangerously close to his neck. Naruto jumped over the first and then threw his body flat to evade the second. He landed flat on his back and rolled backwards as the blade of the Kusarigama struck the ground where he'd landed. As he scrambled back to his feet he threw 3 Kwani in the general direction of Orochimaru, though they probably looked like the scared, desperate throws of an inexperienced child as they didn't even come close to hitting their target, which was just what he wanted them to do. An off-balance throw that still was perfectly aimed right between Orochimaru's eyes was not the sort of thing that a scared, stupid genin should be capable of. Unless that scared, stupid genin happened to be named Sasuke or Tenten. The 3 grass nin pressed their advantage, driving Naruto back towards a large tree. He tripped, stumbled, made stupid mistakes and just barely escaped from them with his life a few times. On no less than 3 occasions he saw an opportunity to kill one or the other of the 2 henchmen but never even moved to take it. The moment he killed one of them, Orochimaru would stop playing with him. As they reached the tree, the second stage of Naruto's plan began. He let himself get too close to the short, Kama-wielding ninja and took a small, glancing blow to the shoulder. Not enough to slow him down or inhibit his movements, but enough that it drew blood and made it appear as if his survival thus far had been the result of luck. With the stocky ninja still close by, Naruto grabbed him and fell backwards, kicking out his legs and sending the man tumbling away from the rest of the group. Then Naruto pushed chakra into his legs and leapt high over his other 2 enemies' heads as he threw a couple of kunai at their feet to keep their attention on him. He made sure to land awkwardly and fell on his butt as a result, trying to keep the right impression of him in their minds despite the last few seconds of semi-competence. As planned, the 2 turned to follow his movements, turning their backs on their teammate. The man probably didn't even know what hit him as 2 clones seemed to appear out of nowhere, one driving a kunai into his neck, severing his spine, while the others caught him right between the eyes. He didn't even make a sound as his life came to an end. From there, one of the clones transformed into the stocky ninja, picked up the dead man's kamas and rejoined the battle while the other pulled the body out of sight and returned to his position should he be needed later. The disguised clone didn't attack Orochimaru or the scarecrow henchman. He simply went after Naruto with just as much enthusiasm as the man he was impersonating had been showing. The only real difference was that he was very careful not to hit Naruto in any way, though in truth, he never really got the chance. Naruto, on the other hand, had to make sure that he never made solid contact with the clone, but that was easy enough as well. Now he could shift most of his attention to Orochimaru and his remaining henchmen without them realizing that a third of their manpower had been lost. The odds were slowly shifting in his favor. If he could take out and replace the other henchmen without being noticed, the battle would be over before Orochimaru even realized he'd been duped. "Well, Kakashi-san," the Chunin said as he hurried back to where Kakashi was waiting, "you don't need to worry. Your record is still safe." Kakashi's one visible eyebrow rose considerably. "Really? One team did check in with the second fastest time ever, but they missed your mark by nearly an hour." The Chunin smiled beneath his mask. I guess my team held back a little." The Chunin frowned. "Your team, sir?" Kakashi's smile fell and he gave the man a piercing look. It wasn't Team 7 that completed the test. The man rubbed his neck and shuffled his feet awkwardly for a moment before replying. No, I'm sorry, it wasn't. The team from Suna finished it just over 5 hours, but they're the only ones in so far." Kakashi turned back to the immense trees before him and licked his lips. After a moment of silence he turned to leave. "Thank you for the update. Please, let me know when Team 7 passes the test." The Chunin nodded and bowed respectfully. "Of course, sir." As Kakashi strolled away from the training area he allowed a troubled look to pass over his face. Was he wrong about Naruto? Was the kid really just that lucky and smart? He mulled this thought over for a moment and then shook his head. No, he was certain about his theory. It fit most of the evidence and even the things that it didn't explain it could certainly help explain. It didn't, for example, explain Naruto's taijutsu abilities, but depending on the extent of the ability perhaps it could allow him to find people who did know those skills so he could observe them as they trained. It didn't necessarily explain why he was intentionally screwing up during some of their early missions either, but if he or whoever was looking into the future for him saw something that told him having Sasuke save them from failing a couple of times would be a good thing. The ability to see into the future complicated things considerably, Kakashi suddenly realized. Naruto had been hiding the ability, possibly for years. What if he was doing so because if someone found out it would cause something bad to happen? At the same time, if that was the case, wouldn't he have known that Kakashi would find out and tried to stop him? He hadn't, to Kakashi's knowledge, so perhaps there wouldn't be problems if the truth came to light. Unless he could only see some things. Kakashi shook his head. The whole thing was ridiculous. He still planned on confronting Naruto, in private, about it, but he was determined not to think about it until then. He just wished that, then, would hurry up and become, now. A thought hit him and he turned on his heel and walked back to the Chunin who was once again patrolling the area. One more thing, Kakashi said as the man looked up at him in surprise. Where's Mitarashi Anko right now? Gaara sat silently on the balcony of the tower and stared out over the woods. The faint breeze drifting through the large trees surrounding him ruffled his red hair playfully as he slowly scanned the forest. It was strange being in such a green place. He'd had missions that took him to areas like this before, of course, but the abundance of water and plant life never ceased to impress him. Maybe someday, when he was through with Suna and its inhabitants, he would come to a place like this. Surely here he'd have no problem finding people and animals to help him validate his existence for as long as he could cling to life. After a while, he grew bored of the trees, impressive though they were, and turned to look at the door behind him. His brother and sister were inside somewhere, keeping their distance. They'd been practically huddling in fear ever since his prey had escaped him in the woods. He was fine with them staying away from him, he even preferred it actually. They were annoying and he often wished he could just kill them and be done with it, but something always held him back. He wasn't sure why he simply didn't really want to kill them. Those that he really wished to kill were generally dead within a few minutes, but he knew part of it was because it would cause a lot of trouble and make an already difficult life even tougher. Not that he didn't much care about that, his life was not about relaxation anyway, but it would still be more trouble than it was worth to kill them at this point. Someday. Maybe. But not yet. Perhaps when he ran out of other people to kill, then it would be worth it. For the moment, he had other things on his mind, anyway. A tanuki. That was what the blonde boy had said when they'd fought in the forest. It was bad enough that he'd actually been able to not only escape, but allow those other insects to as well, but on top of that, he knew. Whoever he was, the blonde knew exactly what Gaara was and what was within him. People had looked at Gaara's eyes before, they'd even used the word, tanuki, to refer to the strange markings around his eyes, but something about the way the blonde said it left Gaara with no doubt what he was referring to. The question was, who was he? A leaf genin, perhaps. Technically, it could have been anyone since he had been a shadow clone the whole time. The originals could have been Leaf Chunin or Junin or even someone from a different village who just wanted to mess with Gaara's head. There is no way to be absolutely certain. Those other three Leaf Genin had acted like they knew the blonde and his friends, so, while there was no way to be sure, there was a good chance that the three really were from Konohagakure. Not that it really mattered, of course. Whoever the blonde was, wherever he and his friends were from, Gaara was going to kill them. He was going to find all three of the ninja who had denied him his kills, and he was going to crush them with his sand, giving their blood to his mother. The sand swirled around him expectantly, as if responding to his thoughts. He held out a hand and let the grains pass between his fingers like the loving caress of his mother. "Don't worry," he promised, "I'll feed you something good soon." He turned his blue eyes back to the trees and grinned to himself. A blonde-haired boy with the strange marks on his cheeks, a dark-haired boy in the blue shirt, and a pink-haired girl. He wouldn't forget them until he'd used them to validate his existence. The last thing they were ever going to see was his sand swirling in front of their eyes as it constricted and crushed their soft, little bodies and then bathed in their beautiful, red blood. Naruto ducked under the two twirling kamas and then tripped and rolled backwards as the sickle and chain of the Kusarigama lashed out at him. The scarecrow instantly shifted the weapon in his hands and swung the weight down at Naruto. The blonde rolled to the side as the metal ball slammed into the ground where his head had been and then twisted to the left as a kunai from Orochimaru came so close to hitting him that it actually sliced through the thick, orange material of his jacket. The clone with the kamas was next up for a miss, the two blades passing within centimeters of his neck as he threw himself to the ground and then rolled back to his feet and began moving progressively backwards again. He was still spending most of his time backing away from his three enemies, dodging kunai from Orochimaru, the attacks of the Kusarigama from the remaining henchmen, and the kamas from his own clone. He knew he had to take out the last of Orochimaru's followers soon or the Sannin would get bored with the fight and start using his more advanced ninjutsu. Up until this point, Orochimaru had been holding back so much it was almost painful to watch, but if things got to the point where he became serious, Naruto would be forced to give up the element of surprise when he evaded if he could whatever attack was thrown at him. If he lost that, his chances of surviving, let alone winning, would go down dramatically. His eyes met those of his clone and he reached up and rubbed his right cheek, the signal that it was time to move in on the other henchman. The clone offered up a lazy swing of the kamas, which Naruto sidestepped with ease, grabbing the clone by his arm and swinging him into the scarecrow as gently as possible without losing the illusion of it being a real attack. The clone knew it was coming and was able to keep from being struck too hard as he and the other man went down in a tangle of limbs. Orochimaru turned to look at his two followers as they tried to get up only to appear to accidentally keep getting in each other's way as they did. A very light punch to the chest brought the Sannin's attention back to the Naruto as the blonde jumped back, tripped over an exposed root and landed on his butt for what felt like the 50th time since starting the fight. He stared wide-eyed up at Orochimaru as the foe genin advanced on him with a predatory look in his eyes. Behind them, two genin dropped down from the branches above, taking the scarecrow out with silent, ruthless efficiency. Once more, one clone took the dead man's appearance and weapon and re-entered the fight while the other carried away the body. Naruto tried not to smile as he clumsily dodged the blade of the Kusarigama. This was it. History was going to change, right now. He pushed off the ground, performing a slow flip backwards to give himself some space from his enemy. "I'm going to show you what a leaf shinobi can really do," he promised in the sort of boastful voice that only a child who has no idea how weak he really is could use. "That's good, because I'm tired of playing with you," Orochimaru replied with a smile as he brought his fingers together and began forming seals. Naruto charged forward with what seemed like reckless abandon. A few more seconds of playing dumb, then a few more of playing not quite as dumb, and then an instant of suddenly being way more than any genin should, and it would all be over. Orochimaru finished the seals and slammed his hands into the ground. Suddenly something slithered up Naruto's legs, nearly tripping him. He didn't even bother looking down as he slashed at whatever it was before it had a chance to bite him and then threw his kunai at the Sannin. Orochimaru had to twist to the side to avoid being hit by the blade and actually glanced over his shoulder as he noted the new level of accuracy Naruto had instantly gained before turning back to the blonde genin. There was a look of mild surprise on his face as Naruto bore down upon him, having barely broken stride while dealing with the attack. Orochimaru lifted his hands and slammed them back against the ground with more force. This time Naruto was forced to stop as something snaked its way nearly up to his waist, but it no longer mattered, he'd closed the distance enough for his purposes. As his tangled feet stumbled and he started to fall, he slashed down once more and called out just loud enough to be heard by Orochimaru, "Doden, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu." He hit the soft ground and sank through it, leaving the remains of whatever had been wrapped around him above ground. Orochimaru smiled and waited patiently until he felt the ground beneath him tremble. He leapt easily away as Naruto's hand shot out of the dirt and grass, searching for his ankle. "That sort of technique won't get you very far against me," he called out. Naruto popped out of the ground holding a good-sized rock which he launched at Orochimaru's head. The snake easily sidestepped it, but then cried out in pain as one of the kamas struck him in the side. He looked truly alarmed for one beautiful instant and then had to leap to the side to avoid being killed by the blade of the Kusarigama. He landed awkwardly, clutching his bleeding flank and flicked his hands forward, sending a shower of kwani at the two clones. The scarecrow is far enough away to avoid them, but the sunburned one had been running forward and was cut down instantly. Orochimaru saw what he'd thought was an ally disappear in a cloud of smoke and his eyes widened as he turned to look at Naruto. "You're looking the wrong way," Naruto whispered to himself. The rock that Naruto had thrown when he'd emerged from the ground transformed into another clone. Chakra swirled in his hand, forming a ball of blue energy nearly the size of his head. Orochimaru didn't even see it coming. The clone slammed the rasengan into the Sannin's back, sending him flying towards the real Naruto. Naruto's open palm shot up, catching the villain under the chin and lifting him high into the air. Orochimaru's strange, snake-like neck was wiggling like a wet ramen noodle as he flew up to where two more clones were already leaping from their perches in the trees to meet him. The remaining disguised clone ran to Naruto as the original began to form what looked like another rasengan. The clone held his hands over the ball as it took shape and began adjusting its nature. Naruto's little body probably couldn't make many of these, but it would only take one. The two clones in the air hit Orochimaru from either side. One landed a kick to the head as the other's foot caught him in the chest. The two disappeared instantly as two more jumped from the trees. They grabbed hands in midair and spun in a little circle so that when they released each other one of them was sent hurtling towards Orochimaru like a comet. The clone reared back and drove his fist into the Sannin's face, sending him plummeting back to earth. Orochimaru hit the ground head first and was planted up to his shoulders. Wind wiped around Naruto as the blue rasengan became more silvery in color and the 4 large points that one of his ultimate jutsu derived its name from took shape. He lifted the Rasenshuriken above his head and prepared to deal the final blow. For years he'd wanted to use this technique on Orochimaru, but this was his first and best chance. "Get up," he growled. "Get up and see what you've got coming. I want to see your face when I hit you with this." Orochimaru did not move. A small, dark pool was beginning to form around him. "I said get up," Naruto said again. Finally the Sannin moved. His body slowly fell back until it was resting on the ground as the dirt around his head gave way slightly. And then he was still once more. "Get up," Naruto yelled, as he took a step forward. "Stop playing around, we both know that wasn't nearly enough to kill you." The only movement this time was the rustling of the Sannin's clothes as the wind from the Rasenshuriken pushed them about. Naruto took a hesitant step forward, still on guard, but suddenly beginning to feel a little confused. He looked closely at the body. With the exception of the movement of his clothing, Orochimaru was perfectly still. The blonde nodded to one of his clones who walked over and pulled the Sannin's head out of the dirt. Naruto half expected the snake to have his head and neck already burrowing through the earth trying to escape. Orochimaru's neck sagged bonelessly as his head came free. He wasn't burrowing, he wasn't moving, and his open eyes weren't blinking away the dirt that was clumped to them. The clone looked at Naruto and shook his head as he let the body fall back to the ground. The Rasenshuriken vanished in Naruto's hand as his arm slowly came down. He approached the body cautiously, still expecting a trap. Half a dozen steps later, Orochimaru was still just lying there. 5 more and Naruto was standing over him, waiting for the Sannin to move and attack or summon a snake or do something, anything. But he didn't move a muscle and Naruto still couldn't see any movement that would indicate breathing. He nudged the body with his toe and then leapt back. The only sign of movement was the scroll that fell out of the body's kimono. Naruto took a deep breath, approached again, picked up the scroll and pocketed it, and then knelt next to the body as his fingers felt for a pulse. There was none. A sick feeling of dread washed over him as he knelt and rolled the body over. It looked even more dead close up than it had from a few meters away. Could it be a substitution jutsu, perhaps, or some other trick? That made more sense than the other possibilities running through his mind at the moment. He grabbed at the skin on the body's face and gave it a quick, firm tug. It didn't come off the way he'd expected it to. Naruto dropped the body and backed away slowly, his mind reeling. It couldn't be. It didn't make any sense. This man was Orochimaru or, at least, he was supposed to be Orochimaru. How could it have changed? Orochimaru had grabbed this body back just before the exam had started, when the Grass Nin and his teammates were traveling to Konoha. Even with the changes in the timeline, that should have stayed the same. Nothing Naruto had done could possibly have affected it. None of the minor, or even major, changes he'd made should have had an effect on something that took place so far away with people he had no contact with. There was no reason for it to be any different. But it was. It was very different. His back hit a small tree and he slid down it until he was sitting. Somehow, somewhere, he'd changed something and the key component of his knowledge of the future had been rendered useless. The one thing he'd put all of his faith in, upon which he'd rested all of his hopes, was gone. He no longer had any idea where Orochimaru was or what he looked like. And he'd taken his eyes off of Sasuke. "Naruto's been gone too long," Sakura said as she gave Sasuke a worried glance. "I don't care how much he ate, there's no way he would be gone this long." Sasuke's dark eyes shifted to the spot where Naruto had disappeared into the woods when he'd suddenly announced that he had to go to the bathroom. "Yeah. Should we go look for him?" Sasuke frowned. If they left to search for Naruto, who might be anywhere, and missed him, he might come back and go searching for wherever they had gone. They might end up circling each other for hours before finally meeting up again. What was worse, during that time there was no telling who or what they might run into while their team's strength was divided. At the same time, if they didn't go, and Naruto was actually in trouble, he might be really hurt or even killed before it became truly apparent that he wasn't coming back. There were dangers in either decision, but one of them involved sitting around and hoping his friend was okay, the other allowed him to make sure. "Let's go. As long as he went straight we should be able to find him. He's loud enough that we'll at least hear him from a ways off anyway." Sakura picked up her backpack as well as the one Naruto had left behind, and then helped a grumbling Sasuke get his over his injured shoulder. "Thank you," she whispered as they prepared to set off. "He's my friend too," Sasuke replied. "Plus, I don't think I could put up with his whining if he got hurt and we didn't check up on him." Knowing him, he probably just. Sakura's voice trailed off as the sound of something large moving through the brush behind them reached their ears. Naruto, you dummy, she called out, why are you sneaking around in the bushes? Three shapes emerged from the bush and Sasuke grabbed Sakura and pulled her behind him with his one good arm. The three people in front of them were definitely not Naruto. Chapter 25. Oh. Naruto was little more than an orange blur as he sped through the treetops back towards the spot where he'd left Sasuke and Sakura. Stupid, stupid, he chanted to himself as he pushed his small body to faster and faster speeds. How could he have been so dumb? He'd thought he had it planned out perfectly, but he'd missed something. Some minor change had altered the timeline in a way he hadn't predicted, and now things were spiraling out of control. Just like they had when Team 8 got to Zuna's mission. Naruto had no idea what had caused this shift. He had no idea how he could have affected something happening so far away. What he did know is that, for the moment, he couldn't care less. The only thing that mattered was getting back to Sasuke and Sakura before he inadvertently caused another disaster to befall the people he cared about. His fingers came together. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Nearly 100 clones appeared around him and instantly branched out in a widespread pattern to search for Sasuke and Sakura in case they'd moved, of their own free will or not, from the spot where he'd left them. The green leaves and brown branches seemed to melt together as he reached his body's current top speed. If he pushed himself any faster he'd start drawing on the Kyuubi's chakra, and he didn't want to go that far. He was close now, and if he had to use Kyuubi he wanted to make sure that it happened at a point where no one would be expecting it. He'd been getting hit with unpleasant surprises left and right today, it only seemed fair to return the favor. If he could. Online writing communities. What do you want? Sasuke asked as he fixed the three newcomers with a glare. He wasn't scared of them, but these were three people that he knew he could not afford to take lightly. In the back of his mind he cursed Naruto for his unfortunately timed and inappropriately long bathroom break. With his injury and the fact that Sakura was the physically weakest member of the team, there was no way they could stand against a team of these three people without Naruto to even the odds. Your scroll, of course, Hyuga Neji replied with a grin. Taking a scroll from the great Uchiha Sasuke, even if you're injured, would be a worthy challenge, I think. He glanced at Lee, who seemed to have found something on the ground off to the left that was far more interesting than the conflict going on in front of him. Lee doesn't think it fair of us to do this. Of course, it's easy for him to say that, he already got to kick your ass today. Still, I bet a genius like you wouldn't mind another lesson, would you? Sasuke's good hand squeezed into a tight fist. Bring it on. Neji smirked, his pale eyes seeming to take in everything around him. You have that blonde dumbass on your team, right? Where is he? Sakura shook her head. Knowing him, he probably got tangled up in the bushes when he went to the bathroom. Or maybe he's sneaking up behind you right now. Neji tapped his temple. That isn't possible, he told her confidently. Now hand over the scroll. Take it from me, if you can, Sasuke retorted, shrugging his backpack off of his shoulders and stepping away from Sakura. He slowly eased his injured arm out of the makeshift sling she'd made for him and let out a calming breath as he pushed away the small flash of pain the action produced. Let's see if you can do anything besides talk. Neji brought one hand up in front of his face with his middle and index fingers extended. Byakugan. The veins around his temples bulged as chakra and blood surged into them with the activation of his Kekkei Genkai. Sakura let out a gasp and took a small step back. Neji smiled. Uchiha Sasuke, you cannot beat me, he said resolutely. My eyes can see it in every tremble of your muscles. You've already tasted a humiliating defeat at the hands of Lee, and you can tell that I am well beyond his level. You are a false genius. Even now there is doubt in your eyes and fear in your heart. Give up, there's no need for you to get hurt. Again. Sasuke ground his teeth and shifted his feet apart. I don't like the way you talk to people, he growled. If you think I'm a false genius, feel free to come over here and try to prove it. If you need your destiny spelled out for you, I'll be happy to oblige. Neji and Sasuke rushed forward, hands already moving to attack. Sasuke struck first, his right fist shooting up towards Neji's face. The dark-haired Hyuga twisted to the side, avoiding the blow, and brought his own arm up, fingers extended, aiming at Sasuke's injured left shoulder. Sasuke's right arm, still extended from the punch, changed directions, colliding with Neji's forearm and pushing the strike off target enough that Sasuke could spin away from it. He rotated on his right heel, sweeping his left leg out in an attempt to knock his opponent off guard. Neji's left leg kicked out, blocking Sasuke's sweep and leaving the Uchiha with his back still mostly turned to his opponent. The Hyuga boy smiled as his fingers shot towards Sasuke back. The fight was going to end before it even really got started. Before he could be hit, Sasuke bent forward, planting his right hand on the ground and driving his feet up at Neji's face. Neji arched his back as Sasuke's heel passed within centimeters of his nose and then was knocked backwards as the Uchiha's other foot connected with his chest. Sasuke pushed off the ground, flipping once in the air and landed in the ready position. A suddenly confident smile spread across his face. "What was that you were saying about me being a false genius?" Neji didn't bother to respond. He attacked again, moving even faster this time. Sasuke ducked, twisted to the side, and then took a glancing blow to the stomach. Even though there wasn't much pressure behind the lone landed punch, pain radiated out from the spot, nearly doubling him over. He'd never felt anything like it. It was like Neji had reached into his stomach, grabbed hold of his intestines, and gave them a sharp twist. Neji's hand came at him again, once more aiming at his injured shoulder. Sasuke ignored the loud complaints of his body as he twisted away again, at the same time moving forward so that he ended up much closer to his opponent, and grabbed hold of Neji at the elbow. The older boy's other hand pressed into Sasuke's bicep and he felt his grip instantly weaken, but he refused to allow the weakness to stop him. Using every ounce of strength he could muster, he threw Neji over his shoulder and slammed him into the ground. For a brief instant, Neji allowed the pain and surprise to show in his strange white eyes, but then his face broke into a large grin. "You lose," he whispered. Sasuke looked down and saw that Neji's hand was resting against his hip, while the other had grabbed hold of his ankle. He tried to take a step back, but stumbled and went down, his legs not responding the way they were supposed to for some reason. "Sasuke-kun," Sakura cried out as she started to run to his aid. Before she'd managed 2 steps, a kunai struck the heel of her sandal with enough force to actually pin her to the ground for a second. Sakura looked up at the girl in the pink cheongsam who still had her hand extended from the incredibly accurate throw. "Books." The girl smiled at her, pulled another kunai from the pouch on her right thigh with 2 fingers, and then flipped it up over her shoulder and caught it behind her back with her left hand. With a casual flick of her wrist she threw the second kunai with such accuracy that it struck the sole of Sakura's sandal right in the middle of her foot arch. Sakura couldn't help but look up in wonder at the display of skill. The brown-haired girl winked at her as her smile grew larger. "Tenten-san, I understand the fires of your youth are burning brightly, but please don't show off," Lee sighed with a shake of his head. The happy smile that seemed a constant on his face was still strangely absent. Tenten rolled her eyes. "You have no room to complain in the showing-off department, Lee." Lee, still looking strangely unhappy, sighed again and turned his eyes back towards the fight between Neji and Sasuke. "This fight is not fair," he whispered. Neji was now standing a short distance from Sasuke, a haughty expression on his face. "Well, genius, are you ready to give me that scroll?" "If you think you've beaten me, you're wrong," Sasuke replied, though the confidence had gone out of his eyes. He glanced at Sakura, and then at Lee and Tenten and finally back to Neji. "I didn't want to have to do this, but I'm afraid you've left me with no choice." His fingers came together, burning through seals and then came up to his mouth as he took a deep breath. Neji's pale eyes widened in alarm while his hands and feet automatically shifted as if he were planning to spin away from Sasuke's attack. Despite the immediate danger in front of him as Sasuke prepared to unleash his jutsu, Neji suddenly looked to the side as something drew his attention away from his downed opponent. At that instant an orange streak leapt from the trees above them and came to a dusty, skidding halt. As the dust cleared, Naruto was standing between the 2 genin, panting hard and looking around wildly for something. "Sasuke, Sakura-chan, are you two all right?" he asked after it became obvious that whatever he was looking for wasn't here. Neither felt the need to answer given the current predicament they were clearly in. Naruto looked at Neji and his eyes narrowed dangerously. "Tell me who you are." "Ask your loser of a friend," Neji replied with a smirk. "I was just in the middle of teaching him a lesson about fate and true genius." Book. Online writing communities. Naruto nodded and flashed the Hyuga boy a smile that obviously had a chuckle behind it. "Yeah, you're Neji all right." He looked over his shoulder at Tenten and then over at Sakura who was just finally pulling the 2 kunai from her shoe. "And she's still Tenten." His shoulders slumped and he seemed to deflate slightly as he let out a relieved sigh and wiped sweat from his brow. "What the hell is going on?" "We're taking your scroll," Neji replied. He was growing visibly annoyed with Naruto's total lack of awareness of the situation around him. It was like the blonde didn't even care that he'd just stepped into the middle of a fight. Naruto snorted and waved his hand dismissively. "Go find someone else to play with. We don't have time to mess with you guys right now." "What did you say?" The blonde shook his head and reached down to help Sasuke to his feet. "You heard me." Neji's jaw flexed. "I can see you have the earth scroll in your jacket pocket. Hand it over and we'll be happy to leave you alone to lick your wounds." With Sasuke unsteadily on his feet once more, Naruto turned and smiled at his future friend who was currently really starting to get on his nerves. Neji, any other time I'd be happy to deal with you, but today I am really not in the mood. Go find yourself another scroll, get to the tower, and we'll see what happens from there, but if you make me fight you right now, it won't be pretty. Neji snorted. Do you have any idea who I actually am? Naruto couldn't help it, he started laughing. More than anything it was a way to relieve some of the stress that was threatening to overwhelm him at the moment, but it was also partly due to the thought of what would happen if he gave Neji an honest answer to that question. It would almost be worth it just to see the Hyuga genius face when Naruto said the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Unfortunately, he didn't want to start getting into anything like that. His world was too chaotic at the moment for him to think straight, he needed to get somewhere safe so he could figure out what the hell was going on. Talking to or, more likely, especially if he answered the question, fighting with Neji was probably about the worst thing he could do at the moment since there was no way he had the mental discipline to rein himself in while things were spinning so totally out of control. The fight would be over in the blink of an eye and no one in the area would have any doubt that Naruto was no fresh out the academy genin. Instead, he brought his fingers together. Taiju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The area where they were standing suddenly filled with nearly 1,000 clones. They surrounded Lee, Tenten, Sakura, and Neji along the ground standing almost shoulder to shoulder, but still couldn't all fit in such a small area and had so filled the tree branches above them and even stood with their feet glued to the trunks of the trees since all the branches were easily filled. Naruto smiled at Neji's shocked face as he lifted Sasuke's less injured arm and put it around his shoulder while another clone grabbed hold of Sakura. I'll see you in the preliminaries, Naruto told Neji before glancing over his shoulder at Lee and giving the bowl-cut boy a nod and reassuring wink. Don't be late. And then the mass of clones descended upon Team 9 like water spilling over the edge of a cliff. The three genin fought madly against the onslaught, but even though the clones never bothered to attack them, the sheer numbers kept them from being able to even think about giving chase to the fleeing Team 7. A few minutes later, the clones suddenly vanished in a massive cloud of smoke, leaving a very confused and worn-down Team 9 to wonder how they'd lost such a perfect chance to get their hands on the scroll they needed. The clones also left Hyuga Neji hungering for the chance to face Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke again. Hinata ducked as Tsusenbon passed over her shoulder and struck the tree behind her. As the needles hit, she heard the soft tinkle of the bells attached to the ends of them. Hinata frowned at her opponent. Why would she have attached bells to the ends of her weapons? Certainly no one would be dumb enough to fall for the classic trick of following up an attack like this with one where there was only one Senbon with a bell attached to it, would they? I won't fall for that, she told the dark-haired girl in front of her. The woman was wearing an outfit with a light and dark gray camouflage pattern and had a thick beige vest over the top of it. Upon her head she wore the Hitai-8 of Otogakur. You already have, the girl grinned confidently as she pulled another pair of needles from the weapon pouch on her right thigh. As she lifted her hand to throw them, the bells behind Hinata rang again. Books. Creative writing courses. Hinata didn't need to turn to see that there was no one behind her. I'm sorry, but that wire you are using to ring the bells won't fool me either. At this, the girl actually blinked in confusion. How did you know what I was doing? I can still see the bells, Hinata replied softly. Why your technique will not work on a Hyuga? The smile returned to the woman's face. Ah, I thought those weird eyes did more than just make you look strange. The bells rang again. Unfortunately for you, I wasn't trying to get you to turn around. Hinata's eyes widened as the world seemed to twist under her feet for the briefest of seconds. She took a stumbling step to the side and squeezed her eyes shut against the sudden feeling of vertigo. The sensation only lasted for a second, however, and then she realized what was happening and the world stabilized. When she opened her eyes, the young woman was walking confidently towards her, a dozen identical girls walking with her. One down, the girls all said as they reached for Hinata. Hinata's hand shot up, poking the girl in the shoulder as her other hand attacked the elbow of the opposite arm. She was on her feet instantly, attacking as she rose. In just a few seconds, it was all over. The girl took a stumbling step backwards and then fell. She looked up in surprise and horror as Hinata stood over her, white eyes alert for any movement to counterattack, though that would be nearly impossible after so many Juken strikes. How is this possible? She asked. I had you trapped in my Suzu Senbon no Genkaku. How could you tell where the real me was standing? Hinata gave a shy shrug and a small smile. My clan can see through most illusions, she replied. I'm sorry. But why your Kirakure was clearly visible in the real you while the images from the Genjutsu lacked it. You did very well though, she added quickly, not wanting to rub her victory into a beaten opponent's face. I'm sure that if you'd fought someone else, you would have been the victor. The girl scowled. Whatever. Hinata gave a small, apologetic bow and then reached into her kunai holster. Forgive me for this, she whispered as she held the blade to the girl's throat. Then she called out in as loud a voice as she could bring herself to muster, please, stop fighting. The battle is over. Not too far away, Kiba was facing off with another sound nin who was just getting to his feet in the middle of a large pile of soft dirt that Kiba and Akamaru had just tried to plant him in. Beyond them, a swarm of Kikaichu bugs was surrounding the final sound nin who was already on his knees, trying desperately to fend them off. The 4 other genin stopped and looked at Hinata in surprise. Kin, what the hell are you doing? The spiky dark-haired sound nin fighting Kiba yelled in annoyance. He was wearing some sort of metal or plastic headgear to protect his jaw and temple and had a brown coat with the kanji for death in large red print on it. His pants and scarf had the same camouflage coloring as Kin's. Shut up, Zaku. Kin yelled back, though she kept a careful eye on the blade of Hinata's kunai as she did so. The man facing Shino staggered to his feet and shook his head. His face was completely covered in bandages, save for the area around his left eye which was currently being used to glare at his 2 teammates. Both of you shut up. We're beaten, there's no reason to act like children about it. He reached into his blue-gray kimono with the arm that had the thick metal device he used to manipulate sound waves, pulled out his team's scroll, and tossed it to Shino. Good luck in the finals, he said as the bandages around his mouth moved in what could have been the formation of a smile. Now, please, let my teammates and I go. There's no need for us fight anymore. Shino inclined his head ever so slightly and then nodded to Hinata who stepped away from Kin. Dosu, we can't just give up like this, can we? Zaku asked incredulously. The rules don't say that you have to be carrying the scroll you were originally given, Shino pointed out. There's still sufficient time for you to find 2 more and make it to the tower. Dosu chuckled. We'll see what happens. If we do make it, don't expect the rematch to go the same way. We would be honored to face you again, Dosu-san, Hinata said with a small bow as the 3 sound genin helped each other limp away. You're too nice, Hinata-chan. Kiba laughed as he walked over to her and leaned against her shoulder grinning after the group and then added in a voice loud enough to carry to their retreating opponents, we totally kicked their asses. Akamaru barked his agreement from atop Kiba's head. Kiba-kun, Hinata gasped. That isn't nice. Hey, they jumped us, remember? Plus, that Zaku guy kind of pissed me off. Acting like he was so tough just because he had those weird arms. Nevertheless, Shino said as he walked over to them, hands in his pocket, sunglasses still perfectly in place, mocking a beaten enemy as beneath us. They fought well, even if they did not emerge victoriously. Kiba rolled his eyes. Speaking of pissing me off. No doubt Shino heard the comment, but what little of his face could be seen never showed even the slightest hint of annoyance at his teammate. They had the scroll we needed, he informed his team calmly. It would be advisable for us to make haste to the tower now. The longer we remain in the woods the greater the chances are that we will be ambushed again. Yeah, but the longer we stay out here, the more scrolls we can collect, Kiba pointed out. If we can get our hands on a few more scrolls, we'll cut down on the number of teams that advance to the next round and make it easier for us later. We will also run the risk of weakening ourselves, Shino replied calmly, and we do not yet know what the next test will be. If we hurry, we will have time to rest before the next round which would give us a distinct advantage over any teams that advance. Hinata played with her fingernails as her 2 teammates argued. Personally, she agreed with Shino, though not necessarily for the same reasons. She just wanted to get out of the woods before she did something to screw the test up for her team. So far she'd been helpful, or at least she thought she'd probably been helpful. Her Byakugan had allowed her to warn her teammates about the sound genin ambush before it was sprung and she defeated her opponent during the fight. Naruto had been telling her that she was really improving during their training times, but he had also been very obviously picking things to work on that he was sure she would be good at from the beginning. He, no doubt, would be telling her that she'd done well now, but he barely ever seemed to find fault with her or get mad when she messed up. He would say that he was proud of her no matter what, but the longer this test went on. What do you think we should do, Hinata-chan? Kiba asked, waking her from her thoughts. Hinata's eyes widened. She looked down, not sure what to say. If she sided with Kiba, Shino would. Well, Shino would probably remain as calm and calculating as ever, but she would be setting herself up for failure by remaining in the forest with her team depending on her. If she sided with Shino, however, Kiba would be visibly upset and she didn't want to do anything that would anger her friend. Suddenly, the image of Naruto poking her in the forehead appeared in her mind. This was exactly the sort of thing that he'd been trying to encourage her to be more confident during. Her friends wouldn't care what she decided, at least not too much, so long as she was being honest. If she became the head of the clan, she would have to make decisions that would not always be popular with everyone, but they would have to be made for the good of the Hyuga. Her vote in this case would not sit well with half of her teammates, regardless of what she said, but she had to make a decision based on what she thought was best for her team. Shino-kun is right, she whispered. We should make it to the tower as quickly as possible and rest for the next test. If we stay out here we might be able to get another couple of scrolls, but we could be injured in the process and forced to drop out. It would be wiser for us to advance now while we are still fresh. Predictably Kiba groaned and complained for a few minutes about the decision, but in the end he bowed to the will of the majority and only sulked for a little while as they made their way towards the tower. It was hard making a decision that she knew would upset him, but Hinata was surprised at how good it felt to take a stand. Once the words were out of her mouth, without a single stutter no less, she felt like a weight had lifted off of her chest. She'd made the right choice and now her team was going to advance to the next test. Perhaps she wasn't so useless after all. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura were within a kilometer of the tower when Naruto stopped on a large tree branch and let go of Sasuke, who promptly pushed himself away from the blonde and glared at him. Behind the two boys, the clone that had been holding Sakura vanished with a puff of smoke, leaving her standing by herself. Why did you interfere? Sasuke demanded. That was my fight. Naruto, out of breath and sweating profusely, dropped to one knee and didn't bother answering. As his breathing gradually returned to normal he wiped the sweat from his brow and looked wearily up at Sasuke. Sorry, show off, it didn't look like things were going your way and we already had both scrolls. Why should we fight them when we have nothing to gain? Where did you get the other scroll? Sasuke asked, his anger taking a backseat to his curiosity for the moment. Naruto had already thought of an answer for this question since he'd known it would come up eventually. Some weirdos jumped me while I was. He glanced at Sakura and gave a sheepish smile. Well, I got jumped. They weren't very good though, so it's fine. Sakura knelt next to him and looked at the cut he'd taken to the shoulder. This doesn't look too bad, she said, give me just a second and I'll have you patched up. Naruto shook his head. Check Sasuke first. The Hyuga do this weird thing when they fight, it can mess up your insides. I'll be fine as long as we get to the tower soon. Sakura nodded and moved on to a reluctant Sasuke while Naruto basically crawled over to the trunk of the tree and sat against it and let his head fall back into an awkward but strangely comfortable position. Thoughts of Orochimaru tried to swallow him up once more, but he pushed them aside for the moment. He was too tired to try to think about that now. Or at least too tired to actively think about it. It seemed that no matter how hard he tried to think of other things, the questions kept running through his head. Why were things different? What had he changed? Where was Orochimaru? He'd used up a fair amount of chakra fighting the grass genin, and even before that he'd been holding together a couple dozen clones and the illusions cast on them, and then after the fight he'd ran all the way back to Sasuke and Sakura at his top speed while almost 100 clones did the same, and he'd followed it up by using Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. All of that combined to leave him totally and completely exhausted. For the moment, anyway. He was sure he just needed a few minutes to get some energy back and catch his breath. Unfortunately, thoughts of his encounter with the grass genin and the sudden spiraling out of control of his life made it impossible for him to catch his breath. In fact, it made it hard to breathe or even think straight. Orochimaru wasn't who he was supposed to be. How could that have happened? Naruto knew he had no answers, but he couldn't stop asking the question. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't think. He couldn't even see anything but the grass genin's face as he pulled on the man's skin and realized that Orochimaru wasn't hiding underneath. Team 7 rested for about a half hour as Sasuke's tenketsu slowly reopened, allowing him to move properly once more. Sakura made it a point to check on all of the injuries her two friends had received during their fights and bathroom break. Naruto's shoulder was more of a scratch than anything, though it was deep enough to cause plenty of bleeding. She cleaned the small wound, healed it as best she could, and bandaged the rest. Throughout the whole process, Naruto neither looked at her, nor said a word. He just stared off into the distance as she did what she needed to heal him. Though he tried to hide it, she could tell that Sasuke's shoulder was starting to ache again, probably from his movements during the fight with Neji. She wrapped it a little tighter and adjusted the sling so that it held his arm at a more comfortable position. Once everyone was in as good of shape as she could get them at the moment, she and Sasuke stood and hefted their backpacks onto their shoulders. Are you ready to go, Naruto? Sakura asked. Naruto continued to stare unblinking at the next tree over. Naruto. Let's go. He managed to blink this time, but that was the extent of his movement. Naruto. Sakura yelled far louder than was probably advisable given the nature of the test. Wake up. Naruto blinked again and looked up at her in confusion. What was that, Sakura-chan? Had he smiled or given any hint that he'd just been messing with her, she might have kicked him off the branch and refused to heal any injuries he received on the way down, but he looked genuinely confused and his eyes were troubled. Are you alright, Naruto? Sakura asked with a concerned voice. He gave himself a little shake, pushing the thoughts that were plaguing him to the back of his mind as best he could and forced a smile as he stood up. Yeah, I'm fine, he said as he swung his backpack onto his shoulders, just a little tired is all. Let's go pass this test so I can take a nap. It sounded like a blatant lie to Sakura and she turned to Sasuke to see what he was going to say about it, but found him half smiling at their blonde teammate. Yeah, let's go, he said. As the two boys prepared to leave to the next tree, Sakura shook her head and followed. Sometimes, this team really weirded her out. The rest of the trip to the tower went by quickly and soon the three genin were standing on the smooth stone walkway surrounding the immense wooden structure. The two chunin standing on either side of a double-door entrance gave Team 7 congratulatory smiles and told them to head inside. The room directly beyond the doors was a large, open area with an overlooking walkway and a few doors along the walls leading deeper into the tower. On the far wall was a large sign. The three came to a stop before it as Sakura and Sasuke quickly read it. Without heaven, Sakura read aloud, but there are words missing. Let's open the scrolls, Sasuke suggested. It can't be a coincidence that the sign talks about heaven and earth, and the scrolls are inscribed with the same thing. Naruto pulled the heaven scroll from his backpack as Sasuke retrieved his earth scroll. Without preamble, the two peeled back the top level of paper and unrolled them simultaneously. The summoning jutsu activated immediately and both boys dropped their scrolls and stepped away from the swirling smoke spilling out of them. Well, I expected you sooner, Kakashi said as he closed his book and looked up at them. Sensei? Sakura asked in surprise. Still, Kakashi went on, ignoring her question, I suppose my team would be the sort to keep me waiting. And only two other teams finished faster than you. His one eye passed over each of them, pausing only briefly on Naruto before moving on. I'm proud of you, he told them. Naruto let out a slow breath and waited patiently as Kakashi explained the Chunin motto and the purpose of the scrolls in the test. He was certain that when he'd taken the test the first time, Haruka had been the one to greet them. In fact, he was certain that anyone who was summoned by the scroll should have been a Chunin, not a Junin. The test was to admit genin into the Chunin ranks and so their potential peers were supposed to be the ones to congratulate them on passing the second and third portions of the test. They were also, if he remembered right, the ones who were supposed to present the genin with their first Chunin vest should they be deemed worthy of that level. What could possibly have happened that would result in Kakashi being the one to show up? Where was Haruka? Hell, where was Orochimaru? Naruto shook his head and concentrated on slowing his breathing once more. It wouldn't do to panic right now. He and his team had made it through the forest of death. Sasuke hadn't come into contact with Orochimaru. Two of his three goals for the second test had been accomplished. The big one, kill Orochimaru, was still left unfinished, but other than that he'd had a pretty successful day. He just needed to find some quiet place where he could think and figure out what was going on and everything would be fine. When Kakashi's speech was over and the few questions Sakura and Sasuke asked were answered, the silver-haired Junin dismissed them to go get rested and cleaned up. They still had a few days before the test officially came to an end, so they would just have to remain in the tower until that time. The words were scarcely out of Kakashi's mouth before Naruto was out the door and hurrying to find a quiet, secluded spot to mull things over. In his distracted haste, he didn't hear Kakashi call after him, but even if he had, he might not have stopped.